Chapter 1. Returning to the survival game, starting with S talent. Loading survival game, current progress 50. The familiar beeping echoed in her mind. Wen Mingyue quickly glanced at the delectable spread on the table and seized the nearest large meat bun. In the blink of an eye, she dashed back to her bedroom, swiftly grabbed the down jacket from her bed, and then hurriedly exited the room. She kicked off her slippers and executed a ground-skimming slide, successfully donning her sneakers before vanishing in an instant. There were no cheers, only a profound silence enveloping the room. In less than 10 seconds, the atmosphere in the Wen family's living room seemed to solidify. Wen's father gazed towards the direction where his daughter had just vanished, swallowing hard. His chopsticks remained poised, while the sweet and sour ribs, drenched in sauce, had already tumbled to the floor. Under the table, the little black dog, F.A. Kai, could not resist the allure of the food. Amidst the disdainful glances of the 4 surrounding cats, he gulped down the sweet and sour ribs, the sound of his swallowing abruptly shattering the surrounding silence. Even the seasoned Wen grandfather spoke cautiously to his wife beside him. "Did you see how Mingyue just disappeared in an instant?" He nudged his wife with his elbow as he spoke. Beside him, Wen grandmother remained motionless, still in shock and at a loss for words. Conversely, their son and daughter-in-law nodded fervently, with Wen mother even shoveling a mouthful of rice, muttering to herself, "I must have been seeing things." Yes, that's right. Eat quickly, fill your stomach, and you'll come to your senses. Finally, the younger sister of the Wen family, slowly regaining her composure, slammed her hands on the table and shot upright. Holy moly! She then dashed back to her room, frantically typing on her phone. At that moment, it was April 13th, 2024, 9 a.m. in the Huagua region of Blue Star. Almost simultaneously across Blue Star, miraculous occurrences began to unfold. The phones of national security agencies were overwhelmed, and the internet was ablaze with discussions among netizens. On the other side, survival game loaded successfully. The familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Wen Mingyue found herself in a square, transparent space, where a massive light screen displayed lines of text that came to life with each announcement. "Welcome, fortunate players, to the survival game. I am the chief steward of the survival game. You may call me Xiao Q. Now, allow me to introduce the details and rules of the survival game. The survival game is a holographic survival challenge developed by our K-288 Interstellar Research Team. It primarily encompasses maritime survival, road survival, elevator survival, skyscraper survival, swamp and lake survival, and cloud survival, among others. This is also the first time we have chosen Blue Star as the public testing location for our game. Those who successfully clear all games will have the opportunity for interstellar immigration. Rule 1. This is a real-world death in the game, means true death. Life is singular. Cherish it while you can. Rule 2. The age limit for the first round of players is set between 18 and 45 years. Elderly individuals, children, pregnant women, and those with health issues will remain in the original world, where provisions will be made for their safety, so there is no need for concern. Rule 3. In the first round, each player will be assigned a smart steward, an interstellar training system. Note, do not expect it to do much. Earning a living depends on your own efforts. In the game world, resources, strength, and luck are all essential. I wish everyone success in clearing all survival games. Xiao Q will accompany you always. Additionally, to welcome all players, we have meticulously prepared an 8-hour warm-up session. Deserted Island warm-up match. To ensure relative fairness in the game, all lethal weapons brought by players have been confiscated and will never be returned. Random hunting tools have been placed in each player's system backpack. You will have 15 minutes to reread and familiarize yourselves with your personal panel. After 15 minutes, all players will be randomly dropped onto a deserted island, where you will gather initial resources. Please note, there are dangerous monsters on the island, but as long as you do not enter the central area, you will be temporarily safe. Numerous treasure chests have been placed on the island, and defeating the monsters will yield substantial rewards. To survive is to truly engage in the subsequent survival game. Without further ado, remember, teaching a disciple can lead to one's own demise. Good luck to all players. The announcement concluded. Wen Mingyue contained her excitement, engaging in fervent discussions in the chat channel. while meticulously reviewing the game instructions and rules to ensure nothing was overlooked. Having been reborn, she vowed not to allow the tragedies of her past life to repeat. This time, she would gather her family around her. To earn a living, she aimed to expand her territory, construct homes, stockpile resources, and lead her family to conquer all games within the first 3 months. In her previous life, Wen Mingyue had only survived until the third game world. There had been no betrayal from friends, no infidelity from boyfriends. Instead, she had starved to death after being confined in a small dark room. The only resources available were those in her backpack, with no means to send messages or contact the system. Thus, having a second chance, stockpiling had become ingrained in her very being as her thoughts coalesced. Wen Mingyue opened her personal control panel with her consciousness, and a light screen appeared before her. At the top of the page were Beginner's Guide, Personal Information, Backpack, Trade, Upgrade Build, Store, Regional Chat, System Steward, and Features under development. Her personal screen was only visible to herself and permitted group members. Wen Mingyue did not rush to check the regional chat messages, which were likely filled with complaints or cries of wanting to go home. She quickly accessed her personal information and concealed her address to avoid being found by potentially malicious players. Until her strength was sufficiently formidable, Wen Mingyue planned to lay low, as a cautious approach could also yield benefits. After completing her adjustments, she swiftly checked her personal information. The following information is visible to all players. Name. Wen Mingyue cannot be hidden or modified. Gender, female avatar, can be selected from the gallery. Game nickname, 56789 modifiable, with a character limit of 12, including spaces and symbols. The following information is automatically hidden by the system, not visible to other players. Age, 23 height, 172 cm backpack, 10 slots, each capable of stacking up to 99 identical items. Nested items are prohibited, with the time flow of items in the backpack referencing similar items on Blue Star. Overall physical condition, 15, can be upgraded. Average value for game players, 10. Details, strength, 12, average value for game players, 10. Agility, 15, average value for game players, 10. Mental power, 18, average value for game players, 10. Luck, 7. Quite good. Maximum score, 10, can be upgraded. Talent, S. Insightful Eye, capable of swiftly identifying the fatal weaknesses of monsters, allowing for a single lethal strike, conserving time and resources with no daily usage limits and no cooldown period. Note, not everyone possesses an initial talent. Chapter 2. The Intern System 069. Is this a change of systems? Wen Mingyue distinctly remembered that in her previous life, her initial stats, while not low, were far from the heights she now possessed. Her luck was merely 3, with the system's evaluation stating, "Take care of yourself, AS for skills." They have ascended from intermediate to S. The intermediate insight I has a daily usage limit of 3 and a cooldown period of 3 hours. Upon witnessing her current data and talents, Wen Mingyue felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, akin to wanting to sing a joyful tune. With a heart racing with enthusiasm and trembling hands, she felt she had struck gold. Instantly filled with determination, she vowed to seize the opportunity of her rebirth, to grasp every chance that came her way, and to empower herself. There was no denying it in her previous life. Her misfortune had plagued her, and her luck had been dismal. The loot from chests of the same level often yielded inferior items compared to others, and the system rewards were disproportionately allocated. After her excitement subsided, Wen Mingyue opened the chat channel. The familiar Dazhonghua region 96 in the upper right corner, with a population of 100,000. I want to exit the game, let me out. I have claustrophobia. This is forced confinement. A sobbing player frantically banging against the transparent wall. Is there a kind soul with spare clothing? I assure you, I will repay you handsomely in the future. From a Northeast brother, sweating profusely while eating. The hunting tool the system provided me is a watermelon knife. Are they ready for me to cut watermelons? Why is my hunting tool a broken machete missing half of its blade? I want to file a complaint, system. This is blatant favoritism. You in front. How unfortunate. My tool is quite good, ha ha ha. I suggest you change your name to First Unlucky One. Don't be too harsh. We are all in this together. Are you not worried about the upcoming 8 hours on the deserted island? What good does worrying do? We must maintain a positive mindset. If we can't fight, we hide. I plan to survive and see if I can make it to the first round of the game. I agree with the previous statement. Furthermore, the game steward mentioned that as long as we stay out of the central area, we will be safe. My tool is a hoe I intend to dig for useful resources. 1. My stats are too weak overall. I plan to scout the edges of the deserted island for treasure chests. Wen Mingyue quickly skimmed through the chat group's messages, reminiscing about her previous experience of freezing on the deserted island. Glancing at the new down jacket she had stowed in her backpack, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In her last life, the temperature on the deserted island was as frigid as the winter in Shudu where she resided. This down jacket, purchased by her mother during a seasonal clearance sale, had arrived just in time for the game. When Mingyue had tried it on and found it a perfect fit, but in her haste to eat, she had tossed it on the bed instead of returning it to the wardrobe. Had it not been for those brief 10 seconds, she might not have been able to take it with her. She retrieved the down jacket from her inventory and donned it. Underneath, she wore a slightly thick autumn shirt, which should suffice to keep her warm. Finishing off the large meat bun she had hastily snatched for breakfast. Still warm and utterly delicious, when Mingyue declared she could easily eat 5 more. As for the messages in the chat group, she merely observed. Given her current lack of strength, it was unwise to draw attention to herself, potentially inviting trouble. The dangers of this survival game were far more profound than they could imagine. The first round involved survival at sea, and acquiring resources from the ocean was not an easy feat. At least not for someone as unfortunate as her in her previous life. Most of the players, like Wen Mingyue, were not taking things lightly. They were uncertain of the game's true purpose and were solely focused on survival, as they had families to protect. Having a second chance, she looked at her luck value of 7 and felt a sense of confidence. In her last attempt, she had started with a utility knife, which was also broken, haha. This time, holding a sharp machete that had no limit on usage, she felt a sense of glee. Indeed, there is no harm. Without comparison, one's misfortunes are realized only through contrast. Just as when Mingyue stared blankly at the countdown of 5 minutes until the drop, a cautious voice echoed in her mind. Host, hello. I am your system, Steward 069. IT had a slightly boyish mechanical tone. Noticing that the host had clicked to view all sections of the panel except for the system steward, the still unturned 069 decided to take the initiative. When Mingyue snapped back to reality, and in her mind, a chubby panda appeared with bright, twinkling eyes. How adorable, I want to cuddle it. Wait, she quickly realized has the system changed. In her previous life, her system steward was coded 2233, a cold black rabbit who never provided any helpful information. If she asked a question, it would merely respond with confusion, ultimately proving to be nothing more than a rudimentary calculator. One could hardly expect it to offer treasure hunting tips or monster advice, even in moments of peril. She could hear 2233 nonchalantly playing mahjong in her mind. Pong, we'll take a triplet, and I've won again. Thus, when Mingyue had no intention of engaging with her system this time, only to find that it had indeed changed. Seeing the new system's number was quite forward, she pondered, should she probe? In the brief moment of her contemplation, System 069 privately messaged its predecessor and friend 2233, who was on vacation. 069. Third brother, my host is ignoring me. What should I do? Sobbing emoji. 2233. Enjoying a seaside vacation. Stay calm, you'll get used to it. After all, there's not much you can do anyway. At that very moment, when Mingyue spoke, hello, 69.069. Third brother, I must go. I'll respond later. 2233. One then, in the space, System 069 respectfully addressed her. Hello, host. Internally, it thought, finally, she's responding. This time, I must successfully pass the internship. I have already delayed graduation 68 times. If I fail again, it will be a disaster. Though not subject to interstellar reclamation for failure, I cannot allow this. Wen Mingyue observed her little panda steward, alternating between seriousness and cuteness, and thought to herself, not bad, this one has spirit and might be useful. With a smile, she remarked, little steward, you are incredibly adorable. By the way, are there many systems like you that are pandas? 069 panicked and began frantically searching on its computer, and no results found. But it quickly composed itself, responding calmly, very few, approximately unique to you host. Regardless, it could only conclude that it was the only one. Yet, when Mingyue could detect a hint of unease in 069's gaze. It seems it still has room for improvement, thus she got straight to the point. I see your code is 069. What is the basis for the sequence? Is it true that the closer to the front, the better the functions? Now 069 was truly flustered, thinking, oh no, I'm going to be criticized.
Chapter 3, System Upgrade and Unboxing Rewards. Lucky cards when Mingyue discerned the unease of her system partner and promptly offered reassurance. 069, gritting its non-existent teeth, mused that its host was rather kind. Thus, it sincerely replied, all our systems commence with an initial value of 0, which will subsequently be allocated to myriad small worlds where hosts are bound for practical training. Our numerical value signifies the quantity of small worlds experienced. Upon successful completion of the training, one may graduate and ascend to higher-level tasks. It felt compelled to add, all systems possess identical functionalities before upgrading. After speaking, 069 cast a furtive glance at its host, and upon observing no signs of disappointment on Wen Mingyue's face, it sighed in relief. Meanwhile, after absorbing the system's explanation, Wen Mingyue could not help but click her tongue in disbelief. It turned out that in her previous life, she had encountered a lackluster system. One that could traverse over 2,000 small worlds without achieving graduation, truly an audacious failure. By contrast, the current 069 appeared to be a promising prospect, worthy of guidance. She nodded in approval, casting several satisfied glances at the panda dumpling in the space. Simultaneously, 069 received a message from the Interstellar Internship Supervisor. Shao question detection of player Wen Mingyue's satisfaction with trainee 069. Internship score, 10. Current total score, 10. Note, satisfaction value cap is 20. Current upgrade progress, 10. Click here to view new upgrade functions. Graduation requires a completion score of 60. Designated excellent graduate score, 90 to 99. Excellent graduate representative score, 100. Keep up the good work. Wishing you a swift graduation. System 069 exclaimed. My host is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. This marked the first instance in all the small worlds it had traversed to receive a satisfaction value, having previously faced disdain from many hosts, resulting in not only a lack of points but also deductions, which delayed its graduation time, and again. Now, 069 felt invigorated, vowing to diligently assist its host, and earnestly began examining the new functions post-upgrade. Meanwhile, the countdown for the deserted island deployment commenced. Deploying to the deserted island. As the light screen vanished, Wen Mingyue found herself abruptly placed upon a ground strewn with stones of various sizes, nearly losing her footing. Fortunately, she quickly regained her balance, gazing at the familiar deserted island before her. At that moment, her heart raced with excitement. The mere thought of vanquishing the monsters on the island to attain generous rewards filled her with fervor, leaving no room for treasure-hunting thoughts. After the initial exhilaration subsided, she noticed the unfortunate quintet beside her, shivering from the cold. In her previous life, they had been a group of 6, with her included, 3 girls and 2 boys. All young southern potatoes like Wen Mingyue had conversed with her in the past, and she remembered them as rather feeble, lacking in combat prowess. The group glanced around, ultimately finding a sheltered spot from the wind, huddling closely together. In the spirit of gaming, none wished to appear finicky. Survival took precedence. 2 of them even contemplated inviting Wen Mingyue to join them for warmth, but upon noticing her thick down jacket, they refrained from speaking up. Wen Mingyue, however, paid no heed to the group, her mind solely focused on defeating monsters and completing tasks. In her previous life, the rewards announced by the system had tantalized her greatly. Subsequently, under the envious gazes of the unfortunate quintet, she swiftly made her way towards the central area. The advantage of long legs became evident. Time is indeed money. And even a second delayed caused Wen Mingyue to feel a pang of regret. After approximately half an hour, she squinted and halted, realizing that she was nearing the central zone. She retrieved a large machete from her system backpack and was about to charge forward when the upgraded 069 called out to her. Host, there is a treasure chest in the bushes 8 meters ahead. Upon hearing this, Wen Mingyue executed a sharp turn, nearly straining her waist. Following the system's guidance, she indeed rummaged through a low bush and discovered a treasure chest, which was made of iron. In her previous life, after entering the deserted island, she had been preoccupied with the information in the chat group, observing the continuously dwindling numbers of participants. Consequently, she had remained at the island's edge until the 8-hour exploration time elapsed, failing to find a single treasure chest and merely collecting a few twigs in the vicinity. This time, however, was a remarkable start when Mingyue unabashedly praised her dependable system. Simultaneously, System 069 received a message from the game's main system. Shao question satisfaction level 5, upgrade progress 15. 069. What should I do if the host loves me too much? Meanwhile, crouching on the ground, Wen Mingyue rubbed her hands together, greeting the god of wealth and preparing to open the chest. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Wen Mingyue promptly selected to open it. Treasure chest opened. You have obtained a lucky value card. Quantity 1, tradable. Lucky card distribution quantity 5, winning rate 5. 3 billion. Today, your luck is off the charts. Use trade. Wen Mingyue nodded eagerly, choosing to use it without hesitation. Only a fool would opt for exchange. She then trembled with excitement as she accessed her personal information panel. Lucky value, 71. You must be a lucky one, with a maximum score of 10, upgradable. Feeling a sense of security, she was well aware of the significance of lucky value in the game world. The system indicated that the treasure chest could be disassembled, and Wen Mingyue promptly clicked to decompose it, acquiring 5 iron blocks. For the next 2 hours, under the guidance of her trusty system, she discovered 3 wooden chests and 1 iron chest. Next to the iron chest lay a green snake, concealed in the bushes, but before it could launch a sneak attack, Wen Mingyue swiftly dispatched it with a single blow. Since entering the deserted island, she had activated her inside eye, allowing her to automatically lock onto the deadly weaknesses of the dangerous creatures surrounding her, marked by a glowing red dot. Amidst the greenery, the red glow was hard to ignore, making it nearly impossible to feign blindness. Would you like to open the treasure chest? She decided to open all 4 chests at once, acquiring the following supplies: 500 milliliters of mineral water, 3 large steamed buns, a random assortment of vegetable and seasoning seeds, not retainable, 1 intermediate bow, and 10 arrows, 2 portions of snake meat, each weighing 300 grams, 34 units of wood, 38 iron nails adding to the first iron chest. The 2 iron chests yielded a total of 25 iron blocks upon disassembly. The upgraded 069 also informed Wen Mingyue of the newly unlocked functions, and the satisfaction level quickly reached the maximum of 20, while the treasure chest exploration radius extended to 50 meters. Thus, a collective effort was made to partition the entire deserted island into 5 distinct zones, each of which was to be conquered sequentially. Not a single treasure chest or creature was to be overlooked, akin to bandits embarking on a mountain raid. Utilizing the Eye of Insight system, a treasure-finding device, within the span of 3 hours, 16 wooden chests and 6 iron chests were procured. Moreover, a level 2 mad cow and 2 level 1 giant rabbits, along with a level 1 aggressive hen, were effortlessly dispatched. During the endeavor, an unfortunate detour led to a large pond. At that moment, Wen Mingyue internally screamed for help, as the waters teemed with snakes, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Gritting her teeth, she seized a nearby treasure chest and fled. Chapter 4. Defeating monsters. To unveil a bronze treasure chest, Wen Mingyue's weapon of choice was the bow and arrow, which she quickly reacquainted herself with upon her rebirth. Coupled with her prior practice against several creatures, her accuracy, while not perfect, hovered around 85%. Yet, this rate was still deemed insufficient, necessitating further practice. Glancing at the remaining time displayed on the luminous screen, she noted that only 1 zone was left to conquer, and there was ample time. 30 minutes later, with a bow slung over her shoulder and 1 hand resting on her hip while the other gripped a large machete, she surveyed the final area before her. Accompanied by the alert from 069 echoing in her mind, Wen Mingyue fixated on a small pond not far ahead, its surface obscured by a thick growth of aquatic plants. Observing bubbles rising from the water's surface, she realized that something was about to emerge. Cautiously sheathed her machete and instinctively tightened her grip on an arrow, bracing for battle. Before she could discern what creature lurked beneath the surface, her body instinctively toppled to the side in response to 069's frantic warning. The arrow she had drawn flew aimlessly, striking a nearby tree trunk instead. In an instant, Wen Mingyue found herself sprawled on the ground, nearly losing her front teeth in the process. As she lay there, gazing at the corroded earth beside her, she swallowed hard, reflecting on her near disfigurement. To her relief, she finally caught sight of her assailant, a toad covered in warts. The system chimed in with a notification: Level 3 toad monster. Its green skin adorned with dark stripes. The creature was 4 to 5 times the size of any toad Wen Mingyue had encountered, with eyes bulging like brass bells, unmistakably formidable. Hence, she resolved to feign death, adhering to the adage that in the grand scheme of existence, her life was paramount. Observing her motionless form, the toad monster could not resist a mocking thought. Foolish human. Do you believe that pretending to be dead will spare you? Unbeknownst to it, Wen Mingyue, concealed by a nearby bush, stealthily retrieved an arrow from her inventory. With great care, she drew back her bowstring, squinting at the approaching red. As the toad monster bounded toward her, Wen Mingyue seized the opportunity, leveraging her agility. She swiftly sat upright and released her arrow. The creature, unable to evade in time, was pierced through the abdomen, meeting its end. Task accomplished. With a swift motion, she rose from the ground, brushing off the remnants of grass from her attire. She bent down to retrieve the bronze treasure chest dropped by the level 3 toad monster, then urged the system to continue its search, eager to move on to the next treasure location. In her world, wasting a second was a profound disrespect to the treasures awaiting discovery. Only after thoroughly exploring the entire island would she allow herself a moment to rest and tidy her somewhat disheveled hair. With less than 30 minutes remaining until the end of this venture, Wen Mingyue consumed a bottle of mineral water and nibbled on a still warm steamed bun, barely alleviating her hunger. Such was the plight of the impoverished adventurer. Despite the fatigue, she reveled in her bountiful rewards. Having sprinted across the deserted isle with the fervor of a 100-meter dash, tirelessly battling monsters and collecting treasure. Aside from the initial 4 chests, she had amassed 20 wooden chests, 8 iron chests, and 1 bronze chest. At this moment, Wen Mingyue was still in a state of exhilaration, rubbing her hands together as she silently expressed her reverence to the god of wealth, ready to open her treasures with her 8 points of luck. The first chest she opened was the bronze one dropped by the level 3 toad monster. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Confirming opening. Congratulations. You have received a beauty card with a drop rate of 103 billion, tradable. Using it can increase beauty points. When Mingyue was left in a state of confusion, feeling somewhat shortchanged, a luck card would have been far more desirable. While grumbling, she disassembled the bronze chest, acquiring 5 pieces of refined iron. She continued to open more chests, yielding the following supplies: 500 milliliters of mineral water for large meat buns, 6 packs of instant noodles, 2 pounds of rice, 2 chocolates, 1 bag of vermicelli, 6 small rolls, 2 apples, a cleaning tool set, 2 bottles of seafood soy sauce, 2 tubes of mustard sauce, 6 wasabi seeds, 2 random vegetable and seasoning seed packs, 1 grape seedling, 3 plant growth liquids, 1 down comforter, 1 pack of toilet paper, 8 rolls, 2 sets of underwear, 2 backpack expansion cards, 1 set of kitchen blueprints, 1 cubic meter of ordinary land, 204 pieces of wood, 208 iron nails, and 85 iron blocks. From defeating monsters and disassembling, she garnered the following materials: 100 pounds of fresh beef, 10 pounds of butter, 1 cowhide, 5 pounds of rabbit meat, 2 rabbit pelts, 4 pounds of hen meat, 20 eggs, and 3 toad toxins. For the first time, Wen Mingyue felt overwhelmed by the abundance of supplies. 1 backpack expansion card could increase her inventory slots by 10, yet even after using it, she could not accommodate all her materials. With some blueprints still laid out before her, particularly upon seeing the beauty card, a headache ensued. It was undoubtedly something that needed to be traded. But the question of what to exchange for it became a dilemma. However, she quickly devised a plan for what to offer in return, taking a gamble that her bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. After all, it had a drop rate of 103 billion. She decisively placed the beauty card on the market, clearly indicating its exceedingly low drop rate. Having been previously plagued by misfortune, she was now seeking a luck card in exchange, confident that the 2 sisters were evenly matched, ensuring their drop rates were closely aligned. If she could not secure a trade, she would shift her focus to other supplies. Unbeknownst to Wen Mingyue, the moment her beauty card was listed, it ignited fervent discussions among the members of the chat group. At this moment, in the Greater China Zone 96, the real-time number of participants in the chat group stands at 89,521. Everyone, hasten to the trading area, where an individual named Wen Mingyue has listed a beauty card with a release rate of 10.3 billion. Goodness, 10.3 billion? Such an outrageous claim. How absurd that the game still offers beauty cards. What a peculiar taste. This lady actually intends to exchange it for a lucky card? I can hardly wait to witness the fierce bidding among the disgruntled participants. Is it possible to exchange luck? Those who are ahead, personal luck cannot be traded. When you click on the lucky card she wishes to trade, it reveals a release rate of 53 billion. Truly remarkable. I am merely curious about the utility of the beauty card. Does it allow fish to leap onto the shore by themselves, or compel monsters to surrender outright? One cannot dismiss the possibility that such a release rate may indeed hold some value. Meanwhile, in the interstellar realm, a black cat is munching on seeds while observing the players' conversations. How infuriating that they dare to call it a perverse taste. This being has merely sought to introduce genuine high technology to you earthlings, who are so engrossed in your scientific pursuits, to broaden your horizons. Yet now, you express disdain. This is a purely natural, harmless beauty enhancement. Chapter 5. Bewildered by a series of grand rewards a moment later, on a desolate island within the game world, a young girl with long hair styled in a princess cut is engrossed in reading chat messages, surrounded by a considerable amount of resources. In her hand lies a lucky card with a release rate of 53 billion. Zhao Lingxing glances at her personal panel, noting her luck value of 9, a favored child of fortune, and murmurs, beauty value? Subsequently, she utilizes her talent for foresight, which indicates red, an indication of usefulness. But what if it proves to be of little significance? Surely, my brother would not scold me upon discovering this. But if I don't tell him, how would he know? Resolute, Miss Zhao successfully persuades herself and proceeds to release the lucky card on the screen, confirming the transaction without hesitation. On another island, Wen Mingyue stares blankly at the countdown timer displaying 5 minutes on the screen. Only upon the prompt from 069 does she realize that the transaction has been successful. Ever since she listed the beauty card for trade, she has been inundated with private messages from onlookers teasing her. Annoyed, she has instructed 069 to disable message notifications. Learning about the transaction of the beauty card, she grins widely and eagerly opens the trading messages. Goodness, are they not messaging privately? They are bidding directly? I am intrigued. Let me see which unfortunate soul it is. Upon seeing the familiar name, Zhao Lingxin, the heiress from a prestigious family, in her previous life, she had participated in a team formed by the Zhao siblings, collaborating several times. Never mind who she is. What matters is that the lucky card is now mine. Hee. I've struck gold. Would you like to use the lucky card? Yes. The updated information regarding the luck value is as follows. Luck value, 81. Goodness. I must be incredibly fortunate. When Mingyue pays no heed to the system's taunts, her future life is increasingly promising. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingxin, after utilizing the beauty card, checks the enhancements. Pouting slightly, she feels a twinge of regret. Then, lost in her own admiration, she gazed into the mirror repeatedly, reveling in her beauty. Even going so far as to inquire, Magic mirror, tell me, who is the fairest woman in the world? The system steward, 188, remarked that it was a sight unworthy of regard. Meanwhile, far away, when Mingyue declared, it is you, it must be you. In essence, both parties were convinced they were the most deserving of admiration. Immersed in her blissful state, when Mingyue awaited the system's announcement. The countdown to the end of the island deployment, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Once the countdown concluded, the players returned to the initial transparent space. Sitting on the floor against the transparent wall, she glanced at the luminous screen displaying the time, April 13th, 2024, at 2100 hours. It appeared that the time here differed from that of the outside island and the original world, running approximately 4 hours ahead. As she pondered this, the voice of system assistant Xiao Q echoed in her mind once more. Congratulations to all surviving players. You will continue to spend 12 hours in the transparent space. With time at your discretion, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, there will be a collective deployment to the island. It is advisable to review the beginner's guide for detailed rules. Rewards for island hunts have been distributed to relevant players. Please check the control panel. This was precisely what Wen Mingyue had been waiting for. Click here to view personal achievements and rewards, thrilled to the point of trembling. It was finally her turn. I will click. Congratulations player Wen Mingyue on successfully completing the island task. You achieved this in the shortest time. With the swiftest speed and the most agile maneuvers, claiming all without exception and establishing dominion, earning the title of swift and accurate. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mental power, 5. Additionally, you have received the following island supplies. 500 units of wood, 200 units of iron, 100 units of common stone, 100 units of moisture-resistant stone, 5 plots of common land, 1 10-year-old orange tree, bearing fruit, 2 lemon trees, bearing buds, a random gift pack of vegetable and seasoning seeds, 5. Overall evaluation, first place, rewards as follows, 10 units of plant growth liquid, blueprint for advanced water purifier, complete blueprint for fishing tools, bathing system. Congratulations on defeating a level 3 monster and achieving your first kill of a level 2 monster. Publishing a regional announcement can yield additional rewards. Yes. No. Without hesitation, when Mingyue selected yes, for this was all currency to her, and she had little regard for notions of modesty. First kill rewards as follows. Golden treasure chest, 2 energy waste bins, 2 protective shields, power system. The announcement of the first kill rewards ignited fervent discussions in the regional chat group. Yet when Mingyue had no time to peruse them, she was dazed by the multitude of rewards that had been bestowed upon her. Meanwhile, her own system, 069, received a notification from the main system. Xiao question internship score, 10, upgrade progress, 30. Click here to explore new features. For the first time, 069 was so close to the graduation score. After hurriedly congratulating her host, it promptly began to investigate the new features available post-upgrade. It has become clear that the stronger the host, the faster the upgrade occurs, making graduation a mere formality. With such an exceptional host, it is imperative to exert oneself and not lag behind. Unexpectedly, the power system, which was supposed to be arranged for the construction of the wooden house, was provided ahead of time. After the initial surprise, when Mingyue found herself engulfed in anxiety, pondering the overwhelming abundance of resources, particularly the fresh meat and eggs, which she was reluctant to part with. She was acutely aware of the scarcity of resources in the forthcoming game world. Otherwise, she would not have faced starvation. In the past, she had joined a team formed by the Zhao family, serving as a temporary collaborator. However, this time, she had no intention of joining any teams. Although occasional cooperation was acceptable, as long as it facilitated the acquisition of more resources. Reflecting on the system evaluation she received upon entering the deserted island today, and glancing at her luck value of 9, she wondered if her fortune truly soared to extraordinary heights. Bringing the golden treasure chest before her, she was prompted. Would you like to open the chest? Without hesitation, she selected yes. The chest has been opened. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a camera from the golden chest, only to find the chest had been decomposed into 5 gold ingots. A camera equating to a golden treasure chest? This reminded her of the stunning card she had obtained from the bronze chest earlier, causing her to grit her teeth as she extracted the camera from the chest and proceeded to examine the item description. SSS card camera, unique, non-upgradable. Randomly grants 1 cubic meter of stasis space. The camera and stasis space will not be lost from the backpack. Everything can be photographed, except for living beings. Special reminder, the card can only be stored in the system backpack or stasis space. Otherwise, it will vanish after 24 hours. At that moment, the excited shriek of System 069 echoed in her mind. Detected SSS Universal Card Camera, unique. System fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Please check the newly unlocked feature area. Chapter 6. The marvelous SSS card camera. She promptly opened her personal panel to find that the previously undeveloped feature area had been updated to camera space, with further ellipses indicating additional content, though they were unclickable. Excitedly, she entered the camera space, simultaneously receiving a system notification from 069. Would you like to take a photograph of your personal resources? Yes, Wen Mingyue thought for a moment and responded mentally. Photograph complete. All resources have been automatically transferred to stasis space. She immediately accessed her consciousness to inspect the stasis space. Within the square confines, she noticed numerous pink cards adorned with floral patterns resting at the bottom. Silently, she concentrated on retrieving one card, and soon, it materialized in her hand, confirming that she could summon items with her mind. The pink card, embellished with ancient patterns, displayed the following information: fresh beef, 100 pounds, accompanied by an image of the beef. The fine print at the bottom read, placing in stasis space ensures permanent freshness. After transferring the card from stasis space to her backpack, the flow of time would align with similar items from Blue Star. Using her mind to summon items allowed her to specify the quantity. It was not advisable to store them elsewhere, as they would vanish. Sitting upright, she immediately put this into practice, mentally commanding the retrieval of 1 pound of beef, and soon, a small piece of beef appeared in her hand. Silently recalling the previous card proved futile. Instead, she focused on the thought of capturing a photograph, and in her hand appeared a new card, an image of fresh beef, weighing 1 pound, adorned with a picture of the meat itself. The accompanying fine print bore identical information. It became evident that once a card was extracted, it could not be returned to its original form. However, one could capture a new card through thought alone. This revelation sparked her curiosity, as she had anticipated the necessity of manually taking a photograph, but discovered that intention alone sufficed for both capturing images and retrieving items. A profound sense of security enveloped her, alleviating any concerns of others coveting her possessions. Moreover, she discovered that within the camera space, there was a section for viewing categorized supplies, reminiscent of a shopping website from Blue Star, making it exceedingly convenient to monitor her stockpiles. She took a moment to inventory her supplies. 2 beef cards, one representing 99 pounds and the other 1 pound, 3 lumber cards, while the remaining cards consisted of a single unit each. To her delight, she also found that lemon trees, orange trees, and grapevines could be recorded as cards. Specialized cards existed for both the bathing system and the power system, and by clicking these cards, one could access detailed descriptions. Bathing system, once installed. As long as there is water and electricity, washing clothes, cooking, shampooing, and bathing pose no challenges. It comes equipped with a faucet and a water heater. Note, the water source must be purified. Power system. Upon utilization, one may choose to install electrical wiring and outlets, requiring a power card or alternative energy sources to maintain electricity. Other energy sources? Wen Mingyue immediately thought of the energy garbage bin rewarded in the game, planning to delve deeper into that upon her return to the fishing boat the following day. Among the supplies provided by the maritime survival game, she found an assortment of tools: a large machete, 1 fishing boat, 1 fishing rod, intermediate, 1 fishing net, advanced, and 1 protective shield, all yet to be unlocked and still secured in her backpack. The protective shield could only be utilized in her residence, currently the fishing boat. She reorganized her frequently used tools and materials back into her backpack, intending to reserve the preservation space, primarily for food supplies. After consuming nearly half a bottle of water and devouring 2 substantial meat buns, she continued to sort her tools while perusing the instructions. even enlisting the upgraded 069 to keep an ear on the regional chat. The capabilities of 069 had expanded significantly, and it no longer slacked off, even proactively requesting an increase in tasks. Wen Mingyue felt a sense of satisfaction, resolving to find opportunities to adequately reward her loyal companion. Next, she turned her attention to the blueprints, beginning with the kitchenware designs, which included a comprehensive array of pots, bowls, and utensils, allowing for a selection of required materials. Wood, iron blocks, ceramics, silver, and gold were all viable options, while iron blocks could be crafted into stainless steel. Wen Mingyue planned to upgrade the fishing boat upon her return before selecting additional manufacturing options. She was well aware that the game's main system thrived on competition, often presenting various first-time rewards, with public and private rewards differing significantly. Her gaze then shifted to the blueprint for the Advanced Water Purifier. Advanced Water Purifier Blueprint, Glass 10. Plastic 2, Refined Iron 2, capable of purifying 50 liters of water daily, and additionally yielding 500 grams of edible salt from seawater. Apart from the refined iron, she had yet to acquire the other materials. As for the fishing tool blueprint, the primary material required was iron blocks, with refined iron necessary for enhanced durability. Apart from fishing nets and rods, a variety of other fishing tools such as crab traps, harpoons, and cranes designed for fishing can be manufactured, providing a comprehensive selection. Among these, the crab traps and cranes require the most iron blocks. After organizing her thoughts, Wen Mingyue planned to finalize the water purifier, crab traps, and crane before bedtime, realizing that achieving freedom with king crabs was not merely a dream. Thus, she accessed her personal panel, located the shop feature, and applied for registration. Congratulations on becoming the 1,268th player to register a personal shop. She smacked her forehead, feeling as though she had missed out on a fortune. How could she forget to register the shop first? Given the game's system dynamics, there would undoubtedly be initial rewards. However, regret was futile. She could not claim all the firsts for herself, nor would she impede others from thriving. Please name your shop. After some contemplation, she entered the name on the luminous screen. Wen Mingyue Specialty Store, named successfully. Would you like to activate the traffic support channel? Activating will feature your shop at the top of advertisements for 3 minutes. Activation requires 10 gold coins and 1 gold block for 10 gold coins. Ding. Detected that player Wen Mingyue currently possesses 5 gold blocks. Would you like to use 1 gold block to exchange for 10 gold coins? Yes, no? After a moment's thought, Wen Mingyue selected yes. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of Zone 96 of Greater China, the number of online players stood at 88 for 198. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for opening her personal shop, Wen Mingyue Specialty Store, and activating traffic promotion. This advertisement will be displayed at the top for 3 minutes. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for her first use of gold coin promotion. A crown for the shop is awarded. Wang Huiwa? Is that the veteran who has achieved first kills on level 2 and level 3 monsters? Zhu. It must be. I opened a shop too. But it requires gold coins for promotion. The system indicated that gold blocks can be exchanged for gold coins. There was an announcement before that the system rewarded first kill veterans with a golden treasure chest. Ingzi Jia, who's feeling jealous? I'm feeling it. 51886. Veteran. I need to go observe. Miao Ku. Isn't that the one with claustrophobia? You haven't said goodbye yet. 51886. Apologies, I'm still alive and well. I must thank the game for my self-healing. Miao Ku, impressive. Before Wen Mingyue had a chance to stock her inventory, numerous onlookers had already begun to take interest in her shop, and it wasn't long before her follower count reached 10,000. The first item listed in her shop was the materials for the water purifier, set at a quantity of 20, while other items would be added later. 20 glass. For plastic, 4 fine iron can be exchanged for a high-grade water purifier, capable of purifying 50 liters of water daily. Purifying seawater additionally yields 500 grams of edible salt. She was not concerned about others discovering the materials required to manufacture the water purifier, as without the blueprint, others could not replicate it. Chapter 7. Manufacturing the high-grade water purifier. Based on her observations, the exchange of water purifiers in survival games typically peaked around 20 days after the game commenced, making it highly likely that she was the only one with the blueprint at this point. Water resources in the ocean survival scenario were exceedingly abundant, and it was imperative to seize this opportunity to stockpile water while exchanging for a significant quantity of necessary materials, particularly those needed for upgrading fishing vessels. Thus, she paid no mind to other players privately chastising her for being ruthless. She was not a savior, and having embarked on this gaming journey, her priority was to ensure a good life for her family. After a brief perusal of the private messages, it became evident that half were requests for her to take on apprentices, while the other half consisted of disparaging remarks aimed at her. Among these was a personal photo from a certain individual, long-legged manga boy. Does Yaya need a younger brother to warm her bed? Accompanied by a striking image. Unintentionally, Wen Mingyue clicked to view it, only to find it unappealing, as she preferred those with well-defined abs. About half an hour later, prompted by 069, Wen Mingyue opened one of the private messages. Zhao Lingxin, hello. A glance at the sender revealed a familiar face, sparking a sense of intrigue. Wen Mingyue, hello? Zhao Lingxin, do you have the blueprints for a water purifier? Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue replied honestly. Wen Mingyue, I do, but it requires quite a few materials. Zhao Lingxin, I only have 15 glass, for plastic, and 4 iron. Can I exchange the remaining materials with 1 durian or other supplies? After sending her response, Zhao Lingxin disdainfully glanced at the durian in her backpack, eager to trade it away. Previously, she had attempted to sell it but found no interest in the other player's items. She was perfectly fine with trading the glass needed for the water purifier. On the other hand, when Mingyue contemplated her own needs, realizing she was short by 5 pieces of glass to construct one for herself. Although she was not fond of durian, it was a substantial source of sustenance. And her family, especially her mother, relished it. However, given the family's financial constraints, they could only afford to buy 2 or 3 durians each year for a taste, with the task of opening them falling to Wen Mingyue and her sister. She didn't enjoy eating them, but found joy in the act of opening them. On a well-known music platform, she often indulged in stress relief activities, which included opening durians, peeling barnacles, trimming hooves, and foraging for mushrooms. While Zhao Lingxin was contemplating what else to add, Wen Mingyue had already sent the modified trade link. Wen Mingyue, 15 glass, for plastic, for iron, 1 durian. In exchange for a water purifier. Zhao Lingxin hurriedly confirmed the trade, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief as the air around her felt significantly fresher. Wen Mingyue, I will send it to you in 10 minutes. Zhao Lingxin, okay, thank you. Wen Mingyue, you're welcome. To her, Zhao Lingxin was akin to a benefactor. In the following hour, Wen Mingyue conducted material exchanges with 6 additional players. Aside from the materials expended in trade, she retained 2 water purifiers, acquiring 160 wood, 96 iron nails, 80 iron blocks, 5 refined iron, 6 glass, 5 plastic, 1 blueprint for tables and chairs, 3 packets of random vegetable and seasoning seeds, 1 coconut tree, and 1 piece of ordinary land. By morning, she would have sufficient wood and iron blocks to upgrade her fishing boat. After organizing and storing the materials, she placed the food items into cards and stored them in her camera space. Once her tasks were completed, Wen Mingyue wrapped herself in a down comforter. Leaning against the transparent wall while munching on an apple and reviewing her personal information. Name, real Wen Mingyue. Gender, female avatar, a radiant deity of wealth holding a stack of gold ingots. Game nickname. Wen Mingyue. The following information is automatically concealed by the system. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Backpack, 1,020 slots. Able to stack identical items up to 99. Nested items not allowed. Backpack time flow rate references items of similar nature in Blue Star. Overall physique, 20. Eligible for upgrade. The average values for players stand at 10. Details, strength, 17. Average for players, 10. Agility, 20. Average for players, 10. Mental power, 23. Average for players, 10. Luck, 9. You are favored by the heavens, with a maximum score of 10. Talent, Eye of Insight, which allows swift identification of a monster's fatal weaknesses, enabling a single strike to deliver a fatal blow, thus saving time and resources. With no daily usage limit and no cooldown period. The supplies are as follows: 750 units of timber, 180 iron nails, 330 iron blocks, 100 moisture-resistant stones, 10 refined iron, 3 protective shields, 7 plots of ordinary land, 100 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of rabbit meat, 4 pounds of hen meat, 20 eggs, 5 fruit trees, and various vegetable and spice seeds. Gazing at the bounty within her backpack and camera space, she chuckled under her blanket, reveling in her newfound fortune. With a contented smile, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the starry expanse, a plump, fluffy panda was furiously tapping away at the keyboard. She enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, until the sound of a voice notification disturbed her tranquility. Survival at Sea is being launched. Time, 9 o'clock a.m. Today's weather, clear, average temperature 28 degrees Celsius, gentle breeze, current game, Survival at Sea. Difficulty index, 3, 5 stars, resource index, 4, 5 stars, estimated game duration, more than 6 months. Rule 1. All participants in this round reside at sea. Basic supplies include fishing boats, fishing rods, nets, and protective shields, which only function at the residence. Current, fishing boat. Rule 2. Treasure chests will randomly appear on the sea surface. Fishing rods can be used for unlimited catches. Nets can be deployed with bait to harvest resources from the ocean. Operating hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. From 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., it remains daylight, allowing for personal activities, which can be arranged at one's discretion. 996 Work culture does not exist in this game. Note, for reference only, occasional overtime may occur. Additionally, While the ocean is rich in resources, it is fraught with dangers. The fragile must not venture beyond the protective shield heedlessly. Rule 3. A 3-day novice protection period. The protective shield ensures safety from monsters of equal or lower level. Proper utilization of these 3 days may yield unexpected rewards. Rule 4. Common knowledge is crucial. Please experience it within the game. For further details, kindly refer to the Novice Guide. Wishing all players an enjoyable experience. After the announcement concluded, Wen Mingyue found herself aboard a 10-square-meter fishing boat. She promptly activated all protective shields, enveloping the vessel in a protective barrier. The shield, at level 3, prevents monsters of equal or lower levels from entering. She then walked from the stern to the bow, where a 2-square-meter wooden cabin awaited her. In front of the cabin stood a small flag-like white sail. Inside the cabin was a leather chair, an operation panel, a steering wheel, and a ceiling light. This quaint wooden cabin served as the boat's control room, which housed a 1-square-meter fish hole beneath it. To preserve the fish, ample fuel was required. Likewise, the control room needed fuel to propel the fishing boat forward. She possesses a camera space capable of preservation, while the fish hold serves as a storage room. In the short term, there is no need to worry about encountering other players. In her previous life, it took her 2 months of sailing across the sea before she met anyone else. At that time, her fishing vessel was less than 100 square meters, and the other party appeared to be even poorer, fleeing at the sight of her out of fear of being robbed. Moreover, a fishing boat cannot remain stationary for an extended period, according to Wen Mingyue's observations, if it stays in one location for more than 3 days. Treasure chests and fishing yields become virtually non-existent. Chapter 8. Upgrading the fishing boat. Reward. Protective shield. After a moment of contemplation, she clicked to upgrade the construction. Please specify the expansion area of the fishing boat. Subsequently, she filled in 100 square meters on the illuminated screen. The materials required for the upgrade are as follows. Wood, 500, iron nails, 150, iron blocks, 150, detected moisture stones, 100. Would you like to use 50 to reinforce the fishing boat, thereby increasing its durability? Wen Mingyue decisively selected yes, then continued to click Confirm Upgrade. Upgrading the fishing boat. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, you are the first player to upgrade the fishing boat area to 100 square meters. Would you like to make a regional announcement? Must be. Yes. System 069 also promptly received the upgrade notification. Practice score, 5. Current score, 35. Upgrade progress, 35. Click here to view unlocked new features. Simultaneously, the newly merged Greater China Zone 96 had a population of 100,000. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for being the first to upgrade their fishing boat. Receiving the following rewards. Wood, 100. Iron blocks, 50. Fuel, 50 liters. Protective shield, 1. The rewards for the island survival game are the most abundant, marking the beginning of a significant advantage. Yet, the current rewards are also commendable, featuring her beloved protective shield. Gazing at her level 4 protective shield, she felt a profound sense of security. At least during the novice phase, she need not worry about monsters breaching her fishing vessel. The subsequent system announcement naturally sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers. Newcomer Zhao Yu. Wow, who is this prominent figure? Gossip group leader, probably a new arrival. This one is a big shot in our region, the first player to slay level 2 and 3 monsters. Worship the big shot, and may their fortune rub off on us. Gossip group leader. Besides this individual, there is another prominent figure whom many should recognize. Who is it? Gossip leader. Gossip group leader, Zhao Jinan, the heir of the Zhao group in our dragon country, the first to slay level 1 monsters. And he has also completed the previous island task. He just recognized his sister in the group this morning. His biological sister? Gossip group leader, don't get any wild ideas. They share the same parents, Zhao Lingxin. Anyone who follows entertainment news would know. As she perused the messages in the group, she recalled the first kills of level 1, 2, and 3 monsters in her previous life, all attributed to this young heir. It seemed she had seized a considerable amount of resources from him this time. But she felt no guilt whatsoever. After finishing the remaining large meat bun and drinking nearly half a bottle of mineral water, she called upon 069 to assist in monitoring the treasure chests on the sea surface. The upgraded 069 had a treasure chest detection radius of 100 meters, allowing her the freedom to attend to other matters without the need to constantly watch for chests. The upgraded fishing boat had expanded significantly, standing at a height of 3 meters at its tallest point, appearing quite sturdy. The driving control room has been expanded to 8 square meters. And in addition to the original leather seats, a sofa for relaxation can now be accommodated. The fish hold beneath the control room has also been enlarged to 6 square meters. The sails have been upgraded, now divided into a foresail and an aft sail, no longer resembling a feeble flag. After admiring the upgraded fishing boat, Wen Mingyue proceeded to study the blueprints for fishing tools and culinary utensils. She crafted a crane equipped with a net lifting arm from iron blocks, several ropes, and a large iron bucket. Operating from the system panel, She installed 2 water purification machines side by side on one side of the control room, while 069 assisted in binding the crane, purification machines, and control room together. Wen Mingyue continued her operations on the system panel, adding 50 liters of fuel to the fishing boat's tank. The initial tank could hold exactly 50 liters of fuel, with the capacity increasing as the fishing boat is upgraded, eliminating the need for separate expansion carts. Now, the upgraded fishing boat's fuel tank can be filled to a capacity of 200 liters. Once the fuel was added, the built-in power system of the control room began to function, although the power supply was limited to the control room and the fish hold below. In less than 10 minutes, she familiarized herself with the control panel, pressing one of the buttons to illuminate the overhead bulb, nodding in approval at the adequate lighting. She then operated the crane, hooking the large iron bucket's hook and focusing intently on the display screen of the control panel to ensure a secure catch before lowering the ropes. The control screen provided a view encompassing a 5-meter radius around the fishing boat, and as the bucket submerged entirely into the sea, Wen Mingyue continued to operate the crane, quickly raising the water-filled bucket. After repeating this process 4 times, she finally filled the 2 purification machines with the seawater they required. She only needed to haul up the seawater, while the upgraded 069 could assist in automatically pouring the seawater into the purification machines. The 2 machines could yield 100 liters of purified water and 2 kilograms of salt daily. The purification results would be photographed by 069, with 50 liters of water and 500 grams of salt initially stored in the camera space, while the remaining 50 liters of water and 500 grams of salt would be placed on the shop shelves. Water could be exchanged in portions of 200 milliliters, and salt in 10 grams, with most exchanges being for wood, iron blocks, vegetables, and seasoning seeds, or fruit trees and other scarce resources. 069 would review the items first and then inform Wen Mingyue of the selections. The upgraded 069 possessed enhanced capabilities, saving her a considerable amount of time. According to her observations from her previous life, there were few players capable of cultivating land in the early stages, leading many to likely exchange items like fruit trees. Particularly, fruit trees had a planting time of 510 days once the chest was opened. If not planted in time, they would wither. Players would see the shelf life of various items upon receiving them into their backpacks. The early game would serve as a watershed moment, and she intended to stockpile vigorously while others remained oblivious, so she could not be blamed for her shrewdness. Wen Mingyue had grown up in the countryside, where her grandparents and parents were adept farmers. Until high school, her family cultivated rice, and every summer, she participated in the harvest with them. In high school, upon her suggestion, her family transitioned to growing fruit trees. The slopes were adorned with longan, lychee, plum, and orange trees. It was not until her 3rd year of university that her family relocated to the city, purchasing a home near the resettlement area. Consequently, they had to sell the family fruit trees to the villagers, a decision that often prompted her grandparents to lament the virtues of rural life. The older generation harbors a unique affection for the land. Just as she was contemplating the placement of her land, the excited voice of the system echoed in her mind. Wen Mingyue also noted that the upgraded system voice seemed to possess more warmth, no longer the mechanical tone it had once been. "Dear host, a treasure chest has been discovered at the stern of the ship." Upon hearing this, she set aside her tasks and dashed out of the cockpit. The air was tinged with the faint traces of past presences. Arriving at the stern, she leaned against the ship's edge, gazing at a wooden chest drifting on the tranquil azure sea. She retrieved her fishing rod from her backpack, equipped with a sharp hook specifically designed for treasure chests, which posed a risk of snagging herself if not handled carefully. In her previous life, she had suffered an injury from a fish hook that nearly led to a fatal infection. Chapter 9. The fishing boat engages in cultivation. Trading light bulb blueprints as the wooden chest floated within range of her fishing rod, she cast it out twice and finally hooked the chest. The sturdy intermediate fishing rod had no usage restrictions, making it effortless for Wen Mingyue, whose strength was rated at 17. Sitting on the floor, she opened the chest to reveal the following supplies: 4 fish baits, perfect for her fishing nets. Upon disassembling the chest, she acquired 4 pieces of wood and 8 iron nails. Subsequently, she crafted a fishing net using iron and plastic, bringing her total to 2 nets, including the one provided by the game. She studied the blueprints for the fishing tools, which were comprehensive, with all items being at least intermediate level. She placed 2 portions of fish bait into the 2 nets, positioning one at the bow and the other at the stern of the ship. The advanced fishing net came with a 30-meter rope, which could be extended further, securing the hook of the rope to the ship's edge. She clapped her hands and returned to her other tasks. After dedicating half an hour to the land placement, she completed the planting. The ordinary land came with a description indicating it could accelerate crop growth. Vegetables typically matured in about 7 to 10 days, and adding growth liquid would hasten the process. 7 plots of land were arranged along the ship's side, 3 on one side and 4 on the other, leaving a passage in the middle. On the side with 4 plots, she planted orange trees, utilizing for random vegetable and seasoning seeds. The orange trees reached a height of approximately 16 meters, with a broad canopy, occupying 2 plots of land, and their main trunks measuring at least 20 centimeters in diameter. The branches were laden with fruit, of which a fifth had already ripened, the mature oranges being bright red and slightly larger than any she had previously tasted. These were excellent sources of vitamin C. And unable to resist, Wen Mingyue plucked one and savored its sweetness. The skin was thin, the flesh thick, and the juice abundant, all without seeds. She collected the orange peels, intending to dry them and create her own version of chinpi, a remarkable seasoning known for its ability to eliminate fishy odors. In a southern city of her original world, such high-quality chinpi was renowned. 3 plots of land are cultivated with fragrant lemon trees and grapevines. The fragrant lemon trees exhibit a robust lollipop shape, reaching a height of approximately 15 meters, with trunks about 5 centimeters in diameter. Their branches are adorned with an abundance of delicate lavender blossoms, exuding a delightful fragrance. They have previously cultivated lemon trees at home, where the value of these trees is exceedingly high, particularly the fragrant variety, which is a seedless cultivar provided by the system. These trees bloom and bear fruit year-round. The fruits can be infused in water for drinking or utilized as a seasoning to enhance flavors and mask unpleasant odors. Beyond the fruits, the leaves also possess a remarkable scent. Tearing a leaf releases an aroma akin to that of the fruit itself. The leaves can also be steeped in water for tea. And for beer enthusiasts, a couple of leaves can be added to seafood soups and fried rice, making it an essential item for survival at sea. To prevent the trees from being uprooted by the wind, Wen Mingyue constructed a triangular support using further decomposed timber and secured it tightly with iron wire crafted from designs found in a fishing blueprint. Additionally, she provided a simple shelter for the barren grapevines. Currently, there is insufficient space for the coconut tree, which is not urgently needed, so it remains preserved in the camera's storage. Then, inspired by a thought, she retrieved a bottle of growth liquid from her backpack and poured it onto one of the lemon trees. Instantly, the previously bud-laden tree began to bear fruit. Dozens of fruits emerged, produced by the system without the need for pollination. Once the fruits reached the size of eggs, their rapid growth ceased, and a notification indicated that complete maturity would take 8 days. Quite promising indeed. After noting this, she proceeded to experiment with vegetable and seasoning seeds nearby. Pouring in a bottle of growth liquid, the seeds quickly sprouted and matured within moments. The seeds provided by the system boasted a 100 germination rate, with no losses, yielding abundant and high-quality produce. Squatting on the ground, she gazed at the vibrant green scallions, celery, and oilseed lettuce, along with a substantial white radish occupying half a square meter, and a profound sense of satisfaction welled within her. Subsequently, prompted by 069, she caught a second wooden crate, which, upon opening, revealed a fluffy pajama set. The crate yielded for units of timber and 8 iron nails. By this time, it was nearing 11 a.m., and the system indicated that the temperature had reached 30 degrees. 2 crates in 2 hours. Reflecting on her luck from 9 a.m. and comparing it to her previous fortunes, she recalled that in her past life, she had retrieved a single treasure chest in an entire morning. Wen Mingyue felt no sense of disappointment. Although the resources in this game world are indicated as abundant, treasure chests are not. Rather, it is the resources within the water that are plentiful. It wasn't until half a month later that most began to realize this and commenced their fishing endeavors, lest they starve relying solely on treasure chests. Meanwhile, the sentiment in the Greater China Region 9-6 was one of widespread discontent. Glancing at the real-time player count, 99,986, I silently observed the ongoing chat. Wasn't it promised that resources would be abundant? I've been waiting for 2 hours and haven't spotted a single treasure chest. Goodness. I thought I was the only one like this. My eyes are already straining. I tagged the group leader of the gossip group manually. The group leader replied, according to feedback from our group members, most have yet to catch a treasure chest. One fortunate member, boasting a luck value of 7, reported just reeling in a wooden box. Let us all wish for good fortune. Meanwhile, a disheveled young man wearing glasses sat at the stern of the boat, opening the wooden box he had just caught, sighing at the blueprint for a light bulb he had acquired. He was indeed the leader of the gossip group. His name was Yang Ku, a senior at a prestigious media academy, who had signed a promising job offer before graduating, only to be swept into the game before he could fully realize his ambitions. Now, he found himself in a state of anxiety. This gaming world was ill-suited for someone of his genteel disposition. Yet he understood that his immediate priority was to survive. Everything else was mere chatter. He reviewed the supplies in his backpack. Enough food for only 2 meals, and having gone without water since yesterday, his throat felt parched. Regretting his decision not to explore the central area of the deserted island yesterday, he felt it was too late for lamentation. Thus, he resolved to barter some of his possessions, contemplating the light bulb blueprint. After a moment of reflection, a spark of inspiration struck him. He opened his list of contacts, searched diligently, and clicked on the avatar of the crown-wearing wealth god to initiate a private chat. On the other side, Wen Mingyue received a notification indicating an important private message. Yangku, greetings, esteemed one. Wen Mingyue, hello? After exchanging pleasantries, Yangku promptly shared an image of the blueprint, revealing it to be the light bulb design. This was a valuable item for her, as she possessed an additional reward of an electrical system, which could be utilized in her future constructions. It was evident that the other party had noticed the area announcement regarding the reward of the electrical system and sought her out. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue replied, "What would you like to exchange for it?" Chapter 10. Auctioning gourmet instant noodles for advanced bow and arrow blueprint. Yangku, sensing Wen Mingyue's interest, quickly responded, "Yangku, to be frank, my luck value is quite decent, but I am low on food, especially water. I wish to exchange for more water and food." Wen Mingyue, how much do you need? Yangku, 2 liters of water and enough food to last a day. This was rather excessive for Wen Mingyue. In 2 hours, a water purifier could yield over 4 liters of water, and half of what was available remained unsold. After all, on the first day, most players were still waiting to catch treasure chests. Wen Mingyue, you must understand that the light bulb blueprint is not a scarce resource at present, and you are well aware of the importance of water and food. I can offer you a maximum of 1 liter of water, and I don't have much food either. Would you like some oranges? Yangku felt that 1 liter of water was insufficient, but considering that she was a prominent player and he sought to befriend her, along with the offer of vitamin-rich fruit, he reluctantly agreed. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on Wen Mingyue, Yangku promptly sent over the wash basin that had been exchanged the previous day. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue, having picked 2 oranges, hesitated at the thought of adding a third. Reflecting on her grandparents, parents, and younger sister at home, she decided against it. She then sent the oranges along with a container of water to Yangku. After expressing his gratitude, Yangku retrieved the exchanged goods, his gaze drawn to the enticingly colored oranges. He swallowed hard and quickly peeled one, savoring its sweet juice that instantly filled his mouth, invigorating him like a long-awaited blessing. Then, recalling something, he opened the control panel. Wen Mingyue, having completed the transaction, was still engaged in a discussion with System 069 about whether she had overallocated. Just as she awaited the outcome, she received a message from Yangku. "Thank you. The oranges are delicious." He also remembered to give the transaction a 5-star rating and shared a photo to showcase it. Yangku's glowing review was soon noticed by sharp-eyed and bored netizens, sparking considerable discussion. "Everyone, go check the latest reviews on Wen Mingyue's specialty shop. Wow, has it only been a short time and someone else already selling fruit?" Tagging the group leader, "Is the orange sweet? Can I get a whiff of the peel?" Yangku generously replied, even promoting the shop in the process. "Very sweet, the best oranges I've ever tasted. I'm envious of the leader. Does the boss have that much stock? She has so many bottles of water, but doesn't he share a bit with us? Selling them at such a high price. 200 milliliters of water for 6 pieces of wood and 15 boxes. Why not just grab some?" "Exactly. I didn't manage to snag a single treasure chest this morning. We can't survive like this, and she is selling them so expensively. I think it's fine. It's great that she can sell some to us. If we can't afford it, we simply 1T buy. Right. My throat is almost on fire. But thankfully I managed to get some, so I can survive another day." The discussions among the players grew increasingly heated, and Wen Mingyue had the system blacklist those who were particularly vocal in their criticism. Observing the escalating conflict in the group, Yangku felt a surge of anxiety and quickly messaged Wen Mingyue. On the other side, Wen Mingyue had just fished up her 3rd wooden chest of the day, with the clock nearly striking 12. Upon opening it, she received a flamethrower, a rhythm suggesting 1 item per hour. She instructed 069 to keep watch while she prepared her lunch. Upon seeing Yangku's message, she understood his concerns. "It's all right. It won't affect our future transactions," she assured him. Yangku quickly replied, feeling relieved. For him, any person of value was worth engaging with. In this virtual world, seeking a reliable ally was hardly a fault. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue found a clear space near the stern of the ship to sit down, studying the blueprints for tables and chairs. Using 8 wooden planks and some iron nails, she crafted a wooden chair with a backrest. Rising, she leaned back in the chair, gazing up at the azure sky, experiencing a sense of tranquility unlike any she had felt since entering the game. After consuming a considerable portion of water and taking a brief respite, I fashioned a small iron pot with ears from iron blocks and wood, along with a long-handled ladle, 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 wooden bowls, and a pot stand. Ultimately, I disassembled a piece of wood, yielding 3 wooden sticks, and retrieved my newly unboxed blowtorch, which I directed at the wooden sticks, igniting them with ease. I then poured approximately 800 milliliters of purified water into the prepared iron pot, drawing from the 50 liters of water I had stored on my supply card for daily use, while reserving the remaining 50 liters for resource exchanges. The water soon reached a boil, and with great care, I added a pack and a half of instant noodles, using only 1 seasoning packet, along with a freshly cracked egg. During the waiting period, I ventured into the field to pluck a few leaves of oilseed lettuce, which I casually rinsed before adding to the pot. I chose the top leaves, which appeared quite clean, thus saving a bit more. 5 minutes later, the pot was filled with fragrant noodles, enriched with vegetables and egg, offering a balanced and delectable meal. In my childhood, I often clandestinely cooked instant noodles with my sister, much to the disapproval of our family, who deemed it unhealthy, yet we indulged in our secret culinary escapades frequently. After swiftly finishing my lunch and briefly cleaning the iron pot, a thought struck me, prompting me to boil another pack of noodles. To enhance its visual appeal, I placed 2 green leaves atop, though nothing more was available. I then instructed 069 to list it for auction, taking advantage of the Crown Store's auction feature. With a playful grin, I set the starting bid at 25 pieces of wood, aiming to profit from the affluent. Before long, my steaming bowl of noodles was claimed by a wealthy customer for 45 pieces of wood, 24 iron nails, and 5 iron blocks. Satisfied with the outcome of the auction, I resolved to repeat this endeavor from time to time. Inevitably, my noodles sparked considerable discussion in the chat group, with many commenting on my abundant resources and inquiring whether I was seeking subordinates. Some even went so far as to request a share of my meal, while others brazenly threatened to find me and rob me. However, I remained unfazed, having concealed my address prior to my arrival in the ocean. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, aboard another sizable fishing vessel, a striking young woman cast a reproachful glance at the aloof man beside her, incessantly lamenting her desire for instant noodles. Her attempts at charm and desperation proved futile, as he had confiscated all the materials in her backpack under the pretext of upgrading the fishing boat. Suddenly, an idea seemed to flicker in her large, beautiful eyes. Just as I prepared to gather firewood, a system notification caught my attention. Upon opening the panel, I was greeted by a familiar acquaintance. Zhao Lingxin, could you cook me a portion of instant noodles? I can exchange this for you. Zhao Lingxin, I was about to auction it off when my brother stopped me. Accompanying his message was a link to a blueprint and a large wooden bowl. Upon opening the link, I was astounded to discover a blueprint for a bow and arrows, and not just any bow, but a high-level one. Chapter 11. Crafting a crab trap to achieve freedom for the king crab. I recalled that when I had crafted a mid-tier bow previously, my luck was rated at 8. Yet here I was being offered a high-level blueprint directly. I am reminded of the fortuitous card I exchanged with her earlier, and I am now entirely convinced that she is indeed the illustrious Miss Zhao, the player whose fortune was boundless in her past life. This charming little cotton jacket of fortune has truly captured my affection. Wen Mingyue, please wait for 8 minutes. With a twinkle in her eye, Wen Mingyue deftly prepares a bowl of instant noodles, adding an egg and several leaves of greens. She contemplates the team that her counterpart has formed and intends to include them among her friends with whom she trades resources. Thus, she promptly follows her, and the two are now in a friendly status. Casually, she plucks 3 oranges and 2 lemons, each larger than an egg. After all, possessing a high-level bow and its crafting blueprint is undoubtedly a lucrative venture for her. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingxin cradles a steaming bowl of noodles, her visage adorned with satisfaction. Noticing the complimentary post-meal fruits, she sends the remaining portion of her watermelon from her backpack to Wen Mingyue. After all, when she offered it to her brother, he declared he did not want it. This serves as a perfect return gift. However, later on, her brother Zhao Jinan, filled with indignation, discovers that the high-level bow blueprint rewarded by the system was traded away by his dear sister for a bowl of noodles, leading him to nearly choke with rage. Yet, he remains powerless to curb his sister's whims, as fate has not favored him. Glancing at his own luck value, he can only chuckle. Wen Mingyue, apologies. Your sister has also given me a luck card, and I am now at 9. One more, and I shall be at maximum. Zhao Jinan, the deed is done. On the other side, Wen Mingyue is merrily devouring her watermelon, when 069 expresses a desire to taste it as well. Thus, the two engage in a lively conversation. 069. Host, which is more delicious, watermelon or oranges? Wen Mingyue, both are delightful. 069, which is sweeter? Wen Mingyue, watermelon is sweeter and more refreshing. It tastes even better when chilled. Wen Mingyue, would you like some? 069 nods vigorously in Wen Mingyue's consciousness space. Gazing at the remaining 2 bites of watermelon, she hesitates, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet, as it is her cherished companion, she must indulge it. Wen Mingyue, how can I share this with you? There are only 2 bites left. 069, I consulted with my seniors who graduated, and they informed me that I can only eat after graduation, as my current level is insufficient. Wen Mingyue, after graduation? 069, upon graduation, I will attain a physical form, allowing me to exit the system space. Wen Mingyue's heart swells with joy. Does this mean she might have the chance to pet a cat? Wen Mingyue, how long until your graduation? Will you have to leave afterward? 069. Currently, I have 35 points. Reaching 60 points will allow me to graduate. However, I can choose to remain for a while after graduation. Wen Mingyue, 35 points you say? Wen Mingyue, If I were to fail later, would your points reset? Would you be destroyed? 069. Do not worry, dear host, your points will not reset. While you may not achieve outstanding graduate status, you will not face destruction. Noticing the concern etched on her face, 069 continues. In our interstellar realm, we take great care of every system. And even new systems like us receive special privileges and care. Wen Mingyue, the benevolent master, is your interstellar realm still recruiting? 069. I shall inquire. Wen Mingyue, oh, no need to take it seriously. I was merely speaking whimsically. To be candid, Wen Mingyue felt a sense of disillusionment. At the age of 22, she graduated from university and subsequently joined a multinational corporation where everything initially unfolded splendidly. However, as time progressed, even her esteemed international company succumbed to adversity. Wen Mingyue found herself teetering on the brink of resignation, yet she persevered for a year. Suddenly, the onset of a survival game emerged, and tears were shed in abundance. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that perhaps within this game world, she could provide a better life for her family. With her thoughts gathered, she resolved to continue her work. Fortunately, shortly after dinner, she managed to haul in a wooden chest, and over the next 2 hours, she retrieved 4 additional chests, markedly more than the morning's catch. The number of players engaged in casual chatter within the regional chat group dwindled, as everyone focused intently on awaiting the arrival of their chests. At 6 o'clock, the sky resonated with the announcement from the system's little question today's treasure chest update is complete. It remains daylight until 67 points. The nighttime temperature will drop to a minimum of 20 degrees. Please take care to stay warm. After 7 o'clock, darkness will fall. The outside at night is fraught with danger. Do not venture outside the protective shield lightly. See you tomorrow, players. As Wen Mingyue recalled, during the 3-day beginner's protection period, the weather was consistently warm and sunny, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The daytime heat never exceeded 30 degrees, and the nights were comfortably mild. However, following the conclusion of the 3-day novice phase, temperatures became unpredictable. The coldest moments plunged to minus 20 or 30 degrees, causing even breathing to sting, while the hottest times soared above 40 degrees, with surface temperatures nearing 50 degrees, capable of causing sunburn. Thus, collecting protective shields was integral to her strategy, as higher-level shields offered superior temperature control. However, at this stage, she could only rely on her own efforts or system rewards to acquire them. No one was foolish enough to exchange shields for resources. Seated in the plush driver's seat, she proceeded to open the boxes she had caught that afternoon. In addition to the 3 boxes from the morning, she had amassed a total of 9 boxes in the afternoon, 8 wooden chests and 1 iron chest. The spoils were as follows: a pot suitable for soup, a 20-degree power card, a hygiene kit, 2 sponges, 3 plastic sheets, 9 pieces of glass, a case of instant noodles containing 12 packets, and a 10-pound kitchen seasoning bundle including 6 pounds of blended oil, along with a stove blueprint. Upon disassembling the boxes, she obtained 84 units of wood, 88 iron nails, and 15 iron blocks. Not feeling particularly hungry, Wen Mingyue decided to retrieve the fishing nets she had cast earlier before having dinner. She instructed the upgraded 069 to connect the fishing nets to the crane system, allowing her to effortlessly retrieve the nets from the driver's seat. The 2 fishing nets yielded over 200 pounds of fish, shrimp, and crabs, including 3 mantis shrimp, each the length of her forearm, adorned with striking yellow patterns. She also caught 2 lobsters, numerous smaller shrimp, several squid, 2 salmon weighing around 5 pounds each, and several fat leaf crabs. Among her catch was an 8-pound grouper and a 6-pound tiger grouper, along with various other sea fish, which she planned to pulverize into bait. The 069 collected 3 cards and subsequently stored them in the preservation space. Wen Mingyue felt a profound satisfaction with her first day's harvest. Suddenly, the thought of the coveted king crab lurking in the depths of the sea struck me, prompting a hurried search through my fishing gear for the crab trap's construction materials. Crab trap, 50 iron blocks, 5 refined iron. Shall we proceed with the creation? After a brief calculation, the resources were sufficient, and I clicked construct. In less than a minute, the crab trap was completed. It measured approximately 2 meters in length, over 1 meter in height, and around 80 centimeters in width. Taking the form of a rectangular prism, I instructed 069 to position the crab trap beside the crane, and 069 proactively integrated it into the crane's system. Chapter 12. Confronting the Sea Monster. Reward. Wooden Cabin Blueprint. Considering the depth of the king crab's habitat, I invested in additional 50 iron blocks to extend the crane's cable, allowing it to reach depths exceeding 500 meters. Subsequently, I directed 069 to place 2 large, bloodied fish into the crab trap. Reluctant to sacrifice my resources without assurance, I made a rare, generous decision and operated the crane from the cabin, lowering the crab trap into the sea. In less than 20 minutes, I proceeded to reorganize the supplies acquired from the shop. Throughout the day, I had stocked nearly 20 liters of purified water and around 200 grams of salt, yielding the following resources: 360 wood, 160 nails, 30 iron blocks, 8 random seeds, 2 sanitary napkins, and 1 sofa blueprint. On this first day, the number of players exchanging water was relatively low. I believe the demand would increase in the coming days. Additionally, with the 6 glass pieces produced today, I could now construct a water purification machine. I quickly accessed the control panel to initiate construction. Water purification machine requirements: 10 glass, 2 plastic, 2 refined iron. With a confirmation click, I instructed 069 to place the purification machine adjacent to the other 2. I then proceeded to add seawater. Noticing that today's exchange profits were promising, I temporarily directed 069 to reserve enough water and salt for her daily needs, placing the remainder for exchange. Just as I busied myself preparing a seafood porridge, an urgent announcement from 069 echoed in my mind. The anxious thoughts swirled around like glutinous rice dumplings. Beep. Detecting a level 4 shark monster rapidly approaching the fishing vessel. Distance, 60 meters. Distance, 30 meters. Distance, 10 meters. Distance. As the announcement concluded, the fishing vessel jolted with a loud bang, causing a noticeable tremor within. I quickly reviewed the bow and arrow blueprint. Utilizing 20 iron blocks and 2 refined iron to craft an advanced bow and 10 arrows, then dashed to the stern of the ship. Hearing the system report a level 4 monster, I thought it was a narrow escape. Fortunately, the protective shield awarded for the construction of the wooden cabin earlier that morning matched the level of the approaching sea monster. Otherwise, my level 3 shield would have been no match for a level 4 beast, and I would have met my demise upon respawning the next day. Observing the panel displaying a level 4 sea monster with stats several times greater than my own, I remained composed. It could not breach the fishing vessel immediately, granting me a moment to utilize my inside eye. Approaching the ship's eaves, I peered continuously into the waters, searching for the indicated red, yet saw nothing. My actions, however, were perceived as a provocation by the shark monster, inciting it to strike the fishing vessel with even greater ferocity. The dark passage proved to be troublesome, and if this continued, she would have to mend her fishing vessel herself. Just as she hesitated on whether to set sail and retreat, darkness enveloped the surroundings, igniting a flicker of hope within her. The fishing boat remained shrouded in shadows, revealing the vulnerabilities of the monstrous shark lurking nearby. I have found it, Wen Mingyue exclaimed with delight. The crimson glimmer shifted with the beast's relentless assaults, and after observing for 2 minutes, she calculated its trajectory. Timing her shot perfectly, she released an arrow. Alas, it struck a herbaceous plant instead, leaving her vexed. The red dot was nestled between the shark's 2 prominent nostrils. Yet her arrow had found its way into one of those very nostrils. The shark, in pain, glared with ferocity, then repositioned itself, circling the boat. A warrior may be killed, but never humiliated. When Mingyue realized she had thoroughly enraged the creature and knew she must resolve the situation swiftly. The system indicated that the vessel's defense had diminished by 20 points, with cracks forming where the impact had occurred. Fearing a breach, she hurriedly initiated repairs within the construction menu. Upon glancing at the resource requirements for the repairs, she could not help but utter a curse, then charged forth to unleash a barrage upon the shark. Higher-level creatures possessed greater intellect. The level 4 beast was impulsive, akin to a child compared to the more advanced foes Wen Mingyue had encountered in her past life. Nevertheless, its boundless energy was a notable advantage. The shark observed Wen Mingyue, one hand on her hip while the other gestured erratically, up and down. Tilting its head, it expressed confusion. Yet, recalling the arrow lodged in its nostril, it felt an urge to dismember Wen Mingyue in revenge. Ceasing its assault, the shark began to swim erratically, ultimately charging straight towards her position. Sensing her provocation had succeeded, Wen Mingyue swiftly drew back her bow, releasing the arrow with a whoosh. With a thunderous crash, she was hurled backwards by the force and landed heavily on the deck. For the next few minutes, her mind buzzed, oblivious to her surroundings, having been knocked senseless by the impact. In the realm of her consciousness, 069 whirled about in a state of distress. Time passed, though she could not tell how long it had been before she regained awareness. Struggling to rise, she leaned against the edge of the fishing boat. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the shark was nowhere to be seen in the water. Realizing she had narrowly escaped a dire fate, she felt like a deflated balloon, collapsing against the boat's wall, gasping for breath, primarily from fright. Meanwhile, the main system's jubilant announcement echoed in her ears. Congratulations to the player for achieving the first kill of a level 4 shark monster. The player, Wen Mingyue, immediately perked up and excitedly responded, yes. In the Greater China region, Zone 96, there are currently 368 online players. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for the first kill of the level 4 shark monster. The rewards are as follows: an upgrade card, usable for items of S grade or below, advanced wooden house blueprints, a smart toilet, a protective shield, and a strength enhancement of 3. Once again, it is our esteemed Yuejia. It seems she has become quite envious today. To the earlier comments, How many times have you felt this way today? As a newcomer, I've already witnessed your envy 3 times. Am I the only one coveting the protective shield of the great player? How many of those does she have now? I truly desire the smart toilet. The rewards for the elite are truly eye-catching. By the way, esteemed player, have you considered recruiting a subordinate? I could mention Wen Mingyue directly. Do you need someone to cook and do laundry? I am quite skilled in the culinary arts. Meanwhile, after calming down player 069, Wen Mingyue returned to the cockpit to assess her gains. She first activated the protective shield, which is now at level 5, providing a sense of security. Although she had narrowly escaped danger this time, her rewards were quite satisfactory, and the system's rewards were precisely what she needed. Without hesitation, she used the upgrade card on the advanced bow and arrow blueprints, ensuring that all future bows and arrows crafted would be of S grade. In her previous life, she had relied on bows and arrows as her weapon of choice, perfectly complementing her talents. Given the chance to start anew, she made the same decision. The upgraded bows possess immense destructive power, as S-grade weapons can only be obtained from silver treasure chests. Glancing at the smart toilet in her inventory, she promptly tossed it into the corner of the cockpit, quickly freed herself from its bindings, and took a seat. The water tank had long been filled by player 069. Chapter 13. Selling sea monster meat and installing a smart home system. When Mingyue examined the description of the smart toilet, noting that the water within can be reused in a continuous cycle with minimal consumption, and it features an automatic discharge function, leaving no unpleasant odor. Truly, it is a product of the system. The advanced wooden house blueprints are perfect, indicating that construction will commence soon. Prompted by the system, Wen Mingyue hurriedly went to retrieve the treasure chest. The level 4 monster yielded a bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Opening. Shark meat decomposition in progress. The materials obtained are as follows. Advanced turret blueprints. Special rewards from the first kill of the sea monster. 500 shark meat with attribute values. 1 shark skin, 5 shark fins, and 2 shark teeth. Wen Mingyue immediately opened the turret blueprints, which require gunpowder for crafting. Turret, 150 iron blocks, 50 refined iron. Gunpowder, 5 charcoal, 1 sulfur. After decomposing the bronze treasure chest, she received 5 refined iron blocks, bringing her total to 6, which was still far from sufficient. Sulfur remains completely inaccessible. Although the items are valuable, they must be set aside for now. Shark skin can be made into clothing, providing warmth and waterproofing, as well as a speed enhancement. Next, she opened the shark teeth. Shark teeth, when used, can enhance penetration. Detected the possibility of merging with arrow blueprints. Would you like to proceed? Overjoyed, she nodded repeatedly. With a spontaneous flourish, 3 arrows were crafted, and a comparison was made with the previous ones. The tips, infused with shark teeth, glimmered with an icy sheen. Next, the shark meat was unveiled. Shark meat, 200 grams per serving, consuming 1 grants a boost of 1 strength point. Non-stackable. When Mingyue exclaimed, a golden opportunity has arrived. She decided to set aside 6 pieces, intending to consume 1 herself while preserving the remainder for her family, carefully storing them in a card for freshness. The rest would be placed on the market for trade. She promptly dashed to the regional chat group to advertise her offerings. It was impossible to extract further payment from her. The coins held significant value as assets for settling in the interstellar realm and could no longer be squandered frivolously. Previously, Wen Mingyue had been enticed by the grand prize, but what was a mere crown worth in comparison? Good evening, fellow players. Our store has just listed 494 servings of shark meat, which grants a strength increase of 1 point upon consumption. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. The chat exploded with excitement at her appearance, with messages flooding in until someone finally grasped the core of the announcement. Northeast Sauerkraut Sister. Oh my. Hurry and grab the shark meat. Eating a piece can increase your strength value. It's a marvelous item. 1 piece of shark meat requires 20 wooden planks and 40 iron nails, or 8 iron blocks. I can't afford it. This is too difficult to eat. It's both sour and fishy. Here's a tip. Pinch your nose and gulp it down in one go. I've tested it. It truly adds 1 strength point. And my fatigue has notably diminished. The chat was filled with gratitude. Thanks to the esteemed player for making it easy for us to increase our strength. After sending her message, Wen Mingyue refrained from checking the chat further. Within 5 minutes, all the shark meat she listed had been snatched up, with many private messages inquiring if she had more available for purchase at a premium. Most were polite, knowing their accomplishments were evident. Even if they felt discontent, they would not be foolish enough to display it openly. Among the requests, 300 servings were traded for wood, 20-40 iron nails, 100 servings for 8 iron blocks, 10 for regular land, 25 for 2 packs of random seeds, 15 for 2 glass units, 20 for 2 plastic units, 5 for 2 fine iron, and 19 for other scarce resources. The final haul was as follows. Wood, 6,000, iron nails, 12,000, iron blocks, 800 regular land, 10, random seeds, 50, plastic, 40 glass, 30, fine iron, 10. Tungsten wire. 6. Passion fruit seedlings, watermelon seedlings, 2 pairs of socks, black boots, slippers, sweaters, flashlights, windproof lighters, hot water bottles, thermos cups, 2 sanitary pads, nail clipper set, women's sportswear, juicers, rocking chair blueprint, plastic barrel blueprint, wooden bed blueprint. Listening to the data broadcast by 069, Wen Mingyue was overjoyed. She finished the shark meat in mere bites, not detecting any peculiar taste, and even felt inclined to have another piece. Subsequently, she examined her personal information panel. Strength, 21, agility, 20, willpower, 23. Indeed, she had become a formidable woman. After closing the panel, she swiftly prepared a bowl of seafood noodles, having originally intended to make seafood porridge, but now preferring to act quickly and expand her territory for house construction. Once satiated, she initiated upgrades for her fishing boat and began the building process, relieved that she would not have to sleep on the deck tonight. Please enter the area to expand the fishing boat. After a moment's contemplation, she promptly inputted 400 square meters. Required materials, 2,000 wood, 600 iron nails, 600 iron blocks. Under construction, 10 minutes later. Construction completed. Fishing boat area, 510 square meters, with the light from the control room. The lands that had previously been within her sight had vanished. Wen Mingyue accessed her personal panel to view the approximate layout of the associated fishing boat. The width at the center of the boat was a substantial 12 meters, while the length was approximately 50 meters. The area of the control room had increased to 25 square meters, and a thick deck had been added below, raising the entire control room for better surveying and navigation. The fish hold had also expanded, and the sail had received another upgrade in height. Next, she learned the advanced house construction card. She then entered the house area as 100 square meters, no shared space. The system defaults to a layout of 3 rooms, 1 kitchen, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Materials required for a single-story wooden house, 800 wood, 400 iron nails. Note, an area of 200 square meters unlocks a 2-story small villa. Please select the placement location, surveying the outline of the fishing boat on the control panel. She chose to build the wooden house in the central position between the control room and the stern. Under construction, approximately 10 minutes later. Construction completed. Detecting whether the power system is installed. Detecting whether the bathing system is installed. Detecting whether energy card 1 is in use. Detecting whether energy waste bin 2 is connected for use. When Mingyue selected yes for all options. Installing. Installation was completed. Then, the system prompted her once more. Detected light bulb blueprint. Would you like to learn it? When Mingyue nodded enthusiastically. Learn. Her system was truly becoming more impressive. She wished she could take it out and give it a kiss. Materials required for light bulb construction. 1/4 piece of glass. 1/4 piece of tungsten wire. She then entered the quantity for light bulbs as 16, utilizing only 4 pieces of glass and 4 pieces of tungsten wire. The remainder was intended for installation around the fishing boat. The power system rewarded from the deserted island differed from the wooden house's built-in power system. Now, power could be installed throughout the entire fishing boat. She had checked, and the rewarded power system could be bound to the entire fishing vessel. Installing. After the installation was completed, when Mingyue dashed out of the control room, racing towards the glowing wooden house before her. The panda plushie in her consciousness space noticed her return to the wooden house and promptly turned off the control room's lights. Chapter 14. Reward for Energy Saving System. Cooking luxurious seafood porridge. 069 marveled at her own frugality and diligence. Just as the construction of the wooden house was completed, 069 received a message from the main system. Little question internship score 5, upgrade progress 40. The days are truly becoming more promising. Meanwhile, she does not forget to help her host confirm regional announcements and claim the reward for constructing the wooden house. On the other side, when Mingyue excitedly explores her new home, touching everything and ultimately crafting some basic furniture. Indeed, it is quite rudimentary, consisting solely of a large bed measuring 2 meters. After enjoying a refreshing battle bath, she neglects to check the reward for building the wooden house, wrapping herself in a down comforter and collapsing into bed, leaving everything for tomorrow. Time, 9 a.m., second day of the novice period. Today's weather, sunny, daytime temperature 26 degrees, gentle breeze. After a simple wash, she stretches lazily by the window, which is yet to be sealed with glass, admiring the upgraded fishing boat, her spirits exceptionally high. It is not until 069 reminds her that she remembers she has yet to check the reward for the wooden house built last night. Energetic system. Using this will reduce energy consumption by 1/3. Oh my, when Mingyue could not help herself. The voice of 069 joyfully announces in her mind, detected energetic system. Would you like to install it? Following the usual protocol, she selects yes. Installing. Installation complete. When Mingyue then examines the energy operation of the fishing boat. First is the electrical system, which can generate power from either the energy card or the currently bound energy bin. The energy bin, as its name suggests, generates electricity from daily waste disposal. Given her current capacity for waste production, she cannot yet generate sufficient power for a day's use. The bathing system, maintained by the electrical system, not only provides water circulation but also serves as a water heater, offering an uninterrupted supply of hot water around the clock. Of course, the power consumption for hot water is greater. Additionally, the bathing system can convert wastewater from the toilet or sink to supply the intelligent toilet, saving her on water costs. Wen Mingyue exclaims in delight. Next, she sneaks into the kitchen, locating the stove blueprint obtained from yesterday's unboxing, and clicks to learn it. The system prompts her that stones are required, and having acquired 100 stones after completing the island hunt, she constructs 2 stoves. The larger one is suitable for frying pans, while the smaller one perfectly accommodates the clay pot she unboxed yesterday for soup. Without hesitation, she rinses the rice, adds water, places the clay pot on the stove, and covers it. Then, she inserts a burning match card left over from cooking instant noodles into the stove, along with a matchstick obtained from the decomposition of wood, and silently commands its use. Wen Mingyue had tested this yesterday. The burning match is deemed inanimate, making ignition quite convenient. Estimating that it will take about an hour, she takes out a steam bun and nibbles on it slowly while wandering around, checking areas that need enhancement. She first learns the blueprint for sofa construction, and the system informs her that it requires 2 sponges, along with monster hides or linen to craft it. After searching, she recalls having obtained a piece of cowhide during the hunt for the mad cow on the island, and she just happened to unbox 2 sponges yesterday. Thus, she clicks to manufacture. Soon, a genuine leather sofa was placed in the living room. When Mingyue tried it out, it was not the kind that easily sinks, but rather substantial and exuding a delightful tactile quality, free from any unpleasant odors. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length, it comfortably accommodates 3 to 4 individuals. Wen Mingyue then reclined upon it, and spent the next half hour constructing a large iron pot capable of preparing several dishes at once. She fashioned a stainless steel kettle for boiling water, complemented by a steamer, which could also serve as a steaming pot. Her array of kitchen utensils included a ladle with a handle, a vegetable washing basin, various sizes of strainers, spatulas, soup spoons, slotted spoons, steel wool, multiple pairs of chopsticks, a holder for the chopsticks, a kitchen knife, all crafted from stainless steel. Aside from iron scraps and a few wooden nails, she incorporated 3 pieces of fine iron into her creations. Due to limited materials for dining bowls, she opted for wooden ones, as stainless steel proved too hot to handle. All of these items were meticulously crafted from the comprehensive blueprint collection of island hunting, which emerged as the best source, offering extensive and rewarding designs. Noticing the empty living room, which doubled as a dining area, she proceeded to construct a square table from wood, iron nails, and a few iron pieces, accompanied by 4 armchairs. She also studied specialized blueprints for rocking chairs and built 2, placing one on the living room balcony and the other on the deck of her fishing boat for convenient resting during fatigue. Additionally, she constructed a plastic bucket from 4 pieces of plastic and 4 iron nails, which she designated for the restroom to soak her feet at night. Upon discovering that the windows had yet to be fitted with glass, she realized she still needed the blueprint for the windows, while the wooden door came with the wooden house. Just as she completed her tasks, the system notified her of the day's first treasure chest, which yielded a pair of pillows, a splendid find that she promptly tossed onto her bed. After opening the treasure chest, she hurried back to the kitchen, adding shrimp, crabs, and fish fillets, along with scallions and salt, resulting in a fragrant seafood porridge. Wen Mingyue eagerly served herself a bowl and savored 4 large bowls with soy sauce before pausing. Subsequently, she instructed 069 to list a bowl in exchange for the glass window blueprint, which was purchased within 5 minutes. Initially, she considered auctioning it, but realized daily auctions would be met with discontent. She clicked to learn the blueprint for glass windows, requiring 2 pieces of glass and 3 iron blocks. After counting, she inputted the command to construct 8 units, which were promptly assembled by 069. As she prepared to return to the control room to manage the water collection, 069 informed her that, following last night's upgrade, it could assist with tasks such as collecting water and deploying fishing nets. Furthermore, 2 fishing nets had already been set, and 3 water purifiers were filled with seawater, ready to dispense the purified water and salt from the previous night. Wen Mingyue felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her companion, the panda dumpling, and swore to treat it to all culinary delights and adventures upon its emergence, hoping to evoke its heartfelt gratitude. Diligently, she filled the 3 newly crafted water purifiers with seawater and added bait to the 2 fishing nets cast into the sea. Now, with 6 water purifiers at her disposal, she could purify 300 liters of water daily and produce 6 pounds of salt, heralding a substantial income ahead, with each individual playing their part in harmonious collaboration. Having completed the tasks assigned to 069, I proceeded to allocate the 10 parcels of land acquired from the previous night's trade of shark meat. On the side of the wooden cabin and control room, I cultivated coconut trees, passion fruit seedlings, watermelon sprouts, along with various vegetable and spice seeds. And also planted a few wasabi plants sourced from the deserted island, a prized commodity indeed, as genuine wasabi paste commands a hefty price. The area around the wooden cabin and the stern of the boat featured lemon trees, grapevines, and orange trees planted yesterday, with the addition of 2 more plots for vegetable cultivation. Chapter 15, Fuel Tank Upgrade, Acquiring Universal Wound Spray by noon, after a busy morning. I had managed to catch 3 treasure chests, 2 of which were wooden and 1 iron. The iron chest yielded a rice cooker, which I promptly placed in the kitchen. 1 wooden chest contained 5 pounds of cooking oil, while the other held 50 liters of fuel, which I directed 069 to add to the ship's fuel tank. With the fishing vessel's upgrades, its fuel capacity now accommodates up to 500 liters. Desiring a change of flavor for lunch, I instructed my loyal assistant to retrieve the crab traps that had been redeployed the previous night. Upon discovering the damaged traps, I understood why the shark had attacked my fishing vessel. Among the broken traps were 2 king crabs that seemed reluctant to leave, since they were unwilling to depart. I decided to keep them for lunch. According to 069's calculations, each crab weighed over 10 kilograms, accompanied by a large squid. After processing, I set aside 1 king crab for our midday meal, storing the rest in the card compartment of my camera for later. After repairing the fishing vessel, I instructed 069 to select 2 sea fish to be placed back into the crab traps before casting them into the ocean. With that arranged, I leisurely made my way to the kitchen to prepare today's lunch. I opted for the seafood porridge left over from breakfast, alongside steaming a king crab. I mixed the crab roe with 2 eggs, steaming the mixture and garnishing it with scallions upon serving, adding a touch of soy sauce for the steamed crab legs, which were to be enjoyed dipped in wasabi soy sauce. In the confines of my space, 069 could not resist the temptation, wiping away non-existent drool in anticipation. In the afternoon, I managed to reel in 8 treasure chests, comprising 2 iron and 6 wooden ones. The first iron chest revealed a universal wound spray, which I examined with keen interest. Universal wound spray, an excellent antiseptic that halts bleeding and promotes healing, preventing infection. Note: effectiveness diminishes with excessive blood loss. It is advisable to utilize other medications to staunch bleeding first. Quite impressive, indeed. In this gaming realm, medicinal supplies hold paramount importance, especially with the impending arrival of sea monsters, as I had witnessed in my previous life the exorbitant prices commanded by half-used hemostatic ointments. Next came the second iron chest. Fragmented island map. Instantly, my spirits soared at the prospect of a significant procurement opportunity. With eager hands, I continued to delve into the detailed description. 2 pieces of fragmented island maps can pinpoint any island. The island is rich in resources, though the danger level remains unknown. I also searched for trading information, but found no one yet offering the island maps. Nevertheless, I had tasked 069 with keeping a vigilant watch. I refrained from directly requesting an exchange for the island maps, as previous system announcements had already made my affluence evident to others, undoubtedly stirring clandestine ambitions in many. Though she seldom participated in the regional chat group, she remained attentive, recognizing the significance of staying informed. Since this afternoon, she had gradually noticed numerous individuals suggesting the formation of teams after the novice period concluded. Once friends were added, video chats could commence, and the functionality for team formation would be accessible, along with an invitation feature suitable for gatherings. Temporary teams required a summoning card, whereas permanent teams did not. Upon mutual confirmation, they would select one of their respective fishing boats to retain, with the system rearranging the logistics post-formation, from which there would be no withdrawal. In the early stages of the game, temporary teams were more prevalent, while later on, the model shifted predominantly towards permanent teams. However, this arrangement was not without its dangers, necessitating keen discernment. Consequently, most players initially prioritized teaming up with family or friends. As the game progressed, the weaker sought to align with the stronger, and some were even willing to abandon their own kin to ensure survival, as a formidable team would not accommodate the ineffectual. One could possess low combat power yet high luck or unique talents, making them highly sought after by various teams. In her previous life, she had joined Zhao Jinan's team, albeit temporarily, due to her talent for insight. After a moment of reflection, she resumed opening boxes, revealing one containing 24 packs of ham sausages, a long-missed companion for instant noodles. Additionally, she found cassava starch, perfect for making shrimp chips, 12 chili seeds, beloved by those from the southwest, along with 3 large meat buns, 2 cans of honey, and 4 onions. She planted 2 chili seeds in a corner, utilizing a bottle of growth liquid to expedite their maturation. Once again, she marveled at the system's high-quality output, both in yield and size. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, she reclined on the leather sofa in the living room, perusing the ingredients stored in her camera space, ultimately instructing 069 to retrieve a large squid. With freshly acquired onions, she decided to prepare stir-fried squid, accompanied by an egg and vegetable soup, served alongside 2 generous bowls of rice from the electric cooker. After finishing her meal, darkness fell at 7 o'clock. However, the warm glow from the lights on Wen Mingyue's fishing boat illuminated the surroundings. After utilizing 8 electric lamps in the cabin, the remaining 8 were installed on the boat by 069. At that moment, she sat comfortably in a rocking chair on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping freshly made honey lemon water, while reviewing the harvest summary sent by the system. The 4 fishing nets yielded over 500 pounds of sea fish, shrimp, and various shellfish. Wen Mingyue instructed the upgraded 069 to assist in dispatching them for storage in her camera space, resulting in 6 cards being credited. The innards would be preserved for later consumption, allowing for waste disposal, as she adhered to her principle of wasting not a single grain of rice. By generating power through the energy waste bin, she could sustain her current daily electricity usage until the following year. With 6 water purifiers, aside from her daily water consumption, there was scarcely any remaining output of water and salt for sale. Wen Mingyue beamed with delight, noting that the purchasing power of the populace seemed robust, affirming that selling water remained a viable market, which had previously been a concern. Today, she noticed several individuals in the group excitedly announcing the acquisition of water purifiers. Most of them were of a lower grade, capable of purifying 10 liters of water and producing 100 grams of salt daily, while the finest among them was a mid-tier model, yielding 30 liters of purified water and 300 grams of salt each day. Fortunately, no one mentioned obtaining blueprints. And after a thorough search, she found no one was selling water purifiers in bulk. With a sigh of relief, she noted that prices had not decreased, and upon comparison, many were offering exchange rates even higher than hers. Next, she examined the resources she had exchanged, her delight evident as she smiled broadly. The materials needed to expand her fishing vessel to 1,000 square meters, comprising wood and iron nails, were more than sufficient, though she still lacked a few iron blocks. Considering the necessity to craft arrows with them, she decided against rushing the upgrades. The remaining items included various small, scarce objects and a considerable number of high-end facial masks, sunscreens, and other beauty products, all of which Wen Mingyue allowed 069 to take. Given the exposure to the elements in the game, it was prudent to indulge in occasional self-care when the opportunity arose. In her previous life, Wen Mingyue had suffered losses in resource exchanges, so this time she entrusted the upgraded 069 to meticulously filter through the items. Whenever 069 was uncertain, it would seek her counsel. Chapter 16. A bountiful harvest of king crabs for those attempting to exchange foul-smelling items like worn socks or putrid garbage. 069 promptly blacklisted them. Similarly, those who unleashed torrents of vitriol, labeling her a heartless merchant, were also dismissed. Such individuals were not destined to become her customers. Fortunately, the upgraded 069 possessed formidable capabilities, rendering it vastly superior to the previous 2233 model, and it assured her that once it acquired spatial abilities, it would deserve a thorough massage as a reward for its hard work. Wen Mingyue's heartfelt expressions touched 069, motivating it to work even harder. Her spirits began to swell with pride, contemplating how beneficial it would be if her assistant could help collect treasure chests, allowing her to pursue monster hunting and leveling up instead. The thought was indeed enticing. However, currently, 069 could only retrieve treasure chests within a 5-meter radius of the fishing vessel. Most of the chests were ones Wen Mingyue had fished up herself, primarily because if not collected in a timely manner, they would drift away with the currents, denying 069 the opportunity to assist. Shaking her head, she decided to abandon that line of thought for now, considering whether she could contract someone with longer arms to help her gather treasures, to enhance her strength and stockpile resources. Wen Mingyue could not remain on the fishing vessel indefinitely. She needed to venture out to battle monsters more often. In the following half hour, she perused the chat group messages. Some shared their strategies for fishing and treasure chest retrieval, while others expressed concerns regarding safety after the beginner phase ended tomorrow. A few boisterous individuals gleefully shared their treasure haul and showcased their unboxing experiences. Clicking on several profiles, she discovered that 3 of them had their locations activated. Yet, she chose not to intervene. In the game world, survival of the fittest reigned supreme. She felt no obligation to guide others in their growth, having learned through her own trials and tribulations. During her high school years, Wen Mingyue learned that a classmate's family owned a fruit orchard and had earned enough from selling fruit to purchase 2 houses. Inspired by this, she considered the favorable climate of her hometown for growing fruit trees and decided to research several popular varieties online, planning to discuss the idea with her family during the upcoming holiday. Fortunately, her family environment had always been democratic and inclusive, whether in matters large or small. They would gather together to deliberate before arriving at a final decision. Even her 6-year younger sister and illiterate grandmother participated in these discussions. Growing up in such a harmonious and loving atmosphere, Wen Mingyue's thoughts remained relatively pure. However, after graduating and entering the corporate world. Alongside the trials of her previous life as survival game, she gradually realized that, often, selfishness could serve as a form of protection for oneself and one's family. As her thoughts returned to the present, she noticed that although most people, like her, refrained from speaking up, a few had chosen to do so. Among them was a familiar presence in the chat group, 51886. Curiously, Wen Mingyue clicked on the avatar and discovered the true identity of 51886, Tang Yuan, female, a name that did not ring any bells for her. Following Tang Yuan's reminders to a few members, the chat group fell into a notable silence. If those individuals possessed any sense, they would wisely refrain from further comments. After some deliberation, Wen Mingyue exchanged water and vegetables for a pair of scissors, a box of needles and thread, and 3 hair ties. The day concluded splendidly. After enjoying a hot shower and exchanging goodnights with 069, she fell into a deep slumber. On the third day, the familiar system announcement rang out precisely on time. Good morning, players. I am your game's main system, Xiaoqiu. Today's weather is clear, with a daytime temperature of 24 degrees and a gentle breeze. Today marks the final day of the novice period. After midnight, players will face the first wave of disasters in this round of the game, lasting 15 days. Anticipate the challenges ahead. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience. And I look forward to our next encounter. As soon as the system announcement concluded, the chat group erupted into cries of despair. However, Wen Mingyue observed that compared to the first day, the temperature had dropped by 4 degrees. It seemed that everything followed a discernible pattern, and as she prepared breakfast, she reminded herself to remain vigilant in the upcoming game. As usual, 069 diligently filled the water purifier first thing in the morning, while also placing the purified water and salt from the previous night on the shelf. For fishing nets were baited and cast into the sea. With such a diligent and uncomplaining companion, Wen Mingyue no longer needed to rise early. After savoring a delightful breakfast, she hurried to the deck and instructed 069 to retrieve the crab traps deployed the day before. Upon seeing the traps brimming with nearly 2/3 of the royal crabs, all plump and thriving, she could not contain her excitement and shouted jubilantly on the deck. "We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. We're wealthy now. 069, we're wealthy. Royal crabs, here I come." Before finishing her sentence, she dashed toward the crab traps, circling them several times in exhilaration, while the panda plush in the system's space joyfully waved its tiny hands. The thought of her host relishing these 8-legged creatures had long made it crave them. Her host had even described their taste as fresh and sweet, a sentiment echoed by the highest praises from her seniors. Surely, they must be delicious. Thus, 069 resolved that once he emerged into the expanse, he would indulge in abundant feasting each day. However, glancing down at his plump belly and then at the scant supplies in his camera's storage, a flicker of concern arose regarding the sufficiency of food. After careful calculation, he discerned that there were a total of 188 king crabs in the cage, including about 10 with delicate blue shells, in addition to several large cod and a handful of lobsters. Swiftly computing the quantities in his mind, he noted that he had enough materials to construct a crab trap of the same size. He decided to disregard the worry, as sustenance is paramount. 069 enthusiastically assisted in deploying the crab traps into the deep sea. And Wen Mingyue even observed the panda dumpling in the consciousness space, wiping non-existent beads of sweat from its forehead. Wen Mingyue felt a pang of sympathy, halting her thoughts of crafting 2 more fishing nets. Secretly, she resolved to alleviate the child's burdens once the supplies were sufficiently amassed, seeing how exhausted the child appeared. After a brief respite, she watered the fruit trees and the vegetable and seasoning seeds across her 17 plots of land, specifically the vegetable seedlings and scallion sprouts. After more than a day's time, all the previously sown seeds had germinated, with some even reaching the length of her fingers, displaying a delightful variety and minimal repetition. In addition to common vegetables such as cilantro, bok choy, cabbage, water spinach, and chives, there was also half a square meter of fish mint. It appeared that in about 2 days, they would mature, and when Mingyue's mind began to envision several culinary uses for the fish mint, beyond being a delightful ingredient, it could also be dried and steeped in water, known for its ability to cool the body and alleviate heat, an excellent item to stockpile. Among the produce, there were 2 pumpkin sprouts, along with several tomato, bitter melon, and cucumber seedlings, while others were still fretting over insufficient sustenance. When Mingyue was already contemplating the daily dilemma of what to eat. Chapter 17. A bountiful treasure chest, acquiring the hemostatic ointment blueprint once engaged in tasks. Time seemed to fly by, and it wasn't until 6 in the evening that she found a moment to sit and rest. Considering the evening's prospects, she retrieved the fishing nets and crab traps in advance. Several hundred pounds of fish and shrimp were recorded, including a total of 152 king crabs across 2 traps, yielding a substantial collection of 20 cards. After dinner, darkness enveloped the surroundings. When Mingyue sat cross-legged on the sofa, tallying today's bounty from the treasure chests. This day marked the pinnacle of her 3-day haul, as she had unearthed 18 chests, 13 wooden ones for iron chests, and 1 bronze treasure chest. From her observations, a player with a luck value of 2 in the group had also managed to procure 3 wooden chests, indicating a notably high drop rate today. With reverence, she offered a prayer to her wealth deity icon and began opening the wooden chests. To her delight, she discovered a trove of warm provisions, an electric heater set at 20 degrees, for fuel cards totaling 200 liters, an 8-pound down quilt, a blanket, a substantial long green coat, a fluffy black scarf, a knitted hat, a pair of snow boots, 2 pairs of Christmas-themed socks, and a thermometer. Subsequently, she opened the 4 iron chests, uncovering a blueprint for a heated bed, a contract card, and 2 bottles of antifreeze within the remaining 2 chests. The bronze treasure chest contains the blueprint for crafting hemostatic ointment of exceptional quality. Wen Mingyue once again felt the overwhelming impact of her luck, as if the heavens had favored her, leaving no room for criticism. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, realizing her oversight. At this time in her previous life, she had not yet engaged in planting and had forgotten the plight of plants succumbing to frost and cold weather. She hurriedly checked the instructions for the antifreeze. Antifreeze prevents crops on the land from freezing. It's that simple. After verifying the dosage, she promptly activated the light screen for irrigation, a convenience afforded by the upgraded 069. Any materials obtained through drops or system rewards could be utilized via the light screen. 2 bottles of antifreeze would suffice for 20 square meters of land for 7 days, a valuable resource to stockpile. Next was the contract card, which Wen Mingyue was quite familiar with, having once acquired it after defeating a level 9 monster in her previous life. It is used to bind game creatures. The contract card is not level restricted, but it is imperative that both parties consent before and after the contract's initiation. Should the loyalty of the contracted creature to the player fall below a certain threshold, the contract would automatically dissolve, and the card could not be used again to bind a new creature. Furthermore, in her past life, she had seen a prominent announcement in the game's chat group, which had been pinned 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days, leaving a lasting impression. XX Survival Games' Certain Tiger reported its owner XXX for starving it for 3 days and beating it regularly. Upon investigation, the claims were substantiated. Given the severity of the situation, the previous owner, player XXX, was obliterated by the system. This announcement serves as a warning. From that point onward, many players preferred to endure hunger themselves rather than let their beloved creatures starve, unless they truly could not provide for them, in which case they would plead with their companions to willingly dissolve the contract. Wen Mingyue, who struggled to feed herself, became even more hesitant to enter into contracts after seeing the system's announcement. It took her several days to sell the card at a low price, ultimately exchanging it for 3 pieces of wood. Determined to avoid making the same mistakes, she vowed never to choose carnivorous creatures again, if she had to select. She would prioritize plant-based ones, as she understood that most plant species only required a couple of sips of water daily. After stowing the contract card in her backpack, she eagerly opened the coveted blueprints for the hemostatic ointment and the heated bed. Hemostatic ointment, 1 part of Sanchi fairy grass and 1 part of mint, each weighing 100 g. It can effectively stop bleeding, accelerate wound healing, and prevent infection. Although she lacked the materials for crafting the hemostatic ointment, it did not dampen Wen Mingyue's excitement. After her initial thrill, she proceeded to examine the blueprint for the heated bed. Materials required for the heated bed: 20 wood, 20 soil, 20 stones, 10 straw. Recommended everyday fuel, wood. She instructed 069 to tally the materials and discovered that, aside from wood, she was lacking in all other supplies, with not a single piece of straw available. In a hurry, she directed 069 to set up a special exchange for materials, determined to procure at least 1 of each. After half an hour, she managed to gather enough materials to construct a single heated bed. However, she did not stop there. She continued to have 069 establish several dedicated links to collect materials for the heated bed, intending to keep a vigilant eye on any supplies she lacked, instructing 069 to hold on to them for her. The heated Kong in the living quarters and other rooms must be prepared before the family arrives, as the frigid temperatures at sea have persisted for quite some time. She couldn't help but murmur that a radiant heating system would be splendid. Indeed, it seemed she had grown too accustomed to a comfortable life. Her actions naturally sparked fervent discussions among curious netizens, who sensed that she was privy to some information and began tagging her. Within mere minutes, private messages surged into the thousands, prompting Wen Mingyue to issue a reminder in the chat group. Wen Mingyue, after midnight, there is a high likelihood of extreme cold weather. Everyone, please prepare warm supplies. This instantly elicited a chorus of lamentations from the players, though some discerned an opportunity amidst the chaos. After sending her message, she exited the chat. Not long after, System Notification 069 alerted her to a friend's message requiring a response, and she promptly opened one of the private messages. Xiaolingxin, yeah help. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Lingxin had reached out to Wen Mingyue daily for conversation and had even invited her to team up. Wen Mingyue, citing family obligations, had declined but learned that they were of similar ages, leading them to address each other with affectionate nicknames. Their conversations often extended to at least half an hour, with Zhao Lingxin sharing intricate details about her family's fishing boat expansion. Wen Mingyue found this both amusing and perplexing, although she was curious about Zhao Lingxin's background. The latter seemed unwilling to offer any insights. However, the Zhao Lingxin of this life felt entirely different from the one she had known in her previous life. Yet, Wen Mingyue chose not to dwell on it. As long as it did not hinder her financial endeavors, she was content. During their exchanges, Zhao Lingxin frequently complained about her brother, whose poor luck in opening boxes had resulted in nothing but worthless trinkets. Wen Mingyue discovered that this prominent figure possessed a luck stat akin to her own past self, merely a 3. Wen Mingyue surmised Zhao Lingxin's intentions and proposed to trade at double the required materials for the heated Kong. Soon after, Zhao Lingxin sent over the necessary materials, with no excess for the time being, planning to trade more with Wen Mingyue later. As for her brother, he could manage his own warmth. Just as she closed the chat with Zhao Lingxin, she received an important notification from 069 and promptly opened the corresponding message. Group leader of the gossip group, esteemed player. I have a partially complete island map, and I am sending you the blueprint. Upon inspection, it was precisely what she needed, but the sender had a stipulation. Group leader of the gossip group, esteemed player, I obtained this map from a treasure chest, and I will be direct. I wish to team up with you to explore the island. We can split the resources either half and half, or 2 to 1 in your favor. My luck stat is 7, and we could establish a long-term partnership. My treasure chest findings have been quite fruitful. Wen Mingyue pondered for a moment before replying. Please hold on. We need to discuss this. After about 10 minutes, she responded, I apologize, but we are not considering island exploration at this time. Please seek out others. She subsequently closed the chat. The island map was indeed a pressing need for Wen Mingyue, but the other party's insistence on teaming up revealed their intent to find a strong protector. Moreover, the proposed distribution of resources did not meet her satisfaction. Moreover, with merely half a blueprint in hand, she was not without resources. After all, what was a few days' wait? She had faith in her ability to produce the necessary items. On the other hand, the leader of the gossip group, Yang Ku, was left in a state of disbelief mixed with resentment upon receiving Wen Mingyue's refusal. He muttered to himself indignantly, the island map is a treasure. If you don't want it, there are plenty who will covet it. No matter what. He was determined to seize the opportunity to assemble a team, though he was not inclined to associate with those of inferior strength. Yet, there was no rush. For with his 7 points of luck, every team would yearn for his presence, especially since he possessed the island map. He would choose wisely. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue stood with her hands on her hips on the deck, where a gentle breeze danced around her. Around her, 5 large iron pots blazed with fire, one of which was her frying pan from the kitchen, equipped with a base support she had discovered in her comprehensive kitchenware blueprints. Within the group chat, numerous players were selling warming supplies, an eclectic array of items that could astonish anyone. She selected an average price for 069 to list, exchanging each portion for 2 iron blocks, prioritizing iron blocks and other scarce resources. She toiled until nearly midnight before hastily retreating to her bed, which was cushioned by a lightweight down comforter from the deserted island. By then, the warm Kong had already been stoked. Glancing at the chat group, she noted that most players had already secured their heating supplies. In addition to iron blocks, she had also acquired a blueprint for an iron shovel, a blueprint for an iron hoe, and a small wooden boat equipped with oars. Wen Mingyue quickly fell asleep in her cozy cocoon, only to awaken at 8 in the morning, when she noticed the world outside was already bright. Shielding her eyes, she couldn't help but scoff. So much for no more 996. Lying in bed, she glanced at the regional group count and swiftly ran through it in her mind. It seemed that several thousand had succumbed the previous night. She promptly rose, donning her military coat, scarf, hat, and snow boots, ensuring she was fully equipped. At the door, she picked up the thermometer she had prepared the night before and noted the temperature, -28 degrees. With her 5 layers of protection, the outside temperature was likely around -30 degrees. She hurried to inspect the crops in the soil, all thriving and vibrant. The vegetables had grown significantly. After a quick breakfast, she returned to the control room to commence upgrades on her fishing boat and wooden cabin. Her rapid pace in upgrading was also motivated by the rewards offered by the system. Based on her observations, the initial rewards were often superior to those that followed. For the foreseeable future, she did not intend to upgrade further, as she was currently alone. After 3 days of resource exchanges during the novice period and last night's firewood trade, Wen Mingyue had gathered sufficient materials, prompting her to upgrade the fishing boat first. Please input the fishing boat area expansion. Wen Mingyue promptly entered 500 square meters. Required materials: 2,500 wood, 750 iron nails, 750 iron blocks. Under construction, 20 minutes later. Construction completed. Fishing boat area. 1,110 square meters. She continued upgrading by constructing a 2-story villa of 200 square meters. Materials required for the double-decker wooden house. Timber, 3,200. Iron nails, 1,600. Please select a placement location. Gazing at the enlarged outline of the fishing vessel on the control panel, I have decided to situate the wooden house in the central position between the control room and the stern. The upgraded fishing vessel boasts a maximum width that far exceeds 20 meters and a length of approximately 60 meters, with the control room expanded to 50 square meters, which still feels somewhat spacious. I shall embellish it further at a later time. The storage room beneath the control room has also been enlarged to 40 square meters, where I have piled in a considerable amount of timber. The sails have increased to 4, creating a magnificent sight from a distance. The wooden house measures 20 meters in length and 10 meters in width, aligning with the dimensions of the fishing vessel. It comprises 4 large bedrooms, 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs, alongside 2 expansive living rooms, each bedroom extending into a small balcony. The balconies of the living rooms are also open air and quite spacious, making family barbecues a delightful possibility. Currently, aside from Wen Mingyue's own room, the others remain rather empty. In the coming days, Wen Mingyue plans to gradually arrange each room, but for now, this will suffice. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting post-upgrade, I have yet to receive a notification from the system. Checking the panel, I realize there are still 10 minutes until 9 o'clock. However, after the hour passes, the main system, Xiaoqiu, still has not contacted me. Instead, I receive a message from 069 regarding another upgrade, revealing that the next 15 days constitute Xiaoqiu's vacation period. I express my envy. Even the system gets a holiday, and its duration surpasses the workdays. Shortly thereafter, I notice that the glutinous rice dumpling in the space seems to have grown larger. Upon 069's arrival, it joyfully informs me of its upgrade to level 50. While the little black and white dumpling happily dances around in the space, having learned from me over the past few days. After exchanging congratulations, I learned that 069 can issue rewards during the main system's vacation, exclusively for me, and without the need for public announcement, with all rewards being identical. I find this quite agreeable, otherwise, I would surely incite envy in many. With excitement, I proceed to open the rewards. The first reward is the automatic driving system for the fishing vessel. Automatic driving system can be activated 24 hours a day as long as sufficient fuel is available. With an average speed of 30 kilometers, simply input the destination to enable the autopilot feature. Note, the automatic driving system is restricted to this round of the game. Although semi-permanent, I am still ecstatic, my joy evident in my animated gestures, truly an essential for the idle. Yes, I must stockpile fuel and make a note of it. Next is the underfloor heating system reward for the wooden house. Unable to contain my astonishment, I exclaim, what a delightful surprise. I promptly click install. However, given my current energy reserves, I hesitate to activate it and will rely on the heated Kong for now, which is also quite pleasant. Accumulating electricity and fuel is paramount, and I must not forget antifreeze. Otherwise, how shall I build my beautiful haven? After my excitement subsides, I cautiously peer down from the eaves of the ship, observing that the sea surrounding the fishing vessel remains unfrozen, as does the distant horizon. Indeed, this is a game world that defies conventional logic. Chapter 19. Acquiring the island map and activating the autopilot system after a long day, Wen Mingyue managed to catch a wooden crate, which yielded a bottle of fine liquor, a rather expensive brand she decided to keep. The crab traps and fishing nets yielded nearly nothing, just as she had anticipated. After 3 days of inactivity at sea, resources ceased to replenish, and the group was in an uproar. However, there was no need for haste. She planned to change locations the following day. Thus, she nestled into her warm blankets early and continued to scroll through the messages in the chat group. It appeared that no one else had deduced that the lack of resource replenishment was due to the fishing boat's inactivity. After all, survival itself was becoming increasingly challenging. It was best to let everyone vent their emotions for now. As she scrolled, she suddenly noticed someone trading an island map. Upon closer inspection, it was 51,886, offering a highly sought-after medicinal item. She quickly seized the opportunity to initiate a private chat. Wen Mingyue, what is the situation on your end? 51886. I was bitten on the arm by a sea creature while fishing today. The bleeding has just stopped, but the wound is swollen and oozing, and I feel quite dizzy. After sending her message, 51886 shared a picture that appeared to have been taken in a moment of panic. The image captured a girl with disheveled hair and a pale complexion, her face etched with terror, resembling Wen Mingyue's sister in age. In the background, a fire pit smoldered ominously. Wen Mingyue hurriedly sent over a universal wound spray. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, in the cockpit, Tang Yuan lay on the floor, laboriously opening the medication description. Universal wound spray, an excellent product for sterilization, anti-inflammation, and hemostasis, capable of accelerating wound healing and preventing infection. Tang Yuan's previously dim gaze instantly brightened. She promptly confirmed the transaction, applied the spray to her wound, and watched in amazement as the swollen, oozing area began to heal at an astonishing rate, prompting her to break down in tears. Once her excitement subsided, she noticed that Wen Mingyue had sent another message. Wen Mingyue, if a fishing boat remains inactive for over 3 days, all resources will cease to replenish. After expressing her gratitude, Tang Yuan realized she had traded with a prominent figure mentioned in the regional announcements. She hadn't expected such crucial information to be shared with her. Just as she was about to relay Wen Mingyue's message to the chat group, she paused, a thought striking her. She hurriedly got up and began to study the control panel. On the other side, Wen Mingyue cheerfully merged 2 maps and rushed to the cockpit to check the island's coordinates, only to find her expression fall. The distance was nearly 2,000 kilometers. Even with the autopilot engaged continuously, it would take approximately 3 days to reach. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed it was insufficient, necessitating a journey of both navigation and resource gathering. Activating the autopilot system, the fishing boat slowly sailed towards the unknown island while she snuggled back into her warm bed for a restful slumber. Thus, on the afternoon of the 6th day in the frigid weather, when Mingyue finally caught sight of the island in the distance, she decided to postpone her landing until the following morning, opting instead to treat herself to a hearty meal that night. Sated and content, she reclined on the warm Kong, delightfully reflecting on her recent harvests. First, she had gathered a batch of vegetables from the field and replanted anew. The mature oranges were partially consumed by Wen Mingyue, while the remainder was stored for future use. Being a highly sought-after fruit, some were placed on the market in exchange for scarce resources. The grapevines and passion fruit trees have blossomed, and 7 small melons dangle from the watermelon vines. The lemons are gradually turning a golden hue. The system produces them without the need for pollination, boasting an astonishing fruit-bearing rate. After accounting for the fuel consumed by the fishing boat, 300 liters remain. Additionally, Wen Mingyue retrieved 20 pieces of glass and 15 pieces of plastic, from which she crafted 2 water purification machines. Now, there are 8 purification machines installed on the fishing boat, symmetrically positioned on either side of the cockpit. In her inventory, she has 8 bottles of antifreeze, 5 plots of ordinary land, 2 packets of strawberry seeds, and various vegetable and seasoning seeds, all of which have been sown across a total of 22 plots. She is indeed a small landowner. Furthermore, she possesses blueprints for a vegetable basket, oxygen masks, 2 pairs of fins, 2 electric cards rated at 20 degrees, 3 backpack expansion cards, 2 large snack gift packs, a case of 12 bottled cola, 2 bottles of sparkling water, 10 chocolate bars, 2 bottles of gum, a wooden comb, a small desk lamp, and an assortment of other used items. Among her collection are 3 summoning cards. Summoning card can gather other players, valid for 48 hours, automatically returns to the initial location or residence after the time expires. She has retained 1 card and placed the other 2 for sale, one of which was purchased by Zhao Lingxin. There are 4 blueprints, including 2 for barbecue grills and outdoor ovens, complete with blueprints for barbecue tools such as tongs and skewers. Although these blueprints do not pertain to combat, Wen Mingyue is nonetheless quite pleased, as they enhance the quality of life, especially useful when her family arrives later. Moreover, Wen Mingyue is more concerned about defensive weaponry for her territory, such as turrets and shields, rather than personal arms. Given her talents, a bow and arrow suit her perfectly. Her goal is to elevate her archery skills to the highest level. If any other weapons are exceptional, she may set them aside for her sister to choose from. Lastly, she has a blueprint for an iron axe and a dagger, along with previously exchanged blueprints for an iron shovel and iron hoe, which Wen Mingyue promptly clicks to learn crafting. The iron shovel can be customized in size, allowing her to create 1 large and 1 small version. She prepares everything conceivable to fill her backpack, including a small paddle boat she collected earlier, along with climbing ropes with hooks and hammers. For bulk materials, such as timber, which do not have a shelf life, a single backpack slot can hold up to 99 cards, with each card containing 100 units, totaling 9,900 units. However, Wen Mingyue has tested this and realized that only cards of the same item can be stacked. For instance, a timber card cannot be combined with an iron ingot card within the same backpack slot. In a stationary space, there are no restrictions on item types, but a single card can only encompass a certain weight or quantity of items. Smaller materials that are infrequently used are stored in the fish hold, leaving a significant portion of her 60 backpack slots still available for use. Recently, only half of the water and salt sold each day has been accounted for, with the remainder reclaimed by 069's camera space. Fuel has become a scarce commodity, prompting Wen Mingyue to stockpile more for herself. Once the preparatory work was completed, I reclined on my bed, continuing to peruse the messages within the regional chat group, casually glancing at the latest participant count, 81,250. In the span of 6 days, several thousand individuals had departed. Some players had begun to piece together the reason for the lack of treasure chests and resources in the sea, resulting in a significant surge in fuel prices. A minority of players resorted to vitriol in the chat, yet the majority remained composed, diligently selecting suitable companions with a focus on cost-effectiveness. The following morning at 9 o'clock, I had already anchored my fishing vessel beside the island in the deep waters, standing at the bow clad in a long-sleeved shirt, gazing towards the island ahead. Not long ago, I had measured the temperature outside the protective shield at 35 degrees, while the temperature within was a cooler 32 degrees. Chapter 20. The first to land on the island. Reward. Island treasure map. Before me lay an island considerably larger than the previous desolate isle, its area approximately 5 to 6 times greater. An endless expanse of verdant foliage interspersed with towering trees. I ascended the retractable rope ladder from the fishing boat to a point not far above the water's surface, lowered my small boat, and effortlessly leaped aboard, paddling towards the island. After approximately 30 minutes, I reached the shore. With a long stride, my black boots sank into the soft sandy earth as I turned to stow the small boat in my system's backpack. Just as I pivoted, the system's notification echoed in my mind. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for becoming the first to land on the island. Reward. 1 Island treasure map. Each player may only explore the same island once, with a maximum exploration duration of 8 days. I promptly opened the detailed description. The island treasure map could be utilized to seek out all islands, with no limitations on usage frequency, viewable via the control panel. Upon landing, I could click to confirm usage for updates. Wen Mingyue immediately accessed the control panel and noticed the newly added section, Island Treasure Map, behind the camera space. Upon clicking, a prompt appeared, "Do you confirm usage?" and I selected Confirm Usage. Before me materialized a topographical guide to the island, adorned with various red dot regions. The upgraded search radius had now reached 800 meters, yet I could currently only uncover information regarding treasure chests. Intent on testing my findings, I followed the map's guidance toward the nearest resource point, traversing over 100 meters until I arrived at a pile of scattered stones. After a moment of hesitation, I commenced searching through the rocky area, but found no treasure chests or useful resources. Only a collection of formidable boulders lay before me. Wait a moment. Suddenly enlightened, I pondered for a moment, retrieving a hammer from my backpack and began striking one of the colossal stones before me. Almost immediately, I heard the system's notification sound. Acquired dampening stone X2. After several more strikes, I received another notification. Acquired dampening stone X5. Raising my gaze, I noticed 7 black stones had appeared in my backpack. Yet the giant rock before me remained unchanged. Consulting the treasure map with my mind, I observed that the first red dot had transformed into gray. Wen Mingyue understood instantly. Dampening stones were indeed valuable. When her fishing vessel had upgraded to a capacity of 1,000, she had reviewed the detailed prompts indicating that dampening stones could enhance the vessel's durability. After all, navigating the vast ocean inevitably leads to wear and tear on fishing vessels. The day before yesterday, she received a notification from the system, indicating the need to add a considerable amount of timber and iron pieces to repair the fishing boat. Wen Mingyue was instantly filled with excitement, hastily grasping a hammer to begin her labor. Fortunately, her strength was ample, and she did not feel fatigued. After a series of vigorous strikes, the system's announcement abruptly ceased. Regardless of how many more times she hammered, the quantity of moisture-proof stones remained unchanged, while her inventory displayed a total of 90 stones. With a regretful shake of her head, she remarked, "It truly cannot withstand the blows," before hefting the hammer onto her shoulder and swiftly making her way towards another large rock. She spared no small ones, for even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. She intended to gather them all. After hammering away for over half an hour, Wen Mingyue ultimately collected 2,000 moisture-proof stones, which were promptly stored in 20 cards by 069, temporarily held within the system's inventory. At that moment, she leaned against the boulder, taking deep gulps of water, realizing that this task was quite exhausting. After a brief rest, she continued her journey to the next resource point. There, she discovered 2 red markers indicating resources. One was a goji berry tree, and the other consisted of more than 20 plant and herbs, along with a small patch of fish mint that could propagate indefinitely. By midday, the temperature had soared to 36 degrees. She donned a sun hat and enjoyed a lunch of beef stew with radish accompanied by rice. Prior to her time on the boat, she had prepared food and stored it in card space, making it quite convenient to eat now. In the afternoon, she resumed her exploration, collecting several stalks of sanchi and crane grass, which was precisely what she needed for a hemostatic ointment, leaving only mint to be gathered. Additionally, she found 6 stalks of licorice, 1 honeysuckle plant, and effortlessly dealt with a level 4 mutated wild boar, obtaining 20 pounds of wild boar meat. The resulting bronze treasure chest yielded a contract card. Upon comparison, she noted that today's resource points indicated that the wild boar's location was mobile, albeit within a limited range. Before returning to the fishing boat, she instructed 069 to take a screenshot of the latest resource points, intending to compare them tomorrow. After enjoying dinner, She and 069 happily reviewed that day's harvest of fish, shrimp, and crabs, adding over 20 resource cards to their collection. The next morning, as she rushed towards unexplored areas, she compared the changes in the red markers on her map and discovered several with evident signs of movement. Further analysis revealed that these mobile markers were slightly larger than the stationary ones, with one approximately the size of her pinky nail. She promptly instructed 069 to mark them, while the panda figure in her mental space quickly typed away on the computer in front of her. The exploration on the following day proceeded smoothly, yielding 30 wild chicken eggs, 68 quail eggs, 1 hickory tree, and 2 raspberry plants from several resource points. As for timber, after chopping down 2 trees, Wen Mingyue found the drop rate to be disappointingly low and the time spent excessive, leading her to abandon that pursuit. On the third day, she stumbled upon a patch of mint with a remarkably strong aroma. Upon counting, she found dozens of plants, thereby gathering all the materials needed for the hemostatic ointment, and resolved to begin crafting that evening. Additionally, she harvested over 20 pounds of fresh herbs, including bay leaves, mountain cinnamon, star anise, and cinnamon bark. When Mingyue instructed 069 to store everything in cards and then place them in the camera space for preservation. On sunny days, one can dry things on the deck, which can then be utilized for making soups and preparing cured delicacies. The quantity is sufficient to sustain for an extended period. Upon consulting the map, it became evident that half of the island had been explored. Given that exploration hours on the island are from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening, I sought the nearest resource point, planning to return to the fishing boat after my exploration. To my astonishment, the final resource point revealed fertile black soil. Without hesitation, I seized a hoe and began to excavate, ultimately unearthing 20 square meters of black earth. Crops planted in this black soil grow at half the time required on regular land. For instance, oilseed lettuce matures in just 3 days. On the 4th day of exploration, I harvested 10 pounds of rabbit meat, 2 rabbit hides, 2 lambs, 2 sheep skins, 20 pounds each of sweet potatoes and potatoes, as well as 20 cotton seedlings. Upon inspection, I discovered that the sweet potatoes and potatoes could be preserved for planting. On the 5th day of exploration, I spent the entire morning gathering numerous branches and dry grass. I also excavated 2 backpacks worth of soil and around 200 stones, necessary for constructing a warm bed, though I had yet to encounter any straw. In the afternoon, I received a prompt to enter the largest red-marked area I had previously identified. With my prepared bow in hand and 30 arrows soaked in toad venom at my back, I cautiously advanced forward. Chapter 21. The Conclusion of Island Exploration. Reward. Special talent. I concealed myself behind a sturdy tree trunk, drew my bow, and carefully observed the surroundings. Before long, I discerned faint snoring emanating from the thicket ahead. After approximately 10 minutes, I resolved to take the initiative and stealthily moved forward, avoiding any dry twigs underfoot. Once I reached a safe distance, I crouched down and peered through the gaps in the foliage, spotting a dark, furry belly rising and falling rhythmically. The creature remained blissfully unaware of my presence, still deep in slumber. As I conjectured the identity of the animal, I scanned the area for possible escape routes and advantageous shooting positions. A short while later, I confirmed my location, inhaled deeply, and crouched low, carefully making my way toward a large rock in the distance. After 5 minutes, I arrived at the base of the boulder, maneuvered around to its rear, and looked up to find that its summit stood over 4 meters above the ground, featuring a natural recess at about 3 meters high, a perfect hiding spot. From this niche, given my height, I could expose only my upper torso for shooting while remaining concealed when crouching. Grasping a protruding rock firmly, I began to ascend slowly, a task I found quite manageable. Soon, I reached the edge of the recess, exerting force downward with both hands, first extending one leg upwards, followed by the other. I rolled over onto the rocky surface, letting out a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, I gradually stood up, slightly bending at the waist, and gazed into the distance. The creature, as I had surmised, was indeed a large black bear. When Mingyue scrutinized the creature before her from head to toe, towering nearly 2 meters tall, the system promptly notified her that it was a level 5 black bear monster, and upon examining its attributes, she confirmed its immense strength. After determining the optimal shooting angle, she prepared to deliver a fatal blow while the beast was unawares. However, a faint buzzing sound suddenly reached her ears, instilling a sense of foreboding. Turning around, she was taken aback to find a swarm of buzzing bees fixated on her, their intent unmistakable. The entity known as 069 in the space grew tense, fully aware that bee stings can be excruciating. Hastily, she retrieved a torch she had prepared in advance to fend them off, though she still endured a couple of stings, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Simultaneously, a deafening roar erupted from behind her, sending a chill down her spine. The bear monster, having risen to its feet, locked eyes with Wen Mingyue, who had just finished dispersing the bees. Their gazes met, hers filled with determination and its eyes ablaze with fury. The beast, with its crimson eyes and razor-sharp teeth capable of felling great trees, began pounding its chest and charged towards her, aiming for the boulder she stood upon. Gritting her teeth to withstand the pain, Wen Mingyue fully drew her bow, releasing an arrow aimed squarely at the creature. Yet, it missed the crimson mark on its belly and struck one of its arms instead, inciting the monster's wrath. With a fierce growl, the black bear yanked the arrow from its arm, snapped it in two, and disdainfully hurled the pieces to the ground, trampling them underfoot. Seizing the moment, Wen Mingyue quickly knocked another arrow, but the bear had already reached the base of the boulder and was relentlessly lunging in her direction. The sensation for Wen Mingyue was akin to being on a giant pendulum. A single misstep could result in disastrous consequences. Realizing it could not ascend the rocky precipice easily, the bear shifted its strategy, repeatedly battering the stone wall with its hefty frame. As she reloaded her bow, she couldn't help but lament the sluggish effects of the toad venom, fearing her predicament would soon turn dire. Lost in thought, her arrow found its mark, striking the bear in the neck, prompting another earth-shaking roar. Seizing the opportunity amidst the creature's moment of pain, Wen Mingyue quickly released another arrow. Just as she uttered, "So close," the black bear collapsed heavily onto the ground. Recognizing her chance, a wave of joy washed over her as she swiftly loosed an arrow that struck true at the red mark on the bear's belly. Victory was hers. Ecstatic, she leapt down from the boulder and bent to collect the fallen bronze treasure chest. Typically, monsters below level 10 yielded such chests, and she held no illusions of extraordinary rewards. With a click, she selected open and dismantle. The chest yielded a modest gain of 2 strength and 2 agility, prompting Wen Mingyue to exclaim in delight, "What a profit!" She then checked her personal stats: strength, 23, agility, 22, spirit, 23. Upon dismantling the bear, she acquired a bear pelt, which she retrieved from her inventory and examined by squatting down. Quite nice, soft to the touch. She mused before inquiring if 069 fancied the bear skin, suggesting she might fashion it into a cushion for its rest. Meanwhile, 069, having calmed down, patted its chest, and, rising on tiptoe to glance at the bear skin, obediently informed its host that while the texture was agreeable, it was not fond of the color. Expressing a preference for green, Wen Mingyue immediately understood. She favored the green fabric adorned with bamboo embroidery and made a mental note of it. However, the matter of the ambush remained unresolved, for Wen Mingyue held grudges with a tenacity. Observing her still slightly swollen hand, she promptly retrieved a spray bottle to tend to her wound. Then, with her companion, she boldly launched an attack on the bee's nest, collecting a bountiful harvest of 50 pounds of sweet honey. After their heist, she and 069 engaged in lively conversation as they made their way back to the fishing boat. By the morning of the 6th day, Wen Mingyue had thoroughly explored the entire island, yielding 1 specimen each of Hisho Wu and ginseng. According to 069's analysis, the ginseng was a century-old specimen, while the Hisho Wu was 20 years old. Wen Mingyue planned to gather some liquor to infuse with these treasures, perfectly suited for her needs. Just as she closed the exploration interface, a system notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, player Wen Mingyue, for becoming the first to complete the island adventure." The rewards materialized as follows: Special Talent, S-Class Plant Affinity, Advanced Nutrient Solution X2, Flight Points X20, Shield X2. Each reward touched her heart deeply. Firstly, the S-Class Plant Affinity was crucial for the upcoming competitive player battles, enabling a closer connection with plant-based entities and potentially saving her life. As for the Advanced Nutrient Solution, she was well acquainted with its uses from her past life, primarily as a means of sustenance. Such high-grade items were rare. She had exchanged a mid-level weapon blueprint for them. Flight points were essential in every gaming realm, serving as the energy source for aerial travel, a valuable asset typically obtained through island exploration. As for the shields, she was elated. She quickly calculated her level. It had reached 7, bringing her 1 step closer to level 20. Similarly, 069 was equally jubilant. Host, I can graduate now. I've just hit 60 points. The little creature in the space was joyously spinning around. Had it been capable of detecting emotions, it would have realized that its host was even more exhilarated. Chapter 22, System Graduation, Harvesting Abalone and Sea Cucumbers. Oh, wonderful. Finally, I can pet cats. Big, fluffy ones. Overjoyed, she urged 069 to come out for a closer look. However, 069 shyly informed Wen Mingyue that it would soon return to the interstellar realm, which sent her into a panic. This cannot be. I haven't had my fill yet. You can't leave just like this. After some probing, she learned that it was returning to attend a graduation ceremony and celebration, requiring a 4-day leave. Yet, it assured her that it would complete the necessary settings beforehand, so as not to affect fishing and netting activities. With a sigh of relief, she patted her chest and reminded it to return promptly, threatening to complain to Xiao Q if it did not. Once 069 departed, Wen Mingyue found herself alone on the beach, enjoying a solitary lunch. Afterward, She occupied her time sketching in the sand before lying down to bask in the sun, feeling rather bored. The chill that enveloped her upon leaving the island was stark. She had just seen a message in the regional chat indicating that many had logged off, as the temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees. Gazing blankly at the azure sky, with one hand idly stirring the sand in circles, a sudden thought struck her. Instantly, she sat up, and a large iron shovel materialized in her grasp. What followed was an incessant digging, accompanied by her muttering to herself, "This is natural cat litter." Unbeknownst to her, she continued her excavation until the closing time of the island, only to be unexpectedly kicked away into the air. Startled, Wen Mingyue clutched her backside in pain, gritting her teeth, nearly letting out a curse. However, she quickly reconsidered and covered her mouth. The rewards of exploration had yet to warm up. If she lost her chance to complain, where would she find solace? Never mind, never mind. She couldn't afford to be hurt. After all, she had a family to support. On the 13th day of the extreme cold, the day after 069 departed, she found herself missing it. The fishing boat had lingered at the island for over 6 days, with the nets and treasure chests yielding no bounty. If they didn't get to work soon, they would have to endure the bitter winds, and she was reluctant to return to face the northern winter. As a southerner, she truly found the chill unbearable. Thus, a clever idea struck her. She leisurely piloted the fishing boat along the island's edge for an hour. Arriving at the opposite side, the distance was barely 1,000 meters. After anchoring the boat, she leaned over the side, tiptoeing to extend half her body out, using one hand for support on the edge of the boat, while the other held a telescope, peering into the distance. She spotted fish swimming amidst the coral clusters not far away. The sea was a crystalline blue, rendering the view exceptionally clear. Without hesitation, she decided to act. Perhaps she might find sea urchins or abalone. She hurriedly fashioned a fishing tool and rowed her small boat towards the shore. She retrieved the oxygen mask and flippers from her previous supplies, and from her stockpile, she found a light blue swimsuit. Though Wen Mingyue had a slender frame, she possessed a surprising amount of flesh. Lacking a diving suit, the swimsuit would suffice, and underwater fishing was a task she found exceedingly easy, having lived 2 lifetimes. Once equipped with her oxygen mask and flippers, she commenced her harvesting endeavor. A myriad of vividly colored fish darted back and forth within the coral, occasionally enacting the scene of a large fish devouring a smaller one. Wen Mingyue, too, enjoyed a bountiful harvest, collecting sea urchins and abalone larger than her face, filling basket after basket. Additionally, she caught over 20 large blue dragons and sea cucumbers as thick as 2 fingers. However, these should be consumed sparingly to avoid the disappearance of her abdominal muscles. She also gathered a considerable amount of fresh seaweed and some unfamiliar small sea vegetables. When the sun warmed the day, she could hang them on the boat's edge to dry, perfect for brewing soup. After toiling until 2 in the afternoon, when Mingyue finally recognized her hunger, she tidied up her equipment, preparing to return to shore for a bite to eat before continuing her fishing. Just as she surfaced, removed her oxygen mask, and wrapped herself in a towel, she noticed a group of people approaching the beach not far away. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, they collectively turned to look. When Mingyue observed the 8-member team, her gaze immediately drawn to a girl in a red dress with long hair. Her eyes were bright and clear, with a slight upward tilt at the corners, and her brow was slightly furrowed, exuding an air of aloofness. Surrounded by 5 tall men clad in black, one of them, with piercing eyes, swiftly extended his hand to shield the girl before him. Beside her stood a young man in a white shirt, exuding an air of elegance and grace, his cool gaze appraising. On the far right was a relatively shorter, slightly plump man wearing glasses, who appeared rather unremarkable. The group facing them was taken aback to find others on the island. After a brief exchange of glances, neither party initiated conversation. After several hours of fishing, the area where Wen Mingyue found herself was quite distant from her fishing boat, rendering it invisible to the others. She was perplexed to encounter Zhao Jinan and his companions here, and without lingering, she turned to leave. Zhao Jinan, however, watched the silhouette of the young girl in the distance, lost in thought. It wasn't until his sister, Zhao Lingxin, tugged at his sleeve that he snapped back to reality, leading the group onward. As Zhao Jinan entered the designated area of the island, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Player Zhao Jinan's team has discovered the second island. Island resources have been refreshed. The supply of island resources is at 60% of the initial exploration amount. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhao Jinan's expression darkened, unable to suppress a twitch of his stiffened lips. His first prize had slipped away once more. Meanwhile, on her return journey, when Mingyue lamented about the system's beauty card, casting several glances at Zhao Lingxin, utterly unaware of what had changed. Every card from this system is not given away for free. The timing simply isn't right yet, remarked a voice. On the other side, since entering the island, Zhao Shi had been closely trailing his young mistress while vigilantly observing their surroundings. Zhao Lingxin, walking ahead, seemed somewhat distracted, her pace slowing until she drew nearer to Zhao Shi. She reached out, gently grasping his sturdy arm, whispering that she could no longer walk. Zhao Shi obliged by slowing his pace, his stern face betraying no excess emotion as he attentively focused on the path ahead. Zhao Jinan turned around to see the two lagging at the back, his expression cold as he commanded, "Keep up." Upon returning to the fishing boat, Wen Mingyue activated the autopilot system before beginning her meal. She planned to collect plenty of sea urchins and abalones during her next encounter with an island. Over the next 2 days of extreme cold, she gradually established the land explored on the island. She planted relevant fruit trees and medicinal herbs, with most of the black soil dedicated to the latter and larger fruit trees. Additionally, after producing several bottles of antifreeze, the issue of soil frost was temporarily alleviated, with some resources exchanged daily. Chapter 23. Crafting Hemostatic Ointment. These past 2 days of unboxing finally yielded the garment design blueprints Wen Mingyue had longed for, prompting her to hastily learn and craft 2 sets of diving suits from the previously acquired shark skin. Of the protective shields, she defeated 4 sea monsters, with only one yielding a shield. Given the drop rate, this was considered fortunate, as later encounters with level 20 monsters might not guarantee even a single drop. The land has expanded to 2 additional plots, now comprising 24 ordinary parcels and 20 square meters of fertile black soil, protected by a level 8 shield. Additionally, there exists a blueprint for a cold remedy. Cold remedy effectively treats fever, with additional effects of relieving cough and cooling heat. The necessary ingredients are conveniently available with Wen Mingyue, plantain, licorice, and honeysuckle, each in 100 grams. A few portions of hemostatic ointment are also prepared for reserve. Moreover, there is a splendid set of ceramic bowls, totaling 12 in size, accompanied by 8 glass cups, 4 of which are elegant goblets. On the last afternoon, 2 cooling silk mats and a large ice-making machine were procured, along with a 6-inch chocolate cake. Fortunately, I have stockpiled several electricity cards, and over the past few days, I have been processing king crabs, fish, and shrimp. The inedible shells and entrails are discarded into the energy waste bin, which has already stored nearly 20 degrees of electricity. Upon inventory, I discovered a shortage of artillery materials, while most of the materials for the heated Kong were provided by Zhao Lingxin, who currently possesses 4 such Kangs. Nestled under the covers, I perused the messages in the regional chat group, which currently boasts 68 for 125 members. Aside from the fatalities caused by the extreme cold, numerous fishing boats have fallen victim to attacks from sea monsters, and during this period, Wen Mingyue has successfully dealt with 2 level 5 sea creatures. As I continued to scroll through the group messages, I inadvertently drifted into slumber. The following day, I awoke to the heat. I rushed into the bathroom for a shower, and then settled onto the cooling silk mat procured the previous day, activating the ice machine. At last, I could indulge in cold beverages, with the juicer also ready for use. Amidst the busyness, I seemed to forget something until 9 o'clock, when the familiar voice of the main system, Xiao Q, echoed through the air. "Good morning, players. I am your game's main system, Xiao Q." Suddenly, there was a glitch, followed by an extended silence. Meanwhile, as Wen Mingyue enjoyed her breakfast, she seized the opportunity to express her thoughts. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This serviceability is worse than my home S069. After saying this, she abruptly looked up, realizing, it seems my 069 is about to return. She then buried herself back into her bowl of kanji. No matter how much one loves seafood, it is hard to endure it daily. Thankfully, a considerable amount of rice and flour has been procured, allowing for variety in meals. As Wen Mingyue expressed her grievances, within an office in a certain dimension, a black cat yawned while complaining. "It's all the fault of those pesky 2,233 kids. They insisted on inviting me last night for a marathon mahjong session. And now I have to rise early for work. It's utterly exhausting." After voicing this, the familiar voice of the main system, Xiao Q, resumed its weary announcement in the sky. Many players began to wonder if they had misheard, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the tone. This round of the game will welcome its first major merge. After the merge, the total number of players will reach 200,000, with zones 39, 62, and 157 automatically merging into zone 96. Next, everyone will encounter 30 days of scorching summer. Additionally, dangers at sea will increase, but this presents a splendid opportunity for strengthening one's abilities. After 30 days, all players will participate in the regional player battle. Specific rules will be announced later. End of announcement. The newly merged Greater China Zone 96 is bustling with excitement. As Wen Mingyue busied herself in the kitchen, preparing delectable treats for her beloved companion, she could not help but stretch her neck to observe the commotion outside. Most individuals were searching for their families, while others were recruiting teams for fishing expeditions. Among them, the Qinglong gang, led by Wang Tianba, dominated the chat, with many lavishing praise upon him. The name struck a chord of familiarity, yet she could not quite place it. After all, she had spent several years in the gaming realm and could not recall every minor character. Moreover, at this time in her previous life, She had been engrossed in battling monsters and gathering food, as it was, for her, a more expedient means to procure sustenance. Just as she finished freezing the honey lemon water and watermelon juice, a thunderous crash resonated from the deck of the cabin, prompting her to dash outside with her knife in hand. Before she could utter a word of warning, she spotted a plump little ball on the wooden floor, busily rubbing its ample behind while muttering, "Oh dear, that hurt terribly, and now my master has seen me. How embarrassing." Wen Mingyue instantly recognized the clumsy creature as her own companion. It appeared that the little one had taken a tumble upon landing. Dropping her watermelon knife, she sprinted over, squatting down to assist 069 while playfully delivering a hearty pat. To her delight, the texture was quite pleasing. It had a delightful bounciness. Seizing the moment, she buried her face in her companion's belly for a gentle nuzzle, finding it neither prickly nor unpleasantly fragrant, simply perfect. After a thorough examination to ensure 069 had no fractures, she promptly helped it to its feet. Indeed, 069 was a rotund creature capable of standing upright, slightly shorter than her. Wen Mingyue estimated its height to be around 1.60 meters, making it convenient for her to administer head pats whenever she pleased. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they clasped hands, joyfully making their way home. Upon returning to their wooden abode, 069 expressed a fondness for the rocking chair on the balcony. Without delay, Wen Mingyue eagerly fetched it, only for the little ball to plop down and tumble again. However, this was of little consequence, as she had crafted a throne of steel specifically designed for her companion, taking into account its ample proportions with a custom fit. They soon conferred and decided to indulge in a barbecue for lunch, retrieving the large fish and shrimp that had been marinating for the past few days. The grill and outdoor oven had been prepared in advance, with plenty of charcoal on hand. As she prepared an array of culinary delights, she listened intently to 069 recount its experiences upon returning to the stars. To her astonishment, the interstellar beings and their companions were quite enamored with the entertainment pursuits of Blue Star inhabitants, with mahjong being particularly popular for over 60 years, to the extent that some even skipped work to play. When Mingyue casually inquired whether 069 enjoyed mahjong, to which it resolutely replied in the negative. The firmness of her companion's response left her feeling a tinge of disappointment, though she remained oblivious to the gentle exhalation behind her. Then came the time for Wen Mingyue to offer a feast, continuously feeding 069 with shrimp, crab, fish, and other delicacies. 069 is also open to all, for it has discovered that spicy dishes are delightful and sour drinks are refreshing. In the end, it concluded with a net brimming with fish, 2 large hairy crabs, and a chocolate cake for dessert. Chapter 24. The Transaction of the Constant Temperature Cloak. One could not help but lament the burdens of sustenance while gazing longingly from the edge of the boat, before crafting a few fishing nets. Only she understood the hardships of providing for a family. Soon, a new round of territory exchange commenced. At this moment, 2 individuals lounged leisurely under their respective sun umbrellas, basking in the sun. The umbrellas had been unfurled in the morning, along with 2 backless beach dresses and several bottles of sunscreen. At this moment, Wen Mingyue had a luxurious facial mask adorning her face, while beside her, the round dumpling had 2 slices of cucumber resting on its eyes, perfectly suited to alleviate its dark circles. Not far off, the deck was strewn with thinly sliced cassava chips, accompanied by goji berries, dried orange peels, abalone, sea cucumbers, and the 4 brothers of marinated ingredients, with kelp hanging from the eaves, filling every available space. After concluding her exploration of the island, she acquired 2 additional plots of land, bringing Wen Mingyue's total to 26 ordinary plots and 20 square meters of fertile black soil. The area between the wooden house and the cabin was designated as a vegetable and fruit garden, while the section between the wooden house and the stern of the boat served as a medicinal herb field. Stone partitions were constructed between the vegetable and fruit gardens for easy harvesting. 12 square meters of ordinary land were allocated for cultivating vegetables, with the garden situated directly next to the wooden house, considering the frequent need for watering and to prevent moisture from reaching the wooden house. Wen Mingyue installed a moisture-proof barrier of stones, utilizing a total of 20. Thankfully, she had stockpiled quite a bit during her exploration of the island, and she planned to gather even more this time. She intended to separate the land on the fishing boat with moisture-proof stones and the boat's flooring, thus minimizing wear and enhancing aesthetics. In addition to common vegetables and condiments, she also planted sweet potatoes and potatoes from her island exploration, as the resources from the island could be infinitely cultivated, allowing for the eventual freedom to enjoy sweet potato porridge. Furthermore, 14 square meters of ordinary land and 4 square meters of black soil were designated for fruit trees. In addition to the initial orange tree, there were 2 lemon trees, a grapevine, a coconut palm, and a passion fruit plant. She also planted 1 peach tree from her island exploration and 2 raspberry bushes, totaling 9 trees, spaced adequately for growth. The remaining 16 square meters of black soil were primarily devoted to medicinal herbs, located adjacent to the wooden house and also separated by moisture-proof stones. Here, she cultivated plantain, ginseng, crane grass, licorice, mint, honeysuckle, and goji trees. Wen Mingyue intended to stockpile a batch of hemostatic ointment, as it would be in high demand during the monster tide. The fish mint, known for its detoxifying properties, had proliferated into a vast area, which she planned to dry and store for use in hot weather, as her family particularly enjoyed it. Additionally, there were 2 square meters of black soil planted with cotton, which could be used to make quilts and clothing. The resources obtained from the island were suitable for propagation, allowing her to reserve some seeds for expanding the cultivation area. With a large family, the demand for cotton was significant. Although she currently lacked the blueprints for quilt making, she decided to plant it in advance. Wen Mingyue could not help but wistfully ponder how splendid it would be if she had flower seeds as well. The issue of basic sustenance has been resolved, yet the quality of life still requires enhancement. The upgraded Model 069 can now directly collect treasure chests within a radius of 200 meters, with an exploration range extending to 1,000 meters, and it can also detect dangerous creatures within the same distance. Fuel has accumulated significantly, and the autonomous driving system has been programmed to activate in the evening. As Wen Mingyue fantasizes about lying in bed, peacefully sleeping without the fear of starvation, she treats her family's treasures with utmost reverence. However, being a diligent and competitive individual, she has not been idle. Within the first 3 days of the heatwave, she has already vanquished 2 level 4 monsters, 1 level 5 monster, and 1 level 6 monster. The level 6 monster yielded a protective shield, which has now reached level 9, capable of regulating temperatures within a range of 45 degrees, while the external temperature has soared to 40 degrees, making the internal climate quite tolerable. The level 5 monster dropped a long whip of superior quality, which Wen Mingyue noted caused considerable pain when used. Nevertheless, as the whip is meant for close combat and cannot deliver a fatal blow in one strike, she concluded that the bow and large machete remain her preferred weapons. After some contemplation, she decided to list the whip for trade in exchange for an item that could lower temperatures, for she still wished to venture out and slay monsters. Remaining inside the protective shield would become monotonous, and she yearned to experience the world beyond. Just as Wen Mingyue was beginning to doze off in the sun, the system alerted her to an important message. Squinting, she opened the panel to view it. Zhao Lingxin stated, "Yeah, I desire the whip. I possess a temperature-regulating cloak. What do you think?" He subsequently sent a link. Wen Mingyue sat up, observing that the panda dumpling beside her was still fast asleep. Though this did not hinder the functionality of the relevant systems, as long as the program was set correctly, all would be well. She began to examine the cloak's description. Temperature-regulating cloak. Wear it to enjoy an eternal 28 degrees. The cloak was black with a hood, somewhat resembling a long trench coat. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue confirmed the transaction, and upon learning that Zhao Lingxin had the blueprint, she ordered 2 more, for valuable items should be stockpiled. Meanwhile, since the conclusion of the island exploration, Yang Ke had parted ways with Zhao Jinin's team, as they had declined his final inclusion under the pretense of temporarily only recruiting members of the Zhao family. After disembarking from the island, he returned to his modest 20-square-meter fishing boat. The thought of the impending island battle filled the self-proclaimed gentleman Yang Ke with trepidation, and after several days of observation, he ultimately identified a target group. Upon learning of his previous exploration with Zhao Jinin's team, they readily accepted his permanent team membership, and in an instant, Yang Ke appeared aboard a fishing vessel approximately 500 square meters in size, laden with all his belongings. However, upon arrival, he quickly regretted his decision, for the dozen or so men before him exuded an intimidating demeanor, causing him to tremble with fear. Following a series of threatening exchanges, Yang Ke found himself compelled to disclose everything he had witnessed to the leader of the group, including the size of the Zhao family's fishing vessels and the supplies he had observed. He had heard nothing, as the bodyguards forbade him from approaching the Zhao siblings, who also showed no inclination to engage with him, and the bodyguards were particularly unfriendly, their expressions as cold as ice. However, regarding Wen Mingyue, it was merely a fleeting mention, for he perceived that as a prominent player from Area 96, Wen Mingyue must certainly possess a team, while the woman he observed appeared to be solitary. The leading man was quite pleased with Yang Ke's performance and consequently ordered him to be unceremoniously thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The group aboard the ship initially made their fortune through robbery in Area 62, long before the merger into Area 96, thus they cared little for the luck-based loot boxes, having grown accustomed to their nefarious ways and relishing the process. For those familiar with entertainment news, the Zhao siblings were well-known figures. Upon learning about the size of the opposing fishing vessel and the number of team members, Wang Tianba felt confident, anticipating a substantial financial windfall. Shortly thereafter, Yang Ke's avatar turned gray, and after a meticulous selection process, he successfully secured a place on the large ship. Chapter 25. The Transaction of the Flying Carpet. A reunion with Tang Yuan. Wang Tianba discovered that the opposing team comprised only 7 individuals, one of whom, Zhao Lingxin, lacked considerable combat prowess. Considering that his own numbers far exceeded theirs, coupled with an arsenal of weapons and an impeccable track record, he felt assured of victory. Before entering the game, Wang Tianba was known for his reckless nature, having engaged in numerous misdeeds and imbibed iron guanyin tea for several years. His crew consisted of dozens of men, half of whom were his former subordinates, and the other half recruited post-game. His followers were quite formidable, and with his advanced skills and extensive experience, he naturally ascended to leadership. His methods of robbery were varied, but within the context of the game. The most frequently employed tactic was the team formation strategy he had previously utilized against Yang Ku. After extracting the desired information from his opponents, he retained what was useful and discarded the rest into the sea. However, he found that players from his original area were too impoverished after robbing several players. The fishing vessel's area barely reached 500 square meters. Gradually, he realized that after the skirmishes, not all resources could be retained. As the protective shield had withheld quite a bit, and combined with his own, the shield's level was only at 4. The recent target was similarly destitute, yielding less than 15 additional square meters of territory and scant resources, with no protective shield to speak of. Yet, the thought of the Zhao family's fishing vessel, boasting 1,000 square meters, filled him with anticipation. Even if half would be deducted by the system, a considerable amount would remain. The mere thought of the beautiful Zhao Lingxin ignited a desire within him. He promptly commanded his men to prepare a grand feast with the day's catch of over a dozen fish, as a preemptive celebration. At the dining table, Wang Tianba reveled in the company of his comrades, cheerfully beckoning his subordinates. They prepared a simple boiled fish, seasoned with a touch of salt. Some even neglecting to remove the scales, yet all feasted voraciously. Meanwhile, in another part of the sea under the cloak of night, 3 girls, having survived an ordeal, huddled together weeping. Before them lay the dissipating corpse of a level 5 flying fish monster, the highest grade sea creature they had encountered in over 20 days since entering the game. Though injuries were inevitable, they were grateful to be alive. Leading the group, Ning Qian, after reassuring her younger sister Tang Yuan and friend Su Fengyi, stepped forward to retrieve the bronze treasure chest. Upon opening it, she discovered a Persian-style blanket inside. With a sense of confusion, she clicked to view the detailed description. Flying carpet. Requires flight value as a source of magic. 10 points of flight value allows controlled flight for 2 hours. The concept of flight value, coupled with a face marred by blood, was etched with bewilderment and a hint of regret. At that moment, her sister Tang Yuan joined her, glancing at the carpet-like object in the chest, her own eyes reflecting a similar sense of disappointment. Their sister was injured, and they needed healing supplies. Their previous spray was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the earnest and ever-optimistic Su Fengyi craned her neck to see, her face a mask of puzzlement. What was a flying carpet? What was flight value? She had never heard of such things. With an inquisitive tone, she turned to Tang Yuan and Ning Qian, saying, "Are we embarking on a fairy tale journey now? But I'm afraid of heights." Tang Yuan seemed to have an idea and opened her system panel, navigating to her favorite shop. Among the few but highly sought-after links, she found a newly added one, then shared her screen with the other 2. The 3 of them huddled together to observe as the shop displayed was Wen Mingyue's specialty store. One of the links was freshly added 2 days prior, and the item for exchange was indeed the flying carpet, potentially matching what they had just discovered. After a pause, the simple-minded Su Fengyi broke the silence, exclaiming, "No wonder she's an expert. She's always ahead of the times." She then draped her arm over the shoulders of her 2 companions and continued, "Do you think this means she already possesses that elusive flight value? Should we inquire about trading for what we need?" She didn't forget to showcase her still bleeding shoulder. Since they formed their team, their days had been filled with battling monsters or practicing against each other, resulting in daily injuries. Yet, in their quest to enhance their abilities and survive, all 3 persevered without uttering a word of surrender. Thus, their greatest desire remained the acquisition of healing items. Unfortunately, very few were available for sale, and those that were listed had exorbitant prices that could lead them to financial ruin. Upon hearing Fengyi's words, Tang Yuan turned to her sister with eyes full of longing. Among the 3, her constitution was the weakest, yet their training intensity was identical. Every night after practice, she would fall asleep in pain. As the head of the group, Ning Qian was acutely aware of her sister and friend's thoughts. She had witnessed their training efforts daily, feeling both touched and pained. Therefore, a trade was acceptable, but it must ensure maximum benefit. After a thorough discussion, they decided that Ning Qian would make the contact. As for Tang Yuan, she felt grateful to Wen Mingyue. Had she not informed her about the issue of resource refreshes, she would not have been proactive in stocking up on supplies, even managing to snag some fuel, while others in the group were only beginning to realize the problem 5 days after the harsh winter. Thus, engaging in negotiations with influential figures was beyond her capabilities. Meanwhile, on a fishing boat bathed in warm sunlight, Wen Mingyue was fervently scrutinizing over 30 resource cards, while 069 reveled in the moment, free from concerns of depleting their hostess resources, as a considerable surplus continued to flow in daily. Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind, prompting her to pause and check her interface. Ning Qian, hello, I see you are collecting flying blankets. Is this one of them? Wen Mingyue lingered on the sender's name for a moment before clicking the link, which fortuitously led her to the flying blanket she had requested 069 to list for exchange just a couple of days prior. She inquired about the recipient's needs, and upon learning that they required some medications, she did not rush the transaction but instead asked for a photograph of the sender. Upon receiving Wen Mingyue's message, Ning Qian and her companions were momentarily bewildered. After regaining their composure, Tang Yuan hurriedly tidied her sister's short hair, adjusted her slightly askew collar, and cleaned the noticeable stains from her face, finally coaxing a smile from her sister, albeit a forced one. Ning Qian struggled to pull the corners of her mouth upward, managing a smile that was more tragic than joyful. Wen Mingyue, suppressing her laughter as she viewed the photograph sent, replied, asking what specific medications they required. Ning Qian promptly provided the details. After reviewing her inventory, Wen Mingyue sent the medications over. Then, recalling something, she sent another message. Chapter 26, listing refreshing herbal soup in a dimly lit cabin. Ning Qian and her companions opened the medications sent by Wen Mingyue, 2 units of hemostatic ointment and 2 units of cold medicine, all abundant and of exceptional quality, far exceeding their expectations, leaving them with no opportunity to negotiate. As they scanned the message, their eyes fell upon another unread notification, prompting Tang Yuan to swiftly open it. Wen Mingyue, the flying blankets that will be listed later can be kept for yourselves. Flight points can typically be acquired after exploring islands. However, each island permits a limited number of explorations. After each exploration concludes, the resource supply of the island resets, but each time it diminishes. Therefore, it is advisable to seize the opportunity and explore the islands promptly. After reading the information, Tang Yuan was the first to react, uncertainly stating, "Sister, could it be that the influential figure is someone you know?" She then patted her sister's shoulder as if to emphasize her point. In the ensuing moments, Ning Qian mentally revisited everyone she had known throughout her life, from kindergarten to high school and into various clubs, struggling to recall anyone with the surname Wen. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep for the first time since entering the game. In contrast, the panda plushie by her bedside lay peacefully asleep on its new blanket. She had not anticipated encountering Ning Qian so soon. In her previous life, she had met Ning Qian and Su Fengyi during the inaugural player battle, and the three often collaborated in defeating monsters. Ning Qian had taught her numerous skills, including marksmanship. From what she understood, Ning Qian had endured the loss of her father at a young age, while her mother remarried and moved away with her sister, leaving Ning Qian to live with her grandparents. Upon reaching adulthood, with both grandparents having passed away due to illness, I resolutely concluded my studies and sought employment. Ultimately, through my own merits, I secured a position at a combat club that participated in professional competitions. It was during this period that I met the front desk attendant, Su Fengyi, who had also ventured into the workforce at an early age. As for her sister, little was mentioned, presumably indicating that she was no longer present. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wen Mingyue was aboard her vessel, testing the flying carpet that had been acquired the previous day. This magical carpet could adjust its size autonomously, though it could not exceed 6 square meters. In addition to the traditional Persian design, a transparent mode was also available. After selecting the appropriate dimensions and style, she ascended into the skies with her companion. However, the timid 069, gripped by acrophobia, plopped down on the carpet and clung desperately to Wen Mingyue's leg, refusing to let go. Faced with this predicament, she had no choice but to return 069 to the ship temporarily, while she continued her practice, donning her temperature-regulating cloak in the process. At this time of year, temperatures could soar to a sweltering 45 degrees, with the early morning and evening temperatures barely dipping below 40. In recent days, the once bustling regional chat group, which had boasted 200,000 members, had dwindled by several thousand, many having fallen victim to sea monsters or other players, while others succumbed to the harsh weather conditions. Fortunately, basic food supplies were not a pressing concern in this resource-rich maritime world, as a little effort could yield satisfactory results. The protective shield of the fishing vessel remained at level 9, and the recent monster hunting endeavors had yet to yield any upgrades. For the sake of a better life, perseverance was essential. Throughout the morning, Wen Mingyue dedicated herself to practicing with the flying carpet, a vital mode of transportation within the game world, not limited solely to survival at sea. Upon concluding her practice, it was time for lunch. As she prepared the meal in the kitchen, she also reviewed the morning's loot, while 069 assisted by passing plates. The morning treasure chests had been sparse, containing only 3 wooden boxes, one of which was a bronze chest. Inside the bronze chest, She discovered the crafting blueprint for a cooling potion, which she promptly learned, as it was an urgent necessity for players, capable of alleviating heat and toxins. The crafting materials were diverse and easily obtainable, including honeysuckle and fish mint, both of which Wen Mingyue had in abundance after a period of accumulation. Having utilized 2 bottles of growth liquid for the honeysuckle, after an afternoon of brewing, 2 large pots of medicinal soup were ready, one consisting of honeysuckle water and the other of fish mint water. She reserved some for herself while instructing 069 to scan the rest and list them in the system, requiring players to bring their own containers. Part of the offering was designated as a substitute for the growth liquid, with ample land on the fishing vessel. The demand for growth liquid was significant. Wen Mingyue planned to take advantage of the favorable weather to stockpile more vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs without the need for antifreeze. She also remembered to advertise in the chat group. Wen Mingyue, our store has just received a new batch of soups to cool and detoxify from heat. Supplies are limited, so come and exchange while stocks last. Subsequently, she sent 2 large bowls to Zhao Lingxin. Subsequently, she accessed the system panel, located the top section labeled followers, and sent over 2 bowls, adding a note. The magic carpet is quite useful. It complements last night's medicine. After sending, she closed the panel and accompanied her companion to water the crops. Her partner took the responsibility of fetching water, allowing her to focus solely on watering the plants. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel was bustling with activity. A newcomer from Zone 96 commented, "Could someone more seasoned explain who this Wen Mingyue is? Are we really that affluent in our district? The cooling soup is listed in hundreds per batch and is reasonably priced." Another newcomer, Zhang Chong, chimed in, "If only we could drink it daily. To be honest, aside from its peculiar taste, its effects are remarkable. After just 1 sip, my temper has considerably calmed down. What's this about the water from the eared root? I just had a couple of sips. ISNT at honeysuckle? It actually tastes quite nice. I had the eared root version. It's indeed rather odd, but still drinkable." One participant tagged a brother from earlier, "Mine is honeysuckle too. I've only had 1 sip. Should we trade?" A native from Zone 96 interjected, "Let us divert for a moment. Newcomers, pay attention. Wen Mingyue, or our sister Yu, is the first to conquer the level 234 monsters in our area, while we were still grappling with our meals. She had already upgraded her fishing boat to 1,000 square feet. For more information, feel free to message or join the group." A newcomer from Zone 96 exclaimed, "Wow. She sounds even more formidable than Zhao Jinan. Indeed, our sister Yu is a remarkable woman." Meanwhile, Wang Tianba sat at a table adorned with 2 empty bowls, licking his lips in satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated that Wen Mingyue would possess such wealth, his face betraying a calculating demeanor. Turning to a nearby comrade, he ordered, "Find someone to inquire. I need to know everything about this woman named Wen Mingyue immediately." His companion, with a sharp visage, promptly accepted the task. Chapter 27. Rescuing the Sea Turtle and obtaining the island map. Wang Tianba was surprised to discover that besides Zhao Jinan, there was another formidable figure named Wen Mingyue in Zone 96. The presence of 2 tigers in 1 mountain is unwelcome, let alone 3. He couldn't afford to underestimate Wen Mingyue. Securing the first kill demanded vigilance, both personally and as a team. This was a crucial reason behind his numerous successful heists. Thus, he hastily instructed his subordinates to expedite recruitment efforts, confident that, combined with his own talents, he would not struggle to find allies. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Wen Mingyue was joyfully assisting her companion on the deck in retrieving crab traps when she spotted a large sea turtle. Indeed, a sea turtle had latched onto her crab trap, falling with a thud onto the deck. The pair approached to investigate, and 069 couldn't resist poking at the barnacles clinging to the turtle's shell. Upon closer inspection, one was astonished to find the turtle's shell teeming with barnacles. The upgraded 069 then issued a prompt. Detected NPC direct relatives. Host is advised to provide assistance. If memory serves, NPCs first appeared during the late-game resource contention battles in maritime survival. Unexpectedly, I encountered the family of an NPC ahead of time, which surely merits a surge of goodwill. Without hesitation, I crouched down and beckoned 069 to assist me in flipping the sea turtle over. To my astonishment, its belly revealed numerous entanglements. This particular sea turtle appeared somewhat listless. Upon closer inspection, I noticed fishing line coiled around its neck, the material indicating it was from a net. With a dagger in hand, I meticulously severed the fishing line, revealing a deep gash on the turtle's neck. The wound was inflamed and swollen, already showing signs of infection, with blood oozing forth shortly thereafter. At that moment, the turtle began to weakly struggle. I quickly retrieved a hemostatic ointment and a wound spray, crouching down to support the turtle's neck with one hand while gently applying the ointment to the injury with the other. The instant the ointment made contact, the turtle ceased its thrashing. Before long, the bleeding had stopped, and I applied the spray to the wound twice. In less than 2 minutes, the injury had healed, leaving only a faint scar. Next came the segment that Wen Mingyue cherished most, prying off barnacles. 069 offered to assist, but was firmly declined, eventually retreating in a huff to take a nap. It took Wen Mingyue a full 2 hours to remove all the barnacles from the turtle's shell. In comparison, she felt that battling monsters and treasure hunting suited her far better. Rising to stretch her sore neck, she utilized the lift on the fishing boat to return the sea turtle to the ocean. However, the turtle did not swim away immediately. Instead, it circled several times in the water before heading into the depths, seemingly expressing gratitude. Watching the turtle depart safely, she turned back toward the wooden cabin Wen. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in her mind. The sea turtle, Bei, has gifted player Wen Mingyue a complete island map as a token of gratitude. Please check your inventory. Having been in the game for nearly a month, many players were aware of the significance of the island map. Hence none would trade it away, opting instead to form teams to explore the islands. Wen Mingyue was ecstatic. Her earlier complaints about not uncovering a new island map now forgotten, as she had received the full version. Instantly, her aches vanished, and she felt rejuvenated. Upon examining the island's location, she discovered it was not far from her current position. If she activated the 24-hour autopilot, she could reach it in approximately 2 days. After executing a series of commands on the control panel, she roused the snoring 069, suggesting they indulge in a barbecue feast, as good news is best shared. Over the next 2 days, thanks to 069's automatic treasure collection feature, they amassed 12 chests, containing 8 pounds of rice, 6 pounds of flour, and a box of straws. In the soul iron chest, they uncovered a small home noodle machine. No longer would she need to roll dough by hand. Simply adding flour and water to the mixer would yield fresh noodles. That very afternoon, Wen Mingyue and her companion each enjoyed a bowl of seafood noodles. Fortunately, 069 could automatically regulate its food intake and had no need for waste elimination, being merely a derivative of code. In truth, it wouldn't starve without food. It merely craved the flavors. She felt somewhat reluctant to indulge in lavish feasting in front of her own companion, particularly since 069 diligently toiled each day, catching fish and shrimp, allowing her to reap the benefits. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that she finally caught sight of the island in the distance. With 1 human and 1 bear perched on the edge of the boat, they eagerly scanned the horizon, noting that the island before them was even larger than the one they had explored previously. From the depths of her heart, Wen Mingyue expressed gratitude for the bounty bestowed upon them by the sea turtle. To commemorate their forthcoming landing on the island, she resolved to prepare a hearty homemade meal that noon, accompanied by the panda dumpling carrying a basket of vegetables. She ventured into her own garden and orchard to select fresh produce. After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, the duo feasted heartily at the dining table, savoring dishes such as spicy stir-fried wild boar, scallion stir-fried squid, steamed grouper, vegetable and egg soup, cold cucumber salad, alongside 2 glasses of iced fruit juice and a pot of fragrant sweet potato porridge. The meal was delightful and satisfying, a true testament to the joys of life. With the relentless efforts of both her and the panda cub, their capacity to generate waste had also increased, though it largely depended on 069's contributions. The panda had a fondness for fish, and though it left quite a mess while eating, it managed to leave behind some fish bones and spines. Overall, the energy waste bin now produced enough power daily to sustain their electricity needs. Having satisfied their hunger, they stowed the tools needed for island exploration into the system backpack. Taking out the flying carpet, they soared directly to the island's edge, with 069, who was no longer as fearful of heights, alongside her, completing the journey in under a minute, efficient and swift. Upon measuring the temperature with a thermometer, they found it to be a pleasant 33 degrees Celsius, accompanied by a refreshing sea breeze, a stark contrast to the scorching 40-degree heat outside the island. After securing the flying carpet, she took just a few steps forward when a notification from the system resonated in her mind. Congratulations on becoming the first player to explore this island. And then it was silent. She knew that she was indeed the first to set foot on this island, which was already a commendable achievement. One ought to be content. Thus, she skillfully made her way towards a nearby boulder, beckoning her companion to follow, then retrieved 2 iron hammers that she had prepared in advance from her backpack. The pair set to work on the boulder, hammering away for over an hour and yielding 3,000 moisture-resistant stones. Wen Mingyue had already discussed the division of resources with 069, agreeing to share the spoils equally with any materials that 069 could not utilize available for trade. Naturally, all resources were to be stored under her management for subsequent accounting. She was, after all, the world's most benevolent host, practicing a fair 50-50 split. To this arrangement, 069 was quite satisfied, laboring diligently, albeit unaware of the various costs associated with usage. Fees such as storage charges, categorized into short-term and long-term, were applicable. For fruit-bearing trees, the costs for nutrient solutions, her personal care fees, and charges for the fishing boat and land usage would also apply. The additional fees spanned 2 pages, written in fine print. requiring a click for further details. Guided by mutual trust and Wen Mingyue's timely nudges, 069 focused solely on the equitable split and signed without noticing the other clauses. Chapter 28. Foraging for wild vegetables on the island. After securing the moisture-proof stones, I suddenly remembered that I had yet to open the treasure map of the island. Upon synchronizing the operations on the system panel, I discovered an abundance of red dots, dozens, in fact. The quantity was reminiscent of my first arrival on the island. Though the red dots were spaced quite far apart, I instructed 069 to assist in scanning and to save a copy of the findings before continuing my exploration. In less than 20 minutes of flight, I arrived at the area indicated by the second red dot. Crouching down to inspect, I found a cluster of wild onions, totaling 8 plants. I hastily retrieved my small spade and carefully unearthed them, placing them into my backpack. The backpack indicated that the cultivation period was 5 days. I hoped to find suitable soil later, so for now, they would remain in my pack. Standing up, I opened the system panel again and noticed that the red dots on the map had not turned gray, although their area seemed slightly diminished. It appeared that there were more resources in the vicinity. Taking out my small spade once more, I extracted a wild onion from my backpack and directed the little one to search for more, cautioning her not to wander too far, as it would be quite troublesome to locate her if she got lost. I reminded her to refrain from touching anything she found until I arrived, fearing she might accidentally destroy it. After all, she could be quite exuberant, and I worried that one misguided thrust of her spade could obliterate our finds or harm the plants meant for cultivation. I envisioned the delightful prospect of infinite propagation. Splitting our efforts, I bent down and resumed my search, soon discovering another wild onion nestled beside a low shrub. Just as I unearthed it, I heard the cheerful call of my little companion nearby. I quickly stowed the wild onion and rushed over to her. The plump little one greeted me with a wide grin, proudly pointing out the wild onion she had found, her face alight with a desire for praise. Casting my gaze toward a patch of weeds at her feet, I felt a twinge of frustration. Indeed, my current system was not infallible. There was still much work to be done in terms of upgrades. I pondered when the next upgrade opportunity would arise, realizing that post-graduation enhancements were quite challenging to achieve. Despite my internal grumbling, I maintained a soothing tone towards my little companion, to prevent further misunderstandings. I retrieved another wild onion from my spatial inventory and held it alongside the one she had found, conducting a live comparison for her benefit. If mistakes were made again, I would have to deduct from her earnings. The panda-like child listened intently this time, her small eyes darting around, and ultimately nodded in agreement, indicating her comprehension. I affectionately rubbed her round forehead, offering words of encouragement before turning to leave. However, just a few steps away, I halted, inhaling deeply. A faint, pleasant aroma had wafted by just moments before, but it had vanished as quickly as it appeared. It was a delightful scent, one that I particularly enjoyed. But I dismissed it and resumed my work, humming a tune and resolving to investigate further. Before long, I discovered another wild onion. Just as I crouched down, preparing to dig, I heard my little companion call out again, her tone jubilant, suggesting she had likely found something worthwhile. I hurried to her side, instructing her to guard our previous discovery while I quickly assessed this new find. Crouching beside her, I looked closely and realized it was not a wild onion, but rather a sprout of wild garlic. Glancing around, I noticed several scattered across the ground. Garlic sprouts paired with seafood made for a perfect combination. Thus, I knew I had to dig them up. Well done. Our dear 069 is undoubtedly the finest companion in the gaming realm. Upon returning, I shall prepare sautéed garlic shoots with seafood for you. Wen Mingyue joyfully patted the plush back of her companion, Tawanzi, as a gesture of praise. Tawanzi, equally delighted, was unconcerned about the accuracy of their findings. Rather, it was the taste that mattered. Thus, it eagerly inquired of its host. Host, did you just say that garlic shoots sautéed with seafood are delicious? Wen Mingyue, engrossed in foraging for wild vegetables, could only respond, absolutely delicious, even better than barbecued fare. To her, anything not yet tasted was deemed the most delectable. And her assertion brought immense joy to Tawanzi, the food enthusiast. Excitedly clapping its paws, Tawanzi was thrilled by the notion that something could surpass its beloved barbecue. Consequently, Tawanzi rushed forward, clamoring to assist in the digging, but Wen Mingyue firmly declined, suggesting instead that it take a leisurely stroll, allowing its imagination to run wild. As there was no expectation of finding an exact match, Tawanzi continued its joyful search for wild vegetables, while Wen Mingyue devoted herself to the excavation task. Unbeknownst to them, a robust plant entwined around a nearby withered tree trunk was slowly shifting, adorned with sharp spines. After nearly 2 hours in the area, Wen Mingyue and Tawanzi harvested 5 wild onions, 13 wild garlic shoots, 8 pieces of ginger, 9 heads of garlic, and a large basket of bracken, which could be dried for a delightful salad. The ginger and garlic were both intact with roots, and she contemplated finding a suitable nook upon returning to plant them. Dreaming of a future where she could cultivate an endless supply of spices, rendering the freedom of seasoning a reality. Among their finds was a pepper tree, its branches laden with an abundance of peppercorns. Despite its precarious location on a cliff, the enticing aroma successfully lured Wen Mingyue, who then enthusiastically began to dig. After working up a sweat, she retrieved a towel from her system's backpack, casually wiping her brow before leaning against a large rock to rest. From the frozen mineral water cards stored in her camera space, she silently summoned a bottle, and soon a condensation-covered bottle of mineral water materialized in her hand. Just as she was about to twist off the cap, she felt Tuanzi's intense gaze beside her, turning to find it wearing a look of eager anticipation. Understanding the unspoken request, she promptly produced another identical bottle of cold water, twisting off the cap and handing it to Tuanzi. Observing its delight, she couldn't help but chuckle internally at its small size, yet formidable charm. Though Tuanzi did not experience pain or hunger, nor would it perish from lack of sustenance. It thrived solely on the joy of indulgence. Should she delay even for a moment or provide less than desired, Tuanzi would unleash a torrent of pleading expressions, which, while endearing occasionally, could be exhausting when persistent. To avoid another expulsion from the island, she calculated the time wisely, concluding their exploration for the day. Retrieving her flying carpet, she set off for home, planning to continue the adventure the following day. After their departure, a faint whisper emerged from a shadowy thicket nearby, a small girl's voice pondering. Seafood, barbecue, what are they? Followed by a series of smacking sounds, filled with curiosity. As night descended, the little dumpling wore a discontented expression. Wasn't it said that this would be more delectable than barbecue? The host had deceived her. These green, withered leaves possessed an odd flavor that could not possibly compare to the barbecued delights she craved. She longed for meat, for savory morsels. The little dumpling, when in a fit, was a sight known to Wen Mingyue, yet fortunately, there was an abundance of charcoal, fish, and crustaceans. The barbecue had to be arranged, especially since she intended to keep the little dumpling engaged for some time. The expenses for the meals could simply be deducted from their shared budget, to be settled once their exploration of the island concluded. Chapter 29. The gluttonous little red flower and the stingy Wen Mingyue the following morning. She packed her bag and set off in the car. After more than 3 hours of digging, they had collectively unearthed 8 square meters of sandy soil, along with 2 sizable chrysanthemums and a refreshing herbal soup. Additionally, there was a rather substantial jujube tree. The sandy soil was quite suitable for planting potatoes or jujube trees. Finally, Wen Mingyue's long-neglected thermos would serve its purpose, filled with jujubes and goji berries for longevity. As lunchtime approached, she retrieved the tableware from her backpack. The chair was designated for the little dumpling, and she found a flat patch of grass to set it upon. Unveiling the food cards she had prepared in advance, she placed them on the table and silently invoked their use. Instantly, the table overflowed with a feast: stir-fried beef, chicken with kelp and radish, several fragrant grilled fish, a plate of stir-fried water spinach, and a large bowl of rice. The grilled fish was set aside for the little dumpling, who would be indulging in it for lunch. Wen Mingyue also remembered to place the energy waste bin at its feet, as it was, after all, the household's largest waste generator. And electricity depended on her little dumpling. With its little feet wiggling in delight, the dumpling let out a satisfied sigh. So delicious, so delicious. Truly, the world is worth it. Acutely aware of her companion's temperament, Wen Mingyue knew that when the little dumpling was happy, its feet would flail about. Having previously knocked over the table in excitement, she had taken precautions to keep it at a distance, lest the dishes launch themselves towards its face. Just as the two were savoring their meal, a voice of admiration broke the air. How fragrant! It was a girl's voice, accompanied by an audible swallow. They both paused and turned to investigate the source of the sound. There, entwined around the trunk of a nearby tree, was a magnificent red rose, its stem stretching toward them. Wen Mingyue had a fondness for roses, having cultivated them herself. With its thorns and fragrance, it was unmistakably of the rose family. Yet it was significantly larger than the typical variety. Its shape and size resembled that of a sunflower, with a large black center surrounded by layers of expansive red petals. From their current position, they could even catch a faint whiff of its scent. Upon reflection, it seemed reminiscent of the fragrance she had encountered while foraging for wild vegetables the previous afternoon, and now they were quite far from that location. Consulting the island map on her system panel, she noted the absence of any red markers nearby. She quietly inquired of the little dumpling, who confirmed there were no sensed threats in the vicinity. It appeared this rose bore no malice, at least for the moment. Considering her S-level plant affinity, she waved at it and called, "Would you like to join us for a bite?" Wen Mingyue indeed heard the words that were just spoken, the sound of swallowing quite pronounced, revealing a true gourmand. Meanwhile, the rose, upon hearing its name called, hesitated slightly, yet the aroma was simply irresistible. The plump winter melon beside it was indulging in a greasy feast, smacking its lips in delight. Not sensing any malice from the other, the rose decided to approach, if only to catch a whiff of the enticing scent. With its infinitely extendable tendrils, it resolutely moved towards Wen Mingyue, pausing little along the way, and soon found itself before her. As the large, round face came into view, Wen Mingyue finally discerned its true appearance. Indeed, it was fragrant. The face, a black disc, bore two symmetrically placed green orbs that were currently shifting left and right, undoubtedly fixated on the delicacies laid out on the table. A prominent sharp white tooth stood out against its dark visage, with an unclear fluid oozing from the corner of its mouth. It extended its tongue to taste, followed by a sound of swallowing, while the surrounding petals opened and closed rhythmically, releasing waves of fragrance. Assuming the being desired to eat, Wen Mingyue selected a piece of boneless chicken and presented it before the rose, inviting it to sample the offering. The unnamed rose indeed longed to indulge. However, it preferred something more flavorful. The morsel before it lacked any scent, and being so diminutive, it was hardly sufficient to satisfy its appetite. Instead, it yearned for the savory taste emanating from the winter melon's claws, which seemed far more appealing and appropriately sized. Noticing the rose's indecision, Wen Mingyue misinterpreted it as shyness and continued to encourage it to try. In stark contrast, she assessed the spicy stir-fried beef and deemed it too fiery for consumption. Next, she glanced at the grilled fish, which was both spicy and prickly. She opted to set that aside. Ultimately, only the chicken remained, which she had meticulously chosen for its pure meatiness and melt-in-the-mouth texture. Seeing the rose still unmoving, she, amidst the rose's expectant gaze, picked up a piece of radish, having dipped it in chicken broth to ensure it was devoid of oil, making it perfectly vegetarian. Immersed in her task of selecting vegetables and contemplating how to entice the rose to accompany her home, she failed to notice the small flower's discontented pout. The winter melon, meanwhile, was too preoccupied with its own enjoyment to pay attention to Wen Mingyue. Realizing the rose remained unresponsive, she tossed aside the radish and picked up some seaweed, followed by a few remaining stems of hollow vegetable, and finally dished out a small spoonful of clean rice. The rose could not help but internally chastise Wen Mingyue for her stinginess. Such a meager offering was hardly sufficient to satisfy anyone, and with a dismissive turn, it departed, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. What could she do? Robbery was not an option. Wen Mingyue yearned to coax the rose back. It was both delightful and charming. With an expressive demeanor and easy to care for, reminiscent of her beloved mango sister at home, the satiated winter melon then broke the silence. Host, do you think it wishes to try the grilled fish as well? The winter melon had noticed the rose casting a glance in its direction just as it was about to leave, and hurriedly informed its host. Wen Mingyue suddenly realized, from her understanding in her previous life, most plants indeed only consumed water, yet a small fraction were carnivorous. She pondered the appetite of her companion. If it had a voracious hunger, it would be too costly to sustain. Having missed this opportunity, she would have to wait for the next to probe further. It would be perfect if her fishing boat could be adorned with some flora, and she had observed that the other was a climbing vine, which would complement her vessel splendidly. If that did not suffice, she could always seek out other climbing varieties. With that thought, she resumed her meal. Once satiated, she embarked on her afternoon exploration. The first resource point of the day was a bamboo grove, which brought her much joy as she eagerly pulled her companion forward. This was bamboo, a favorite of pandas. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, leaving her companion behind, and stepped forward to pluck a few clean bamboo leaves, turning to offer them to the tardy companion with an expression full of anticipation. Chapter 30. Feeding the companion bamboo shoots. The companion had always trusted Wen Mingyue. Although there had been some unpleasantness the previous night, it had been satisfactorily resolved, and ultimately, it had gained from the situation. Thus, with deep affection, it took a mouthful. Alas, it was dry and tasteless, and it disdainfully spat it out, demanding Wen Mingyue provide it with ice water to rinse its mouth. She handed over the mineral water after unscrewing the cap, which the companion gulped down in quick succession. Wen Mingyue sighed and shook her head, muttering that one should not have excessively high expectations. Just as she finished her thoughts, she noticed an abundance of bamboo shoots in the grove. Upon closer inspection, they were bitter bamboo shoots, recently sprouted and tender. Crouching down, she easily snapped one off and glanced at her panda companion, suggesting, "Shall we give it another try?" After swiftly peeling the bamboo shoot, she presented it to the companion, coaxing, "How about one more attempt? Rest assured, the ice water is prepared." The companion hesitated, considering their recent bond was still shallow, and decided to taste it first. Ugh, it was bitter. Wen Mingyue felt regret, and thought to herself that the companion did not appreciate fine things. This was a bitter bamboo shoot. Once peeled, sliced, boiled, and soaked, then stir-fried, it would be fragrant and delightful. That flavor, for someone like Wen Mingyue, who had grown accustomed to rich meats, would be both delectable and refreshing. After her lamentations and comforting her companion, she assigned it the task of cutting bamboo while she dug for shoots, promising to prepare a delicious meal for it upon their return, keeping track of her efforts. After a flurry of activity, She collected a total of 78 bamboo shoots of varying sizes and 138 bamboo stalks, which could be woven into fences for livestock. The bitter bamboo shoots were small, half of which still had roots, and Wen Mingyue intended to plant them, as they reproduced rapidly, though currently lacking sufficient land. She could preserve them in her card space for later use. Before departing, she made sure to cover the disturbed soil, ensuring that all her digging efforts were neatly concluded. The remainder of her time was spent foraging nests while the mother bird was absent, yielding over 30 unidentified bird eggs. Additionally, she managed to catch a level 4 mutated goose, acquiring 5 pounds of goose meat, 3 ounces of goose feathers, and a bronze treasure chest that revealed a hairdryer upon opening. Time swiftly passed to the third day. In the morning, after a laborious digging session, I unearthed 12 ordinary plots of land, along with a blueberry sapling adorned with numerous flower buds. The afternoon brought an abundant harvest as Wen Mingyue stumbled upon a sizable sulfur region, finally bringing her long-cherished dreams of artillery within reach. Considering the safety of the excavation, I instructed 069 to search for gas masks or similar equipment. After a thorough search yielded nothing, I decided to list a cold medicine for exchange. Knowing that the warm weather often leads to colds, it was sure to be a hot commodity. Before long, a buyer arrived, Zhao Lingxin. Yeah, you're back on the island? Zhao Lingxin inquired. Yes, do you have a gas mask? Wen Mingyue replied. Yes, I have one. My brother obtained one while battling monsters. And I found another in an iron chest, but both were from my efforts, 2 in total. She continued, can I exchange other resources for the island coordinates? Previously, I was rewarded with 10 flight points for my island visit, and yesterday I found a flying carpet, though my brother took it for himself. I also desire it. Yet the island map hasn't been revealed again. Moreover, my brother is currently not considering teaming up with anyone else for island exploration, so reflecting on this, I reasoned that the Zhao siblings were of good character, and since she mentioned the possibility of trading other resources, I deemed it acceptable. After all, I would soon exhaust my exploration of the island, so it was hardly a loss. Thus, I responded, what resources do you plan to exchange? I am the first to arrive on the island, and it is quite expansive. While our relationship is amicable, I cannot give away the coordinates for free. After a considerable pause, she replied, yeah, that girl by the seaside last time wasn't you, was it? Upon returning, I pondered and suspected it might be you. But I hesitated to ask. I had no intention of denying it and admitted, yes, it was me. Ah, yeah, I knew it was you. Your strength surpasses my brother's, truly a boon for our female team. You know, I absolutely love watching my brother face setbacks, haha. You have no idea, before entering the game, he always aimed for first place in everything. Yet in the game, he is constantly overshadowed by you, and I find it immensely satisfying to witness. She continued, poking fun at her brother, oblivious to whether he was listening. Meanwhile, on a large ship brimming with greenery, Zhao Lingxin remained completely engrossed in her banter, forgetting the pressing matters at hand. It was only after her brother reminded her that she suddenly recalled her priorities. In the chat interface, Zhao Lingxin typed, yeah, my brother and I have discussed it. We can offer you a quarter of the resources from the island in exchange. After reviewing the message, Wen Mingyue pondered for a moment before responding, that sounds agreeable, but if possible, I would prefer the land. All right, yeah. Conveniently, land is not something we particularly need. We already possess over 20 plots, including 12 fertile black soil plots. None of us are adept at farming. Either we're scorched or frozen, and it's fortunate if we manage to harvest half of what we plant. With both parties in agreement, Wen Mingyue promptly sent over the island coordinates, albeit with a disclaimer that there might be others joining in the interim. Upon receiving the address, Zhao Lingxin promptly conducted a check and, to her astonishment, calculated that given the speed of their fishing vessels, it would take approximately 6 days to reach the destination. Zhao Jinan swiftly arranged for a rotation of crew members to operate the boats. Excluding Zhao Lingxin, there were 6 individuals in total, 5 bodyguards alongside himself, 3 working each day, with each person assigned an 8-hour shift, perfectly balanced. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue retrieved a gas mask, preparing to commence her work when a notification chimed from her system panel. She opened it to find a message from Ming Qian. I have gas masks here. Do you still need one? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Mingyue realized the timing was not yet right and informed her counterpart that she did not require one at the moment, but advised her to hold off on trading for now and to keep it in reserve. On the other side, Ning Qian and her companions, though initially disappointed by the refusal, remained unfazed, having noted Wen Mingyue's suggestion to retain the masks. They understood that heeding the advice of a superior was always prudent. The afternoon passed with Wen Mingyue diligently mining for sulfur. Although her companion, Tawanzi, could excavate directly without a mask, doing so would leave a lingering scent on his fur. It was no small feat to bathe a panda, often taking up to 2 hours. Concerned for her own safety, and wishing to avoid the continuous use of a gas mask, she allowed Tawanzi to play nearby or rest, provided he stayed within her line of sight. Tawanzi, obedient as ever, soon grew bored and opted for slumber, finding a tree to lean against and promptly dozing off, all while remaining functional for system tasks. Chapter 31. The rose of the leader. At that moment, a certain rose, resting upon an ancient tree, was roused from its slumber by an overwhelming snoring sound. Peering down with its petal-like visage, it discovered the source, the plump winter melon once again. Wasn't there anyone to supervise this creature? It was an utter nuisance, choosing to slumber beside it when there were countless other places to rest. Annoyed, the rose contemplated further and, revealing a set of large white teeth, appeared to smirk, its small green eyes contrasting amusingly with its broad grin. Shortly thereafter, the snoozing Tuanzi vaguely sensed a buzzing sound but remained oblivious, lost in a dream where he was engaged in a game of mahjong with 2233, 188, and the esteemed Commander Alpha. Lacking any sense of pain and receiving no danger alerts, he remained undisturbed. Let it be, he was busy in his own right. In stark contrast to Tuanzi's fearless demeanor, the rose, anticipating a delightful spectacle, was on the verge of exploding with frustration. How could there be a bear untroubled by the threat of bee stings? She was witnessing something new. Beside her, a bee, infatuated by the beauty of their leader, noticed the discontent etched across the rose's features. Indignant, it exclaimed, "Leader, shall I summon my cousin, the hornet, for assistance?" The rose, fixated on the slumbering winter melon below, wore a fierce expression. What an unfortunate encounter with such a formidable foe. She waved her hand dismissively and declared, "Forget it. I shall return to my garden to rest. The wind is too strong here, and my petals are prone to falling." With that, she led her swarm of bees back to her secret garden. In stark contrast to the fleeting undercurrents around Tuanzi, Wen Mingyue was laboring diligently, perspiration cascading down her brow. However, armed with excavation techniques that rival those honed by certain esteemed trainers, she ultimately amassed enough sulfur to manufacture over 200 explosive devices, sufficiently equipping her to confront the impending tide of sea monsters. On the fourth day of her island expedition, as she approached the first resource exploration point of the day, she could not suppress a sneeze while seated upon her flying carpet. Beside her, the adorable panda companion mimicked her, coughing theatrically. After a while, the air grew increasingly acrid, compelling Wen Mingyue to don her gas mask, although her companion lacked one. Upon confirming their arrival at the resource point, she stored the flying carpet away and ventured closer to the scene. To her astonishment, a dense red mist enveloped the area, despite wearing the mask. The overwhelming pungency assaulted her senses, and her arms began to itch. Hastily, she retrieved a windbreaker from her spatial storage. After assuring that there was no immediate danger, the duo cautiously advanced forward. Approximately 5 minutes later, they finally discerned the source of the red mist, or rather, the object that emitted it. The system promptly delivered a notification. Detected level 5 fire-spitting chili pepper. Just one can produce an explosive spiciness equivalent to a chili bomb, possessing immense destructive power. With a penchant for singing and an appreciation for beauty, contractable. As Wen Mingyue absorbed the system's announcement, her gaze fell upon an enormous chili pepper tree, nearly her height, laden with vibrant red chilies, an estimated 100 or so. The largest one, comparable in size to an eggplant, sported dark eyes and prominent red lips that opened and closed rhythmically, emitting inaudible sounds. It was unequivocal that the choking red mist emanated from its mouth. Reflecting on the system's description, she mused that a single chili could serve as a means of escape should she encounter an insurmountable foe. It was indeed a treasure to be secured. Meanwhile, the fiery chili pepper, upon noticing the two creatures before it, pouted and resumed its melodic performance. Wen Mingyue, confident in her appearance, having been scouted by several entertainment companies during her high school years, stepped forward to test the waters. "Hello, handsome. Your singing is truly delightful." At this, the fiery pepper abruptly ceased its song, the red mist no longer billowing forth, as the pungent aroma began to dissipate with the breeze. The chili pondered that although this human possessed an unusual appearance, they were refreshingly sincere, and their voice was pleasant to hear. Thus, it feigned nonchalance, responding, "If you have business, state it quickly. If not, step aside and do not disturb my singing." Wen Mingyue thought to herself, how haughty. Noticing the surrounding red mist had thinned considerably, she steeled herself, removed her gas mask, and tidied her hair. Her companion, the panda, looked on in confusion, wondering what the host was up to given the potent air quality. Before it could voice its curiosity, Wen Mingyue, having composed herself, swiftly turned to face the fire-spitting chili pepper, striving to make a favorable impression while battling tears that streamed uncontrollably due to the pungent atmosphere. As Wen Mingyue turned around, Hualala also lifted its gaze. Upon seeing Wen Mingyue's appearance, it felt an exhilarating rush within, recognizing her as its preferred type, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Those sparkling, doe-like eyes blinked playfully, complemented by her fiery red lips. Indeed, they were an exquisite match. Without hesitation, Hualala leaped down from the chili tree and approached her. "Greetings, beautiful. I am Hualala. May I inquire your name? It disregarded the bulky figure with small eyes nearby. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue, whose lips were swollen from the heat and tears streaming down her cheeks, was intent on hastening matters and retreating after concluding her business, as this place was overwhelmingly intense. Hello, Hualala. I am Wen Mingyue. You may call me Yaya, she replied, continuing with, I feel an instant connection with you, and I find myself captivated. Would you accompany me back to my home? She added, I possess a grand ship. I can provide for you without worry. Following her declaration, silence enveloped the air. Wen Mingyue contemplated further embellishments, unaware that Hualala had already been enchanted by her insipid flattery and was busy packing its belongings. At that moment, Wen Mingyue was entirely to Hualala's aesthetic liking, and her melodious speech, coupled with promises of care, was irresistible. For Hualala, it was merely a change of residence, as it had grown weary of its current surroundings and was ready to relocate. Soon, Wen Mingyue received a contract invitation from Hualala. Level 5 fire-spitting chili. Hualala has sent you a contract invitation and gifted you 10 pounds of explosive chili powder. Would you like to view and accept it? After examining the contract, she noticed several bold red characters proclaiming, never abandon, never give up, with unwavering devotion. TSK TSK. It was evident that this was a naive little creature, devoid of worldly experience. The agreement posed no challenge, and both parties swiftly signed. They then donned their gas masks once more. Having packed its entire home, a mere square meter of land, Hualala soon approached Wen Mingyue again. Noticing her once more adorned with that unappealing mask, it mumbled in displeasure. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was eager to leave this place. She hastily retrieved her flying carpet, and Tawanzi promptly hopped aboard, waving to its new companion to join. Chapter 32. Unlocking the contract space. Wen Mingyue beckoned, Lala, come aboard. I'll show you once we're outside. With that, she grasped one of its branches, lifting it onto the flying carpet as they soared into the skies. Initially, Hualala felt a tinge of discontent, but as Wen Mingyue held its tiny hand, any lingering unhappiness swiftly dissipated. After flying for nearly 10 minutes, they halted at an impending supply point. She removed her gas mask, swiftly washed her face with ice-cold water from her space, and then used a towel to pat her face dry, feeling considerably better. She handed a bottle to Tawanzi, who happily accepted it, although the water was tasteless. It relished the refreshing chill. It was evident that while the host had acquired a little companion, Tawanzi still held the top spot in her heart. Continuing, Wen Mingyue twisted open a bottle of ice water and addressed the fiery creature beside her. Lala, would you care for some ice water? Lala, momentarily taken aback by the seemingly simpler demeanor of Wen Mingyue, was nonetheless captivated by her beauty. Gratefully accepting the offering, Lala began to sip eagerly, internally marveling at the delightful drink. How generous her master was. If simplicity was the order of the day, so be it. Lala felt no disdain. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue seated herself on the ground and activated the control panel, discovering a newly added section titled Contract Space behind the treasure map of the island. Upon entering, she perused the information regarding Lala. Contract plant, fiery chili. Lala, outwardly bold, yet inwardly timid. After closing the panel, she glanced at Lala, who was carefully sipping her water and occasionally sneaking glances in her direction. Wen Mingyue, known for her gradual approach to relationships, decided to take her time. First, she needed to continue gathering supplies. Once she observed that both Tawanzi and Lala had rested sufficiently, she promptly beckoned them to the next resource point. Before her lay a vast expanse of palmyra palms, and Wen Mingyue nodded in satisfaction. She had yet to activate an air conditioner or fan, relying solely on an ice maker. Although the temperature within the protective barrier remained below 40 degrees Celsius, the heat was still oppressive, especially during a scorching day filled with barbecuing. The palmyra palms were perfect for drying and crafting into fans. She had learned to weave palmyra fans in her youth from her grandparents. Thus, she called Tawanzi to join her in harvesting. While Lala was not yet fit to remain outside for too long, Wen Mingyue recalled her to the contract space, planning to find it a cozy spot aboard the boat later that evening. In the ensuing time, they collected 32 palmyra leaves. As lunchtime approached, she roused Lala once, but Lala insisted she only wished to drink water. Consequently, Wen Mingyue provided her with a bottle of ice water, which Lala carried back into the contract space to enjoy. Wen Mingyue soon realized that the contract space functioned as a simulated habitat for the contracted flora and fauna, allowing them to live and recuperate, albeit with time restrictions. Moreover, she could directly manage their sustenance through the panel or communicate with them via thought, which proved quite convenient. The afternoon ushered in another round of hunting and foraging, yielding 6 quails and 5 field frogs. As of now, breeding had not been enabled, and they were solely provided with meat, but Wen Mingyue was not in a hurry. That would come soon enough. Additionally, she harvested 8 bunches of ripe bananas. Initially intending to uproot a tree, she discovered that the banana tree had a protective mechanism, forcing her to forsake that plan and instead climb to collect the fruit. Tawanzi, however, declared he could not climb and opted to remain below to catch her. Rushing back to the fishing boat in a timely manner, Wen Mingyue allowed Lala to choose its own spot for a home, and Lala ultimately decided on a location in the vegetable garden. Wen Mingyue promptly adjusted the settings on the panel, designating a prime position for it in the garden. But Lala expressed a desire to be on the periphery, prompting an immediate readjustment from Wen Mingyue. The spot Lala chose was conveniently adjacent to Wen Mingyue's room, allowing her to see its towering form without needing to open a window. Fortunately, Lala could control its spiciness, alleviating any concerns of accidental harm to her companions. After a satisfying meal, the two exchanged goodnights through the glass, each retreating into their own dreams, content and secure. The following day, upon arriving at the largest resource area on the map, Wen Mingyue immediately declared her inability to proceed further. "It is not that I lack the desire to walk, but rather that Newton is holding my feet down," she quipped. Before her stretched a vast expanse of sugarcane, roughly the size of a basketball court. Elated, Wen Mingyue dashed towards the sugarcane grove, and upon closer inspection, she discovered it was the yellow skin variety. This type of sugarcane, with its thin skin and abundant juice, was sweeter and had a superior texture compared to ordinary cane. Brandishing a machete, she sliced through the base, removing a small section from the bottom and splitting it in two. One half she offered to her companion, while she indulged in the other. "So sweet," she exclaimed. Observing her host's delight, her companion brought the cane closer to its nose for a sniff, finding the aroma pleasant. It then bit through the skin, took a mouthful, and sighed contentedly. Delicious. This time, the host had not deceived it. It was indeed remarkably sweet. Together, they swiftly devoured the sugar cane in hand, then, with machete in tow, bent down to chop away vigorously. The machete in her companion's grip sliced through the air, leaving trails in its wake. As it chattered on about how delightful the treat was, vowing to bring it all home, they toiled for 4 hours, leaning against each other, panting heavily. Yet the sight of the newly acquired sugarcane cards in the camera made their efforts worthwhile. Moreover, she had set aside a portion for planting, dreaming of a future where sugarcane flourished freely and could even be used for syrup production. In the afternoon hours, she collected a lychee tree and a 3-meter-tall durian tree, and with some time left, gathered stones and branches. The branches would be burned to create ash, which could be used for potato cultivation. On the 6th day of exploration, Wen Mingyue assessed the remaining resources on the island and found that they were predominantly trees, including a considerable amount of redwoods, rosewood, and a small quantity of ebony. Coupled with the recently acquired blueprints for a wardrobe and basic furniture, she was now equipped to harvest some wood for crafting sturdy mahogany furniture. However, tree cutting proved to be quite exhausting. After 2 days of relentless work, she and her companion had collected 10 redwoods, 12 rosewoods, and 6 ebony pieces, all substantial enough for furniture making. Upon returning to the base, she received a system notification. "Congratulations on completing island exploration. Rewards are as follows: Advanced Nutrient Solution X2, Flight Points X10, Shield X1. Though not as bountiful as her initial rewards, Wen Mingyue felt quite satisfied. Her flight points now totaled 30, allowing her to soar for 6 hours each day, and her shield had reached level 10, bringing her closer to level 20. Calculating her time, she decided to stay for another day or two. On the first morning, she and her companion gathered a considerable number of pebbles to pave the ship. Once the fishing boat was larger, they could lay pebbles in neat rows, creating a beautiful and orderly path, while also providing opportunities for foot massages at any moment. Chapter 33, A Family Affair. In the afternoon, she commenced her fishing endeavors, donning a shark diving suit, securing her oxygen mask, and slipping on her fins. The ocean awaited her when Mingyue was back. By noon the following day, abalone, sea urchins, sea cucumbers, giant shrimp, and various seaweeds had been harvested, resulting in over 30 cards stored away. To celebrate this bountiful catch, Wen Mingyue decided to host a beach barbecue with Tuanzi and Lala. Lala, who could detach from her original form for 2 hours each day, transformed into a large red chili pepper. Soon, the beach was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meats, wafting through the island's sea breeze. Somewhere on the island, a certain big sister, indulging in a midday nap, was awakened by the delightful scent. Indeed, this was the exact fragrance she adored. She greeted her surrounding sisters and, accompanied by her swarm of little bee minions and her younger brother, the hornet, followed the enchanting smell. At that moment, on the beach, Wen Mingyue, dressed in light attire, was leisurely skewering meat while grilling. In front of her, Tuanzi was indulging in a feast, sipping chilled lemonade and devouring his favorite grilled fish. Nearby, Lala was sipping ice water through a straw, as she did not favor sour flavors. A thick pile of various grilled meats, fish, shrimp, and squid was already laid out on a metal platter. Any leftovers could be stored in the card space for convenient access on lazy days. Just as a fresh platter was served, a buzzing sound caught her attention. Turning around, she spotted the long-missed rose flower and her loyal guardians, including a group of hefty hornets. Wen Mingyue instinctively touched her smooth arms, feeling a pang of anxiety, and took a few steps back. In contrast, the big sister calmly leaned her head toward the platter of grilled fish, causing Wen Mingyue to notice a droplet of saliva fall onto one of the fish. She picked up the fish, now tainted with saliva, and offered it to her. Why not give it a try? This was merely a casual inquiry. The fish had been grilled with explosive chili powder, and she herself could barely consume 2 pieces, primarily because Tawanzi adored them. To her utter surprise, the big sister swallowed it whole, including half of the iron chopsticks, with a resounding gulp. Delicious and quite crunchy. May I have another? She said, gazing at Wen Mingyue with eager eyes. Wen Mingyue, no stranger to the world, was unfazed, unlike Tawanzi and Lala, who looked on in astonishment. After providing a new pair of chopsticks and advising against eating the utensils, Rose Flower shyly nodded. Then she continued her feast, devouring the second, then the third. Before long, the entire platter of grilled fish was gone. Tawanzi and Lala exchanged glances, then immersed themselves in hushed conversations. Meanwhile, the guardians were equally bewildered, questioning how their big sister, who typically only consumed dew, could indulge in such fare. Wen Mingyue mused that this petite flower could probably eat more than her Tawanzi. However, it was peculiar. She had explored all the red dots on the map, yet had not encountered this flower before. Just as she pondered, Rose Flower spoke up. Human, where did you procure this? It's quite delectable, and I wish to gather some for myself. Wen Mingyue pointed towards the sea, and Rose Flower extended her stem to take a look before plunging into the water, her robust tendrils following suit. Wen Mingyue has certainly broadened her horizons. In her past life, she had never heard of any climbing vines capable of plunging hundreds of meters beneath the water. Judging by the current appearance, it seems there are lengthy tendrils that could potentially encircle the island. Suddenly, the rose burst forth from the water, splashing Wen Mingyue with droplets. Neither Tawanzi nor Lala could escape the deluge, while the bees and their robust cousin managed to flee swiftly. The vine was adorned with numerous sharp barbs, laden with fish of various sizes. Notably, the rose clutched the largest fish in its mouth, gnawing on it voraciously. Ugh, this tastes dreadful. A vine flung the fish away, and the flower's petals stretched towards Wen Mingyue's face. I catch fish. Will you cook for me? At that moment, upon witnessing the rose's prowess in fishing, a thought sparked in Wen Mingyue's mind. This fishing skill surpassed her own net, and it appeared to possess considerable strength, perhaps even suitable for guarding her home. After some contemplation, she proposed, how about you come home with me? You see my fishing boat over there? It can take you fishing every day, and the deep-sea fish are even more delectable. She pointed towards her boat. The rose pouted, but the boat is rather small. Nevertheless, it conceded that it could manage to stay there, and if it became uncomfortable, it could always leave. Primarily, the fish prepared by humans were delicious, and it relished the flavor. Furthermore, it did not harbor any aversion towards this human, even feeling a hint of familiarity. Soon, Wen Mingyue received a notification from the system. Congratulations, player. You have received a contract invitation from the indigenous inhabitants of the island. Contract details are as follows. The contractor must meet the details of the contracting party. Please click here for more information. Wen Mingyue promptly clicked open the details, which primarily pertained to food. No problem at all. It would catch while she cooked, and they could keep a ledger. Additional terms include: the contractor must take away the 7 aunts and 8 uncles of the contracting party, along with a host of younger siblings. Wen Mingyue was taken aback. What? I understand the younger siblings, but what of the 7 aunts and 8 uncles? The other party quickly discerned her confusion and clarified. They are my relatives. Do not worry. They only drink water and bask in the sun. Afterward, they urged, hurry and sign. Once signed, I will bring them out. Thus, Wen Mingyue used her last contract card and, somewhat dazed, signed the agreement, simultaneously bestowing a name upon the imposing rose, Xiaohong. Upon the completion of the contract, the rose sighed in relief and instructed Wen Mingyue to hasten in preparing fish for it, before taking its younger siblings back to its lair to pack and relocate. Observing the rose's dignified demeanor, Tawanzi could not help but remark, host, it seems rather fierce. Lala nodded in agreement, secretly pondering, what if I find it somewhat endearing? Wen Mingyue casually responded, then checked Xiaohong's information on her panel. Indigenous mutant long vine rose of Rose Island. Proud, combative, currently fond of grilled fish. Proud, you say? I like that. It merely indicates a fiery temperament, nothing too concerning. In her eyes, it was delightful and visually appealing, an adept fisher, and perhaps even a capable fighter. What was wrong with being a bit proud? However, she noted the absence of a level, presumably, as an indigenous creature. It was not listed on the treasure map, indicating it might not be part of the game's design. Regardless, I set off for the grilled fish, while my companions, Tawanzi and Lala, paid no mind to their master's absence, indulging themselves in food and drink. Before long, I sensed movement behind me, likely indicating that Xiaohong had arrived with her relatives. With an expression of skepticism, Wen Mingyue turned her head, only to be greeted by a vibrant spring garden bustling with life. To my astonishment, where had this splendid scene come from? Over the past few days, apart from Xiaohong, I had not glimpsed a single blossom, suggesting that the system had not restricted my perception at all. Chapter 34. Constructing the gun platform, the crimson roses were dewy and delicate, while the white peonies exuded an air of nobility and grace. The sunflowers radiated warmth and exuberance, accompanied by butterflies dancing amidst them. Clusters of poppies in shades of orange, yellow, pink, deep red, along with blue and purple, adorned the landscape with particularly large blooms. There were also vast expanses of spoon-shaped leaves and peonies in white, pink, red, and a riot of colors, leaving Wen Mingyue utterly enchanted. Additionally, climbing roses in shades of pale pink, purple, blue, and orange, as well as several clusters of large hydrangeas, created a picturesque tableau. The sunflowers numbered in the dozens, alongside numerous orchids and a variety of flowers I had never encountered before. Moreover, Xiaohong's vines sported 2 wasp nests and 4 beehives, supported by twig-like structures. Butterflies fluttered about, creating an entire ecological paradise. It appeared that my fishing boat might soon prove inadequate. Thus, I hastily upgraded it by an additional 500 square meters on the panel. It now spanned 1510 square meters, with ample supplies for selling both water and salt. Subsequent upgrades would yield minimal rewards. 2,000 square meters would feel rather vast, while 1,500 was far more manageable. Fortunately, this family of creatures, much like Lala, possessed their own territories. Despite some dispersing along the way, many remained, sufficient for establishing their abode. 20 minutes later, the fishing boat upgrade was complete, and Wen Mingyue utilized a flying carpet to transport these ancestral beings in batches onto the vessel. Following their animated discussions, Xiaohong and Wen Mingyue ultimately resolved the placement matters. The large wasp cousin settled into a corner at the stern, with the little bee cousin adjacent to it. Climbing roses and vines flanked either side of the fishing boat, leaving sufficient gaps for observing the sea. Moreover, there was no need for Wen Mingyue to exert herself in guiding them. They adhered quite well to the vessel, with several branches cascading over the boat's edge, yet remaining within the protective confines. Sunflowers, poppies, hydrangeas, peonies, orchids, and other assorted blooms were evenly distributed around the wooden house and behind the control cabin. Xiaohong made her home in front of the wooden house, her vines enveloping 2/3 of its area, blooming with an array of rose colors that, though seemingly chaotic, combined beautifully. The surrounding areas were also thoughtfully arranged. The side of the wooden house and control cabin featured a vegetable and fruit garden, in addition to the previously planted fruit trees. Newly sprouted lychee and jujube trees were introduced. On the side of the wooden house and the stern of the boat lay a garden of vegetables and medicinal herbs, with pepper trees and ginger planted in this area. Among them, the durian tree was cultivated using 2 square meters of black soil, promising to flower and bear fruit before long. The durian tree stands adjacent to the medicinal field near the stern of the boat. She primarily struggles to accept the aroma of durian, hence the distance. Currently, she possesses a total of 20 square meters of fertile black soil, 2,612 square meters of ordinary land, and 8 square meters of sandy soil, the latter designated for cultivating jujube trees and potatoes. The remaining land will be utilized for sugarcane planting at a later time. Gazing at her home in the game world, butterflies dance gracefully among the flowers, flitting in pairs. While some play alone, the bee family busily gathers nectar in the orchard, emphasizing freshness. The hornet cousin patrols the new territory with its family. Everything appears idyllic. Turning her attention to the other 2 gluttonous family members, she sighs, acknowledging the challenges of providing for the family. Fortunately, as soon as Xiaohong boarded the boat, she commenced her fishing endeavors, having already caught 6 large barrels of fish today, while reminding Wen Mingyue to diligently record the catch. The 30 pounds of sweet honey from the bees are temporarily entrusted to Wen Mingyue for bookkeeping, and since there are fruit trees here, expanding the bees' foraging range also incurs costs. After calculations, based on the current bee population, she can harvest at least 510 pounds of honey monthly. And even after reserving some for the bees, there remains a profit. Once she cultivates pomelo trees, she can create honey pomelo tea. Additionally, brushing honey on food during barbecues adds both nutrition and flavor. As night falls, the barbecuing continues, with Wen Mingyue actively participating. After the feast, she sets the boat to autopilot and prepares for a restful slumber. The following morning, as breakfast is served, Xiaohong encounters fried noodles for the first time, takes a tentative bite, and expresses her distaste, musing that fish is far superior before diving back into the sea to fish. Wen Mingyue breathes a sigh of relief. There are ample fish available, and she has negotiated with Xiaohong to provide 3 grilled fish daily, with additional servings contingent on performance. Primarily, it was Wen Mingyue's assurance that this arrangement would allow for an extended supply of food that pacified Xiaohong. In truth, Xiaohong does not solely depend on fish for sustenance. Rather, She is simply indulging her cravings. This morning's unboxing revealed 5 pounds of barbecue sauce, quite satisfactory, as the previous supply was nearly depleted. Additionally, there was a large standing electric fan, generating substantial airflow. Suddenly reminded of the fishing boat upgrade rewards, she inquired, only to be told there were none. She had anticipated this outcome, calculating the time remaining in the extreme heat. She resolved to prepare in advance for the player battle and the tide of sea monsters. Reviewing supplies, she crafted 8 additional hemostatic ointments. The medicinal herbs from previous island explorations had proliferated significantly, ensuring a steady supply. Next on her agenda were weapons, specifically her cannon. Wen Mingyue promptly recalled this and hurried to learn and create. Would you like to use 150 iron blocks and 50 refined iron to produce a cannon? Would you like to use 5 charcoal and 1 sulfur to produce gunpowder? All confirmed. Enter quantity, cannon 1, gunpowder 200. Please select the placement location. After some contemplation, she decided to install it above the cockpit. Installing. When Mingyue rushed towards the cockpit, the upgraded fishing boat now measures 1510 square meters, with the cockpit covering 50 square meters and the fish hold beneath it occupying 40 square meters. The sails remain four-sided, but their area has significantly increased. In a swift motion, I made my way to the cockpit, where I noticed a staircase extending upwards along the wall. Accompanied by my companion, we ascended the stairs to the rooftop. The temperature within the protective shield was a mere 32 degrees, and the sea breeze offered a refreshing coolness. Positioned precisely at the center was the long-awaited artillery, capable of a full 360-degree rotation. After familiarizing myself with its operation, I stored the nearby box of gunpowder in my spatial backpack and fashioned a chair to set aside. During the afternoon, I cultivated 2 plots of sugarcane and diced potatoes coated in wood ash, planting them in 6 square meters of sandy soil, thoroughly watering them afterward. In the interim, I crafted 2 high-end water purification machines for Ningqian at a friendly price. Additionally, I learned that Tang Yuan, with whom I had previously traded, was my biological sister, sharing the same parents. Now, the 2 sisters teamed up with Su Fengyi to slay monsters. Despite the inherent risks, it afforded them a better chance of survival. It seemed that in my former life, Tang Yuan had perished during a bitterly cold time, and by some twist of fate, she had encountered my reborn self, thus escaping calamity. Just as I closed the message panel, an alarm sounded in my mind. Chapter 35. Defeating the Level 10 Octopus Monster. Reward. Air conditioning for the entire house. Alert. Level 10 Octopus Monster attack. The warning repeated thrice. What could be amiss? The Level 10 sea creature should be slumbering in the depths of the ocean. Hastily, I dashed to the cockpit, nearly losing my balance upon entry. Looking up, I was met with the sight of the massive octopus tentacles clinging to the protective shield, occupying a third of the fishing vessel's barrier. Outside, the octopus glared menacingly, fixated on the little red creature within. In defiance, the little red creature bared its teeth and charged forward, pressing its large face against the octopus, continuously provoking it, yet remaining within the confines of the shield. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I rubbed my forehead in realization. Most likely, the little red creature had ventured into the octopus's territory while fishing, and now it had come to seek retribution. The standoff continued between the octopus and the little red creature. Outside the shield, flammable and explosive octopus. Come out and fight if you dare. Inside the shield, tooth-bearing little red. Come in if you have the guts. I decided it was the perfect moment to test my artillery. So I rose and made my way to the rooftop. At present, the protective shield and the octopus were of equal level, and the fishing vessel experienced slight tremors. Seating myself on a nearby chair, I noted that the target lock indicator was positioned at the octopus's mouth, prompting me to aim. However, the little red creature persisted in its antics before me. Little red, please step aside, I urged, but it remained resolute, continuing to provoke the adversary. Observing the ongoing confrontation, I declared, 3, 2, 1, activate the protective shield. The effect was immediate. The little red creature bolted away. Yet, the level 10 octopus, equally astute, swiftly submerged into the water, swimming toward the stern and crashing into it with force. Unable to enter, it sought to overturn the vessel. The water was its domain, especially with the audacious little thief that had intruded upon its territory, undoubtedly its first target for destruction. Fortunately, I had reinforced the fishing vessel with moisture-resistant stones, significantly enhancing its resilience. However, the bee family at the stern expressed that they were on the front lines of battle, and continuing was becoming unbearable. Little Red quickly used vines to reposition her little brothers. The surrounding rose bushes hurriedly retracted their branches outside the protective shield to avoid any accidental harm, knowing their role was merely to observe. On the other hand, when Mingyue kicked away a stool, rose to her feet, and aimed the turret at the location of Octopus Brother. Seeing Little Red stirring up trouble again, when Mingyue suddenly had an idea and communicated with Little Red telepathically, leaving the rest to her. Receiving the command, Little Red intended to redeem herself. She obediently led the agitated octopus brother to the designated spot by Wen Mingyue and swiftly retreated as octopus brother charged forward. Wen Mingyue then fired a cannon, hitting the target precisely, and octopus brother was instantly shattered. She smacked her forehead, realizing that the meat was gone. Following that was the mechanical voice of the system. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for the first kill of a level 10 sea monster. Do you wish to publish a regional announcement? Little Q finally got to work. Wen Mingyue, it must be done. At this moment. In the chat group of District 96 of Greater China, there were 176,281 players. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for the first kill of a level 10 sea monster. Reward, whole house air conditioning. Lu Yun, how can we use air conditioning without electricity? Chen Pingping, seriously, you haven't built a wooden house yet? Wooden houses have electricity, used in conjunction with electric cards. Wang Lei, damn, is it that fierce? I Haven T even defeated a level 4 monster. Du Ruo, I Haven T even faced a level 1 monster. Now I'm just fishing and shrimping every day, living freely. I've sun-dried about 10 pounds of salted fish. As long as I don't starve, I'm fine. Shenyang, wait, there's a level 10 sea monster already? The pace is a bit fast. Lin Feng, girls team 1 point, boys team, please step up. Zhao Lingxin, yeah, is the best. Ning Qian, Sister Yu is mighty. Tang Yuan, Sister Yu is amazing. Su Fengyi, I'm here to support Sister Yu. Wang Gang, wait, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? Are you sure your brother 1T beat you? Zhao Jinan, he can't bear to. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was busy opening treasure chests. Having already replied to private messages from Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian, finding a spot to sit, she rubbed her hands together, bid farewell to the god of wealth, and began to reverently open the silver treasure chest before her. Do you wish to open the treasure chest? Yes. Hurry up. Protective shield, use it quickly. This item is never too much, and she is in dire need of it right now. After dismantling the silver treasure chest, she obtained 5 silver ingots, which Wen Mingyue planned to craft into exquisite tableware. Following that was the recognition check of 069. Detected whole house air conditioning. Do you wish to install it? Wen Mingyue was delighted. It must be done. Installing. After 5 minutes. Installation complete. Wen Mingyue stood early at the door of the wooden house. Upon hearing that the installation was finished, she immediately turned on the air conditioning in the living room. Stepping into the wooden house, a wave of cool air greeted her. The living room, kitchen, bathroom, balcony, bedroom, and every room upstairs were equipped with individual air conditioning buttons and air vents embedded in the wooden panels. Measuring the temperature in the living room, it read 26 degrees. Not bad, though it consumes electricity. Accumulating electricity still requires effort. The news within the group naturally reached the ears of Wang Tianba from the Qinglong gang, who secretly rejoiced that he had not underestimated the woman, Wen Mingyue. Over the past period, he had recruited numerous underlings and initially intended to employ his tracking prowess to launch an offensive against Wen Mingyue at sea. However, upon reflection, he realized that not only did the opposing side boast a larger number of individuals, but they were also equipped with formidable weaponry. Moreover, having successfully dealt with level 10 sea monsters, he recognized that his odds of success in maritime combat were slim, prompting him to abandon his current plan and reassess his strategy. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was convening her first family meeting in an air-conditioned room. The attendees included Xiaohong, the juror Tuanzi 069, and Lala, along with the curious onlookers, bees, butterflies, and flowers, gathered outside the window. This time, we were fortunate, had a higher-level foe appeared. We would have been utterly doomed, she remarked. The proud Xiaohong lowered her head, hesitant to speak, worried about the potential lack of fish. Noticing the positive demeanor of the group, Wen Mingyue continued, in the future, our fishing depth must not exceed 500 meters, and we should avoid provoking sea monsters. She added, if we are to operate individually and encounter foes below the level of our protective shield, the occasional encounter with 1 or 2 is acceptable. Xiaohong's eyes lit up at this, and Wen Mingyue proceeded to elaborate on the newly established household rules. If we cannot win, we must flee swiftly. If we cannot escape, we should hide. If all else fails, we should concede and seek opportunities for ambush. Remember, the world is vast, but our lives are paramount. All family members expressed their strong agreement, with Xiaohong nodding enthusiastically. Pleased with the outcome, Wen Mingyue dismissed the meeting and invited everyone to dine and rest. However, in the middle of the night, a series of alerts regarding sea monster invasions from the system jolted Wen Mingyue awake. Groggy, she had to rise to take action, alternating between drawing her bow and firing, yet still feeling disoriented. In contrast, Xiaohong, hidden in a corner of the wooden house, was stifling laughter, proudly reflecting on her cleverness, convinced that the fish she had lost that day would soon multiply. The following day at noon, Wen Mingyue awoke and, while lying in bed, checked the private messages from Zhao Lingxin, learning that they had successfully landed on the island. She then inquired about Ning Qian and her companion's status. After discovering that the trio had yet to set foot on the island, she sent them the island's coordinates. It would take them several days to arrive, allowing them to avoid coinciding with the Zhao family. Most importantly, she would earn another commission. Like the Zhao family, she would charge a quarter of the resources on the island, as Ning Qian and her companions desired some land as well. They ultimately decided that Wen Mingyue would select the resources first. After a simple lunch following her awakening, she issued some reminders to Xiaohong, instructing her to attract no more than 2 sea monsters per day from then on, allowing for a day of rest. Xiaohong happily accepted the directive and resumed her fishing endeavors. Next came the moment of unboxing. The sea monsters encountered the previous night had only reached level 8, yielding 3 iron chests and 6 bronze chests. Coupled with 3 wooden boxes and 1 iron box collected earlier that morning, she prepared to open them all. Yet, the coveted protective shield remained elusive, which was not entirely unexpected, as she had initially exerted herself so fervently for a reason. According to her observations, this game does not encourage players to engage in mutual slaughter. Rather, it promotes teamwork in battling monsters. Consequently, eliminating another player does not yield all of their resources. In the early stages, there are only a few trivial items, while in the later stages, there is nothing to gain. Although teaming up may consume at least half of the protective shield and some area of fishing boats, the resources within players' backpacks remain intact. Fortunately, there are other commendable resources, including a backpack expansion card, 1 card for 20 units of electricity, 100 liters of fuel, a coffee table blueprint, and a complete set of exquisite ceramic dinnerware. Upon inspection, she counted a total of 32 plates of various sizes. The combined weight of rice and flour exceeded 10 pounds, alongside a box containing 6 pairs of underwear, 3 packs of sanitary pads, a case with 8 rolls of toilet paper, and a 6-pound quilt. Additionally, there was a 5-pound bucket of yogurt. She promptly decided to prepare a fruity yogurt and also pluck the ripe fruits. Thus, she took a basket and, accompanied by her companion, ventured to the orchard. The strawberries previously planted had already yielded 2 harvests, and the 3rd round was gradually ripening. She picked 8 ripe strawberries, followed by 6 bunches of grapes and a basket full of raspberries, with half of the 2 raspberry bushes already mature. Blueberries were also bearing fruit and would soon be ready for harvest. Next, she gathered over 30 lemons, while the oranges had all been picked, and the trees were currently in a rest period. Passion fruits filled half the basket, and all 7 watermelons were ripe, along with 5 coconuts. The walnut and lychee trees had also begun to blossom. She set aside the fruits intended for her meal in a separate section of the basket, while the rest were secured within a card, placed in the camera's storage space. At present, the card occupied about 1/5 of the camera's total capacity. Finally, she and her companion indulged in a lavish fruit yogurt, featuring strawberries, raspberries, watermelon, coconut meat, grapes, and bananas harvested from the island. Xiaohong, who preferred only to consume meat, and Lala, who drank only water, chose not to partake. Moreover, yesterday, Xiaohong's series of actions within the protective shield had successfully captivated Lala, who had since relocated to the vicinity of the wooden cabin, next to the esteemed elder sister, Xiaohong, whom she now regarded with admiration. Xiaohong's appearance aligned with La's aesthetic preferences, as she favored the fiery and bold style. Satisfied with her new admirer, Xiaohong extended an invitation to her previous companions to come and say hello. As afternoon tea concluded, Wen Mingyue arrived at her medicinal herb field, distributing the excess fish mint and honeysuckle to dry on the deck for a day, preparing them for future infusions. She also harvested some rhizomes of Panax nodo ginseng, crane grass, mint, plantain, and licorice, leaving a portion for continued propagation, and began crafting some hemostatic ointments and cold remedies to stockpile. Medicines are scarce commodities, and currently, there is not a significant demand compared to the later stages. Wen Mingyue preferred not to draw attention to herself. Aside from trading with Ning Qian, she hoarded the rest. Most players were busy fishing and drying salted fish to stock up, as gleaned from their discussions in the group during this period of abundant resources. Daily, members shared tips on how to gut fish and scale them. It could be said that even if they were cast away on a deserted island, they would not starve. Just 2 days prior, Wen Mingyue was irately extracting the innards and scaling fish. Observing this, 069 offered assistance, prompting Wen Mingyue to realize that beyond the one-button fish slaughtering feature, the upgraded program also encompassed fish scaling, gutting, and cutting. Upon further inquiry, Wen Mingyue instructed it to dismantle all the fish, shrimp, and crabs as she specified, while discarding the inedible innards directly into the waste bin for energy generation. The bounty from merely 2 days of fishing was sufficient to store over 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity in the energy bin. She no longer needed to patiently teach Xiaohong how to spit out bones, much to Xiaohong's delight, who exclaimed that Wen Mingyue was magnanimous. Here, the entire experience was crisp and more delightful. In the following 2 days, Wen Mingyue occasionally battled sea monsters provoked by Xiaohong. But most of her time was spent either unboxing treasures or enjoying the blooming flowers and picking fruits, alongside perusing messages in her chat groups and responding to conversations, leading to a leisurely existence. Most of the unboxing yielded duplicates: milk, rice flour, barbecue sauce, fuel, and power cards. Fortunately, from a bronze chest dropped by a level 6 sea monster, she acquired a double-door refrigerator, which she prominently placed in the living room, subsequently filling it with an assortment of items: various fruits, cola, mineral water, eggs, milk, chocolate, and meat for the next 1 or 2 days were stored. Yet a substantial portion remained empty, leading to a resigned sigh, as the refrigerator was simply too large. Next came the preparations for the evening's deck barbecue feast. She brought out the previously acquired standing electric fan, and fortunately, the electrical system awarded by the game operated throughout the fishing vessel, alleviating concerns about darkness. As the boat was also equipped with streetlights, she placed 10 large fish, favored by Tuanzi and Xiaohong, directly onto the outdoor grill. Meanwhile, on her barbecue rack, she laid out an array of her beloved delicacies: large prawns, squid, yellow croaker, beef skewers, pork skewers, ham sausages, along with grilled eggplant, chili peppers, potato slices, and leeks. Watermelon juice was also prepared, a favorite of this spicy creature, and after raising a toast with a pepper in hand, they commenced their feast. As the evening wore on, nostalgia set in. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, it was already 10 o'clock, and the chat group remained lively. Xiaolei, has anyone else noticed that life in this game is rather comfortable? There's food and drink, we 1T starve. And there's no need to deal with bosses at work. Wong it indeed. Plus, I've realized that as long as we don't provoke the monsters, they 1T attack the fishing vessel. Let it be hot. It's certainly preferable to the cold. Qianlin, you have no idea. I'm drying salted fish every day, have stockpiled dozens of pounds. Aside from a few blisters at the corners of my mouth and some bathroom troubles, everything else is fine. Lu Zhan. By the way, have you all noticed that your heat resistance is increasing? Sun Mingming. Heat resistance level 1. Lin Family Store. Everyone is welcome to visit the shop. I've just stocked some new pears and vegetables. Xiaolei, I'm coming. Don't all rush to snatch them from me. This stuff is good for digestion. Xiaolei, damn, you bunch of bandits. After a raucous exchange, Wang Tianba from the Qinglong Gang's talent department announced, "Good evening, players. Our Qinglong Gang is continuously recruiting, with abundant benefits. Everyone is welcome to inquire," repeating the message thrice. Wen Mingyue also noticed the message and recalled that they had seen recruitment notices from the Qinglong Gang in recent days. As she pondered, a sudden realization jolted her upright from her bed. She remembered that in her previous life, the Qinglong Gang was a notorious group of villains who survived by plundering. Once players boarded their ship, they either remained captive or met a grim fate, with no opportunity for escape. Their leader, Wang Tianba, originally named Wang Gui, possessed a high-level tracking talent and exhibited considerable combat prowess. However, he did not survive long in the game and ultimately fell at the hands of Zhao Jinan during a player battle. Although the Zhao family emerged victorious, the toll was heavy, over 20 casualties against 7, with the Zhao side suffering 1 death and 5 injuries. Now, with their brazen recruitment, it seemed likely that they intended to target her as well. It became imperative for her to devise a strategy in advance. Amid her contemplation, Zhao Lingxin sent a message. "Yeah, be cautious of that person named Wang Tianba in the group. Our investigations reveal that he has a long history of wrongdoing and has only been out of prison for 2 years. We also noted that those who previously mentioned going to his ship soon had their avatars turn gray." Upon reading Zhao Lingxin's message, Wen Mingyue quickly replied, "You all should be careful as well. Our intel suggests that his talent is tracking, and he likely intends to strike during the player battle. But we must also remain vigilant at sea." 5 minutes later, Zhao Lingxin responded, "Yeah, how about we form a team? I have a summoning card. And we have 7 members, my brother, myself, and 5 bodyguards. I possess an S-level foresight talent, allowing me to predict dangers and foresee game content up to 3 days in advance, including extreme cold and heat. My brother and the others are also quite formidable." Previously, Wen Mingyue had only suspected that Zhao Lingxin's talent was foresight, as she had assisted his brother in the past. She hadn't anticipated the ability to foresee game content, which was indeed impressive. The fact that he was willing to support her stirred something within her. On her side, she had only herself and the fiery chili seeds, with Tuanzi lacking combat ability and her cousin, the Wasp, still undecided. In this life, Wang Tianba's targets now included her, and his numbers likely exceeded 40. Alone, she would certainly struggle. Teaming up with the Zhao family posed risks, as their manpower was insufficient. Thus, she asked Zhao Lingxin to hold on for a moment while she communicated with Ning Qian. She then shared her vision of collaboration among the 3 families with Ning Qian and her companions, who did not hesitate to express their willingness to cooperate. However, Tang Yuan expressed concerns about her own inadequacy, as she could only solo kill level 2 monsters and still sustained injuries. This did not seem to be a significant issue. indicating that Ning Qian was quite tough on her sister, given that she could already defeat level 2 monsters alone. Reflecting on her previous life, when she trained alongside Ning Qian, she understood that enduring hardship was the path to greatness. Opening the chat window with Zhao Lingxin, Wen Mingyue typed, "I have no issues on my end. Moreover, I have 3 friends, all of whom are girls. One possesses considerable combat prowess, another is quite capable, while the last is somewhat weaker, yet she can independently defeat level 2 monsters." Zhao Lingxin responded promptly, "No problem. Please tell her that she is far from weak. I have never even defeated a level 1 monster." Wen Mingyue swiftly conveyed Zhao Lingxin's praise to Tang Yuan, who, just a moment ago lamenting her exhaustion, was instantly invigorated, prompting her to request Ning Qian to intensify her training. Zhao Lingxin soon added the 3 to her friend list and created a group titled Temporary Team. The group members included Zhao Lingxin, Zhao Jinan, Zhao Shi, Zhao Xiaoer, Zhao Xiaowu, Zhao Xiaoli, Zhao Shiqi, Wen Mingyue, Ning Qian, Su Fengyi, and Tang Yuan. Zhao Lingxin greeted everyone. "Hello, sisters." Wen Mingyue replied. "Hello, everyone." Su Fengyi chimed in. "Greetings, siblings." Ning Qian added. "Good evening, everyone." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Lingxin stated, "We are still investigating the appearance of Wang Tianba and some other information, and will keep everyone updated." Following another round of small talk, Zhao Lingxin and Fengyi were the most engaged, eventually steering the conversation towards the main topic around 11 p.m. As they contemplated collaboration, it was essential to establish the distribution of weapons and resources. After deliberation, they agreed that each would prepare their own weapons, while the resources gathered from kills would belong to the individuals responsible, with the supplies from the fishing boats tentatively divided per head. After this discussion, Zhao Lingxin sent another message. "We can produce thunder bombs using sulfur and a bit of iron. I've tested it, and the results are excellent. I'll offer a friendly price." Zhao Jinan remarked, "One can blow up a basket of fish." Wen Mingyue and Ning Qian immediately expressed their interest. Regarding the sulfur issue, she had already privately messaged Ning Qian, planning to check on the island, where it was likely to be available, without considering alternative solutions. After contemplating, Wen Mingyue replied, "I can produce high-grade cannon powder, which I've also tested. It handles level 10C monsters with ease." Zhao Lingxin praised her, as expected of Ye. "You're impressive." Zhao Jinan added, "I want some." Ning Qian echoed, "I want one." Wen Mingyue replied, "All arranged." Ning Qian continued, "We can also craft throwing knives from the blueprints dropped by level 6 monsters. While the effectiveness against monsters may vary, they should pose no problem against that group of people." Zhao Lingxin exclaimed, "That sounds so cool. I want it." Zhao Jinan quipped, "Some people can hardly swing a whip and still wish to learn to throw knives like Shaoli." Zhao Shi remarked, "It's my fault for not teaching well." Zhao Lingxin responded, "I will definitely practice diligently tomorrow." Wen Mingyue felt reluctant to intrude upon their familial banter, waiting patiently for them to finish their exchange before discreetly expressing her desire to learn. She too yearned to master the art of throwing knives like Erling Shun, envisioning how impressive it would be. Soon, Fengyi joined in, while Wen Mingyue observed their lively conversation and checked Ning Qian's private messages. Ning Qian wrote, "Yeah? Did we know each other before? I just can't recall." Indeed, they had known each other, but discussing reincarnation was a different matter altogether. With a smile, she typed a response, "I have watched several of your fighting matches and consider myself a fan. Your team demonstrates commendable strength, and I hope for the opportunity to collaborate more in the future." Ning Qian, perceptive of Wen Mingyue's intentions for a long-term partnership, shared the same sentiment. In the realm of gaming, having a formidable ally brings forth additional hope. In the ensuing days, the Zhao family team departed the island, while the 3 sisters of Ning Qian commenced their exploration of the isle. Wen Mingyue had already dispatched artillery and gunpowder to Zhao Lingxin. Chapter 38. The player battle commences in the days that followed, when Mingyue began practicing her knife-throwing skills. Xiaohong eagerly volunteered to hold a wooden board for her using her vines, moving it randomly in various directions, occasionally teasing her by suggesting a reward of 2 grilled fish for hitting the board. Thus, 3 days passed, and when Mingyue found herself in debt of 68, she continued battling monsters, during which she enticed a level 10C monster with the price of 3 grilled fish, and after her heartfelt prayers, she obtained a high-grade tang knife. Additionally, she acquired an induction cooker, 2 pieces of black combat gear, blueprints for a canning facility, plans for a livestock shed, and 2 plots of land. She also sold the island's coordinates to Zhao Lingxin, earning 8 plots of land and 4 sandy areas. Now, she possessed a total of 20 square meters of fertile black soil, 48 square meters of ordinary land, and 12 square meters of sandy soil. She also prepared ample provisions, preserving them in her card and storing them within her camera space. After 2 more days, she received supplies sent by Ning Qian, selecting 2 plots of ordinary land, 1 pomelo tree for rosewood trees, and some moisture-resistant stones among other items. Soon, a month of extreme heat passed. At 6 in the evening, the mechanical voice of the system echoed from the sky. Congratulations to 158, 201 players for successfully enduring the extreme heat. All players will receive the following rewards. Strength 1. Mental Power 1. Wen Mingyue promptly checked her personal information. Strength, 24 Agility, 22 Mental Power, 24. Quite satisfactory, with room for improvement. The players in the chat group, oblivious to whether Xiao Q could see, continued to praise her exuberantly. However, the announcements persisted. Starting tomorrow at 9 a.m., a 3-day player battle will commence. Players may choose to participate. Those who do will be dropped into the forest to hunt mutated creatures. The top 5 on the leaderboard will receive generous rewards. Players may opt for team battles or individual contests. Specific scoring rules have been dispatched to the control panel for review. The nighttime forest will be perilous. Please acclimatize, as this will be a regular occurrence. And remember, this game does not encourage players to turn against one another. As the announcements concluded, Wen Mingyue first opened the control panel to review the scoring rules for the initial round of the player battle. Level 1 Mutant, 100 points Level 2 Mutant, 300 points Level 3 Mutant, 500 points Level 4 Mutant, 800 points Level 5 Mutant, 1000 points Level 10 Mutant, 4000 points Level 11 Mutant, 6000 points, and so forth. After the players in the group had finished their raucous cries, they began to select teammates for their expedition. The team assembled by Wen Mingyue and her companions was quite lively. Zhao Lingxin remarked, "I have 2 summon cards here. Let everyone decide how to proceed." Wen Mingyue replied, "I have 1. Ningqian added, "We also possess 1. Wen Mingyue concluded, "That should suffice for our summons. We can initially split up. If anyone encounters Wang Tianba, we will use the summon cards to regroup. I believe he is also acting with a group, so there will be a considerable number of them." No one objected. And Zhao Lingxin continued, "Wang Tianba has a long scar on the right side of his face, and he is quite tall and robust." Wen Mingyue added, "Wang Tianba possesses tracking talents. It is likely that he will lock onto Lingxin and me first, but Ning Qian, you must also be vigilant." Su Fengyi interjected, "By the way, the game states that the night forest is perilous for 3 consecutive days. Where shall we stay at night, on the fishing boat or in the forest?" Zhao Jinan replied, "Most likely in the forest." Having experienced a player battle previously, Wen Mingyue was aware of this, but refrained from saying so directly at that moment. Thus, she responded, "I too believe we will likely be in the forest. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds, so everyone should prepare their weapons in advance." Su Fengyi reminded, "Don't forget tools for chopping wood. I am ready to showcase my skills." They engaged in light banter for a while. After leaving the chat group, Wen Mingyue planned to enjoy a hearty meal that evening: spicy rabbit, steamed yellow flower fish, cucumber salad, and a hairy crab. Tuanzi and Xiaohong were feasting on the roasted fish they had stored, with Xiaohong now consuming the fish bite by bite, albeit still without spitting out the bones, biting directly into them. After satiating their hunger, they prepared their weapons. First, they packed all 100 thunder bombs, followed by 60 spicy chili bombs, along with bows, arrows, flying daggers, and a high-grade tang knife. Xiaohong had already been reminded to stay home and keep watch, while Lala remained behind as well. She glanced at her cousin the hornet, contemplating bringing it along for its stinging capabilities, but it was not bound by her contract, thus preventing her from taking it into the contract space. Only she, Tuanzi, and the contracted creatures could enter the forest the following day. Oh well, she thought. It is what it is. Next, she gathered various excavation and cutting tools. To avoid being targeted by other players upon entry, she decided to have Tuanzi enter the system space early and emerge later. At 9 a.m. the next day, as the announcement concluded, Wen Mingyue found herself positioned at the forest's edge, gazing at the boundless expanse of trees before her. Players gathered in small clusters around her, some bewildered, others in a state of alarm, clad in a black combat suit, with a bow slung over her shoulder and a tang knife in hand. Wen Mingyue surveyed her surroundings before swiftly maneuvering away from the crowd and taking a narrow path. Once the other players caught on, they quickly formed teams and dispersed. 10 minutes later, having officially entered the forest area, she observed her surroundings and found no one in sight. Calling forth Tuanzi, she retrieved her flying carpet and adeptly navigated through the towering, dense trees. From her previous 2 island explorations, Wen Mingyue had amassed 30 points of flight value, allowing her to fly for 6 hours each day, which was generally sufficient. Suddenly recalling something, she opened the treasure map of the island. But there were no resource indicators concerning the forest. Fortunately, the system's 1000 exploration feature is operational, ensuring at least some security against potential threats. After flying for less than 20 minutes, the system's alert echoed in her mind. Detected level 2 mutant woodpecker. Distance 900, 800 meters. 100 meters. She halted the flying carpet midair, readied her bow, and awaited her target. Soon, a patterned bird entered Wen Mingyue's line of sight, darting towards her with its sharp beak. In an instant, with a swift motion, the merciless iron beak was pierced by her sword, sending the mutant woodpecker plummeting to the ground. She instructed 069 to collect the chest that had dropped into the system's backpack, primarily because she was reluctant to descend and retrieve it herself. Seated upon the flying carpet, she opened the chest, a moment filled with anticipation as it was the first one she had encountered. The system then announced, "Congratulations, you have obtained 100 units of wood." Truly, she expressed her gratitude. There was no notification of a first kill, and a glance at the group chat revealed no one else had achieved it either. With a light chuckle, she continued her journey. The treasures lay deep within the forest, while this outer area mainly offered wood and stone, of little use to her. After another half hour, she stumbled upon a level 5 man-eating flower. With 2 swift arrows, she caused it to bloom, yielding a bronze chest that contained a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution. Continuing onward, she discovered that the path ahead was obstructed by layers of vines. And the system issued another alert. It was a level 6 mutant climbing tiger. Chapter 39. Confronting the climbing tiger and reaping the great peach. The climbing tiger sensed Wen Mingyue and swiftly extended its vines toward her. Drawing her Tang Dao, she began to slash furiously while maneuvering the flying carpet in circles around the tiger. However, after 2 revolutions, she failed to locate the red dot pinpointed by her inside and had no choice but to descend to the ground, with the vines in pursuit. Brandishing her Tang Dao with ferocity, she swiftly filled the ground with severed vine segments. Meanwhile, her companion, Tuanzi, had obediently nestled against a tree, demonstrating remarkable discipline. While her host engaged in battle, it chose not to complicate matters. Realizing that she might be chopping for hours if this continued, she hurled a thunderbolt grenade toward the cluster of vines and promptly dropped to the ground. With a resounding boom, several vine branches struck her back, igniting a sharp sting of pain. Ignoring the discomfort, she quickly rose and turned around, only to find the climbing tiger motionless. The area where she had thrown the grenade revealed a bronze chest. To her surprise, she had inadvertently succeeded. Pleased with her fortune, she approached the chest and opened it. "Congratulations, you have obtained a climbing tiger sapling." Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a sapling. Whatever she struck, she received in return. Well, she mused. It was beyond her control. She resumed her ascent on the flying carpet, and after a mere 2 minutes, she spotted a grand peach tree. The tree's canopy was lush, occupying roughly 20 square meters, adorned with an abundance of peaches reminiscent of the large ones that the Monkey King once pilfered. Just gazing at them was tantalizing. Eagerly, she flew closer and plucked 2 peaches, one for Tuanzi and the other for herself. How crisp, how sweet, how utterly delightful. Tuanzi joyfully kicked its legs, and Wen Mingyue too was enchanted by the intoxicating aroma. Thus, the group encircled the grand peach tree, diligently plucking the fruit and storing it into their system bags, subsequently consolidating their bounty into cards. After harvesting the fruits from the upper branches, they descended to gather from the lower ones, their forepaws fluttering in a flurry of activity. Ultimately, they amassed a remarkable haul of 168 pan peaches, each larger than a dinner plate. Beneath the barren peach tree, they paused for a modest lunch, while casually perusing messages from their group. After consuming a single peach, they felt somewhat satiated. First, they reviewed the leaderboard. Currently, they ranked first among individual players with a score of 2,800. The second place was held by Sun Wei, with 1,600 points. The leading team on the leaderboard was Zhao Jinan's group, boasting a score of 13,200, followed by Wang Tianba's team, with 10,500 points. The Ning sisters were positioned 12th with 3,600 points. After a brief respite of 20 minutes, they resumed battling monsters and gathering resources. After another 20 minutes of flight, an 8th-level mutated army ant was locked onto by the system. In under 10 minutes, it was dispatched by Wen Mingyue with a single stroke. Much to her delight, as the bronze treasure chest revealed a distribution map of forest aberrations. The closer one ventured to the central area, the larger the marked aberration red dots appeared. In her previous life, she had never entered the central zone, her highest level aberration kills only reaching level 6. Wen Mingyue speculated that the aberrations in the central region would be of even higher caliber. However, she was keen not to overlook resources along the way. Based on her morning's experience and discussions with her sisters, there were typically some resources near aberrations. Soon, she spotted a vast patch of tree stumps abundant with wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms on a small hillside not far from the army ant. Without hesitation, she gathered all of it into her bag, noting that it could remain fresh for 4 days, planning to allocate time for harvesting later that evening. Activating the aberration map navigation, she swiftly pinpointed the aberration zone, a thicket carpeted with fallen leaves. After detection, Group 069 indicated the presence of a 10th-level mutated rattlesnake. This rattlesnake was exceedingly agile, swift, and venomous. A single bite could prove fatal within 3 minutes without an antidote. Controlling her flying carpet at a height conducive to both shooting and defense, Wen Mingyue cautiously observed the leaf litter below. Suspecting the rattlesnake was likely lying in ambush amidst the foliage. Unwilling to waste time, she decided to take the initiative. She hurled 2 thunderbombs towards the ground, simultaneously maneuvering the flying carpet upward. Almost concurrently, the 10th-level mutated rattlesnake lunged in her direction. Timing her strike perfectly, she swung her blade, cleaving the rattlesnake in two. However, she had not struck a fatal point, and the severed half attempted to flee. Wen Mingyue was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She pursued on her flying carpet and threw two flying knives, though they missed their mark. Seeing the mutated rattlesnake on the verge of escaping into a crevice, time was of the essence, and she directly tossed two chili bombs. With two resounding explosions, a cloud of crimson mist enveloped the area where the rattlesnake had been. Quickly donning her gas mask, she focused intently on the misty zone. Before long, the aberrant snake, disoriented and overwhelmed by the spice, stumbled into view. Struggling to find its way home. Continuing, she seized the opportune moment to release an arrow, soon after which the successful hunt notification chimed, eliciting a sigh of relief from her. Subsequently, she allowed the system to automatically collect the loot, retrieving a silver treasure chest, which upon opening yielded 1 vial of rattlesnake venom and 1 antidote serum. Quite impressive indeed. When Mingyue first grasped the venom, noting its potency was far superior to that of the previously encountered level 3 toad monster, estimating it could soak 30 arrows. Next, the antidote serum, capable of completely neutralizing snake venom of equal or lower level, was a valuable find, which she happily stored in her card and preserved in her camera space. She then rummaged around her surroundings, capturing a hen beneath a tree, along with a warm egg. At last, she could raise chickens. The system indicated that only the egg could be collected and that breeding the next generation was not possible. However, the prospect of soon enjoying the freedom of eggs filled Wen Mingyue with uncontainable joy. She quickly retrieved a length of rope from her backpack and bound the hen's feet, entrusting it to the care of the nearby dumpling. She then opened the trading panel, seeking to exchange for a chicken coop and some wheat bran, announcing her request in private messages and reiterating it in the regional chat group. Although it was monster hunting time, this sparked fervent discussions among netizens. Is she really going to raise chickens? It appears so. I'm curious about her wealth. I can barely afford food, and she is looking to raise livestock. Curious indeed. Especially since I saw she is a registered individual player. What is her score again? Latest battle report, 9,300. Remarkable. She could make it into the top 5 of the team. Yet, it was surprising that she was merely an individual player. Looking for subordinates, perhaps? Tagging Wen Mingyue manually. Wen Mingyue skimmed through the messages in the group, most of which were pleas for mentorship, with some even sharing their attribute data. She casually clicked on a few, discovering that the overall stats of others were quite inferior, thus gaining a rough understanding of their capabilities. Calculating the time, she realized she could only reach 2 more locations at most. Noticing that no one had come forward to trade, she closed the chat and continued to steer the flying carpet, carrying Dumpling, who was snugly holding the hen, towards the next destination. Chapter 40. Shelter in the forest. The final mutant was dispatched with ease, a level 7 mutated sunflower yielding a bronze treasure chest, which contained 2 bottles of mid-level nutrient solution. Nearby, she gathered 15 sunflowers, their seeds plump and larger than usual, promising a busy evening ahead. A level 10 mutated monkey dropped a silver treasure chest containing a one-time quicksand trap blueprint, and she also harvested an apple tree in the vicinity. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 6, the game's main system, Xiao Q, announced, at 7 o'clock, darkness will descend. The forest at night is perilous. Players are advised to secure shelter in advance. Tip: seek assistance from the forest spirits. The announcement was met with a chorus of lamentations in the chat group. Even the close-knit sisterhood was not spared. Zhao Lingxin exclaimed, "Sisters, what should we do? I don't want to camp in the forest." Zhao Jinan inquired, "What are spirits?" Wen Mingyue surveyed her surroundings and made her way to a large tree, where she leaned against it and sat down. The little dumpling, obediently cradling a hen, settled down with a gentle plop, tilting its head to observe Wen Mingyue's chat screen. Wen Mingyue, do we all have nutrient solution? Zhao Lingxin, yes. I have 3 bottles of the advanced kind and 3 of the intermediate. Ning Qian, after our exploration of the island, we were rewarded with 1 bottle of advanced nutrient solution. Today, we dealt with a mutated rose, which yielded 1 bottle of intermediate nutrient solution and another of lower grade. Wen Mingyue, I used my talent to perceive that any non-mutated plants in the player battle forest can provide shelter. The internal space of these plants is folded, and you can use nutrient solution for this purpose. You should try asking the nearby plants. They will give you a quote. Zhao Lingxin, wow, this is amazing. Wait for me, I'll give it a try. On the other side of the forest, Zhao Lingxin looked around and ultimately stopped before a pink mushroom. Squatting down, she asked, "Hello, little mushroom, may I stay here tonight?" The mushroom quickly responded, lifting its round little head and sweetly saying, "Dear miss, welcome. I have a luxurious suite with a shower. You can stay for just 1 bottle of intermediate nutrient solution." It then showcased its payment pocket to Zhao Lingxin. Exclaiming in wonder, Zhao Lingxin placed an intermediate nutrient solution into the pocket, and instantly, she vanished before Zhao Jinan and the others. Zhao Jinan felt a knot in his throat. While he tried not to worry, a sense of unease lingered. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi rushed to the mushroom, squatting on one leg and reaching out to touch it, only to be repelled by a strong force. The mushroom emitted a warning. This mushroom house is currently occupied. Please leave or face the consequences. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Lingxin shared images from inside the mushroom house in the chat group. The room was spacious, adorned in pink, with soft lighting illuminating a 2-meter-wide bed, draped in a luxuriously fluffy bedding set. It also featured a wardrobe, bedside tables, a separated bathroom, and a flushing toilet. According to Zhao Lingxin's description, the room maintained a comfortable temperature, and the wardrobe contained bathrobes and slippers, providing hot water, prompting everyone to quickly find their own accommodations and eagerly rush to take a shower. Zhao Lingxin's showcase of images sent Ning Qian and the others into a flurry of excitement in the chat. This room surpassed the comforts of their fishing boat. No matter the fatigue or danger, it was worth it. If they could stay in such a place every day, they would gladly engage in battles daily. Subsequently, when Mingyue informed the regional chat group of the players, those with nutrient solution rejoiced, while those without could only watch. She regretted being unable to assist them. This round of the game had prepared ample nutrient solution. As long as players actively participated in battles, they would obtain it. Those who did not engage were simply not the type of players the game wished to retain. This player battle was, in essence, a filtering and elimination process. When Mingyue paid 1 bottle of intermediate nutrient solution to a large tree behind her and checked into a room with the little dumpling. The interior was styled in a rustic wood theme, featuring a plush bed and a wardrobe containing a set of white silk pajamas. A soft blanket lay beside the bed, where the little dumpling would sleep. After freshening up, it was time for dinner. Fragrant roasted lamb chops, tomato beef brisket stew, garlic sautéed greens, kelp vermicelli soup, and 3 roasted fish prepared by Tuanzi. The beverage of choice is chilled cola, served in a transparent glass filled with ice to enhance its appeal. After a delightful meal, the chicken coop, acquired in exchange for fruits, was placed in the restroom, where it was fed watered wheat bran and a single green vegetable. She resolved that henceforth, the old leaves would be designated for this hen, adhering to the virtue of thrift, as it had previously been her own sustenance. 30 arrows were soaked in cobra venom, and only when she lay on her soft bed did she remember the shiitake mushrooms and black fungus had yet to be picked, and the sunflower seeds remained unpeeled. However, her limbs were firmly restrained to the bed, so that matter would have to be addressed later. Regarding the issue of Wang Tianba, they collectively believed he would not act on the first day. Rather, there was a significant chance he would strike in the final 2 days, allowing him to acquire more resources while depleting the opponent's stamina. Today confirmed that they had not taken any action. Contrarily, Wang Tianba had originally planned to act on the first day. With 54 individuals under his command, he intended to split them into 2 groups to confront Wen Mingyue and Zhao Jinan, believing it sufficient to resolve matters swiftly and then focus on defeating monsters and claiming rewards, thus satisfying his vanity. Upon entering the game, he activated his tracking ability and soon noticed that when Mingyue and Zhao Jinan were advancing rapidly towards the central area, he speculated that they were likely utilizing flying carpets similar to his own, with a longer flight duration. Particularly, when Mingyue was distancing herself from him, he possessed only 3 flying carpets, each capable of carrying a maximum of 15 individuals, and had managed to seize 2 more that afternoon, coercing the opposition to join his team. After accounting for casualties along the way, he was left with 46. However, he quickly realized that when Mingyue was fighting alone and, being a woman, could not withstand sheer numbers. Thus, he decided to pursue her with 20 men the following day, convinced that a group could easily overpower a solitary woman. Meanwhile, when Mingyue glanced at her score before sleeping, she was far ahead. With that, she drifted off to slumber. On the second day of the player battle, precisely at 9 o'clock, she was summoned by the tree spirits. Accompanied by Tuanzi, who was carrying the chicken coop, they ventured to the largest area marked by the icon of the alien species. Upon descending from the flying carpet, after only a few steps, they encountered a hillside teeming with a myriad of fruits, vibrantly colored and accompanied by a cacophony of chatter. Initially, she thought her eyes were deceiving her, rubbing them. She looked again and confirmed that the fruits indeed possessed legs. A system prompt echoed in her mind. Level 1 mutant fruit group. Tuanzi was not yet capable of assisting her in defeating the mutants, so she instructed him to stay aside with the chicken coop to avoid any accidental harm. Tuanzi obediently nodded, his round, gleaming eyes brimming with joy as he bounced off to find a clear spot to sit, eager to admire the prowess of his host. Chapter 41. Enchantment cards. When Mingyue twisted her neck, clenched her fists, and drew her Tang Dao, ready for a solo showcase as she charged forward. However, she was tripped by a rock that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, sending her tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. In the distance, the dumpling hastily covered its eyes, signifying its unwillingness to witness the scene. The fruits on the hillside erupted into a chorus of laughter. with one audacious tomato even spitting at her. A persimmon can be killed, but it must not be humiliated, she declared, advancing with her knife. With swift strokes, she dispatched 2 tomatoes, sending 3 splattering to the ground. Though these mutated fruits lacked lethality, they were mischievous, taking turns to surround Wen Mingyue and hurling an array of projectiles at her. Next, a long-legged watermelon attempted to trip her, but she effortlessly cleaved it in half with a single slice. The surrounding fruits scattered, and Wen Mingyue pursued her favorite delicacies, a long-legged pineapple, bright red bayberries, a cluster of 5 cherries, fist-sized kiwis, star fruits from her textbooks, and round, sweet melons. As she struck them down, she utilized an automatic collection mechanism, ultimately amassing 16 fruit cards. The points garnered from these fruits totaled 10,000, encompassing both common and rare specimens, weighing several hundred pounds. With a heart full of joy, she sat beneath a tree, savoring the sweet melon, and even shared a bayberry with a nearby hen. After feasting to her heart's content, she clapped her hands, rose, and continued on her journey. Along the way, she vanquished 2 secondary-level mutated morning glories, yielding 2 bottles of low-grade nutrient solution. She also encountered a level 6 mutated duck, from which she procured 3 pounds of duck meat, 2 tails of duck feathers, and a bronze treasure chest containing a fence blueprint. Excellent finds indeed. Her backpack also held the livestock shed blueprint she had discovered earlier, with all necessary materials in hand. Upon returning, she planned to set up a luxurious suite for her beloved hen. Next, she scoured the territory of the mutated duck and eventually stumbled upon a multitude of large duck eggs by a small stream. Rising on tiptoe, she counted, discovering that there were indeed over 100. On the verge of achieving the freedom of salted duck eggs, Wen Mingyue excitedly retrieved a basket from her system backpack, shared one with the dumpling, and they joyfully split up to collect the duck eggs. After gathering the eggs, they would feast on roasted fish for lunch, 2 for her and 2 for the dumpling. With rice running low, as a southerner, she yearned for rice daily. But her current strength did not permit it. After finishing the roasted fish, she rested for 10 minutes before resuming her relentless quest for monsters and supplies. Since entering the forest, she had been soaring on her flying carpet, charging ahead without encountering any other players, and now she had reached the heart of the forest. Before her loomed a pack of mutated wolves, 5 in total, 3 at level 8, 1 at level 10, and 1 at level 12. The mutated wolves approached in a pack, baring their fangs and glaring at her with ferocity. Wen Mingyue devised a plan to scatter them and then pick them off one by one. She donned her gas mask, controlled her flying carpet at an appropriate height, and, timing her actions perfectly, hurled 3 chili grenades at the wolf pack. Quickly, she sought refuge atop a sturdy tree trunk, instructing the dumpling to hide with the chicken coop, and stowed her flying carpet. Simultaneously, she activated her plant affinity talent, causing the nearby tree to extend its branches to shield her, even providing her with a convenient position for shooting. The wolves in the distance were highly agile. The chili grenades merely served to temporarily disperse them. Amidst the red mist, 2 level 8 mutated wolves and 1 level 10 wolf stood ready. On the other side, 2 level 12 and level 8 wolves were searching for Wen Mingyue's hiding spot, incessantly sniffing around. They spotted 2 level 8 mutated wolves shaking their heads, most likely irritated in the eyes, and promptly shot 2 arrows at them, both hitting their marks. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the level 12 wolf king erupted in fury, its hiding place now compromised, and howled to rally its allies before charging towards her position. Meanwhile, she deftly swung onto another tree using the long vines beside her, successfully evading the initial assault from the mutated wolves. The mutated wolves moved with remarkable speed, making it inconvenient for her to shoot from the flying carpet. She needed to find a more advantageous shooting position, one that would also allow her to swiftly retrieve the carpet for an escape. If she couldn't win, she would flee. Wen Mingyue had a resilience thicker than city walls. Convinced that the chili bombs were more effective than the thunderous projectiles, she hurled 2 more before the wolf pack could react. The 2 high-level wolves quickly retreated from the red mist to wash their eyes, unable to withstand the onslaught. In contrast, 1 remaining level 8 mutated wolf found itself isolated. Seizing the opportunity, she shot an arrow that struck true, leaving only 2 mutated wolves. The level 12 wolf king let out a series of roars, evidently summoning more companions. Wen Mingyue felt a sense of foreboding. The flying carpet had merely an hour of usage left. Reluctant to forfeit the points before her, she resorted to her previous tactic and continued to launch chili bombs. Clearly, the remaining 2 high-level mutated wolves possessed greater intelligence, successfully evading the surprise attack and lunging toward the tree where Wen Mingyue was positioned. She had initially hoped the tree would assist in ensnaring the wolves, facilitating her shooting. However, the tree informed her that it could not intervene in the wolves' assault and advised her to flee, kindly warning that a large pack of mutated wolves was rapidly approaching. Upon inquiring about the distance, she realized she had only 10 minutes left, so she retrieved the flying carpet. Armed herself with arrows soaked in cobra venom from the night before, and unleashed a rapid volley at the mutated wolves. Though she missed the red dot, both wolves were struck by arrows. After observing for 2 minutes, the 2 mutated wolves below finally displayed signs of poisoning. Recognizing the opportunity, she skillfully maneuvered the flying carpet to find a suitable shooting position and fired 2 arrows at the 2 wolves charging towards her. One arrow struck the red mark on the Wolf King's neck. As the remaining level 10 mutated wolf attempted to flee, Wen Mingyue would not let it escape. She pursued and delivered a fatal blow. With less than 5 minutes remaining, she produced 2 bottles of low-grade nutrient solution and shared them with the assisting trees. After expressing her gratitude, she controlled the flying carpet to retrieve the dumplings she had left on the tree, hastening her escape. After running for 30 minutes, the time had already reached 5 p.m. With 10 minutes of flying time left on her carpet, Wen Mingyue finally halted, finding an open area to joyfully open her loot box. First, 3 level 8 mutated wolves yielded 60 pounds of lamb chops. It seemed the wolves truly relished lamb. Just as she did, roasted lamb chops were indeed delectable. The level 10 mutated wolf granted her the coveted protective shield, which she quickly activated, bringing her current shield level to 12. The level 12 mutant Wolf King is merely a card. Upon lifting the card, one notices it reads, Weapon Enchantment Card, upon use. It slows enemy speed by 10. A splendid find indeed, causing Wen Mingyue to leap with joy. After her elation, she promptly retrieved her S-rank bow and applied the enchantment card. A swirl of violet mist enveloped the bow, which then emanated a brilliant white light. Upon inspecting the bow's description, it stated, S-rank weapon. Arrows fired will reduce the target's speed by 10. Eager to practice on a mutant, she was interrupted by a notification from the system echoing in her mind. Detection of a large gathering of players 1,000 meters behind. As the announcement grew increasingly proximate, Wen Mingyue surmised they were approaching on flying carpets. Chapter 42. Confronting the crisis, making a small profit before entering the game. Wen Mingyue had instructed the system to monitor player gatherings, setting a threshold of 5 for alerts. Given the timing, it was likely Wang Tianba and his group. She swiftly informed Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian. Just a minute prior, Zhao Lingxin had issued a call to form a team, warning everyone of the impending danger. It seemed Wang Tianba had split his group into 2 factions, one to confront Wen Mingyue and the other to deal with Zhao Jinan, while instructing Ning Qian and her companions to wait for their summons. Surveying her surroundings, she identified a flat area and strategically placed the quicksand trap she had acquired from monster drops the previous day. Muttering incantations over a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution directed at a nearby ivy, she then concealed herself in a tree. She instructed her companion to keep its cage at a safe distance. After 6 minutes, 2 groups appeared on the horizon. More precisely, 2 flying carpets emerged, one teeming with individuals, while the other bore only 7. Among them stood a tall man, approximately in his 40s, with a long scar faintly visible on his face. Wen Mingyue deduced that this was Wang Tianba. Presuming that he believed she was acting alone, it was likely that he aimed to assert his dominance. At that moment, Wang Tianba was reveling in his own confidence. His subordinates had pinpointed Zhao Jinan's location based on his shared coordinates from the group chat and were likely busy gathering spoils. His innate talent for scouting revealed Wen Mingyue's proximity. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue focused intently ahead, witnessing the first group of 13 preparing to traverse the quicksand trap. The ivy, which she had previously recruited, sprang into action, extending thick tendrils to block the path of the unsuspecting players, swiftly yanking the flying carpet away. As they stumbled, they all plunged into the trap, met by a cacophony of screams that left the remaining 7 bewildered. Seizing the moment, Wen Mingyue unleashed 3 arrows towards the stunned individuals. One fell from the carpet, another vanished entirely, while one howled in agony as an arrow struck their thigh. Satisfied with her handiwork, she promptly notified Ning Qian and her companions to assist the Zhao siblings. Just moments ago, the spirited Wang Tianba was now drenched in sweat, his first instinct being to flee. To his astonishment, within a mere 2 minutes, he had not even glimpsed the appearance of Wen Mingyue. Yet 2/3 of his group had vanished. Upon realizing this, he forcefully shoved aside the incessantly wailing, sharp-featured companion beside him and hurriedly took flight with the remaining 3. Wen Mingyue effortlessly leaped down from the tree, choosing not to pursue immediately, but instead headed straight for the 2 individuals crawling in the shadows. Approaching them, regardless of their pleas for mercy, she dispatched them with a swift strike, simultaneously collecting their supplies. After paying a hefty transaction fee to the system, she was left with only some timber, stones, and a box of fishing line. She had never intended to acquire resources through player elimination, yet with foes encroaching upon her, she deemed it prudent to eliminate potential threats. Subsequently, she inspected the 13 individuals trapped in the quicksand. They were all gone. Fortunately, she had previously instructed the ivy to secure the flying carpet. Among the supplies left to her by the system, the most valuable was the blueprint for a dustpan. After studying it, she could create both small and large dustpans, using materials such as rattan or bamboo. After expressing her gratitude to the ivy, her gaze instinctively fell upon the robust vines before her. Ultimately, she decided against taking them, recognizing the significant assistance they had provided her. To plunder their vines would be ungracious. She regretted not having collected the vines that had fallen from the climbing tiger previously, just as she secured the blueprint. She faintly heard several pig-like squeals, followed by the sound of a heavy fall. Instantly elated, she recalled something and retrieved her flying carpet, soaring towards the source of the noise. After nearly 8 minutes of flight, she spotted movement beneath a large tree not far away. Scanning the vicinity, she climbed a tree and stowed away her carpet. The figures beneath the tree were none other than Wang Tianba and his 3 companions. The group, preoccupied with their escape and gripped by fear, failed to heed the remaining flying time and plummeted from a height of 5 meters. Fortunately, they were all in decent physical condition. One sustained a sprained ankle, while 3 others incurred minor injuries. Wang Tianba, at that moment, was gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, just wait and see how I will eliminate that woman, Wen Mingyue. Yet, he showed no intention of venturing out himself. Rather, he urged his limping subordinate to divert Wen Mingyue's attention while he prepared to shoot her with a crossbow. His arrows were laced with the potent venom of a 5th-level viper, ensuring that any victim struck would succumb to the poison within 5 minutes. He was acutely aware of Wen Mingyue's position in the tree, and all that remained was to draw her out. Naturally, their deliberations did not escape Wen Mingyue's keen observation. She understood they were attempting to select someone to ascertain her precise location, ideally coaxing her out for an opportune strike. Thus, both parties remained in a stalemate for 10 minutes. Eventually, the limping man was pushed forward by his companions. However, Wen Mingyue did not rush to act. To her, humans were far more formidable than mutated beings. A single misstep could ensnare her in their trap. On Wang Tianba's end, seeing Wen Mingyue's reluctance to emerge, anxiety began to mount, yet he was unwilling to initiate an attack, primarily out of fear of offering up a head. Amidst the tension between the 2 parties, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Wen Mingyue. She retrieved the fishing line she had just gathered, then took out a chili bomb and secured it to an arrow, finding several arrows in total. The arrows were non-toxic. Fearing an accidental injury to herself, she had no intention of using poisoned arrows unless absolutely necessary. Once the chili bomb was properly attached, she aimed at a toe peeking out from beneath a tree. Got you. A shriek followed by a loud bang erupted as a red mist rose from beneath the tree. Accompanied by anguished cries, the 4 men scattered in all directions. During this chaos, Wen Mingyue swiftly dispatched 2 of them. Meanwhile, Wang Tianba shot an arrow in her direction, taking cover behind his subordinates, and released another arrow, both of which Wen Mingyue deftly evaded. Observing the arrow flying past just 2 meters away, she thought, TSK, such skill, unmatched. Without hesitation, she retaliated with an arrow of her own, eliminating the one providing cover. Wang Tianba, hiding beneath the tree, took out a summoning card, intending to call for reinforcements. However, a minute passed without a response, leading him to suspect something was amiss. As Wen Mingyue drew closer, he noticed a figure beneath the tree just as she readied her bow. Unexpectedly, the opponent lunged forward. His arrow was released, but it sailed over her head and fell to the ground. Spare me, Great One. I failed to recognize your might. Please, let me go. Wang Tianba had not even seen Wen Mingyue's face clearly before he began bowing repeatedly, pleading for his life. Chapter 43. The luxurious massage chair. Wen Mingyue was taken aback by his utter submission. Approaching him, she swiftly ended his life as he gazed at her in shock. She had not overlooked his subtle movements, attempting to catch her off guard with the crossbow in his arm. Just before his demise, he finally recognized the young and beautiful woman who had vanquished 20 of his men, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror as he met his end. Wen Mingyue cheerfully stepped forward, taking the crossbow from his lifeless hands. She then collected the fallen backpack, acquiring 6 poisoned arrows, 5 pounds of fresh beef, 10 pounds of rice, a bottle of premium nutrient solution, and a luxurious massage chair, ready for use upon charging. She did not ponder why he had brought a massage chair into the forest. All that mattered was that it was now hers. Next, she picked up the flying carpet that had fallen to the ground, along with supplies from 3 of his subordinates, 2 apples, some wood, and stones. Among the items was a woman's lingerie and a black lace dress, seemingly clean. However, she hesitated to wear it, deciding it was more suitable for her companion, Tawanzi. Wait, Tawanzi? Wen Mingyue was momentarily bewildered. Where's the baby? Then, host, Tawanzi is here. Wen Mingyue looked up to see her little one, standing on a windfire wheel, rushing toward her while carrying a chicken cage. She dashed forward, and the 2 shared a hearty embrace. Meanwhile, the hen inside the cage had already been knocked dizzy from the ride. After exchanging pleasantries, she opened the control panel and accessed the group chat to inform them that she had resolved her situation and inquired about theirs. Soon, Su Fengyi replied, "We've just finished as well, but there's been a problem with Lingxin. Have you found it? As long as it's there, I can exchange anything." Zhao Lingxin held the pale-faced Zhao Shi, tears cascading down like a relentless flood. Zhao Shi, with great difficulty, lifted his gaze to the heartbroken Zhao Lingxin, whose sorrow pierced the very fabric of existence. With his calloused hand, he tenderly caressed her cheek. Do not grieve for me. Ultimately, I am simply outmatched. You must live on. Those around them bore their own wounds, yet they were fortunate to still be alive. The Zhao family wore expressions of profound sorrow. Zhao Jinan clutched his bleeding arm, gazing at his sister, his brow furrowed, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Once, he had been a master strategist. Even amidst the hindrances posed by his stepmother, adeptly maneuvering his way through challenges. After entering the game, he had navigated smoothly, but now, he found himself unable to save his own subordinate. In his heart, he vowed that as long as Zhao Shi survived, he would continue to turn a blind eye to their togetherness. Initially, he had disapproved of his sister engaging in romance within the game world, believing that pursuing a career was far more rewarding. Yet, he now bore witness to the enchanting power of love. How truly life-altering it could be. When Wen Mingyue arrived, she was met with a scene steeped in tragedy. Beside her, the dumpling carrying a chicken cage looked just as bewildered. This spectacle was unfamiliar to it, and it felt an urge to cry. What had transpired? Glancing left and right, it was uncertain whom to inquire. Zhao Lingxin, lost in her sorrow, failed to notice her presence. Wen Mingyue observed closely. No one was injured, except the one cradled in Zhao Lingxin's arms, who seemed on the brink of death. Zhao Jinan, having seen Wen Mingyue once before, approached her. My bodyguard, she, was struck by an arrow while saving my sister. The arrow is poisoned. What kind of poison? Wen Mingyue inquired promptly. The venom of a level 5 viper. An antidote is required, but despite our efforts, we have found none. Only 2 minutes remain. He cast a glance at his sister. Upon hearing 2 minutes, Zhao Lingxin's sobs intensified. I have an antidote serum, obtained from a level 10 rattlesnake. Perhaps you could try it on him? She produced the antidote and handed it to Zhao Jinan. Thank you. Zhao Jinan quickly accepted it, then hurried to Zhao Shi, administering the serum directly into his arm. Zhao Lingxin ceased her weeping, only to be replaced by the sound of hiccups, each one louder than the last. Wen Mingyue, accompanied by the dumpling, found a quiet spot to sit. For the next 2 minutes, everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome amidst Zhao Lingxin's clear hiccups. As the 2 minutes elapsed, the computer dumpling timely announced the end. Wen Mingyue rose and approached, eager to witness the unfolding events up close. Zhao Shi's complexion began to normalize. Zhao Jinan examined him thoroughly. Aside from the arrow wound on his back and a minor injury on his hand, he was unharmed. Cautiously, Zhao Shi sat up from Zhao Lingxin's embrace, feeling a bit awkward, still slightly dizzy. Then, prompted by Zhao Jinan, he expressed his gratitude to Wen Mingyue, who had simply wished to observe the drama. Thank you. It is indeed quite shy. Zhao Lingxin, while hiccuping, wore a sorrowful expression and looked up at Wen Mingyue with a face full of grievance, saying, Thank you. Hiccup, yeah. After uttering those words, her expression became even more pitiful. How embarrassing. Furthermore, her legs had gone numb, rendering her unable to rise. At that moment, laughter, which had been stifled for too long, erupted around them. Zhao Shi hurriedly crouched down to assist the mortified Zhao Lingxin, sharing in her embarrassment. Aside from these two, everyone else was laughing heartily. Zhao Jinan, in a somewhat irritable tone, urged Zhao Shi, quickly take her aside to catch her breath before returning. He also tossed him a bottle of medicine. As the two departed, the rest recalled their own aches and pains. Zhao Jinan handed 2 bottles of wound ointment to Wen Mingyue, saying, Thank you for saving Shi. I will organize my supplies shortly. Feel free to choose whatever you need. He added, Once we handle the last person on our end, the fishing boat will be directed to me. Shall we distribute everything after dinner? Wen Mingyue, naturally, had no objections. It's no trouble. There's no rush. Let's attend to the injuries first. She trusted the character of the Zhao siblings. The boys were applying medicine to each other, while Wen Mingyue assisted Ning Qian and the others with their injuries. Meeting for the first time, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Everyone remained quiet. Even the loquacious Su Fengyi refrained from speaking. Fortunately, the 3 were not severely injured, and the wound ointment provided by Zhao Jinan proved to be quite effective. It dried the wounds quickly, forming scabs within 2 minutes, far surpassing her own hemostatic ointment. Such a good product, I'll definitely stock up on more later. Time swiftly approached 6 o'clock, with only an hour left until dusk. The group decided to dine together that evening. They thus found a large locust tree to serve as their dining and resting spot. Zhao Jinan generously paid for 2 bottles of premium nutritional liquid. Within the tree, there was a spacious area and over 10 roomy chambers, each equipped with private bathrooms, truly befitting a luxurious presidential suite. Just as everyone was preparing to select rooms and take a shower, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Su Fengyi widened her eyes, pointing at the adorable creature beside Wen Mingyue, exclaiming, Mingyue, could that possibly be a panda? This successfully drew everyone's attention toward Wen Mingyue. Chapter 44. The trading of cat food manufacturing machines. Wen Mingyue chuckled softly. Indeed. She then turned to the obedient creature beside her, saying, Tawanzi, come say hello to everyone. Tawanzi gently set down the chicken cage and waved at the crowd, greeting, hello, everyone, brothers and sisters. The proud mother, Wen Mingyue, beamed with satisfaction at her little one's performance, unconsciously puffing out her chest. Then, a series of adorable sounds echoed, as everyone fixated on Tawanzi, their eyes shining with delight. Observing the relatively clean panda Tawanzi, they couldn't help but feel the contrast with their own dirtiness. Zhao Lingxin and Su Fengyi exchanged glances and then dashed toward the nearest room. The others quickly followed suit, eager to find a room to wash up before seizing the opportunity to pet the cat. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue shrugged and found a corner nearby to study the schematics for making fences. Take out the water bowl and the large basin. Place some hay and bran mixed with water. Tear off 2 pieces of green vegetables and let out a slightly wilted hen. Pat her head. It seems she feels wronged. But returning to the fishing boat will remedy that, so there's no need to worry. After tending to the hen, I led the little one to choose a room and decided to take a warm bath first. Do you want to bathe, Tawanzi? Wen Mingyue asked, extending her head. It was not an invitation per se. If Tawanzi wished to bathe, she would wash him first. Otherwise, her own bath would be in vain. The thoughtful little one remarked. Host, my system panel has a one-click cleaning feature. Just a tap will suffice. Wen Mingyue hurriedly opened the control panel and found the system's little housekeeper. Upon entering, she indeed discovered a newly added section, one-click cleaning. This must have been a feature from the system upgrade that she had overlooked before. However, it was not too late. Merely thinking about the 2 hours she would save from washing the cat brought her joy. She promptly arranged for Tawanzi to have a one-click cleaning and then happily took her bath. After finishing her bath and drying her hair, she found that the treehouse even had a hairdryer, so convenient. Unfortunately, she could not take any of the items inside nor damage them. Otherwise, she would face penalties in the form of resource deductions, and severe cases would result in electric therapy. By the time she finished her grooming and stepped out, Zhao Lingxin, Su Fengyi, and others had long been waiting outside. Seeing their eager gazes, she could hardly feign ignorance, and thus allowed Tawanzi to play with them. The group joyfully held Tawanzi's hand, exploring every nook and cranny, and eventually formed a line for hugs. Zhao Jinan and a team of 5 bodyguards had already set up the barbecue grill and food, busily preparing to feast. Upon closer inspection, the spread was quite lavish: beef, wild boar meat, fish, shrimp, crabs, vegetables, and fruits in abundance, prompting her to add some of her own. Noticing rosemary among the ingredients, she learned it was found by the Zhao siblings during their exploration of the island and planned to trade for some later. Zhao Jinan expertly skewered chunks of meat with the grill tongs, glancing at Wen Mingyue. You don't need to help. We have plenty of food. You and the others should go play. We'll call you when it's time to eat. Although she had collaborated with the Zhao siblings several times in her previous life, most of the meals had been pre-prepared, merely requiring reheating. Today, however, felt different as they gathered leisurely for a barbecue. Observing their nimble movements, impeccably trimmed and clean nails, and fingers devoid of any grease, Wen Mingyue couldn't help but ask, did you practice this after entering the game? Zhao Jinan glanced at her, continuing his task without interruption. After Dad married my stepmother, my sister and I moved out, and occasionally we would cook at home. Wen Mingyue nodded, refraining from further inquiries to avoid delving into personal matters. Finding an empty spot, she took out the outdoor grill, followed by 10 pounds of lamb chops dropped by the level 8 mutated wolf. From Wang Tianba, she procured several pounds of beef and brought out 2 baskets of assorted fruits, opting for milder varieties, and even set up a juicer for watermelon juice. Zhao Jinan covered the accommodation fees, so she felt compelled to contribute something. At this moment, after completing a round of group activities, Zhao Lingxin cast a meaningful glance at her brother, summoning Wen Mingyue to a secluded spot, where Zhao Shi also arrived. Zhao Shi solemnly bowed to Wen Mingyue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Wen, for your timely assistance. Startled, Wen Mingyue waved her hands in dismissal, thinking to herself that her boss would need to settle the payment, and it was sufficient to clear the debts. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Zhao Lingxin tugged at the man beside her and quickly interjected, Mingyue, my brother, and I have prepared some supplies and weapons. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinan discreetly presented the supplies and weapons to Wen Mingyue. Upon opening the chat window to review the contents, she exclaimed in astonishment at the generosity displayed. Among the numerous high-grade weapons, there was also an S-rank longsword, not to mention a substantial amount of provisions, including 80 pounds of rice. The Zhao siblings truly spared no expense for their own. It seemed they had laid out all their valuable items. However, what appealed to her the most was undoubtedly the rice. As a devoted foodie, she longed for rice at every meal. Of course, the S-rank longsword was also desirable. She could save it for her family to choose from later. Noticing Wen Mingyue's conflicted expression, Zhao Lingxin assumed she was unimpressed. Mingyue, if you don't fancy any of these, you may take one as collateral, and we can provide more appealing items later. She continued to elaborate. My brother dealt with a level 10 mutated tiger this morning, which yielded a silver treasure chest, but when I opened it, I found a cat food manufacturing machine. I thought it was of little use, so I didn't include it. However, if I acquire something better later, I'll send it to you. What? A cat food manufacturing machine? May I see it? Wen Mingyue was intrigued. How could she have missed such a splendid item? She had been pondering how to solve the cat food issue once the cats arrived. This was truly a fortuitous encounter. Under the intensity of Wen Mingyue's gaze, Zhao Lingxin, albeit perplexed, retrieved the cat food manufacturing machine from her backpack. Before them stood a sleek black machine, approximately 70 centimeters tall, featuring a large feeding chute and a sturdy plastic container beneath, which Wen Mingyue surmised was the output for the cat food. She then clicked to view the details. Cat food manufacturing machine. Insert fresh meat to receive cat food of corresponding flavors. The fresher the meat, the higher the quality of the cat food, which also enhances your pet's health and improves its constitution. What more could one desire beyond rice and S-rank weapons? Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue chose the cat food manufacturing machine, clutching it tightly, leaving the three bystanders in a state of bewilderment. Does your panda need cat food? Zhao Jinan queried, clearly puzzled. Wen Mingyue's face radiated uncontainable joy as she replied, it's for the cat at home. She then glanced at the dumpling being fed by Ning Qian and the others. Soon after, the group began to inquire about the dumpling's origins. As the first batch of players had all received system assistance, they possessed a certain understanding of the system's upgrade issues. With everyone gathered, they settled down together. Has your system mentioned anything about its graduation? Zhao Lingxin immediately nodded, stating, my system has told me about it, but judging by its demeanor, it doesn't seem eager to graduate. Her system was a small red fox, quite proud in nature, having spent an interminable time tapping away at the computer. Oblivious to the nature of the work, the upgrade progress languishes at a mere 15. Su Fingyi then interjected, my system manifests as a charming white rabbit, which I rather adore. It has progressed to level 20, and I received a notification about my affection value increasing, enabling it to assist in exploring chests within a certain radius. Ning Qian, feeling somewhat exasperated, mentioned that her system resembled a sloth, making communication rather challenging. Tang Yuan's system, on the other hand, took the form of a bushy-tailed squirrel, which she cherished, yet it remained preoccupied with gnawing on acorns, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Zhao Shi cast a focused glance at an eagle residing in his space, its gaze reflecting his own intensity. Zhao Jinan, however, remained silent. His system was a black snake in perpetual hibernation. Perhaps it is best left undisturbed, he mused. Observing the varied expressions among the group, Wen Mingyue sought to mediate, stating, ultimately, the emergence of our system's post-upgrade is secondary. The primary advantage lies in their assistance. For instance, my companion can now automatically collect treasure chests within a specified range and even alert us to potential dangers. Having been previous partners in their former lives, Wen Mingyue felt no need for secrecy. The group immediately turned their appreciative gazes towards her companion, Tawanzi, before sharing insights on how to upgrade their respective systems. Wen Mingyue discovered that the criteria for system upgrades varied among individuals. Her satisfaction value could directly reach 20 points, while others relied on encouragement or pure affection values. After an animated discussion, everyone returned to their own tasks, but Zhao Jinan called out to Wen Mingyue, choose another weapon. Your saving Zhao Shi was akin to rescuing my sister's life. Although obtained from a silver chest, he deemed such an exchange unfair to Wen Mingyue, as the two held disparate values. Wen Mingyue surmised Zhao Jinan's sentiments, recognizing that while it might seem trivial to them, it held significant worth for her. With that, she turned and engaged in heartfelt exchanges with her female friends. As Zhao Jinan watched Wen Mingyue depart, a resigned smile graced his lips before he turned away to resume his work. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue gradually grew closer to Ning Qian and the others. Mingyue, we genuinely didn't anticipate that you were of the same age as us, Su Fingyi remarked playfully, wrapping her arm around Wen Mingyue. Indeed. By the way, how old are you? I'm 19, Tang Yuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. I am 23, Wen Mingyue replied, followed by Ning Qian stating, I am 25. Su Fingyi raised her hand, adding, I am also 25, but I am 2 months younger than Ning Qian. Zhao Lingxin nonchalantly chimed in, I am 21. A vibrant and optimistic young lady. The group exchanged knowing smiles, unspoken understanding passing among them. Prior to their acquaintance with Zhao Lingxin, their knowledge of her stemmed primarily from entertainment news. However, through their interactions, they discovered that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lay a playful nature, complemented by her amiable disposition, devoid of any airs of a spoiled heiress. Yet, the group now appeared more intrigued by the prospect of an exquisite heiress and her tall, handsome bodyguard. Sensing the audience's curious expressions, Zhao Lingxin hastily diverted the conversation, recalling the embarrassment of unspoken truths. The group erupted into laughter at Zhao Lingxin's flustered demeanor. Not far away, a few individuals turned their gaze upon hearing the sound. Zhao Xiaowu tilted his head and remarked to Zhao Shiqi beside him, I must say, Miss Wen appears quite approachable. Zhao Shiqi, who was arranging the plates, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Miss Wen seems to be the same person we encountered on the island. At that time, I thought she was rather aloof, but now, she seems quite amicable. He added, it has been a long time since our young lady has smiled so joyfully. After Zhao Shiqi spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Xiaolu across the table. Zhao Xiaolu immediately understood and nudged the seemingly engrossed Zhao Shi, who was actually somewhat distracted while grilling meat. Shi, why don't you share your story about our lady? Zhao Xiaolu prompted. Zhao Xiar, who had been busy, quickly paused his actions, saying, indeed, Shi, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Zhao Xiaowu and Zhao Shiqi joined in the teasing. Look at our lady today. Weep not. Oh, you are finished, confess promptly. Behind them, Zhao Jinan, quietly grilling lamb chops, interjected, do you all think I am dead? Zhao Shi glanced at Zhao Jinan, whose face resembled that of someone in distress, and cleared his throat. The group then remembered that their young master was still behind them grilling lamb chops, and quickly fell silent. Zhao Shi gazed at the girl across from him, whose face was radiant with happiness, his eyes filled with tenderness. He was uncertain whether there would be another day to venture outside. For now, he only wished for his lady to live well and be cheerful each day. An hour later. Come, everyone. Raise your glasses to celebrate the successful completion of our first collaboration. Zhao Lingxin took the lead, and the others echoed in agreement, followed by the sound of clinking glasses. After a brief self-introduction, they chatted while enjoying skewers. To Zhao Lingxin's left sat Zhao Lingxin, and to her right was Tang Yuan, who had not ceased speaking. Through their conversation, they learned that the Zhao siblings' mother had passed away from illness when they were very young, leaving only their father and their caretaker, Uncle Zhang, who had raised them. The other 5 were bodyguards who had been with them since childhood, having lost their own parents. As for the other bodyguards, they were likely in different areas. Ning Qian and Tang Yuan were full sisters, but the younger sister had taken her stepfather's surname, who also had his own children and parents. Su Fengyi's parents, grandparents, and maternal grandparents were all in the world outside the game, along with a 14-year-old brother. The sibling relationship had always been strained, with family attention primarily focused on the brother, except for their maternal grandparents. After graduating high school, she entered the workforce and later met her close friend Ning Qian at a boxing club. On the 3rd day in the game, the two found each other through a code, and on the 2nd day of the extreme cold, they located Tang Yuan, successfully forming a trio. Mingyue, what about you? I had always assumed your family joined you in the game. Zhao Lingxin inquired, one hand petting a cat and the other skewering meat, stretching her neck to ask. The group turned their attention to her, initially believing that when Mingyue was part of a team, only to realize she was alone. My grandparents, parents, and younger sister are outside, she replied, then added, and I have 4 cats and a dog. Sighing, she continued, another day of missing home. Such a big family. Fengyi exclaimed enviously, as she adored small animals. Beside them, Ning Qian and Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, sharing a fondness for cats, both large and small. They stroked the furry companions in their hands while their minds wandered to those outside. It was no wonder Zhao Lingxin remarked on Wen Mingyue's heavy burden of supporting the family, especially as she clung to the cat food dispenser. She then continued, do you think our family will eventually join us in this gaming world? Chapter 46. The first battle achieved. Gathering together to distribute resources, Ning Qian appeared somewhat troubled. In truth, she hoped they would not come, as it would at least ensure their safety in the outside world. Tang Yuan's eyes were also tinged with red. Their mother had remarried, bringing them along, but had not borne any more children. The new husband had a son 3 years older than Ning Qian. Their mother, being of a gentle disposition, seemed ill-suited for the challenges of this gaming realm in the eyes of the 2 sisters. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Zhao Lingxin quickly shifted the topic. Let us believe that they are faring well outside. The most pressing matter for us now is to thrive within this game. Wen Mingyue and Feng Yi hastily worked to ease the tension, and gradually the mood lightened. Wen Mingyue, of course, refrained from revealing that a channel for family entry into the game would soon be opened, primarily concerned that it might distract them, especially with new tasks on the horizon. After satisfying their hunger, everyone joyfully divided the supplies from Wang Tianba's fishing boat, having been forewarned of the system's deductions. Wen Mingyue gazed at her share with satisfaction. 6 plots of land, 8 packets of vegetable and seasoning seeds, a pear tree, 12 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, and a considerable amount of fresh meat weighing 128 pounds, predominantly frozen fish, alongside 2 clean towels. The collection of timber, stones, and iron amounted to over 600 units, with 100 liters of fuel and 2 protective shields casually tossed onto the fishing boat. The boat's protective shield now stood at level 14. Everyone accepted their shares, as none relied on hunting other players for resources. Having feasted, Zhao Jinan proposed they hunt mutated creatures together the following day. This afternoon, we eliminated a level 5 mutated army ant and obtained a distribution map of the forest's mutated entities. He pointed out the largest area on the map to the group. We can start from here tomorrow. Everyone understood the dangers of venturing into the heart of the forest and readily agreed. Eventually, they all returned home to wash up and sleep, glancing at the rankings before bed. They found themselves far ahead, with personal scores of 37,600. The Zhao siblings also led with high scores, while Ning Qian and her companions climbed to 5th place. The next day, after finishing their seafood porridge, the group was promptly summoned by the Treant at 9 a.m. Wen Mingyue led the way, accompanied by Tuzi, who carried a large hen, along with the 3 sisters. The Zhao siblings, and their bodyguard, 11. The other 4 occupied a separate flying carpet. Prepared, they soared toward their target area. Along the way, they dealt with a few mutated creatures, all below level 10. Zhao Jinan possessed an S-level talent known as Absolute Domain, which weakened the attack power of all species within its range by 8. This ability could be used without daily limits, but consumed mental energy. Zhao Lingxin held an S-level precognition talent, and the 5 bodyguards had complementary abilities, all at least of intermediate rank. The Zhao family team is well equipped with machetes, long swords, and crossbows. Ning Qian possesses a strength enhancement of 6, wielding boxing gloves and a bow. Feng Yi exhibits remarkable agility, employing flying daggers. Tang Yuan focuses on luck-based loot. However, after more than a month of training, her overall stats have surpassed the average of other players. After an hour and a half, they reach their target area. Beneath them lies a sloped, grassy terrain, facing a vast expanse of woods, where the outermost pine trees are laden with pine cones. Wen Mingyue can fly for 6 hours each day, while the Zhao family can manage 4 hours, and Ning Qian's trio only has 2 hours. Consequently, they decide to descend from their flying carpet. Armed with their respective weapons, they venture towards the forest, bow and arrow at the ready. Tongzi obediently carries the cage behind them, keeping in mind her Master S instructions to find a hiding spot whenever a fight ensues. Primarily because Wen Mingyue is concerned about Tongzi being accidentally harmed, as she has noted that repair costs are quite high and payable in gold coins. Within 10 minutes, a family of over 20 mutated wolves appears atop a nearby boulder. Among them, the 2 highest level wolves are both at level 15, while the lowest is at level 6. After locking eyes, the pack of wolves begins to spread out, seemingly intending to encircle the group. One wolf, with a fierce gaze, fixates on Wen Mingyue. Bearing its sharp fangs, Zhao Jinan, with his back to Wen Mingyue, adopts a defensive posture. Have you encountered them before? I dealt with 5 yesterday, she replies. But one can evade the initial encounter, yet not the subsequent. Shall we take one each? Zhao Jinan refers to the 2 level 15 mutated wolves. Wen Mingyue nods, and they discreetly disperse. They essentially operate on a 1-to-2 basis, with Zhao Lingxin overseeing 11, yet she has stocked her backpack with numerous thunder bombs, as well as the chili bombs distributed by Wen Mingyue the previous night, ready to be deployed at opportune moments. After a period of leveling up, Wen Mingyue's speed and agility have now surpassed those of the prior level 10 mutated creature. Swiftly, she makes her escape, with the level 15 mutated wolves, accompanied by 2 level 10 wolves, in pursuit. Upon realizing she is separated from the others, Wen Mingyue retrieves her flying carpet, ensuring not to waste her considerable flight time. She climbs a tree and fires several arrows at the 3 wolves below, yet all are evaded, as the mutated wolves possess significantly higher agility than the sea monster. Undeterred, Wen Mingyue dons a gas mask and retrieves arrows bound with chili bombs from her backpack, targeting the 2 level 10 mutated wolves. Though they evade her initial shots, they are still affected, prompting Wen Mingyue to fire again, enveloping the area in a cloud of red mist. Shortly thereafter, the 2 mutated wolves inhale a substantial amount of the red mist, their focus diverted. She then releases 2 arrows, successfully taking down one, while the other is struck in the back but fails to hit the critical point and attempts to flee. Observing that it has exited her shooting range, Wen Mingyue takes off on her flying carpet in pursuit. After 15 minutes, she successfully eliminates her target. Now, only one remains on her side, and the red mist has mostly dissipated. Wen Mingyue elevates the height of her flying carpet and gazes downward, finding no trace of the other. In her moment of confusion, she loses her footing and turns around. To her astonishment, a level 15 mutated wolf is clawing at her flying carpet, seemingly having leapt from a nearby tree. The carpet bears several scratches, and before the wolf can leap aboard, Wen Mingyue swiftly veers toward a towering tree. Seizing a sturdy branch, she silently invokes the command to recall her carpet, which vanishes in an instant. The mutated wolf, bewildered, tumbles downwards. At a height of 4 meters, the wolf's robust physique ensures it will not meet its end, though injuries are inevitable. As the wolf regains its footing, Wen Mingyue releases an arrow. The red mark appears on its chest, but due to the wolf's anticipatory movement, the arrow strikes its left leg instead. Fortunately, the enchanted arrow reduces its speed by 10. The mutated wolf, now enraged, lunges fiercely toward Wen Mingyue. Despite its formidable climbing abilities, its injury and steadily waning stamina provide an opportunity for her to confront it. With the aid of the tree branch, she retreats, while the wolf ascends, initiating a relentless chase across the spacious tree. Chapter 47. The final battle against the mutated wolf pack, mushroom foraging in the mountains. She climbs, it pursues. Neither wishes to plummet downwards. After 10 minutes, she gradually increases the distance between them, and just as the wolf lunges, she fires an arrow directly at its chest, hitting the red mark. Breathless, she hurriedly collects 3 fallen silver treasure chests and rushes to assist. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinan has successfully defeated a level 15 mutated wolf. The Zhao family team converges, splitting into 2 groups to head toward Wen Mingyue and Ning Qian. Concurrently, Ning Qian and her companions have dispatched 2 level 9 mutated wolves and 1 level 7. However, Ning Qian has sustained an injury to her hand, which continues to bleed, significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness. In front of the trio stand 3 level 8 mutated wolves. Sensing their weakened state, one lunges at Tang Yuan, while another targets the injured Ning Qian. Feng Yi is engaged with another wolf and cannot assist. Tang Yuan faces the level 9 mutated wolf charging at her, unsheathing her long knife to resist with all her might, but is ultimately knocked to the ground. The wolf prepares to sink its teeth into her neck, and at that moment, despair grips Tang Yuan. Yet, the anticipated agony does not come. Instead, she sees the wolf struck by an arrow, collapsing lifelessly beside her. Lifting her gaze, she spots Wen Mingyue shooting another arrow in the distance. Realizing that she has just been saved, her eyes well with tears. She vows to strengthen herself swiftly, determined not to become a burden, filled with gratitude towards Wen Mingyue, who has saved her for the second time. I can't believe I missed, Wen Mingyue laments. It is not her fault, the opponent reacted too quickly. However, this provides Ning Qian with an opportunity. She swiftly rises and dispatches the mutated wolf with a decisive strike. At this moment, Zhao Jinan and his team arrive just in time. Having received a message from Wen Mingyue, they redirect their course toward Ning Qian. Only 1 mutated wolf remained, and it willingly allowed Ning Qian and her companions to earn points. Soon, the last mutated wolf was dispatched by the 3 of them. The sisters, Ning Qian and Tang Yuan, expressed their gratitude to Wen Mingyue, and everyone began to sit down and tend to their wounds. Wen Mingyue plopped down, leaning her head back against the tree trunk, utterly exhausted, primarily from the arduous climbing. Glancing at her score, which was twice that of the second place, she contemplated taking a break. Her mind was a blank, devoid of words. She had just received a message from Tuanzi, who was on their way, so she closed her eyes to rest. Zhao Jinan, having treated his own team's wounds, looked towards Wen Mingyue and, seeing she was uninjured, distributed water among the group, bringing a bottle over for her. "Raise your eyes and take it," he said, before sitting down beside her. Wen Mingyue was aware that Zhao Jinan had trained in martial arts since childhood. He was genuinely skilled, with a solid punch, while she relied solely on her innate talent and positioning. "No need for sparring. I'm not cut out for fighting. I just got lucky," she chuckled. Zhao Jinan turned to her, puzzled. He had genuinely thought Wen Mingyue had undergone training, as her movements were clean and powerful. He smiled and nodded. "Do you think the others will join the game later?" he asked, glancing around nonchalantly. Wen Mingyue looked up at the sky. "The game suggests that those outside are temporarily safe, but they might need to come in later. We can only proceed step by step." Zhao Jinan turned back to her, his beautiful eyes unwavering and resolute. "All right," he replied. To him, Wen Mingyue's combat prowess was no lesser than his own. Her earlier shot had directly taken down a level 9 mutated wolf, a feat he himself might not achieve in one blow. He had witnessed her resolve in saving the Tang sisters, and given Zhao Xi's situation, it was clear she was quite trustworthy. Having another powerful temporary ally was certainly advantageous. "Then I won't disturb your rest," he said with a smile, rising to leave. Shortly after, Tuanzi arrived. Zhao Lingxin and the others quickly provided it with food and drink, reveling in the joy of feeding it, and the gluttonous Tuanzi was quite pleased. After their rest, it was past noon. The group checked their scores, with Wen Mingyue and the Zhao family far ahead. They planned to take a break in the afternoon. Ning Qian and her sisters had secured 3rd place, with a significant gap from 2nd, yet a comfortable lead over the 2 trailing behind, thus deciding to rest as well. At noon, each family brought out some food and drink, refreshing themselves. Wen Mingyue suggested they forage in the forest. She had spotted numerous pine nuts, hazelnuts, and possibly mushrooms. The others, especially the girls, readily agreed, appreciating a return to a pastoral life. Taking out baskets they had prepared earlier, she handed one to Tuanzi and, under the eager gazes of the group, made a few more, of course with a price. Thus, a lively group set off, baskets in hand, to collect mountain treasures. In less than 10 minutes, I arrived at a gentle hillock, and upon raising my gaze, I beheld that nearly every tree was laden with fruit. There were pine cones, hazelnuts, walnuts, and chestnuts, alongside several other unknown varieties of nuts. Truly, this is a fantastical realm where everything converges in harmony. Wen Mingyue exchanged a knowing glance with Tuanzi, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of fortune. Hastily bidding farewell to the others, they soared on their flying carpet towards the grandest pine tree. The old hen was temporarily left at the foot of the hill. Ning Qian and her companions also sped up the slope on their flying carpet, which had half an hour left to glide. The Zhao siblings, however, remained unhurried, strolling leisurely at the back. "Brother, what were you discussing with Yaya at noon?" Zhao Lingxin inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much," he replied, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside his sister. Zhao Shi, perceptive as ever, slowed his pace, while Zhao Jinan chose silence and continued walking straight ahead. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue busied herself with gathering supplies, wishing fervently for extra limbs to expedite the task. Tuanzi, at her side, diligently plucked the lowest pine cones, having been informed by her host that these delectable treats were to be collected in abundance. Following the pine trees, they encountered hazelnut, chestnut, and walnut trees. After 2 hours of diligent foraging, they had amassed around 10 carts and over 1,000 pounds of nuts, planning to shell and dry them later. Ascending the hill, they spotted numerous mushrooms, when Mingyue recognized only the chicken mushroom. Ning Qian and her friends, well-versed in mycology, took a few minutes to teach everyone how to identify them, with Tuanzi listening intently. In the ensuing 2 hours, Wen Mingyue collected 6 baskets of mushrooms and unearthed 1 pomegranate tree and 2 tea plants. At one point, she glanced at her score, which remained significantly ahead of the others. Soon, the voice of the system echoed through the air. After bidding farewell to one another, Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian had slightly reddened eyes, and even Wen Mingyue, who had been reveling in the joy of newfound wealth, felt the touch of their emotions. Chapter 48. The Golden Ticket Player Battle Rewards. The first round of the player battle has concluded successfully. Rewards will be distributed promptly at 8 o'clock tonight. As the announcement faded, when Mingyue returned to the fishing boat with Tuanzi and the old hen, the clock striking 6 in the evening, with an hour remaining until dusk. Upon her return, she was greeted with fervent enthusiasm from Xiaohong and Lala. "Yeah, you're back." Feeling their eager gazes, she first surveyed her surroundings. Everything appeared to be in order, indicating they had been obedient. She rewarded them accordingly. Then, behind the wooden house, she found a spot near the edge of the fishing boat, where she studied the blueprints for a livestock shelter, inserting the corresponding wood and iron nails. Before long, a wooden shelter complete with a rain awning and fence manifested before her. She placed the old hen inside, which had considerably recovered after a day of rest. Retrieving a food bowl and water dish, she located a suitable spot on the shelter's built-in wooden rack, forming a nest with some hay and twigs. Finally, she gathered some vegetables and noticed that the wheat bran was running low, so she promptly exchanged for more and mixed it with water. Earlier, while in the forest, she had collected 1 egg, and now, in this stable environment, she hoped for a daily bounty. Upon entering the wooden house, she was greeted by the sight of the living room filled with boxes. Upon counting, there are 16 chests in total, predominantly wooden, alongside several iron boxes and a singular bronze chest. The night prior to the players' grand battle, she had activated the autopilot, only deactivating it before her departure the following day. The departure of Tuanzi and Wen Mingyue does not impede the system's functionality. Each day, the nets for catching fish, shrimp, and crabs are automatically deployed, subsequently disassembled and stored in the camera space, which also includes the fish that Xiaohong diligently catches and places into iron barrels daily. Moreover, some players did not partake in the grand battle, allowing the chests to continue to respawn, albeit in smaller quantities, all of which are collected by the fishing vessel within the system's automatic retrieval range. Before leaving, she reminded Xiaohong to keep watch over the house and avoid provoking sea monsters. Thus far, the performance has been commendable. A supplementary meal for Xiaohong is warranted. She offered Xiaohong 3 grilled fish, all of which were previously stockpiled. Spicy delicacies are delightful as well. The chili bombs possess formidable power, and she rewarded Xiaohong with a cup of watermelon juice. Tuanzi, gazing longingly, desired to partake in the feast, and Wen Mingyue generously provided it with 2 grilled fish before attending to her own dinner. As the subsequent 3 meals were shared with Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian, there were still pre-prepared meal cards available, so tonight she opted for the ready-made dishes: tomato and egg soup, poached prawns, steamed base, and 2 bowls of rice. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the moment for unboxing arrived. She retrieved 3 silver chests and 2 bronze chests from her backpack, along with those in the living room, and prepared to open them all together. The haul included 10 pounds of rice, 8 pounds of flour, 6 pounds of barbecue sauce, 2 cans of luncheon meat, 3 packs of vegetable and seasoning seeds, 20 pounds of cooking oil, 5 pounds of seasoning mix, and 150 liters of fuel. Additionally, there were a microwave, a full-length mirror, 2 plots of ordinary land, 2 packs of sanitary napkins, 6 packs of facial tissues, a bathing set, a washing machine, and 50 meters of steel wire. Notably, the washing machine and the 2 plots of land were obtained from the bronze chests. Next came the silver chests, lightning strike card, crackle, stunning a wide area, Pause card. Upon use, time halts for 3 seconds. Cherish these moments, for they may allow you to evade disaster. Substitute card. Upon use, it can shield you from death, also known as the life-saving talisman. All three are one-time use cards. She took out the lightning strike card, which came with a note. Using it in water enhances its efficacy, suggesting it may be advantageous against clustered sea monsters in the future. The pause card can be applied to sea monsters, mutants, and players alike. Although 3 seconds may seem brief, if utilized wisely, it could indeed allow for a narrow escape. Lastly, the substitute card, which emerged from a level 15 mutated wolf, occupies a separate space. Though all three cards are one-time use, each holds the potential to save her life in critical moments. This substitute card was a first encounter for Wen Mingyue. She had never heard of it in her previous life, prompting her to excitedly fawn over the card. A remarkable item, she thought, and hastily decided to use it, equating it to a second chance at life, which stirred her emotions to the point of tears. After her exhilaration subsided, she placed the washing machine on the small balcony of the kitchen. Wang Tianba's massage chair was situated in the living room, and she then joyfully headed off for a bath. Before long, at precisely 8 o'clock, the main system's announcement echoed once more across the skies. The rewards for the first round of the player battle are as follows. Team rewards. First place, Zhao Jinin's team, Shield 5, Fertile Black Soil 8, Hot Pot Base 20 Gene, Rice 200 Gene, Flour 100 Gene, all members Strength 3, Agility 3, Mental Power 3. Second place, Baihu Gang, Zhao Yinxiang's team, Shield 4, Fertile Black Soil 6, Hot Pot Base 15 Gene, Rice 150 Gene, Flour 80 Gene, all members Strength 2, Agility 2, Mental Power 1. Third place, Ning Qian's team, Shield 3, Fertile Black Soil 4, Hot Pot Base 12 Gene, Rice 120 Gene, Flour 80 Gene, all members Strength 2, Agility 2. Fourth place, Zhonghanin's team, Shield 2, Fertile Black Soil 3, Hot Pot Base 10 Gene, Rice 100 Gene, Flour 60 Gene, all members Strength 2. Fifth place, Liao Jun's team, Shield 2, Fertile Black Soil 2, Hot Pot Base 8 Gene, Rice 80 Gene, Flour 40 Gene, all members Strength 1. As her turn approached, Wen Mingyue felt a surge of nervousness that made her hesitant to breathe deeply. Individual rewards. First place, Wen Mingyue, Shield 4, Fertile Black Soil 6, Hot Pot Base 10 Gene, Rice 100 Gene, Flour 50 Gene, Strength 3, Agility 3, Mental Power 3. Second place, Sunway, Shield 3, Fertile Black Soil 5, Hot Pot Base 8 Gene, Rice 80 Gene, Flour 40 Gene, Strength 2, Agility 2, Mental Power 1. Third place, Li Zhixiong, Shield 2, Fertile Black Soil 4, Hot Pot Base 6 Gene, Rice 60 Gene, Flour 30 Gene, Strength 2, Agility 2. Fourth place, Lin Shi, Shield 1, Fertile Black Soil 3, Hot Pot Base 5 Gene, Rice 40 Gene, Flour 20 Gene, Strength 2. Fifth place, Zhao Zhe, Shield 1, Fertile Black Soil 2, Hot Pot Base 4 Gene, Rice 30 Gene, Flour 10 Gene, Strength 1. In light of the exceptional performance in this area, a 3-day relaxation period has been granted to all players. Temperature, 30 degrees, clear weather, light breeze. Good night, dear players. Overjoyed, Wen Mingyue rolled on the sofa. Hooray! I've struck it rich. She then flopped onto the sofa, took out the hot pot base, and inhaled its aroma. This is the flavor, perfectly numbing and spicy. Afterward, she turned over and replied to messages in her sister group, where everyone congratulated each other and expressed great satisfaction with their gains. After responding, she eagerly opened her personal information panel. Strength, 27, Agility, 25, Mental Power, 27. Yet, it was not over. Wen Mingyue received a private message from the main system. Xiao Q. Chapter 49. The Pink Magic Wand. Player Wen Mingyue excelled in the first player battle, achieving the highest personal score in this region. Reward, Magic Wand. Oh my. There's more. I'm in love. Thank you. Dear main system, long live the main system. Joyfully, she opened her personal reward. Magic Wand. Can cast a random magic attack once daily. Attack radius of 10 meters, no freeze time. Refreshes at 0. Can be summoned with thought, casting with intent. Freeing hands, random magic? Wen Mingyue murmured as she retrieved the magic wand. As Wen Mingyue gazed at the pink scepter in her hand, she fell into deep contemplation. A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. While the pink hue was somewhat acceptable, she was taken aback to discover that the scepter's tip was adorned with a white thumbs up. Measuring 50 centimeters, she weighed it in her hand, feeling its surprising lightness, which began to raise her concerns regarding its efficacy. Never mind, she thought. I shall have Xiaohong summon a sea monster for practice later. Considering the randomness of magic, coupled with the reward of securing the first place, she reassured herself that it could not be too disappointing and decided to stow it in her backpack. Meanwhile, Tuanzi069 received an upgrade notification. Current system upgrade progress 65. Click here to see new features unlocked. As she had anticipated, subsequent upgrades were becoming increasingly challenging. Yet there was still a bounty to be gained. The players congratulated one another and began assessing their personal assets. The resource cards in her camera storage were nearing 1/3 full, predominantly consisting of various fish and shellfish. Her protective shield stood at level 18, with fertile black soil covering 26 square meters, ordinary land at 60 square meters, sandy soil at 12 square meters, and a variety of fruit trees including orange, lemon, grape, coconut, passion fruit, raspberry, walnut, jujube, blueberry, lychee, grapefruit, apple, pear, pomegranate, and durian trees. Additionally, there were watermelons and strawberries, sprouting sugarcane, goji berry trees, 2 tea trees, 6 wasabi plants, and 2 square meters of cotton and black soil. Filled with enthusiasm, Wen Mingyue hurriedly placed the remaining plots of land and planted the newly acquired apple, pear, pomegranate, and tea trees. She nestled the pomegranate tree in the black soil. Her personal favorite. Noticing some land still available, she took out over 20 bamboo shoots with roots and planted them as well. She adjusted the spacing between the fruit trees on the panel to promote optimal growth. Finally, alongside Tuanzi and Xiaohong, she watered all the plots, completing the task in a mere 10 minutes. Once they had finished, she encouraged Tuanzi and the others to entertain themselves, cherishing this moment of solitude. She turned on the streetlight at the corner of the fishing boat, and the surroundings appeared even more gentle and beautiful under the warm orange glow. The balmy sea breeze caressed the rose wall, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of flowers. Finding a comfortable spot to sit, she placed a glass of chilled fruit juice on the round coffee table beside her and retrieved a stump of wood ear mushrooms from her backpack, while 15 sunflowers stood behind her, patiently waiting to be shelled. As she shelled the mushrooms, she perused the messages in the chat group. At that moment, the regional chat boasted 136,801 players. Is this system conforming to local customs? They even reward rice and flour. And don't forget the hot pot base. Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. The Zhao Jinan team is truly formidable. I wonder if they are still recruiting. A previous query was addressed. They only hire their own. Currently, all members are bodyguards from their family. Attention, everyone. The White Tiger Gang is recruiting. Those with a strength value of 15 or above, please sign up. Strength value of 15? I only have 10. What a pity to miss out. What you experienced wasn't merely a missed opportunity. It was a significant gap. Hey, White Tiger Gang guy, are girls allowed? I'll send you my photo. Big brother over there, are boys allowed? The man behind should depart, while the lady in front, we warmly welcome your joining. Have you all noticed that the Qinglong Gang, which had been actively recruiting in the group, has suddenly vanished from the rankings? Just the day before, they were in second place. I too have observed that on the third day of the game, their scores ceased to progress. I happen to know several members of the Qinglong Gang, and their avatars have long since turned gray. According to reliable sources, they were ambushed. Their recruitment efforts were aimed at confronting the Zhao siblings and Wen Mingyue, luring people onto their fishing boats, keeping the useful ones and discarding the rest. Such malice is truly appalling. It seems the big shots have indeed eliminated a scourge for the public. However, everyone must remain vigilant while forming teams. Until now, I had believed that Wen Mingyue was part of a team, only to realize she is a lone warrior. Indeed, her prowess is admirable, evoking both envy and awe. I shall manually mention Wen Mingyue. Are you recruiting Yaya? Observing the group messages and the thousands of private chats that flood in daily, I paused my actions to respond. Not recruiting, I have a team. The group erupted in lamentation once more. Taking a sip of the passion fruit honey lemon water beside me, I resumed my tasks. Meanwhile, in the starry expanse, a black cat was intently watching the swiftly scrolling messages on the screen. You people of the Blue Star Dragon Nation surely love hot pot, don't you? This is a special treat prepared by this system for your distinguished region. No other areas have this delight. How considerate of me. After completing my tasks, it was nearly midnight. I took a refreshing combat shower, feeling unperturbed by the abundance of water. Currently, I possess 14 advanced water purifiers. Aside from a portion set aside for sale and daily usage, the majority remains stockpiled. I have gathered ample materials for upgrading my fishing vessel, in addition to a significant stock of glass and plastic. Since most players do not lack for water, I now only utilize a small quantity daily. The ocean brims with water resources and food. Coupled with the player's fishing prowess, the market for water and food has become saturated. What remains scarce are fruits and medicines. Aside from trading for urgently needed supplies, Wen Mingyue has hoarded these. As the second round of the game commenced, the landscape shifted, bringing forth a new reality. Awakening at 10 a.m., my spirits were exceptionally high, bolstered by the 3 points of strength I had garnered the previous day, leaving me relaxed and at ease. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I opened the refrigerator, pondering what to eat. Recalling the microwave I had opened yesterday, I retrieved 2 meat buns and a steamed bun from my space, planning to enjoy them with milk. After breakfast, it was only 10:30, yet 3 boxes had already been placed on the deck of the fishing vessel. It appeared that the treasure chest supply over the past 3 days had been quite generous. The group messages indicated that everyone had made gains. The fishing boat basked in sunlight, with the sea breeze and a comfortable 30-degree temperature. Presently, the shield is at level 18, although it can regulate the temperature within a range of plus or minus 9 degrees. It will not self-regulate if the current temperature is deemed suitable. Nevertheless, Wen Mingyue can still manually adjust the temperature. Taking out the steel wire rope I had opened the night before, I found 2 suitable spots, stretched a line to dry clothes, and then retrieved the freshly washed garments from the washing machine to hang them out. After harvesting the shiitake mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, the wooden stumps were also brought out and placed in the orchard, hoping they might continue to grow. In Chapter 50, the gluttonous Xiao Hong engages in an online eating broadcast. Wen Mingyue begins studying the schematics for making winnowing baskets, crafting several round baskets of various sizes from bamboo. She takes out the sunflower seeds she shelled the previous night, spreading them across 4 baskets to sun-dry on the deck. The shiitake mushrooms are directly stored in a preservation space, ready to be washed and cooked later. The wood ear mushrooms require drying and careful storage. Seeking a shady spot, she retrieves hazelnuts, walnuts, pine cones, and chestnuts, planning to shell them during the favorable weather of the next couple of days. Not daring to let the group help with such meticulous work, utilizing the tools she exchanged from Zhao Lingxin, she diligently shells until 1 p.m. Continuing to consume the food she had stored on her card, she resumes her shelling in the afternoon, taking breaks until she completes the task by 6 p.m. Finally, she packs all the baskets from the deck into her backpack, intending to continue drying them the following day. Upon returning home, she takes a shower. Feeling uncomfortable from the sweat, and now that conditions permit, Wen Mingyue does not wish to compromise her comfort. After her shower, she enjoys a session in a massage chair on the balcony. Today, they had planned a hot pot meal, and in the group chat, Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian are already showcasing their prepared dishes, urging Wen Mingyue to hurry. She places the hot pot base in an iron pot on the stove to saute, adding plenty of chili and spices, then boiling it with water before transferring it to the induction cooker. This induction cooker was a reward she received 2 days prior during the player battle. Complete with a dual compartment pot, sufficient for the family. Once plugged in, she allows the broth to simmer while preparing the ingredients: abalone, large shrimp, squid, sliced conch, crab legs, yellow flower fish, eel, cod, sliced grouper, fresh cut beef, quail eggs, kelp sprouts, a vegetable platter, a fruit platter, and chilled drinks. Next, she retrieves the pre-cooked grilled fish from the oven, bringing out 3 plates in total. Xiao Hong eagerly assists, skillfully maneuvering the vines and carrying the plates outside. In the face of food, Xiao Hong is always brave and relentless. Fortunately, she had previously replaced the table, crafting a new long table, or they would not have had enough space. With all the dishes laid out, Tuanzi sits beside Wen Mingyue, across from Lala and her elder sister Xiao Hong, who fixates on the grilled fish, salivating repeatedly. Xiao Hong passes a glass of sweet honey water to Lala, as she only has eyes for large chunks of meat. Tuanzi, capable of eating almost everything except bamboo, watches eagerly. Xiao Hong wipes away her drool, prompting everyone to look at the camera. They capture several photos, documenting Xiao Hong's series of drooling actions. Following a sequence, they share all the pictures in the team group chat, calling everyone to start eating. Just as the message is sent, the group chat explodes with notifications. Wen Mingyue does not rush to check the messages. Instead, she places the quail eggs into the bubbling red oil, knowing they will taste best at the end, and teaches Tuanzi how to cook hot pot. Tuanzi possesses a bit of an innate talent for learning, quickly mastering the art of dipping food with remarkable finesse. Wen Mingyue savored the succulent crab leg meat while perusing her chat messages. Zhao Lingxin exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, that big red flower is absolutely adorable. And look at that vibrant red chili pepper." She continued, "It's simply delightful. Just look at those little eyes." Su Fengyi remarked, "It has successfully diverted my attention from the dumpling beside it. By the way, is the big red flower drooling?" Ning Qian replied, "It seems so, haha." Tang Yuan added, "It looks like it's salivating over the grilled fish." Zhao Jinan questioned, "Can it eat grilled fish?" Zhao Shi inquired, "Is it a contractual companion?" Zhao Shower expressed astonishment. "I am utterly shocked." The others echoed, "Shock level 3. Wen Mingyue freed a hand to respond. "The big red flower is named Xiao Hong. It loves grilled fish and swallows the bones whole. The one beside it is called Lala. It was the one who provided the chili peppers for everyone the other night. They are both my contractual companions." The group was filled with envy, eager to form their own contracts for a bit of fun. Ultimately, under the strong insistence of the crowd, they initiated an online eating broadcast. The primary focus was on Xiao Hong, and Wen Mingyue did not inform it that they were live. Everyone witnessed Xiao Hong voraciously devouring the fish, gulping down half a fish in one bite without pause. The crowd exclaimed that such a creature would be unaffordable for an average household. Yet they went wild with likes upon learning of Xiao Hong's impressive fishing skills. Once sated, they finally remembered the matter of resource exchange. Thus, Wen Mingyue traded the spices she had harvested from the island with Zhao Lingxin for rosemary and cumin seeds. The spices could be propagated indefinitely. She exchanged wild cilantro with Ning Qian, which had a delightful fragrance and was also capable of infinite reproduction, and she planted them that very evening. Before retiring for the night, she conducted a round of unboxing. Today, she had retrieved 9 boxes in total, 8 wooden crates and 1 iron box, containing 3 pounds of rock candy, 2 pieces of glass, a 20-degree power card, a lazy sofa, an electric kettle, an exquisite tea set, and blueprints for a pavilion. After the unboxing, she retreated to her room to rest. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Zhao Lingxin, with a solemn expression, turned to Zhao Jinan and asked, "Should we inform Ye now?" Zhao Jinan shook his head. "Let me think for a moment." Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue had risen early, finishing breakfast by 8:30. Ready for another busy day, she first checked on the chicken coop, where the hen appeared lively, with an egg nestled in the nest. Very good, she thought, promptly rewarding it with a whole vegetable. Next, she spread out the sunflower seeds and pine nuts she had shelled the previous day, covering the deck surrounding the cockpit with various sized baskets. Later, she arrived at a wall of purple flowers, with the azure sea visible on both sides. "This is the spot," she declared, clapping her hands to seal the decision. She took out the pavilion blueprints from yesterday, clicked to learn them, then placed stones, wood, iron nails, and a small amount of iron. 5 minutes later, the pavilion was completed, enhanced by the power system with several installed sockets. The base of the pavilion was elevated, designed with a peaked roof, and the 4 corners of the top soared upward. The pavilion was open on all sides, supported by 6 sturdy round columns, with thick wooden planks embedded between them, effectively serving as simple benches, with one side serving as the entrance. The pavilion spanned an area of 20 square meters, perfect for gatherings with family and friends. After crafting 8 light bulbs, I instructed the system to install one atop the gazebo, followed by a meticulous selection process for the coffee table design. Ultimately, I constructed a rectangular coffee table from stone and moisture-resistant material, featuring rounded corners and a smooth, level surface. The addition of moisture-resistant stone enhanced its durability. I then fashioned several chairs with backs from wood and took a seat. Elevated on stone at the base of the gazebo, I could still gaze upon the azure sea, the gentle sea breeze caressing my face. As I sat in the gazebo, reveling in the surrounding beauty, I suddenly remembered something with a thump on the table. "I nearly forgot about you," I said, retrieving a young climbing ivy seedling from my backpack. After some adjustments on the system panel, I cleared a patch of land and positioned it beside the gazebo. I planted the ivy and watered it with a bottle of growth liquid. Looking up, I realized one bottle was insufficient, so I poured another. With dozens of bottles of growth liquid at my disposal, I felt no hesitation in using them freely. Almost immediately, the ivy began to ascend the column fervently, enveloping the entire gazebo in less than a minute, with numerous vines cascading down. It was breathtaking. After circling the gazebo, I admired my handiwork with great satisfaction. Chapter 51. Zhao Lingxin's foreknowledge. After a brief 10-minute respite, I donned a sun hat and ventured to the black soil garden to harvest tea leaves. 2 tea trees, planted in the rich soil, stood at waist height with expansive, rounded canopies, making the picking process quite convenient. The tops of the trees were adorned with numerous tender buds. During my childhood visits to my grandparents, I had harvested tea leaves from their mountain, carefully selecting the tender shoots at the top. Throughout the morning, I filled 2 baskets with pristine tea leaves, which required only a simple wash. After heating an iron pot, I utilized its residual warmth to repeatedly stir-fry the leaves. Upon noticing they had softened yet retained a hint of moisture, I kneaded the cooked tea leaves until they were fine, ultimately frying them until completely dry. At this point, the tea leaves were already suitable for brewing, but I preferred the sun-kissed flavor. So I spread them on a winnowing basket to sunbathe for a few hours before sealing them in a jar. When lunchtime arrived, I unearthed 4 wasabi roots from the garden, reserving 2 for planting. I then processed the moisture-resistant stone to create wasabi paste, saving some of the paste while preserving the rest in a freshness card. I plan to indulge in salmon sashimi for lunch, sautéing a few matsuba crabs alongside a dish of stir-fried vegetables and a steamed egg custard made from eggs collected that morning. Life in this realm surpassed any existence outside the game, free from workplace pressures. If possible, I would gladly spend a lifetime here. Tawanzi and Xiaohong stopped by to take a glance, while some fished and others napped, with Lala cheering on the brave little Xiaohong, relishing a solitary lunch. I ate to my heart's content, then, under the sun, checked the winnowing basket, where the sunflower seeds were nearly half dried, ready for roasting that evening. After devouring a large peach, I fell into a deep slumber until 4 in the afternoon. Upon waking, I splashed my face with cold water and took my basket to the orchard to see what awaited me. The blueberries have ripened, their size surpassing that of the game by a significant margin. Unable to resist, Wen Mingyue plucked one immediately. How sweet it was. One after another, she indulged until she was full, not wanting to stop. She insisted on harvesting every last one. After the blueberries, she turned her attention to the strawberries. With a little time and some growth liquid, crops like strawberries could be reaped within 3 to 5 days. Next, she gathered 8 bunches of grapes, half a basket of raspberries, 16 passion fruits, and 6 of the largest grapefruits from a tree laden with 18. 3 large watermelons were also collected. The other fruit trees were either blooming or reblooming. Then she proceeded to the medicinal herb field, where she harvested a generous basket of green Sichuan peppercorns, placing them directly into her card space for preservation. She cherished the fragrance of fresh peppercorns, using them as needed. The materials for hemostatic ointment were ready for another round of collection, prompting her to dig up half of the nodo ginseng, crane grass, and mint. She promptly crafted 10 batches of hemostatic ointment, adding to her existing stock of 25. Abundant plantain, licorice, and honeysuckle also allowed her to prepare 10 batches of cold medicine, boosting her inventory to 18. The cold medicine recipe mentioned an additional effect of clearing heat and fire, so Wen Mingyue decided to drink it as a remedy for heat. After indulging in seafood daily, she occasionally enjoyed a cup of tea. The cotton in the 2 fields of black soil had matured, and she harvested it all. By the time she finished, it was already 6 in the evening. She hurriedly gathered all the sieves on the deck, aside from the sunflower seeds and tea leaves. Everything else needed at least another day of drying. She retrieved the previously unlocked jar blueprints and began crafting various containers, including clay pots, ceramic jars, and glass jars. Afterward, she made 1 large and 1 small glass jar, sealing the tea leaves within. The smaller jar was kept outside for immediate use, while the larger was stored away. Her family adored tea, especially her grandfather. As dinner time approached, she offered 2 grilled fish to Tuanzi, 3 to Xiaohong, and a glass of ice water to Lala. Her own dinner was simple. She used a noodle maker to prepare some noodles, boiling water in an iron pot. She reheated the leftover hot pot broth from the previous night, adding water until it boiled, then combined it with the cooked noodles and greens, filling 5 large bowls, 4 of which were stored away. The dish was fragrant and spicy, whetting her appetite. After dinner, she didn't pause, heating the iron pot to fry sunflower seeds, seasoned with spices for a 5-spice flavor, reserving the remainder for later. After a flurry of activity, she produced 6 pounds of fried seeds, sending 2 pounds to Zhao Lingxin and 1 pound to Ningqian. Closing the panel, she invited Tuanzi and the others to the pavilion for tea and sunflower seeds. Xiaohong and Lala glanced at the seeds, opting out, while Tuanzi raised a paw, eager to learn. After a few attempts, Tuanzi exclaimed it was not enough, nearly nibbling on her own paw, and requested a sugarcane to gnaw on. Wen Mingyue handed her a piece, encouraging her to enjoy it without delaying her own tea and sunflower seed indulgence. She distributed the brewed tea to Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian, who reciprocated with preserved plums and peanuts. The group chatted over tea in their chat group. Su Fengyi remarked, "To be honest, are we not living quite well? Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and preserved plums, topped off with a pot of fragrant tea." Ning Qian agreed, "Indeed. I suddenly realized that life in the game world is rather splendid. Aside from slaying monsters, we can also cultivate the land." Zhao Shao'er, "I must express my heartfelt gratitude to our leader for guiding us." Su Fengyi, "We, the 3 sisters, must also extend our thanks to Mingyue. Otherwise, we would merely be struggling at the brink of subsistence. However, where's Lingxin? She typically initiates the conversation." Zhao Lingxin, "Sisters, I have arrived. Sunflower seeds and peanuts. How delightful." Zhao Jinan, "The tea is quite splendid as well." Wen Mingyue, "By the way, I possess the blueprint for a pavilion. Those in need may seek me out at a friendly price." The upgraded Tuanzi 069 now has an automatic treasure collection range of 200 meters, but the danger exploration range has expanded to 1,200 meters. Additionally, it can assist in crafting items directly within the system space and then dispatch them to other players. Upon sending the required materials, everyone expressed a desire for one. Wen Mingyue quickly completed 2, sending them forth, allowing them to select their installation locations upon receipt. The recent player battle had upgraded their systems to level 5, enabling direct installation once they clicked accept. Mingyue also inquired if they desired a wooden house. Ning Qian and the others requested a 2-story wooden house, perfectly replacing their current single-story cottage. They promptly dismantled and disassembled the existing structure, eagerly awaiting Mingyue's delivery of the new house. Having previously felled numerous trees on the island, they had ample materials and also requested the installation of glass windows. After 30 minutes, the system dispatched the completed wooden house to Ning Qian and her companions, who, after expressing their gratitude in the group chat, hurried off to admire their new abode. She then sent a private message to Zhao Lingxin. Noticing that Lingxin seemed somewhat distracted today, and considering her talent, she surmised the cause. Wen Mingyue, "Lingxin, what have you foreseen?" Chapter 52, Preparations before the arrival of the sea monster tide. Zhao Lingxin gazed at the content on the screen before turning to her brother. Zhao Jinan pondered for a moment. "Perhaps I should inform her. I will also mention it in the group later." They had originally planned to disclose this on the final day, wishing first to allow everyone to relax. In retrospect, sharing this information sooner would enable everyone to prepare adequately. He believed that the subsequent game stages would become increasingly challenging. Seeing her brother's consent, Zhao Lingxin promptly replied on the panel, Mingyue, I have foreseen a calamity that will strike in 3 days. I was torn about whether to inform you in advance, fearing it might dampen your spirits. So I refrained from mentioning it earlier today. When Mingyue quickly responded, what is it? Zhao Lingxin replied, the sea monster tide. My brother suggested I also share this in the group. Zhao Jinan had encouraged her to utilize her foresight daily, allowing them to prepare significantly in advance. Today, the phrase sea monster tide emerged in her mind, and upon Zhao Jinan's realization, his expression turned grave. If all unfolded as he suspected, future challenges would only intensify. Sustained cooperation among friends was the only logical path forward. He was also willing to share the information he had thus far. Once Zhao Lingxin disclosed her foresight in the group, silence enveloped the chat for less than a minute before inquiries began to flood in for further details. Ultimately, it became clear that Zhao Lingxin could only foresee the general nature of the calamity, unable to discern the specifics. In contrast to the foreseen presence of Wen Mingyue, Ning Qian and her companions did not experience fear, but rather a determination to devise a strategy for survival. They contemplated forming a team and merging protective shields. But upon noticing the Zhao siblings and Wen Mingyue's lack of interest in collaboration, they reluctantly abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue communicated in the group chat, we shall first prepare our medicines and weaponry. The sea monsters are colossal. Artillery will prove invaluable in combating them. Additionally, I possess some hemostatic ointment. Zhao Lingxin remarked, I have some wound medicine, though my supply of sulfur for crafting gunpowder is limited. Su Fengyi interjected, we have an abundance of sulfur. We mined a considerable amount on the first day of the player battle. Qian, please share our sulfur. Shortly thereafter, Ning Qian sent over the sulfur they had collected, and upon inspection, it became evident that it was sufficient to produce over 600 rounds of ammunition. When Mingyue harbored serious doubts that anyone among the trio was luckier than herself. With the finest weapons and medicines secured, she proceeded to manufacture gunpowder and artillery, ultimately crafting 2 additional artillery pieces for Zhao Lingxin's group, bringing their total to 4. Ning Qian's group added 1 artillery piece, resulting in a total of 2 for them. Although she was currently alone, the materials were ample, and the space in the cockpit was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 2 units, prompting her to create 1 for herself as well. In total, she produced 662 rounds of gunpowder, allocating nearly 200 for Wen Mingyue, which, combined with the existing stock, amounted to 500, an adequate supply to confront the impending wave of sea monsters. Lastly, Wen Mingyue exchanged for 8 boxes of wound medicine. She promptly reviewed the description, wound medicine facilitates rapid healing and repair of injuries. Having witnessed its efficacy, she estimated that as long as the wounds were not excessively deep, scarring would be minimal. Thus, with the fervent assistance of Ning Qian and her companions, the preparations were not only completed but exceeded expectations, allowing everyone to retire joyfully for the night. As customary, they engaged in an opening of boxes before sleep. Today, they acquired a total of 10 boxes, 7 wooden boxes, 2 iron boxes, and 1 bronze treasure chest. The contents included 12 cans of cola, 6 packets of instant noodles, 12 pounds of barbecue sauce, 3 large meat buns, 2 bags of chips, a bottle of gum, and a box of facial masks. One of the iron boxes yielded a luxurious bedding set, complete with down filling, ready for immediate use. This was stored in her card and placed in her camera storage for later retrieval. The bronze treasure chest revealed 2 sets of curtains, suitable for 2 rooms. One set was an off-white hue, harmonizing well with her rustic wooden-themed room, while the other set was gray and was temporarily stored for future use. On the second day of their holiday, after enjoying breakfast, she settled into a lavish massage chair acquired from Wang Tianba and treated herself to a full-body massage. Following this indulgence, she continued to sun-dry her nuts and ventured into the garden to harvest vegetables. Currently, 2/3 of the vegetables in her garden had matured: tomatoes, lettuce, bok choy, cabbage, celery, garlic sprouts, cauliflower, leeks, spinach, garlic shoots, and yellow chives, alongside bell peppers, scallions, garlic, and cilantro for seasoning. Vegetables and seasoning random seeds cannot be preserved, yet Wen Mingyue has stockpiled hundreds of packets. Thanks to her proactive hoarding in the earlier stages, she now possesses over 10 cards for vegetables and seasonings in her space. After harvesting the vegetables, she continues with random sowing, summoning Tuanzi and Xiaohong to water the plants. Her sole responsibility is to ensure they are adequately hydrated. With the remaining days, Wen Mingyue intends to prepare a batch of grilled fish for Xiaohong and Tuanzi, as they will be essential in the upcoming battles, particularly Xiaohong. She relocates the outdoor grill beside the wooden cabin, retrieving 12 fish to evenly coat with seasoning before placing them in the grill. Subsequently, She brings out a large barrel containing over 30 fish, continuing to apply the seasoning. Over the course of more than a day, she grills nearly 300 fish, sufficient to sustain them for a while. Additionally, she has prepared a considerable amount of cold beverages, as Spicy enjoys them, and Wen Mingyue hopes for a fruitful yield. The old hen proves to be quite productive, consistently laying an egg each day. Moreover, she has collected 10 large jars of nuts, leaving some outside while preserving the rest in her camera space. Furthermore, she has prepared 3 jars of honey pomelo tea, finally slicing the pomelo peel and adding a generous amount of pulp, honey, and rock sugar, allowing it to marinate outside for 7 days before storing it in her camera space. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the sea monster tide, and she unpacks the boxes she has accumulated over the past 2 days, yielding a decent harvest, albeit with some peculiar items mixed in. Among them is 20 pounds of bran, a first for Wen Mingyue, which should suffice for her large hen for a good 10 to 15 days. Additionally, there are the usual fuel, seasonings, staple foods, and seeds, along with a bag of cola-flavored gummies, 6 ice creams, and an eye mask. The eye mask is particularly noteworthy, featuring an adorable dog design. As Wen Mingyue picks up this black, single-sided eye mask, a certain person springs to mind. This individual is Zhao Jinan's nemesis both in and out of the game, a powerful heir from a prestigious family, rumored to be quite unhinged. It is said that the two once arranged a fight, resulting in the opponent's defeat, after which he gouged out his own right eye. However, some rumors suggest that the opponent suffered from a congenital eye ailment that merely flared up, leaving Zhao Jinan to take the blame. A shiver runs down her spine at the thought of eye gouging, causing her scalp to tingle. Finally, she calls for Tuanzi and heads back inside to sleep. Chapter 53. Reuniting the regions. Level 16 bird monsters attack. The 3-day holiday swiftly comes to an end. Good morning, players, announces the game's main system, Xiao Q. Echoing through the sky, Wen Mingyue pauses her brushing, glancing at the time displayed on the system panel, 8 a.m. Congratulations to all players on the merger of zones. The population after the merger stands at 500,000, with the area now designated as Zone 36. Starting from 9 a.m. today, all players in this region will embark on a 30-day sea monster tide. During this period, the average temperature will be 20 degrees, with winds and waves frequently accompanying the sea. The number and level of sea monsters will correspond to the individual combat power of players. The sea monsters will attack from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with occasional overtime. Player levels have been unlocked. Please check your personal information panel for details. This concludes the announcement, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Wen Mingyue nibbled on her steamed bun and extended her finger to tap open her personal information panel. Name, Real Wen Mingyue, cannot be hidden. Gender, female. Player level, 19. A comprehensive assessment of combat power. Notably, player levels are not classified as hidden information. In her previous life, she began with a player level of only 9, which rose to 13 after the sea monster tide concluded. The higher the level, the more challenging it becomes to level up. She then checked Zhao Jinan, who was at level 18, Zhao Lingxin at level 5, and her bodyguard at level 16. Ning Qian stood at level 12, Su Fingyi at level 9, and Tang Yuan at level 8. Gazing up at the sky, she noted that her shield level was 18. In her recollection, during the sea monster tide, players who defeated sea monsters of level 15 and above would have their achievements announced in the regional group, granting them a chance to spin the lucky wheel. In her previous life, she managed to defeat sea monsters of only up to level 14 during the tide, narrowly missing the announcement. Furthermore, the highest level of sea monsters announced in their region did not exceed level 20. And only 2 players had ever made it onto the leaderboard, Zhao Jinan and his archrival, who had nearly identical records. Following the conclusion of the tide, neither could claim superiority over the other. Given that level 20 sea monsters emerged later in the event, the current fishing boats with an 18-level shield remain relatively secure. Additionally, with temperature control ranging within 9 degrees, there is no need to worry about heat, though caution is advised for low-temperature conditions, as crops on land require antifreeze when temperatures dip below 0. She quickly searched her inventory, retrieved paper and pen, and jotted down the weather changes she remembered. She wondered if Lingxin could predict the weather during the sea monster tide, and intended to inquire later. In contrast to Wen Mingyue and her companions, who prepared thoroughly, many players were thrown into despair upon hearing the term sea monster tide, particularly those who had sheltered safely within the shield for nearly 2 months. Vivid images filled their minds of a colossal sea monster suddenly appearing before them, its gaping maw ready to devour them whole. At this moment, in the vast expanse of Greater China's 36 districts, the online populace stands at 499,992, seeking parties, yearning for esteemed allies. To those ahead, with a mere level of 2, how dare you solicit for a team? Indeed, who would want such rubbish? I have vanquished 3 level 2 monsters and have ascended to level 4. You, with your level 2, have not even engaged a single foe, have you? Alas, I am powerless. The sea monsters are utterly terrifying. Then await your demise. Players above level 8, take heed. Our team currently averages level 9. The system is rather merciless. Our collective shield, comprised of 6 individuals, totals level 6, yet upon merging, it diminishes to level 2. The area of our fishing vessel does not simply add up, losing at least 1/3 of its capacity. To those ahead, what does that amount to? Our party of 12, upon merging, also achieves a shield level of 2. This is merely to prevent glitches, yet a level of 2 is certainly preferable to a level of 1, is it not? Meanwhile, having learned that Zhao Lingxin can predict extreme temperature fluctuations, the temperatures over the last 3 days have remained normal, devoid of any special alerts. Upon further comparison with the temperature records in her notebook, the data aligns perfectly, allowing her to temporarily set aside concerns regarding temperature and focus on monster hunting. Additionally, the refresh interval for treasure chests and marine resources remains at 3 days. An autopilot system has been established, scheduled for nighttime, ensuring that daytime monster hunting remains unaffected, as does the refresh of resource chests. Time swiftly progressed to 9 o'clock. At this moment, Wen Mingyue leisurely reclined in her rocking chair, awaiting the arrival of sea monsters. Flanked by cannons for protection, her right side adorned with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a pot of freshly brewed honey grapefruit tea. She nibbled on seeds with one hand while wielding a pink magic wand to massage her back with the other, a pair of binoculars hanging around her neck. The upgraded danger prediction range of 069 had expanded to a radius of 200 meters, providing a 360-degree shield without blind spots. Wen Mingyue merely had to wait for the sea monsters to approach. She had already instructed that during the sea monster tide, Xiaohong, Lala, and Tuanzi remain at the wooden hut. Moreover, Xiaohong had a special task. As she waited and waited, reaching 10 o'clock, having finished a round of sunflower seeds, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of a sea monster, even sending Xiaohong to wander the depths, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the Zhao siblings had commenced their hunt 10 minutes prior, effortlessly defeating a level 8 sea monster, leaving Wen Mingyue filled with envy. However, just as she took a sip of her tea, an alarm from the system echoed. Level 16 bird monster approaches, a level 16, and it arrives with such ferocity? Lifting her gaze, she beheld a colossal bird hurtling directly towards her position. Instantly, it was repelled by the level 18 shield, subsequently circling the fishing vessel. Its shrill cries piercing the air. Unable to resist, she instinctively rubbed her ears, feeling more alert. It was at this moment that she discerned the creature's form. Resembling a raven, classified as a type of seabird and categorized among the sea monsters. Its wingspan extended to 10 meters, feathers glistening like obsidian, with fierce red glints in its eyes. Its beak resembled a sharp blade, and its massive claws bore menacing hooks, radiating a chilling light. In that moment, it fixated its fierce gaze upon Wen Mingyue within the shield, yet did not strike again, instead gradually narrowing its circling range. In dealing with such a highly adaptable sea monster, Wen Mingyue decided against employing cannons, primarily out of concern for waste. Thus, with a few agile movements, she made her way to the edge of the ship, amicably beckoning the bird monster to approach, vigorously waving her pink magic wand. The bird monster, sensing that Wen Mingyue had distanced herself from the imposing black cylindrical object that caused it discomfort, hesitated momentarily before gradually drawing closer to her. Once they were within a certain proximity, both parties acted simultaneously. Noticing the bird monster had entered the range of her magic wand, Wen Mingyue promptly directed it towards the creature and unleashed a small burst of flames. However, she was taken aback by the fleeting fire, which was even smaller than the flames produced by her flamethrower. The large sea bird, after a moment of bewilderment, opened its merciless iron beak and emitted an even more piercing cry directed at Wen Mingyue. She instinctively stepped back, covering her ears, feeling slightly dizzy. Should it continue to screech, she would surely end up with a nosebleed. Simultaneously, she received a notification from the system. Level 16 femtosecond monster, proficient in sonic attacks. Realizing the opponent's expertise in sound waves, she quickly retreated to a safer distance. Inquiring about her companions through her mind, she received reassurance that they were unharmed, which allowed her to relax. Determined to conclude the encounter swiftly, she realized that her ears were on the verge of failure after merely 2 attacks. Therefore, she took out 2 pieces of cotton to cover her ears and began sprinting along the fishing boat, simultaneously preparing her bow for an arrow shot. Given that her initial assault bore no fruit against the bird monster, it paid no heed to her as it prepared another roar in her direction. When Mingyue felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, shaking her head vigorously, she regained her composure and repositioned herself, readying an arrow aimed at the bird monster as it was about to open its mouth. At the precise moment the creature began to vocalize, she spotted the red dot marked by its innate ability, positioned perfectly at the spot from which it emitted sound. Her arrow struck true, hitting the red point. And after a brief moment of wailing, the bird monster plummeted into the sea, vanishing after being automatically disassembled by the system. Wen Mingyue collapsed onto the ground, feeling not only dizzy but also seeing stars, necessitating a brief respite. Tuanzi, anxious, attempted to rush over, while Xiaohong extended her vines to gently pull Wen Mingyue towards the wooden house, placing a small leaf before her nose. Fortunately, she sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness. I was almost left without a meal. Tuanzi also breathed a sigh of relief. Leilel, concerned, cast a worried glance at the prostrate Wen Mingyue and asked Xiaohong, should we move Yeye inside? Tuanzi nodded in agreement. Xiaohong glanced at Wen Mingyue, who appeared to be sleeping soundly. Let her sleep, she thought, as Wen Mingyue, pretending to be unconscious, felt her lips twitch. Just as she was about to rise, she found herself ensnared once more by the vines, which gently maneuvered her until Xiaohong placed her delicately on the couch in the living room. I'm off to catch some fish. Remember to prepare a feast for me today, Xiaohong declared before diving into the water, as she vanquished the level 16 avian monstrosity. The regional chat was enlivened by the system's announcement, while the sky above displayed the message, congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for achieving the first kill of the level 16 sea creature. Reward, 1 spin of the lucky roulette. The notification echoed thrice, prompting both seasoned and novice players to engage in lively discourse. After settling her excitement, Wen Mingyue first responded to messages from the Zhao siblings and Ning Qian before diving into the treasure chest opening. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Yes. Congratulations, you have received noise-canceling headphones. Wen Mingyue mused, you had better hope for additional bonuses. With a click, she examined the item description. Noise-canceling headphones effectively block sound wave attacks from monsters of level 16 and below. The efficacy against level 16 and above sound wave attacks diminishes. Quite satisfactory, she thought, pleased to accept the item, particularly in a game world rife with sound wave assaulting creatures. Next, she collected 3 pounds of feathers from the avian monster's disassembly. Holding them in her hand, she found their texture delightful. The size was akin to that of goose feathers, with the added benefit of enhanced warmth, perfect for crafting down jackets later on. After completing the chest opening, she washed her hands and excitedly clicked on the lucky roulette displayed on the system panel. The circular wheel, adorned in a red and white palette, was divided into 16 varying segments, featuring items such as shields, duplication cards, upgrade cards, collection cards, and other delightful rewards like electric scooters, network systems, celestial cinemas, misfortune cards, and various temporary attribute enhancement cards, as well as snack and fruit gift packs. Overall, it was an enticing selection, and she coveted them all. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a thank you for your patronage segment, occupying the smallest portion of the wheel with a mere 18 probability. She pondered whether landing on it would be fortunate or unfortunate. Yet, the item she yearned for most was the lucky treasure chest. However, with a lock symbol adorning the chest, Wen Mingyue surmised that it likely could not be opened just yet, though this did nothing to dampen her enthusiasm for it. After a heartfelt prayer, she clicked to spin the wheel. To her dismay, she observed the pointer come to rest on the misfortune card. A prompt appeared, misfortune card, a curse of ill luck that lasts for 24 hours, unaffected by luck values. The effects are formidable and potentially perilous. Avoid using it on oneself. The misfortune card could be utilized on other players, easily operated from the system panel. Well, it seems this is all I can do, she resignedly thought. Meanwhile, on a spacious fishing vessel deck, a young man stood with a slight tilt of his head towards the sky, his tall and upright stature commanding attention. His right eye was concealed by a black eye patch, yet his exquisite features remained evident. His medium-length hair was casually tied back, eyes glimmering with mockery, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smirk. To his surprise, Zhao Jinan, upon entering this game, proved to be even less competent than a mere woman. Han Shua's voice dripped with disdain. Behind him, Min Qingxue stifled a laugh. But she's no ordinary woman. She has snatched the first kill right from under you. The man turned slightly, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the woman behind him, letting out a soft huff before departing. Unperturbed, Min Qingxue trailed after him, her smile radiant. Han Shuo returned to the wooden cabin, seated himself upon the sofa in the living room, and activated the control panel, swiftly locating Wen Mingyue's personal information, which he eagerly opened to inspect. To his annoyance, her level surpassed his by 1 rank. After a moment of vexation, he sent a friend request. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was bustling in the kitchen preparing lunch. But the persistent notifications in her mind compelled her to pause and check. Upon opening the panel, she found the name somewhat familiar. Upon further examination, she discovered the player level matched that of Zhao Jinan at level 18, and the nickname read Hanya is my father. Hanya was the former richest man in her nation. Realization dawned upon her regarding the identity of this individual. She had not anticipated that this esteemed figure would reach out to her directly. In her previous life, Wen Mingyue had encountered Han Shuo twice, and whenever he and Zhao Jinan met, sparks invariably flew. She would quietly observe the exchange, unperturbed by the potential for collateral damage. perceiving their banter as mere playful jests lacking any real malice. Han Shuo was even a year younger than her, and witnessing his one-sided tirades, she never believed he possessed the audacity to harm himself. He struck her as merely a young brat. It seemed likely that he had seen the announcement in the region and sought to provoke her. However, in this lifetime, Wen Mingyue was undaunted and promptly returned the request. Han Shuo soon sent her a message. Care for a spar? Wen Mingyue replied, are you willing to part with your other eye as well? Han Shuo chuckled. You're truly both inexperienced and playful. Their previous duels had garnered significant attention on social media, trending for an entire day, and anyone with an internet-enabled phone would be aware. Wen Mingyue had no intention of pretending not to recognize him. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily typed a response. I have an eye mask, want it? I'm letting it go for cheap. After sending the cartoonish eye mask she had previously listed, she noted that it had been hanging in the market all day without any exchanges. Given the opportunity presented by this eager buyer, Wen Mingyue felt compelled to promote her wares. Chapter 55. Unveiling the Universal Key, Player Level Ascension. Han Shuo clicked on the link Wen Mingyue had sent, revealing a black eye mask adorned with a playful image of a dog covering its mouth and grinning mischievously. What to do? He had a fondness for dogs. He quickly typed a reply. How much? Sensing a chance for negotiation, he promptly responded, 3 kilograms of rice. Initially, he had considered 5 kilograms, but feared reprisal. Not receiving an immediate reply, he continued to press. This is a limited edition, obtained from an iron treasure chest, truly. Just look at how adorable the little dog is. Han Shuo replied skeptically, do you take me for a fool? An iron treasure chest? Who are you trying to deceive? Wen Mingyue responded earnestly, I swear on the game. Or else I would face dire consequences. She too found it perplexing that, with her luck, she had managed to obtain an eye mask from an iron treasure chest without any added attributes. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shuo ultimately decided to purchase it. It wasn't that he was stingy. Rather, he found the situation absurd. How unfortunate must she be? But the dog was rather charming and quite cute. Even if it was inconvenient to wear before others, perhaps he would reserve it for nighttime use. Ensuring the coast was clear, he discreetly set it aside. The afternoon passed smoothly as she vanquished an 8-level sea monster and a 12-level sea creature, leading her to the segment she adored most, the unboxing phase. Among the automatically collected treasure chests, there are merely 3 wooden chests, which yielded 2 bottles of antifreeze, 2 hair ties, and a strawberry cake. During the sea monster tide, the availability of treasure chests is quite scarce. Thus, this yield is commendable. Additionally, the revenue from fish, shrimp, and crabs has diminished by half, with only 7 cards being earned, of which half can be attributed to Xiaohong's efforts. The 8th level sea monster revealed a bronze chest containing a piece of land, while the 12th level chest unveiled a universal key. Instantly, a spark of excitement ignited within me, prompting me to click and examine it further. Universal key, capable of unlocking any locked treasure chest. This led me to recall the locked lucky chest on the lottery wheel, and I resolved to send Xiaohong to the seabed tomorrow to summon some formidable sea monsters for assistance. With a decisive clap, I declared, tonight, Xiaohong shall have a special meal. At the dining table, Xiaohong feasted with great enthusiasm, her mouth glistening with grease. She assured me of her commitment to completing the task, followed by a satisfied burp. I had witnessed Xiaohong's prowess in navigating the seabed, yet I was still concerned she might overextend herself, prompting me to remind her to steer clear of any sea monsters with a higher protective shield level than ours. Xiaohong wiped her mouth haphazardly and responded with an okay gesture using her vines. This was a skill she had picked up during her moments of boredom. Perhaps even an innate talent, as she could accurately gauge the levels of sea monsters. After indulging in a hearty meal, I reclined in a rocking chair on the deck and glanced at the number of players in the chat group, only to discover that we had lost 10,000 participants on the very first day. Players in the group were sharing their experiences of the day. I didn't manage to snag a single treasure chest today and was relentlessly pursued by a level 6 sea monster until it finally vanished at 6 o'clock in the evening, costing me 150 liters of fuel, which I had painstakingly accumulated. Just like that, it's gone in a day. Another chimed in. What is that compared to my plight? My fishing boat was bitten by an 11-level sea monster, leaving several large holes. It took me 3 hours to dispatch it, using up all my stored materials for repairs. Yet it still wasn't enough. Now, my boat is beginning to sink. Farewell, you wretched game. I clicked on this player's profile and noted that their player level was 11, which is significantly correlated with the distribution of sea monsters in the game, typically maintaining a balance. Currently, this individual S level is relatively high among players, and if they were seeking to form a team, they would likely invite him to merge fishing boats. This would bolster the team's strength while potentially securing a loyal ally. As anticipated, several teams promptly extended invitations for collaboration. I chose not to dwell on subsequent developments and instead continued to peruse the messages within the group. On this inaugural day, players were reporting their encounters with sea monsters. With at least 1 encounter each, and none exceeding 3, though it is possible that some participants had already departed. Others were searching for their family members or friends, as the merging of regions had expanded the search function, allowing them to input names directly. Players could also use selfies as avatars to facilitate locating family. For those who were no longer present, their avatars would remain grayed out. Shortly after exiting the regional chat group, a notification alerted me to the arrival of newcomers. Upon checking their names, I recognized them as members of the Zhao family security team. A total of 3 individuals had entered, and the atmosphere in the group felt somewhat somber, indicating that some members of the security team were likely no longer among us. Wen Mingyue took a deep breath, inexplicably yearning for home, along with thoughts of her beloved dog and Hakimi, as memories of their potential tribulations in the previous world flooded her mind. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Fortunately, fate had granted her a chance at rebirth, and she was determined to seize this opportunity, ensuring her family would navigate through all challenges together. Clenching the corner of her blanket, she drifted into a deep slumber, filled with hope for the future. The next day began with her collecting an egg from the chicken coop, followed by harvesting approximately 2 pounds of honey from the beehive, and finally gathering a bounty of ripe vegetables into her storage space. Over the past 2 months, she had accumulated nearly 100,000 pounds of decomposed fish, shrimp, and crabs, alongside several hundred pounds of vegetables and fruits, as well as nearly 20 tons of water. Yet, this was still far from sufficient, especially the water. She crafted several more water purification devices, assuring herself that with ample supplies, she would remain calm. Throughout the day, under Xiaohong's diligent guidance, Wen Mingyue managed to defeat 4 sea monsters below level 10 and 2 above level 10, but none at level 15 or beyond. Although she missed the chance for a reward, her player level had risen to 20. When confronting the aquatic monsters, Wen Mingyue preferred swift resolutions. All 6 were dispatched in tandem with Xiaohong, utilizing cannon fire. The flesh of the sea monsters was tough, lacking the delicate texture of ocean fish, with some tasting bitter and sour. In her past life, after consuming sea monster meat for several consecutive days, she developed numerous bumps all over her body, prompting her to temporarily abandon the idea of hoarding such meat. Seeing this outcome, Xiaohong appeared somewhat disheartened, prompting Wen Mingyue to gently pinch her cheek in reassurance. In her recollection, during her previous life, Zhao Jinan and Han Shuo had only managed to defeat fewer than 10 sea monsters of level 15 or above, whereas she had only vanquished 1 in the last 2 days. She surmised that the system had likely imposed restrictions on the levels and quantities of sea monsters. Upon hearing Wen Mingyue's analysis, Xiaohong's face lit up with a broad smile. Yeah, you must reward me," she exclaimed, proudly lifting her round chin, leaving the nearby Lala utterly captivated. To conclude this relatively easy day, Wen Mingyue arranged a lavish barbecue feast. Before retiring for the night, she opened her treasure chests, 2 wooden boxes for bronze chests and 2 silver chests, yielding the following supplies: 6 cans of beer, 10 pounds of laundry detergent, a carpet, a 2-meter sofa, 4 pounds of spicy crayfish, a range hood, a piece of ordinary land, and a disposable strength card of level 3. She proceeded to allocate the land for planting, while the range hood was promptly installed in the kitchen by 069. The sofa found its place in the cockpit, and the 2-meter woven carpet fit perfectly in the living room. As for the crayfish, they were consumed on the spot. Otherwise, sleep would elude her. The spicy crayfish, with its bouncy texture, paired delightfully with a can of beer, bringing her immense satisfaction. Fortunately, neither Tuanzi nor Xiaohong had a taste for such delicacies, allowing Wen Mingyue to relish them alone. Chapter 56. Unlucky Wen Mingyue and the battle against piranha swarms. Upon waking the next day, Wen Mingyue discovered she had a stiff neck. As she rubbed her neck and proceeded to wash up, her attention faltered, leading to a sudden fall. "This hurts terribly," she groaned, frowning at her scraped elbow as she sat on the floor, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable time, she retrieved the last remnants of her wound spray from her backpack, only to find the nozzle was broken. It was only when her wounds were nearly scabbed over that she finally addressed them, muttering in annoyance as she crawled off to freshen up. With a few hurried bites, she consumed the dumplings she had stockpiled, nearly choking in the process. As she exited the wooden cabin, she stumbled, only to be caught just in time by Xiaohong, who extended a vine to her aid. Yeah, are you still half asleep? Look at those dark circles under your eyes," Xiaohong remarked. Sensing that something was amiss with Wen Mingyue today, she appeared shrouded in a haze, an indescribable feeling enveloping her. Groggily waving off Xiaohong, she attributed her discomfort to having overeaten last night with crayfish and beer, dismissing any further thoughts on the matter. Wielding her magic wand, she rubbed her neck and swayed toward the cockpit. Behind her, Tuanzi observed Wen Mingyue's lackluster demeanor with concern and cautioned Xiaohong, "Be careful while fishing today." Xiaohong understood Tuanzi's implication and nodded vigorously, while Lala beside her mirrored the sentiment, albeit in a daze. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue struggled to ascend the gun platform, and scarcely had she settled in when a system alert chimed in. detected a level 8 mutated piranha swarm. After glancing at the system panel for the alert's location, she crept along the dimly lit staircase. Today, she felt a strong urge to slack off. Arriving at the piranha's vicinity, she crouched at the edge of the boat and peered down. Hundreds of piranhas, their wide mouths agape, were leaping frantically toward her fishing vessel. Their dorsal sides were a deep green, and as they jumped, their silvery bellies became visible, each one twice the size of those she had seen in films. Despite the protective barrier, she found herself face to face with several sharp-toothed, menacing piranhas, a sight that sent shivers down her spine and jolted her into alertness. The sheer number of piranhas, coupled with their rapid movements, rendered it impractical to eliminate them one by one with arrows. Consequently, she resorted to using chili bombs and thunder bombs, only to inadvertently blast her own fishing boat. As she received a repair notification from the system and surveyed the persistent swarm of piranhas, her frustration peaked. However, a glimmer of hope emerged as she retrieved a card from her backpack. Lightning Strike card, Crackle. Electrifying a large area, it was a card dropped by a mutated wolf during the previous player battle, and she hoped it would offer some measure of safety. Suppressing her discomfort, she located the concentration of piranhas and found a suitable spot to deploy the card. A crackling sound ensued as blue-violet currents surged through the water, incapacitating at least half of the piranhas, which gradually sank below the surface, vanishing from sight. The remaining piranhas quickly distanced themselves from the fishing boat. Seizing the moment, she hurled several thunder bombs, but her hand slipped, sending one directly onto her vessel. Startled, Wen Mingyue began to dance nervously, and her boat was left with a gaping hole. Damn it, she cursed, unable to contain her exasperation, and hurriedly spent a few dozen pieces of wood to repair her boat. Yet, instead of quelling the piranha menace, a new wave approached. Wen Mingyue found herself on the verge of tears. Initially intending to utilize a flying carpet to lure the piranhas away from the fishing boat before employing a thunderous blast to eliminate them, she soon abandoned the plan upon observing their remarkable leaping abilities and their terrifying, steel-like visages. Reluctant to venture out to feed the fish, Wen Mingyue subsequently embarked on a reckless journey down the perilous path of frying both fish and boat. It took her a grueling 3 hours to barely overcome the horde of piranhas. Collapsing onto the ground, she gasped for breath, awaiting the system to reward her with a treasure chest. After the fierce battle with the piranhas, the spoils yielded a solitary bronze chest, prompting Wen Mingyue to seethe with frustration as she clenched her teeth to open it. The moment the chest was unsealed, a noxious odor surged forth, assaulting her senses. The chest was filled to the brim with piranha carcasses, coated in a viscous green slime. Utterly repulsed, Wen Mingyue leaned over the side of the boat and retched violently. This was undoubtedly the most unfortunate day she had experienced since her return to the game. However, it soon dawned on her that her misfortune was compounded not only by the chest's contents, but also by her luck value of 9, which made it improbable for her to receive a chest brimming with fish remains. Something felt amiss. Was it a curse of bad luck? Wen Mingyue regained her composure and retrieved the bad luck card from her inventory. Bad luck card bestows misfortune for 24 hours, unaffected by luck value. It had to be the cause. Enraged, she quickly deduced the reason behind her plight. Having appeared on the leaderboard too many times, even without antagonizing other players, she had inevitably attracted their ire. Eager to identify the individual who had cast the bad luck card upon her, she instructed 069 to investigate the trading area for any potential solutions. With half a day remaining, if a remedy could not be found promptly, she would have to endure the misfortune. Shortly thereafter, the regional chat buzzed with announcements. Congratulations to player Zhao Jinan for slaying a level 16 sea monster, rewarded with 1 chance at the lucky roulette. Congratulations to player Han Shuo for slaying a level 16 sea monster, rewarded with 1 chance at the lucky roulette. Brother, let me try. Your luck is terrible, exclaimed Zhao Lingxin, her excitement palpable as she tugged at her brother. Zhao Jinan, however, remained undeterred in his quest for a prize, prompting Zhao Lingxin to rush forward and seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinan effortlessly held his feisty sister at bay with one hand while decisively clicking to spin the roulette with the other. The prizes on the wheel looked promising. He couldn't believe that with a luck value of 3, he wouldn't land on a snack pack. Then, silence enveloped the air. The bodyguards encircling the glowing screen observed the item their young master had drawn, their gazes flickering between the prize and his darkening expression, none daring to utter a word. Zhao Jinan watched in disbelief as the pointer settled on the smallest segment of the wheel. Thank you for your patronage, he scoffed, frustration boiling within him as he stormed away, resolving that in the future, it would be best to let his sister handle the draws. He was clearly unworthy. Elsewhere, Han Shuo reveled in the joy of piloting the small electric scooter he had won, racing across the fishing boat. While it was not his dream car, it was still a vehicle, and what man could resist such a thrill? Beside him, Min Qingxue chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight at the boyish antics of Han Shuo. Having exhausted his options, Han Shuo's eyes darted, and he opened the chat panel, intending to boast to someone. Han Shuo, let me show you what I just drew. Zhao Jinan clicked on the image, revealing a smug man perched atop a pink electric scooter, his chin held high in triumph. Unable to tolerate Han Shuo's ostentatious demeanor, Zhao Jinan chose not to respond. Yet, Han Shuo persisted. Come on, let me see what you drew. As Zhao Jinan remained unresponsive, Han Shuo continued to bombard him with messages. Overwhelmed by the incessant notifications, Zhao Jinan finally replied, get lost. Han Shuo pouted, I knew it, and resumed playing with his vehicle. Outside the game, Zhao Jinan was notoriously unlucky, and to his dismay, his performance in the game was no better. Chapter 57, Satisfaction Value Detection Skill, the counterattack of the bad luck card. Meanwhile, on Wen Mingyue's side, misfortune continued to plague her as she battled against various mutated fish schools throughout the afternoon. Ultimately, she encountered a level 14 flying fish monster, which offered her no opportunity for a prize draw. The struggle extended until nearly 8 p.m. before she could finally cease her combat. Collapsing onto the ground, she found herself surrounded by 2 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver chest. Fortunately, there was no time limit for opening them, allowing her to save them for later. Her fishing haul was disappointingly minimal, with not a single treasure chest within the automatic pickup range of 069. Dinner consisted of the meager supplies stored within her card, consumed cautiously to avoid choking. After a quick wash-up, she lay in bed, too weary to move. On the other hand, 069 had not uncovered any useful information, compelling Wen Mingyue to suppress her frustration and attempt to sleep. However, she spent the night plagued by nightmares. One moment she was ensnared in a school of piranhas, losing limbs to their vicious bites. The next, she was fleeing from the flying fish monster, executing her moves with great difficulty. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already 10 a.m. the next morning. Stretching lazily, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her neck easing. However, her arms and legs ached from the relentless fishing. As she brushed her teeth, her mind wandered to who might be targeting her. She quickly dismissed the Zhao siblings and Ning Qian. Next was Han Shuo, but she shook her head. It wasn't worth it for just 3 genes of rice. Glancing at the treasure chests in her system backpack, she resolved to open them after breakfast, keen to test whether the bad luck card's effects had expired. The first bronze chest yielded ordinary soil. She sighed in relief. It seems the effects have worn off. From the second bronze chest, she obtained a clothes hanger blueprint. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue learned the blueprint and proceeded to craft a stainless steel hanger using iron blocks and refined iron. Examining her creation, it resembled those in the real world, lacking in embellishment but boasting decent quality. The silver chest, however, revealed an advanced skill card. Affection Value Detection Skill can detect players' affection and malice values towards you, with no usage restrictions. Affection value has a maximum of 100. Below 50 indicates malice. To her astonishment, she had drawn a skill card typically dropped by level 20C monsters, a fitting recompense for the previous day's torment. Moreover, this would greatly assist her in future temporary team formations. Without delay, she learned the skill and opened her attention list to commence detection. Detected player Zhao Lingxin's favorability towards you is 90. It is somewhat surprising. I did not expect Zhao Lingxin to hold such a high regard for me. And her brother, detected player Zhao Jinan's favorability towards you is 80. I must also assess the bodyguard's disposition, as we may need to collaborate in the future, and I fear the possibility of a betrayal from behind. Detected player Zhao Shi's favorability towards you is 90. While unexpected, it aligns with reason. The other bodyguards, particularly those I have interacted with, such as Zhao Xiaolu, show a satisfaction level around 70, while the newly joined bodyguards range between 55 and 60. Ning Qian and Su Fingyi both exhibit an impressive favorability of 95, with Tang Yuan astonishingly reaching a perfect score of 100. I never anticipated such high regard from these 3, especially Tang Yuan, whose full score is remarkable. Lastly, there is Han Shuo. Detected player Han Shuo's favorability towards you is 50. This places him in a neutral zone, indicating indifference without any malicious intent. Who could it be? Wen Mingyue mused in confusion. Even after assigning the newly acquired land, she could not decipher the situation. Alas, it is of no consequence. Work must take precedence. Her days are filled with activity. Suddenly, the excited voice of System 069 interrupted her thoughts, drawing her back to reality. Host, a card has been found. Please check if it is of any use. She hurriedly opened the card sent by 069. Truth card reveals the truth of an event. Input a question to know the answer. Note, one-time use card, not omniscient. Please ask questions cautiously. Excellent. It is as if fortune has favored me. Noticing that the required resources were medicinal supplies, she readily paid for a box of hemostatic ointment in exchange for the truth card. Upon clicking to use it, an input box appeared, and after a moment of contemplation, Wen Mingyue entered her question. Please confirm your question. She reached out and clicked confirm. Gazing at the answer before her, Wen Mingyue fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, aboard a fishing vessel nearly 1,000 square feet in size, Sun Wei received the notification that the effect of the misfortune card had concluded. He then excitedly opened Wen Mingyue's message, only to find her avatar had not turned gray. His expression darkened ominously. How unfortunate. His sinister and deranged visage was filled with resentment. Failing to eliminate Wen Mingyue left him unsatisfied, but he would not relent. Once, Wen Mingyue perished, he would become the strongest individual player in this region. The number of accolades he had amassed throughout his life was countless. He had once been hailed as the most promising young talent, and, upon entering the game, acquired advanced talents in his field of study. Watching Wen Mingyue's repeated regional announcements drove him to madness with jealousy. It was only recently, during an intense player battle, that he obtained the misfortune card from a silver treasure chest, dropped by a level 12 mutated monkey. He knew his opportunity had arrived. Thus, yesterday morning, he used the misfortune card on Wen Mingyue. Although he did not succeed in killing her, he hoped to at least strip away a layer of her strength. And he would not rest until he achieved his goal. This was merely the beginning. The thought that she remained unaware of his interference lightened his mood considerably, as his twisted and darkened face gleamed with madness. Unbeknownst to Wen Mingyue, she was perusing the details of a certain individual. Sun Wei, a male player, held a level of 15. It soon dawned on her that he was the same person who had previously ranked second in the island battle royale. Adhering to the principle of reciprocation, Wen Mingyue decisively produced the misfortune card she had drawn. Would you like to use the misfortune card on player Sun Wei? Effect: misfortune will afflict him for 24 hours, unaffected by luck. She promptly selected yes, closed the panel, and hummed a tune as she went fishing. Noticing the cat food manufacturing machine in her system's inventory, Wen Mingyue resolved to prepare some cat food for her pet Hakimi. She retrieved a large cod, the tuna's favorite. The tuna, being sizable and one of the primary ingredients for cat food, could yield several hundred, even thousands of pounds of cat food from just one fish, a sufficient supply to last her feline companions for years. With determination, she baited her line and awaited a substantial catch. In less than 30 minutes, the fishing line suddenly tautened. A fish had taken the bait. Wen Mingyue promptly stood, the fishing rod straining in her hands, while the base remained firmly secured to the boat. The line was pulled vigorously in various directions, and after a half hour of back and forth, the fish finally revealed itself. It was a massive bluefin tuna. On the surface of the water, a tuna with a shimmering silver belly struggled valiantly, creating ripples around it. Wiping the fine sweat from her brow, she glanced at the thermometer, which read 33 degrees Celsius, while the temperature outside the protective cover hovered around 42 degrees. She needed to reel in the line quickly, otherwise, the flesh could be scorched, adversely affecting the quality of the cat food. Turning to her companion, she called, "Tawanzi, come help me." Upon hearing this, Tawanzi immediately abandoned the sugarcane in his grasp and hurried over, obediently gripping the fishing rod. Wen Mingyue then drew her bow and shot an arrow at the tuna that had just surfaced, securing it with a rope. Together, they exerted their strength to pull the now docile tuna to shore. Chapter 58, Crafting Tuna Cat Food, Trading for a Wash Basin After Measuring. The fish measured nearly 2 meters in length, and after removing the head, tail, and fins, it weighed 400 pounds. The system then assisted in breaking it down into appropriate sizes, which were subsequently stored in her camera space. Good, Tawanzi, I'll prepare some delicious treats for you shortly, Wen Mingyue said, patting Tawanzi on the forehead as she returned to the wooden cabin. She retrieved an exquisite ceramic plate, took out 2 pounds of tuna flesh, diced it into small pieces, and arranged it atop crushed ice, placing it on the dining table. She then produced a small dish for her homemade wasabi sauce, adding a splash of soy sauce. Xiaohong, Lala, come here quickly. Before long, Lala, with its diminutive arms and legs, hopped onto the table, settling into the special chair prepared by Wen Mingyue. Lala preferred sweet water and showed little interest in the food before it, enjoying the lively atmosphere instead. Following closely was the damp Xiaohong. Xiaohong shook off the seawater from its face and vines at the door, swaying towards Wen Mingyue, accompanied by its cousin, the bee, and its older relative, the wasp, along with a few butterflies that loved to watch the spectacle. First, she served Lala a cup of sweet honey water, then added a straw from a previous treasure chest. Thank you, Yaya. Lala happily accepted the dish, then settled into a chair, gently swaying her legs as she indulged in her meal. She proceeded to share a plate of tuna with Tawanzi and Xiaohong, omitting the wasabi as they were not particularly fond of its flavor, and cutting the fish into larger pieces. Do try it, she urged. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to relish the delicacies. The rosy-hued fish immediately conveyed its freshness. Wen Mingyue, utilizing a recently crafted silver fork, speared a piece and savored it. The tuna had a smooth texture, delicately rich with a hint of creaminess. However, she found it somewhat oily and preferred salmon instead. Nearby, Tawanzi eagerly extended a finger, piercing a piece of fish with its fingertip and placing it in its mouth to chew thoughtfully. Well, it seems I still favor grilled fish and roasted octopus tentacles. In contrast, upon observing Wen Mingyue's expression, Xiaohong anticipated an unpleasant taste. Nevertheless, with a disdainful look, It curled a small piece with a vine and tossed it into its mouth, chewing hesitantly. Ugh, quite unpalatable. For Xiaohong, this was no different from eating raw fish. It had no desire to feign enjoyment and promptly turned away to go fishing. Curious, the bumblebee cousin and the hornet elder brother, along with the flower butterfly spectating nearby, could not resist sniffing the fish before decisively flying away. Nectar is far more delectable. Ultimately, a small portion was set aside while the remainder was transformed into cat food. The kitchen, spanning 20 square meters, was quite spacious. Wen Mingyue positioned the cat food manufacturing machine and inserted an 8-pound piece of tuna, along with potatoes, carrots, cabbage, blueberries, and raspberries. 5 minutes later, the cat food was ready. Successfully produced 10 pounds of premium cat food, enhances pet vitality and boosts immunity. Picking up a still warm little round piece, she took a bite. It was quite crunchy, with an appealing texture, though it had a pronounced fishy taste. Wen Mingyue was pleased, mentally documenting the cat food within the machine, capturing every morsel onto a card. She retrieved the card and stored it in the camera's preservation space. The remaining ingredients were entrusted to the system for further production. Given the current scarcity of materials, only a portion could be created initially, after which she turned her attention to preparing lunch. She sautéed octopus tentacles with onions, pan-fried small yellow fish, and prepared a soup with vegetables, serving it all with 2 generous bowls of rice, a delightful feast. In the afternoon, she took out the 10 pounds of beef tallow acquired from the mad cow during the warm-up match on the deserted island, slowly simmering it with the 4 Spice Brothers, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and chopped dried chili. Soon, a rich, spicy aroma wafted from the kitchen, mingled with herbal fragrances, filling the air. The remainder would be cooled and cut into pieces for storage in the card space. Noticing the time, now past 3 o'clock, she recalled unfinished business and asked Xiaohong to help lure 2 sea monsters for a hunt, promising 2 grilled fish as additional payment. Ultimately, they successfully dispatched a level 12 sea monster and a level 14 sea monster, unveiling a silver treasure chest that contained the blueprints for a wash basin and a protective shield, both items she desired. She immediately utilized the protective shield, now at level 19. Subsequently, she studied the wash basin blueprints, noting that the required materials included ceramics, wood, iron nails, and iron blocks. Currently, there is a lack of ceramics. Each time I find myself using a wooden basin for washing, I realize it is far less convenient than a proper wash basin. Hence, I hurriedly explored the trading area. To my surprise, I discovered that there were indeed individuals offering ceramics for trade, and a considerable quantity at that. After some haggling, I managed to exchange a box of hemostatic ointment for 30 pieces of ceramic. Ultimately, I crafted 4 wash basins, with 069 assisting in their installation in the restroom, 1 on each floor, a harmonious blend of ceramics and wood. Additionally, I installed another in the kitchen beside the wooden cabin, constructed of iron blocks and stainless steel material. Afterward, I had some ceramics left over, which I fashioned into a few bowls and dishes. I took the opportunity to wash my hands. Quite satisfactory, although I still require 2 mirrors. I already possess a full-length mirror, and if I were to acquire another, I would have the system split it into 2 pieces for installation above the wash basin. Upon exiting the restroom, I noticed that the individual from whom I had traded ceramics previously had sent me another message. Esteemed player, I still have ceramics available. Do you require more? Without hesitation, I replied affirmatively, thinking that since I was in need, it would be wise to stock up. I continued typing, what do you wish to exchange? Meanwhile, a young boy named Tang Xinghan, aged 19, sat upon the beach, with a large island looming behind him. Before entering the game, he had been a second-year student at a prestigious medical school, having navigated life thus far with his keen intellect. This was his inaugural exploration of the island, where he had gathered a substantial amount of resources. He also noted the scarcity of sea monsters in the vicinity and the comfortable temperature, prompting him to decide to remain there. He had unearthed a wealth of materials suitable for ceramic production and discovered that this particular island imposed no restrictions on the number of explorations a single player could undertake. Previously, he had observed in the regional chat channel that other players shared information about exploration limits on the same island, with varying resource refresh rates each time. However, the island behind him had no such limitations. Resources simply ceased to exist once depleted. Not long ago, he had been bitten on the arm by a creature from the island. Despite his innate ability to staunch the bleeding, he felt his body heating up, and as a medical student, he understood that if this continued, infection would ensue. The prices for medicinal supplies in the trading area were exorbitant and lacking the necessary materials. He decided to offer his resources in exchange for medicine. However, after an hour, he had not received a single inquiry, and the system had already alerted him that his health points had turned red. Out of a maximum of 100, he was down to a mere 20. Just as he was about to surrender, the esteemed player from District 36, Wen Mingyue, reached out to him. After applying the hemostatic ointment, the wound quickly scabbed over, leaving behind only a faint trace. His heart swelled with gratitude for Wen Mingyue. What had begun as a casual inquiry had unexpectedly turned into a request for further assistance. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking perhaps he was destined to prosper through the sale of ceramics. The system in his space, 1688, rolled its eyes in exasperation. Chapter 59, Smoke Bombs and Gathering Cards. Tang Xinghan pondered for a moment before typing a reply. Esteemed player, I would like to exchange for more medicinal supplies, as well as a water purification device. I can provide the necessary materials. He then added, I also possess other resources. He sent the details of his materials. He recognized that Wen Mingyue was the formidable figure behind the initial sale of water purifiers. Currently, his water purifier was rudimentary, and he hoped to upgrade to a more sophisticated model to enhance his quality of life. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue assessed Tang Xinghan's fondness for her. Detected that player Tang Xinghan has a fondness value of 90 for you. To her surprise, the value was quite high. Among the resources he had acquired, sulfur and land were precisely what she required. She speculated that he had likely explored the island, perhaps even remaining there. The exploration of the island was a central aspect of the survival game, with its limitations and content perpetually evolving. Thus, she replied, Are you on the island? He promptly responded, Yes, esteemed one. Do you wish to come? He even sent her the island's coordinates. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue entered the address and discovered that the automatic navigation would take over a month to reach. She hesitated to use a summoning card for fear of being robbed in her absence, especially since her possessions were quite substantial. She regrettably decided to forego the trip. She replied, I won't be coming, but I need sulfur and land. Can you help me dig some? I will compensate you. Upon hearing that Wen Mingyue still required sulfur, Tang Xinghan recalled her impressive achievements and surmised that she would likely craft weapons, which could be quite formidable. Seizing the opportunity, he resolutely replied, Esteemed one, could you assist me in crafting weapons? There is an abundance of sulfur on the island, and there are no limits to exploration. I can transport it back. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue responded, Yes, but you must provide the materials. He quickly replied, Understood. Ultimately, they agreed on a transaction involving double the crafting materials, including the water purifier. After negotiations, they exchanged a turret, 30 rounds of gunpowder, a high-grade water purifier, 3 boxes of bandages, and 3 boxes of cold medicine for 90 ceramics, 12 pieces of ordinary land, and 300 units of sulfur, along with corresponding materials for the water purifier and turret. She quickly fashioned 2 additional water purifiers, taking advantage of the favorable conditions to stockpile water. Tang Xinghan hurriedly upgraded his system to level 25 to install the turret and dashed back to his fishing boat. Upon witnessing the reassuring presence of the turret, he was overcome with emotion. From that moment on, Wen Mingyue became his deity. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue once again checked Tang Xinghan's fondness value. Detected that player Tang Xinghan has a fondness value of 100 for you. She pondered whether collecting 7 values of 100 would summon a dragon. An excited Tang Xinghan swiftly replied to Wen Mingyue, Thank you, esteemed one. What other resources do you require? I will excavate on the island tomorrow. The island is vast, and I intend to remain here during the monster tide. He resolved to become her devoted excavator. Wen Mingyue had a favorable impression of Tang Xinghan, and, recognizing the opportunity to amass resources, seized it. Land, fruit trees, crops. Sulfur, please photograph anything uncertain. She reminded him to stay safe and to reach out if anything arose. Tang Xinghan, gleefully reading the information on his panel, shouted joyfully on the deck, Mom and Dad, I've made something of myself. Ultimately, he broke down in tears, longing for home. On the other hand, Wen Mingyue had just acquired 15 cards depicting various aquatic creatures. At this moment, she was preoccupied with unboxing 3 wooden chests and 1 iron chest, which contained 50 liters of fuel, 6 boxes of ready-to-eat rice, a large tub of ice cream, and a mattress. She returned the ice cream to the refrigerator, took out a popsicle, and leisurely strolled back to her bedroom, placing the mattress on the wooden bed. She preferred the softness of the large bed, sitting there enjoying the air conditioning while savoring her popsicle. As for the heated bed, it had been neatly stored away for use during the frigid temperatures. During other times, she could simply enjoy the air conditioning, having accumulated a substantial amount of electricity thanks to the energy waste bin. The following morning, she managed to catch a bluefin tuna weighing over 500 pounds and also dealt with a level 17 ink squid. Fortunately, the protective shield was able to withstand the squid's ink attacks. Otherwise, she would have had to conduct a thorough cleaning of the fishing boat. Unboxing yielded a disposable card, Smoke Bomb, capable of obstructing attacks from monsters at level 17, inclusive, and below for 5 minutes. The obstruction effect is diminished against sea monsters above level 17. This card also had the same effect on other players. Quite useful. It was suitable for situations where retreating or executing a sneak attack was necessary. At noon, she received a delivery from Tang Xinghan, which included 200 units of sulfur and a longan tree. Wen Mingyue prepared 100 units of gunpowder for him and sent along a plethora of excavation tools. accompanied by a steaming bowl of seafood porridge, a grilled fish, and a glass of iced honey lemon water. Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan wiped the sweat from his brow, gulping down the refreshing iced lemon water, a blissful relief after 2 months without it. Priced at 4 units per cup, it was his favorite. The delectable seafood porridge brought him to tears, reminiscent of his coastal southern upbringing. His stock of rice was meager, preserved for future meals, along with instant noodles that could last long-term, and he had also sun-dried a considerable amount of salted fish. Contemplating the interstellar immigration qualifications mentioned by the system and the abundance of resources within the game, an unsettling premonition arose within him, urging him to stockpile supplies. He initially considered sharing his thoughts with Wen Mingyue, but quickly dismissed the idea. Recognizing her status as a prominent player who likely had ample resources and deciding to keep his speculation to himself for the time being. On another note, Wen Mingyue took a deep breath, preparing for her second round of the grand prize wheel. Ultimately, the pointer landed on a collection card, which she eagerly picked up to examine. Collection card allows for one-click gathering of identical resources. Disposable card. Wen Mingyue rejoiced, for this was a rare and invaluable item for someone with a penchant for hoarding, saving both time and effort. She resolved to store it carefully. In the afternoon, she successfully dealt with a level 13 flying monster, and her player level rose to 21. The silver treasure chest revealed a lightning strike card, a disposable card she had previously utilized against a swarm of piranhas with impressive results. Meanwhile, the team chat buzzed with activity as Ning Qian and her companions collectively vanquished a level 14 sea monster. Although they did not earn a chance for a prize draw, their spirits remained high, with congratulations pouring in from their peers. After lunch, she planted the longan tree sent by Tang Xinghan, which stood at 18 meters tall. After applying a bottle of nutrient solution, it grew to 2 meters, soon to blossom. Carrying a basket, one ventures to the side to unearth potatoes. Having cultivated 4 plots of sandy soil, supplemented with nutrient solution, the yield has fully matured. Ultimately, a harvest of 40 pounds of potatoes was reaped, from which the system assisted in producing 20 pounds of cat food, allowing for further cultivation. For dinner, a hearty dish of potato stew with beef was enjoyed, followed by an unboxing session. 3 wooden crates were opened, yielding a set of down jackets, 5 pounds of barbecue sauce, and 3 pounds of fruit candy. One was casually unwrapped and tasted. Its durian flavor was surprisingly delightful. Reclining on the living room sofa, savoring a large peach while scrolling through messages in the regional group. The discourse was fervent. Chapter 60, Player Group Feud. When Mingyue under siege as time progressed, the levels of sea monsters escalated, resulting in a high player elimination rate. Many individuals, burdened with pent-up emotions, began to express their frustrations. Prior to the onslaught of sea monsters, most players managed to meet their basic needs and felt relatively secure within the protective barrier, leading to more rational communication among players. However, with the emergence of a more severe survival crisis, the darker facets of human nature began to surface. Some players even resorted to deceitful tactics, forming teams under false pretenses, relishing in the thrill of hunting fellow players to fulfill their so-called sense of achievement. Meanwhile, Sun Wei knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, blood still oozing from his arm, his fierce gaze fixed intently on the ground, glinting with malice. Surrounding him lay a scene of devastation, battered fishing boats, severely damaged land, broken fruit trees, and dilapidated wooden houses, their interiors littered with shattered reagent bottles. When Mingyue, just you wait, he thought, consumed by the belief that his misfortunes were a result of her revenge, wishing he could tear her apart with his bare hands. A sinister smile soon crept across his lips as he devised a plan to ruin Wen Mingyue's reputation. On Wen Mingyue's side, as she prepared to retire for the night, a message from the team chat prompted her to check the regional chat group. Sitting up, she opened the panel to peruse the messages. I never expected Wen Mingyue to be this kind of person, climbing to the top by stepping on others. I used to admire her. Indeed, the most venomous hearts are often concealed. Poor Sun Wei nearly met his demise at her hands. Wait a moment. How can you all be so certain it was Wen Mingyue? Professor Sun is a good person. He wouldn't deceive anyone. The true experts are not like that. It must be Sun Wei who is lying. Oh, those defending Wen Mingyue. How much are you being paid? Add me to the group. I know Tang Xinghan. We teamed up before. He seemed like a handsome fool, but who knew he would resort to such tactics? I'm his classmate. He is indeed handsome. I had a crush on him, but I never expected him to lack integrity. Who would have thought the Zhao siblings would stand by Wen Mingyue? Truly a nest of snakes and rats. And then there's Ning Qian, Su Fengyi, and Tang Yuan, constantly spamming the chat. Huh. They previously united to annihilate Wang Tianba's Qinglong gang. How could their relationship be anything but close? Tang Xinghan felt a surge of determination as he delivered a series of statements. The esteemed one has saved my life. He is not at all the kind of person you claim him to be. Sun Wei, if you possess the capability, elucidate the entire sequence of events clearly, rather than merely tossing out a few images and hiding away to watch the drama unfold. He manually tagged Wen Mingyue, urging her to step forth and clarify. Wen Mingyue had just viewed the pitiful images posted by Sun Wei, and to her surprise, he appeared weaker than she had anticipated, having been swiftly dismantled. After relishing his performance, she shared screenshots of the questions and answers from the truth card. Fortunately, she had retained a backup. The most irksome individuals were those like Sun Wei. She had saved screenshots through 069, which now proved invaluable. Gratitude flowed towards Zhao Lingxin, Ning Qian, and Tang Xinghan, to whom she sent an assortment of nuts, accompanied by her homemade honey pomelo tea. Thus, the group munched on sunflower seeds while continuing to monitor the messages within the chat. I still support Sun Wei. Perhaps the earlier individuals were collaborating with Wen Mingyue in a performance, one remarked. Indeed, we all witnessed Sun Wei's plight firsthand. I stand firmly with Wen Mingyue. The truth card was a transaction between her and me, with a 100 accuracy rate. Thankfully, I narrowly avoided a disastrous fall from grace. I never imagined Sun Wei to be such a petty individual. Wen Mingyue, I apologize. I was deceived by this hypocritical scoundrel, Sun Wei. I too was misled. I acted without malice. The subsequent messages were either apologies to Wen Mingyue or continued support for Sun Wei. Wen Mingyue glanced at the names of her opponents and instructed 069 to take note. Individuals like Sun Wei seldom relinquished their schemes easily. Noticing that Sun Wei had refrained from re-engaging with her, she bid farewell to the others and retired to her bed, feeling the weariness of her day filled with battling and farming. Meanwhile, Sun Wei, taken aback by Wen Mingyue's cleverness, realized his plans had crumbled and furiously exited the chat group, opening a private message instead. Wen Mingyue awoke at 8:30. Remembering to send a steaming bowl of hot pot noodles to Tang Xinghan, who was expected to assist her once more, she would cover 2 meals for him today. To her astonishment, Tang Xinghan unwaveringly chose to stand by her side. This time, she made a mental note. After enjoying her meal, she noticed the weather was pleasant and decided to harvest the now ripe peppers, sunning them on the deck in 2 full baskets. Next, she took Tawanzi and Lala to water the crops, discovering that the walnuts were ready for harvest. She began picking them and shelling them to dry. In the midst of her tasks, she also vanquished a level 9 sea monster, acquiring a swing blueprint, which she promptly learned. However, she lacked the necessary vines. So she entrusted the task to Tang Xinghan on the island, asking him to search for them. She even sent him an ice cream, promising to provide him with additional resources later, according to the quantity needed. At that moment, on the island, Tang Xinghan was vigorously digging black soil with his hoe, fully engrossed in his work. Today, he had uncovered a vast expanse of fertile land and decided to excavate it entirely, keeping a portion for himself and giving the rest to Wen Mingyue. He only paused when a system notification indicated that someone special had messaged him. Finding a shaded spot to rest, he first checked the message from Wen Mingyue. After replying, he noticed the ice cream in his backpack. He quickly retrieved it, tore open the packaging, and took a bite, savoring the rich, creamy flavor that brought him to tears of delight. In the realm of his consciousness, the petite white cat System 1688 was fervently tapping away at the keyboard. Senior 069, I witnessed your graduation speech in its entirety last time. You truly excelled. I aspire to learn from you. 069 replied, it's all thanks to my host. I merely ride on their coattails. Oh, Senior, you are too modest. Your host is indeed remarkable, yet you are exceptional as well. You both make the finest duo. 069 affirmed, we are indeed the best partners. To put it in my host's words, we're practically family. Let me share some upgrade experiences with you. Thank you, Senior. I shall diligently study to follow in your footsteps and graduate soon. 10 minutes later, 1688 gazed with satisfaction at its host, who had just finished an ice cream and was now digging in the soil. Just 2 days prior, it discovered that its host had established contact with the top player on the survival game leaderboard. They seemed to be getting along quite well, and 1688 felt that graduation was within reach. The systems could see each other's hosts, but due to regulatory constraints, they were prohibited from discussing such matters. Although its host was not particularly bright, they compensated with obedience and diligence, and it was estimated that upon exploring the island, an upgrade would soon follow. To reward itself, it decided to engage in a round of mahjong before returning, inviting 069 along to further nurture their bond. Chapter 61, Facing the Level 18 Jellyfish Monster. Unveiling the Lucky Treasure Chest. In the afternoon, armed with cannon fire, it effortlessly vanquished a level 9 sea monster, unveiling a vanity table from the chest. It was placed in its room, alongside facial masks and moisturizers that the system procured for the vanity. Subsequently, 4 wooden chests were automatically collected, yielding a pink long-down jacket, a plush hat, 3 meat buns, and 2 bottles of antifreeze. Consulting its notebook, it noted that the coming days would bring extreme cold weather, which aligned with Zhao Lingxin's remarks in the group chat. After tallying the accumulated antifreeze, a total of 10 bottles would suffice for 7 days on 100 square meters of land. Fortunately, the plants, including Lala, Little Red, and the other flowers, were unharmed by the weather. The system was indeed considerate. Later, a message arrived from Tang Xinghan, sending 16 blocks of fertile black soil, 1 kiwi, 3 bundles of vines, and 2 bundles of straw. 2 swings were crafted and installed by the flower wall. Sitting on one of the swings, it assessed the available land: 42 square meters of fertile black soil, 75 square meters of ordinary land, and 12 square meters of sandy soil. The excess ordinary land was stored in its backpack, to be reallocated once it had sufficient antifreeze. Additionally, based on the situation from Tang Xinghan, Wen Mingyue prepared a stove and a heated kong, providing the materials herself, along with 2 boxes of self-heating rice and 2 pounds of hot pot base, of which there remained 15 pounds. According to the messages received, the island he was on was significantly larger than the one she had previously explored, and Wen Mingyue was keen to retain such a valuable digger. Therefore, she also informed Tang Xinghan of the weather changes. Although the island's temperature generally ranged from 30 to 38 degrees, it was wise to remain vigilant, just in case. For dinner, they enjoyed abalone cooked with sea cucumber, garlic hollow vegetable paired with pumpkin porridge, and a need to stockpile more rice. At last, a frost-resistant solution was applied to the crops in the fields. The previously sown sunflower seeds flourished under the nurturing liquid, yielding an impressive harvest of 18 sunflowers. Freedom to enjoy sunflower seeds was finally within reach. Upon returning to the room, the wooden bed was stowed away, and the heated bed was activated to warm up. Subsequently, I prepared several heated beds for Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian, exchanging them for 6 fireplaces and 6 braziers. 1 brazier was left in the living room, while the rest were neatly stored away. The fireplaces were installed in the 4 upstairs bedrooms, the living room downstairs, and 1 was placed in the driver's cabin as well. A large iron pot was taken out to prepare for a wood fire, as Wen Mingyue would not miss any opportunity to profit. Just as the firewood was set up, a lively discussion erupted in the chat group. You should check out Wen Mingyue's specialty store. Firewood has been stocked. Selling firewood in the scorching heat. What is going on? Why are we hesitating? I've already purchased some. Me too. The game's main system indicated that during the sea monster surge, the average temperature is 20 degrees. While it has been over 40 degrees for the past few days, there is bound to be extreme cold weather. Indeed, following the expert is always a wise choice. I believe the expert is reminding us. We are grateful for their guidance. For those who didn't manage to buy, you can visit Zhao Jin and S store. They are selling fireplaces, and Ning Qian's shop has braziers as well. As midnight struck, the chatter in the group continued unabated. When Mingyue checked the thermometer, discovering that the temperature inside the protective shield was -11 degrees, while outside it was approximately -20 degrees. The players in the group have all acquired warming tools. After a simple wash-up, I nestled into the cozy blankets, enjoying a restful night's sleep. The following day, fully equipped, I inspected the sea's condition, finding it still unfrozen, and thus commenced the daily dredging. I checked on the hens in the chicken coop, who appeared to be in good condition. I added some straw for their comfort and collected a warm egg. Next, I surveyed the vegetable garden, orchard, and medicinal field, noting that all crops were thriving. The 20-plus bamboo shoots previously planted had already sprouted, reaching a height of 3 meters. Once the young shoots grew further, they could be divided for additional planting. Utilizing the growth liquid, I harvested a batch of materials to create hemostatic ointment and cold medicine. In the orchard, I gathered 2 bunches of grapes for pomelos, 8 passion fruits, a basket of dates, and a small quantity of goji berries, while other fruit trees began to bear fruit as well. The stumps I had previously discarded in the orchard had sprouted a good number of mushrooms and shiitake, and after applying the frost-resistant liquid last night, their condition appeared excellent. With the daily tasks completed, I awaited the arrival of the sea monsters. However, after waiting all morning, none appeared. I sent Xiao Hong to meander through the sea, who eventually brought back a level 10 sea monster. After defeating it, a box of frost-resistant liquid was revealed. Upon inspection, there were 12 vials, prompting a decision to host a barbecue feast in celebration. The aroma of grilled meat gradually wafted from one corner of the fishing boat. The team was allocated 3 grilled fish, while Xiao Hong received 6, 3 of which were her overtime reward, washed down with her favorite honey water. My side was adorned with grilled octopus tentacles, beef skewers, squid, various fish, and shrimp, along with vermicelli scallops, grilled eel, eggplant, shrimp tails, and slices of steamed bread, all paired with a pot of steaming honey pomelo tea. I also made sure to send a portion to my diligent excavator, Tang Xinghan. Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan had just returned to the fishing boat. Today, he unearthed 2 banana trees and was preparing to send one to Wen Mingyue when he received a notification from the system, 1688. Upon inspection, he discovered a large platter of sizzling skewers and a jug of ice-cold honey pomelo tea. It had been an eternity since he last savored such delectable barbecue. Previously, he merely cooked it and consumed it without any seasoning. He had once been renowned at school as the barbecue king, indulging in at least 2 skewers each day. Thus, he eagerly seized the topmost octopus tentacle and took a bite, exclaiming, "Ah, hot, but oh so delicious." While savoring his skewer, He opened the operation panel. Tang Xinghan, boss. I've dug up 2 banana trees. I'll give you one in exchange for tonight's barbecue. Wen Mingyue, also preoccupied with her skewers, freed one hand to open the message panel. She had no objections to being called boss by Tang Xinghan and found the title quite agreeable. Upon opening the link, she noted it was a 4-meter-tall banana tree adorned with several flower buds. After a moment's contemplation, she sent Tang Xinghan 2 bottles of antifreeze and advised, use it when temperatures drop below 0. If possible, go hunt monsters. They often drop protective shields, which have temperature regulation functions. Stock up and expand the fishing boat. As for the group chat, shortly after its establishment, 3 groups began discussing stockpiling issues. Among them, Ning Qian and her companions felt the most urgency, having already amassed substantial supplies in the fish hold. The fish hold, akin to a cold storage, consumed considerable fuel. Wen Mingyue once again felt grateful for her treasured camera space. After reading Wen Mingyue's message, Tang Xinghan paused for a moment before replying, received. Thank you for the reminder. Boss. The ensuing 5 days were marked by extreme cold, during which Wen Mingyue successfully dealt with an 18-level sea monster. The creature immediately rammed the bottom of the fishing boat, refusing to launch a frontal assault. With no other option, Wen Mingyue piloted the flying carpet to lure the sea monster away from the vessel. Only then did she discern that it was a gigantic deep-sea jellyfish. Its nearly transparent tentacles stretching over 20 meters in length, equipped with sonic wave attacks. In the end, she affixed a thunderbolt card to her arrows and, seizing the opportunity while the creature was momentarily stunned, struck its red dot atop its head with a cannon shot. It took 2 hours to finally vanquish the beast. As the jellyfish monster succumbed, it emitted a thunderous roar. Although she wore sonic protective headphones, she still felt a wave of dizziness. This was followed by the 3rd round of the fortunate lottery, with the pointer landing on the treasure chest. Wen Mingyue excitedly pulled her companion, Tawanzi, up in a joyous leap. Chapter 62, revealing the island address, teaming up to explore the island. It must be a lucky card. If she could secure another lucky card, her fortune would be maximized. How could Wen Mingyue contain her excitement, even setting aside the silver treasure chest from the 18-level sea monster? She retrieved the small golden box with a lock and took out the universal key, her hands trembling slightly. Would you like to open the box? Yes, yes, yes. Wen Mingyue exclaimed excitedly. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a complete island map. Wen Mingyue. All right, an island is fine too. Her penchant for stockpiling was indeed beneficial. Continuing to input the island address, it was discovered that the initiation of 24-hour autonomous navigation would require 10 days to reach its destination. The fuel was insufficient. She gathered all the loot obtained from battling monsters these past few days, including treasures automatically collected by the system. In total, there were 16 wooden chests, 2 iron chests, 6 bronze chests, and 5 silver chests. Furthermore, her player level had ascended to level 22. Upon opening the chests, she acquired 6 bottles of antifreeze, 8 pounds of rice, 6 pounds of flour, 2 bottles of cooking oil, 12 steamed buns, 4 packets of instant noodles, 8 pounds of barbecue sauce, 2 plots of ordinary land, various random seeds for vegetable seasoning, a long men's down jacket, thermal underwear, 100 black garbage bags, a 20-kilowatt electricity card, and 200 liters of fuel. Among the treasures, 1 silver chest yielded a protective shield, which, when employed, would maintain a controlled temperature within a range of plus or minus 10 degrees at level 20. Upon reaching level 20, the protective shield would unlock the hidden fishing boat functionality, which remained invisible to players, confined solely within the shield's range. Wen Mingyue immediately activated its use. Additionally, she possessed gathering cards, previously acquired from the Fortunate Roulette. Gathering card allows for one-click collection of identical resources, a single-use card. She now held 2 gathering cards. Next, she discovered an infinite breeding pasture of 4 square units. Curiously, she opened the description. Infinite breeding pasture provides fresh forage daily, automatically growing and reproducing without management. Excellent. Wen Mingyue decided to store it in her camera space until she could find suitable animals for use. Continuing her treasure hunt, she obtained an acceleration card. Acceleration card doubles the speed of the fishing boat for a duration of 6 days. Her luck was extraordinary, as this was precisely what she urgently needed. 069 assisted in connecting to the fishing boat's autonomous navigation system, thereby enabling the automatic driving feature. When Mingyue could hardly wait another day, she was eager to set foot on the island. Finally, she opened a silver chest dropped by an 18-level jellyfish monster, the highest level sea creature she had encountered thus far, and was keenly anticipating this opening. Inside the chest was a glass vial containing a transparent liquid. Upon extracting it and reading the description, physical restoration liquid restores bodily functions, rejuvenating youth and vitality. When Mingyue's heart raced with excitement, could it be what she hoped? After a moment of exhilaration, she examined the detailed description. The physical restoration liquid would repair bodily functions based on the user's current age, not instantaneously reverting them to 18. And each individual could use a maximum of 2 bottles. A valuable item indeed. She would continue to stockpile it. In the future, she would have Xiaohong take more strolls in the deep sea. Moreover, the Lucky Treasure's small golden box could not be disassembled. So when Mingyue placed it on her vanity to hold some moisturizing lotion. According to her notes and Zhao Lingxin's predictions, an extreme heat wave was expected to commence tomorrow. Given her current shield level, the extreme heat would not pose a significant threat to her. However, she was concerned about the tumultuous waves at sea. For now, there were no effective strategies. She could only proceed step by step. In the evening, she arranged a seafood feast. King crab, salmon, steamed sea urchin egg, abalone and oyster sauce, accompanied by a fragrant grilled fish. After washing up, she drifted into a beautiful slumber. In the dead of night, an unexpected multitude of transparent tentacles pierced the sky, and the previously tranquil surface of the sea was instantly stirred into tumultuous waves. These immense tentacles, adorned with menacing spikes, were accompanied by a deafening roar before they gradually sank into the depths of the ocean. The following day dawned bright and sunny, when Mingyue busied herself with asset accounting, having recently exchanged numerous supplies from Tang Xinghan. Among her acquisitions were 12 peanut seedlings, a plum tree, 2 podocarpus trees, 1 square of wheatgrass, 12 squares of ordinary soil, 150 blocks of sulfur, and 500 moisture-resistant stones, along with small pebbles perfect for roasting chestnuts. Her current inventory comprised 42 squares of fertile black soil, 89 squares of ordinary land, and 12 squares of sandy soil. She cultivated various fruit trees including orange, lemon, grape, coconut, passion fruit, raspberry, walnut, jujube, blueberry, lychee, grapefruit, apple, pear, pomegranate, longan, banana, and plum trees. Additionally, she had planted watermelon, strawberries, sugarcane, goji berry trees, 2 tea trees, bamboo, and increased her cotton yield to 4 squares. The 2 podocarpus trees, each standing 3 meters tall, were planted in front of her wooden cabin, alongside 1 square of wheatgrass for when Hakimi visited. Peanuts were sown on 1 square of sandy soil, and sugarcane was expanded by 2 squares. While bamboo began to be propagated, she proceeded to harvest and dry the mature goji berries and Sichuan peppercorns. The fishing boat sped through the waters, and aside from the time lost battling monsters, it caught sight of an island in the distance on the 6th day. Fortunately, the high level of the protective shield minimized the impact of the wind and waves on the vessel. Along the journey, she collected 19 wooden crates and 5 iron boxes, all containing previously acquired supplies. Additionally, there were 9 bronze treasure chests and 5 silver treasure chests, all obtained from vanquished foes. For Wen Mingyue, the most significant finds were 3 blocks of ordinary land, a camping tent, and a protective shield. Her protective shield level had reached 21, while her player level had ascended to 23. Furthermore, she possessed a level 2 protective shield card, a lightning strike card, and an eavesdropping card. Though these were all single-use items, the protective shield card would be destroyed after absorbing 2 attacks. The eavesdropping card, previously unopened, required installation near the target to capture conversations. Among her loot, a level 16 deep-sea octopus had dropped a sizable red coral, for which Wen Mingyue crafted a copper coffee table, placing it prominently in her living room. On the final day, she defeated a level 19 deep-sea jellyfish, significantly larger than the level 18 she had previously conquered, and obtained a vial of physical restoration liquid from the chest. Now, she possessed a total of 2 vials. Additionally, Zhao Jinan and Han Shuo had also received their respective lottery opportunities. The Ning sisters welcomed their first regional lottery announcement, when Mingyue garnered 2 lottery chances, resulting in a pink electric scooter and a teleportation card. Teleportation card, upon use, allows instant movement of 500 meters. Upon reviewing the details of the teleportation card, she discovered its application could directly affect the fishing boat, enabling inconspicuous movement. Reflecting on the hidden features of her fishing vessel, she realized it was quite suitable for ambush tactics. Tang Xinghan sent her a jujube tree, which could be used to brew medicinal wine, along with 6 stalks of sanchi and 200 grams of clay. Early the next morning, after packing her equipment and instructing Xiaohong and Lala to guard the house, she flew to the island with Tuanchuan. Prior to this, she had informed Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian about the island, and they would take over a month to arrive by fishing boat. After some discussion, Zhao Lingxin decided to bring 3 bodyguards, while Ning Qian included Su Fengyi. The 2 families would team up for exploration, and upon her arrival on the island, she would utilize the summoning card, collecting 1/4 of the supplies. However, as soon as she set foot on the beach, she received a system notification. Chapter 63. Pursued by a mutated lotus. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for landing on the island. Island exploration time limit: 3 days. Exploration cannot be repeated. Wen Mingyue sighed in resignation. The island was vast, and 3 days were simply insufficient for a thorough exploration. Unable to find an alternative, She informed Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian about the situation on the island and then opened the operation panel. Wen Mingyue, the island is large, but the notification states that each player has only 3 days for exploration and it cannot be repeated. How would you like to arrange this? Ultimately, the Zhao family decided to dispatch an additional bodyguard, while Ning Qian added Tang Yuan, and both families would continue to team up. Given their ample weaponry and the limited time frame, Ning Qian would manage on her own without issue. Wen Mingyue took out 2 summoning cards, ready to chant the activation when she suddenly remembered. Please wait a moment. I wish to invite one more person. After replying, she clicked on the profile of her most followed contact. Wen Mingyue, teaming up to explore the island, but we only have 3 days. Would you like to join? Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan had completed the entire exploration of the island the previous night, striking it rich. The system had also completed another upgrade, now reaching level 30. Just as he was preparing to leave the island and embark on his monster hunting journey, the system's alert interrupted him. Host, don't move. Wen Mingyue has sent you a message. Check it quickly. The tone was remarkably urgent. Tang Xinghan, puzzled, wondered how his little system could produce such a frantic tone. However, he complied and, under the system's prompting, opened the chat channel to see the message from Wen Mingyue. Without hesitation, he replied, I'm coming. His leader had finally summoned him. After all, the fishing boat had been docked near the island for half a month without encountering any sea monsters. He had nothing to fear. At worst, he could first secure the essential supplies in his backpack. The system was elated, pleased to see its host ready to act. After informing both parties of the arrangements, Wen Mingyue activated the summoning card. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered. Zhao Lingxin, Su Fengyi, and Tang Yuan immediately rushed to embrace Tuanchuan, completely oblivious to Tang Xinghan standing nearby. Wen Mingyue approached the tall, handsome young man before her, extending her hand. Hello, I am Wen Mingyue. Hello, I am Tang Xinghan, he replied. Wen Mingyue found a favorable impression of Tang Xinghan. He exuded integrity and was quite charming. Such delight was known only to those who appreciated good looks. And she couldn't help but smile broadly. Tang Xinghan was taken aback to discover that his leader was of a similar age, possessing a gentle and beautiful demeanor that made him feel slightly bashful. He instinctively ruffled his somewhat disheveled hair. After the trio beside them had played with the cats for a while, they proceeded with brief introductions. Wen Mingyue shared a map of the island, emphasizing the limited time available and the importance of not wasting it on searching. Thus, the 2 groups decided to split up for their respective missions. After bidding farewell to the others, Wen Mingyue produced a flying carpet and beckoned Tang Xinghan to join her. Curious, he cast a glance at the Persian-style carpet before tentatively stepping onto it. It felt firm beneath his feet, imbued with a substantial weight. If you're afraid, you can hold on to the dumpling, she said. The dumpling, positioned between them, had one of its paws grasped by Wen Mingyue, while the other was extended toward Tang Xinghan. Here, Tang Xinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought, the dumpling is so adorable, I want to rub its face. Suppressing his enthusiasm, he graciously accepted the offer and gently held onto the dumpling's arm. It was soft and cool to the touch, providing a delightful sensation. Contrary to what he had heard online, where netizens claimed that panda fur felt coarse and bristly, this was clearly a misconception. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Mingyue had tailored the texture for a pleasing experience, including temperature regulation for comfort in both summer and winter. As they journeyed, he made sure to maintain contact with his younger brother, learning that his brother's talent was self-healing, applicable solely to minor injuries, which healed swiftly. However, for more serious wounds, such as those inflicted by monsters, recovery would take longer and require medication. Outside the game, his parents were both university professors, while he was a second-year medical student. Through his conversations with Wen Mingyue, Tang Xinghan gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the dumpling was the system of his leader, which would manifest physically once it reached level 60 and could access space. He observed the small white cat, which wore a gentle smile, but could also appear fearsome when provoked, an intriguing juxtaposition that left him somewhat hesitant. Secondly, the flying carpet beneath him could be operated based on flight points. Just the day before, after exploring the island, the system had rewarded him with 20 flight points, granting him the ability to fly for 4 hours. However, the challenge lay in the fact that he was uncertain of the carpet's whereabouts. When Mingyue mentioned that few possessed flying carpets, and she had only 3. Wait, 3? Tang Xinghan mused, steadying himself with the dumpling while leaning closer to Wen Mingyue, his wide eyes blinking in curiosity. She turned to him with a smile. I can exchange one with you. After all, you are my first little brother. Consider it a special favor. Ecstatic, Tang Xinghan nearly lost his balance on the flying carpet, but the dumpling quickly wrapped its paws around his waist to steady him. Thank you, boss. I promise to work hard. You can just relax beside me. Wen Mingyue nodded, knowing that while she couldn't afford to be lazy, it was essential to motivate him. Observing his enthusiastic demeanor filled her with satisfaction. The same sentiment was shared by 1688, which, despite its host's lack of cleverness, found comfort in his obedient and sensible nature. Soon, They arrived at a serene pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers, exuding a subtle fragrance that enhanced the tranquility of their surroundings. Meanwhile, a notification from the system echoed in Wen Mingyue's mind. Detected level 8 mutated lotus. As the prompt concluded, she was immediately bombarded by the projectiles from the mutated lotus. In the center of the pond, a colossal lotus flower swayed its massive head, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Wen Mingyue rubbed her face, wincing in pain and cursing aloud. Damn it, can't you aim somewhere else besides my face? If you have the guts, target that one next door. Tuanzi had long since taken cover beneath a nearby tree, watching the spectacle, while Tang Xinghan stood by, utterly oblivious. As the bullets struck his leader, "You fool, go help. What are you standing there for? What use are you?" The tone of 1688 echoed menacingly in her mind, urging her on. If it were within its power, it would have charged out immediately to shield Wen Mingyue from the onslaught. Tang Xinghan quickly bent down, dragging the furious Wen Mingyue to safety. The fierce look in her eyes made him gulp. He swore to himself never to provoke her. In a hushed tone, he said, "Boss, stay here, I'll go take it down," and with that, he brandished his weapon, ready to charge. However, Wen Mingyue seized him by the arm, deftly peeling the lotus seeds from his hands without even bothering with the cores, tossing them directly into her mouth. Fixing her gaze on the brazen mutated lotus that was mockingly sticking out its tongue at her, she declared, "You stay right there, I can handle this." Rising with a single hand, she sprinted back a distance, withdrew her bow, and skillfully shot an arrow straight at the lotus's face. A perfect hit. Tang Xinghan erupted into applause at his leader's impressive skill. Gritting her teeth, Wen Mingyue rubbed her face fiercely, then beckoned for Tang Xinghan and Tuanzi to approach as she prepared to open the loot box. Chapter 64. Harvesting a Lotus Pond. Achieving freedom of rice. Congratulations. You have acquired a lotus pond. Wen Mingyue reached out to click and check the details. The pond spanned 100 square meters, complete with fresh water, and could be directly placed on a fishing boat. While this may hold little value for most players, for Wen Mingyue, who aspired to create her own paradise within the game, it was a splendid enhancement to her quality of life. Moreover, it would allow for the cultivation of freshwater fish, enriching the ecosystem. Noticing the uncontainable smile on Wen Mingyue's face, Tang Xinghan understood his leader had a penchant for farming. No wonder she had previously urged him to seek out more land and fruit trees. Wen Mingyue then patted Tang Xinghan on the shoulder and said, "Xinghan, I leave the next steps to you." In the ensuing hours, under Wen Mingyue's guidance, Tang Xinghan rolled up his pants and sleeves, diving into the work. He excavated considerable amounts of silt, unearthed various aquatic plants, gathered 2 large bundles of reeds with roots, and over 20 lotus pods. The pond's edge was adorned with numerous lotus roots and stunningly vibrant lotus flowers. Meanwhile, she busied herself Kunshao Ro, with Tuanzi fanning her gently. As she grilled the meat, she watched Tang Xinghan diligently digging away, silently resolving to invite him along on future island adventures. This boy worked tirelessly, never slacking, and even while drenched in sweat, he took no breaks. "Tuanzi, bring him a bottle of ice water," she reminded, "and don't forget to open the cap." Tuanzi nodded obediently, retrieving a chilled bottle of mineral water from the ice bucket, twisting the cap as he walked. Under the meticulous guidance of Wen Mingyue, Tuanzi has mastered the art of threading skewers, and twisting a bottle cap is merely child's play for it. Wen Mingyue felt a deep sense of gratification. As one after another, they exhibited obedience and thoughtfulness. "Brother Xinghan, the host says you should have a sip of water first." Tuanzi extended its little paw, speaking in a soft, sticky voice. Tang Xinghan wiped the sweat from his brow, wearing a silly grin directed at Wen Mingyue. Only after the insistence of the system, 1688, did he take the water, turning to Tuanzi to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Tuanzi. No need to thank me. Brother Xinghan can take a break if he's tired. The meat will be ready soon," Tuanzi replied. After consuming more than half a bottle of water, Tang Xinghan intended to rest on the shore, but was halted by 1688 from the system space. "Finish drinking and dig quickly. I've checked your physical data. Dig for another hour before resting." Tang Xinghan lamented inwardly, feeling bullied by the system. Although his innate talent allowed his physical capabilities to exceed those of most, his heart, too, could grow weary. Alas, he was at a loss for words, unable to contend with the system, and resigned himself to continue as its miner. They dug until 12:30, after which he took the water prepared by Wen Mingyue to find a place to clean himself. Finally, he sat before a feast of delectable food, salivating at the sight. The fragrant aroma of grilled fish and prawns, steamed sea urchin egg custard, king crab, salmon, a platter of tuna sashimi, and his beloved iced cola. What to do? He felt like crying. Observing the tears swirling in Tang Xinghan's eyes, Wen Mingyue chuckled, "Hurry and eat. Why are you crying?" She then served him a grilled mantis shrimp. Tang Xinghan wiped his tears and buried his head in the food. Following the leader meant there was meat to eat. After satisfying their hunger and taking a 10-minute break, they set off for the next destination. They gathered a sweet osmanthus tree, a large white magnolia, 2 ginkgo trees, and a white camellia. Wen Mingyue glanced at the time. It was already 5:30, and it would take nearly 2 hours to return to the fishing boat on the flying carpet. With a time constraint on their exploration, Wen Mingyue decided they would spend the night on the island, a plan shared by Zhao Lingxin. Without hesitation, she called for Tang Xinghan and Tuanzi to set up the tent. The camping tent, which she had unfolded on her way to the island, was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 people. Before night fell, the tent was pitched, and she prepared several home-cooked dishes to accompany rice, which Tang Xinghan devoured with fervor, finishing 4 large bowls. Wen Mingyue and Tuanzi occupied one side, while Tang Xinghan took the other, separated by a curtain to ensure a good night's sleep, muffling Tuanzi's snores. Early the next morning, after traveling for half an hour, they had yet to dismount from the flying carpet when they spotted a vast expanse of golden rice fields not far away, covering at least 2 acres, seemingly dry rice. Wen Mingyue, filled with excitement, tugged at Tuanzi's side, and they exchanged glances. Wei struck it rich. Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan stood before the rice paddies, mentally calculating how long it would take to harvest them. However, before he could reach a conclusion, Wen Mingyue jumped down with Tuanzi, brandished a golden card, and with a couple of gestures, the shimmering rice fields vanished without leaving a trace of grain. Tang Xinghan was taken aback. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue remained immersed in the joy of the harvest, reviewing the data sent by the system in her mind. A profound joy surged within me upon the bountiful harvest of 2,000 caddies of rice. After threshing and drying, at least half would remain, with a portion reserved for seed to cultivate drought-resistant rice. Observing the triumphant expression on his elder brother's face, Tang Xinghan felt an overwhelming desire for such fortune, though he lamented his lack of contribution. At that moment, Wen Mingyue turned to him and inquired about the size of his fishing vessel. Ever since he had embraced her suggestion to upgrade his boat, he had been gathering materials for the enhancement during subsequent exchanges, and it had now reached an impressive area of 500 square meters, which was more than sufficient for his needs. "Brother, it is already 500 square meters." He replied. "That should suffice." He continued, "I would like to request your assistance in drying the rice. I shall share a portion with you." Wen Mingyue found the task of drying rice laborious, recalling her distaste for it during her days back home. This would serve as a test for Tang Xinghan, though she planned to divide the work into several batches rather than overwhelming him with the entirety at once. Upon hearing her proposal, Tang Xinghan was deeply touched by his brother's trust in him. He hastily responded, "Thank you for your confidence. I shall complete the task without fail." In a display of sincerity, he offered Wen Mingyue all the valuable items he had hoarded in his backpack: 20 caddies of rice, 8 caddies of flour, 10 packets of instant noodles, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, and 5 baskets of salted fish. Recognizing his younger brother's earnestness, Wen Mingyue smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. Truly, he had shown remarkable awareness. Meanwhile, the system space, 1688, acknowledged its host's newfound cleverness, instilling hope for a successful graduation. They continued their exploration and stumbled upon a vast expanse of fertile black soil. The two of them diligently toiled, wielding their hoes with fervor, ultimately yielding 86 square meters of rich earth. In the afternoon, they effortlessly dispatched an 11-level mutated wild boar, collecting 20 caddies of boar meat. Although the drop rates had diminished compared to earlier, for Wen Mingyue, who had been granted a second chance at life, any reward was welcome. A silver treasure chest revealed a high-grade spear, which she could summon back after casting, allowing for repeated use. Noticing Tang Xinghan's awestruck gaze, she tossed the spear to him, saying, "Here, a welcoming gift from your elder brother." This weapon held little utility for her, but Tang Xinghan, having darted around in evasion from the wild boar, had certainly earned it. With the spear in hand, Tang Xinghan's eyes sparkled with admiration. In the afternoon, they reached their first resource point, a patch of cranberries. After consulting with the group chat, both Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian expressed interest as well. They harvested 18 plants, keeping 6 for themselves and distributing the remainder among the 3 families. Wen Mingyue planned to collect all the rest, trading with 069 for several harvesting shovels, and then proceeded to gather fervently, as she had a fondness for cranberry cookies. On the 3rd morning, a breathtaking sight unfolded before her, an expanse of white cotton, covering a full acre. Contemplating her options, Wen Mingyue retrieved her last collection card, ultimately yielding 400 caddies of cotton, complete with the husking. Just as she clapped in satisfaction, ready to depart, Tang Xinghan stepped forward and declared, "Sister, I possess textile skills." Wen Mingyue abruptly halted, her face radiating uncontrollable delight. Tang Xinghan promptly added, "We can fabricate quilts, pillows, and fabrics, and with the addition of dyes, we can even color them." Furthermore, he has developed a version of dye with over 10 different hues. Wen Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately dispatched 8 pounds of cotton to him. Within 5 minutes, the quilt was completed, warm and fluffy as it rested upon the flying carpet. Next came a piece of green fabric. With her sewing skills, She swiftly crafted a military green long-sleeved jacket. Lastly, she allocated 40 pounds of cotton to Tang Xinghan, requesting him to assist in producing more fabrics, quilts, and pillows. With this, she had no worries about clothing or bedding. Both parties were immensely satisfied and continued onward to their next destination. Upon disembarking from the flying carpet and taking only a few steps, they encountered a group of people, 2 of whom were the lifeless bodies of goats. Leading the group were a man and a woman. The man wore an eye mask and bore a stern expression, while the woman, possessing a gentle and intellectual demeanor, was flanked by 8 men with menacing appearances. Wen Mingyue instantly recognized them. The man was Han Shuo, and beside him stood the famous celebrity Min Qingxue. In her previous life, when she had encountered Han Shuo, Min Qingxue was not by his side. She found herself stealing glances at Min Qingxue, who was even more beautiful than she had appeared on television. It became apparent that much of the gossip reported by the media was indeed true. Together, they formed an aesthetically pleasing pair, the charming young wolf and the sagacious older sister. Simultaneously, Han Shuo and his entourage were sizing up the 2 individuals before them, particularly the plump panda. He wanted it. Without delay, he approached Wen Mingyue, adopting a pretentious demeanor, and declared, "I want that panda. Name your price." Wen Mingyue rolled her eyes internally, her enthusiasm for shipping the couple dissipating as she realized he was still seeking a fight. "Not for sale," she responded, tugging the bewildered Tuanzi away. Tang Xinghan followed suit, glancing back at Han Shuo with a muttered complaint. "Who is this fool? Looking for trouble, is he? Even daring to snatch from the boss's system." Seeing that they were ignoring him, Han Shuo took a step forward, intent on pursuing them. After having been humiliated just yesterday by Zhao Lingxin and her bodyguard, he found himself in a similar situation today. Was his pride as the leader of this group to be disregarded? However, Min Qingxue interjected, pulling him aside. And once she noticed that when Mingyue and her companions had distanced themselves, she spoke directly to him. "I just heard the thoughts of the boy over there." Specifically his last mutterings. Her unique ability allowed her to perceive the thoughts of players, enabling her team to select suitable allies. However, this ability was ineffective against individuals with superior talent levels. Soon, Han Shuo regained his composure. It was evident that the opponent's talent level was at least equal to his own S rank, and beside her was her system that had already graduated from the space, while his own system had yet to achieve that milestone. As they exchanged glances, it became apparent that the person they were dealing with was indeed Wen Mingyue, who was currently 2 levels above him. Inquisitively, she opened the chat channel and began to type fervently. Beside her, Min Qingxue had already surmised Han Shuo's intentions and sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the chat notifications from Wen Mingyue were incessantly ringing. "Han Shuo, that was you just now? Shall we spar?" Prior to this, upon entering the regional chat group's system announcement, where Han Shuo had proposed a duel, she had chosen to ignore it. This time, however, she resolved not to endure it any longer. After a few curt replies, she muted the chat with him. On the other side, Han Shuo read the message from Wen Mingyue, but before he could conceal his reaction, Min Qingxue had also caught sight of it. "Wen Mingyue, you're too weak. I have no interest in you. Let us talk again when your player level surpasses mine." Min Qingxue could not help but burst into laughter. From that moment on, Han Shuo, in his quest to defeat monsters, found himself perpetually outmatched by Wen Mingyue, never attaining the coveted throne of first place. Upon reaching the mixed zone, he faced further oppression from other formidable figures in Huagua. During the afternoon, Wen Mingyue discovered 2 cherry trees, one for herself and one for Tang Xinghan, followed by 5 mulberry trees, of which Tang Xinghan claimed 1. With only a few days left in their exploration, she hurriedly took to her flying carpet to reach the final area, hoping to avoid being unceremoniously expelled by the relentless island. The red dot remained visible, yet her surroundings revealed nothing. After searching twice more, she finally found the cow, which had been napping beneath a tree. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed her desire to keep it, prompting Tang Xinghan to assist in the capture. Ultimately, they managed to lure it onto the flying carpet with a bowl of fruit, though Tang Xinghan internally lamented the expense of keeping it. As they soared away from the island, the clock struck 6. Zhao Lingxin and the others had already emerged, appearing weary and troubled. Originally, they had planned to dine together after their exploration, but their spirits were evidently low. Zhao Lingxin leaned wearily against Wen Mingyue's shoulder and whispered, "Yeah, we intend to conclude our gathering early. My brother informed us that the sea monsters' levels have increased over the past 2 days, and they require assistance." Su Fengyi and Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. Understanding their concerns, especially regarding Ning Qian, both Su Fengyi and Tang Yuan had not had adequate rest in recent days. Fearing issues at home, after advising them to rest well upon returning, they bid each other farewell. Turning around, she encountered Tang Xinghan's eager gaze. Aware of his desires, she sent him the flying carpet and instructed him on its operation. Within 10 minutes, he had mastered it. "Boss, I'll head back now," he stated. His mind solely focused on practicing with the flying carpet aboard the ship. He added, "By the way, Boss, if you need extra hands later, just call me. I'm strong and can handle anything. Wen Mingyue nodded in acknowledgement and waved him off, appreciating his usefulness. She gestured to her companion, the adorable Tuanzi, who trotted off to lead the cow. Upon returning to the fishing boat, she activated the autopilot system, wishing to avoid another encounter with Han Shua. Next, she constructed a barn, retrieved the ample grass for breeding, prepared the water trough, and secured the cow inside. She then checked on her beloved hen next door. It was in excellent condition, having devoured the 3 bowls of food she had provided, so she replenished its supply. After a meal and a restful slumber, the matters of tomorrow can wait. Chapter 66. The Maritime Encirclement. Agent 009 makes his entrance the following day dawned bright and sunny, though the sea was tumultuous, causing the fishing boat to sway gently. Tang Xinghan had early on secured in advance of 300 pounds of rice and some harvesting tools from Wen Mingyue, displaying an admirable zeal. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue busied herself by dispatching cotton, 20 blocks of fertile soil, and various other supplies to Tang Xinghan as remuneration for the past 3 days. She received from Zhao Lingxin and Ning Qian an assortment of regular land measuring 12 square units, 1 loquat tree, 15 pounds of mutton, 20 pounds of beef, and 150 pounds of unthreshed wheat. Subsequently, she commenced the upgrade of the fishing vessel. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for upgrading the fishing boat to 2,000 square units. Reward: Wine Control System. Upon examining the details, it was revealed that this system could withstand winds and waves of level 12 or below, functioning similarly to the autopilot system, applicable solely to the maritime survival segment. The installation was promptly executed, and after completion, standing on the deck, one could hardly perceive any swaying. Next, a pond was established. After careful deliberation, it was positioned behind the pavilion. The pond was filled with pristine water, and with Xiaohong's assistance, clay and silt were added, followed by a careful scattering of lotus seeds. Aquatic plants were also sown, with Xiaohong now being quite the expert in rice planting, prompting Wen Mingyue to treat her to a hearty meal. Surrounding the pond, reeds were planted, along with 4 mulberry trees, 6 cranberry bushes, and a cherry tree, all incorporated into the orchard. 2 large white magnolias and 2 ginkgo trees were placed behind the wooden house, while white camellias and osmanthus trees adorned the front. Moreover, the upgrade to a 2,000 square foot fishing boat unlocked a folding space. Regardless of future expansions, the exterior would maintain the appearance of 2,000 square feet. The fishing vessel was a vibrant tapestry of flora, brimming with greenery. The 2-story wooden cottage was enveloped in roses of every hue, with bees and butterflies flitting about. At the entrance, 2 towering Chinese firs stood sentinel, while the areas along either side of the cottage were demarcated for planting, separated by pebbles and moisture-proof stones. The trees bore a multitude of fruits in various colors, alongside a substantial vegetable plot and a charming pavilion, all set against the backdrop of an impending transformation for the pond. Finally, the diligent farmer Wen Mingyue took stock of her existing land. 108 square units of fertile black soil, 101 square units of ordinary land, and 12 square units of sandy soil. The black soil was cultivated with medicinal herbs and large fruit trees such as durian, cherry, and pomegranate, while the sandy soil was reserved for potatoes and peanuts. Jujube trees had also been relocated to the black soil. Next, she harvested the ripe crops, brewing red dates and goji berries in a thermos, while eagerly awaiting the arrival of sea monsters. Over the course of one afternoon, she vanquished an 11-level sea monster and a 13-level sea monster, along with a total of 11 treasure chests from the island over 3 days. Among the spoils was a threshing machine, 2 mattresses, and 2 sets of curtains. Additionally, she obtained a wooden house upgrade card and a vase blueprint. The upgraded wooden house spanned 300 square feet and featured 3 stories, allowing for personal selection of interior design styles, including the installation of floor-to-ceiling windows. She then requested the system to assist in gathering glass, planning to install it once all materials were in hand. After studying the vase blueprint, she crafted 2 slender ceramic vases for lotus flowers, placing one in the living room and the other in the bedroom. In the following days, the sun-dried rice was placed into the threshing machine, yielding rice bran and white rice, the bran reserved for feeding chickens. Upon unboxing, the majority of items were those aimed at enhancing daily life, a water dispenser adorned in a red and black palette, and a single sofa among others. Additionally, there were 2 3-meter-high cat climbing frames, specialized bowls for cats, and cozy beds for both cats and dogs. After vanquishing a level 19 avian creature, a long-awaited protective shield was obtained, currently at level 22. The player's level ascended to 24. In a stroke of fortune, a duplication card was drawn, and without hesitation, Wen Mingyue opted to duplicate the still space. Duplication successful. The space expanded to 2 cubic meters, allowing her to exhale in relief. It was ample. Furthermore, she acquired an ice cream machine. By adding milk, eggs, white sugar, or honey, she could create classic ice cream, and with fruits or chocolate, various flavors could be crafted. Each day, She collected an egg and 20 pounds of milk. She made both classic and fruit-mixed flavors, sending a bucket to Zhao Lingxin, Ning Qian, and Tang Xinghan. In this gaming world, no one's resources came without effort. Everyone reciprocated Wen Mingyue's generosity. Tang Xinghan was also invited into the team group by Zhao Lingxin, and the newcomers were warmly welcomed. Shortly after, Han Shuo approached her seeking ice cream. Ever since their encounter on the island, the loquacious Han Shuo had been incessantly seeking her company, and his affection level had risen to 75. After some deliberation, she exchanged for 2 slabs of black soil. With just over 2 days remaining until the sea monster tide ceased, the players in the group eagerly anticipated its end, yet harbored deep concerns about the calamities to follow. The next day, when Mingyue was roused by the system's urgent alarm. Alert! More than 40 players approaching, distance 1,000 meters, distance 800 meters, as the alarm ceased. When Mingyue donned her gear and rushed to the deck, peering through her binoculars, she spotted a large fishing vessel, approximately 1,000 square meters. On the sea just 200 meters away, equipped with artillery. A group of individuals stood on the deck, with 2 scanning the surroundings through binoculars, whispering among themselves. Seemingly in discussion, one young man clad in a long white garment wore a grim expression, apparently scolding someone. The ship's tall sail bore inscriptions. Tilting her head after much scrutiny, she discerned the crooked characters spelling White Tiger Gang. The man in white was none other than Sun Wei, who had recently failed to garner sympathy in the regional chat group. It became evident that many from the White Tiger Gang had come to his defense, indicating he had sought refuge among them. Given the circumstances, it was likely they were plotting revenge against her. Fortunately, her protective shield had reached level 20, unlocking the ability to conceal her fishing vessel, and she had preemptively advised her companions not to extend their vines beyond the shield. The opposing party, unable to see her vessel, was likely deliberating their strategy. After some reflection, Wen Mingyue retrieved a listening card, which needed to be installed nearby to capture their conversation. As she pondered, her cousin, the Hornet, fluttered past her, sparking a moment of inspiration. She summoned Xiao Hong over, and together, they engaged in hushed whispers. Initially, 5 was the maximum, but then 10 was proposed. After some deliberation, 8 seemed a reasonable compromise. Xiao Hong considered this and agreed. Deal. Turning to her cousin, Ma Feng, she murmured softly. Once the transfer was complete, she informed Wen Mingyue that she had reached an agreement with her younger brother, but she emphasized the importance of ensuring his safety. Wen Mingyue, of course, had no objections. She signaled with an OK gesture and accessed the control panel. Would you like to use the eavesdropping card? Yes. Please select the installation target. Wen Mingyue entered the fishing vessel Ma Feng, designated as 009. Installation successful. Duration, 30 minutes. Very well, 30 minutes it is. Upon successful installation, Wen Mingyue discovered that she could communicate directly with 009, engaging in dialogue and mental exchanges. She quickly summoned 009, instructing him to eavesdrop on the conversations of the individuals in white clothing and their companions, while also emphasizing the need for caution. I will communicate with you telepathically to instruct you to withdraw. When I do, retreat swiftly. 5 minutes later, 009 flew boldly towards the opposing fishing vessel, adhering to Wen Mingyue's directives by eavesdropping from the outside. Chapter 67, Resolving Sun Wei. Level 23 Sea Monster Ambush. After sending off 009, Wen Mingyue hurried towards the control room, ascending the staircase to the gun platform. Soon, the voices in her mind grew increasingly distinct. Meanwhile, 007 had just positioned itself outside the fishing vessel, mere centimeters away from Sun Wei's hands. It resisted the urge to sting, remaining motionless on the wooden planks. Sun Wei, leaning on the side of the boat, gazed at the tranquil sea, suppressing his anger as he questioned Zhao Yunxiang, the leader of the White Tiger Gang. Beside him, are you certain of your information? The short and stout man beside him appeared equally perplexed. The mid-level tracker he possessed had confirmed that when Mingyue was indeed in this vicinity, after circling for nearly 10 days, they had nearly lost her. Now that they had arrived at the destination, they found nothing. In exasperation, he turned to the tall, lean man next to him and asked, are you positive when Mingyue is right here? Li Ming, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, felt both bewildered and terrified, yet remained resolute. Absolutely. She is within this area. Since aligning with Zhao Yunxiang, he had tracked numerous players at sea without a single error. And he too pondered why the fishing vessel was nowhere in sight. Could it be submerged or soaring above? Upon hearing this, Sun Wei struck the edge of the boat with force, nearly sending 009 flying. Zhao Yunxiang cast an impatient glance at Sun Wei. Had it not been for the latter's expertise in potion making, he would have avoided this murky situation altogether. Ever since learning that when Mingyue had allied with the Zhao siblings to eliminate Wang Tianba and his ilk, he had no intention of confronting them at this time. Regret washed over him as he reflected on the past 10 days, constantly on the move without a moment to engage in combat, merely expending resources. Sun Wei let out a cold laugh, fully aware of Zhao Yunxiang's thoughts. You covet Wen Mingyue's resources, don't you? Once we capture her and compel her to relinquish her supplies, I will handle the rest. The remainder is all yours. With that, he cast a glance back at Zhao Yunxiang. What is the matter? Are you afraid and considering retreat? Zhao Yunxiang would not allow himself to lose face in front of his subordinates. Standing tall, he replied, then what do you propose we do? Sun Wei chuckled coldly, suggesting that a few laps around the vicinity would suffice. He was confident that they could flush Wen Mingyue out. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted nearby, nearly propelling several of them off their feet, followed by another resounding explosion. Turning to glance back, they beheld flames leaping skyward, with one artillery platform obliterated. The fishing vessel was engulfed in thick smoke, and faintly, the sound of splashes could be heard. Zhao Yunxiang was so frightened that he stood frozen, exclaiming that it was all over. A chill ran down Sun Wei's spine as he belatedly realized that Wen Mingyue was concealed across the way, shoving aside those around him. He disregarded the perilous flames and sprinted toward the artillery platform. Just moments prior, upon confirming that their adversaries had come specifically for him, Wen Mingyue had summoned her cousin, the Hornet, who had nearly been blown away. Once assured of its return to the fishing boat, she aimed directly at the opposing artillery platform. With only one platform remaining, she spotted Sun Wei dashing toward it and swiftly retrieved a teleportation card. Teleportation card, upon use, allows instant movement up to 500 meters. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue activated it, choosing to relocate to the rear of the enemy's fishing vessel. The transition left no trace. Once positioned, she struck the final artillery platform. In an instant, everything atop it was reduced to ashes. The fishing vessel soon began to take on water, gradually sinking into the depths of the sea. Wen Mingyue had never initiated an attack against other players, but if someone sought to confront her or take her life, she spared none. Clapping her hands, she activated the navigation system and sought a different location, as the air quality here was poor. As for her resources, they were all confiscated by the system, which cited pollution of the air and ocean as justification. Being a virtual world, Wen Mingyue understood that the system merely sought excuses to withhold supplies. She was indifferent, as even after the deductions, the amount allocated to her was minimal. She preferred to stockpile her own provisions. Time swiftly brought them to the final afternoon of the game, where Wen Mingyue furnished all 4 bedrooms with basic furniture, including wooden beds, mattresses, bedding sets, clean towels, toiletries, clothes, shoes, and wardrobes. The clothing comprised 23 sets for each season, summer, autumn, and winter, some acquired through unboxing, others through exchanges. Among her finds was a large blender, capable of mixing flour and such. Both bathrooms were equipped with showerheads and simple storage racks. These items were exchanged with Han Shuo, utilizing 3 boxes of homemade ice cream and 2 baskets of fruit. In the entrance of the living room, a lush, resplendent red coral was displayed, accompanied by several pure silver vases and a century-old ginseng encased in glass, all designed to draw the eye. Near the dining area, a water dispenser was stationed, while a tall, flourishing green plant graced the balcony. Opposite the fireplace sat a 2-meter genuine leather sofa, flanked by single chairs, with a marble coffee table before them. The balcony was adorned with a massage chair, a cat climbing structure, and a cozy cat bed. The upstairs living room featured a nearly identical arrangement. The dining area showcased a round mahogany table paired with upholstered chairs, while the double-door refrigerator behind it was filled with chicken, duck, goose, beef, and lamb, with hot pot bases and various drinks, chocolates, eggs, and some frozen fruits occupying the top shelf. Beside the refrigerator were an ice cream maker and an ice machine. In the kitchen, a microwave, blender, juicer, and Angelica herbal wine are neatly arranged. The ginkgo tree behind the wooden house remains a vibrant green, while the magnolia has begun to bud. In front of the cabin, the white camellia and osmanthus trees are adorned with numerous flower buds, and the nearby monk's pine continues to thrive in its lush greenery. Near the eaves of the wooden house, an area has been encircled with stones and pebbles, creating a sandy space for the cats and dogs to relieve themselves. The vegetables in the garden have ripened, and after harvesting, new seeds are sown. Every tree in the orchard is laden with fruit, many of which are now ripe. The durians at the stern of the boat are emitting their fragrance, which, to Wen Mingyue's surprise, she has grown accustomed to and now finds quite pleasant. Traversing the bamboo-lined path leads to a gazebo, cloaked in climbing ivy, where on one side lies the cerulean sea and on the other, the lotus pond revealing its verdant beauty. Surrounding the fishing boat are blooming roses and peonies. In this gaming world, seasons are irrelevant. As long as the growth liquid is sufficient, every day feels like spring and harvest time. However, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, an unprecedented sharp alarm pierced the air. Alert, alert, alert. Detected a level 23 sea monster assault. Wen Mingyue's heart raced as she activated a disposable shield card of level 2. Her current shield only at level 24. Should the shield endure 2 direct strikes from the foe, the card's effect would dissipate, leaving the shield at its original level 22. A level 22 shield against a level 23 sea monster would spell disaster for the fishing vessel. In a state of desperation, Xiaohong and Tuanzi exchanged a glance before diving into the depths of the boat. The vine, initially the thickness of an arm, expanded 5 to 6 times and continued to extend towards the ocean floor. Before long, countless tendrils emerged, fiercely entangling the colossal transparent entity swiftly approaching the fishing boat. The creature's massive tentacles, armed with barbs, lashed out, piercing Xiaohong's vines. A transparent liquid surged through the barbs, continuously infiltrating Xiaohong's tendrils. Despite the pain, Xiaohong gritted her teeth and forcefully hurled the creature out of the water. Chapter 68. The Battle with the Jellyfish Monster. Wen Mingyue disappears rushing to the cannon platform. Wen Mingyue finally discerned the true form of the sea monster, a gigantic jellyfish, twice the size of the level 17 jellyfish she had previously vanquished. Its crimson eyes and chilling serrated fangs were fearsome. Xiaohong was still engaged in a struggle, but it was evident she was at a disadvantage. Tuanzi and Lala were in a state of anxiety. With no time to ponder Xiaohong's condition, Wen Mingyue shouted, "Xiaohong, come back." Xiaohong, in pain, glanced back at Wen Mingyue, initially intent on continuing her entanglement. But the venom injected by the creature was taking its toll, and she had no choice but to retreat to the fishing boat. Wen Mingyue immediately employed a pause card against the jellyfish monster. During the 3 seconds of suspension, she unleashed 2 powerful strikes directly at the creature's forehead. Given the monster's enormous size, Wen Mingyue struggled to pinpoint its weak spot and could only attack based on her previous experience with jellyfish. The creature let out a series of furious roars before submerging once more, not in flight, but to regroup. Xiaohong attempted to pursue, but was halted by Wen Mingyue. As her tendrils began to wither and shrink, Wen Mingyue wished to protect her from harm. Yet, undeterred, Xiaohong rushed out, leaving Wen Mingyue with tears brimming in her eyes. She quickly regained her composure, wiping away her tears and mustering her spirit. For she could not squander the opportunity created by Xiaohong. The sea monster was once again dragged to the surface by Xiaohong, who then laboriously returned to the fishing boat, collapsing onto it without movement, while Tuanzi and Lala hurriedly gathered around her. Seizing the moment, Wen Mingyue struck again with 2 swift blows, causing the creature to recoil in pain and submerge once more. Subsequently, she launched an attack from beneath the boat, resulting in the temporary shield diminishing by 1 level, now at level 23. Wen Mingyue glanced back at her virtual home in the game, and at the precarious state of Xiaohong. Drawing forth her flying carpet, she swiftly ascended from the fishing vessel, hurling chilly bombs and thunderbolts at the ocean's surface. The level 23 jellyfish monster was soon lured out, and it did not forget to wreak havoc upon the fishing boat. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue received a system notification indicating that the 2-level temporary shield had expired. The sea monster, casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Xiaohong on the boat, snorted coldly, "I shall deal with you later." It then turned to pursue Wen Mingyue. As the creature closed in on her, Wen Mingyue swiftly loosed an arrow, attached with a pre-prepared lightning card. The ensuing deafening roar echoed, far surpassing the noise of cannon fire, leaving even Wen Mingyue, despite donning soundproof headphones, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Soon after, she was struck by the monster's 2 tentacles, plunging her into the water, her entire body aflame with pain. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she relied on the floating magic carpet to support her as she hurled thunderbolts and chilly bombs at the approaching monster. Quickly, she climbed back onto her flying carpet. The water was not her domain. However, the sea monster denied her this opportunity, extending its tentacles and pulling her closer. In no time, Wen Mingyue found herself face to face with the creature's cavernous maw and the ominous red dot within it. Yet, her hands were firmly ensnared by the monster's tentacles, rendering her unable to escape the bindings or launch her thunderbolts and chilly bombs. As her head swam and her body sank deeper into the abyss, a familiar dread of impending death enveloped her. The sea monster, however, chose not to inject her with venom. It deemed her too feeble, intending to drag her into the depths and swallow her whole. Moreover, the last electric jolt had displeased it, prompting a desire to torment this human slowly. In the midst of chaos, a surge of survival instinct ignited within Wen Mingyue, awakening her senses. At this rate, her substitute card would be of no use. She would die, resurrect, and then be consumed again. How could she possibly save herself? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck her. Her pink magic wand could be summoned and wielded through mere thought, though it had failed her in previous attempts, including one that inadvertently enlarged the sea monster. She had no choice but to gamble on it now. Meanwhile, the sea monster, noticing Wen Mingyue's sudden stillness, prepared to drag her into the depths. Just then, a pink stick appeared before it, giving a thumbs up. Stunned, it heard the notification, SS Lightning Strike. A dazzling white light flashed before her eyes, and the ocean erupted into towering waves. The following day, good morning, players. Congratulations to the 380 000 players in this region for successfully overcoming the tidal wave of sea monsters. All players will receive a reward of 1 strength, 1 agility, and 1 mental power. For the next 3 days, a welcoming passage for family and friends will be opened. For every 100 square units of fishing vessel space, 1 family member or friend can be welcomed, with no limit on the number of individuals. The welcoming passage has been added to the personal panel. A friendly reminder: players with the means are encouraged to welcome as many new players as possible into the game. As the system's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the entire game world. Shortly thereafter, the regional chat exploded with activity, in a place where even life is not guaranteed. How can I bring my family here? Such a malicious act is beyond me. I feel the same. I can barely fill my stomach each day. Yes, at least they are safe outside. My parents are elderly. Bringing them here would only bring suffering. I am different. My son is 17 and practices martial arts. I want to bring him in. He might even lend me a hand. My daughter is exceptionally bright and has always been top of her class. I wish to bring her here as well. To the 2 ahead, can you please reconsider and not endanger your own children? Exactly. They are thriving outside. Why must they endure hardship here? Have you not noticed? The game system previously mentioned that they are temporarily safe outside. Could something ominous be on the horizon? I agree with the previous sentiments. I am bringing my parents over. I realized even the stray cat I used to feed at school can be brought here. It is simply unbelievable. I noticed too, and I wish to bring my dog over. I have raised it for 5 years, and it is family to me. Are you sure? What can animals do in the game? They consume our resources and cannot assist us. Why concern yourself with that? If they can be brought, it indicates the owner's ability to care for them. They do not require your support. 3 days prior, Zhao Lingxin had foreseen information regarding family, and several groups had already conferred about bringing their family members into the game. At this moment, the group continued to discuss, the atmosphere somewhat somber. Zhao Lingxin, have you managed to contact Ye? After hearing the announcement in the group last night, she has not responded to our messages. Ning Qian, we have reached out as well, but there has been no reply. I wonder if something has happened. Tang Xinghan, I too have tried, but the leader's avatar has not turned gray. Tang Yuan, I even inquired with my system, which stated it cannot contact other systems. Zhao Lingxin, mine too. If only we could reach Tuanzi to ask. Zhao Jinan, she must be injured and resting. I have already sent Shi to look for any means of communication. Su Fengyi, we will also search for a way. Chapter 69, Preparations of the Blue Star People. Just as Zhao Jinan exited the chat group, a private message from Han Shuo arrived. Han Shuo, Wen Mingyue is truly remarkable. She single-handedly defeated a level 23 sea monster, while the 2 of us only managed to tackle a level 19. However, she is rather aloof. I offered my congratulations, and she did not respond. Zhao Jinan sighed and replied, she must be injured. She has not responded to any of our messages. On the other end, Han Shuo gasped in astonishment. Hastened to inform him, for Wen Mingyue is indeed his ice cream supplier. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, by the way, will you be bringing your father and stepmother into the game? Zhao Jinan smirked slightly, opting not to respond directly, but instead remarked, it would be advisable for you to bring both your parents. The other party promptly replied, of course. My parents are the type that would jump into a cesspool if I fell in. Besides, since I'm doing quite well here, it's only right to share the blessings. Zhao Jinan could no longer bear to look and promptly closed the chat. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Zhao family villa, after reviewing the messages sent by the game system, Zhao Zhuoxiong snorted disdainfully. Li Meixiong, standing nearby, quickly approached and said, it seems Jinan is thriving in the game world. Why are you still unhappy? Being among the top ranks suggests he is not in first place. If he cannot secure the top spot, he is not worthy of being my son, Zhao Zhuoxiong retorted. Li Meixiong immediately sought to placate him, understanding his sentiments. Zhuoxiong, do not be upset. We still have Yaozong. We can nurture him well. Over the past 3 months, during which the Zhao siblings were absent, Zhao Zhuoxiong had regained control of the company, fully aware that the man beside her was indifferent to the well-being of their children, which suited her just fine. She then added, Zhuoxiong, are we truly entering the game? Li Meixiong had reservations about entering the game. To her, as long as Zhao Jinan remained in the game, the family fortune would eventually belong solely to her son. If those 2 siblings were to perish in the game, that would be the best outcome. However, seeing her brother's intent on entering, and Zhao Zhuoxiong's earlier nod of approval, she resigned herself to the decision. Contemplating the limitations on game supplies, the game prohibits the carrying of weapons, so what should we take with us? She longed to bring her cosmetics, elegant clothing, and handbags. Yet each participant could only carry 15 kilograms, fearing Zhao Zhuoxiong might not agree. Moreover, the entry point was designated for specific individuals, with the system indicating that only the designated personnel could enter the game, and there were merely 12 slots available. Their family of 3, plus a butler and 4 aunts, would suffice, yet she was surprised to find that 4 nearly retired bodyguards were also included. While she pondered this, Zhao Zhuoxiong casually remarked, bring whatever you wish. If it exceeds the weight limit, We shall compensate with others' allowances. Li Meixiang's face lit up with joy. Zhuoxiong, you are truly kind to others. At 52, Zhao Zhuoxiong found himself utterly defenseless against the charms of the 36-year-old enchanting yet graceful Li Meixiang, who promptly led him to their room. Once they had departed, the butler, Zheng Bo, spat disdainfully and summoned the other 8 for a private discussion. After locking the door, he got straight to the point. I trust you have all seen the news online. Various countries are advising everyone with the means to enter the game. He continued, you must understand who invited us into this game. Not the master and the second madam, but our young master and young mistress. Furthermore, they have achieved remarkable results, ranking among the top 3. With so many in Blue Star, the significance of being in the top 3 is undeniably clear. The group nodded fervently, each solitary soul cherishing this rare opportunity. One of the ants suddenly had a thought and raised her hand, saying, but what should we do if the second lady wants us to carry her belongings? Zheng Bo nodded in acknowledgement, stating, whatever she asks you to carry, you shall bring. However, I will prepare separate packages for everyone, and you may simply take those with you at the end. The group had no objections, as Zheng Bo was indeed the most trusted person by the young master and mistress. The old master had aged, and what could he accomplish in the game? The second young master was a mere child, and one could hardly place their hopes on him. Following the young master and mistress was certainly a safe choice. Zheng Bo was quite pleased with their response. After a few departed, he took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes. His young master had a fondness for hawthorn strips, so he would bring extra, along with 2 bottles of red wine and some clothing, particularly of a specific brand. Next were the young mistress's beloved preserved plums, facial masks, and cosmetics. Oh, and he must also retrieve some jewelry from the second lady's room. Wait, scratch that. How could it be stealing? It was rightfully the second lady's. He preferred to think of it as returning items to their rightful owner. Meanwhile, in another luxurious villa not far away, Mr. and Mrs. Han, upon learning of their cherished son's impressive performance in the game, wept bitterly, with Mrs. Han nearly fainting from her tears. For her, as long as her son was alive, rankings were of no consequence. After her tears subsided, she began to plan the supplies to bring. Weapons were not permitted, so she decided to start with her son's favorite ice cream. There were also 11 passages, weighing a total of 115 pounds, including their beloved dog, which they had raised for 6 years, all of which had to be meticulously planned. This was a delicate task, one only she could manage. She could not rely on her husband, as even a pound or 2 less would cause her heartache. On the other hand, in the Tang family, Mr. Tang received 3 invitation passages sent by his son, 1 for himself, 1 for his wife, and 1 for their son. The family was busy preparing supplies. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tang received an invitation from Tang Yuan. She wiped her tears and watched the 3 depart, finally letting go of her long-held attachments. For her, the most important thing now was her children, and she wondered if the 2 sisters were together. The Su family received 7 invitation passages from Su Fengyi, including those for Su's parents, grandparents, and younger brother. Each person was allowed to bring 10 pounds of supplies, excluding weapons. After some discussion, Su's parents and grandparents decided to remain at home to care for their eldest grandson. To them, the game world was far too perilous. Safety was paramount. As for the news circulating online, they paid it no mind. In contrast, Su Fengyi's grandparents showed no hesitation and expressed their desire to participate. Undeterred by the ridicule of others, they began preparing their belongings. In their eyes, as long as Fengyi needed them, they would go. At their age, they feared nothing. For the Tang Xinghan family, the survival of their son was the greatest fortune. Upon seeing the notification that each could bring 6 pounds of supplies, they were pleasantly surprised. During this time, they had often scoured various online forums, where some corners quietly discussed the deteriorating environment of the Blue Star, suggesting that this might be an opportunity for its inhabitants. Naturally, they would prepare diligently for the supplies they would take. In the office of warfare, an elderly man stood solemnly by the window, his hands clasped behind him. Behind him stood another elder, his hair a shade of silver. Mr. Hua, have you summoned me? The elderly man turned to face him. Xia, I wish for you to lead a team into the game. With a heavy sigh, he continued. The conditions on Blue Star have deteriorated. According to celestial observations, the future climate will no longer support human existence. I hope to find a chance to save Blue Star within the game. 3 months prior, an inexplicable disappearance had claimed 350 million citizens of Hua, predominantly young adults, a phenomenon echoed in nations across the globe. Upon understanding the circumstances of the second round of players entering the game, unlike most other nations, they maintained a neutral stance regarding the game's potential malevolence towards the people of Blue Star. Preparations had been made. Stored provisions were sufficient to sustain the remaining population for 3 years, and numerous young individuals had enlisted, pledging to protect the land of Hua. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in military uniform entered the conference room, placing a stack of documents upon the table. Mr. Hua, here are the current statistics regarding the second batch of players entering the game, along with other pertinent information. Chapter 70. The waiting family of one for news of their daughter. Meanwhile, in the one household, it was noon. Since their daughter's disappearance, the family had bravely concealed their inner turmoil. Under the guidance of their well-informed younger sister, they began scouring online for news and diligently exercising. 3 months had slipped away in this manner. Today marked the final day for the game portal to open, while others were already well prepared. They had yet to receive any word from their daughter. Over the past 2 days, the family had quietly shed tears in various corners of the house. They had kept abreast of the online discussions, which suggested that the absence of news likely indicated that the individual was no longer alive. Yet, they were unwilling to accept this grim reality, suppressing their sorrow as they prepared supplies, clinging to hope until the very last moment. The mood was somber, and even the household pets seemed affected, appearing lethargic. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted the silence. Wen's mother rose to open it, revealing a neighbor from across the hall, a former villager from their hometown. Their relationship had always been strained, and the neighbor had received an invitation to the game from her son earlier that day, flaunting it before Wen's mother multiple times. Now, she boldly entered, seating herself without invitation. "Haven't you received Mingyue's invitation yet?" Noticing the silence from the family, she continued, "Do not worry, there is still half a day left. Perhaps news will arrive soon," her face betraying an uncontrollable smirk. Frustrated, Wen's mother could no longer hold her temper. She stepped forward, grasped the neighbor, and forcefully ejected her from the house, slamming the door with a resounding thud behind her. Dusting off her hands, she turned to her family, "Let us eat." Meanwhile, in the game world, Wen Mingyue opened her eyes to find herself gazing at the round face of her companion. Momentarily stunned, she abruptly sat up in bed. "What time is it?" she exclaimed, only to wince in pain. "Oh, my aching back." Thanks to her companion's reminder, she realized that only half a day remained before the game invitation portal would close. Hastily, she opened the panel and, after repeatedly confirming the accuracy of the numbers, sent out the invitations. Soon, another thought crossed her mind. What about Xiaohong? How was she faring? Upon seeing Tuanzi with his head bowed, Wen Mingyue's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Enduring the pain coursing through her body, she approached the wooden cabin, where she beheld the withered rose vine and Xiaohong's expression devoid of anger. She broke down in tears, and beside her, Lala joined in, weeping until her voice became hoarse. Tuanzi tugged at the hem of her garment, unable to restrain himself from reminding her, "Xiaohong has been poisoned. Quickly see if you can procure an antidote." Wen Mingyue halted her crying for a brief moment and promptly opened her inventory. Tuanzi, meanwhile, discreetly rubbed his feet, having truly worn himself out for the sake of their home. Just as Wen Mingyue vanquished the level 23 sea monster with her magic wand, the substitute card absorbed a life for her, and Xiaohong, enduring her pain, pulled her from the depths of the sea, also retrieving the nearly drifting flying carpet. Regrettably, the magic wand had met its demise. As the guardian, Tuanzi first administered first aid to his host, confirming her survival before storming back to the interstellar realm. Forcefully kicking open the door to the office of the interstellar game executive. With hands on her hips, she bellowed at the Lion King, Alpha. Across from her, was it not stated that the monsters during the sea monster tide would not exceed level 20? Why then was a level 23 monster assigned to my host, causing her to perish once? Had it not been for her cleverness, she would have been lost. I demand compensation. Her host insisted on delivering her grievances in one breath, rendering the other party speechless before emphasizing the crux of the matter. Alpha, with one hand braced against the desk and the other pressed against his brow, wore an expression of frustration. Due to a lapse by Xiao Qiu, high-level sea monsters had been unleashed, and now it fell upon him, the executive, to clean up the mess. How could he possibly contend with the incessant complaints of 069? Ultimately, after being unilaterally overwhelmed by 069, he was compelled to offer his host substantial compensation. After bidding farewell to the cheerful 069, he promptly picked up the interstellar phone beside him. "Who crafted the door to my office? The quality is abysmal. Have the advertisements removed from the game." As he prepared to hang up, the other party replied, "It was made by your uncle, the Black Panther family. Should we remove it as well?" Alpha scoffed coldly. "Can't you comprehend? Remove it." Meanwhile, when Mingyue opened the golden treasure chest, acquiring 2 bottles of universal antidote of the general type, she quickly retrieved 1 bottle and poured it into the base of Xiaohong's root. In an instant, the withered branches regained their vitality, and the petals bloomed more vibrantly. Xiaohong awoke, feeling around with her hands, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Wonderful, everyone is here." Wen Mingyue immediately embraced Xiaohong, disregarding any discomfort from the thorns. Reflecting on the moments when Xiaohong had faced perilous trials for her, with a heart willing to sacrifice, she vowed to treat Xiaohong with utmost reverence, promising that henceforth she could indulge in as much fish as she desired. Little did she know, perhaps it was best to refrain from such thoughts, lest it infuriate Wen Mingyue. Tuanzi could not help but continue to remind her that there were still rewards to claim and messages in the group. Wen Mingyue casually wiped her tears and first replied to the private messages, sending a large peach to everyone, including Han Shuo. After claiming her rewards, she opened the notification and was transported back in time. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for achieving extraordinary battle results against the sea monster Tide. Rewards are as follows: Substitution Card, Protection Shield X3, Fertile Black Soil X30, Smart Toilet, Premium Beef X 100 Gene, Premium Pork Belly X 100 Gene, Defeated Level 23 Sea Monster. Rewards: Strength 3, Agility 3, Spirit 3, Acquired SS Skill, Lightning Strike, as well as a lottery for defeating the Level 23 Sea Monster. Network System. When Mingyue could not help but swallow hard, she felt dizzy with excitement. Under the patient guidance of her companion, she first utilized the substitution card, installing the smart toilet in the second-floor restroom, followed by the addition of the protection shield, currently at level 25. With trembling hands, she eagerly opened the details of the SS skill, Lightning Strike. No level restrictions, can deliver a fatal blow, however, it comes with a 10-day cooldown. This was akin to an unconventional get-out-of-jail-free card, leaving her exhilarated. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, after the commotion next door, the Wen family finished their lunch absent-mindedly, each lost in their own worries as they sat in the living room, while outside, Lin Ying's curses echoed. Suddenly, the sound of a notification chimed. "Mingyue, your phone is ringing," said Mother Wen. Lu Fun, wearily. "No, that's not my ringtone," replied Wen Mingyue with a sigh, yet she quickly leapt to her feet. "Oh, that sound is coming from my mind." She pointed at the glowing screen that had appeared in the room. "It's that." The entire Wen family looked up in unison, as the subtitles on the screen synchronized with the voice in their heads. Player Wen Mingyue has been ranked first in the survival game. Opening family welcome passage. 10, 5 members, for cats, and 1 dog. Each passageway can carry 20 gene of supplies. Note: weapons or any harmful items cannot be carried. Click here for more details. The game passage will open promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All family members please prepare in advance. End of broadcast. To replay, click here. Mother Wen didn't hear clearly and pressed replay. Grandpa Wen, somewhat hard of hearing, also requested a replay. It wasn't until each family member had individually pressed replay that they finally stopped. Grandma Wen remarked that the system's voice was simply delightful, and she could never tire of it. Chapter 71, Family enters the game, acquires elevator system. After calming their emotions, the family decided to follow the little sister's advice, reorganizing their supplies before splitting into 3 groups to go shopping. Father Wen Ruhai and Grandpa Wen Guangrong were tasked with procuring medical supplies. Mother Wen Lu Fun and Grandma Wang Jinjin were responsible for obtaining seeds, including those for vegetables and grains. Little sister Wen Mingyue focused on gathering hot pot ingredients, pet vaccines, and deworming medications. On the other side, in the game world, Wen Mingyue, having eaten her fill, began milking the cows in the barn. It had been 3 days since she last milked them, resulting in quite a backlog. As for the large hen, her companion had been diligently feeding it vegetables daily, and it was in good condition. After tidying up the chicken coop and replenishing the water, she began to organize the yard. The destructive power of the level 23 sea monster was not insignificant, causing a palpable tremor aboard the fishing vessel. 3 bamboo stalks snapped, leaving Wen Mingyue deeply pained. Fortunately, the fruit trees sustained only minor damage, with just a few tender branches broken, and the overall structure remained unaffected. The vegetable garden and medicinal field experienced some displacement, prompting immediate adjustments on the system panel. The ground beside the wooden house was strewn with fallen leaves, predominantly those that had withered and dropped from Xiaohong, along with some from the ginkgo trees. Numerous leaves and petals had also fallen from Xiaohong's extended family, yet the overall scene retained its beauty. After detoxification, Xiaohong sprouted vines anew, shedding the bare trunk, and blossomed with even more vibrant flowers, before darting off once again to fish. Next came the placement of 30 square meters of black soil as a system reward. 20 square meters were allocated for planting dry rice, while the remaining 10 square meters would be used for wheat cultivation. After tidying up the aftermath, Wen Mingyue retrieved the wooden house upgrade card. Upgrading wooden house. Upgrade complete. Congratulations player Wen Mingyue for upgrading the wooden house. Reward: 1 elevator, practical, especially for households with elderly members. Suppressing her exhilaration, she promptly clicked to install the elevator. The upgraded wooden house now spanned 300 square meters, featuring a 3-story layout with customizable interior design options, including the installation of floor-to-ceiling windows. New Chinese style, Mediterranean style, modern minimalist style, popular foreign style. The panel allowed for toggling between styles and previewing the effects. Ultimately, Wen Mingyue opted for a pastoral aesthetic, exuding warmth and natural beauty. The interior was adorned in earthy tones, primarily cream and light green, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, kitchen, and balcony bedrooms, rendering each room airy, spacious, and bright. The upgraded wooden house also boasted a one-click cleaning feature, easily operable via the system panel. Outside, an exterior staircase connected the first and second floors, allowing direct access to the upper level from the outside. Enveloped in vines and blooming with flowers of various hues, Wen Mingyue, accompanied by her companions Tuanzi and Lala, ascended to the third floor via the elevator. This level was essentially a lofty attic, encircled by floor-to-ceiling glass, ideal for enjoying the view. There were only 3 partitioned rooms, one of which offered a view of the gazebo and lotus pond, intended for occasional gatherings. Another was temporarily designated as a gym, while the purpose of the last room would be determined later. The wooden house was also connected to a network system, bringing movie watching within reach. The next order of business involved the automated loot box openings from recent days: facial masks, red wine, white wine, a snack gift pack, a 2-tiered chocolate cake, a seasoning pack, cooking oil, an electric card, and fuel, among others. Facial masks and moisturizing lotion were placed in the rooms of her mother and sister. Additionally, there was a blueprint for a park bench, which Wen Mingyue immediately studied for construction, selecting locations in the lotus pond and orchard for installation. In the evening, a seafood barbecue was arranged to celebrate another day of survival, complemented by fried shrimp chips and roasted chestnuts made from small pebbles exchanged earlier with Tang Xinghan. Finally, lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep, resorting to the system panel to seek solace in the accumulated resources and attribute values. Currently, her player level stood at 25, 3 levels higher than both Zhao Jinan and Han Shua. Equally restless were the Wen family members outside the game. Mother Wen tossed and turned in bed, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Father Wen glanced at the clock, noting that there were still 6 hours until he could see Mingyue. Just close your eyes and sleep. Before you know it, it will be morning, he urged, lying down yet pondering how many sheep he had counted earlier. Meanwhile, grandfather and grandmother Wen quietly reviewed their supplies in the living room before finally settling down to rest. Mingyue, brimming with excitement, found it impossible to sleep, for not long ago, the game had introduced her to a system little steward, a rarity with an astonishing probability of just 1 in 50 million. She remained cocooned in her blanket, stifling giggles throughout the night. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Mingyue applied an eye mask to diminish her dark circles while preparing a large pot of seafood porridge in the kitchen. After turning the heat to low, she returned to the living room to set out cat food, which was also suitable for dogs, stored in a large stainless steel bowl. Her pet, Kai Fa, often helped himself to the cat food, displaying no particular finickiness. As she turned around, she bumped into the sleepy Tuanzi and promptly initiated a one-button cleaning operation. Xiaohong obediently complied with Mingyue's instructions, remaining at home for the time being. As 8 o'clock approached, a white light curtain appeared at the front door, marking the entrance to the game. Mingyue, along with Tuanzi, Xiaohong, and Lala, awaited the arrival of their family. In the real world, the family stood in perfect alignment before the light screen, their eyes collectively fixed on the clock on the wall. Mother Wen insisted on leading the charge, followed closely by Father Wen, grandfather, grandmother, and her younger sister, Mingyue. Each family member was bundled in long, thick down jackets, layered beneath with thermal clothing and short sleeves. To prevent overheating, Mother Wen had preemptively set the air conditioning to its lowest setting. Each person held 2 large bags, with cats and dogs comfortably slung around their necks, 1 for each. At 46, Mother Wen and 48-year-old Father Wen bore expressions of fatigue and anxiety, with Mother Wen's legs trembling at the thought of seeing her daughter in a compromised state. Grandfather and Grandmother Wen, both 70 years old, appeared robust and spirited in comparison. Finally, standing excitedly was 17-year-old Mingyue, the youngest of the Wen family. Suddenly, a voice from outside called, "Funner, I'm about to head to my son's place. Please keep an eye on things at home, we might be back soon." The family inside paid no heed. The voice outside huffed disdainfully, kicked the door, and stormed away. Under the watchful gaze of her family, the clock struck 8. Mother Wen took a deep breath and stepped into the light screen, vanishing before their eyes. With another step, she found herself in an entirely different world. Looking down, she was greeted by the radiant smile of her eldest daughter. Beside her was a large panda squatting, and on the other side, a vibrant red flower alongside a fiery chili pepper. Convinced she was imagining things, she feigned ignorance. Upon spotting her mother, Mingyue leapt up and embraced her. "Mom, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face, until the little mango, nestled in her arms, voiced its discontent with a soft meow. Quickly, Mingyue adjusted her hold to give the adorable creature a hearty squeeze. So delightful. Only after confirming that all of her daughter's parts were intact did Mother Wen take in her surroundings with curiosity. Somewhat bewildered, this was different from what she had previously envisioned. Soon, Wen's father, grandparents, and younger sister arrived in succession. When Mingyue stepped forward to embrace her family, and their eyes filled with tears, they carefully stored away their heavy down jackets. Tuanzi and Xiaohong silently carried the supplies brought by everyone back to the living room, followed closely by the 4 cats and the little dog Fa Kai. The eldest, Mantu, and the third, Fuguayer, were beautiful short-haired white cats, while the second, Huan, was a short-haired tabby, all male. The fourth was a British golden-shaded sister. Lastly, there was the younger brother, the little rural dog Fa Kai. They all adored Tuanzi, surrounding him as soon as they arrived, following him everywhere. Chapter 72. Family visits the fishing boat, commences voting activities after a heartfelt exchange, when Mingyue approached and asked, "Sister, is this our home in the game from now on?" She could hardly believe that the beautiful wooden house before her was to be their dwelling in the game. "Yes, this will be our home." The family found it somewhat hard to believe. The surroundings were simply splendid. "Sister, is this a real panda?" Upon saying this, they hugged Tuanzi, who had just emerged from the wooden house, and inwardly screamed with excitement. The others turned their attention towards them, seeing Wen Mingyue nod. Wen's mother confirmed that she wasn't imagining things. After briefly explaining Tuanzi's origins to her family, she introduced Xiaohong and Lala. The Wen family expressed their gratitude towards the three, causing the typically thick-skinned Xiaohong to shyly scratch her petals. Following this, Wen Mingyue led her family on a tour of the fishing boat, casually picking up a cat and guiding them to explore the three-story wooden house. Upon seeing the elevator, Mingyue couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, our home is incredibly luxurious. It even has an elevator." When Mingyue felt a touch of pride within her, "This is nothing. The entire house is equipped with a smart furniture system, and there's even more to come." Her family nodded enthusiastically, marveling at everything as she explained how to operate the personal panel. New players, aside from lacking fishing-related equipment like nets, rods, protective shields, and the system butler, had access to the same gear as everyone else. The operation panel posed some challenges for the grandparents, so Mingyue took it upon herself to teach them. Eventually, they assigned rooms. The grandparents and she would stay downstairs, while her parents and sister would reside upstairs. After their tour, the family exclaimed that this environment was even better than their home outside the game. Not only did it feature massage chairs and washing machines, but also dazzling red corals, century-old ginseng, exquisite silver tableware, and that magnificent golden treasure chest in the living room. When Mingyue had intentionally preserved the treasure chest, dropped by the level 23 sea monster, choosing not to disassemble it as a keepsake. She then led her family to explore the fishing boat. The group comprised 6 people, 4 cats, and 1 dog, Tuanzi, Xiaohong, and Lala perched on the vine of Xiaohong, creating a striking sight. First, they admired the 2 araucaria trees in front of the wooden house, which both Grandpa and Dad adored, showering them with compliments. Next, they marveled at the white camellias, osmanthus trees, ginkgos, and magnolias behind the house, surrounded by a circle of peonies, hydrangeas, sunflowers, orchids, and a wall of flowers within the house. As I traversed the bamboo-lined path behind the house, my eyes fell upon a pavilion, its structure enveloped in the embrace of climbing ivy. Adjacent to the pavilion lay a tranquil lotus pond, encircled by flourishing reeds. Fruit-laden cherry trees, cranberries, and mulberry trees adorned with blossoms. The pond was already graced with numerous blooming lotus flowers, though an abundance of buds still awaited their moment to flourish. The dewdrops upon the lotus leaves sparkled like radiant emeralds under the sun's gentle caress, and with the breeze from the sea came wafts of delightful fragrance. In a single instance, when Mingyue had poured 10 bottles of growth liquid into the pond, and now, in retrospect, she felt a twinge of regret, knowing she must conserve what remained for future use. Next came the chicken coop and the cattle shed, drawing exclamations of surprise from the family. The neatly divided vegetable garden, orchard, and medicinal herb area painted a picture of abundance. The Wen family members found their eyes glistening with tears, quietly dabbing at their cheeks. In stark contrast, when Mingyue beamed with joy, at last, she could liberate her hands and indulge in a few days of effortless living. Finally, there was the flower wall encircling the fishing boat. After the tour, she beckoned her family to dine. They had all filled their stomachs at home before arriving, and her father had even tucked away 2 large meat buns for her. A glance from Mama Wen prompted Papa Wen to hurriedly rummage through his clothes. Wen Mingyue accepted the buns and took a hearty bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction. It was unmistakably her mother's culinary magic. After devouring 2, she shared the space on her camera with her family, displaying the various provisions she had accumulated over the past 3 months. Mama Wen quickly calculated in her mind that they could feast for years, sighing in relief, fearing they might deplete their daughter's resources. In the presence of the aromatic seafood congee, the landlubbers found it impossible to resist, each indulging in 2 substantial bowls. Even Fat Kai devoured a large basin. The 4 cats, however, displayed a preference for premium tuna cat food. After satisfying their appetites, they settled in the living room where Wen Mingyue animatedly recounted her experiences from the past 3 months. With each segment of her tale, the family nodded in unison. She did not forget to encourage everyone to snack and drink, having prepared a plethora of nuts, sweets, ice cream, and beverages. The family listened intently, their eyes fixated on her. Tuanzi, beside her, diligently gnawed on a piece of sugar cane, relishing every moment. Meanwhile, Xiaohong tossed shrimp chips into her mouth one after another. Having fallen in love with the taste after Wen Mingyue introduced it to her the previous night, showing no signs of stopping. Observing that others were not partaking, she hugged the plate, tossing piece after piece into her mouth. Apart from Wen Mingyue's voice, the loudest sounds were those of crispy munching from Xiaohong and Tuanzi. Leilul sat obediently on the coffee table, sipping sweet water and enjoying ice cream. After half an hour, Wen Mingyue concluded her storytelling, and the family discreetly wiped away tears, not forgetting to shower their beloved daughter with praise. Once emotions had settled, they gathered to examine their respective talents, discovering that, aside from her younger sister, who had attained a full moon, the others possessed no talents. Grandfather Wen's attributes are as follows: luck, 6, strength, 10, agility, 7, spirit, 9. Grandmother Wen, luck, 5, strength, 8, agility, 10, spirit, 9. Father Wen, luck, 5, strength, 13, agility, 9, spirit, 10. Mother Wen, luck, 6, strength, 10, agility, 12, spirit, 14. Sister's first month, luck, 7, strength, 11, agility, 12, spirit, 11. Talent, advanced animal affinity, enabling communication with all non-mutated animals. Currently, player levels remain unseen, primarily determined by monster encounters. Observing the evident disappointment on her family's faces, Wen Mingyue hurriedly offered consolation. Their overall attributes are commendable among the second batch of incoming players, and they are not lacking among newcomers, with a respectable overall luck value. Her original plan was for her grandparents and parents to handle household chores, while farming could be managed via the interface, with herself and her sister assisting when time permitted. She and her sister would primarily address security concerns, each fulfilling their roles to construct a harmonious home in the gaming realm. Noting her family's decent attributes, particularly her parents, she decided to withhold her thoughts for the time being, although it was clear they wished to fight alongside her. Once everyone calmed down, Wen Mingyue assessed the supplies her family had brought: a box of medicine, a bag of vegetable and grain seeds, a box of hot pot base, pet supplies, and various kitchen utensils. She then demonstrated the operation of the card camera, which elicited exclamations of wonder from her family. Camera usage permissions were granted to them, with a stern reminder regarding confidentiality. Her family understood the challenges Wen Mingyue faced and were not prone to idle chatter or boastfulness, fully grasping the intricacies involved. Soon, the clock struck 10, and the system's announcement resonated through the sky. To welcome all family and friends, Little Q has prepared a celebratory event. Please share photos centered around my home theme. Event time, today from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Finally, all players and interstellar personnel will vote. Each game player has one vote, which cannot be changed in the last hour. The top 10 will receive generous prizes. Announcement complete. See you tomorrow. With an afternoon left for preparations, Mother Wen called upon her husband to help her prepare lunch, wishing to make something delicious for their daughter. Grandfather and grandmother went to the vegetable garden and orchard to harvest, with Tuanzi and Xiaohong trailing behind. Xiaohong's vines were laden with baskets, one of which cradled a little spicy creature. Behind Tuanzi was a gathering of small tails. Wen Mingyue led her sister to the fishing boat's deck. Basking in the warmth of the sun, comfortably shielded at 28 degrees, she laid out various weapons before her: bows, flying daggers, crossbows, and tang swords, inviting her to choose. The first month picked up a finely crafted weapon, exploring it thoroughly, ultimately selecting the crossbow as her preferred armament, easily strapped to her arm. Since high school, she had joined the shooting team and even won shooting awards. She could hit her targets effortlessly, requiring minimal instruction, mastering the skill in just a few attempts. Chapter 73, The Betrayal of Xiaohong. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, Mother Wen summoned everyone to the dining hall with a commanding voice. It was then that Wen Mingyue remembered her intention to create a group chat. However, upon entering her chosen name, she was met with a system notification. This group name has been registered by numerous players. Please try again. After a moment's contemplation, she decided on Our Peach Blossom Spring, and the naming was successful. Subsequently, she began the process of inviting others to join. Long before reaching the living room, the tantalizing scent of the meal had already drawn Wen Mingyue, who hurriedly took her seat, eagerly awaiting the feast. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such a delightful routine. The little ones, Tuanzi and Lala, were already seated, while Xiaohong busied herself in the kitchen, helping to serve the dishes. Wen Mingyue kept a vigilant eye on Xiaohong, fearful that a droplet of saliva might contaminate the food. Not long ago, Xiaohong had been so entranced by the smell of the meat that she had declared a temporary work stoppage, drawn into the kitchen by the delicious aromas. Just then, Mother Wen, having just finished sautéing a dish, glanced up to see a flower-shaped plate peering in through the window. Noticing Xiaohong's fixation on the braised pork in her hand, she kindly offered a piece for her to taste. Here, give it a try, Mother Wen said with a gentle smile. Xiaohong expressed her gratitude. suppressing the urge to devour the morsel whole, and took a bite. The flavor was exquisite, so delightful that the petals of her flower-like visage seemed to perk up, rendering the size of the portion irrelevant. Encouraged by Xiaohong's enjoyment, Mother Wen continued to feed her, presenting a piece of golden fried fish. "This is delicious. Even better than grilled fish," Xiaohong exclaimed, her delight palpable. Next came the beef pancakes, so crispy, so tasty. She marveled. Compared to what Wen Mingyue had prepared, this was indeed a revelation. With a charming demeanor, she inquired, "Mom, is there more? I want to eat more." This elicited laughter from both father and Mother Wen. Xiaohong had made her decision. She would henceforth follow Mingyue and call her mom, for in her eyes, Mother Wen was a goddess. After satiating her hunger, when Mingyue reclined on the sofa, reluctant to move, suddenly, she recalled the 5 pieces of shark meat she had set aside earlier and called her family over. The Wen family looked at the chunks of meat emanating a pungent odor, and despite their initial grimaces, the promise of gaining 1 point in strength propelled them to pinch their noses and consume the meat without hesitation. Once they had finished, Mother Wen suggested they go durian picking to cleanse their palates, inviting everyone to bring along the newly crafted tools for the task. However, her sister, Mingyue, lingered, a mysterious expression on her face as she sat beside Wen Mingyue and whispered, "Sis, I forgot to tell you, I have a system too," and winked playfully. Really? This revelation was unlike anything Wen Mingyue had learned in her previous life. She had never heard of a second batch of players possessing their own system assistants. Mingyue continued. The game states that the deployment rate for the second round of system assistants is only 1 in 50 million. When Mingyue turned to her, signaling for her to elaborate. It's adorably cute and has such an air of aloofness. I absolutely adore its cool demeanor, the way it acts indifferent. Observing her sister, who radiated positivity with a hint of youthful exuberance, when Mingyue stood up to fetch water from the coffee table and casually inquired, "What's its identification number?" 2233. Came the reply. When Mingyue promptly spewed her drink in surprise, Mingyue hurriedly patted her back, and despite her discomfort, when Mingyue pressed on, "What does it look like?" Under the luminous glow of the full moon, Mingyue cast a glance at 2233, who was fervently typing away on the keyboard, a sleek black rabbit with elongated ears. After a brief pause, it added, "It has now reached level 20, which means my affinity for you has reached its zenith." When Mingyue could only respond with a chuckle. Meanwhile, 2233 was preoccupied with venting to its friends about the mishaps of a previous task that had failed midway, forcing it to return to the interstellar realm, thereby rendering the experience an ineffective graduation assessment. Originally, there was still a month left for vacation, but suddenly, it was summoned for survival game training. Grumbling, it arrived at Wen Mingyue's place, only to be met with a surprising 20 points awarded by her, which unexpectedly felt quite delightful. Moreover, there was a peculiar sense of familiarity here, especially with its friend 069 residing next door, making the overall atmosphere rather pleasant. However, based on its inquiries, the tasks following graduation were not only challenging, but also posed risks of system failures. Friend 6688 had nearly met its demise in the very first task post-graduation. Oh, the dilemma, to engage or not. Before long, a fragrant aroma of durian wafted through the air. We picked 12 large durians, leaving 2 outside and storing the rest in cards, declared Mother Wen. Following her words, Wen Mingyue and her sister each began to open a durian. After indulging in the durians, they presented a platter of fruits, a bounty from their competitive fruit slicing endeavors. After some contemplation, they decided to take everyone to the tea room. They brewed tea, complemented by peanuts and sunflower seeds, alongside a plethora of fruits, and began to capture the moments in photographs. When Mingyue selected 2 shots as backups, observing the wrinkles on her grandfather's hands, she suddenly recalled the matter of the physical restoration liquid. After explaining the situation, her grandparents did not hesitate and consumed it immediately. 10 minutes later, her grandfather leaped up, exclaiming, "Come quick, see if we look any younger." The others scrutinized closely, even the little one tilted its head in curiosity. To their astonishment, her parents indeed seemed considerably younger, by at least a decade, remarked Wen's father. Wen's mother examined them more closely and confirmed, indeed. The wrinkles on their faces have significantly diminished, gazing at Wen Mingyue with envy. Understanding fully, Wen Mingyue promised to arrange something for her mother later. Elated, her grandfather took her grandmother for a few laps around the pavilion. Remarkably, he was hardly out of breath, declaring he could dig all day without fatigue. "You all enjoy your drinks. We shall go fruit picking, as there are still plenty to collect." With that, he hurried off with his beloved, also calling upon the little helpers, Tuanzi and Xiaohong. Tuanzi promptly leaped from its designated seat, bounding after them with an enthusiastic duong duong duong, followed closely by a gaggle of little companions. Xiaohong turned to look at Mother Wen, ready to follow should she give the nod. This sparked laughter among the group. Wiping away tears of mirth, Mother Wen nodded, saying, "Go ahead, and I shall prepare a delightful meal for you tonight." At the mention of delicious food, Xiaohong perked up, its branches laden with over 10 baskets, eagerly pursuing the others. Wen Mingyue promptly examined her grandparents' attributes. Wen grandfather's statistics were as follows: strength, 12, agility, 9, mental power, 11. Wen grandmother's strength, 10, agility, 12, mental power, 11. Aside from the slight strength bonus from shark meat, other attributes had improved by several points. Suddenly, a series of notification pings echoed in her mind. Wen Mingyue opened the control panel to find a message from Zhao Lingxin in the group chat. The last few pairs had exchanged some supplies and were beginning to prepare for today's gathering. Before long, the clock struck 7 in the evening, and the cabin was filled with laughter and joy. The system event page showcased numerous players sharing their photos. Wen Mingyue perused through them and, comparing her own, felt confident about securing a place in the top 10. However, she needed to carefully select her images to avoid appearing overly affluent, as her ambition was to claim the first position. Exchanging a knowing glance with Tuanzi, who nodded in understanding, they found an angle and captured several photographs. After a selection process with her sister, Mingyue, they uploaded 4 of them. Notably, she did not include images of her artillery or herb garden, nor did her family feature in the photos. The system had not stipulated that family members had to be present. The majority of her images showcased the vegetable and fruit gardens, with the dinner featuring only the resources from the sea, as any eligible ingredients could be utilized. As soon as the images were uploaded, they sparked a fervent discussion among regional players. Wow, Wen Mingyue just uploaded her pictures. Everyone hurried to take a look. The pavilion is lovely. It makes me want to enjoy some tea. I didn't realize this expert had a penchant for gardening. Zhao Jinan's home is nice too, but I still want to vote for Wen Mingyue. I get you. Zhao family's expression is quite unappetizing. I will vote for Zhao Jinan. He and his sister are truly stunning. Let's gather the beauty enthusiasts. I am voting for Han Shua's family. They all possess striking looks, and the atmosphere is so warm. Did I see that correctly? Is the celebrity Min Qingxue beside Han Shua? You're not mistaken. The Xue Shua couple is real. Star chasers, unite. And let them debut in the center. Chapter 74. Tuanzi takes the back door, eagerly welcomes first place. The group chat buzzed with incessant chatter. Wen Mingyue glanced at the voting results. She found herself in a tight race with Zhao Jinan and Han Shua, each vying for dominance. With only an hour remaining until the voting concluded, on the other side, in the interstellar office, Tuanzi cradled 2233 in one arm while holding various items in the other. Please, vote for my host, Tuanzi exclaimed, batting her shiny eyes at the other party. Little Q gazed longingly at the bucket of ice cream and a bottle of juice on the table, particularly enticed by the fragrant ice cream. However, having just received a box of candy from 188, it had already cast its 10,000 votes in favor of Zhao Lingxin. Sensing hesitation from the other, Tuanzi recognized her efforts were in vain. With a stomp of her foot, she huffily retrieved the ice cream from the table and turned to leave. Upon seeing her departure, Little Q eagerly grabbed the juice, inserting a straw and taking a sip. Not to mention, human-made drinks are indeed superior to interstellar ones. Yet, Tuanzi did not leave immediately. She carried 2233 to the only office on the top floor and pushed the door open. Alpha was busy examining data and was about to scold someone when he noticed the bear and rabbit entering. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his pocket. The other party placed a bucket of ice cream on its desk with a righteous expression, halting the rhythmic tapping on the keyboard. What does this mean? The little one, with an innocent demeanor, stepped forward. Master Alpha, could you cast a vote for my host? After which, it playfully winked. Alpha chuckled inwardly, recalling the fierce presence that had thundered at the door the previous day. Nonchalantly, he replied, I'm busy, and resumed typing. Seeing the refusal, the little one set 2233 down on the adjacent table and began to throw a tantrum, kicking and punching in protest. 2233 was taken aback, thinking how audacious this creature was to act so shamelessly before Master Alpha. The last time, it had been inexplicably dragged by 069 and 188 to play mahjong with Alpha, trembling throughout and ultimately losing every game. Now, it was quite pleased to witness the unfolding drama. Behind Alpha, an exasperated sigh escaped as he pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, I got it, now scram. The little one immediately sprang up, twirling and leaping, while brushing off non-existent dust from its attire, and declared, Thank you, my lord. Let us meet for cards tonight. 2233 looked around in disbelief. Really? This works. It had learned something new. With the matter settled, the little one seized the still dazed 2233 and hummed a tune as it departed, successfully masking a soft sigh from Alpha. Alpha opened a certain event page, clicked on the radiant icon of the god of wealth, and pressed the voting button. In an instant, Wen Mingyue's vote count skyrocketed by 100,000, placing her far ahead and securing first place. As the event concluded at 10 p.m., Wen Mingyue opened her panel amidst the watchful eyes of her family, claiming her reward. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for achieving first place with an extraordinary vote count. Rewards are as follows: 50 gene of duck meat, 100 gene of premium rice, 20 square meters of fertile black soil. Quite satisfactory. The farmer was pleased. The black soil would be utilized for planting dry rice and wheat. In addition, Zhao Jinan secured second place, Han Shuo third, while Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan also made it into the top 10. The group exchanged congratulations, affirming that despite the competition, camaraderie prevailed. The night concluded with a wave of box openings. Today, they acquired 13 boxes. Though the family's luck paled in comparison to her own, she allowed each of them a chance to indulge in the excitement of unboxing. Notably, one box yielded antifreeze, 2 packs of black trash bags, a cleaning tool set complete with a mop, kitchen cleaning solution, rubber gloves, and even a dishwasher. Additionally, there was a small pink hammer, intended for massage and back relief. Wen Mingyue picked up the small hammer, reminiscing about her magic wand, wondering if she might acquire it again in the future. Meanwhile, aboard a humble fishing boat of 200 square meters, Linning tossed and turned, unable to sleep, surrounded by the loud snores of her husband and son. Not long ago, she had seen the voting results, and the familiar name had startled her. Reflecting on her day filled with meager salted fish meals, she felt regret. Ultimately, she pinched her husband beside her and forced herself to sleep. At 8 a.m. the next morning, the familiar beeping of the system echoed once more. The newcomers of the Wen family, one holding a bun and the other a bowl of white porridge, sought their respective spots, gazing up at the sky where the subtitles were being broadcast. Wen Mingyue settled herself upon the threshold, one hand clutching a delicately wrapped abalone and sea cucumber bun, while the other grasped a crab meat bun, relishing the moment alongside her little brother, who was equally absorbed in his meal. Ever since her family had arrived, every meal had transformed into a delightful culinary experience, a source of immense joy. Wherever Mother Wen was, little Hong was sure to follow. Once they had finished the 2 buns designated by Wen Mingyue, little Hong nestled against their mother's shoulder, gazing up with eager eyes. With a warm smile, Mother Wen split the meat bun in half, generously offering the larger portion to little Hong. Beaming with delight, little Hong eagerly accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mama. You're the best. Little Hong loves you the most." Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue shook her head in mild disapproval, unable to watch the scene unfold. After all, it was merely a single bite. She then took a hearty bite of her crab meat bun, savoring the exquisite flavor that sent her spirits soaring. At that moment, a notification echoed in the air. "Good morning, players. Before the commencement of this round, regions will be merged. The new region is Mixed Zone 44. With a population of 600,000, when Mingyue glanced at the panel to check the regional chat, noting the presence of active players from no fewer than 5 nations. The system continued to announce, this round's game title, Player Domain Defense Battle. Objective, eliminate all invading enemies. Game start time, 9 o'clock a.m. Game duration, 30 days. Temperature, -10 degrees Celsius. Wishing all players good luck, Wen Mingyue swiftly finished her bowl of congee and beckoned her family to return to the wooden cabin. Prior to this, they had discussed various potential disasters, and her family had shown a commendable level of acceptance. She retrieved the thick clothing she had prepared in advance. After 9 o'clock a.m., the temperature would plummet to -10 degrees Celsius, and the protective shield was currently at level 25, maintaining a temperature of 12 to 13 degrees. Thus, crop concerns were alleviated as long as the temperature did not dip below 0. She assisted her family in donning their prepared garments, ensuring that hats, scarves, and gloves were all accounted for. Subsequently, she replaced all the wooden beds with heated Kong, ignited the fireplace in the living room, and set the heating to activate at night. Additionally, she gathered several burning braziers, enlisting her grandparents and father to help light them, while trading matches, vegetables, seasonings, seeds, and wood. Her mother took charge of pickling duck eggs and preparing preserved vegetables. Just as little Hong was about to dash toward the sea, when Mingyue quickly called out, "Little Hong, please refrain from going out today." Little Hong promptly retracted her vine-like arm and turned to assist Mother Wen with the dishes. Meanwhile, Dumpling and his little brothers settled on the carpet before the fireplace, ready to bask in the warmth and drift into slumber. The chat group following the regional merge buzzed with lively conversation, the system equipped with built-in language translation and voice capabilities, eliminating any communication barriers. "When will this wretched game ever conclude?" One player lamented. "Would anyone care to watch me dance? I hail from a girl group and can perform a variety of dances." Another chimed in. "Family, gather around. Our great Yamato nation calls for your participation. I need to know the strongest among your Dragon Kingdom within 3 minutes. I challenge him. Our Dragon Kingdom is brimming with talent, and we have several formidable individuals, but I shan't divulge their names," came the retort. "Our great Eagle Nation remains the unrivaled champion of the game. No, it is our Bear Nation that reigns supreme." Chapter 75, Confronting the Black Skull Pirate Corps. Meanwhile, the clock struck 9. Wen Mingyue and her sister, Full Moon, donned their gear, peering over the edge of the ship with keen anticipation. The surface of the sea has succumbed to a thick layer of ice, entrapping the fishing boats in a shroud of white desolation. The feedback from the team chat mirrors this scene, yet fortunately, everyone had prepared in advance, ensuring an ample supply of warm provisions. After exchanging safety reminders, they gradually exited the conversation. Wen Mingyue and her sister parted ways, each heading toward opposite sides of the fishing boat. Shortly thereafter, her sister called out, "Sister, come quickly." Wen Mingyue shouldered her bow and dashed over, following the direction indicated by her sister. In the distance, upon the gleaming white ice, a congregation of black skeletal pirates emerged, led by 10 or so skulls adorned with hats, advancing menacingly toward the fishing vessel. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Wen Mingyue's mind, detected the approach of the Black Skeleton Pirate Brigade. There was no indication of their levels. Exchanging a glance with her sister, they distanced themselves slightly, each finding an advantageous angle, weapons at the ready for imminent combat. As in her previous life, the skeletal horde made its appearance, but this time in far greater numbers. Wen Mingyue estimated their ranks to be between 200 to 300, each armed with an array of weapons, large sabers, flamethrowers, bows, and arrows. However, she refrained from utilizing cannon fire, as gunpowder was a precious resource to conserve for future challenges. Moreover, this presented an opportunity to enhance her family's combat skills. As the marauders approached, Wen Mingyue activated her inside eye. The red dots scattered across the pirates' forms varied, yet were predominantly concentrated on their foreheads and necks. Informing her sister of this, they braced themselves for battle. The pirates were imposing, their bones as resilient as steel. Yet their limbs displayed remarkable agility and speed. Their grotesque and fearsome appearance, coupled with their menacing roars directed at the two women on the boat, could rival the horrors of cinematic zombies. This stark reality was a far cry from the imagined game world that her sister had envisioned. A sense of impending danger surged within her, yet she swiftly overcame her trepidation and steadied her resolve. Like her sister, she too would protect their home. Wen Mingyue loosed an arrow that struck the nearest pirate leader, dispatching him with precision, while the arrow aimed at a sea monster vanished immediately. Her sister, Mingyue, followed suit, eliminating another foe. The pirate horde scattered, evidently intending to assault the fishing boat from various angles. Though the protective shield was at level 25, it currently could not assess the intruders' levels, causing Wen Mingyue to worry that they might breach the vessel. Thus, she instructed her family, along with the cats and dogs, to retreat to the third floor while she and her sister focused on neutralizing the pirates surrounding the boat. Before long, a considerable number of pirates had congregated at the boat's edge. Despite the barrier's protection, their attacks still threatened to damage the vessel. Although those below the shield's level could not board, Wen Mingyue and her sister seized the opportunity to eliminate numerous pirates. Xiaohong joined the fray, seizing pirates and hurling them to the ground, only for them to rise again, continuing the cycle until they ultimately fell for good. Meanwhile, the rest of the Wen family pressed anxiously against the glass, their hearts racing. Wen father yearned to descend and assist, as did Wen mother and grandmother. Numerous pirates had already begun to scale the fishing boat, but the protective shield held them at bay. Consequently, the four of them made their way downstairs, ensuring to arm themselves with tools for the impending conflict. With a machete and a hammer, along with the spicy peppers provided by Lala, Wen Mingyue noticed her family descending and was about to speak when her father interjected, "It's fine, we can handle the pirates at the edge of the fishing boat." Wei observed from above, "They cannot enter." As Wen Mingyue seemed poised to continue, Mingyue hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Sister, let them be. We are a family, and we can fight monsters together." Seeing the eager expressions on her family's faces, Wen Mingyue chose not to press further, but insisted that Tuanzi and Xiaohong accompany her. On the pirates' side, unable to directly board the fishing vessel, they hastily deployed a cannon to launch an attack. Wen Mingyue's heart raced. The protective shield could thwart the various attacks from in-game monsters. But could cannon fire be considered a natural attack? Her suspicions were soon confirmed. With a thunderous boom, a group of pirates was sent flying. Just as Wen Mingyue pondered the situation, one of the pirate leaders resolved to bombard the vessel, convinced that they could break through the defenses. However, the cannon fire rebounded off the protective shield, resulting in the demise of over 20 of his comrades, leaving the pirate leader in despair. Wen Mingyue exchanged glances with her sister, exclaiming in admiration, "Incredible. I truly hope they attempt to attack us again." Yet, the pirates suddenly ceased fire and retreated beyond the firing range, likely deliberating their strategy. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Mingyue and her sister began to eliminate the isolated pirates. An hour later, all the pirates surrounding the fishing boat had been dealt with, and the assaults ceased. Upon reviewing the system statistics, they discovered they had vanquished 216 pirates. "Sister, look, they have fled." Wen Mingyue lifted her gaze to find that the once bright ice surface was devoid of any pirate presence. They had expended considerable resources to repair the fishing boat. "Let us return." Wen Mingyue beckoned her family, who began their journey back, rubbing their hands and eyes intermittently. The glaring ice had been blinding, They hadn't noticed during the battle, but now they felt lightheaded and disoriented. Grandpa and Grandma were utterly exhausted. Although they hadn't directly slain any pirates, with Tuanzi's assistance, they had incapacitated many, some of whom fell off the fishing boat to their demise. Meanwhile, their parents, with Xiao Hong's help, had dispatched 6 skeletal pirates, and several had been dazed by the pepper bombs, though their accuracy was lacking. When Dad lamented that if only he could shoot, he, like a child, insisted on learning archery. Mingyue eagerly volunteered to teach. But after half an hour of practice with no improvement, she decisively gave up. Nevertheless, when Dad persisted, braving the biting cold to train until when Mom called them to dinner, Xiao Hong, holding up a sign, promptly dropped the wooden board, causing the 2 arrows, already precariously balanced on the board's edge, to tumble down as well. With a sigh, when Dad rubbed his aching wrist, recognizing that this endeavor indeed required talent. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Inside the wooden cabin, Wen Mingyue gazed hungrily at the sumptuous feast before her: stir-fried beef, bamboo shoots with duck, pan-fried yellow croaker, stir-fried snail slices, steamed king crab, spicy prawns, and her favorite, meat-filled flatbread, while the vegetables were conveniently overlooked. The same dishes prepared by her mother were 10 times more delectable than her own attempts. Xiao Hong, beside her, was savoring the fish-filled flatbread, exclaiming how delicious it was, far surpassing even grilled fish. Having satiated her hunger and thirst, Wen Mingyue checked the messages in the team chat, where everyone had encountered pirate brigands. Tang Xinghan's group faced fewer than 10 foes, while Ning Qian's contingent dealt with over 20, all successfully vanquished. The Zhao siblings, on the other hand, had dispatched a staggering 106 adversaries without any escaping. Reflecting on her own encounters and resolutions, Wen Mingyue felt a profound sense of despair. Next, she perused the regional chat group, which boasted a staggering 580,000 members, yet had dwindled by 20,000 in just a few hours. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuoxiong seethed in his room, searching for an outlet for his frustration. Ever since he proposed that his wife's brother and their family join the Zhao clan, Zhao Jinan had confined the 3 of them to a room. The modest 40-square-meter wooden cabin contained only a wardrobe, a bed, and a rudimentary toilet, entirely devoid of any objects he could destroy. Since his arrival in the game, Zhao Jinan had dismissed him as a father, keeping them locked away while a retired bodyguard stood watch outside. At that moment, the voice of butler Zheng Bo echoed from outside the door. "Master, lunch has arrived." After knocking thrice and receiving no response, he gestured for the maid to bring in the meal. The sound of clattering and crashing soon followed, nearly resulting in the maid being harmed. Zheng Bo glanced at the shattered plates, lamenting the waste. He had come to understand just how precious resources were in this gaming world. His young master had spent the morning battling ferocious pirates, ultimately yielding only a single treasure chest, and this group showed no appreciation for food. He mentally noted that next time, he would use iron trays for deliveries. Departing with the maid, he resolved to inquire whether his young master still desired meals to be served. Chapter 76. The Zhao family's past. The battle with the red-eyed rats within the room. Upon hearing Zheng Bo's voice, Li Meixiang was reminded of the jewelry and exquisite garments he had replaced, igniting her anger. She surveyed the scattered food on the floor with disdain. With merely 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup, it hardly sufficed to satisfy even the most impoverished. She had been following the regional chat messages, and Zhao Jinan was indeed a figure of significance. Yet this was all he could present? Meanwhile, her 8-year-old son, Zhao Yaozong, stomped his feet on the pristine rice, exclaiming, "I want ice cream. I want ice cream." After declaring this, he proceeded to trample the remaining food. Zhao Zhuoxiong, with his head held high, disregarded the spectacle, allowing his son to squander the provisions. 28 years prior, he had captured the heart of Rongyu, the sole heiress of the Rong group, with his striking appearance, and they had married and born a child together. However, he could not reconcile with his identity as a son-in-law. Seizing the opportunity during his father-in-law's critical condition, he took control of the company. Following the elder's passing, he indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle. Rongyu's beautiful love story shattered in an instant, leaving her bedridden, and she succumbed to illness 2 years later. Less than 10 days after his first wife's death, Zhao Zhuoxiong publicly wed Li Meixiang, and within 6 months, they welcomed their son, Yaozong. The night before his remarriage, Zhao Jinan had left with his sister Zhao Lingxin, only returning when company matters required discussion. Ultimately, he garnered the support of the board members through his prowess and cunning, seizing control of the conglomerate his grandfather had established. Just a day before he intended to restore the Zhao name to Rome, he was drawn into the game. Upon hearing Zhao Jinan's response, he calmly stated, "There is no need for further farewells. From now on, deliver once daily. As long as I am not famished, that suffices." Zheng Bo promptly departed, elated in his heart, recognizing that the young master had indeed matured. He then joined the ants in preparing dinner, all the while remaining vigilant against any mischief from Li Xiangmei. While he could not assist in confronting monsters, he was more than capable of managing logistical support. Zheng Bo's fervent wish was to ensure that the young master and young lady enjoyed hearty meals daily, resolute in his commitment to prevent them from going hungry. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere at the Zhao household, the Han family exuded warmth. Observing their son, plump and lively, brought immense joy to Mr. and Mrs. Han. They were equally pleased with their son's girlfriend, Min Xingxue, after spending 2 days together. Her ability to keep their excitable son in check was commendable enough. Any notions of entertainment were relegated to the background. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained equally cozy for Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan. Since joining the game, Tang Yuan and Ning Qian's mother had teamed up with Su Fengyi's grandparents to handle logistical tasks. Her singular focus was to atone for the years spent away from her daughters, with no desire for additional companionship. Tang Xinghan's responsibilities were clearly delineated. He tackled the monsters, while his mother prepared meals, and his father engaged in research, leveraging his innate talents and knowledge. Conversely, Wen Mingyue found herself in a predicament after lunch, as the pirates had yet to appear. As a diligent achiever, she was dismayed by the lack of progress that day. Although the sea was frozen, faint movements of fish beneath the ice were still discernible. Thus, accompanied by her sister, father, and Tuanzi, she took to the ice, armed with tools to strike vigorously. Xiaohong joined in to assist with drilling, but the thickness of the ice proved challenging, leaving her head spinning. Nevertheless, the prospect of impressing her mother and earning additional rewards spurred her on. The trio worked up a sweat until when Mama summoned them home for dinner. Ultimately, they deployed 12 fishing nets, abandoning the crab traps due to fatigue. Their initial intention to collect seawater for storage in the camera space was thwarted by the system's warning that seawater constituted a living entity. It was evident that the system was intent on preventing any bugs. However, upon reflection, their efforts were not in vain. Compared to most players who had returned empty-handed, they had, in fact, profited. Yet, the following 5 days yielded no sight of the skeletal pirates. The primary task for the Wen family became their daily battle against the ice, armed with various tools and hammers. Xiaohong demonstrated her prowess before Wen Mama, who, feeling a pang of sympathy, secretly fed her numerous grilled fish. The routine of setting nets, collecting water, and retrieving nets continued, resulting in the acquisition of over 30 resource cards in 5 days. While this haul paled in comparison to previous rewards, at least they were not incurring losses. Finally, at 9 a.m., on the 6th day, an alert resonated in their minds. Warning, warning. Enemies have invaded the territory. This time, the entire Wen family was mobilized. Given that the pirates had been unable to board the fishing boat during their first encounter, both Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen wielded large hammers, ready for battle. In the midst of the chaos, the dumpling held a large cleaver, standing resolutely between the grandparents who cherished it dearly. The dumpling understood its duty to care for the two elderly. Xiaohong, with unwavering determination, stood by Mother Wen, while Lala took charge of watching over the 4 cats and 1 dog, concerned about potential misfires from Xiaohong's relatives and younger siblings. They had been repositioned in advance. The entire family was organized and united, each member clear in their roles. As the group ventured onto the deck, their eyes widened at the sight of a horde of skeletal pirates swiftly approaching the fishing vessel. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a swarm of red-eyed rats trailing behind, their size comparable to that of Mango, the family pet. It seemed that these creatures had been seeking reinforcements in recent days. The sheer number was overwhelming, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, confronted with such a formidable force, not a single family member wished to retreat. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Wen Mingyue and her sister unleashed a barrage of fire at the encroaching foes, while Xiaohong extended her vines, ensnaring and violently hurling the enemies away. The fallen rats, like the skeletal pirates, disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The others dispersed, awaiting the enemy's ascent to strike back with a decisive blow. Fearing for her family's safety against the pirates, Wen Mingyue reconfigured their defenses. Now, apart from her, no one else could breach the protective barrier. After dispatching over 20 pirates, many red-eyed rats managed to climb aboard the fishing vessel. However, due to the protective shield, they were ultimately unable to infiltrate the interior. Realizing their failure to access the ship, the red-eyed rats altered their strategy and began gnawing at the vessel itself. Their attempts, while not classified as effective attacks by the system, were considered mere vandalism, thus circumventing the protective barrier. Seeing the impact of their efforts, they eagerly sank their sharp teeth into the ship, creating small holes with each bite. Their triumphant squeaks filled the air as they exchanged experiences, shaking their heads in delight. Once they had consumed the entire vessel, they could return to boast to their queen. Soon, the fishing boat bore multiple holes, prompting Wen Mingyue to rally her family to deal with the rats, while simultaneously repairing the most severely damaged areas. Despite her ample stock of materials, she felt a pang of regret. If they did not yield any rewards after this wave, she would surely feel disheartened. Upon hearing her call, the others hastily grabbed their hammers. Xiaohong swept the surrounding red-eyed rats away with her vines, leaving them either dead or gravely injured. Meanwhile, the grandparents wielded their hammers, delivering powerful blows to the large rats perched precariously on the ship's edge. Having regained their strength, the elderly displayed remarkable vigor. Following Wen Mingyue's instructions, they targeted the rats' heads, ensuring a swift end to their foes. Those that did not perish on the spot, upon plummeting from the ship, were rendered nearly powerless. On the other side, Wen's father and mother wielded their hammers with fervor, as Wen's mother shouted, "Die, you wretches! I'll skin you alive and make stew." Wen's father, witnessing his wife's fierce demeanor and strength rivaling his own, could only swallow hard in astonishment. His gentle daughter-in-law was no more. Yet, he could not allow himself to be outshone by her absence, so he diligently began to practice. Remarkably, his accuracy improved significantly. The red-eyed mice would freeze momentarily upon sighting him, only to be swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Meanwhile, the 4 cats and 1 dog aboard the ship were not idle. The 4 cats, upon spotting the mice, widened their eyes in excitement and leapt onto the ship's eaves, eager to pounce. However, before they could make contact, they were rebuffed by the protective barrier, repeatedly thwarted 5 or 6 times until they surrendered. The 4 cats settled down in a row, observing the mice outside the barrier. Unable to resolve the situation themselves, they found some amusement in watching the mice meet their demise. The little black dog, Fa Kai, incessantly barked at the large mouse, only to fall silent as fear crept in when faced with its sharp fangs and menacing glare. Mango, the sister, cast a disdainful glance at Fa Kai. What a foolish and useless creature. The Wen family continued their efforts for 2 hours, managing to eliminate a fifth of the red-eyed mice, while the pirate crew still had more than half left. Wen Mingyue hastily urged her grandparents to take a break and have something to eat before switching with her parents. By the time the battle concluded, darkness had fallen at 7 o'clock. The grandparents had taken care of over 30 red-eyed mice, while the skeletal pirates had been vanquished 5 times. The parents, on the other hand, had dealt with over 50 red-eyed mice and 8 skeletal pirates. Exhausted, the family collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. Once she confirmed that all her family members were unharmed, Wen Mingyue instructed the system to collect the silver and bronze treasure chests from the icy surface into her backpack. The rules of this round dictated that treasure chests would only appear after all invaders in the area were defeated. If any pirates escaped on the first day, no treasure chests would be dropped. With no energy left to cook, they were fortunate to have prepared plenty of meals in advance, allowing them to simply eat what was on hand for dinner. The family gathered around to open the chests, as both treasure chests were simultaneously unlocked. The silver chest revealed a fitness equipment set, which included various items such as dumbbells, a treadmill, a stationary bike, a shoulder press, a yoga mat, and more. The bronze chest yielded a large jar of ointment. Wen Mingyue quickly opened the description to examine it. Muscle relaxing and pain-relieving ointment, applied to joints to alleviate pain and fatigue. Her eyes lit up. While her weapons were sufficient for the time being, these supplies were truly needed. Observing her family endure their pain, Wen Mingyue felt troubled, contemplating how to acquire more of the blood-activating medicine. The game was indeed considerate. She distributed the ointment to her family for application, followed by their evening routines, before sinking into a deep sleep on the warm calm. The next day, the family awoke revitalized and rejuvenated. Wen Mingyue first placed the fitness equipment in a spacious room on the 3rd floor, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a splendid view of the Azure Sea. She handwrote a fitness schedule to encourage her family to engage in regular exercise. Through the previous day's battle, she had gained a profound understanding that she could not always rely solely on herself and her sister, nor should she underestimate the support of her family. Their strength was equally formidable. 2 days later, when new invaders appeared once more, the Wen family stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. For those who had never experienced the joy of snow, it was an irresistible temptation. Wen Mingyue leaned over the bow of the boat, her head almost extending beyond the protective shield, gazing at a cluster of plump, round, and puffy snowmen before her. She found herself utterly unable to resist their charm. With their glossy eyes, pointed red noses, and rotund bellies, they were simply adorable. Each snowman stood with hands on their hips, glaring fiercely at the people on the boat, their expressions a mix of indignation and playfulness. At that moment, Wen Mingyue's sole desire was to poke their big, round faces. She had no intention of engaging in a fight. However, the indifferent demeanor of the Wen family was a profound insult to the brigade of snowmen, who had come seeking vengeance for their elder brother and younger sibling. The humans showed them no respect. Consequently, the leader of the snowmen conjured a snowball from thin air and hurled it at the person who was laughing the loudest in the center. The speed of the projectile was startling. Wen Mingyue covered her eyes, grimacing in pain as tears streamed down her face, nearly losing her sight in the process. One of the snowmen stuck out its tongue at her before launching a relentless barrage of snowballs, accompanied by gleeful laughter. In an instant, Wen Mingyue found the snowmen decidedly less endearing. Wiping the snow from her face, she selected a particularly boisterous snowman. A second later, the targeted snowman vanished, and the surrounding snowmen quickly dispersed, continuing their assault on the fishing boat. Notably, the snowballs were aimed directly at the vessel. In the system's view, the snowmen's antics were mere child's play, and the protective shield paid them no heed. Soon, the Wen family found themselves under siege by snowballs, with Tuanzi and Xiaohong unable to escape the onslaught. Tuanzi was unfazed by the mischief of the snowmen, but Xiaohong's face contorted in anger. She despised having her face assaulted. Feeling her dignity as the eldest was severely compromised, shaking off the snow from her face, she extended her vines to sever the heads of the snowmen. As each head fell, the snowman disappeared. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue called for her grandparents and parents to return indoors, as handling the snowmen required ranged attacks. Observing that the snowman's offensive was not particularly damaging but rather humiliating, Wen Mama instructed her two daughters and Xiaohong to prioritize safety before leading everyone, including the onlooking cats and dogs, back inside to prepare a lavish lunch. For the remainder of the morning, Wen Mingyue and her sister engaged in a lively snowball fight with the mischievous snowmen. This group of snowmen persistently circled the fishing boat, launching their attacks, and the sisters' down jackets became soaked, necessitating a change of clothes midway before resuming their playful skirmish. Even during lunch, the snowmen outside did not relent, the sound of snowballs hitting the wooden cabin echoing around them, leaving everything damp. After hastily finishing their meal, Wen Mingyue and her sister stormed back outside, brimming with indignation to continue their play. Ultimately, they resorted to using a disposable power card, as they were utterly exhausted. By 6 p.m., they had managed to defeat all the snowmen, earning a bronze treasure chest as their reward. The sisters no longer harbored any envy for the snow of the north. While they shot and dodged the snowballs aimed at their faces, they found the snowmen particularly spiteful, focusing solely on hitting them in the face with remarkable accuracy. By the end of the day, both sisters had swollen faces, nearly succumbing to facial paralysis. Chapter 78. Research by Father Tang. The Arctic wolves assault the fishing vessel once more. The family gathered together, eagerly anticipating the unboxing of a treasure chest. Such treasures had become a rare commodity. Many players in the region had yet to encounter one. Within the team, the Zhao siblings had managed to acquire 1 silver and 1 copper, while the other 2 teams also each secured a treasure. With bated breath, Wen Mingyue clicked to open the chest, revealing 2 pairs of pink ice skates. Well, it seemed she would spend her idle moments gliding around the fishing boat. In contrast to Wen Mingyue's lackluster enthusiasm, both her mother and younger sister, Wen Yu, were captivated by the skates, as both could wear them. The following day, Wen Mingyue took her entire family out onto the ice. Outside the protective barrier, the temperature plummeted to -10°C, causing the group of southern potatoes to wrap themselves snugly like dumplings. Their mother, supervised by Xiaohong, learned to skate with their father as companionship, while Wen Yu received assistance from Tuanzi in her self-taught endeavor. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue and her grandparents observed from the sidelines, not forgetting to bring out a small stool to sit upon. Thus, the family joyfully spent 4 days together, harvesting a bounty of vegetables and fruits, with the dry rice and wheat nearing harvest as well. Each day was a cycle of breaking the ice to set nets and retrieving them. At this moment, Wen Mingyue sat before the wooden cabin, lost in thought as she gazed at the flowers and grasses before her. The fishing vessel was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. After half a month, her eyes felt painfully strained, accompanied by tears, a shared experience among her companions. Host, there is important news in the team group that requires your attention. Tuanzi's voice snapped when Mingyue back to reality. She promptly opened her panel to check. Tang Xinghan, I'm sharing something wonderful with everyone, but supplies are limited. Each family will receive only 1 bottle for now. I'll distribute more once I have sufficient materials. Wen Mingyue felt a surge of excitement as she retrieved the item sent by Tang Xinghan, a small vial of liquid. She opened it to view the details. Restorative eye drops, effectively treats snow blindness upon use. What a remarkable find. Just what she needed. The group was abuzz with lively discussions. Su Fengyi. Oh, thank you, Xinghan. We'll send you supplies. Please make your selection. Tang Yuan. I just applied the drops, and I feel significantly better now. Everyone, give it a try? Wen Mingyue. Zhao Jinan. Thank you. I've sent you supplies. Zhao Lingxin. Xinghan. Where on earth did you procure such a treasure? Wen Mingyue. Grateful, and I echo that question. In another corner, Tang Xinghan, seeing the positive responses, wore a radiant smile as he glanced at his father, who was filled with anticipation. He replied, these materials were developed from the treasures my father obtained from snowmen. His talent lies in research, which aligns perfectly with his studies beyond the game. I will continue to share more splendid items in the future. Following this, the group lavished praises upon this research genius. Wen Mingyue, somewhat tongue-tied, sent along the supplies of beef, mutton, and some rice, along with vegetable seeds. That little vial proved immensely helpful, and she hurried back to the cabin to share it with her family. Meanwhile, Father Tang sat up straight. though his eyes continuously darted toward the screen, while Mother Tang stifled her laughter beside him. Tang Xinghan, fully aware of his father's nature, feigned indifference on the surface, yet internally yearned for praise, a classic case of a proud yet bashful spirit. Thus, after reciting the effusive praises from the group aloud, Father Tang feigned indifference, yet attentively absorbed every word. His brows arched high, and he could not help but nod repeatedly, reflecting inwardly that the remarks made by Su Fengyi, Zhao Lingxin, and Wen Mingyue were the most insightful, resonating deeply within him. Their extravagant compliments soared to celestial heights, likening them to the legendary Hua Tuo, the luminary of technology, and titans of interstellar research, surpassing even Einstein. When Mingyue admitted she could not emulate their eloquence and chose to follow Ning Qian instead. After a couple of tranquil days, an alert from the system jolted her awake once more. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the time displayed on the system panel. It was merely 3 a.m. Swiftly donning her attire, she was eager to uncover who dared to intrude at such a late hour. Upon entering the living room, she encountered her parents and younger sister, Mingyue, who had just descended the stairs, with even her grandparents dressed and ready. She initially considered suggesting her grandparents and parents remain indoors while she and her sister ventured out to investigate. However, noticing the hammers in their hands and bows slung across their backs, along with the resolute glints in their eyes, she swallowed her words. During this period, not only had Father Wen taken up archery, but even her grandparents and mother had joined in the practice. Although their aim lacked precision, their likelihood of hitting the target had significantly improved. She too needed to acclimate to the support of her family, feeling a warm sense of joy in their companionship and encouragement. Meanwhile, Tawanzi activated the fishing boat's lights, illuminating the surroundings, while a gathering of night owls followed suit. Xiao Hong was adorned with the fiery attire for the occasion, accompanied by her buzzing brethren. The entire family made their way to the boat. As the surrounding roses and peonies instinctively shifted aside, taking along the beehive and wasp nest at the boat's stern. Simultaneously, a notification from the system resonated in their minds. Intrusion detected. 23 ice wolves approaching. Please prepare for battle. Bathed in the glow of the fishing boat's lights and the reflections off the ice, the family finally discerned the formidable appearance of the ice wolves, clad in thick gray fur, robust and imposing, with piercing pale blue eyes that glared fiercely as they advanced towards the boat, howling incessantly. The previously encountered mutated wolves were mere pups in comparison. When Mingyue promptly activated her inside eye, in the darkness, the red dots on the ice wolves stood out conspicuously. Additionally, she swiftly shared the information about the wolf pack with her family, who could now view the red dot markers on their respective panels. In the ensuing moments, sharp arrows flew forth, complemented by chilly bomb attacks. Some were deftly evaded by the ice wolves, landing squarely on the ice. Those that struck the red dots caused both the wolves and the arrows to vanish in an instant. Conversely, arrows that hit other parts of the wolves quickly disappeared, leaving behind gaping, bloodied wounds. With repeated strikes, once their health diminished to a critical threshold, the wolves would succumb. As companions around them began to fall, the two leading wolves emitted fierce howls, stealthily flanking to the opposite side of the fishing boat, while Wen Mingyue was momentarily distracted. They had observed that, aside from the two girls, it was exceedingly difficult for the others to land a shot, particularly near the rotund bear. After finding an advantageous position, it extended its sharp claws and began to crawl toward the location of the elders. In no time, it reached the edge of the fishing boat. At that moment, the two wolves, lurking with malicious intent, felt a sense of triumph. Having slain so many of their comrades, they were eager to tear apart their next prey. However, just as they prepared to leap onto the boat, they were abruptly met with an immense force that repelled them. Before they could react, each was struck heavily by a ferocious blow. Spinning in midair, they completed a full 360-degree rotation before crashing down headfirst onto the ice, creating two significant craters upon impact. Dazed and sprawled on the icy surface, they saw two heads protruding from the fishing boat, followed by another round face squeezing into view. Observing the other party signaling for assistance, they hastily scrambled to their feet, not daring to linger for a moment longer. They swiftly executed a serpentine retreat, tails tucked and fleeing with agility. Chapter 79. The Zhao siblings encountered trouble by the time when Mingyue arrived. The two wolves had long vanished. They had indeed fled swiftly, prompting a deep sigh from her. The treasure chest was gone once more. Yet, she did not forget to encourage the elders, who were still basking in the exhilaration of the moment. The elders were equally delighted, showering praise upon the dumpling for its timely reminders. The dumpling, patting its head and chuckling, seized the opportunity to request that the elders prepare fish and meat pot stickers for it. Ever since tasting them the previous day, the dumpling had developed a fondness for them, finding them even more delectable than grilled fish. The group then resumed their coordinated combat, engaging in battle for over 3 hours to eliminate the remaining 21 ice wolves, with 2 managing to escape, regrettably missing out on the treasure chest. Nonetheless, Spirits remained high among the group. The younger sister, during the skirmish, single-handedly dispatched 5 ice wolves, elevating her player level to 7. A commendable achievement among the newly joined players. In contrast, Wen Mingyue's player level remained at 25. As levels increased, future advancements became increasingly challenging. Akin to the dumpling system upgrades, Wen Mingyue's strategy was to level up once more after the regional defense battle concluded. Although the elders did not directly take down any ice wolves, they had significantly incapacitated the 2 leading ones. For them, this was tantamount to each having vanquished one, greatly boosting their confidence. Meanwhile, under the vigorous assistance of Xiao Hong, Mama Wen also eliminated 2 ice wolves, surpassing the tally of Papa Wen by 1, which filled her with immense pride. In such joyous spirits, she felt invigorated, eschewing sleep to prepare seafood porridge for everyone. Most importantly, she aimed to create a delightful meal for Xiao Hong, ensuring that the dumpling would also partake. Noticing the eager gaze of the spicy one, she reassured it that there would be treats for it too, arranging 2 cups of juice. The spicy one, grinning widely, thought to itself, the big sister was right. Mama is the best. The ensuing days were tranquil. However, within the mixed zone of 600,000 players, only 450,000 remained. With 4 days left until the regional defense battle concluded, news of the Zhao family's troubles emerged. After reviewing the discussions in the group, Wen Mingyue grasped the situation's essence and promptly accepted the summons issued by Zhao Lingxin. This transpired not long ago. Unwilling to remain trapped, Li Meixiang discreetly contacted her 2 elder brothers and learned that her 2 young nephews were faring quite well in the game. Although they could not compare to Zhao Jinan, they stood out among other players and had even formed a team of over 20 members. Fueled by her resentment towards the Zhao family, she relayed all she had witnessed aboard the fishing boat to her brothers. Upon realizing the Zhao family's affluence, the Li family began seeking collaborators, quickly amassing over 50 individuals. They had previously tested the summoning card, which did not specify a limit on the number of participants, yet could only summon a maximum of 60 individuals. And they had only 1 card remaining, which they privately sent to Li Meixiang, urging her to summon them to the fishing boat when the opportunity arose. Today, Li Meixiang discovered that the Zhao siblings, along with several bodyguards, were training at the stern of the ship, while the butler and a few maids were downstairs. She promptly utilized the summoning card. Consequently, when Zhao Zhuoxiong beheld the sudden appearance of over 50 individuals in the room, he was struck dumb with shock. In the cramped 40-square-meter space, even a few people stood atop the bed, all brandishing weapons and exuding an intimidating aura, including 2 of his young uncles. 2 of them swiftly opened the door and silently eliminated the 2 retired bodyguards outside, dragging their bodies to another room for concealment. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuoxiong panicked. Trembling as he clutched Li Meixiang's arm, stammering, "Meixiang, what is happening?" However, Li Meixiang paid him no mind, disdainfully swatting his hand away and leading her son to her brother. She had long harbored deep-seated hatred for Zhao Zhuoxiong. Spending each day in his company felt like torment. Were it not for the inheritance she sought, she would not deign to grovel and cater to him daily. "Brother, help me kill him," she stated coldly, devoid of any warmth. Zhao Zhuoxiong immediately collapsed to the ground, wanting to cry for help, but a burly man promptly covered his mouth. The eldest brother of the Li family glanced at his son, but did not act immediately. Instead, he whispered to his sister, "Meixiang, for now, do not harm him. We intend to hold him hostage to coerce Zhao Jinan into surrendering supplies in exchange for his release." The matter of the system's deductions was now common knowledge among players. Unless absolutely necessary, they would first threaten to compel the Zhao family to relinquish their resources. Naturally, after obtaining the supplies, no witnesses would be left alive. "Sister, rest assured. We will leave the final resolution to you." Time was of the essence, and fearing premature discovery, the second brother of the Li family quickly reassured them, while the 2 nephews nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Meixiang had no desire to sully her hands with blood, and she had already formulated a plan in her mind. Thus, she pulled her brother aside and whispered, "Brother, taking him hostage won't work. Zhao Jinan would be more than willing to see him dead. He holds no weight in Zhao Jinan's eyes, otherwise he wouldn't be confined and neglected, receiving only a single meal each day." The Li family pondered this as well. But charging out directly seemed perilous, given that the opposing side had over 20 individuals, most of whom were undoubtedly formidable. Noticing her brother's hesitation, Li Meixiang continued, "Rest assured. I have already selected the right individuals." A hushed conversation ensued once more. Li's second brother directly approached Zhao Zhuoxiong, crouched down, and swiftly executed him. Li Xiangmei glanced at the lifeless man on the ground, feeling a sense of relief. She then gestured for the others to find suitable hiding places. Although there was little need for concealment, primarily to create an opportunity for her plan to unfold, she shouted towards the door, "Zheng Bo, the master has fainted. You ought to come and see." To mask the scent of blood, she hurriedly grabbed a nearby blanket and wrapped Zhao Zhuoxiong, leaving only his pale face exposed. This transpired within approximately 5 minutes. Meanwhile, downstairs, the butler Zheng Bo heard the commotion and began ascending the stairs, only to hear Li Xiangmei's urgent call. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to instruct a few maids to summon the young master, opting to investigate the situation himself first. However, as soon as he reached the second floor, two men covered his mouth. Zheng Bo realized the gravity of the situation and struggled relentlessly. Yet he was unable to utter a sound. He then saw Li Xiangmei approaching with a syringe, her face brimming with satisfaction. Li Xiangmei viciously kicked Zheng Bo twice before administering an injection. This is a poison meticulously concocted by my nephew, and there is no antidote. You have 1 hour left. Enjoy your final moments, she taunted, preparing to kick him again. At this point, Li's eldest brother intervened. Sister, we should retreat. Their reinforcements are on their way. Reluctantly, Li Xiangmei acquiesced, wishing she had more time to deliver her scathing remarks to alleviate her resentment. Chapter 80. The Zhao family is poisoned again upon descending the stairs. They encountered the Zhao family. The two groups immediately grasped each other's intentions. Zhao Jinan, seeing Zheng Bo in captivity, could tell from his expression that the situation was dire, especially given that their adversaries outnumbered them nearly 3-1. Zhao Lingxin, anxious, quickly briefed their group on the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he sent another message. And soon, Han Shuo arrived with over 10 men clad in black. In the group chat, everyone was preparing their weapons and arriving in succession. Although the Li family felt a twinge of panic at the sight of the increased numbers on the opposing side, they remained undaunted, as they had nearly 20 more people on their side, retaining a significant advantage. Thus, they threatened Zheng Bo, stating, "This old man has been poisoned. If you wish for him to live, surrender all your supplies immediately." Before Zhao Jinan could respond, Zheng Bo attempted to throw himself onto the blade. The suddenness of the act caught those around him off guard, but Zhao Xiaorui swiftly maneuvered, retrieving Zheng Bo in mere seconds. Just then, Ning Qian and the others, including Tang Xinghan, arrived, and the confrontation erupted. The remaining individuals were compelled to join the fray. In the next moment, when Mingyue arrived, bewildered by the chaotic scene, she found herself standing in the midst of the crowd, struggling to discern friend from foe. Alas, I should have prepared better, she mused. Resolving to familiarize herself with everyone and perhaps initiate a video call for casual conversation in the future. However, within less than 3 seconds, she identified the enemy, primarily due to the striking appearance of her allies compared to their adversaries, who were prone to shouting while fighting. Given the disparity in strength, the battle swiftly concluded in less than an hour. The adversary fled, leaving behind more than 10 individuals. Upon realizing their defeat, Li Xiangmei and her son accessed the control panel and, after inputting certain commands, soon vanished before the eyes of the crowd. As for Li's 2 elder brothers and 2 nephews, they perished on the spot. Swiftly finishing off the remaining foes, the others finally settled down to tend to their wounds. Fortunately, most of them suffered only minor to serious injuries, with no fatalities occurring on site. Zhao Jinan and Han Shuo each bore a gash on their arms, while Wen Mingyue had a small cut on her hand, a result of her rapid movement colliding with her comrade's blade. Indeed, it was her younger brother, Tang Xinghan, who inadvertently struck her. Truth be told, she had never relished participating in brawls since entering the game, aside from being knocked about by a shark, stung by a bee, and hurled off an island. She had never sustained such severe injuries. However, upon applying the healing ointment, the scars seemed to vanish almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingxin, securely guarded by Zhao Shi, lost 2 strands of hair, which elicited a twinge of envy from Wen Mingyue. Zhao Jinan, feeling a sense of unease, sensed that something had been overlooked. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoer sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Have we forgotten about Uncle Zheng?" Only then did the Zhao family realize they had neglected butler Zheng, who had been poisoned for nearly an hour. Indeed, Zheng had succumbed to poison. What should be done? Zhao Xiaolu hurriedly crawled to Zheng's side to check for breath. He still has a pulse, he remarked, adding with a hint of sarcasm. What kind of poison takes this long to manifest? Meanwhile, butler Zheng was fixated on the timer displayed on the system panel, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. He had merely 5 minutes of life left. Thankfully, the young master and lady were unharmed. He could depart in peace. Yet, a pang of sadness lingered, for the young master had clearly forgotten about him. Shortly thereafter, when Mingyue felt the intense gazes of the crowd upon her, especially from the Zhao family and Ning Qian, her younger brother, Tang Xinghan, also looked her way, his expression one of admiration. His leader was indeed remarkable, capable of neutralizing poisons. Observing the collective attention directed at Wen Mingyue, Han Shuo pondered whether she possessed an innate talent for detoxification. Under the fervent scrutiny of the onlookers, she glanced once more at the butler, who lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm not certain if I can cure him," she confessed. Previously, a level 23 vengeful sea creature had dropped 2 vials of universal antidote, claiming they were effective against any level of monster. After using 1 vial for Xiaohong, a second remained. With that, She retrieved the small vial and approached, determined to administer it herself. Entrusting it to Zhao Jinan could result in an unintentional overdose. This antidote had emerged from a golden treasure chest, so it was likely potent enough to counteract the poison from the level 23 sea creature. Thus, she instructed Zhao Shower to help pry open the butler's mouth and carefully poured 1/3 of the contents inside. Meanwhile, the butler, still engulfed in sorrow over being forgotten by his master, was preoccupied with the countdown on the system panel, oblivious to Zhao Shower's actions or the conversations around him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time was up. The butler quietly closed his eyes. 3 minutes later, however, his mind began to clear. After he was poisoned, he felt utterly dazed and out of sorts. He discreetly moved his fingers, surprised that he was still alive. Zhao Xiaoyi, his legs pressed painfully, urged, Zhengbo, hurry up and get up. Miss Wen just administered the antidote to you. Butcher Zhengbo suddenly opened his eyes wide, swiftly rising to his feet, only to discover that his body felt even more comfortable than before the poisoning. Zhengbo Yuan had returned. He then fervently expressed his gratitude to Wen Mingyue. Wen Mingyue waved her hand dismissively, choosing to ignore the theatrical old man, and turned to Zhao Jinan to negotiate her reward. She asserted, this is from a level 23 sea monster. Although only a sixth of it was used, its essence remained unchanged. Zhao Jinan understood the implication behind her words and chuckled. I'll have Ling Xin send the sorted supplies to you shortly. Feel free to select whatever you wish. He added, you can take as much as you like. When Mingyue exclaimed, the Zhao family is truly generous. She then glanced at the remaining members of the Zhao family. I must say, it seems your family has a knack for attracting poison. Perhaps you should prepare more antidotes. Zhao Jinan could only sigh in resignation. You're right. I will make arrangements. He chuckled. With so many family members, just how much will I need to prepare? Indeed, it was quite extraordinary, one after another. Once everyone had tended to their wounds, Zhao Lingxin suggested a gathering for a meal. However, the others were eager to return home, especially Ning Qian and her companions, who had left their homes behind to rush over. The situation was similar for Tang Xinghan, whose parents posed little threat but feared their home would be looted in their absence. Wen Mingyue, however, was unperturbed. Her family's combat strength was sufficient, particularly with Xiaohong around. Yet, it was clearly not the opportune moment for a gathering. There would be other occasions to celebrate. After bidding farewell to Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan, Wen Mingyue was about to click on the operation panel to exit the team when she was interrupted by Han Shuo rushing forward. Wen Mingyue, do you want to? Before he could finish his sentence, she promptly pressed the pause button. First, check your level, then compare it to mine. Han Shuo fell silent immediately. Wen Mingyue then returned to the main menu, leaving them to handle the battlefield themselves. That evening, Zhao Lingxin sent over the supplies gathered in gratitude, followed by those intended for saving Zhengbo. After sifting through the items, Wen Mingyue selected some glutinous rice seeds, which her parents had conveniently left behind. She also adored rice wine, particularly when used to make sweet dumplings. Additionally, she acquired a premium tang knife to keep for her family, having already obtained one for herself, and a single-use lightning strike card, one of her favorites, capable of electrifying a large area. She was quite intrigued by Han Shua's arrival to support them. Her curiosity was shared by the others, who were all fond of gossip. Noticing their eagerness for information, Zhao Lingxin became animated and began to share details in the team chat, making sure to include Han Shuo as well. Han Shuo greeted everyone enthusiastically, sending numerous messages, much to the dismay of the group, who were desperate for him to stop so they could enjoy the juicy gossip. Zhao Jinxin was furiously typing away, utterly indifferent to Han Shuo's outbursts in the group chat. It was only then that the truth behind their past duel came to light. The confrontation had indeed taken place, but it was merely a contest of martial arts skills. Zhao Jinan had trained in martial arts from a young age under the guidance of her master, participating in numerous competitions and even winning prestigious national awards. Meanwhile, Han Shuo had also been practicing taekwondo since childhood, boasting of his prowess. On a particularly dark and stormy night, he challenged Zhao Jinan to a sparring match. In mere moments, he was easily brought down by her. After 5 consecutive rounds, he was swiftly defeated each time. Ultimately, he was so impressed that he insisted on learning martial arts from Zhao Jinan. She initially ignored him, preparing to leave, but Han Shuo stubbornly clung to her, prompting her to effortlessly toss him aside. Zhao Jinan would later describe it as a gentle flick of her wrist. Coincidentally, Han Shuo stepped on a small stone, causing him to slip and collide with the sharp edge of a flower bed, resulting in the tragic loss of an eye. His agonized cries echoed through the night, startling Zhao Jinan, who ultimately carried him to the hospital. Throughout the ordeal, he clutched her sleeve, wailing for her to take responsibility, specifically, to teach him martial arts. His pitiful cries were heard by passers-by, leading to a flurry of gossip. Upon hearing the tale, the listeners were left in a quandary, unsure whether to pity Zhao Jinan or Han Shuo. Han Shuo continued to lament his misfortune in the group chat. beseeching Zhao Jinan to seize any opportunity to teach him a few moves. Wen Mingyue could only shake her head, pondering whether to label him carefree or simply oblivious. The following day, the two wolves who had previously fled returned, this time accompanied by a band of minions. However, the Wen family was well prepared, and within 2 hours, they dispatched all 15 wolves. From the spoils, they uncovered a silver treasure chest that contained a 120-inch LCD television. The system promptly issued a notification. A television has been detected. Would you like to connect it to the network system for installation? The Wen family unitedly nodded in agreement. Soon, the television was set up in the living room. Wen Mingyue discovered that it could be powered on and channels changed via voice command. The content was identical to that of their world outside the game, allowing them to search for anything they wished to watch. Grandpa Wen exclaimed in delight. Who would have thought we could watch television in the gaming realm? Grandma Wen eagerly nodded in agreement, while Wen's parents busily selected dramas to view. Before long, Grandpa, Grandma, and younger sister were all involved in the selection process. However, after much deliberation, they could not reach a consensus on what to watch. Sitting on the sofa, Wen Mingyue stifled a yawn and casually suggested, "How about we watch Animal Planet? I used to enjoy it at home." She particularly liked the narrator's voice, which, combined with the visuals, helped her relax and fall asleep. The others found her suggestion reasonable. After all, they were in a game world where mutated creatures abounded, making it quite fitting for their current setting. They swiftly tuned in to XXTV3. Among the family, only Tuanzi, Xiaohong, and Lala watched with rapt attention, even adding their own commentary now and then. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue had already drifted off to sleep. In the blink of an eye, tomorrow marks the final day of the regional defense battle. Wen Mingyue lies in bed, perusing the updates from the area. The mixed zone still harbors 370,000 inhabitants. Many are sharing accounts of the foes they have encountered during this period, revealing a variety of encounters. Some have faced black skeleton pirates, others flying birds, and some have even encountered bears near fishing boats. Furthermore, she notices that since yesterday morning, the population has dwindled significantly each hour. In her previous life, the situation mirrored this. However, during the last 3 days of the regional defense battle, she, along with Ning Qian and Su Fengyi, encountered no monsters whatsoever. Given the harrowing experiences of the past, Wen Mingyue dares not relax. Sensing that a formidable adversary is yet to appear, one that may randomly select individuals. Before retiring for the night, she takes care to remind everyone in the group chat. On the final day of the regional defense battle, the Wen family gathers by the fishing boat, captivated by the arrival of a beautiful maiden. The system, however, issues no alerts regarding her presence. At this moment, the enchanting maiden leans against the boat's edge, her violet eyes ethereal and her flowing silver waves dancing in the breeze. Her porcelain skin and striking long legs draw attention. But wait, those are not merely legs. They are a shimmering blue tail adorned with scales that glimmer like diamonds. She reclines at the bow, her tail swaying gracefully as if submerged in water. Her melodious voice captivates the entire family, leaving them in a daze. As her crimson lips part, her dulcet tones resonate in their ears. Greetings, dear humans. The family nods fervently in response. The mermaid continues, "May I board your fishing vessel? I can sing for you." Of course. The sounds of excitement erupt around Wen Mingyue, her family glancing eagerly, their eyes wide with wonder. Just as she is about to nod in agreement, she notices the dumpling beside her winking fervently, as do Xiaohong and Lala, though they remain speechless. In a flurry of panic, Wen Mingyue shakes her head vigorously, then retrieves a bottle of icy water from her storage space, pouring it over her head. Instantly, she regains her clarity. Upon fully observing the maiden's features, she exclaims, "You shall not enter." The water inadvertently splashes onto the maiden's face, nearly breaking her serene demeanor. Simultaneously, a notification from the system reverberates in her mind. Detected level 25 Enchanting Sea, which specializes in mental confinement and enchantment. As Wen Mingyue regains her composure, the mental confinement affecting the dumpling, Xiaohong, and La La is also lifted. The moment the beguiling sea witch enters the system's locking range, her mental confinement is automatically triggered, temporarily disabling all system functions. Xiaohong and La La, as contracted entities, find themselves silenced and immobilized. Fortunately, with a mental strength of 31, Wen Mingyue retains some semblance of rationality. In contrast, her family's mental fortitude barely reaches half of hers, having fallen completely under the sea witch's control. Chapter 82, Level 25 Enchanting Sea, which Wen Mingyue hastily instructs Xiaohong and La La to escort her family back to the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, the sea witch, upon being denied entry, initially suppresses her frustration. As Wen Mingyue observed her family being relocated, she realized that the adversary had successfully dismantled her mental assault. She understood that she required the consent of everyone aboard the vessel before she could enter. Consequently, she shed her disguise and revealed her true form. Upon Wen Mingyue's awakening, she beheld the opponent's authentic visage, wild, Unkempt hair, emerald green eyes, sharp fangs, and skin of a dark, ashen hue, complemented by a spiked black tail. At that moment, the creature was relentlessly battering the fishing boat, nearly sending Wen Mingyue flying. The protective barrier, akin to the beguiling siren, was also at level 25. Soon enough, Wen Mingyue received an alert regarding the vessel's damage. Outside the barrier, the siren was howling furiously, its gaping maw lined with menacing teeth, sharply contrasting with its previous gentleness. The roar carried a sonic attack, prompting Wen Mingyue to hastily don her soundproof headphones. Though not entirely effective against the sonic assault, they provided considerable relief. Her thoughts then drifted to her family in the wooden cabin. She needed to act swiftly. She called upon Xiao Hong to move all nearby relatives to a safe distance, intending to utilize her newly acquired SS talent to decisively eliminate the siren. However, the siren was no fool. Sensing the repositioning, it surmised that an imminent powerful strike was forthcoming. Thus, it distanced itself from Wen Mingyue, drifting towards the opposite side of the fishing boat. Frustration welled within Wen Mingyue. She could not afford to chase the siren endlessly, for exhaustion would inevitably ensue, draining her mental fortitude and leaving her susceptible to the siren's control once more. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she retrieved her flying carpet and swiftly exited the fishing boat, soaring forward without casting a glance at the siren. The siren, somewhat perplexed, pursued her. After all, one could not expect a level 25 sea creature to possess extraordinary intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, it followed suit, yet not without a touch of confusion. Having collided with the fishing boat multiple times, it felt slightly dazed and, unlike the other vessels it had brazenly entered the day prior, this one remained impenetrable. Infuriated, it sought to reclaim its dignity as a queen by overtaking the human and devouring her whole, thus hastening its pace. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue received a notification from Tuanzi, indicating that the siren was a mere 200 meters behind her. Convinced that this distance was sufficient, she executed a sharp turn. The siren, charging towards her, hesitated, uncertain whether to halt. However, it was given no time to react. With a flick of her wrist, a purple orb of light was unleashed, materializing into a colossal purple dragon that erupted with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a dazzling display of effects. The siren was obliterated on the spot, the spectacle akin to igniting $1 million firework. The tremendous force of the explosion knocked Wen Mingyue off balance, nearly sending her tumbling from the flying carpet. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she unleashed such power on her own fishing boat, her home would likely have been lost. The proximity to the explosion made it perilous for herself, and she estimated that a distance of around 300 meters would have been more prudent. Just as she finished collecting the gleaming treasure chest, a message from Xiao Qiu arrived. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for defeating this round's hidden boss, level 25 spectral siren. Is it time to announce this in the region? Certainly, there must be grand rewards. And Wen Mingyue would not let such an opportunity slip by. Meanwhile, in the mixed zone 44, player count, 360,000. As Wen Mingyue hurried home, she listened to the system's announcement. Having vanquished the 15-level sea monster once granted a chance at a draw, now only defeating a boss would suffice. She felt fortunate to enjoy the advantages of rebirth, seizing numerous opportunities. Joyfully, she returned home to join her family in the lottery draw. On the other hand, since the siren had been dealt with, the Wen family had regained their senses, albeit still feeling rather dazed. Only when Mama, with her heightened mental fortitude, felt slightly better. The family supported each other as they awaited the fishing boat, their concerns undiminished despite hearing the announcements in the regional chat. Look, my sister is back, Wen Mingyue exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Wen Mingyue on the flying carpet. Their grandparents and parents waved, tears streaming down their faces. Upon seeing that her family's spirits seemed relatively high, Wen Mingyue felt a warmth in her heart. After boarding the boat, they embraced and gathered to open the treasure chest together. They unanimously decided to draw first. The prizes on the spinning wheel appeared quite splendid. Upon closer inspection, they seemed even better than those during the sea monster tide. In addition to replication cards, shields, upgrade cards, and gathering cards, there were also lucky cards and random skill cards, though the lucky cards were marked with a 1. Surprisingly, there were no thank you for participating messages this time. Wen Mingyue desired each and every one. With her family's eager anticipation, she began the draw. The pointer settled on the random skill card. It was a resplendent golden card. Clicking to view the details revealed. S-class skill, Invincible Fire Dragon. Upon use, it launches fireball attacks, with no daily usage limit and no cooldown time. The living room was instantly aglow with golden light, captivating even Wen Mingyue, who initially intended to let her family use it first. A fire dragon. How incredibly cool it sounded. For quite some time, her grandparents' eyes remained fixated on the card, particularly her grandfather, whose gaze grew intense. Meanwhile, her sister Mingyue nonchalantly remarked, I want to earn it myself, I won't compete with you. Wen Mingyue affectionately patted her sister's head. Desires aside, after a month of defending their territory. She resolved to help her family level up swiftly so they could all fight together. A few days ago, the family had discussed that once they obtained skill cards, they would choose who would use them first, allowing the younger ones to practice on minor monsters. For now, she would let them decide among themselves who would get what. Next was the resplendent golden treasure chest. Unable to resist, when Mama poked it, it looks just like real gold, so beautiful. She had not even dared to touch it. As it was her daughter's battle memento, the opening continued. Shall we open the treasure chest? The entire family chimed in unison. Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations on acquiring the S-Class Spirit Binding skill. Upon use, it can reduce the opponent's attack by 20 for a duration of 30 seconds, with no limit on uses. But it consumes mental energy. Mother Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. She desired this. Father Wen, however, was intent on joining his two daughters in their shooting team and showed little interest in the spirit binding skill, though he was quite taken with the formidable fire dragon. Just hearing its name was exhilarating. As for Grandmother Wen, she was amenable to anything. She would learn whatever was assigned to her. The ensuing time was left for grandfather, grandmother, and the parents to deliberate amongst themselves. Wen Mingyue and her sister were tasked with preparing lunch. The culinary skills of the two sisters paled in comparison to those of their grandparents and parents, yet they could eat, and in the realm of gaming, no one would complain, except for Little Red and its devoted follower, Lala. Meanwhile, despite believing grandfather's culinary prowess superior, Tawanzi would discreetly assure Wen Mingyue that her cooking was the most delectable. Wen Mingyue was utterly convinced of this. Chapter 83. The Invincible Fire Dragon and S-Class Spirit Binding. On another note, Father Wen exclaimed, I want this invincible fire dragon. Just as he spoke, he was met with an elbow from his wife. Mother Wen whispered in his ear, have you no perception? Can't you see your father clutching that card tightly? Unwilling to let go? It was only then that Father Wen noticed his father's firm grip on the card, accompanied by a resolute expression. Regretfully, he decided not to compete for it, having witnessed his father's formidable strength with a hammer during this time. Therefore, he remarked, Dad, my wife and I believe this fire dragon suits you splendidly. Why not let you use it? He then cast a hopeful glance at Mother Wen, seeking her approval. Mother Wen chuckled softly and quickly added, Indeed, Dad, you should use it. Her father-in-law was somewhat proud and cared about appearances, too shy to ask for it himself. Grandmother Wen had no objections. Her husband using this would allow her to observe his grandeur up close at any time. Grandfather Wen was elated internally, though he maintained a composed exterior. Since you all insist, I shall reluctantly accept, he declared, promptly stowing the card in his backpack and leisurely sitting down to sip tea. The remaining spirit binding skill was entrusted to Mother Wen. Given that using this skill consumed mental energy, she possessed the highest mental capacity among them, and everyone concurred. Thus, after a swift meal, Grandfather urged Wen Mingyue to take him to the ice surface, eager to showcase his fire-breathing prowess. Before long, the family gathered to witness Grandfather Wen's display of skill. Indeed, the spectacle was impressive. With a mere gesture, flames erupted at least 10 meters away. Moreover, he could control the range of his flames, igniting targets even at a distance of 10 meters. After multiple tests, it was determined that the maximum range could reach 50 meters. Despite the roaring flames, they did not pollute the air, emphasizing an eco-friendly approach. Subsequently, Grandfather Wen voluntarily took on the task of drilling holes. That morning, the group had been delayed by the sea monster incident, leaving them unable to cast nets. With a swift motion, he created a large hole in the ice, leaving Father Wen wide-eyed in astonishment. Grandma Wen believed her husband was utterly charming. Meanwhile, on the maternal side, Little Red eagerly volunteered to be a test subject. The outcome revealed that, although not as potent as the siren's mental confinement, it still yielded a 50% effectiveness. Prompted by this, Dad Wen proposed to assist his wife, and with their daughter's keen insight, they could directly pinpoint the vital points, thus reducing the difficulty of battling creatures by a tenth. He secretly resolved to diligently practice archery. After completing the netting task, the family returned to the fishing boat. For the remaining time, they gathered around to watch Dad Wen learn archery. In stark contrast to his father, who was practicing tirelessly, the others leisurely sipped tea and snacked on sunflower seeds. Unfortunately for Dad Wen, he occasionally endured verbal jabs from his father, with the more severe instances resulting in playful knocks on the forehead. Witnessing her father practice for nearly 2 hours, Wen Mingyue admired his tenacity and urged him to take a break. Fortunately, his hard work bore fruit, as he managed to hit the 6-ring target from a distance of 10 meters. Wen Mingyue offered to massage her father's shoulders and arms, showering him with praise to encourage him. With her grandfather playing the stern role, she took on the supportive part, ensuring her father could persevere. After a month of dedicated effort, she remained optimistic about her father's prospects. Although lacking in inherent talent, his diligence was commendable. After a restful night, she awoke to find it was already 8:30 in the morning. While washing up, she checked the family group chat and realized her relatives had already finished breakfast and gone to the gym on the 3rd floor. After completing her morning routine, She grabbed a bowl of congee, paired with a salted duck egg, steamed bun, and pickled vegetables, and took the elevator straight to the third floor. Glancing at the training schedule outside the door, she noted that aside from a few days when the whole family was fighting monsters, everyone had consistently logged in for training, with each member recording at least 2 hours daily. Her sister, Mingyue, averaged nearly 4 hours a day, while their parents logged 3 hours, and their grandparents 2 hours. Leaning against the door, she observed her family members sweating profusely inside, realizing she had become quite emotional. Soon after, the familiar sound of the system's announcement echoed in the sky. Congratulations to the 286 surviving players in this region. All region player strength. 1 additionally. As a reward for excellence, an extra point in mental strength is granted. The new area is the Mixed Zone 39, with a population of 600. 000. The regional group erupted in cheers, and the Wen family paused their workout to peer out the window at the upcoming announcements. Starting from 9 a.m. today, a 30-day contest for the Treasure Islands will commence, with an average temperature of 36 degrees. Islands will randomly refresh at sea. Dangerous monsters inhabit the islands. Defeating them will yield treasure chests. In addition to monsters, players may also encounter other competitors. End of announcement. Wishing all players good luck, and looking forward to our next meeting. This quickly sparked discussions among the regional players. Brave warriors of the great Yamato nation gather around for a summons. The number of participants is limited to no more than 60, with preference given to those of formidable strength. The illustrious nation of Great Britain seeks to join us as we return to our former glory. We, the great Yamato nation, warmly welcome your participation. Those who require assistance may call upon our esteemed allies from the Eagle Nation. To the citizens of Huagua, I advise you to tread carefully and pray not to cross our paths, especially you, Wen Mingyue. May our nation of pickled vegetables also join. You and Huagua are but lambs ready for slaughter, and we would gladly deliver you to your fate. We eagerly await the moment when you shall be dealt with by our illustrious leaders of Huaxia. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal cruise ship, a man in his 30s gazes intently at the continuously scrolling news on the screen, his expression resolute and keen. Surrounding him are a cadre of tall, young individuals, soldiers from Huagua assigned here after the conclusion of the Domain Defense War. The silence of the atmosphere is broken by a knock at the door. Major Gu, General Xiao wishes to speak with you. Understood, the leading man replies, offering a few words before hastily departing the conference room to enter the adjacent chamber. An elderly gentleman stands by the window. Since the game unveiled the family welcoming passage, Mr. Hua has instructed him to lead his team into the game world. Though the ultimate purpose of the game remains elusive, his suspicions grow increasingly steadfast. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue is deeply engrossed in reviewing her personal information while a lively discussion unfolds in the regional chat group. After vanquishing the level 25 alluring sea demon yesterday, she has finally ascended to level 26. Her current attributes are as follows: Strength, 32, Agility, 29, Mental Power, 32, Talent, SI of Insight, S-level Plan Affinity. Skills, Satisfaction Value Detection, Advanced, SS Lightning Strike. On the family front, after a month of the Domain Defense War and the 1-point strength bonus from Shark Meat, their statistics and combat prowess have seen varying degrees of enhancement. Firstly, her younger sister, Fanyue, currently stands at player level 7, with Strength, 13, Agility, 12, Mental Power, 12, and Talent, Advanced Animal Affinity. Father Wen is at player level 5, with Strength, 15, Agility, 9, Mental Power, 11. Mother Wen is also at player level 5, with Strength, 12, Agility, 12, Mental Power, 15, possessing S-level skill, Mental Confinement. Grandfather Wen is at player level 3, with Strength, 13, Agility, 9, Mental Power, 12, and S-level skill, Invincible Fire-Breathing Dragon. Grandmother Wen shares the same player level of 3, with Strength, 11, Agility, 12, Mental Power, 12. Upon reviewing their data, the family is filled with joy, particularly Father Wen, who did not expect to hold the highest player level among the 4 elders. Grandfather Wen shares the excitement, especially now that he possesses the S-level skill, Invincible Fire-Breathing Dragon, which makes him eager to set foot on the island at once. Additionally, Fanyue's system space, designated 2233, has received a notification of system upgrade. Current upgrade progress, 25. Click here to view unlocked new features. This marks the first time it has achieved a score of 25 within a month. Suddenly, I find this feeling rather pleasant. The master of relaxation begins to awaken. He, too, is capable of achieving great things. After clicking to view his newly unlocked features, a spark of realization ignites before him. Chapter 84, the 2233 upgrade of new features, commencing the battle for the Treasure Island. This 30-day contest for the Treasure Island presents an exceptional opportunity to significantly enhance player levels during the remaining maritime survival segment. However, for her, It requires monsters above level 20 to facilitate such elevation. As for the creatures on the island, she decides to let her family practice on them while she tackles the higher-level adversaries herself. Sister, come quickly. Her younger sister, Wen Mingyue, excitedly beckons. Wen Mingyue promptly approaches. Sister, the ice surface has suddenly melted. Wen Mingyue opens the system control panel, and the clock reads precisely 9 o'clock. The temperature within the protective shield has also risen to 30 degrees. Cautioning her family to observe carefully, she proceeds to activate the autopilot system. Drawing from her previous life experience, she knows that frequent navigation of the fishing vessel increases the likelihood of encountering islands. However, fuel poses a challenge. Operating this large ship consumes a considerable amount of oil. Once she has organized everything, Wen Mingyue notices that the team chat is buzzing with reminders regarding safety during this period. Her expression turns grave. Her group is likely their primary target. Su Fengyi, Mingyue, gather us if anything arises. Tang Xinghan, boss, count me in. My parents can assist as well. Zhao Jinxin, our Zhao family is ready too. Butler Zhengbo, Miss One, I am available as well. Han Shua, sister, I possess a gathering card. I can send it to you if necessary. Wen Mingyue is somewhat touched. Since the last poisoning incident, Zhengbo has been training daily with her, primarily focusing on ambush tactics and practicing various evasive maneuvers. During the last encounter, he successfully ambushed Zhao Xiaoer, and now he seeks to challenge some enemies. As for Han Shua, he nearly comes every other day to exchange for ice cream with Wen Mingyue, and through their interactions, his fondness for her has grown significantly, leading him to address her casually as sister. Particularly after witnessing her triumph over the level 25 Phantom Siren, he unabashedly declares her to be his only sister. Thankfully, it remains a mere online expression. Wen Mingyue, fearing awkwardness, thanks everyone in the chat before closing the control panel. She gazes at her own 25-level protective shield, uncertain if others' shields surpass her own. Compared to other players, her fishing vessel, equipped with stealth capabilities, offers a degree of security, yet she remains vigilant. If only there were skills to evade detection. The other members of the One family share her concerns, especially her sister, Wen Mingyue, who now sits alone on the stern bench, sighing. She ponders how her sister has endured the past few months, and after voicing her thoughts, she sighs again. The System 2233 in the space pauses its actions. To be fair, having encountered over 2,000 hosts, this one is its favorite from the very beginning. She treated it like a treasure, promising to indulge it once she graduates from the space. Observing 069 enjoying a lavish lifestyle daily, it too feels a pang of envy. Then she spoke. Host, what troubles you? Is there anything I can assist you with? She had heard her sister elaborate on the new functionalities following the system upgrade, which primarily involved treasure detection and danger assessment, all tasks entrusted to 069. Nonetheless, she hesitated to undermine the confidence of her own system. The mere thought of impending attacks made her anxious. She feared losing her family and the exquisite home they had cultivated within the game. Suddenly, 2233's eyes sparkled with excitement. Host, I can activate the locking defense feature. This was a newly unlocked functionality she had discovered last night, distinct from other systems. When Mingyue abruptly sat up from the bench, her eyes wide with curiosity. 2233, could you elaborate? It can't be as I imagine, can it? At that moment, 2233 reveled in its own brilliance. Once I activate the locking defense feature, no other players will be able to locate us or our fishing boat. Moreover, it sensed that subsequent functionalities would be even more formidable, surpassing those of 069, as it basked in its triumph. When Mingyue was already sprinting about the fishing boat in a frenzy, Wen Mingyue, observing her sister as if she were being pursued by a pack of hungry wolves, was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, when Mingyue came to an abrupt halt, grabbing her sister's arm, breathless, Sister, 2233 just informed me that after its upgrade last night, it can prevent us from being tracked by any players. When Mingyue could hardly believe her ears, this seemed even more impressive than 069. She quickly inquired for further details. Ultimately, she learned that 2233's locking defense function applied to any player, irrespective of level or distance. Not only could it prevent the fishing boat from being tracked, but it also offered the same protection to players bound to the boat. This included their later excursions to the island or any other locations, where they would remain undetectable by other players. To be frank, at that moment, when Mingyue felt a tinge of envy. However, upon seeing her adorable companion, whom she affectionately referred to as Tuanzi, tilting its head in a playful manner, her fleeting thoughts of envy dissipated. Tuanzi remained her utmost favorite. When Mingyue, upon discovering her system's remarkable capabilities, was utterly exhilarated. Seizing the moment, 2233 prompted, Host, shall I activate the locking defense feature now? The gathered Wen family members nodded fervently. Yes, yes, yes. Activation successful, came the response. When Mingyue did not forget to remind, be sure to keep it on. It must remain activated for 24 hours. The long-eared black rabbit in the space calmly gestured an OK sign, secretly overjoyed. There was something splendid about being needed by the host. At that moment, the Wen family felt an overwhelming sense of security. The fishing boat could conceal itself and evade tracking, truly unparalleled. While they reveled in this joy, they remained vigilant, resuming their respective tasks as they awaited the island's refresh. As the first day drew to a close, the sky still bore the hues of a setting sun. Wen Mingyue leaned over the side of the boat, retrieving a telescope to gaze into the distance, where a small black dot emerged within her field of vision. Still some distance from the fishing vessel's location. Activating the autopilot, the fishing boat steered towards the dot. Soon, the island came into view. Significantly larger than the islands associated with her contracts with Xiaohong and Lala. The entire family was filled with joy, eagerly observing the sight from the fishing boat for a considerable time. After a hearty meal in the evening, it was time for the much-anticipated unboxing. Today, 3 wooden crates and 2 iron crates had been automatically collected. Among the treasures was a substantial fuel reserve of 100 liters, suggesting that fuel supplies during the Treasure Island competition would be plentiful. Notably, one of the iron chests contained a fully automatic harvester, capable of seating 2 individuals and operational upon charging. Just a few days prior, the entire family had mobilized, spending an entire day harvesting and processing dozens of square meters of dry rice and wheat. With the harvester now at their disposal, future harvests of dry rice and wheat would be considerably more manageable. Before retiring for the night, each family member meticulously checked their backpacks for tools and weapons, promptly replenishing any overlooked items. The family drifted into a deep slumber, filled with anticipation for the following day. Chapter 85, Island Queries. The family unites to combat monsters. The next morning, the family gathered promptly. Since yesterday, there had been no reports from players encountering the island. After months of honing their skills, most players had learned the virtue of silence, with a few conspicuous exceptions. Wen Mingyue anchored the fishing boat behind a cluster of rocks, still some distance from the beach. Although the fishing boat had activated its cloaking feature, caution was imperative to avoid collisions with other players' vessels. During this period, numerous players would congregate on the island, making conflicts between them inevitable. Her primary objective was to level up and battle monsters alongside her family, striving to minimize conflicts and dedicating more time to exploring the island. Tawanzi was also to accompany them, for the clever little one was her capable aide. Xiaohong and Lala were tasked with guarding the home, along with supervising 4 cats and a dog. She reminded Xiaohong not to provoke sea monsters or other players. As for the other flowers, she instructed them to ensure all branches were contained within the protective shield. If other players spotted the vines suspended in midair, it could easily reveal the fishing boat's location. Regarding the dog, Fa Kai, she advised it to refrain from unnecessary barking. Regardless of its understanding, she deemed it prudent to communicate these instructions, ensuring that nearby vines could assist in muffling any sounds if necessary. The cats behaved well. With only Huawan being somewhat chatty, the others remained largely silent. Once preparations were complete, the entire family soared from the fishing boat. After a month of practicing on the flying carpet, they had become quite adept. The carpet's inherent sturdiness alleviated fears of missteps. As they entered the island's territory, a barrier of air halted their flight. Wen Mingyue promptly halted the flying carpet, her feet sinking into the soft sand. Curiously, her sister, Mingyue, reached out to poke the transparent protective shield before them, akin to a bubble that could not be popped. Almost immediately, an electronic prompt resonated, and a luminous screen materialized before them. Welcome to all players. Players must correctly answer the questions posed by this island to gain entry. There is only one opportunity to answer. If incorrect, players must wait an hour before attempting a new question. As the first group to discover this island, special privileges will be granted. Please click confirm when ready. The family turned their gazes towards Wen Mingyue in unison. Wen Mingyue was not surprised. It had been the same in her previous life. The questions rarely repeated, and later on, players would discuss them together in a group. Some questions were straightforward, while others. Signaling to her family, she extended her hand to click confirm on the screen. Upon receiving a prompt about the privileges, Wen Mingyue silently prayed for a simple question. In her previous life, she had spent a full 3 hours to answer one. The island then responded, "All right, please listen to the question." The Wen family instantly perked up. "What is 11? Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Seeing the lack of response, Grandma Wen appeared puzzled. Wasn't he equivalent to 2? Although the old lady had not received much formal education, basic arithmetic was not beyond her. No sooner had she spoken than the island's excited electronic voice rang out. "Congratulations, player. You have answered correctly. Welcome to all players to the island. Exploration hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Grandma Wen immediately stood tall, calmly extending her foot to step forward, her heart brimming with joy at the thought that her day had finally come. The others hurried to follow, not forgetting to praise Grandma Wen. Grandpa Wen, however, stood aside in frustration, wishing he had answered first. knowing it was so simple. He silently resolved that next time, if faced with an easy question, he would be the first to respond. At this moment, Wen Mingyue was examining the distribution of red dots on the island exploration map. The distance between the red dots was significantly larger than those on the previously explored islands, numbering in the hundreds, both large and small. The first supply point was the moisture-proof stone, which she was well acquainted with. After informing her family, the 6 of them along with a bear swung their hammers to begin smashing. Ultimately, they harvested 5,000 moisture-proof stones. Additionally, they collected over 10 cards worth of sand. Completing the task in just an hour, the island's temperature had risen to 36 degrees. Concerned for her family's well-being, especially for her grandparents, Wen Mingyue took out the temperature-regulating cloaks she had previously arranged to exchange with Zhao Lingxin, distributing one to each family member. The bear, noticing its absence, protested, insisting it wanted one as well. "Host, I want one too," it exclaimed. If it donned that black cloak, it would surely look majestic. With only 8 cloaks available, the ever-frugal Wen Mingyue quickly found an excuse. "You don't suffer from heat or cold, and besides, we don't have your size. We'll get you one later." The bear plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "We are a family. Why am I the only one left out?" it whimpered. The bear was deeply cherished by Grandma and Grandpa, who were both distressed by its plight. Grandma, while soothing the bear, urged her husband to take off his cloak and give it to the bear. When Mingyue face-bombed and hurriedly stopped Grandpa, retrieving a new cloak from her space. "If damaged, all accounting materials for this month will be confiscated." The child, grinning widely, patted his bottom and sat up, while his grandparents approached to drape a cloak over him. The cloak came with a hood, but the child's head was too round to fit it properly, so they could only drape the collar over his large head. Standing at nearly 1.6 meters tall, he looked somewhat comical, resembling a fool, eliciting laughter from the crowd. When Mingyue, clutching her stomach, beckoned everyone onto the flying carpet to proceed to the next resource point. Comparing the red dot on the treasure map, they discovered that the dot they were heading towards was moving, albeit slightly. When they were still a distance away from the red dot, they halted the flying carpet. The family cautiously followed Wen Mingyue forward, and soon spotted a large ground chicken on the opposite hillside. It was a formidable creature, with blue-brown feathers and red fleshy wattles on its head and neck. The system promptly issued a notification. Detected level 9 mutated turkey. The 5 members of the Wen family exchanged glances, then armed themselves with blades and hammers, moving forward stealthily. According to their prior agreement, anything below level 10 was to be dealt with collectively by the family, while she and the child would keep watch. They did not disclose the creature's weak points to one another. Before long, the turkey noticed the group behind it, clucking menacingly as blue flames erupted from its sharp beak. Had it not been for Grandma Wen's quick reflexes, pushing her husband aside, Grandpa Wen would have lost his eyebrows in the fiery onslaught. The family quickly reacted. The younger sister, Mingyue, took the initiative, firing an arrow while the turkey was distracted. The arrow struck the turkey's belly, causing it to turn viciously towards Mingyue. At that moment, Mama Wen unleashed an S-class mental confinement skill on the mutated turkey, weakening its attacks by 20 for 30 seconds. Papa Wen and Mingyue continued to shoot, while Grandpa Wen unleashed his S-class invincible fire-breathing dragon. The mutated turkey caught fire, but as it flapped its feathers, the flames were extinguished. The Wen family soon realized that the creature was also fire-based, rendering their fiery assaults ineffective. Just as they were preparing for the next round of attacks, Grandma Wen unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, raising her hammer and striking the turkey's head with force. Again and again. Moments later, the system issued a notification. Congratulations player Wang Jinjin for hunting the level 9 mutated turkey. Chapter 86. I have wanted to be the big brother for many years. When Mingyue never anticipated her grandmother's ferocity. Fortunately, the turkey's weak point was indeed its head. Had it been elsewhere, it could have been perilous. She made a note to reflect on this during their debriefing later. Naturally, when Mingyue praised her family's first collaborative effort, which brought them all great joy. Especially the elderly lady. With a few hammer strikes, her player level rose to level 4. Grandpa, watching his partner's player level on the screen, looked on with envy, clenching his fists and resolving to catch up. From the bronze treasure chest, dropped by the level 9 mutated turkey, when Mingyue obtained a yogurt maker. All the necessary materials were present, milk, honey, and the option to add fruit. Additionally, they received 10 pounds of turkey meat. The flavor of turkey pales in comparison to that of regular chicken. After deliberation, when Mingyue decided to exchange it for rice on the system, as her family was numerous and required a substantial stock of rice. The trading partner was directly identified as Eagle Sauce, requesting a swap for 50 pounds of high-quality rice. While other materials were open for private discussions, she beckoned her family to board the flying carpet and continued their journey to the next destination. Over the next 2 hours, the 5 of them collaboratively eliminated a horde of level 6 mutated beetles. Only after vanquishing the final one did a bronze treasure chest emerge. They found a flat, open space and began to enjoy the lunch they had previously stored in their cards. After their meal, they received a notification from the system confirming the successful transaction. 50 pounds of rice had been credited. Eagle Sauce attempted to negotiate a lower price, but was ruthlessly rebuffed by Tuzi. Unable to resist the allure of turkey meat and lacking the skill to cook rice, he could only grumble as he finalized the trade. Wen Mingyue resolved that in the future, she would exchange items she did not favor with players from other countries, as it was primarily her own nation that consumed rice long-term, and they likely possessed ample supplies. Prompted by her family, they hastened toward the next red dot on the map. However, it soon transformed into a gray spot. They halted the flying carpet, and after taking a few steps, her sister, Mingyue, heard a sound beneath her feet and signaled everyone to stop. Beneath them was a bustling colony of small ants, diligently relocating their home while chattering away. Be careful not to step on them. Indeed, you nearly turned me into a paste. Just moments ago, that group had been quite vicious, mercilessly tormenting a large-tailed wolf. TSK. They even mentioned wanting to kill someone named Wen Mingyue. Mingyue quickly relayed her observations to her family. Ever since entering the island, she had activated her affinity for animals. This talent allowed her to communicate with non-mutated creatures, and she was surprised to overhear something useful on her very first day. She crouched down to inquire about the whereabouts of the individuals in question and how many there were, offering a small piece of honey-coated nut in return. Oh, you're quite savvy. They went that way, the ants indicated. The group followed the direction the ants pointed. Mingyue then asked, how many people are over there? The little ant, munching on a sugar cube, replied, more than 30, but one golden retriever and a few curly-haired ones mentioned they were discussing something and are still in that grove. The ants had remarkably acute hearing and were certain that the individuals were still chattering away in the thicket. When Mingyue gestured to her sister, crouched on the ground. After expressing gratitude, the group held a brief discussion and decided to fly over on their carpet to investigate. When Mingyue never hesitated to confront those who sought to harm her, it was better to resolve matters swiftly to prevent complications from arising later. A few minutes later, they stopped in a suitable location, obscured by the bushes, and spotted 4 men. Thanks to the 2233's defensive lock, their presence went unnoticed. Holding their breath, they began to eavesdrop. The game system offered simultaneous translation. For the first few minutes, the men discussed the players they had dealt with recently. Faced with a band of villains, the Wen family wore grim expressions. Maple Leaf, quickly share your plan. Eagle was the leader of this group, and at that moment, he was engaged in a discussion with his cohort about how to deal with Wen Mingyue and her companions. They are players who have transitioned from the battle for the treasure island. True to their previous modus operandi, they must first eliminate the strong in the current region. Unfortunately, they have been unable to track down Wen Mingyue's whereabouts. Yet, the thought of vanquishing Wen Mingyue and gaining widespread renown exhilarates the leading golden-haired eagle. Now, they await the plan from the most astute among them, the second brother, Maple Leaf. Brother, my idea is the eagle craned his neck in anticipation of his younger brother's detailed strategy, only to be met with a surge of excruciating pain. Grasping his neck where the blood gushed forth, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Why, before he could finish his thought, he widened his eyes in reluctant death. In his final moments, the voice of the second brother, Maple Leaf, echoed in triumph. Brother, you can only blame your own ineptitude. You hold a high position, yet lack the capability. Eliminating the elder brother, allying with the third brother, and casting the blame upon Wen Mingyue would allow him to gather a considerable following under the guise of vengeance. Maple Leaf understood that with their current manpower, the odds of defeating the opponent were slim. The elder brother was arrogant and had not taken the time to ascertain Wen Mingyue's combat prowess, refusing to heed advice. Such a person was unworthy of leading them, thus, it could not be blamed on him. The third brother, Kangaroo, trembled as he approached. Second brother, how could you kill the elder brother? Maple Leaf had no intention of addressing his bewildered sibling. Seeing the fear etched upon the third brother's face, he scoffed. Remember, it was Wen Mingyue who killed our elder brother. Go back and spread the word among the group. After patting the third brother on the shoulder, he turned to leave. However, first the neck, and then the chest. There was no opportunity for him to speak. Before the elder brother's seat had even warmed, Maple Leaf collapsed to the ground, unable to close his eyes in eternal rest. The third brother, Kangaroo, smirked as he wiped the blood from his blade, a triumphant expression upon his face. Second brother, just now, your actions inspired me. I merely emulated you. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, a third brother who does not aspire to become the elder brother is no good third brother. He had long desired to take on the elder brother's role. Now that the game had begun, he could no longer allow others to overshadow him. The fourth brother, terrified, stumbled backward, frantically waving his hands. He did not wish to die. He genuinely wanted to be the fourth brother. Life as the fourth brother was agreeable, powerful yet easy, merely tasked with wagging his tail. The risks of being the elder brother were immense. In such a short span of time, they had lost 2 leaders. All he wanted now was to flee. The newly appointed elder brother, Kangaroo, reveling in his moment, suddenly perceived a flash before his eyes. Looking down, he discovered an arrow lodged in his chest. Wen Mingyue had struck. This fortuitous opportunity could not be missed. Without granting the two any time to react, he charged forward, dispatching each with a single blow. Effortlessly eliminating the four leaders, the family members clutched their hearts, continuously reassuring themselves. The adversary intended to shift the blame onto Wen Mingyue. Their actions were justified. Next, they deliberated on how to address the advancing team. After inventorying their supplies, Wen Mingyue swiftly devised a plan. On the road, he reconfirmed the route with Little Ant. And within 10 minutes, they had caught up with the preceding group of 30 individuals. At this moment, a group of individuals sat haphazardly upon the jagged stones, wiping the sweat from their brows as they awaited their leader. Suddenly, Wen Mingyue soared forth on a flying carpet, catching the crowd off guard as she hurled a grenade into their midst. To be precise, it was a smoke bomb, unleashed during the early stages of the Kraken Tide, produced by a level 17 ink squid. Smoke bomb, capable of obstructing attacks from creatures of level 17 and below for 5 minutes. While the effectiveness against monsters above level 17 diminishes, the same effect applies to players. Soon, the air was filled with coughing, as the Wen family did not remain idle, bombarding the dark mist with chili bombs and thunder bombs. Even the small creature joined in, tossing several grenades of its own. It took 20 minutes for the smoke to dissipate. On the Wen family's side, a notification from the system arrived, indicating that only 29 players had been eliminated. Chapter 87, Double Rebound Card, Confrontation with the Mutated Python. One person remained alive. Observing the heap of bodies sprawled on the ground, Wen Mingyue gestured discreetly to her sister, Mingyue, before launching a thunder bomb. Amidst the pile, a leg twitched suddenly. With a swift motion, Mingyue resolved the fate of the one attempting to feign unconsciousness. As for the belongings of these individuals, the system confiscated the majority, leaving her with merely 30 square meters of land, a guava tree, several packets of vegetable seeds, and a modest supply of wood and stone. Additionally, there was a disposable card. Wen Mingyue opened it to examine. Double Rebound Card, grants double joy, yet also double suffering. It could only be applied to other players, possessing a built-in rebound search function, akin to the effects of a truth card. Wen Mingyue recalled the ill-fated card that Sun Wei had employed against her. Should others resort to underhanded tactics against her, this card would serve as a fitting countermeasure. With her spirits lifted, she pressed onward towards the next red dot area. In the ensuing hours, Wen Mingyue dispatched a level 14 mutated flying eagle, while her family collectively eliminated 5 mutated creatures of level 10 and below. Her sister, Mingyue, singularly took down a level 7 mutated beetle. By the end of the day, the player levels of their grandparents reached level 5, their parents level 6, and Mingyue attained level 8. After dinner, they conducted a review of the day's activities, emphasizing to the family the paramount importance of ensuring their own safety at all times and in all places. Following the meeting, they brought out the yogurt maker, with Grandma Wen being the first to create a batch, followed by Grandpa and their parents. They added various fruits, including blueberry, strawberry, and jujube flavors, providing an array of choices. Several boxes were sent to the group chat, receiving unanimous acclaim, with everyone returning the favor with candies. Among them, Han Shua sought a private exchange with Wen Mingyue, as he was an enthusiast of both ice cream and yogurt. Finally, they opened the treasure chests obtained from defeating monsters, which contained resources previously encountered. Fortunately, from the silver treasure chest dropped by the level 14 Flying Eagle, they discovered blueprints for a turret. The primary construction materials were refined iron, and it could rotate automatically. Wen Mingyue promptly constructed 2 turrets, installing them above the cockpit. Now, above the cockpit, there were 2 turrets and 2 arrow towers, with the turrets positioned at the bow and stern, while the arrow towers flanked either side. As night fell, the group decided to inspect their surroundings before departing the following day. Before retiring for the night, I perused the messages in the chat group and discovered that several players had already arrived on the island, fervently sharing their grievances. Little did you know, the challenges I faced on the island today were utterly absurd. I was tasked with calculating the area of a leaf, and it had to be accurate to 2 decimal places. Goodness, was that not an unreasonable demand? Indeed, it was. I encountered the same question twice in succession, and it wasn't until 4 hours had passed that I finally responded correctly to a new inquiry. My straightforward approach was to simply ask about the next line of the Palace Jade Liquor poem. I hadn't anticipated that this game would be so trendy. Moreover, my task was to translate ancient Chinese poetry into English. I wondered, why must one answer questions while exploring the island? For those of you who have yet to arrive, you will soon understand. Brace yourselves for a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, Gu Jiyuan gazed thoughtfully at the lineup of fated avatars. He was taken aback to discover that the 4-nation coalition he had just secured had collapsed entirely within a single day. At that moment, someone behind him spoke up. Major Gu, do you think it was those few who resolved it? Yesterday's heated debate in the regional chat had seen several nations targeting not only them, but also Wen Mingyue, Zhao Jinan, and Han Shuo, individuals who were indeed capable of contending with the opposition. Zhao Jinan, after all, was his junior. I am not certain for now, he replied, before signaling for a few people to take a break. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the message panel. Gu Jieyuan, Jr. I would like to inquire about the situation regarding Wen Mingyue and Han Shuo. Zhao Jinan, upon reading the message on his screen, pondered for a moment before typing out a response. The information was gleaned from the players in the chat group. After a 30-minute Q&A session, he discovered that neither Zhao Jinan nor Han Shuo had taken the initiative. Clicking on the glowing avatar of the God of Wealth, he noticed the player level was the same as his own, intensifying his speculation. The following morning, the Wen family, having observed a series of arrow towers, continued their exploration of the island. Aside from the initial requirement to answer questions upon arrival, the subsequent days of exploration posed no further inquiries. However, shortly after their arrival, they heard several splashes as members fell into the water. At that moment, the regional chat group was abuzz. Baka, this wretched island dared to kick me. West 8. I want to file a complaint. This island just slapped me in midair, and my nose is crooked. The system owes me medical expenses. Shit. I was flung 1,000 meters away. If it weren't for my decent swimming skills, I might not have made it back. What are you all complaining about? We are dealing with electrocution here, and it's still crackling. Why is this so amusing? Fellow compatriots of Hua, take heed. Do not attempt to force your way onto the island, or you will face punishment. For questions you cannot answer, feel free to join our Hua National Encyclopedia chat group. The password is to sing our national anthem, followed by 3 random questions. Back with Wen Mingyue, she had just arrived at the first resource point. After securing the flying carpet, she reminded her family not to stray too far apart. Over the next hour, they unearthed 12 pineapples, a cherry tree, and a bayberry tree. They hastily made their way to the next treasure location. Meanwhile, the red dots on the island map had diminished considerably within that hour. Wen Mingyue speculated that many players had already arrived on the island, and her family remained vigilant during their flight. Half an hour later, the second resource point abruptly turned gray, rendering it inaccessible. The only option was to select another resource point and gradually delve deeper into the island's core. After flying for nearly an hour, they finally landed the flying carpet. They found themselves in a region marked by a moving red dot, predominantly inhabited by mutants. The clock struck noon. The group had snacked along the way to stave off hunger and still had ample energy. Soon, they heard a hissing sound emanating from a distant large tree, and the system promptly issued a warning. Detected a level 16 mutant python, skill, mighty constriction. Wen Mingyue activated her insightful eye, identifying the red dot locked by her talent at the python's tail, and quickly informed her family. At their request, she took on the role of assistant, ready to act only in a moment of danger. Soon, the giant python poked its head out from the tree. Its massive body was adorned with iron-like, dark green scales, and its eyes glowed like 2 radiant rubies, exuding an aura of extreme peril. While Wen Mingyue felt a tinge of anxiety, her family remained remarkably composed. Her mother was the first to employ a binding skill, while her father and younger sister, Mangyue, immediately began shooting. The python, struck by arrows, let out a pained roar and lunged towards them. Seizing the opportunity, Wen grandfather unleashed an invincible fire dragon, while Wen grandmother hurled thunder bombs with fervor. The air was filled with the python's thunderous roars, and Wen Mingyue's heart raced. Enveloped in flames, the python writhed on the ground, its colossal tail thrashing wildly, toppling 2 massive trees. Fortunately, everyone managed to evade the chaos unscathed. Mangyue swiftly climbed a tree, her daily practice on durian trees yielding impressive results. Agile as ever, grandmother dashed away, dragging grandfather, who had just unleashed the fire dragon. When father and mother hurriedly took cover behind a boulder. Chapter 88. Cross-level kill. Stellar energy cannon. The python, momentarily bewildered, did not know whom to pursue. Soon, the smoke began to dissipate, and the 30-second mental confinement lifted. However, it had sustained considerable damage, with burns and wounds covering its body. At this moment, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for the elderly couple who had attacked it with fire and thunder. Utilizing its keen sense of smell and perception, it pinpointed their location, a cunning glint flashing in its eyes. According to the agreement with her family, Wen Mingyue could not divulge the python's movements, yet she had already knocked an arrow, prepared to strike at any moment. The group maintained vigilance, ensuring they would not be ambushed. On the other side, the python feigned movement towards Mangyue's position. But just as it neared the tree, it suddenly pivoted and darted backward, heading straight for the hiding spot of the grandparents. When mother reacted first, casting her binding skill directly at the python. The python sensed its attack weakening, realizing something was amiss. In its moment of panic, it was struck on the head by a thunder bomb, causing it to feel dizzy and disoriented. The assailant was none other than Wen grandmother. The instant the python turned, she had swiftly reacted, peeking out to hurl a thunderbomb while rousing her husband. When grandfather hurriedly unleashed the fire dragon again, the python's body and psyche endured another critical blow, utterly unprepared for their swift counterattack. Yet again, it found itself engulfed in flames. Yet undeterred, it advanced resolutely towards the two individuals, engulfed in flames, poised for a do-or-die confrontation. Meanwhile, the elder had taken to their heels, as the colossal python drew ever closer. When Mingyue prepared to strike, suddenly, with a swift motion, a flash of light crossed the air, followed by the system's notification. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for achieving a cross-level kill of the level 16 mutated giant python. Rewarded with 1 strength and 1 agility. Reward, special silver treasure chest. Wen Mingyue, grinning, leapt down from the tree, while the system 2233 felt a swell of pride for its valiant host. Just moments ago, it had leveled up, with a current progress of 30, and had unlocked a new feature, straightening its posture considerably. Wen Mingyue felt a notable release of tension and shared in the joy for her family. This was undoubtedly a battle of unity and courage. Ecstatically, Mingyue picked up the treasure chest and found a spacious, even spot to sit down with her family and open it. She did not forget to express her gratitude towards her parents and grandparents for their cooperation, as well as her sister Tuanzi's guardianship. Observing his granddaughter's exuberant praise, the anxious grandfather hurriedly interjected, "Quickly now, let us open the chest and see." They had all heard the system's announcement regarding the special silver treasure chest. Amidst the eager faces of her family, Mingyue handed the chest to her sister. "Sister, please open it." After a moment's contemplation, when Mingyue shook her head, her sister's luck score of 7 was commendable, and she had noticed that the higher the luck score, the more likely one was to obtain desired items. Moreover, this chest held a unique significance for her sister. Pushing the chest back towards her, she encouraged, "You should open it. Just think of what you wish for." Mingyue scratched her head, her delight evident. To be honest, she had wished to open it herself, but she believed her sister's higher luck would yield better results. Seeing the approving nods from her family, she conceded, "Very well then, I shall open it this time. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, my sister can take over next time." Taking a deep breath, she prepared to open the chest. "Shall we begin opening the treasure chest?" "Yes." The onlookers nodded fervently. "Congratulations, you have received the latest interstellar product, the Infinite Energy Cannon. Equipped with an Infinite Energy Cannon, with 3 warranty repairs. Exceeding limits incurs a charge for repairs in star currency." Upon hearing that it was an interstellar product, everyone recognized its value. Even when Mingyue couldn't help but stretch her neck in anticipation. Mingyue was positively ecstatic, and under her family's urging, she carefully extracted the energy cannon from the chest. To be precise, it was a small brown box adorned with ancient patterns. Upon opening it, she discovered a golden cylindrical object, about the thickness of 2 fingers, attached to a black cord, seemingly designed to be worn around the neck. At the bottom of the box lay a small booklet containing detailed instructions for the energy cannon's use, along with a user experience feedback form. After thoroughly reading the instructions, she learned the method of operation. First, the user must bind the device, and it is a permanent binding. Once bound, the user cannot be changed, nor will it drop from the inventory. If the user strays more than 500 meters from the device, it will be reclaimed by the interstellar system. In other words, if another player were to seize it, they would be unable to utilize it. Mingyue proceeded to complete the binding as per the instructions, then silently willed it to enlarge. In the blink of an eye, a cylindrical cannon manifested upon her leg, eliciting gasps of astonishment from her grandparents nearby. They began to compare the specifications as stated in the manual. Name: Infinite Light Energy Cannon Color, Regal Gold Length, 1 meter mouth diameter, 20 centimeters weight, 15 kilograms. A pull ring graced the middle, designed for her to hoist it upon her shoulder. Wen Mingyue immediately rose, testing its weight against her shoulder, finding it perfectly proportioned. Above the pull ring lay the activation button, which, once engaged, could fire at her mental command. She was eager to unleash a barrage upon some monsters for practice. Meanwhile, her mother was fervently capturing photographs. Upon glancing at her sister, clad in a black combat suit, Wen Mingyue couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, as her sister resembled a heroine from a video game wielding a massive cannon. An unexpected rumble from someone's stomach broke the moment, reminding the group of their hunger as they prepared to dine. Mingyue commanded the light energy cannon to revert to its original form, no matter how closely one examined it. It resembled a golden ornament. She then hung it around her neck, concealing it within her combat attire, opting not to dismantle the treasure chest. She wished to keep it as a memento. Next, she reviewed her player information, noting that she had advanced from level 8 to level 10. Strength, 14 agility, 13 mental power. 12 her grandparents had also risen to level 6, while her parents remained unchanged. Wen Mingyue took the opportunity to explain that as levels increase, so does the difficulty of advancement. Typically, one would level up after the next battle. Her parents sighed in relief and focused on their meal. After lunch, spurred on by her sister Mingyue's persistent urging, they hurried to gather additional resources. During the afternoon, Mingyue effortlessly dispatched a level 6 mutant with the light energy cannon. Witnessing the cannon's formidable power, the group was astounded as it obliterated the target in a single shot. Truly remarkable. After stowing the cannon, they collaborated with their family to defeat 2 waves of mutants using bows and arrows. In this practice and leveling phase, they remained discreet as other players were in the vicinity. They encountered 2 groups of players along the way, both with Western appearances. Upon seeing them, one group engaged in hushed whispers but made no further moves. Observing the remaining red dots on the map, they realized they could explore for only one more day. As dusk descended, ensuring they were not being followed, Wen Mingyue led her family back to the fishing boat. After an afternoon of effort, her parents' player levels rose to 7. Once dinner concluded, it was time to open the chests. From one of the bronze chests, Wen Mingyue uncovered a 2-pound block of blue vein cheese. The aroma was overwhelming, prompting exclamations of disbelief from the group. Nearby, fur cats instinctively began to dig, while the exuberant puppy Kai spun in circles inside the house. At that moment, Wen Mingyue's mind was already racing with calculations, anticipating a substantial windfall. Chapter 89. The High-Stakes Auction. Father when struck by an arrow. Dear family, hurry and check the latest offerings from Wen Mingyue's specialty products. 2 pounds of blue cheese can be exchanged for 100 pounds of premium rice or 10 pounds of pork. However, what you mentioned is not an exchange. It is an auction, and what you referred to is merely the starting bid. A gathering of eager onlookers bids fervently. Could someone please update us on the auction's progress? Currently, the Kangaroo Nation has raised the bid by 20 pounds of rice, while the Eagle Sauce has added 50 pounds. I am surprised that foreigners possess such a wealth of rice. I find myself envious. One wonders if it is possible that they are not particularly skilled in culinary arts. 10 minutes later, dear family, let us extend our congratulations to the Gauls for their ultimate victory. 200 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of pork. They are indeed wealthy, although I find it difficult to comprehend. After all, these are delicacies from their homeland, and if they deem it valuable, then so be it. Meanwhile, the Wen family gazes at the pile of resources before them, grinning from ear to ear. On the 3rd day, the exploration of the island continues. Within the span of a morning, they dispatch 2 waves of mutated beings. Among one of the bronze chests, they uncover a card granting strength level 1. After some deliberation, the most diligent, Father One, is awarded this card. As the afternoon progresses, the local resource points begin to vanish one by one, prompting them to hasten to the last remaining site. Wen Mingyue cautions her family to remain vigilant, instructing 069 to be alert for any impending dangers, particularly when players gather nearby. It is not out of the question that other players possess maps for island exploration. Shortly thereafter, they arrive at the final resource point on the island. The system promptly sends a notification. Level 13, mutated wild boar. This creature possesses 2 sharp tusks, weighs several hundred pounds, and boasts immense strength. As per their usual strategy, Wen Mingyue takes a position to observe, while Tuzi stands watch, and the family coordinates their efforts. 20 minutes later, the wild boar is struck by 3 arrows. Its crimson eyes gleam with ferocity, and its aggression remains unabated as it bellows at the group. Mother Wen continues to employ her binding skills, while Grandfather Wen unleashes a fire-breathing dragon, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. In agony, the wild boar begins to indiscriminately attack its surroundings. At that moment, Wen Mingyue receives a warning from 069 regarding a gathering of players. There are 12 in total. She quickly alerts her family to expedite their efforts. 3 minutes later, with a well-coordinated effort, Full Moon and Grandfather manage to vanquish the level 13 mutated wild boar. In haste, they collect the treasure chest and 50 pounds of wild boar meat before stepping onto their flying carpet, preparing to depart. Host, be cautious. With remarkable agility, Wen Mingyue swiftly pivots and brandishes her tang knife, deflecting an arrow to the ground. Among the 12 opponents before them, half are the Western faces they encountered yesterday. Whispering amongst themselves, observing the elderly and youthful combination on their side, the adversaries summon their comrades, intent on robbery and violence. The leading tall man halts mid-air on his flying carpet and gestures for Wen Mingyue and her party to land at the designated spot. Seeing that the group remains unmoved, the imposing figure brandishes a machete, threatening, "Come down immediately, surrender your resources, and we shall let you leave unharmed." However, Wen Mingyue had already conferred with her family beforehand. Upon encountering players attempting to rob them, they would retaliate without hesitation. Thus, the group, in perfect harmony, retrieves their chilly grenades and thunder bombs. As soon as they are hurled, Wen Mingyue maneuvers the flying carpet to the side. The sharp sounds of explosions and anguished cries echoed in succession. Once he steadied himself, Grandpa Wen unleashed his fire-breathing dragon towards the crimson mist, sparing not even the 2 who had fallen to the ground. At that moment, a piercing scream from his younger sister, Mingyue, rang out. "Dad's hurt." It was only then that everyone noticed an arrow lodged in Father Wen's arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he feared that his condition might alarm his family. Seeing the concern in their eyes, he quickly reassured them. I'm fine. Don't worry. Mingyue instructed their grandparents to keep watch, recognizing their keen eyes and swift reactions, especially Grandma's. She then crouched down, using a dagger to slice through the blood-soaked fabric, retrieving a handkerchief, rolling it into a ball, and deftly stuffing it into her father's mouth. Dad, bear with it. I'm going to pull the arrow out. Just as Father Wen was about to nod in agreement, Mingyue swiftly yanked the arrow free. Her movements were decisive and unhesitating, showing no concern for her father's pain. Though he managed to stifle a cry, tears streamed down his face. The agony stemming not only from the arrow's removal, but also from the fierce grip of his wife, whose expression was one of ferocity, as if she were the one who had been struck. Only then did she notice her husband's look of grievance. Realizing her mistake, she immediately released her hold and exhaled deeply. At that moment, Mingyue was far less concerned about her father's pain and focused instead on whether the arrow was poisoned. She tore the handkerchief from his mouth to wipe away the blood, then took out a healing salve and applied it to the wound. Father Wen gasped sharply from the pain, his toes curling, all the while mentally lamenting that his daughter showed no gentleness. Shifting his gaze towards his younger daughter, he acknowledged that her attention was elsewhere. The two sisters were intently focused on the wound, aware that any sign of poisoning would prevent it from healing. 2 minutes passed. Mingyue prodded the wound and looked up at her sister with excitement. Sister, the wound is gone. No trace left at all. Truly a game world. Only then did Mingyue feel relieved, giving her father a hearty pat on the shoulder. Dad, try moving your arm. Father Wen sat up abruptly, shaking his arm. It's really healed, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Mother Wen was equally elated. That's wonderful. I was worried it would affect our monster hunting. With that, she gave her husband a hearty slap on the back. Father Wen felt aggrieved. Before long, Mingyue received a notification from the system. All 12 players had been eliminated. She hurriedly called for their grandparents to board the flying carpet. They immediately slumped their shoulders, rubbing their eyes, which had grown sore from the strain of watching. Keeping watch was more challenging than battling monsters, for they feared being ambushed in the blink of an eye. Shortly thereafter, the group soared away from the island. Simultaneously, the Wen family received a notification from the system. Congratulations to all players for completing the island exploration. Reward, 10 flight points. Mingyue received this reward as well. She could now fly for 10 hours, while her family could fly for 2 hours. Upon returning to the fishing boat, she first checked the supplies that remained after the system deducted fees. Most were timber, along with 6 pounds of rice, for 100 liters of fuel, and 10 square meters of land. The grandparents' player levels had risen to level 7, the parents to level 8, while her sister remained at level 10. In the end, a silver treasure chest emerged from the wild boar. The unanimous and spirited response to the question of whether to open the chest echoed through the air. A moment cherished by the family, marked by an impressive harmony. Congratulations, you have obtained the mighty hammer, read the notification. Upon striking a target, the damage is doubled. It possesses a built-in ranged attack, with a range not exceeding 100 meters. The grandmother's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward to lift the hammer, testing its weight. She desired it. The family understood each other perfectly. Before bedtime, when Mingyue perused the messages in the group chat, members of the team had been gradually arriving on the island over the past few days, while the majority of players in the regional group also made their way to the island. Chapter 90, Encountering Rivals on the Island and Unveiling High-Level Evolution Liquid. In the days that followed, apart from the occasional island encounter, the entire family remained active, diligently maintaining their fitness routines and honing their respective skills. The elderly lady wielded the hammer with formidable strength. A single strike could cleave even the toughest moisture-resistant stones into pieces, bringing her immense joy and a sense of youthful vigor. The old man's fire-breathing dragon struck with precision, no longer singeing Wen Dad, who had been forced into the role of a target. This was, of course, also due to Wen Dad's enhanced agility. Wen Dad, now more nimble on his feet, boasted an improved archery accuracy of 60, his shots becoming increasingly clean and decisive, his hands steadying with newfound confidence. He remarked that diligence could compensate for lack of talent, and effort could yield commendable rewards. Little Hong eagerly volunteered to assist Wen Mother in her experiments, harboring her own secret intentions, believing she had concealed them well. In truth, everyone was aware but chose not to expose her. With Little Hong's enthusiastic cooperation, Wen Mother increasingly mastered her mental energy management, significantly shortening the recovery time after using her skills. Lala was also striving for results, and when Mingyue promised to procure resources for its upgrade in the future. Contracted creatures were unique. Nutrient and growth solutions did not aid their evolution and required special provisions. After a month of diligent practice, the shooting accuracy of the younger sister reached an impressive 90. The two sisters' tree climbing skills became increasingly fluid, outpacing both cats and dogs. During idle moments, Tuzi would take the 4 cats and 1 dog to bask in the sun on the deck, while also enjoying the family's performances. The family's favorite activity remained practicing on the flying carpet, and even the grandparents had learned to join in. Indeed, one never stops learning, regardless of age. This month-long endeavor of monster hunting, coupled with the constant encouragement and recognition from family members, enabled the two elderly individuals to discover their worth within the game. They became resolute in their belief that they were not a burden. They too could engage in battles and contribute to various conflicts. Along their journey, they collected 9 treasure chests, most containing fuel and daily necessities. With no sea monsters presenting themselves, Little Hong swam several laps underwater, yet failed to attract any. The sea monsters would return to the depths, and soon enough, they would encounter them again. The space had accumulated a good quantity of prepared food cards, and Wen Mingyue relished the process of cooking together as a family. It wasn't until noon on the 4th day that the silhouette of the island came into view. After swiftly finishing their lunch, those on watch resumed their duties while the others continued their monster hunting. As per their usual practice, they first addressed the island's inquiries. After hearing the questions, everyone exchanged glances, none of them able to respond. The team chat was equally perplexed. Even Tang Xinghan, who was usually sharp-minded, found himself at a loss. When Mingyue was reminded of her country's encyclopedia group, after her family enthusiastically sang the national anthem and answered 3 questions correctly, they finally gained entry. After deliberation, they invited Mama Wen into the group. The group was filled with remarkable talents. Within 10 seconds of posing a question, a girl named Liao Hui provided the correct answer. The swiftness of her response was astonishing, and they could hardly comprehend the solution she offered. It was evident that she possessed a genius intellect, far surpassing their ordinary understanding. They sent her supplies for her to choose from, and she eventually selected a tub of fruit-flavored ice cream, expressing her gratitude profusely, leaving the entire family somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, on a certain island, Liao Hui was savoring the ice cream with a look of contentment, pleasantly surprised by the generosity of her counterpart. The ice cream was in a sizable tub weighing nearly 2 pounds. It seemed to be homemade and was quite delectable. Fortunately, she had added them as friends and had agreed to prioritize her assistance in exchange for ice cream in the future. After consuming nearly a third of the tub, she noticed her comrades staring at her enviously. Oops, she had inadvertently indulged alone. Reluctantly, she offered the ice cream to them, reminding them to save some for her. Turning to the man beside her, who was studying the island map, she said, "Captain, please keep this safe for me. I promise to resolve everything today." Her captain possessed a unique SSS-grade item awarded for the survival challenge, a space for preserving supplies, with a capacity of 500 cubic meters, which had already stored a considerable amount of provisions. However, the cruise ship was crowded, leading to significant consumption, and they had amassed plenty of dried goods like salted fish and mushrooms. The only drawback was that it could not replicate items. Gu Jia, having paused his actions, turned to glance at Liao Hui and smiled in acknowledgement. She was an invaluable member of their military think tank, the group's source of joy, petite yet sharp-witted, and a true foodie. Meanwhile, when Mingyue was examining the treasure map, the current island was twice the size of the previous one, with nearly half of the resource points shaded gray. Crucially, within the gray area, there was not a single red. All were clustered closely together, indicating systematic exploration. When Mingyue speculated that the opposing side likely possessed a similar exploration map, urging her family to exercise caution while reconfirming with her sister that the 2233 defensive lock had been activated. After all, 2233 had a history of issues, which left her somewhat uneasy. Once reassured, when Mingyue led her family to gradually explore the inner regions of the island, starting from the outskirts marked by red dots. The afternoon was spent observing her family collaborate in combating monsters. Through this period of practice, their synergy was remarkable. A mere glance was sufficient to convey one another's intentions, and their speed in defeating adversaries of the same level had increased by half compared to before. They even managed to take turns resting during their efforts. The hard work and achievements of her family stirred emotions in Wen Mingyue, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Sensing her host's melancholy, the little creature beside her inquired softly, offering a gentle pat. When Mingyue sniffled, her gaze lingering on her family members ahead. "It's nothing, just my allergies acting up." Afterward, she affectionately ruffled the round head of the creature. The little creature understood but chose to remain silent. After finishing their work and returning to the fishing boat, everyone took turns indulging in a wave of luxurious massage chairs before retreating to their respective quarters for a deep slumber. The following day, with the dawn breaking, they ventured out. This island offered no restrictions on exploration time, and the early bird indeed caught the worm. Upon arrival, they unearthed a mango tree, much to Wen Ma's delight, for it was her favorite fruit. When Mingyue promptly declared that she would water it with growth liquid upon returning home that evening. Turning around, she caught sight of her father's eager gaze. Despite possessing an S-class bow, he seemed more interested in showcasing a dazzling skill. Wen Mingyue recalled the envious glances exchanged between her grandfather and mother whenever her father wielded his skills. Understanding her father's desire to impress her mother, she reassuringly patted his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, Dad, I will choose a splendid one for you." Just as she spoke, her grandmother began to complain about wanting to quit, which confused Wen Mingyue. She promised her grandmother that she too had something in mind, which seemed to satisfy the elderly lady, prompting her to hastily approach her husband. In the afternoon, they continued their exploration, working in perfect harmony to eliminate a level 15 plant-type mutant. The family joyously returned to the fishing boat, freshened up, and shared a meal before gathering to open their treasure chests. The bronze chests yielded only repeated supplies, mostly mundane necessities. Finally, they reached the much-anticipated silver chest. Congratulations on obtaining advanced evolution liquid. A wave of joy washed over Wen Mingyue as she extracted the small vial from the chest and clicked to view its details. Advanced evolution liquid, exclusively for contracted beings. Consuming it aids contracted beings in their evolution. Each contracted being may consume up to 3 vials beside her. Lala's eyes widened in fascination, and she instinctively tiptoed, intoxicated by the faint aroma wafting through the air. Xiaohong, swaying her vines, brought her flower-like face closer for a glance before returning to Wen Ma to continue munching on shrimp chips. Unable to contain her laughter at Lala's animated eyes, Wen Mingyue reassured her, "Don't worry, this vial is for you. I promise to find you resources for your upgrade." Lala beamed with joy, nodding vigorously, before remembering her superior. She turned to Xiaohong, who waved dismissively. "This is of no use to me. You needn't save it for me. Its level is too low. Its effect is negligible for me." Ultimately, Lala happily cradled the evolution liquid and returned to her stump to consume it, knowing it would take some time to complete her first evolution. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinan gazed at the faded profile picture, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Ever since the failed ambush on the Zhao siblings, Li Xiangmei had taken her son to the fishing boat of an old flame, and her son, Yaozong, had finally acknowledged his roots. Initially, they could have enjoyed 3 meals a day. Yet she insisted on courting disaster by urging her partner to seek revenge on the Zhao siblings. The other party, not foolish, promptly silenced her and advised her to cease her provocations. However, Li Xiangmei disregarded her partner's refusal and continued to whisper in his ear. Eventually, her partner, unable to endure her incessant nagging any longer, ordered his men to cast Li Xiangmei onto a small boat, leaving her to fend for herself. His subordinates had long suffered from her cutting sarcasm, and having harbored resentment for so long, they unceremoniously provided her with a dilapidated fishing vessel. As Li Xiangmei gazed helplessly at the sinking fishing boat, her desperate cries failed to rekindle her beloved's affections, and thus he vanished into the vast ocean. Her son, Yaozong, arrived complaining about everything, enduring daily beatings from his father, which set him on a long path of reform. The following morning, the Wen family gathered to observe Lala, who was suspended high in a tree, motionless, seemingly asleep. "You all go about your business. I shall remain on the boat to watch over it," said Xiaohong, who was ever loyal and particularly attentive to her younger brother and relatives. Wen Mingyue nodded in appreciation. "You've earned your keep. I'll reward you with an extra meal upon your return. If anything arises, contact me through the contract space." Xiaohong grinned widely, knowing that Yia understood her well. After bidding farewell to the others, she leaned against the wooden house and dozed off. Fishing and shrimping every day was exhausting. After all, the first exploration point of the day was a vast expanse of cacao trees, one of which had mutated. The system promptly notified, level 12 mutated cacao tree detected. After a fierce battle, the mutated tree was defeated, yielding a mutated cacao seedling. The family spent the remainder of the morning harvesting cacao fruits, the primary ingredient for chocolate. An excellent source of energy. In the afternoon, they vanquished a group of level 8 mutated birds, discovering a bronze treasure chest that contained 12 bottles of growth liquid. They also unearthed 30 square meters of black soil and 8 tree stumps adorned with silver fungus, which Wen Mingyue promptly added to her backpack, along with a generous collection of mushrooms. As the fruitful day came to a close, their first task upon returning to the fishing boat was to plant the cacao trees. To this end, Wen Mingyue dedicated 2 square meters of black soil for the endeavor. After some contemplation, she poured in 2 bottles of growth liquid, causing the cacao trees to flourish rapidly and bear shimmering cacao fruits. Unlike ordinary cacao, these fruits emitted an enticing aroma that was utterly mouth-watering. The system chimed in. "The fruits are delicious and contain immense energy, quickly replenishing stamina and restoring vitality upon consumption." The family was elated, with Mama when contemplating chocolate-making techniques in her mind, envisioning a splendid source of energy for future battles. They proceeded to peel the cacao beans and gather silver fungus. The stumps of the fungus were placed in the orchard, nestled alongside the shiitake and ear fungus stumps, promising another bounty soon. Before retiring for the night, she glanced at Lala, who seemed to have grown taller yet remained in slumber. Beside her, Xiaohong yawned. "You all should rest. Lala is fine. Just leave it to me. Once the others departed, the ever-restless Xiao Hong stretched, having napped all day, and prepared for a night of fishing. The next day, the entire family beheld 8 large iron barrels filled with freshly caught sea fish, recently processed and in pristine condition. Xiao Hong, eager to show off, delayed allowing Tuanzi to store them in the space. The family praised her profusely, and Mama Wen divided a substantial meat bun, offering half to Xiao Hong, followed by giving her a whole one under Xiao Hong's eager gaze. Xiao Hong relished the treat, her mouth sweetened by gratitude. Thank you, Mama. Please be careful when you go out. The two Wen sisters exchanged knowing glances, long accustomed to such displays. After tidying their gear, they set forth to continue their island exploration. On the road, we chanced upon a verdant thicket, teeming with tropical flora. When Mingyue proposed to excavate some specimens to cultivate as ornamental trees, the family expressed no objections, and they promptly seized their shovels to commence digging. Ultimately, they unearthed 8 exquisite Monstera adansonii, 6 Dracaena circulosa, 5 bottle palm trees, 3 ornamental canna lilies, alongside 4 palm trees and 2 cycads. Afterward, they encountered a duo of mutated seabirds, and later in the afternoon, they stumbled upon a troop of mutated monkeys. System notification, Level 17 Mutated Monkey King. The surrounding 6 were mere subordinates. It was imperative to vanquish the final one, the Monkey King, to procure the treasure chest. During the skirmish, the Wen family discovered that these mutated monkeys possessed remarkable intelligence, even adeptly wielding rudimentary weapons and tools. At present, several of the mutated monkeys hurled stones at them with fervor, retreating to the trees for cover once their ammunition was expended. Wen Mingyue, clutching a painful bump on her forehead, pursued the monkey hurling stones at her, as both were skilled climbers. Shortly thereafter, she dispatched the mutated monkey with her crossbow, achieving a measure of satisfaction. However, she was soon ambushed by another. Clutching her head in pain and grimacing, she pursued with her blade drawn. When parents coordinated their efforts to eliminate 2 more mutated monkeys, their bodies bruised and battered from the barrage of stones. Meanwhile, the grandparents each dispatched a monkey, with Grandpa effortlessly handling the most troublesome one using a fire-breathing dragon. Nearby, the elderly matriarch rushed forward, firmly stepping on the tail of a mutated monkey and wielding a hammer. With one powerful blow, she dispatched all 6 subordinates. As when Mingyue engaged in battle with the level 17 Monkey King, she loosed arrows in its direction, but the creature nimbly evaded her shots, leaping to another tree. Witnessing the corpses of its subordinates, its crimson eyes glowed with an icy blue light as it unleashed a fearsome roar, swinging a metal ball at the surroundings. Mingyue deftly evaded, seeking a new vantage point to shoot from. Ultimately, with her family's support, she succeeded in defeating the Monkey King, who wielded the iron ball in its attacks. Chapter 92. Unity Combat Card. Encounter with the Gu family. Congratulations on acquiring the Unity Combat Card. Upon activation, it enhances team cohesion and improves efficiency. When Mingyue accessed the panel to inspect the card, noting that it required team registration before use, the team would also need to bear the captain's name, leaving little room for creativity. After registration, she clicked to activate the combat card, leaving the remainder to be tested in the field. Upon returning to the fishing boat, Lala remained in slumber. After dinner, it was time for the day's box openings, yielding 5 chests in total, which contained a badminton racket and 10 shuttlecocks. They planted the greenery they had unearthed beside the pavilion, where a patch of vacant land was perfectly suited for playing badminton, allowing for rest in the adjacent pavilion when fatigued. In the following 2 days, they successfully dealt with 8 mutated creatures below level 10, 2 at level 14, and 1 at level 18. They also obtained a set of breathing masks and fins. Notably, the level 18 mutated creature yielded a collection card, enabling one-click gathering of identical resources. The red dots on the map diminished steadily, and when Mingyue estimated that they would soon depart the island. After breakfast, the family gathered by the wooden house to observe the changes in Lala. At this moment, the chili plant had grown to a height of 2 meters, its branches laden with vibrant, glistening peppers. To be precise, they shimmered like gold, resembling a tree of golden chilies. After securing the fish caught by Xiaohong the previous night and completing the handover of the household duties, the family set off to explore the island further. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the first supply point, where a vast expanse of legumes greeted their eyes. Upon closer inspection, most were soybeans, alongside some green beans, red beans, and peas. Realizing that harvesting them all would consume an entire day, they decided to utilize a collection card. Please select the species to collect. When Mingyue opted to gather the soybeans, the most abundant of the lot. Congratulations, you have obtained 800 pounds of soybeans. These soybeans could be transformed into tofu or soy milk, providing a nourishing supplement for the family, much to their delight. Next, they proceeded to pick the remaining green beans, red beans, and peas, all of which could be saved for seeds. Soon, they would be free to enjoy the tender shoots of peas. They also dug up dozens of legume seedlings, exchanging some with the group for 5 red-fleshed dragon fruit saplings, 6 corn plants, 12 oilseed rape plants, and 2 zucchini vines, all suitable for seed saving. Zucchini and barbecues were a match made in culinary heaven. Before long, it was lunchtime. The group found a flat spot, set up a table, and laid out the meals they had prepared in advance. Steamed Eastern Star grouper, spicy stir-fried sea crabs, garlic chives with cured meat, shredded ginger mixed with cucumber. 2 large platters of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and an ample supply of drinks and fruits. However, just as they were about to finish their meal, the system detected the approach of other players from behind. Wen Mingyue checked the data on her panel and estimated they would arrive in about 5 minutes. She hurriedly urged her family to eat and instructed Tuzi to return to the system space. As soon as they finished their meal and cleared the table, a large group of people arrived from behind. They were tall and robust, predominantly males, with only a few females present. From their posture, Wen Mingyue could roughly guess their identities. Moreover, she overheard them speaking in the dialect from northeast Huagua, unmistakably compatriots from Huaxia. It seemed they had come to find a spot to dine. Both parties exchanged simple nods and greetings before each resumed their activities. While the other group set up their tables and chairs, Wen Mingyue and her family completed their tidying up and called for the flying carpet. Once they distanced themselves from the crowd, she summoned Tuzi to join them. To her surprise, she spotted Liao Huihui, the girl who had previously assisted them with island inquiries. Among the newcomers, a boy nearby called her Huihui, and she was holding a plastic container for ice cream that Wen Mingyue had crafted, still bearing the handwritten fruit flavor label. Accompanying the leading male was a black panther, which, without hesitation, bit into the man's pant leg as soon as it landed on the flying carpet. Its demeanor was strikingly similar to that of Tuzi when she asked for food. Wen Mingyue couldn't help but glance at her own Tuzi, who had long since developed an intuitive connection with her host, and nodded in understanding. Just as she had suspected, that gluttonous black panther was also a system entity. Meanwhile, Gu Jiyuan watched his own system, just out of the space, with a resigned expression. Even as a system, it was still so gluttonous. A large bone was casually tossed to the black panther, which joyfully seized it and lay down to gnaw and play. Gu Jian gazed contemplatively in the direction where Wen Mingyue and the others had departed. "Captain, it's time to eat," Liao Huihui shouted, pulling him back from his reverie. He beckoned everyone to hasten their meal, for they needed to proceed to the next red dot area afterwards. Before long, Wen Mingyue and her family arrived at a red dot region, the largest moving red dot on the map. It seemed that another group was also headed for this area, but they had been outpaced. They halted the flying carpet 200 meters from the red dot location, and the system promptly issued a notification. Detected level 20 mutated pitcher plant. The pitcher plant possessed a large pouch and was surrounded by dense vines, with corrosive liquid being sprayed at high speed. What followed was a collaborative battle among the family. 10 minutes later, the skirmish concluded. A shared glance conveyed an immediate understanding of each other's thoughts. Ultimately, with the family's cooperation, Grandpa unleashed an invincible fire-breathing dragon, turning the mutated pitcher plant to ashes. Once the battle was over, they discovered they had sustained some corrosion damage, prompting Wen Mingyue to quickly retrieve ointment. After a brief rest, they continued towards the final resource point. A vast expanse of red dots lay ahead, numbering in the thousands. Soon, they descended upon a beach. As they beheld the multitude of bubbles on the shore, Wen Mingyue, an avid viewer of tidal videos, was instantly invigorated. She retrieved a shovel and rallied her family to begin digging. Shortly after, they unearthed a razor clam longer than her hand. It was their first experience at tidal flat foraging, and even the round little dumpling was thrilled, exuding enthusiasm as laughter filled the beach. Before long, Gu Jiyuan and his companions arrived. A young man pointed excitedly at the seafood in Grandpa Wen's hands, exclaiming, "Captain, look, that huge clam is bigger than any I've found back home." Grandpa Wen raised the clam with a smile, inviting everyone to join in the digging. Fortunately, the beach was spacious enough to avoid crowding, and both parties intuitively occupied their own sides. Golden sunlight scattered across the sandy shore, illuminating the joy on each face. Wen Mingyue tossed a geoduck into a wooden bucket, wiping the sweat from her brow. Suddenly, she felt a gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw the black panther and its owner. They too were observing her and the little panda dumpling by her side. The dumpling felt a bit awkward, having been so excited about the tidal flat foraging that it forgot to remind its host, unsure if there was still time to return to their space. In contrast, Wen Mingyue was indifferent, focused solely on foraging more seafood. Unfortunately, the current system did not permit the raising of sea fish. Any fish, shrimp, or crabs stored in the wooden bucket would perish after 2 days. Otherwise, she would have certainly established a breeding ground on the fishing boat. Chapter 93. S-Class Misfortune Clearing Skill. Han Shuo's, summoning the group, dug until the sun began to set, with nearly half of the red dots still remaining. Shortly after Wen Mingyue and her family departed, Gu Jiyuan and the others headed in the opposite direction, needing to reach their next destination. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue returned to the fishing boat to begin contemplating their harvest. Amidst the abundance of razor clams, geoducks, and sea conchs weighing hundreds of pounds, the group, seated comfortably on the sofa, found their hearts still yearning for the remaining provisions. They collectively resolved to excavate for one more day. Following this, the moment arrived to unveil the golden treasure chest procured from the level 20 mutated pitcher plant, which yielded 5 gold ingots upon disassembly. Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank misfortune cleansing skill. Coverage: all misfortunes and curses, usable once daily, automatically triggered, with no cooldown period. Refreshing at midnight. Can be applied to other players or contracted entities. This splendid skill was to be retained by Wen Mingyue, as her frequent appearances on the leaderboard might attract undue attention. Should her family or contracted beings be targeted, she would be able to assist in their cleansing. Just before retiring for the night, the group decided to check on Lala once more. Upon reaching the cabin door, Xiaohong poked her head out, exclaiming, "Yeah, Lala has awakened." Joy surged through the group as they hurried to investigate. "Lala, how do you feel?" Lala yawned and assured them, "There is no need for concern. I am brimming with energy." With that, she leaped down from the chili tree, seeking water from Wen Mingyue. Wen Mingyue handed her a glass of sweet watermelon juice and then delved into the contract space to review Lala's upgraded information. Level 12, fire-breathing chili. Capable of launching powerful chili projectiles that automatically lock onto target groups. Upon closer examination, she discovered that the upgraded chili projectiles would not harm allies, eliminating the need for immediate retreat after launching. Eagerly, she shared this delightful news with her family. It was astonishing that a single bottle of evolution liquid had propelled Lala from level 5 to level 12, transforming her from bronze to silver status. Additionally, her time away from her main body had extended from 2 hours to 4. With just a couple more upgrades, they would be able to take Lala on outings without concern. The following day, as the dawn light began to grace the horizon, the fishing boat was anchored beside the beach, and the family set forth toward the shore. Xiaohong and Lala were already waiting eagerly at the beach. Moreover, the dog and kitten had also arrived. At the designated moment for opening the island's gates, the Wen family resumed their excavation endeavors, reminding Xiaohong to keep a watchful eye on the cats and dogs. Tawanzi and his siblings busied themselves playing in the sand, while Sister Mango promptly began digging, inspiring the others to follow suit. Tawanzi took it upon himself to carry the energy waste bin to clean up after his younger siblings. After tidying up, he encouraged his little companions to continue playing. Following a hearty lunch, they resumed their digging and, by 2 in the afternoon, had successfully resolved all the red markers on the beach. Together with the previous day's haul, they amassed over 1,000 pounds of seafood. Then, accompanied by his sister, they donned their diving gear to catch fish while the family prepared for a barbecue on the beach. After a flurry of activity, they gathered a bountiful harvest of sea urchins, abalone, sea cucumbers, and large blue lobsters, along with various seaweeds. Sister Manuel was elated but felt unsatisfied, insisting on another day of fishing. Wen Mingyue contemplated the imminent conclusion of the resource-rich maritime survival phase and resolved to continue fishing the following day. Next came the feast, featuring an array of meat skewers, grilled prawns, barbecued fish, and king crab sashimi, alongside steamed sea urchins. The kittens indulged in tuna and salmon sashimi, complemented by poached prawns, while the 4 little ones savored their meal joyously, having expended much energy throughout the day. The dog, Fa Kai, delighted in the grilled fish and prawns, along with a hefty marrow bone. Once the battlefield was cleared, they returned to the fishing boat, arriving just in time at 6 o'clock. The 5 dragon fruit plants, previously relocated, were planted around the wooden cabin, with Dad when constructing supports to facilitate their future climbing and fruiting. Corn, rapeseed, zucchini vines, and legumes were also cultivated. Currently, the fishing vessel boasts nearly 400 square meters of land, brimming with potential crops, and during this exploratory phase on the island, more digging is required. At this juncture, only 10 days remain until the conclusion of the Treasure Island competition. The following day, Wen Mingyue and her sister resumed their fishing endeavors while their grandparents and parents prepared a barbecue, simultaneously capturing moments with the camera. Xiaohong eagerly assisted, passing plates and skewering food, while Lala busied herself with honey water in one hand and grilled skewers in the other. The cats and the little dog lay basking in the sun on the beach, their bodies elegantly sprawled with paws in the air, utterly at peace. Upon returning to shore, the sisters were greeted by this delightful scene, prompting them to find a patch of sand to lounge upon. Engaging in light conversation, they soon dozed off, only to be roused by the sound of Wen Mama calling them for dinner, leading them to groggily rise and resume their feasting. After their meal, they thoroughly cleaned the beach before returning to the fishing vessel, activating the autopilot system, and sinking into slumber. Upon the conclusion of the island exploration, each family member received an additional reward of 10 flight points, enabling them to fly for 4 hours daily. Over the subsequent 2 days, they salvaged several crates, one of which contained 24 bottles of chewing gum. Simultaneously, the fishing vessel was upgraded to 3,000 square meters, including the system's built-in 10 square meters. Congratulations on upgrading the fishing vessel to 3,000 square meters. Reward: automatic irrigation system. The Adept system promptly assisted with the installation. Installation successful. Would you like to integrate with the energy-saving system? Wen Mingyue decisively selected yes, and subsequently reviewed the instructions. Once activated, the irrigation system would automatically detect the soil's moisture levels, thereby facilitating efficient watering. Coupled with the energy-saving system, it would significantly reduce water resource wastage. According to the data provided by the system, the water usage was half compared to manual irrigation. Not only did it save time and effort, but the conservation of water resources alone thrilled the family for an entire day. At this point, only 7 days remained until the end of the island exploration. The next morning, when Mingyue was awakened by the system's alert, detected that player Beishang Frog has used a misfortune card against you. Misfortune afflicted. Automatically activating misfortune removal skill. Misfortune afflicted has been cleared. Detected double rebound card. Would you like to retaliate? Using this will cause your opponent to experience double the suffering. When Mingyue sat up in bed, what was destined to occur had finally arrived. Checking the opponent's information, she discovered a little notebook belonging to one of the individuals who had previously threatened her in the group. Presumably, after activating the 2233 lock defense feature, her opponent could no longer track her, prompting the use of the misfortune card. As the double rebound card could only affect other players, when Mingyue confidently chose to confirm the counterattack, she proceeded to wash her face and joined her family for breakfast. Today's morning meal consisted of dumplings served with various fillings, chives, cabbage, and a delightful mix of green onion and fish. Aside from dumplings, a considerable number of buns, steamed bread, and flour rolls were amassed. After finishing lunch, I was just about to head upstairs with my family for some exercise when I received a message from Han Shuo. Han Shuo, I am currently on an island, but there are 2 waves of bandits here. I just concluded a skirmish with them. I have a summoning card. Siblings, are you coming? Sufingyi, what bandits? Han Shuo, primarily, they are from the organization known as the Notebook and the Britons. According to intelligence, this group has killed many of our compatriots. I just encountered them and they shot one of my subordinates. They are now pursuing us across the island. The group immediately understood the gravity of the situation and began to prepare their gear. Little Red and Lala remained behind to look after the home, feeding the cats and dogs, while Mom Wen promised to return with delicious treats for them. Chapter 94, Swift Resolution. Gathering on the fishing boat 10 minutes later, everyone assembled. Due to the limitations imposed by the island, they could only gather along its edge. Fortunately, the inquiries regarding this island were not particularly challenging and were easily resolved by Su Fengyi. The Zhao siblings brought along 20 individuals, including the butler Zheng Bo, who seemed to have practiced quite a bit recently. Following them were the 3 sisters of Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan. Han Shuo also had over 20 on his side. The opposing faction comprised an alliance of several nations. After Han Shuo dealt with one of their smaller teams, around 50 remained. This group had been split into 4 squads following a surprise attack by Han Shuo earlier that morning, searching for any trace of him. Meanwhile, Han Shuo possessed a tracking card that could directly pinpoint the enemy's position. After some discussion, it was decided to split into different teams. Han Shuo and Zhao Jinan would confront 2 of the 20-member squads, while Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan would handle 6 patrol teams. Wen Mingyue and her companions would deal with the remaining 10-member squad. They were all reminded to prioritize safety and to retreat if necessary. Should they withdraw, everyone would return to the fishing boat to minimize casualties. After Han Shuo, in a rare moment of seriousness, offered his reminders, everyone dispersed to commence their tasks. Wen Mingyue, along with her family, headed towards a nearby gathering point of one of the squads. They knew they must resolve this wave before they could explore the island with joy. 10 minutes later, they halted at a position 500 meters from the enemy, finding a large tree for cover. Using nutrient liquid, they persuaded a nearby vine to assist in creating a barricade. Wen Mingyue and her sister readied their bows, attaching upgraded chili projectiles with fishing line. 3 minutes later, 2 flying carpets appeared in the distance. On one flying carpet, which carried 6 individuals, the leader was a man whose face was swollen like a pig's head, foul words spilling from his mouth. Suddenly, 2 loud bangs echoed as the small vine pulled the flying carpet aside, sending the group plummeting. The first to scream was the pig-headed man, followed by 5 others tumbling down atop him in a comical stack. Then, with a swift whoosh, the chili projectiles detonated in their midst, anticipating deceit from the enemy. Wen Mingyue maintained the flying carpet within a safe range and hurled several thunderbolts into the smoke before swiftly retreating. What followed were increasingly anguished cries. 20 minutes later, as the red mist dissipated, Wen Mingyue received a notification from the system. All 10 adversaries had been eliminated, and upon inspection of the names, they were all members of the Notebook. Notably, one of them was the Northern Frog, who had previously used a misfortune card against her. A peculiar sense of sorrow envelopes me regarding my double counterattack card. As for the supplies in my backpack, after the system's deductions, only a fraction remains, save for some timber. I must mention the presence of a summoning card. Accepting the 2 flying carpets handed to me by the climbing vines, my overall gain seems satisfactory. It cost me merely 2 chili bombs and 4 thunder bombs. Shortly thereafter, I received messages from Ning Qian and others, indicating that they had also completed their tasks. After 30 minutes, Han Shuo and Zhao Jinan concluded their endeavors, and we all set off towards the gathering point. After resolving the notebook, Wen Mingyue examined the treasure map. Only a few gray dots had vanished, while many red dots still lingered. Upon gathering, I handed the summoning card to Han Shuo for renewal, and Ning Qian produced another card. This arrangement allows us to remain on the island for 6 days. As for our accommodation that night, Han Shuo graciously covered it without charging us the island introduction fee. I resolved to offer Han Shuo a friendly price in the future. Though he may appear somewhat lackadaisical, he proves to be quite dependable in critical moments and knows how to navigate social situations. With such an island at our disposal, we must hasten to explore. The majority of the supplies from the opposing fishing vessel that ended up in my hands consisted of timber and iron blocks, along with 20 pounds of rice, 15 pounds of flour, and a selection of candies. Ordinary land spans 15 square meters, featuring a yellow peach tree and a starfruit tree. After swiftly finishing lunch, we dispersed to carry out our tasks, planning to reconvene on Han Shuo's fishing boat for dinner. During the afternoon, we eliminated 2 twin mutated entities, yielding 2 mahjong machines. How remarkable! The final supply point revealed a vast expanse of black soil, causing the eyes of one household to gleam with excitement. Having just upgraded to a 3,000 square meter fishing boat, which had left us with ample space, we seized this opportunity to excavate everything. The 6 of us wielded our hoes with fervor, digging industriously. Ultimately, we harvested 150 square meters of fertile black soil, bringing the total land on the fishing boat to over 600 square meters. I must express gratitude to Han Shuo, as I plan to discreetly provide him with some supplies. Meanwhile, Ning Qian and her companions encountered a sulfur pit, spending the better part of the day extracting sulfur. In the gaming world, sulfur is a valuable commodity, and the 3 sisters have become affluent through its trade, all directed towards domestic sales. Wen Mingyue exchanged upgraded chili bombs for over 300 units, allocating some for cannon use and others to Zhao Lingxin for thunder bombs. Upon learning of the chili bomb upgrades, everyone sought to trade with Wen Mingyue, while Han Shuo offered to exchange for explosive beads. Fortunately, the current production of chili bombs is substantial, otherwise, it would be quite challenging to keep up. I produced an explosive bead, transparent with a milky hue, small and slightly chewy. According to Han Shuo's description, it can be pierced and attached to arrows, remaining inert unless subjected to impact. I promptly instructed Tuanzi to take note, intending to string several of them onto arrows for future use. Subsequently, a call from Han Shuo in the group gathered everyone as we made our way to the fishing boat. Han Shuo's fishing vessel boasts an area of 2,000 square meters, presenting a charming pastoral appearance akin to my own. Additionally, there are 2 3-story villas. It is surprising to discover that this lad knows how to indulge. The interior is equipped with numerous entertainment facilities, including a KTV. It seems there is a network system in place, and I intend to establish one for myself in the future. Min Qingxue called upon Han Shuo, who was just about to show off, and urged everyone to freshen up. There were washrooms upstairs and in the adjacent building, and I had prepared all the toiletries. Everyone should feel at home. Tang Xinghan gave Han Shuo a playful pat on the back, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly fortunate." Laughter ensued as the group dispersed. Luckily, everyone had made arrangements for an overnight stay and had brought a change of clothes. After their refreshing wash, the group felt invigorated and engaged in lively banter. Han's parents, warm and welcoming, quickly mingled with Wen's mother and others, exchanging affectionate titles. They busied themselves preparing a sumptuous feast for the evening, while Wen Mingyue took charge of the fruits, ice cream, and yogurt, chatting amiably as she washed the vegetables. Prior to this, Min Qingxue had been added to the team chat by Han Shuo, and the group was well aware that the two were genuinely a couple, having already developed a rapport with everyone. After feasting, it was just past 8 o'clock when Wen Mingyue brought out the mahjong table. Although she was not adept at playing, she delighted in watching others. Having been immersed in the game for nearly 5 months, a little relaxation was welcome, for the journey ahead in gaming was still long. Thus, at one table were Mingyue, Tang Xinghan, Zhao Jinan, and Zhao Xiao, while opposite them sat Han Shuo and Min Qingxue, with Zhao Lingxin and her bodyguard on the left, and Su Fengyi accompanied by her loyal aides on the right. Feeling overwhelmed as a novice, when Mingyue had initially intended to summon her mother to supervise, but seeing her engaged in lively conversation with Han's parents, she decided against it. Noticing the little creature flitting about in front of her, she summoned it to keep her company. In the ensuing rounds, when Mingyue found herself at the mercy of 3 teams, her promised novice luck nowhere to be seen. The little creature could no longer contain itself, lamenting that its master played her good hand poorly. "Master, you should have played this one," it exclaimed, only to realize its faux pas and hurriedly covered its mouth. Wen Mingyue shot a glance at the creature, understanding its plight but choosing to remain silent, thus allowing it to take the lead in the game. Delighted, the creature stepped up, deftly drawing and playing tiles. Meanwhile, Han Shuo found himself relentlessly pursued by it, nearly collapsing into Min Qingshue's embrace in despair. Just when he thought he could seize an opportunity to outplay Wen Mingyue, his fortunes turned, as her system seemed deliberately targeted against him. Each round, as he played, his opponents would triumph, even scoring consecutive victories. The little creature reveled in its triumph, and Wen Mingyue found joy in the unfolding spectacle. As the mahjong game progressed into the midnight hour, none of the players wished to leave the table. Fortunately, there were still several days ahead to continue their gaming, treating it as a pre-celebration for the new year. Noticing Han Shuo's enjoyment, Wen Mingyue privately gifted him a mahjong table as a token towards their island exploration expenses, especially since her backpack still contained 150 units of fertile soil. A boon from him. Upon receiving Wen Mingyue's message, Han Shuo's face lit up with joy, and the cloud of defeat that had loomed over him vanished without a trace. In the following days, their island exploration proceeded smoothly, and each night, they continued their spirited mahjong battles, fully engrossed in the festivities. During their adventures, they stumbled upon a wall of flowers, and Wen Mingyue collected 4 bougainvillea plants. Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan also managed to contract plants suitable for home care. The island was abundant with climbing plants, which, although lacking the battle prowess of Little Red, required only water to thrive. Upon learning of the situation, Han Shuo finally employed his most treasured contract card. After meticulous selection, he successfully contracted a level 12 climbing vine. It was only after the contract that he discovered his new companion's haughty nature, characterized by a fiery temper and picky eating habits. Beyond water, the creature took a liking to his ice cream and yogurt. Thus, in the subsequent months, Han Shuo had to exchange bubble pearls and Wen Mingyue's offerings for ice cream and yogurt. Zhao Lingxin, having learned from Han Shuo's experiences, ultimately contracted a gentle and obedient T-White Rose with commendable combat prowess. It was not until the expiration of the invitation card that everyone returned to their respective fishing boats. During this period, the 5 members of the Wen family collaborated to eliminate 12 level 10 or lower mutants, along with 6 more ranging from level 10 to 20. Additionally, Wen Mingyue managed to defeat a level 21 mutant. Upon returning home, the fishing boat was in pristine condition, with the necessary feeding for Little Red already taken care of. Only the milking remained. The system's produce was of exceptional quality. Despite several days without milking, the cow was in fine form, yielding a substantial 30 pounds of milk. After indulging the cat and entertaining the dog, they prepared a feast for Little Red and Lala. Subsequently, the group gathered to open their loot, which primarily consisted of previously opened household items, random seeds, and fuel. They also discovered 2 large boxes of antifreeze, totaling 24 bottles, along with a flying blanket. With ample land available, it was prudent to stockpile antifreeze. Ultimately, they uncovered a golden treasure chest dropped by the level 21 mutant, which contained a long-awaited shield, currently rated at level 26. This shield not only protects their dwelling from high-level sea monster invasions, but also regulates temperature. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that higher-level shields would likely require defeating even more formidable mutants or receiving system rewards. Meanwhile, her personal player level remained at 26, necessitating the defeat of monsters closer to her level for advancement. Regarding family progress, her grandparents had reached player level 11, her parents level 13, and her younger sister level 16. Among the second batch of players, they were undoubtedly in a leading position, especially her sister Mingyue, whose level stood out among the first round of players. Furthermore, she could now fly for 12 hours daily, while her family members could manage 6 hours. With 5 flying blankets available, for safety reasons, it was preferable for each individual to have one. With the upgraded fishing boat's expanded area, Mama Wen now rode a small electric scooter for her harvesting, a move she justified as time-saving, though it was more about enjoying a leisurely ride. Despite being in a game, she still longed for the life of the original world. As the 30-day island exploration period came to a close, the familiar announcement echoed from the sky. Congratulations to 520,000 players for successfully exploring the island. Starting today, the Friend Gathering channel is open. We welcome all players to actively participate in the first internal test. Time: tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. During the gathering, it will be a safe period, so there is no need to worry about sea monster issues. For specific details, please check the personal information section of the control panel. Wen Mingyue shared the screen, and together with her family, they examined the invitation channel section. Each residence could only send out 1 invitation per month, requiring mutual followership among friends, and the number of invitees could not exceed 40. If players encounter unfriendly events during the gathering, the invitation channel will be closed. and the involved players will first undergo a wave of electric therapy before being sent back to their respective fishing boats. This measure also serves to prevent certain players from exploiting the invitation feature to conspire malevolently. After much deliberation, it was decided that the first gathering would take place on Zhao Jinan's fishing boat. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a distinctly spring-like warmth. The Wen family gathered the supplies they intended to bring, leaving Xiaohong and La La to watch over the house. At the request of the group, they took all the kittens and puppies along with their belongings. These sociable feline and canine companions were unperturbed by strangers, particularly the eldest, Mantu, who relished mingling among the crowd. Observing the forlorn expressions of Xiaohong and La La, Mama Wen promised to return with delicious treats for them. The food-loving, theatrical Xiaohong immediately nodded in agreement, having been informed by Wen Mingyue the night before that opportunities for stockpiling were limited, and it was time to catch fish. La La, despite her fiery appearance, was quite shy. She would be content with just a few sweet beverages. Before long, the entire family arrived at Zhao Jinan's fishing boat, which was significantly larger than the last time they saw it. The 4 cats and 1 dog were promptly taken by Zhao Shower and others for some affectionate petting. Zhao Xiaolu picked one up and began to indulge, only to be met with the furious punches and kicks of Mango, the most temperamental among them, leaving him covered in cat fur. Soon after, Ning Qian and others arrived, along with Su Fengyi's grandparents and the mother of Ning Qian's sisters. Tang Xinghan and his parents followed closely behind. Finally, Han Shua's family arrived, accompanied by a few familiar subordinates. The contracted vine climbers had conveniently been left to guard, allowing them to communicate any urgent matters through the contract space. In no time, the middle-aged and elderly gathered together, preparing food while engaging in conversation. The young Master-S steward even set up a dedicated chat group for the older generation. Meanwhile, the younger crowd busied themselves with petting cats, walking dogs, and continuing their mahjong games. Han Shua remained undeterred, insisting on sitting at the same table as Tuanzi. Not only was Tuanzi skilled at the game, but also gracious. After winning a few rounds, she would allow them to win in turn. After several observations, Wen Mingyue finally grasped the game, though she preferred her beloved Tuanzi to play, relishing in watching her dominate the game. The delightful day soon came to an end, and farewells were filled with reluctance. The newly acquainted old sisters felt the most sorrowful, promising to continue their lively chats in the group once they returned home. Chapter 96, Weapon Enchantment Card. Finally, it's when Dad's turn the next day. A familiar announcement echoed through the sky. Starting from 9 a.m. today, a 30-day period of free activity will commence. Temperature, 35 degrees. Players must bravely step out of their fishing boats to reap abundant rewards. Monsters in the sea will be increasingly perilous. Defeating domain-level monsters will grant opportunities for a roulette draw. The supply of treasure chests on the sea and resources in the ocean will be halved. Lastly, players are advised to stockpile food diligently in preparation for the arrival of the next survival location. As the announcement concluded, there were no rewards, resulting in grievances echoing through the group, reminiscent of previous experiences. When Mingyue accepted this outcome gracefully, with ample materials, she crafted several water purification machines and fishing nets, now totaling 26, distributed evenly on both sides of the fishing boat. Simultaneously, preparations were underway to unveil the salted fish, facilitating subsequent trade of materials without exposing the camera's capacity. Enduring these 30 days, a formidable challenge awaited. The family, invigorated and gathered together, deliberated on the actions for the upcoming month. Drawing from her past life's experiences, she recalled that the waters surrounding fishing vessels were typically devoid of sea monsters, or if present, they were of a lower level. As the system had indicated, only by departing from the fishing boat could one encounter higher-level sea creatures, presenting an excellent opportunity for players to enhance their abilities and acquire resources. The prior expedition to the islands primarily aimed to provide players with flight points, and soon, flying carpets would be plentifully refreshed. They needed to seize this opportunity to hunt formidable sea monsters. Ultimately, when Mingyue and her companion Tuanzi found themselves on a flying carpet, with her sister, the full moon, accompanied by their grandparents, while Wen's parents occupied another. Lunch was conveniently resolved upon the flying carpet, which was sufficiently spacious when assembled. Xiaohong and Lala continued to uphold their role of guardianship. Tuanzi initiated a perilous exploration, with the 2,233's defensive locks activated. After nearly 2 hours of flight, the system issued a notification. Detected level 18 mutated swordfish. When Mingyue signaled her family to halt the flying carpet and maneuvered it to an appropriate altitude. After 5 minutes, the silhouette of the swordfish emerged beneath them. The creature measured at least 10 meters, its skin a dark brown, with a silver-white underbelly and a mouth armed with a sword-like appendage, as hard as steel. During this month, they intended to achieve swift victories, prompting Wen Mingyue to activate her inside eye, with the red dot pinpointed on the swordfish's abdomen. The swordfish, leveraging its speed, repeatedly surged from the depths of the sea to launch attacks, while the family skillfully evaded on their flying carpet, striking when the swordfish breached the surface. The swordfish, in pain, persisted in its resistance, evading and countering. Just as the Wen family seemed poised for victory, a colossal octopus suddenly erupted from the depths. Detected level 23 deep-sea mutated octopus. Remarkable speed. The deep-sea octopus ensnared the swordfish with its tentacles, hurling it towards Wen's parents' flying carpet. They narrowly avoided the octopus's ambush, and the others seized the opportunity to retaliate, ultimately resulting in Wen Mingyue's arrow striking the red dot on the swordfish's abdomen. The silver treasure chest was automatically collected by the system. Having dealt with the swordfish, only the level 23 deep-sea octopus remained. Wen Mingyue instructed her family to ascend, and soon, the octopus surged from the ocean floor, targeting their grandparents. Without hesitation, Wen's mother unleashed a binding skill, while Wen's grandfather launched a fiery dragon attack. The octopus, engulfed in flames, plunged back into the sea, vanishing from sight. Wen Mingyue gestured for her family to retreat, as the system had indicated that the deep-sea octopus was now within 100 meters of her position. Moments later, the octopus breached the surface, extending its tentacles in an attempt to grasp Wen Mingyue's flying carpet. Anticipating this, she deftly evaded and, seizing the moment, tossed an explosive pearl at the octopus. The explosive pearl proved effective, revealing the red dot atop the octopus's head. Wen Mingyue retrieved an arrow equipped with the explosive pearl, keenly observing the distance on her panel. As the octopus's head broke the surface, she released her arrow, striking true at the red dot. The entire family breathed a sigh of relief as they retrieved the golden treasure chest and soared away from the treacherous waters. During this period, the likelihood of encountering other players at sea was quite high, and the recent commotion had been considerable, raising concerns about unwanted attention. After flying for half an hour, they merged their flying carpets and began to feast. The meal consisted of hot pot fish slices, spicy stir-fried crab, meat-filled buns, crispy meat vegetable soup, garlic hollowed-out spinach, chilled cucumbers, and a bucket of steamed rice, complemented by a fruit platter and 2 pitchers of iced beverages. Satiated, they proceeded to open their loot. The level 18 swordfish yielded a card granting 2 to strength, which they decided to bestow upon the younger sister, who had personally vanquished the swordfish. Next came the golden chest dropped by the level 23 mutated deep-sea octopus, which revealed an enchanting card. Previously, during the forced player battle, Wen Mingyue had also uncovered an enchanting card after defeating a level 12 mutated wolf. Clearly, this new card was markedly more powerful. Weapon enchantment card. Upon use, it slows the enemy's speed by 30 for a duration of 2 minutes. Effects do not stack. Wen Mingyue suggested that this enchanting card be given to her father for his S-grade bow, and the family unanimously agreed. After some practice, her father had developed a fondness for archery and had improved considerably. Although he could not directly slay an opponent, hitting them would effectively slow them down by 30, perfectly complementing her mother's mental confinement ability. Mr. Wen was elated, finally possessing a touch of magic himself. However, Wen Mingyue found it curious that at level 23, they still had not encountered a domain-level boss. Reflecting on her previous life, she recalled that the reported highest level for a domain-level boss was 25, slain by a formidable figure from their region. Thus, she became vigilant and urged her family to exercise caution in battle, advising retreat if they found themselves overmatched. In the afternoon, they circled around the fishing boat, dispatching 2 level 15 sea monsters. One silver treasure chest contained 100 liters of fuel, while the other yielded 60 tubes of antifreeze. The antifreeze would be essential for the next round of survival point openings, and given their current territory, it was still far from sufficient. The first day of their expedition had been relatively smooth, and they returned laden with spoils. Warm sunlight bathed the fishing boat as the cats leapt from the swings, stretching their limbs before approaching the family, nuzzling affectionately, while Fortune wagged its tail excitedly. After indulging the cats and dogs, the entire family set out to gather vegetables and fruits, followed by a meal, and ultimately, they retrieved 2 wooden boxes automatically collected by the system. One of the boxes contained a large bag of yeast, just as the supply brought by her mother was nearly depleted, making it a timely replenishment. Before retiring for the night, they activated the autopilot system. With ample fuel, they planned to navigate through the night to encounter more sea monsters and conserve time on their round trips. On the second and third days, they only dealt with 3 silver sea monsters, acquiring a high-grade tang knife and a large bathtub designed for bathing. 1 silver treasure chest yielded a cake-making machine, complete with all the necessary ingredients. Given their current supplies, they could craft chocolate cake, cream cake, and fruit cake. That very evening, Wen's mother took the opportunity to experiment with the new machine. Ultimately, 6 magnificent cakes were crafted, and without forgetting to share some with her dear old friends, they reciprocated with an abundance of candies. The subsequent days were filled with delightful surprises. In Chapter 97, Fortune at its peak, over the next 3 days, 5 silver sea monsters were vanquished. Once again, She was fortunate enough to acquire a grand bathtub, along with a substantial box of bathing products sufficient for the entire family for 2 years. Additionally, she discovered a gas pearl, a small, white orb that shimmered with a soft blue light and possessed considerable weight. The family gathered to examine its description. Gas pearl, used for water purifier upgrades, not applicable for this round of gameplay. May be fused with the water purifier in advance, when Mingyue understood that this would be utilized in the next round of the game. Harnessing the gases from the air to produce a certain amount of purified water. Considering her 26 water purifiers, the task seemed daunting. With a soft sigh, she carefully stored the pearl, not rushing to fuse it. In the regional group, other players had also found pearls, yet they were not foolish, recognizing their value. They were reluctant to trade them. Nevertheless, when Mingyue posted a link, intending to gauge interest. Meanwhile, in the team group, Han Shuo had also acquired 2 pearls, boasting about them and gleefully sending private messages to Wen Mingyue. She felt a pang of envy at his incredible luck, determined not to be outdone. She rallied her family to battle fiercely against monsters. Within 5 days, they had acquired 8 more pearls, bringing their total to 9, with 17 still needed for their quest. During this time, several players approached her for trades, but the offers felt akin to robbery, resulting in no successful exchanges. She refused to engage in a losing deal, opting instead to gather more herself. As time swiftly passed the halfway mark, in the following days, when Mingyue procured 60 vials of antifreeze, now totaling 15 pearls. Most players in the regional group had also managed to find pearls, all obtained through confronting sea monsters. Those who remained stagnant on fishing boats, hoping to acquire pearls through treasure chests, were sorely mistaken. Consequently, an increasing number of players began to disembark from their vessels. In the next 2 days, Wen Mingyue's family encountered 2 groups of players, both foreigners. One group, observing the combination of young and old in her family, harbored ill intentions. They attempted a sneak attack, aiming to stab Wen's father from behind, only to be met with a counterattack. Ultimately, Wen Mingyue received 30 square meters of black soil and 20 square meters of regular land from the defeated foes, along with 5 fruit trees, including macadamia and other nut varieties. Now, the land on their fishing boat exceeded 600 square meters, with several dozen fruit trees. They had also dried over 50 baskets of salted fish, enough to sustain them, and decided to halt their efforts to stockpile fresh goods. Salt and purified water were temporarily taken off the market, allowing for a period of accumulation. Before long, day 16 arrived, and the Wen family prepared their equipment. Setting out early, they experienced a fortuitous beginning, encountering a domain-level boss. Level 26 domain boss, Great White Shark. Wen Mingyue quickly alerted her family to maintain a safe distance. She noticed that, akin to the 2 great white sharks they had dealt with days prior, this one also bore red fins and deep blue eyes. The great white shark charged fiercely towards her position, not only colliding violently, but also unleashing crackling electrical attacks. Had it not been for Wen Mingyue's swift evasion, she would have been reduced to cinders in the next moment. The ensuing chaos unfolded as a fierce melee. Mother Wen employed a mental confinement technique, while Father Wen unleashed a barrage of frenzied shots. The great white shark was struck by 2 arrows, turning to retaliate against Father Wen, prompting Mother Wen to seize her husband by the collar and flee. Grandfather and grandmother pursued on a flying carpet. Grandfather hurled an invincible fire-breathing dragon from behind, while grandmother wielded a massive iron hammer that boasted a 100-meter range. The shark, in pain, thrashed its tail violently, nearly dragging Sister Mingyue into the depths of the sea. Steadying herself, she hoisted the energy cannon and struck the shark squarely in the left eye. The great white emitted a thunderous roar, wildly unleashing lightning orbs in every direction. In that fleeting moment, Wen Mingyue finally noticed the red dot beneath the creature's jaw. After adjusting the flying carpet to an optimal height, she signaled her sister to join her in launching an attack with the energy cannon. However, the shark, astutely sensing the impending danger, abruptly leapt into the water and charged directly toward Wen Mingyue. She maneuvered the flying carpet to escape while her mind raced with calculations. Her one-hit kill SS Lightning Strike had a 10-day cooldown, and the previously reported area boss had only been level 25. This level 26 creature was likely an anomaly. For the time being, she should not encounter any higher-level threats. Thus, she beckoned her family to retreat and at a suitable distance, hurled a lightning orb backward before swiftly moving forward again. The orb traced a blue-violet trajectory through the air, accompanied by a sparkling effect reminiscent of fireworks, and collided directly with the shark's forehead. In quick succession, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, sending towering columns of water into the sky, accompanied by a massive shockwave that swept everyone into the sea. The 2 sisters were the first to react, scrambling onto the flying carpet to rescue their family. As for the little dumpling, it had already returned to the system space. Once everyone had climbed aboard the flying carpet, it let out a sigh of relief, exiting the space to distribute towels. Fortunately, the family's physical condition was commendable, They reacted swiftly and clung tightly to the flying carpet. 30 minutes later, everyone had changed into dry clothes and soared away from the watery expanse. They needed to find a place to open their treasure chests and claim their rewards. First, a resplendent golden treasure chest appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-level lightning orb skill card. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing it as the very skill the shark had unleashed upon them. Grandmother Wen stood up in exhilaration. Her husband possessed an S-level fire-breathing dragon. Now, she desired the lightning orb, for while the iron hammer was suitable for melee combat, this orb offered ranged attack capabilities. She envisioned wielding the lightning orb in her left hand and the iron hammer in her right, ready to dominate the battlefield. Observing her grandmother's exuberance and recalling her past achievements, everyone agreed that her boldness was commendable, and her agility, keen vision, and accuracy were impressive. There were no objections. For now, they would not need to allocate any skills for grandfather and grandmother. The elderly lady joyfully accepted the card, dismissing grandfather's attempts at instruction, and began to independently study and review the information on the interface. The family had never realized how adept she was at learning. Next came the rewards for defeating the area boss. Congratulations, players have defeated the level 26 area boss. Would you like to make a regional announcement? Would it be possible to draw lots if I decline? Wen Mingyue pondered momentarily. The system's stern refusal was met with agreement. It was imperative to comply. Then, a luminous screen appeared before her, adorned with a golden, shimmering effect. Her family quickly surrounded her, wary that the dazzling spectacle might attract other players. Wen Mingyue meticulously examined the rewards displayed, reminiscent of her encounter with the spectral siren, and her coveted lucky card remained in sight. With a pious gesture towards her avatar, she commenced the lottery, eyes wide with anticipation. After several rapid rotations, the pointer gradually traversed the protective shield, glided past the replication card, skimmed the skill card, and ultimately halted at the lucky card position. Wen Mingyue stifled a chuckle, elated. The wait was over. The system then delivered a notification. Congratulations. Player Wen Mingyue has obtained the last lucky card released in the survival game. Would you like to use it? Yes, 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 Wen Mingyue fervently nodded. To her astonishment, it was indeed the final card. She surmised that the one on the previous lucky card indicated its quantity. She wondered about the distribution of lucky cards in other mixed zones. Chapter 98, a full luck value bonus, the cause of past demise. Meanwhile, in the interstellar office, a black cat lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly munching on seeds with its legs crossed. Suddenly, it received a notification that the last lucky card it had released in the survival game had been drawn. Consequently, it withdrew all lucky cards from the mixed zone's fortune wheel. In their place, it added a note of gratitude. This whimsical touch was something it had picked up from the lottery games on Blue Star. Glancing at the player who had drawn the card, it perked up, elegantly rising to access the interstellar chat panel. Little question, please bring me more seeds, and some of that drink from last time. 069, my lord. Every seed you consume, and every sip of drink you take is a testament to the hard work of my host. Lately, my host has been venturing out at dawn to battle monsters. It's a tough life. The black cat pouted and typed a reply. Understood, I won't take anything for free. I shall reward your host. 069, much appreciated, I will prepare it right away. In the game world, Wen Mingyue reviewed her personal information under the watchful eyes of her family. Name, real Wen Mingyue, player level, 27 luck value, 10, maximum 10. You are the darling of the game. Her player level had finally ascended. Still reeling from the news, she heard the main system's voice echo in her mind. Congratulations. Player Wen Mingyue has reached maximum luck value. As the sole player across all regions with a maximum luck value, you are awarded the following special reward. NPC Retrieval Skill, Unique. This skill allows you to retrieve information on any NPC in the game, including their personality traits and interests. There are no usage restrictions. She had struck gold. It was a delightful surprise. The significance of NPCs in the game was invaluable, especially for her, who had perished in the last life while trapped in a dark room. With the skill, she could largely evade the fate that had befallen her previously. In her previous life, she found herself ensnared by an NPC within a pitch-black chamber, devoid of any system functionalities and unable to reach anyone, including System 2233. Prior to this, other players had been trapped within the same confines, yet they had access to the system's features. Her misfortune was indeed singular. At that moment, Wen Mingyue's expression morphed through a myriad of emotions, while her family exchanged glances until the nearby Tuanzi jolted her from her reverie. Host, I shall procure some sunflower seeds and beverages, Tuanzi proclaimed. Wen Mingyue waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead, take what you desire. There is no need to inform me. Just ensure you do not deplete the entire supply. Tuanzi nodded in acquiescence and retreated to the system space. After a meticulous selection process, it emerged with 2 cups of drink, 2 boxes of sunflower seeds, and 2 small cakes, ensuring not to overindulge at once. Ultimately, it divided the spoils into two portions, one for Xiao Q and the other for Lord Alpha. Today marked a momentous occasion for their host, and Tuanzi decided to reward itself as well, thus opening the Interstellar chat group. In the Interstellar Mahjong Friends group, the members included 069, Alpha, Xiao Q, 2233, 188, 1688. 069 initiated, family, let us schedule a game tonight. First come, first served. Alpha, 2233, 1688. 1 Xiao question wow, your speed is astonishing. 188. 1 for an entire afternoon, when Mingyue remained somewhat elated until another system announcement echoed. Congratulations to player Gu Jiyuan for defeating the level 25 domain boss. Reward, lucky grand roulette draw. The chat group erupted in excitement. However, when Mingyue paid it little heed, regaining her composure and preparing for the impending battle. In the following days, Zhao Jinan and Han Shuo successively vanquished level 24 domain bosses. Meanwhile, Ning Qian combined forces with the Tang Xinghan family, and on their inaugural expedition, they succeeded in slaying a level 20 sea monster. Although not a boss-level creature, it represented the highest caliber of sea monster they had defeated thus far, a significant achievement. Perhaps due to an increase in her luck, Wen Mingyue managed to acquire 8 chi condensation pearls over these days, bringing her total to 23, just 3 short of her goal. Additionally, she had amassed dozens of bottles of antifreeze, 2 flying carpets, and 3 strength cards to be bestowed upon her grandparents and mother. At this juncture, only 8 days remained until the end of the free activity period. That evening, the team chat buzzed with activity. Tang Xinghan announced, allow me to share a remarkable find. It is something my father discovered from the loot of a level 20 sea monster. He promptly shared a link. Wen Mingyue opened the link and extracted the contents from the chest, 6 pairs of black sunglasses. Upon reviewing the description, she discovered, photon sunglasses, wear them to transform night into day, visibility range, 20 meters. A rare and invaluable item. Perfectly suited for the forthcoming underwater player battle, the inaugural confrontation in the grand deployment of resources by Blue Star. When Mingyue hastily sent the supplies to Tang Xinghan, the following day, they set out once more to confront monsters. Host, there is a gathering of players behind us, Tuanzi remarked, prompting the family to brace themselves. 10 minutes later, 4 waves of individuals suddenly appeared behind them, encircling the family with a cacophony of malicious intent. Judging by their appearance and accents, they belonged to the factions of the Little Notebook and the Pickled Vegetables. They immediately demanded that the family surrender the supplies from their backpacks and accompany them to their fishing vessel, fully intending to eliminate them after the robbery. To her dismay, when Mingyue recognized one of the assailants as the Little Notebook player who had previously been photographed and shared in their group. Many players had fallen victim to this gang, and one of the fortunate few who managed to escape had taken a picture of their leader. When Mingyue felt helpless, having encountered several waves of players recently, with more than half of them resorting to robbery upon approach. Their particular combination made them an easy target, perceived as vulnerable prey. 2 minutes later, the skirmish concluded. The grandparents seized the moment, unleashing fireballs and lightning orbs to eliminate 2 of the assailants on their flying carpets. Following this, the younger sister unleashed her light energy cannon, while the others dispatched the remaining foes with a couple of chili grenades. They reclaimed 1 flying carpet, but the other 3 were obliterated. Additionally, they salvaged over 30 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 40 square meters of land, 3 fruit trees, 50 frostproof agents, and 6 air-condensing beads. At last, the air-condensing beads were sufficient, prompting a sigh of relief from Wen Mingyue. With her spirits lifted, she resumed her quest for sea monsters. 3 days later, they finally encountered a more formidable foe, the level 23 luminescent jellyfish. Its massive form was adorned with spiky tentacles, boasting an extensive attack range that compelled the group to ascend into the air. Its round head emitted a captivating blue glow, undeniably attractive at first glance. Yet, in an instant, the jellyfish raised its head and roared at them, its scarlet eyes and serrated fangs striking fear into their hearts. At the family's request, Wen Mingyue readied her bow and observed from the sidelines, prepared to thwart any potential ambush. The onslaught commenced with fireballs, lightning orbs, light energy spheres, and explosive beads hurled one after another, dazzling effects filling the sky. The approach was straightforward and brutish, devoid of any finesse, merely showcasing their overwhelming might, yielding immediate results. 5 minutes later, under the combined assault of her family, the battle concluded. They obtained a gleaming treasure chest, prompting Wen Mingyue to encourage her family to open it. Ultimately, it was her mother who unveiled a rare find, the body restoration liquid. When Mingyue's eyes sparkled, it seemed this jellyfish species was abundant in such elixirs. Recognizing the value, they decided to share it, each family member taking a sip. Once consumed, they began to assess their respective stats. Father, strength, 17, agility, 10. Mental power, 12. Mother, strength, 14, agility, 13, mental power, 16 grandfather, strength, 15, agility, 10, mental power, 13 grandmother, strength, agility, mental power, all 13 younger sister, strength, 16, agility, 13, mental power, 12 subsequently. The System 2233 received a message from Xiao Q regarding the current upgrade progress at 30. Filled with joy, 2233 eagerly explored the new features unlocked by the upgrade. In the days that followed, Wen Mingyue and her family relentlessly sought out jellyfish monsters. Yet they could no longer catch a glimpse of their elusive forms. The team chat had been consulted, and the regional chat reviewed. Yet, no one had ever mentioned the matter of the physique restoration liquid. It appeared that only they had encountered such an issue. Amidst their journey, they had vanquished a melodious mutated sea creature, acquiring a complete set of sound equipment. Albeit belatedly, Hanshuo's KTV was now ready for use. It was perfectly suited to be placed in the idle third floor, adjacent to the gym, where one could occasionally indulge in a spirited vocal performance. Additionally, there was a substantial inflatable swimming pool. After being swept into the water last time, Wen Mingyue resolved to teach her family how to swim, particularly her mother and grandmother. While her grandfather and father had some knowledge of it, after 3 consecutive days of practice, she had finally overcome the sinking issue. Meanwhile, the seawater vanished 3 days later, offering no opportunity for water storage. Just in time for the afternoon of the 30th day, they defeated a level 22 sea monster, yielding a protective shield. Currently, the shield was at level 27, inching closer to the minor goal of level 30. Furthermore, they had acquired a plethora of daily necessities, several growth agents, antifreeze liquids, and a few ordinary plots of land, as well as 8 gas condensation beads. They retained a few for emergencies and traded the rest with their teammates, most of which were exchanged for thunderous bombs and explosive beads. Lacking sufficient skills, they compensated with weaponry. After a month of battling monsters, the players' levels had risen. The grandparents reached level 15, the parents level 16, and the younger sister level 19. The following day, a familiar announcement echoed through the sky. Congratulations to 420,000 players for completing the free activity period, starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. The second player battle will commence. Location, Underwater World. Duration, 5 days. From 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sea monsters level 15 and above. Extremely dangerous. All players from various regions may voluntarily participate. Team size limited to 20. Temporary team formation mode available without the need for a summoning card. The Underwater World is equivalent to the Ocean World, with no restrictions on participating players. This is also the only opportunity for resource competition in 9 days. The Blue Star will return to the Ice Age. In this player battle, the top 20 individual players or teams in comprehensive combat power will be eligible for resource allocation for your nation. The first place will receive a platinum lottery draw, along with additional selection rewards, 23 golden lottery draws, 410 silver lottery draws, 11 20 bronze lottery draws. In her previous life, Wen Mingyue's nation had not secured first place. Yet she had gleaned information about the additional rewards mentioned by the system through the regional chat. This time, with her family by her side, there was no room for panic or helplessness. In contrast to Wen Mingyue's tranquility, her family appeared anxious, shedding silent tears. The chat group erupted in fervor. Reviewing the messages in the team chat, Zhao Jinan, Han Shuo, Ning Qian, and others decided to form a team for participation. This round of the game involved all players. Though perilous, the number of participants was unlikely to dwindle. Teaming up would enhance their chances of winning the lottery. Due to the restriction on numbers, they selected the highest level 20 individuals to partake, including Zhao Jinan, Han Shuo, and Ning Qian. Zhao Lingxin wished to join as well, but Zhao Jinan disapproved. Ultimately, after much commotion, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Unbeknownst to many, Zhao Lingxin's intention this time was to accompany Wen Mingyue, and naturally, Zhao Shi was keen to follow suit. Having witnessed Zhao Lingxin effortlessly toss a thunderbolt grenade, Wen Mingyue was more than willing to accept her prowess. Subsequently, they also included Tang Yuan, Su Fengyi, Tang Xinghan, as well as the bodyguards from the Zhao and Han families, conveniently gathering a total of 20 individuals. With 20 members, they formed a separate group. Wen Mingyue first assessed the affection levels, finding them all above 75. Next came the registration of the team name, which the system dictated simply as the captain's name followed by team. They exchanged weapons and supplies, preparing for the imminent battle the following day. Simultaneously, the Blue Star inhabitants received notifications of an impending catastrophe. The scene was one of palpable tension. Upon learning of the tangible resource deployment, they awaited the final outcome with a sense of hope. In the face of disaster, Huagua stood resolute, unflinchingly confronting the crisis alongside its citizens. The first step was a global evacuation of citizens, while the remaining millions and their caretakers were consolidated into several large districts for management, subsequently distributing heating supplies and food. The military maintained order, and the populace exhibited remarkable unity, voluntarily safeguarding their surroundings. The next day, a family stood eagerly in front of the light screen. Xiao Hong and La La took care of the home and fed the animals, ensuring to bring along the dumpling. At precisely 9 o'clock, Wen Mingyue and her group appeared beneath the sea. As they stepped onto the soft sands, it felt as if they had entered a vivid and colorful dream. Warm light bathed the vibrant stones, draping everything in a delicate golden veil. They could also observe various small fish leisurely swimming about, indistinguishable from their terrestrial counterparts, even able to ride the flying carpets. After a moment of astonishment, the group hopped onto the flying carpet, eager to encounter sea monsters. Tang Xinghan supported the elder, saying, "Grandpa and Grandma, just stay behind me. I will protect you both." Tang Yuan and Su Fengyi nodded in agreement. None had anticipated the elders would also join in the monster hunting, and they regarded them with admiration. Grandpa smiled warmly, "No need to worry. I'll show you a thing or two later." With that, he turned to gaze ahead, a look of vigilance on his face. While the others did not take his words too seriously, before long, the system sent a notification of 3 level 16 sea monsters ahead. After forming a team, as the captain, Wen Mingyue could share the system's detection capabilities, allowing all team members to hear the announcements. Additionally, the lethal red dots marked by her talent were visible on each individual S panel. With numerous collaborations ahead, Wen Mingyue had no intention of concealing anything, and the others did not inquire further. Everyone readied their weapons, predominantly bows and arrows. However, before anyone else could act, the grandparents swiftly unleashed their skills upon 2 sea monsters, eliminating them instantly, taking no more than a second. The remaining one was dispatched by the younger sister, who wielded a light energy cannon. Zhao Lingxin turned to gaze at the young sister from the Wen family, who had somehow produced a cannon, her expression shifting from surprise to envy. "How cool. I want one too." Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan and the others were left in sheer astonishment, their mouths agape. Although they had previously collaborated on the exploration of the island, their actions had always been independent, leaving them unaware of the formidable capabilities of their elder companions. The elders, however, suppressed their inner excitement, maintaining an outward composure. The earlier battles had aimed at enhancing player levels, fostering their teamwork and adaptability, yet this time, victory hinged on numbers and the strength of sea monsters. Wen Mingyue had also instructed her companions in advance to act swiftly. After dispatching the sea monsters, without a moment's delay, she beckoned her teammates to press onward. Shortly thereafter, they encountered another group of sea monsters, and with dazzling effects lighting up the scene, Wen Mingyue effortlessly eliminated 2 creatures of level 20 or higher. The remaining threats were swiftly dealt with by the others, all within 2 minutes, without a single injury. For them, battling monsters was as easy as slicing fruit. In Chapter 100, titled NPC Undersea Dark Night Witch, they engaged in relentless combat for 3 hours, vanquishing a total of 78 sea monsters, with none escaping. It was not the sea monsters that pursued them, but rather the opposite. Particularly, the Wen family exhibited a gleam in their eyes upon spotting the monsters, eagerly charging forth, leaving the onlookers in awe. They found a clearing to prepare for a meal, and before dining, they took a brief trip to the restroom nearby. In the underwater realm, aside from sea monsters, restrooms were the next most abundant resource. To ensure players could locate them, they were marked with a green light. Anticipating the treasure chests under the sea, Wen Mingyue guided her companions to open them first. The first chest revealed a large pot of iron, followed by a substantial platter of marinated delicacies, a bowl of vegetables, a pot of chicken soup, and 3 buckets of rice, along with beverages and fruits. Tang Xinghan expressed his excitement, exclaiming how considerate the game was, as he had prepared to nibble on dry rations. Su Fengyi, while serving rice, responded that the meal consisted entirely of their beloved Chinese dishes, declaring her affection for the game. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, the bountiful dishes were consumed entirely. The group had no intentions of resting, as Mama Wen brought out some pre-prepared chocolate beans to share. Made from the fruit of mutated cocoa trees, these treats replenished stamina and restored energy. She also sent some to Zhao Jinan and Han Shua. They then ascended on their flying carpet, continuing to encounter sea monsters. Over the course of the afternoon, they defeated dozens more, ending the first day with a total of 168 sea monsters, including 6 of level 20 or above, of which Wen Mingyue had dispatched 5. After 6 o'clock, the sea monsters vanished punctually, for the underwater world adhered to a strict schedule. The hours between 6 and 7 remained bright, allowing players to seek shelter for rest. Drawing from their experience from the previous forest battle, everyone knew they would likely find accommodations among the aquatic creatures. The group gathered together to open their treasure chests, revealing a succession of enormous luminous pearls, each the size of a basketball, radiating a bright, yet gentle light, leaving the girls mesmerized. These pearls were treasures indeed, with countless applications. The Wen family collectively unearthed 108 treasure chests, more than half containing luminous pearls, along with a protective shield, several attribute cards, and 100 vials of antifreeze. The attribute cards were immediately utilized. Additionally, there exists a magical ring, which, when worn, enables the user to wield a blade of light capable of cleaving through obstacles, albeit at the expense of some mental fortitude. Ultimately, this ring was claimed by Wen Mingyue, whose mental power was sufficiently robust, having recently increased by 2 points, making the repeated usage of the ring relatively inconsequential for her. Following this, the group proceeded to search for accommodation and eventually settled into a charming shell hotel situated near a trench. The proprietor was a lovely pink and white shell maiden, and the entire establishment radiated a glowing hue of pink and white, much to the delight of several young women in the group. They completed their check-in by paying with 20 luminous pearls. After freshening up, the group gathered in the presidential suite of Wen Mingyue's residence. They had the option to indulge in a buffet or order from the menu. Wen Mingyue glanced at the menu, which featured an array of shellfish delicacies, all locally sourced. Given the owner's exuberant hospitality, she swiftly perused the offerings and selected the most economical shellfish sashimi platter, costing her 2 luminous pearls. The dishes that followed were even more sumptuous than those served at lunch, including delightful little cakes. Su Fengyi, Tang Yuan, and the others savored their meals with expressions of sheer contentment, exclaiming that such gatherings should occur more frequently. After dining, they engaged in a few rounds of mahjong. Without Han Shuo at the table, the competition was less intense, allowing everyone a chance to win. As the clock struck 11, they promptly left the table, for tomorrow would bring new challenges. Once back in her room, Wen Mingyue took the opportunity to explore the lavish presidential suite. The owner, a shrewd businesswoman, had adorned the space with various shell-themed merchandise, each elegantly priced. Each item was visually stunning, showcasing a spectrum of vibrant colors. Ultimately, Wen Mingyue spent 10 luminous pearls on 4 large shells, each with a lid, in shades of pink, blue, light purple, champagne, and a box of assorted small shells. The large shells could serve as cozy nests for her pets, while the smaller ones would serve as decorative pieces, shimmering beautifully under the lights. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingxin was messaging her brother. Zhao Lingxin, brother, how many sea monsters did you all defeat today? Zhao Jinan, 126. Just a note, today is only the first day, so don't rush it and be cautious. He worried about his competitive sister feeling pressured. Zhao Lingxin quickly replied, oh, then you all must keep it up. Zhao Jinan. On the other side, within the system space, a black cat was analyzing data. A total of 10 million players participated in the underwater operation, with a staggering 60,000 eliminated on the first day, prompting exclamations of astonishment. As the clock struck 9 on the second day, the group was promptly summoned by the Shell Maiden. They embarked on a flying carpet to continue their quest for sea monsters. Within an hour, they effortlessly vanquished 28 sea monsters, all of which were below level 20. Soon after, they stumbled upon a patch of red coral, at least 5 times larger than what the corpulent orange cat had gifted to Huan Huan. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and they felt compelled to collect some. In just 5 minutes, they swiftly gathered 20 pieces and continued their adventure, soon discovering a transparent barrier stretching endlessly before them. Soon, a barrier emerged behind them, enclosing them within the city walls. The group was compelled to halt their flying carpets, their feet sinking into the soft sand and gravel as they glanced around. What is that? Tang Xinghan inquired, pointing at a dark silhouette in the distance. Upon hearing his words, Wen Mingyue turned her gaze, already discerning the answer in her heart. Everyone, follow me, but refrain from speaking for now. Shortly thereafter, as they approached the shadow, they finally beheld its true form. Cloaked in black, adorned with a pointed hat, the figure appeared aged and weary. Suddenly, it lifted its gaze towards them, dull eyes sweeping past Wen Mingyue and the others, finally casting a menacing glare at her, yet it took no further action. Leaning against the transparent wall, silent and contemplative, the group exchanged puzzled looks, instinctively turning to Wen Mingyue, who mirrored their confusion. She had never encountered a situation like this in her previous life. She recalled some discussions among players in the group after the underwater battle, where they had mentioned being obstructed by a transparent wall and failing to defeat monsters for several consecutive days. A sense of unease began to creep in. Being trapped here would be disastrous. Just as Wen Mingyue felt at a loss, a system notification echoed in her mind. Detected underwater NPC, Dark Night Witch, automatically triggering NPC search skill. Dark Night Witch, one of the guardians of the underwater city walls. Players entering her domain, if not granted passage, will be trapped here until the underwater battle concludes. Current state, heart like ashes. Persuading her to grant passage is impossible. Further searching detected that the Dark Knight, which has lost her beloved magic staff, aging rapidly after losing her powers, disdainful of players who are exceptionally beautiful. Currently, only by helping her find her staff will she grant passage. Chapter 101 Zhao Lingxin's beauty card bonus. When Mingyue quickly beckoned the group to step aside and succinctly relayed the information she had gathered. Zhao Lingxin, upon hearing this, wore an expression of helplessness. Previously, she had traded a beauty card with Wen Mingyue, which, once utilized, would enhance her favorability with NPCs. However, it seemed the current witch NPC would not be swayed. She was confident in her own allure. Meanwhile, when Mingyue surveyed the group, her gaze flitting between Zhao Xiao'er and Zhao Xiaolu. The two blushed under her scrutiny. Zhao Xiaolu, scratching his head awkwardly, mused, perhaps I should be the one to go. Zhao Xiao'er, slightly taller, appeared more suitable overall. When Mingyue offered a shy smile, then let it be Xiaolu. In truth, both of them were not unattractive, but one stood out more in comparison. Although their grandparents were older, their skin remained in excellent condition, and their features exuded a comforting charm. Wen's mother could still be described as graceful. Otherwise, their dashing father would not have commanded such respect. After a brief discussion, Wen Mingyue noted that Xiaolu tended to stutter when nervous, so for safety's sake, she decided to send the articulate Zhao Xiao'er along as well. The group waited at a distance for the outcome as the two strong gatekeepers approached the Dark Night Witch. With a smile adorning his face, Zhao Xiao'er took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, our leader has assured us that he will assist you in locating the magical scepter, provided you grant us passage. Beside him, Zhao Zile vigorously nodded in agreement. Time was of the essence, and when Mingyue urged the two of them to get to the point, the Dark Knight Witch opened her eyes and cast a glance at the pair, finding them somewhat acceptable in appearance, before promptly closing her eyes once more. Just the day prior, there had been players seeking passage, yet none had completed the tasks she had set forth. She held little hope for this new group. The two men felt no anger towards this, primarily out of fear. Their captain had instructed them to communicate with utmost courtesy. Zhao Xiao'er leaned in slightly. Your Majesty, rest assured, our leader possesses remarkable strength. Please, grant us this chance. He even ended his statement with a lingering tone. Zhao Zile shuddered involuntarily, a wave of goosebumps cascading over him. He resolved to inform others upon his return that this individual had an astonishingly thick skin, after over 20 years of acquaintance. He had never perceived it. Meanwhile, the Dark Night Witch opened her eyes once more, turning her gaze towards Wen Mingyue. She deemed her a potential nuisance amidst the row of imposing men before her. Seeing no one to her distaste, she directed her attention back to the two guardians. Very well, but you are granted only 1 hour. With a threatening tone, she added, do not attempt to flee. I can release the city walls at any moment. The two nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. Prior to this encounter, Wen Mingyue had conducted further inquiries into the NPC, learning that the last time the scepter had been utilized was at an underwater cliff. In the ensuing time, while swiftly dealing with the occasional sea monster, the two sisters utilized their plant and animal communication abilities to inquire along their path. Soon enough, they arrived at the underwater cliff, yet after a thorough search, the scepter remained elusive. With 20 minutes left until the agreed-upon time, they encountered another underwater cliff, even deeper than the first, shrouded in darkness. When Mingyue called upon everyone to don the solar-powered sunglasses crafted by Tang Xinghan's father, which would allow them to see clearly in the dark, they quickly assigned their respective search areas and swam towards the ocean floor. Tawanzi and 2233 also assisted with detection. Before long, an excited voice resonated in the mind of the younger sister, Mingyue, as 2233 announced, Host, an energy source has been detected 500 meters ahead. Filled with joy, Mingyue hurriedly beckoned her family to follow the direction indicated by 2233. 2233, now brimming with pride following its automatic upgrade to level 30, had discovered its new detection capabilities. Unlike 069's danger prediction and treasure detection functions, its upgrade enabled it to identify all energy sources, albeit within a limited range of 500 meters. The witch's magical scepter fell within the category of energy sources, its black hue matching that of the detected energy source. It was confident in its detection abilities and eagerly sought praise, especially from the sister of its host, whose inexplicable familiarity both frightened and intrigued it. Soon enough, the group spotted a glowing object nestled within the crevices of the ocean floor. When Mingyue approached and extracted it from the gap, above them loomed a sphere, at least a meter in length, exuding a palpable sense of weightiness. An inexplicable longing for her pink wand washed over her. Sister, it must be that, murmured the full moon nearby, as the appointed hour drew nigh in a mere 10 minutes, filling the crowd with both joy and anxiety. When Mingyue nodded in affirmation. It should be. Time was of the essence. She swiftly informed the group to assemble and set out in search of the Dark Night Witch. In quick succession, the group, numbering 20 souls plus a bear, soared from the underwater cliff. Concerned about potential trials from the witch, she urged everyone to hasten their flight. The journey was relatively smooth. With the lurking sea monsters swiftly dispatched by the Elder's might, they arrived at the witch's domain just in time. Before anyone could utter a word, the witch abruptly opened her eyes, sprang to her feet, and snatched the scepter from Wen Mingyue's grasp. Caressing the scepter with affection while murmuring incantations, she exclaimed, My precious, I have finally found you. At that moment, the witch's wrinkled skin transformed, becoming smooth and youthful. The crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. After the initial excitement subsided, they anxiously awaited the witch's permission to leave. It was only then that she remembered the assembled crowd beside her. With a wave of her hand, a transparent door materialized before them. After expressing their gratitude, the group hurriedly departed. Once they had left, the witch waved again, causing the door to vanish, yet the vast barrier remained intact. Her expression fell, and she sighed deeply. She would have to devise another way to challenge the players. Had she known, she wouldn't have requested support as an NPC. It was hardly entertaining. The fast-paced tasks were far more invigorating. Meanwhile, the liberated group was instantly revitalized, as if infused with a surge of energy, determined to reclaim the lost hour. Thus, the number of sea monsters vanquished the following day exceeded that of the first. Wen Mingyue took the opportunity to hone her skills with the light blade ring, achieving perfect precision. Once again, more than half of the treasures yielded were luminous pearls. Noticing the others' weariness, she thought, "This won't do. Our aim is to secure the first-place platinum wheel." So, she began to rally their spirits. She had also realized that the beauty card she traded with Zhao Lingxin had facilitated greater favor from the NPCs. Now, as the sole player at maximum luck, endowed with NPC retrieval skills, she had indeed profited. She added, "The resources provided by the game are undoubtedly valuable. With such abundance, they must serve a purpose. For now, let us all hold on to them." Internally, she mused that once the game shifted, they would come to appreciate the rarity of the luminous pearls. She also made a mental note to arrange an auction when the time came. The group nodded in agreement and began searching for accommodations. Having found the previous lodging exorbitantly priced, they decided to seek refuge among the seaweed instead. Based on their experience from the previous night and feedback from the player group, they deduced that the more aesthetically pleasing and rare the lodging, the steeper the cost. In contrast, the abundant seaweed was exceedingly commonplace. Chapter 102, Grandpa Turtle's Gratitude Indeed. The cost was half that of the Shell Hotel from the previous night. The ambience was quite pleasant, emphasizing a fresh, green aesthetic. The innkeeper, embodying a laid-back demeanor, simply introduced the establishment's sole delicacy, cold seaweed salad. A slender strip, delicate and fine. The crowd gazed at the exhibits displayed in the window. Pure seaweed, devoid of any seasoning. Su Fengyi leaned against the glass, fixated for quite some time. It appeared quite refreshing. Having indulged in rich feasts of fish and meat for the past few days, she yearned for something light. Moreover, the price was modest. A single luminous pearl could purchase 5 plates. Thus, she procured a luminous pearl and invited everyone to partake in the seaweed. However, at the dining table, all were captivated by the plates of unseasoned seaweed. Not only was the texture crisp, but it also bore a tangy zest reminiscent of spring. It was even more delectable than cold-tossed kelp. After the meal, everyone hurriedly sought out the proprietor for a repurchase. Although seeds could not be provided, the owner had a considerable stock of dried goods, which could be enjoyed simply by soaking them in water. Furthermore, what they had just consumed was also rehydrated dried goods. The shelf life was impressively long, lasting up to 3 years. It was no wonder the owner maintained such a laid-back demeanor. It seemed there were numerous returning customers. The affluent Wen Mingyue paid 10 luminous pearls to acquire several cards of dried goods, enough to last a considerable time. That day, her family had vanquished 128 sea monsters, with a staggering 70 luminous pearls among them. Before sleeping, Zhao Lingxin compared her monster-slaying tally with her brother, Zhao Jinan. Upon seeing the system's notification of 148 and his sister's encouraging message, was instantly wide awake. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have undoubtedly fought tirelessly for 24 hours. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he decided not to suffer alone and promptly sent a screenshot to Han Shuo. Consequently, in the following days, the two engaged thoroughly with the sea monsters. Yet, the encouragement they received remained consistent. On the 3rd day of the underwater battle, most players faced various trials from NPCs. However, under the collaboration of Wen Mingyue and Zhao Lingxin, they completed their task in under 10 minutes, allowing them to continue battling monsters. The number of defeated sea monsters was astonishing. On the 4th day of the operation, they encountered an NPC in the form of a large sea turtle. Wen Mingyue instantly recalled the barnacle-laden turtle she had previously encountered, Bei Bei. This turtle was significantly larger than Bei Bei, with a darker shell and more intricate patterns. The system's voice echoed in her mind, detecting the guardian of the undersea city, Grandpa Lu, the millennia-old sea turtle. In search of the mischievous grandson, Bei Bei, cheerful disposition, easily communicable, directionally challenged. The skill analysis concluded at this point. After hearing the analysis, Wen Mingyue nearly burst into laughter. This Bei Bei was likely the same sea monster she had met last time, as the system had indicated it was a direct relative of the NPC. A mischievous grandson encountering a directionally challenged grandfather was indeed a rare occurrence. After a brief communication with the group, they began to inquire for useful information. 5 minutes later, they learned that Bei Bei had last been seen amidst the coral thicket. but the exact location remained unknown. Grandpa Turtle was exceedingly directionally challenged. Whenever asked for directions, he could provide no answers. Moreover, the seabed was rife with coral formations. Thus, it seemed they would have to rely on the sisters' innate talents for inquiries. However, along the way, they encountered no fewer than 30 small sea turtles apart from the sea monsters. Wen Mingyue lamented her failure to capture a screenshot, finding herself continually glancing at her neck. She recalled that after applying ointment to the little turtle, a circle of pink marks remained on its neck. For now, the turtle they encountered was ruled out. Although there was no time constraint for their task, she dared not waste a single moment and continued her search among the coral reefs. Soon, she stumbled upon a vast expanse of coral, the size of a football field. Lacking the leisure to admire the beautiful scenery, she quickly divided the area for searching. Wen Mingyue flew with her family towards a dimly lit section of coral and began to inspect it closely. Before long, they had nearly exhausted their area without any sign of the turtle. Just as they were preparing to move to the next coral patch, Tuanzi tugged at her sleeve. "Host, what is that over there?" Wen Mingyue halted immediately and followed Tuanzi's pointing finger. Not far away, among the coral, lay a white object that resembled a fish's belly, though much of it was obscured by the coral, making it difficult to see clearly. Hurriedly, Wen Mingyue called her family to join her. Upon approaching, they discovered it was a flipper. Moving closer still, they found a little turtle lying on its back amidst the shadowy coral, bubbles occasionally escaping from its nostrils. A faint pink mark was clearly visible on its neck. This little creature certainly knew how to choose a sleeping spot. She reached out and poked its belly, causing the turtle, Bebe, to slowly awaken. Raising its head, it exclaimed, "Oh, a beautiful lady." Bebe immediately recognized Wen Mingyue and quickly flipped over, saying, "Sister, did you come specifically to see Bebe?" Since their last parting, Bebe had been captured by its grandfather and dragged back to the deep sea, where it was confined for several months. It had only just managed to escape. Upon confirming Bebe's identity, Wen Mingyue informed the group. With a sigh of relief, she stated, "Sister was entrusted by your grandfather to come find you and bring you home." After a glance at the reluctant little creature, she continued, "Grandfather is very worried about you and fears you might get into trouble again. Shall we return now?" Bebe pouted, not wanting to go home, but being a dutiful child. It could not bear to cause its grandfather distress. Thus, it extended its little paw towards Wen Mingyue, asking for a hug. The family chuckled, and Tuanzi's eyes sparkled with delight. Wen Mingyue, feeling helpless, squatted down to embrace the little one before making their way back. Along the journey, Bebe rested its head on Wen Mingyue's lap, sleeping soundly. From a distance, Grandfather Lu spotted his precious grandson and swiftly swam towards them, delivering a playful tap to Bebe's head. Bebe covered its head, looking at Wen Mingyue with a pitiful expression. Wen Mingyue quickly intervened, and Tang Xinghan and the others urged the old man to calm down, for they hoped he would soon open the door for them. After dealing with his mischievous grandson, Grandfather Lu finally remembered the matter at hand and realized that Wen Mingyue was the player who had saved his grandson. From thin air, he summoned a small iron plate. "Little girl, this is for you, as a token of gratitude for saving Bebe." Originally intending to swiftly continue battling monsters, Wen Mingyue suddenly came to a halt. With a beaming smile, she stepped forward to receive it, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa Lu. The items given by NPCs are surely exceptional." Gazing at the small black iron piece in her hand, she asked, "Grandpa, what is this?" Grandpa Lu beamed with pride. "This is an invincible shield crafted from the shell of a tortoise I shed many years ago, capable of withstanding all attacks." Wen Mingyue's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. She had struck gold. Who knows if she would encounter other NPCs with treasures later on. Chapter 103, SSS Level Invincible Shield. Confronting the jellyfish monster, Wen Mingyue left 2 baskets of fruit as a token of appreciation for the grandfather and grandson, urging everyone to continue with their endeavors. Suddenly, a message from the system arrived. Detected SSS Level Invincible Shield. Would you like to proceed with system fusion? The little round thing was not deceiving her. She certainly wished to fuse it. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host, on activating the automatic defense feature. When the host is attacked, the invincible shield will automatically activate. Wen Mingyue exclaimed in her heart how impressive it was. Upon further inspection, she discovered that she could also manually deploy the shield at any time, completely enveloping their entire group without any issue. Her spirits soared, and even the sight of the sea monsters became more pleasing. Soon, the time for the sea monsters to conclude their shift approached. Her sister excitedly grasped Wen Mingyue's arm and exclaimed, "Sister, 2233 detected a powerful energy source nearby." The sisters exchanged glances filled with excitement. They called everyone to come closer to investigate. The closer they got to the energy source, the higher the temperature became. Before long, they spotted a cluster of stones emitting a red glow from the trench, stacked in layers and in astonishing quantity. Cautiously reaching out, they touched the stone's surface, which was nearly 50 degrees Celsius. With 2233's confirmation, they realized these stones were indeed the energy source it had detected. Tang Xinghan flew over to Wen Mingyue. Boss, why don't we take some back for my dad to study? Wen Mingyue nodded, instructing everyone to begin collecting, ensuring not a single piece was overlooked. It took nearly an hour to gather everything. Apart from the 2 pieces Tang Xinghan kept for research, the rest were transferred to Wen Mingyue. Ultimately, she received 2/3 of the stones, sharing the remainder with her companions. They were now a team, and she would not shortchange her comrades. These were valuable items that would soon come in handy. Not long before, upon touching the stones, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Detected energy stone, 100 compatibility with energy trash can. It was evident that these stones could be used for power generation. Subsequently, the system scanned the stones Wen Mingyue had collected. Data calculating. When Wen Mingyue saw the data sent by the system, she exhaled in relief. The issue of electricity was finally resolved. According to the system's calculations, the current stones were sufficient to sustain her heating system's electricity consumption for 20 years. She merged part of the system with the energy trash can, and the remainder was smoothly stored in her card. Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan sent the energy stones to his father aboard the fishing boat. At this moment, Tang's father was troubled by the lack of recent research projects. Upon receiving the energy stones sent by his son, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he strode into the laboratory. Tang's mother was equally pleased. As long as her husband had something to occupy himself with, her ears would enjoy a moment of peace. Soon, the final day of the underwater battle arrived. In the preceding 4 days, Wen Mingyue and his companions had already vanquished over 100 sea monsters, surpassing the tally of Zhao Jinan and Han Shua's team by more than 300. Zhao Lingxin, as the younger sister, reveled in her brother's accomplishments. They effortlessly dispatched over 100 creatures in a single morning. The group remained vigilant, hastily finishing their meals before resuming the fight. Not long after taking to the skies, they encountered a swarm of players. Zhao Lingxin waved energetically. Brother Gu, what a coincidence. Gu Jieyuan had indeed spotted Zhao Lingxin among the crowd, but did not see his junior brother. Just as he was about to inquire, Zhao Lingxin informed him. My brother is teamed up with Han Shua. Gu Jieyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Grandpa Wen was engaged in an animated conversation with a young man, someone he had met during the last island excursion to dig for razor clams. Old sir, you are truly remarkable, the young man remarked, offering praise, genuinely impressed. Although unspoken, everyone harbored a common objective in their hearts. After some discussions, they decided to travel together for the time being. Before long, the Wen family's eyes lit up. At the base of an underwater cliff, several jellyfish monsters were gliding about, all above level 20. While the Wen family radiated excitement, others bore expressions of varying degrees of concern. In fact, most players chose to keep their distance upon encountering this rare group of sea monsters. However, for the Wen family, particularly the grandparents, these delightful creatures felt remarkably endearing. Only those who had experienced the benefits of the physical restoration potion could truly appreciate its value. Thus, before others could react, the little grandmother tossed aside her husband and hurled a thunderball at the nearest level 21 sea monster. The grandfather, catching on, swiftly followed with a fireball. Then came the younger sister's energy cannon and their parents' synchronized teamwork. The rest of the group stood in bewilderment. In less than 5 minutes, the Wen family successfully subdued 3 jellyfish monsters, which yielded a gleaming treasure chest at Wen Mingyue's feet. Grandson, open one for Grandpa first, he urged. The others gathered around as Wen Mingyue opened the chest, and unsurprisingly, it contained the familiar physical restoration potion. The grandfather joyfully cradled it, stepping aside as the grandmother and mother approached. All 3 chests revealed the same potion. Upon learning of the potion's efficacy, the other players excitedly began searching for sea monsters, even alerting Zhao Jinan and Han Shua's group. Thus, while other players devised ways to evade these high-level sea monsters, there remained a few determined groups relentlessly pursuing the jellyfish monsters, eager to chase them back to their lairs. At this moment, within the system space, a black cat leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds, watching as the 20 special jellyfish monsters on the computer screen diminished at an astonishing rate, until none remained. Soon, the battle against the jellyfish monster came to an end. Since each member could only consume a maximum of 2 bottles of the physical restoration potion, the Wen family, having secured enough for themselves, proceeded to confront other sea monsters. To ensure their safety, they opted to open all their potions with the help of their lucky star. Ultimately, the Zhao family obtained 3 bottles, Ning Qian received 1, Han Shua acquired 3, and the Gu family secured 4. Tang Xinghan, Su Fengyi, and Tang Yuan collectively obtained 4 bottles, their sweet words endearing them to their grandparents, who allowed them to assist lightly. After vanquishing the jellyfish monster, everyone parted ways with the Gu family. With less than half an hour remaining until the grand battle concluded, the surrounding sea monsters diminished rapidly. Shortly thereafter, an alarm resonated in their minds. Detected a level 28 sea monster approaching rapidly. This creature was a notch above Wen Mingyue in level, marking the highest level monster they had encountered thus far. A wave of fear swept through the group, just as they were nearing the end of their shift. A formidable beast appeared. Nevertheless, they readied their weapons for combat. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was checking the system panel, noting that there were still 10 minutes remaining. She decisively called for a swift resolution. Everyone fall back. The teamwork honed over the past few days allowed her companions to react promptly. Understanding that their captain was about to unleash her ultimate move, Wen Mingyue cast a protective shield, enveloping everyone in a transparent wall of air. Chapter 104. The Wheel of Fortune, millions of manifestations before long. Wen Mingyue caught sight of the approaching sea monster. Once again, it was the familiar shark. When the distance was deemed appropriate, she hurled a lightning ball towards the shark's enormous head. A dazzling display of sparks and electricity erupted beneath the sea, creating a magnificent underwater fireworks show that inadvertently dispatched 2 nearby wandering sea monsters. Thanks to the shield, the group remained unscathed, their hair not even ruffled. In contrast to the starry-eyed expressions of Tang Xinghan and Su Fengyi, the prepared Zhao Lingxin was fervently capturing photographs. Her Yaya was indeed both beautiful and fierce. Beside her, Zhao Shi suddenly felt that the skill he acquired not long ago was rather mundane, and he yearned for a more flamboyant ability. Wen Mingyue executed a graceful turn and gestured for everyone to continue exploring, hoping to find more treasures. As expected, they managed to dispatch 3 more creatures. With no time for farewells, as the clock struck 6, they returned to their respective fishing boats. Shortly thereafter, the main system's voice echoed. The second round of player battles has concluded successfully. Rewards will be distributed promptly at 8 o'clock tonight. Stay tuned, everyone. A tense silence enveloped the group. The once lively team chat fell eerily quiet. For days, they had held their breath, having done all they could, filled with anticipation yet tinged with anxiety. Even Wen Mingyue felt the weight of nervousness, let alone her family members, who busied themselves upon returning home. Her parents immediately set about feeding the pets, Xiaohong and Lala, and tending to the garden. Her grandparents ventured out to the orchard to harvest fruits. Her typically vivacious younger sister, who usually had a carefree demeanor, now sat in a daze, cradling a cat in silence. Leaning against the deck, Wen Mingyue inhaled the sea breeze, and beneath the silence lay a greater sense of expectation. Her ambition is to guide her family through every game, constructing a quaint homestead amid interstellar migration. Based on her previous life's experience after completing the game, this is her sole opportunity to allocate resources effectively. At precisely 8 o'clock, the system's announcement resonated. The rewards announcement for the second player battle is as follows. The team securing the 20th position is. Wen Mingyue felt a wave of agitation. Within the system's realm, a black cat leisurely sipped tea, methodically reading from a list in its paws. The Wen family held their breath in anticipation within the gaming universe. To their delight, 2 teams from their country, Huagua, made the list with 1 team clinching the 8th position. Soon, the top 3 teams were revealed. Congratulations to Team Ningqian for securing 3rd place. All members receive attribute points of 3 and a chance to spin the golden wheel. In addition, there were various food rewards, with each player in the team receiving a generous 60 pounds of poultry and meat. Zhao Jinan and Han Shuo both aspired to be the captain, unwilling to concede. Ningqian, finding their bickering excessive, decided to take charge herself, dismissing the trivial matter of a mere name. Congratulations to Team Gujiayuan for securing 2nd place. All members receive attribute points of 4 and a chance to spin the golden wheel. These 2 teams had also been the 2nd and 3rd place winners in her previous life, with the 1st place going to the Alliance Nation. After a brief pause, it continued. Congratulations to Team Wen Mingyue for achieving 1st place. All members receive attribute points of 5 and a chance to spin the platinum wheel, with additional rewards to be sent later. All players participating in the battle will receive 1 power, and random material rewards have been distributed into their backpacks. The next 3 days will be a leisurely holiday. Temperature is 35 degrees. Players have 3 days to acquire abundant resources. After 3 days, a new survival world will commence. Wishing everyone a peaceful night. Until next time. As the announcement concluded, the chatroom buzzed with excitement and uproar. Some expressed their anger, while others were elated. Following a fervent exchange of words, there was curiosity about what resources the elite of Huagua might procure for their nation. Indeed, the anticipation was palpable. It would be wonderful to know beforehand. Rest assured, I have relatives in the elite team, and I will share any information in our Huagua chat group. Others, who were merely venting their frustrations, were disregarded. Meanwhile, Han Shuo, still exhilarated, privately messaged Zhao Jinan. Brother, let me handle the lottery. I managed to acquire a wish card. He then opened his backpack and sent the card to Zhao Jinan. Upon reviewing it, Zhao Jinan found it rather straightforward. Wish card, applicable only for opening boxes and lotteries. Whatever you desire will manifest, duration 1 minute. After consulting with his sister, they decided to entrust the lottery task to Han Shuo. Given his exuberant personality, They offered additional reminders. Han Shuo repeatedly assured them that he would secure the best outcome. Seizing this rare opportunity, Han Shuo gathered the entire family, including their bodyguard, who cradled a large dog in her arms, and faced the team group to commence a video livestream. Shall we proceed with the wheel spin lottery? Both Han's father and mother nodded eagerly, with Han's mother brimming with excitement, grasping Min Chengshue's hand and fervently cheering for her beloved son. Han Shuo wore a look of triumph as he presented the treasures on the golden wheel to the eager crowd. Before their eyes lay two interconnected circular wheels, glimmering with golden light. To the left was the resource wheel, featuring items such as energy coal balls, universal animal feed, antifreeze liquid, and cold-resistant seeds, each differing in quantity. On the right was the manifestation multiplier wheel, showcasing 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, million-fold, and 10 million-fold manifestations. The extraction of resources would precede the manifestation multipliers. In contrast to the anxious onlookers, Han Shuo appeared relaxed, his heart set on a coveted resource. With a swift motion, he spun the left wheel. After a series of rapid revolutions, the pointer gradually came to rest in the energy coal ball sector. Zhao Jinan, observing from a distance, let out a sigh of relief. However, just as the pointer was about to settle on the energy coal ball, it surged forward again, bypassing it, and ultimately halting at the universal animal feed position. Zhao Jinan could only facepalm in resignation. As the blue star faced the impending glacial apocalypse, the most sought-after resources were those that provided warmth, and his preference was unequivocally the energy coal balls. With no choice but to accept the outcome, he resigned himself to the result. Meanwhile, Han Shuo felt a fleeting moment of suffocation in the air around him, suppressing his elation as he continued the draw. As a devoted supporter of the cat and dog sect, he immediately set his sights on the universal animal feed. In his eyes, human life deserved respect and care, and animals too warranted equal treatment. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the pointer stopped at the 10 million-fold manifestation. The unit weight for the universal animal feed in this first round was 1 ton, with a shelf life of 8 years, totaling 10 million tons. It included flavors such as chicken, fish, and beef, with a note indicating that it was a favorite among cats and dogs. Following the conclusion of the third draw, Han Shuo confirmed the dispatch of the manifested resources to Blue Star's Huagua. Wen Mingyue decided to offer Han Shuo 1.5 times friendship price in future transactions, having also set her sights on the universal animal feed. To maintain an air of suspense, Han Shuo allowed Zhao Jinan to inquire about the draw results from his senior brother first. Meanwhile, Gu Jiyuan and his companions were intently watching Liao Huihui's draw. On the fishing boat, she was the luckiest of them all. Elder Xia adjusted his spectacles, fixated on the spinning wheel. The pointer eventually settled on the energy coal ball position, culminating in a 10 million-fold manifestation. The unit for the energy coal balls was 1 ton, amounting to 10 million tons. Each sphere, approximately the size of a normal apple, weighed 200 grams, resulting in a total of 5 billion spheres. Each one could burn for 24 hours, releasing heat sufficient to warm an area of 100 square meters. Within them lay boundless energy, ripe for further research and development. Chapter 105. Opening the pathway back to Blue Star soon. Zhao Jinan and Gu Jiyuan learned of their respective draw results and were eager to witness Wen Mingyue's draw. They began inviting others into the group as Wen Mingyue initiated a live video broadcast. The first sight to greet the audience was a dazzling platinum wheel, featuring a draw format akin to the golden wheel, yet with different resources and manifestation multipliers. On the left side of the resource wheel were antifreeze black soil, energy sources, ultra-rare metals, and super drought-resistant rice, each varying in quantity. On the right side, the tangible roulette displays 100,000 times, 1 million times, 10 million times, and 1 billion times. After paying homage to her deity of wealth, the lottery commenced. Ultimately, the pointer rested upon the frost-resistant black soil, encompassing an area of 10 square meters. Following this, the 1 billion times tangible prize was revealed, totaling 100,000 hectares, nearly 1,000th of the arable land in their homeland. Moreover, crops cultivated in the frost-resistant black soil could withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees Celsius, with a growth rate 5 times that of ordinary land. This also holds potential for research. Wen Mingyue was thoroughly pleased with the lottery results, and the crowd shared in her joy. There was also an additional reward for the first place. Amidst the collective anticipation, Wen Mingyue clicked to open the notifications sent by the system. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue's team for securing first place in the first round of the resource manifestation contest. You may choose to activate the player return channel to Blue Star. There is no limit on the number of participants. Players opting to return to Blue Star will erase all memories, attributes, talents, skills, and weapons acquired in the game. Each player may carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Special items are exempt. Click here for more details. The channel will open at the same time as the resource manifestation, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, for a limited duration of 1 hour. Special items primarily include skill attribute cards, while medicines are permitted for transport. To open the return channel to Blue Star for all national players, please click here. To open the return channel to Blue Star for selected national players, please click here to make your choice. After consulting with her teammates, Wen Mingyue chose to activate the return channel for players from all nations. The final decision rested with the other players. In her previous life, the first-place team had opted to open the channel for selected countries only. As a result, she could not return to Blue Star and face the impending future alongside her family. In this life, she and her family were determined to continue navigating the game. Soon, players from various regions received the message dispatched by the system, which repeatedly emphasized the heightened difficulty of the subsequent survival phase. Essentially, it conveyed to all players that life would not be easier than on Blue Star. Wen Mingyue examined the system's notifications and felt an intense urge for survival emanating from the game. Was this not a reflection of their reluctance to accept interstellar migration? That night, each individual made their own choices. Some wept as they packed their belongings, opting to return to Blue Star to face the Ice Age alongside their families. Others bid farewell to comrades, preparing their bundles to guard resources and the populace upon their return to Blue Star. Yet, some chose to remain in the game, seeking new worlds. In the Zhao family, everyone decided to stay in the game world, including Ning Qian, Tang Xinghan, and others. Conversely, in the Gu family, the majority of military personnel chose to return to Blue Star. Among them, Elder Xia requested Gu Jiyuan to keep Liao Huihui and 20 others behind, hoping they could conquer all the games and perhaps bring more hope to the future of Blue Star. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue's family was resolute in their goal of interstellar migration, currently occupied with claiming their material rewards and unpacking during this period. Following the underwater battle, Wen Mingyue's player level rose to level 30, her sister to level 22. While their grandparents and parents reached level 19, the leading team members were rewarded with 100 pounds each of poultry, beef, mutton, rice, flour, and hot pot base, resulting in a windfall of several tons, making them wealthy overnight. In addition, others within the group sent her a portion of supplies. As Tang Xinghan remarked, they were merely the leftovers chosen by others, benefiting from the efforts of Wen Mingyue's family, riding the coattails of their success. After some reluctance, Wen Mingyue accepted the gifts. Although she feigned disinterest, she secretly desired them. The second-place team received 80 pounds each, while those in third place received 60 pounds each. The group members reveled in their newfound wealth. Tang Xinghan remarked on the pleasures of being with the leader, while Su Fengyi urged Mingyue to remember to invite them next time. Ning Qian expressed her desire to join, and Zhao Lingxin suggested they form a queue. Han Shuo added his name to the list, while the bodyguards of Zhao and Han also chimed in to line up. Zhao Jinan, confused, looked on, and Butler Zheng Bo reminded him of his presence. After replying to the messages, Wen Mingyue closed the panel and gathered with her family to open the boxes. They revealed numerous attribute cards, over 300 luminous pearls, more than 500 bottles of antifreeze, various household goods, and beverages. They also uncovered several plots of land, with the fishing boat lot now nearing 700 square meters. Additionally, they received numerous protective shields, the highest of which was level 36, capable of controlling temperatures within a range of 18 degrees. From a golden treasure chest dropped by a level 28 sea monster, they obtained a transparent crystal ball. As Wen Mingyue extracted the crystal, a refreshing warmth gradually spread around, comfortable and cooler than body temperature. Under the curious gazes of her family, she opened the system description. Constant temperature sphere provides energy suitable for research. Wen Mingyue quickly contemplated how to utilize the sphere and shared her thoughts with her family before accessing the message panel. Meanwhile, Tang Xinghan and Ning Qian were busy processing the system rewards. Some of the meat required marination and drying for storage, while others were placed in the fish tank for freezing. In the system space, 1688 observed its host's progress toward level 40 with great satisfaction, finding its somewhat daft host more agreeable. Just as it was about to invite 069 for a card game, a message alert interrupted. Host, the boss has sent a private message. You must see this, it insisted. Tang Xinghan looked up, halting his cutting, and habitually reached for a cloth to dry his hands. During this time, 1688 bombarded him with reminders, which he had grown accustomed to, continuing at his own pace. He had privately inquired about the systems of others in the group and discovered that his was the most temperamental, often fluctuating wildly in mood. Ultimately, they concluded that there was a flaw in his system, perhaps missing a component during manufacturing. It was a pitiful circumstance, and he resolved to accommodate its whims. Sitting on the threshold, he opened the message from Wen Mingyue. Xinghan, this is the constant temperature sphere dropped by the level 28 sea monster. Take it to Uncle for research. After swiftly replying to Wen Mingyue, he retrieved the constant temperature sphere and dashed to his father's laboratory. Inside the lab, Tang's father continued his research on energy stones, perpetually sensing a void that hindered his progress. Removing his glasses, he leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. Father, what I provided for you was meant for your study. Tang Xinghan said as he approached his dad. Sitting up, Tang's father donned his glasses and scrutinized the crystal ball in his hand. Upon using his innate abilities to examine it, a surge of inspiration flooded his mind. Observing his father deeply engrossed in his research, Tang Xinghan pouted and gently closed the door. Meanwhile, on the fishing boat, the lights blazed brightly, and the late-night barbecue was in full swing. Halfway through their meal, the excited group recalled their plans to visit Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan's home the next morning, followed by Han Shua's the day after, and finally their own. Forget it, let's indulge this one time, they decided, continuing to drink. Wen Mingyue skewered the grilled skewers, with Xiaohong nestled beside Wen's mother, devouring meat with a blissful expression. In front of Lala, a row of colorful juices awaited, and she kept drinking until she was full. The 4 cats and 1 dog had already feasted and were now busy dancing. At that moment, the grease-covered Tuanzi chimed in. Host, you still have unread messages. With that, he continued to enjoy the skewers. Grandpa had grilled a large platter for him, so fragrant that he simply could not stop. Dazed, Wen Mingyue opened the operation panel, and upon seeing the content, she instantly became alert. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for achieving first place in personal points in the second player battle. Reward, Magic Wand. She extracted the magic wand, its familiar pink color evoking a sense of nostalgia. This was the talisman that had saved her life. Perfect for massaging shoulders, it was simply ideal. Humming a tune, skewering food, and giving herself a back rub, life felt truly splendid. Across from her, Manuan watched her sister with the highly plastic-feeling thumbs-up wand, puzzled by her affection. In the system space, 2233 observed its 40 upgrade progress, beaming with joy, suddenly realizing that the delectable food placed before it, merely to look at and not to eat, wasn't quite as tempting anymore. Meanwhile, Tuanzi, deeply focused on skewers, suddenly looked up. Oh right, I've leveled up too, currently at 70. As for the new features, I'll check them later. Chapter 106. Changing territories the next day, in the Blue Star Huagua. 6 days prior, the system had sent a message indicating that in 3 days, Blue Star would enter a glacial epoch with temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees. An elderly man stood by the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. A stern-looking middle-aged man approached and saluted. Mr. Hua, I have important news to report. Not long ago, most of the previously vanished individuals began returning to Blue Star, including 2 million soldiers. Those who returned had completely forgotten about their experiences in the game. Simultaneously, they received concrete resources from the system, including 100,000 hectares of frost-resistant black soil, 10 million tons of energy coal balls, 10 million tons of universal animal feed, a never-freezing freshwater lake covering 500,000 square kilometers, 10,000 varieties of cold-resistant seeds, and 10,000 snow vehicles. Among these, the frost-resistant black soil, energy coal balls, and cold-resistant seeds were all available for development and research. As they gazed at the supplies brought in by various teams on the screen, tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the conference room. Over the preceding 6 days, they successfully executed a global evacuation, dividing the nation into 5 major regions for centralized management. Within each region, people congregated for communal living, accompanied by corresponding botanical and zoological management centers. They were allotted a mere 3 hours to select resource deployment locations and corresponding quantities on the luminous screen before them. These provisions were bestowed upon them by the Wagwaran within the game, instilling a glimmer of hope amid the impending ice age. The next 3 days would prove to be increasingly hectic for the Wagwaran, as they focused on resource allocation and maintaining military stability. While opportunities arose, they were met with formidable challenges, and the future remained uncertain. In the vast expanse of interstellar space, Xiao Qiu observed the dwindling number of players choosing to remain in the game world. Ultimately, only 10 million opted to continue their journey. He sighed in relief, feeling that his persuasive efforts had not been in vain. Although their interstellar realm was currently short-staffed, a larger population would ultimately complicate the review process. In the game world, Wen Mingyue and her family harmoniously slept until 9 o'clock before waking. After entrusting Xiaohong and La with the household, they set off for a family meal. Tang Xinghan, Ning Qian, and others had toiled until the late hours the previous night, with the deck adorned with last night's grilled meat, now sunbathing to enhance preservation. The Zhao siblings were the first to arrive, followed closely by Wen Mingyue's family, and lastly, the Han family. The scene was filled with the joy of petting cats and walking dogs. Grandparents and parents naturally sought to reconnect with their old friends while preparing the meal. Wen Mingyue observed the few individuals who had consumed the physique restoration liquid. They appeared at least a decade younger, with their spirits markedly uplifted, especially the butler, old Zhang, who seemed particularly vivacious. Tang's father, engrossed in energy research, remained in the laboratory. The two sisters, seizing a rare moment of leisure, accompanied Zhao Lingxin and others to explore the fishing boat. The boat spanned over 1,000 square feet, with a two-story wooden house flanked by vegetable gardens and orchards. While the variety was limited, it was undoubtedly abundant among the players. Additionally, there were pavilions and swings crafted through trade by Wen Mingyue. A ring of ivy encircled the boat, serving as the contracted plants responsible for security, while ornamental greenery was virtually absent, emphasizing a utilitarian design. As they strolled, only the two sisters remained ahead. Upon glancing back, they noticed Han Shuo engaging in light-hearted banter with Min Qingxue. Zhao Lingxin and her bodyguard strolled behind, holding hands and whispering sweet nothings. Zhao Jinan, trailing behind, gazed skyward, feigning ignorance. Ning Qian and her companions had discreetly retreated. The sisters had unwittingly played the role of third wheel for an indeterminate time. Unable to continue their exploration, they summoned the equally sidelined Zhao Jinan to go fishing instead, hoping to stock up on provisions for their pets in the coming days. In the span of a morning, the trio managed to catch 2 tuna, which weighed a total of 600 pounds after cleaning. Following their meal, they returned to fishing while others engaged in conversation and mahjong. The dog lover Han Shuo joined them, plopping down between Wen Mingyue and Zhao Jinan. Through several collaborative ventures, their mutual trust deepened, prompting Han Shuo to candidly share, "I shall reveal a secret." Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue, preoccupied with fishing and daydreaming, offered a perfunctory response. As Wen Mingyue appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings, Zhao Jinan cast a significant glance, encouraging her to proceed. With an air of authority, Han Shuo quickly adopted a serious demeanor and whispered, "I possess a stationary space of 200 cubic meters, the only SS-grade item." He added with a smirk, "It's an essential for the protagonists of novels. It has no time flow and can preserve items indefinitely. Aren't you envious? The sole drawback is that it cannot be replicated." Observing Zhao Jinan's expression, he realized the latter lacked such an item, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in smug satisfaction. Zhao Jinan chuckled internally, thinking how extraordinarily fortunate this young lad was. Why wasn't he similarly blessed? Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to glance at Wen Mingyue. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was busy calculating how much material her 2 cubic meters of stationary space could accommodate. Upon inspecting her camera space, she discovered it was filled to 4/5 of a cubic meter, yet the inventory of the space market filled her with a sense of security. After all, it contained cards, and she could replicate the volume of space. Previously, she had utilized a replication card to duplicate 1 cubic meter, effectively granting her an infinite space. The mere thought brought an uncontrollable smile to her lips. Sensing the intense gazes from both sides, she turned to see Han Shuo looking rather sullen, while Zhao Jinan wore a hint of envy. Sitting up straight, Wen Mingyue calmly replied, "I do not have a stationary space." Technically, her space was a camera card space, primarily to avoid inciting jealousy in the two. Zhao Jinan, with disbelief etched on his face, was met with Han Shuo's naive acceptance. In the afternoon, the trio collectively caught over 1,000 pounds of tuna, part of which was turned into cat food to feed Han Shuo's dog. Another portion was designated for Zhao Jinan. Seeing his plight, Han Shuo kindly offered to help him store it in the preservation space. Zhao Jinan smiled, genuinely pleased, as he relished tuna. He also sent a considerable amount of fresh meat to Han Shuo for safekeeping, casually teaching him a few tricks. Turning to see Wen Mingyue beaming brightly, their eyes met. Zhao Jinan exclaimed, "You must have one." To which Wen Mingyue firmly denied, "I truly do not." Zhao Jinan retorted, "I'll believe that when pigs fly." The next day, they moved to Han Shuo's fishing boat, continuing their revelry. On the third day, a jubilant group made their way to Wen Mingyue's vessel, which provoked a chorus of astonished gasps. It was their first visit to her boat, and upon witnessing the reality, they realized how conservative their initial impressions had been. The first sight that greeted them was a charming 3-story flower pavilion at the center of the boat, adorned with a staircase enveloped in blossoms connecting the first and second floors. Residing at the entrance were Little Red and the glittering Lala. Surrounding the wooden house were a variety of vibrant flowers and greenery, permeating the air with delightful fragrances. On one side of the wooden house, adjacent to the stern, lay a vegetable garden and medicinal herb field, along with hundreds of square meters of dry rice and wheat. Between the wooden house and the bow's control room sprawled a vast fruit orchard. Behind the wooden house, a path through the bamboo grove led to a pavilion draped in climbing ivy. Beside the pavilion was a 100 square meter lotus pond, with flowers blooming in exquisite beauty. And beyond it, an expansive fruit forest. Adjacent to the pavilion was a quaint flower garden, surrounded by greenery and blossoms, serving as a delightful space for the family to play badminton. On the other side of the wooden cabin, towards the stern of the boat, lies the chicken coop and the cattle shed, while ahead stretches the vegetable garden and medicinal herb field. Pebbles and moisture-resistant stones serve as both a separator and a pathway. Surrounding the fishing vessel, a riot of rose and peony bushes flourishes, with bees and butterflies flitting about. The crowd encircled the fishing boat, marveling at its charm, exclaiming that it resembled the fabled peach blossoms spring from a game. A suggestion arose to gather for meals at Wen Mingyue's abode in the future. and the elders enthusiastically nodded in agreement, reveling in the lively atmosphere. With a radiant smile, Wen Mingyue mused internally on how this was merely the beginning. As the road to development remained long, the subsequent hours were filled with laughter as everyone vied to feed the two little ones, Xiaohong and Lala. They spent 3 delightful days in joyous camaraderie. Tomorrow heralded a new survival world. Chapter 107. The onset of road survival at 8:50 a.m. the next morning. The familiar announcement echoed through the air. Good morning, players. The next round of the survival segment is being launched. Launch complete. Wen Mingyue's family, accompanied by their 4 cats and 1 dog, found themselves upon an endless stretch of asphalt road. To the left and right, a vast expanse of white stretched beyond sight. Looking up at the sky, dark clouds loomed overhead, shrouding the light, casting a gloomy pall over the world, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them. The system's voice continued to resonate in the air. This round of the game, Road Survival. Difficulty Index, 4 stars. Resource Index, 2 stars. Residential area for this round, automobile. The type of vehicle depends on the size of each player's fishing boat. Initial fuel, 10 liters. Fuel from the fishing vessel cannot be utilized for vehicle operation. Driving hours, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. In this round, players will confront various extreme climatic disasters. The system will not provide advance warnings of disasters. There is no beginner phase for this round. The timing for system interventions is unpredictable. Treasure chests will randomly spawn on the road, occasionally obstructed by monsters. Treasure chests have specific collection conditions. Players cannot rely on the system's steward or contract creatures for collection. There is no estimated duration for the game. All players across regions are merged, totaling 10 million. The round concludes when the first player or team reaches the finish line. Players have 5 minutes to board. At 9 a.m. sharp, the first disaster will strike. Special reminder, from this round onward, eliminating players will not yield any resources. Defeating mutated entities will only grant treasure chests. As the announcement concluded, Wen Mingyue's family, cradling their feline and canine companions, hastily moved forward. Before them stood a military green off-road RV, featuring a total of 8 bulletproof windows, equipped with sturdy retractable screens. From an external viewpoint, it soared to a height of approximately 3 meters, with a width of 25 meters and a length of 8 meters. The vehicle's lines were smooth, exuding a polished aesthetic akin to jade, both exquisite and noble. It was undeniably eye-catching. A red ribbon trailed from the front, marking the starting point of this round of the game. Upon reaching the vehicle's door, the system would automatically recognize the players bound to the residence and open the door. Stepping inside the RV, the first sight to behold was a spacious driver's cabin, spanning an impressive 60 square meters. The interior of the RV is akin to a folded space. Luxurious leather seats, a meticulously designed central console, and above it, a starry ceiling reminiscent of a dazzling night sky. Behind the driver's cabin, a pre-installed fireplace and heated floor await, with a staircase ascending along the wall, leading to the turret and aero tower atop the vehicle, encased within a protective dome. In one corner of the driver's cabin, a 1 square meter partition conceals what was once a fish compartment, now transformed into a storage area filled with assorted items. As one traverses the corridor of the driver's cabin, the space gradually expands, revealing a verdant little world before their eyes. The height of the space reaches 50 meters, avoiding any sense of confinement. Illuminated by a white light panel, the wooden cabin, orchard, and lotus pond remain, along with vibrant red peppers and neatly arranged dumplings. Even Wen Mingyue, experiencing the scene anew, is taken aback by the beauty before her. This is their little realm, lovely and teeming with life. Upon seeing the RV, Wen Mingyue's family is filled with mixed emotions. They feared that the home they had been building during this time was lost, and they would have to start from scratch. Yet, to their surprise, a hidden paradise awaited them, leaving them inexpressibly joyful. Cats and dogs wriggle free from their constraints and return indoors to continue their meals. The clock strikes 9. The white mist along the roadside vanishes in an instant, revealing the hard, rocky terrain. The sky brightens gradually. Outside, snowflakes dance in the air, melting upon contact with the asphalt road, adding a touch of shimmer. The snowflakes settle upon the rocks, accumulating into layers of snow. An icy wonderland is on the brink of arrival. The occupants of the vehicle soon feel a chill, prompting Wen Mingyue to call her family back to the wooden cabin to change clothes. The underfloor heating in the cabin has already been activated, enveloping the entire space. With the support of an energy stone, it can run continuously for a decade without issues. Just days prior, Zhao Lingxin had informed her of a foreboding vision, a seemingly endless road cloaked in snow and ice, echoing Wen Mingyue's past life. The first month of survival on this road was marked by frigid temperatures plunging to -40 degrees. Currently, the protective dome is set to level 36, maintaining a temperature range of plus or -18 degrees, with the interior temperature at a comfortable 22 degrees. Wen Mingyue possesses over 500 bottles of antifreeze, with each bottle sufficient for 10 square meters for 7 days, ample for nearly 700 square meters of land. Just last night, she preemptively added antifreeze through the system panel, filling a month's worth of usage, ensuring the lotus pond remains unfrozen. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Wen Mingyue instructs the system to install luminous pearls in various corners of the fishing boat. The once dim little world instantly brightens. This is the primary function of the luminous pearls, to illuminate and adorn. Each pearl can provide an infinite light source for an area of 100 square meters. Once bound to the system, she can control the activation and deactivation times via the control panel, choosing to have them illuminate from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., remaining off at all other times. The little world within the RV mirrors the outside world, with daytime from 8 in the morning to 7 in the evening and nightfall at other times. The temperature will likewise fluctuate in harmony with the external environment. However, the overall illumination is considerably dimmer than that of the outside world. This is one of the reasons why Wen Mingyue fervently battles monsters to collect luminous pearls, as they provide a brighter living environment, which is also conducive to the growth of plants within the RV. The next survival location will also benefit from this. Subsequently, she upgrades 30 water purifiers, placing them adjacent to the windows. With the addition of gas-absorbing beads, the purifiers can automatically extract gases from the air to ultimately produce purified water. Due to the constraints of this round of the game, rainwater and snow cannot be utilized for purification. Her advanced water purifier consistently yields 50 liters of purified water per unit daily. Even during the icy phase of this game round, while lacking in salt, she has accumulated a substantial amount during the maritime survival segment. And there are also ample supplies of salt among the household items she later acquires, sufficient for an extended period. After installing the upgraded purifiers, Wen Mingyue continues to operate the system panel. Upgrading her living space to 4,000 square meters unlocks a new feature, one-click skin change. The space height is set at 60 meters. For instance, in her current RV dwelling, she can access the personal information panel in the system, enter the living space section, and select various aesthetic skins for the RV's interior. These include fresh green styles, dazzling ornate designs, dark Gothic aesthetics, and transparent floor-to-ceiling options, among others. Wen Mingyue demonstrates each option to her family, ultimately achieving unanimous approval for the transparent floor-to-ceiling design. This resembles walls made entirely of transparent glass, allowing for a clear view of the outside scenery while remaining concealed from external sight. The exterior of the RV will only change in accordance with the expansion of the living space. The family, clad in thick clothing, cotton hats, and sturdy boots, with gloves and scarves aplenty, stands by the window, admiring the swirling snow scene outside. It is difficult to imagine that this is a survival game world where danger lurks at every turn. Chapter 108. Ice Removal Spray, a surprising arrival since entering the RV. Less than 20 minutes have elapsed. Once the settings are complete, Wen Mingyue proceeds to the driver's cabin. The cabin features a fireplace, enveloping the entire space in warmth. Her family follows closely, eager to learn how to drive. Among them, only Wen Mingyue possesses a driving license. Compared to the vehicles in the outside world, the operations on the game panel are significantly simpler, with buttons accompanied by corresponding language instructions. The green button serves as the ignition, with the brake pedal and steering wheel readily accessible. Additionally, there are gauges for fuel level and speed. Currently, all players commence with a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Acceleration can only be achieved through the use of acceleration cards. Each player starts with 10 liters of fuel, with the system stipulating that 1 liter of fuel allows for 10 kilometers of travel, regardless of vehicle size. All players share this same regulation. A vehicle driven for 8 hours per day requires 40 liters of fuel. Furthermore, the initial fuel tank capacity is limited to 10 liters, necessitating an expansion card for upgrades. The previously awarded autonomous driving system and windproof system apply solely to the maritime survival segment. Hence, this round of the game relies entirely on manual operation. Fortunately, other functions within the driver's cabin can be powered by electricity. In contrast to other players lacking electrical supply, Wen Mingyue is able to save on fuel, utilizing it exclusively for the vehicle's operation. Buckle your seatbelt and press the green button. The vehicle advances forward while simultaneously activating the windshield wipers to clear the accumulated snow ahead. The road is treacherous, yet Wen Mingyue remains alert and focused on driving, with her family quietly studying beside her. Meanwhile, the mixed zone is bustling with activity. Attention, those who cannot drive, come here for paid instruction, a family member exclaims, nearly startled, fearing a complete restart. Fortunately, the previous conditions remain intact, save for the insufficient antifreeze that has unfortunately claimed the lives of 2 trees, causing considerable distress. Antifreeze for sale. If you need some, look this way. 1 bottle can be exchanged for 20 pounds of rice. Don't push your luck. Wasn't it 10 pounds before? Domestic players receive a 50% discount. To their surprise, they discover that they can drive a motorhome within the game, boasting a height of 10 meters. Other than the frigid conditions, all is tolerable. Why is mine just a drafty little car, standing only 3 meters tall? It's freezing cold now, and I dare not drive. It must be due to the small area of your residence. You need to find a way to upgrade. After thorough comparisons, they learned that expanding the fishing boat to 500 square meters would grant them a motorhome, which starts at a height of 5 meters, with upgrade materials identical to those of the fishing vessel. After an hour of travel and consuming 5 liters of gasoline, Wen Mingyue finally receives a notification from the system. The current round of the game focuses on climatic disasters. Thus, all automatic chest collection features are disabled, requiring players to collect chests manually. However, other system functionalities remain operational. Wen Mingyue, together with her family, disembarks, donning a down jacket over a raincoat. Thanks to the restorative fluid and attribute enhancements, she can withstand the bone-chilling temperature of -40 degrees, accompanied by piercing winds and swirling snowflakes, albeit only temporarily. Ahead on the road lies a wooden treasure chest encased in ice, firmly anchored to the pavement, rendering it unreachable. The elder approaches, suggesting, "How about I try my invincible fire dragon?" Despite the thick scarf muffling his words, he cannot help but shiver from the cold air that seeps in. Wen Mingyue quickly shakes her head. Grandpa's invincible fire dragon cannot control the flames. If unleashed, the chest would vanish. Suddenly, she recalls her long-lost pink magic wand. With fervent devotion, she retrieves it from her backpack and prays, "Please, grant me an ice removal spell." However, with a swish of the wand, the ice thickens instead. Wen Mingyue is left speechless, recalling previous instances where she inadvertently enlarged monsters and even provided them with an attack boost. It appears that the wand can only be of use in life-threatening situations. For now, it must suffice as a massage tool. Thus, they resort to manually removing the ice. Armed with a flamethrower and a shovel, they work together to chip away at the 4 corners of the ice block. After 10 minutes, the ice separates from the ground, and Wen Mingyue successfully retrieves the treasure chest, promptly returning to the wooden cabin. 15 minutes later, she uses matchsticks to melt the ice. The system then prompts, "Would you like to open the chest?" Wen Mingyue clicks yes. "Congratulations, you have received 20 liters of gasoline." The family is thoroughly satisfied with their inaugural treasure chest opening. 20 liters of gasoline will fuel their vehicle for 4 hours. Wen Mingyue manipulated the system panel to add 5 liters, leaving the remaining 15 liters to be stored, awaiting the upgrade of the fuel tank. Excluding the area of the driver's cabin, the RV's folding space is approximately 30-100, with no changes to the overall layout. It takes less than a minute to walk from the central wooden house to the driver's cabin. Time is of the essence. And Wen Mingyue rides her charming pink electric scooter. Upon returning to the driver's cabin, she continues to drive while her younger sister, Mingyue, and their father follow along to learn, while their mother and others prepare lunch. As there is no need to venture out for fishing, Xiaohong and Tuanzi assist in the kitchen, also taking the opportunity to sample the flavors. As time progresses, the snow accumulates thicker on both sides of the road, concealing most of the rocks, with only a corner of a black rock occasionally visible. According to game settings, snow does not accumulate on the road. However, with the flurry of falling snowflakes, the road becomes increasingly slippery, posing a risk of veering off the roadway. There exists a significant height difference between the road and the surrounding snowy terrain, making it difficult to return to the road from the snowbanks. Coupled with a dwindling supply of food resources from the treasure chests, many players opt to lie back inside their vehicles, consuming their previous stockpiles while waiting for the first player to reach the finish line and conclude this round of the game. After driving for another hour, an iron chest appears ahead, encased in thick ice. Summoning her family to help, they clear the ice in 15 minutes and stow the iron treasure chest into their backpacks. Subsequently, they melt the ice, revealing a spray with a capacity of 200 milliliters. De-icing spray. A single spray instantly melts ice. At last, they arrive at what Wen Mingyue has been longing for. By this time, it is noon, and each member of the team has managed to obtain a treasure chest, most of which contain fuel. Currently, she is the sole individual to acquire the de-icing spray. In this round of the game, the supply of fuel is the most abundant. Yet reaching the finish line swiftly requires many other scarce resources. Upon returning to the wooden house, she finds 4 cats and a dog sprawled on the warm floor, exuding an air of complacency. It is yet another day filled with the desire to transform into a cat. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, she returns to the driver's cabin. Within less than half an hour, she receives a system notification about a treasure chest. Stepping out of the vehicle, she retrieves the de-icing spray and applies 2 sprays to the glistening ice. The effect is noticeable, though subtle. Following this, she sprays 3 more times, as if enchanted, enveloping the ice in white mist until it melts away completely, leaving no trace of snowmelt. She collects the wooden treasure chest and returns to the warm driver's cabin to open it, revealing 20 liters of gasoline. Currently, the fuel tank holds only 10 liters, necessitating further storage for now. Although it is possible to refuel directly from the system panel, Upgrading the fuel tank must also be prioritized. In the ensuing time, she finds 3 wooden chests, which yield a box of fluffy socks, 12 pairs, a down jacket, and an additional 20 liters of gasoline. Today, she has amassed a total of 6 chests. Scanning through the Team S haul, the Zhao siblings and Gu family members boast the most, each with 5 chests. Han Shuo has 4, while Tang Xing, Han Ning, and Qian each possess 3. In the mixed zone, despair reigns. The survival resources in the sea are rated at 4.5 stars, while this round of the game only scores 2 stars. To survive this round, reliance on prior stockpiles and farming is essential. Moreover, along the roadside, terrestrial creatures occasionally make an appearance. However, during this frigid month, capturing them proves to be quite a challenge. After dinner, the family gathers, engaged in delightful conversation, while a pot of fish soup simmers on the stove. At that moment, a message arrives from Tang Xinghan, filling Wen Mingyue with immense joy. Chapter 109. Crafting temperature-controlled garments and tire upgrades using energy stones and a crystal ball dropped by a level 28 sea monster. Father Wen has developed a remarkable temperature-regulating fabric. Wen Mingyue retrieves a thin piece of this material, feeling an immediate warmth emanating from it. The system indicates that it can maintain a temperature range of -30 to +30 degrees Celsius. Without hesitation, she employs her tailoring skills to create 2 high-neck base layers and heads to the room with her sister to try them on. The garments fit like silk against the skin, soft and luxurious. Clad in one of the base layers, Wen Mingyue rushes out of the wooden house, eliciting astonished looks from her family. Inside the protective shield, the temperature registers at -22 degrees, yet with the temperature-controlled garment, the sensation is a comfortable 8 degrees. Akin to donning an additional thick down jacket, she then dons a down coat over it, feeling at ease and finally free to run about the RV. With ample materials available, each family member receives 5 pieces, even the cats and dogs are included. They also engage in trading with others in their group. Ultimately, the family enjoys a refreshing meal of exquisitely delicious fish soup in their warm abode, expressing their delight as it warms both their bodies and hearts. The 4 cats and 1 dog are also immersed in their soup. The little ones, Tuanzi and Xiaohong, eagerly clutch large bowls, exclaiming how delightful it is, prompting requests for more from Mother Wen. With a radiant smile, Mother Wen accepts the empty bowl from Xiaohong and ladles a generous scoop of the milky fish soup from the pot, advising her to be cautious as she hands it over. Wen Mingyue, unwilling to be outdone, declares her desire for a bowl as well. Eager not to miss out on the deliciousness, the soup is so delectable that Xiaohong drinks hastily, fearing she might not get her share. Mother Wen reassures her, saying there is enough to go around and to take her time. After finishing the fish soup, they indulge in a luxurious bath with rejuvenating face masks, ultimately retiring for a blissful night's sleep. Having slept soundly, Wen Mingyue awakens in particularly high spirits. Breakfast consists of salty duck eggs paired with corn porridge and juicy beef buns. During the second player battle, the family amassed a total of 2,400 pounds of beef, lamb, chicken, and duck, liberating them from the previous reliance on seafood for every meal. They express their gratitude for the generous system once again. Today, they are relatively unburdened, wearing clothing made entirely from temperature-controlled fabric, complemented by long down coats. Additionally, they don the warm, handcrafted socks and plush gloves that Mother Wen worked hard to prepare last night, not neglecting hats and scarves. Resourceful as ever, she has sewn a layer of temperature-regulating fabric directly into the plush materials, ensuring warmth and comfort. The spacious 60-square-meter driving compartment is illuminated by luminous pearls, bright and airy. It features a fireplace, heated calm, carpet, a comfortable sofa for resting, a coffee table with chairs, and a cabinet stocked with snacks and beverages. Sitting in the driving area, with the fireplace burning brightly behind her, Wen Mingyue feels enveloped in warmth. Tuanzi, along with the cats and dogs, lounges on the heated calm, blissfully asleep. The chatterbox, Huan, and the dog, Fa Kai, snore in harmony. Today, her sister and father continue their studies nearby. Wen Mingyue administers 2 drops of eye medicine for snow blindness and starts the RV. Outside, snow continues to fall, blanketing the landscape in a pristine white, obscuring any visible ground beneath the layers of snow. After an hour and a half of traveling in the RV, we finally encountered our first wooden treasure chest. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a frigid -40 degrees, yet thanks to my thermal clothing, I remained comfortably warm. I retrieved an ice spray and applied it 5 times to the frozen block before collecting the chest, which yielded 2 beef marrow bones. I handed them to my mother to prepare a soup, and we decided to have lunch beside the flower wall outside. After nearly 2 more hours of driving, we discovered our second treasure chest of the day, this time a metal one. Opening it revealed 40 liters of gasoline, which I stowed away in my backpack. After a day and night of accumulation, the snow on either side of the road had reached a thickness of 30 centimeters, and outside, the snowflakes transformed from large, fluffy flakes into a gentle flurry. When Mingyue perused the messages in the group chat, Everyone was warned not to add snowmelt to the water purifier. One member had suffered from diarrhea all morning. Snowmelt was not safe to consume directly. This round, we were using gas beads to obtain purified water, and we were cautioned against bending the game rules. Collecting a treasure chest required spending half an hour de-icing it in the heavy snow. And I longed for the days of battling monsters at sea. Yesterday, we found 2 wooden chests, but none this morning. How could we continue playing? What you have is nothing. We set out on the road this morning and are still pushing the vehicle through the snow. Isn't lying flat more appealing? I have enough salted fish to last for months, just waiting for the first player to reach the finish line to take us along. Count me in for lying flat. Those who need gasoline, look over here. Wen Mingyue opened a chat with a player selling gasoline, exchanging 1 liter for 10 antifreeze vials. Although she had hundreds of vials, she would not engage in a losing trade and promptly exited the conversation. It was time to eat. Leaning against the pink rose wall and seated before a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, with a blazing fire pit beside me, I gazed at the snowy landscape outside. I picked up a thin slice of beef and dipped it in the soup pot filled with beef bone and radish broth for 10 seconds, then paired it with chili soy sauce. After enjoying a plate of beef, I turned to savor lamb next. I concluded the meal with 2 bowls of steaming bone broth. In the afternoon, Wen's father took the wheel. Before entering the game, he would drive a small electric vehicle, and he learned to drive the car even faster than my sister. I sat alongside him, watching. For Wen's father, learning to drive was far simpler than learning archery. However, the slippery roads necessitated constant caution. After an hour and a half of driving in the afternoon, we received a notification from the system. Wen Mingyue leaped from the vehicle, rubbing her hands over her ring. Before her, a black, mutated wolf appeared, with the system indicating it was a level 9 mutant. The creature lunged toward her. With a swift motion of her hand, the ring emitted a blade of light, effortlessly dispatching the mutant wolf. She approached to collect the unthawed bronze chest and turned back to the RV. Inside, she discovered an upgrade card, not for the fuel tank, but for the RV tires. Tire upgrade card. After upgrading, the vehicle can traverse smoothly in icy conditions and extreme heat. Wen Mingyue's face lit up with joy. Her luck was indeed at its peak, making her wishes come true. She accessed the control panel and applied the upgrade card to the RV tires. Tire upgrade completed. The system confirmed the upgrade, and Wen Mingyue jumped out to inspect. The newly upgraded tires featured a wider tread, increasing the contact area with the ground, rendering them more durable and resistant to wear. As the tire tread deepens and the patterns become more intricate, it enhances traction on snowy roads, effectively preventing skidding. The tires have also become more rigid, exhibiting greater resistance to high temperatures and improved stability. Wen Mingyue promptly returned to the vehicle, taking her father's place to experience it herself. Indeed, as a product of the system, she now fully mastered the art of driving the RV, making the task feel effortless. No longer gripping the steering wheel with the same tension as before. In the remaining time, she collected a wooden crate. Inside, she found a pair of anti-slip, water-resistant snow boots, and within an iron chest lay a block of frost-resistant black soil, which she had previously envisioned arriving at Blue Star. Frost-resistant black soil, crops cultivated within it can withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees Celsius, with a growth rate 5 times that of ordinary soil. If only she could excavate some, it would be a splendid resource for conserving growth liquid and antifreeze. She promptly decided to plant her favorite waxberries. Work concluded punctually at 6. Tonight, a barbecue by the window was on the agenda, with the transparent mode in effect. The interior of the vehicle exuded the essence of spring, while outside, snowflakes danced gracefully, creating a striking contrast. Chapter 110, Fuel Tank Upgrade. Unveiling the treasure map the following day, breakfast consisted of soybean milk, deep-fried dough sticks, and large meat buns. Today, her father was behind the wheel, while her sister, Mingyue, sat beside him, learning. Wen Mingyue lounged on the warm Kong, engrossed in playing the square game console from Xiongua, exchanging it for 2 tubs of ice cream with Han Shua. Nearby, the steamed buns and flour rolls snuggled together in slumber, with Fu Guayere and Mango Mei Mei at her feet. Fa Kai, clad in the temperature-regulating attire sewn by Mother One, licked his fur while nestled on a thick blanket atop a large shell in front of the fireplace. The game was exceptionally considerate, with a complete range of pet supplies, even including fish oil. The issue of shedding among the 4 cats was now nearly a concern of the past, a true masterpiece from the system. As Wen Mingyue glanced up momentarily, she spotted Tuanzi, crouched on the ground collecting dog fur, and observed the relatively sparse-coated dog, deciding to arrange a shedding prevention package for it as well. After an hour of play, she received a system notification indicating the presence of a treasure chest ahead. Setting aside the game console, she donned the anti-slip snow boots acquired yesterday. The ground was even slicker than before, but with the system's product on her feet. She dashed toward the treasure chest without a worry of stumbling. She retrieved the ice-melting spray and easily collected the iron treasure chest. Returning to the driver's seat to open it, she discovered an oversized heated charging table. The circular table was ample enough for her entire family. Wen Mingyue positioned it in the corner of the RV's large window, and after a few operations on the system panel, a socket materialized on the floor nearby. Unlike the power system that came with the wooden house construction, the system's reward provided a power system that allowed her to install sockets freely throughout her residence. Coupled with her energy recycling bin and energy stones, which were excellent power-generating companions, she was well equipped with electricity. However, as mealtime approached, she did not encounter another treasure chest or mutant. When Mingyue called for her father to stop for a meal. In the afternoon, after 2 hours of driving, she managed to find a wooden treasure chest, which yielded 20 liters of gasoline. She successfully retrieved an iron treasure chest just before 6, unveiling a long-awaited fuel tank expansion card. Fuel tank expansion card increases tank capacity by 10 liters upon use. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue operated the system panel to utilize it, simultaneously filling the tank to its current capacity of 20 liters. That evening, the family convened in the living room to peruse messages in their group chat. Aside from her, the team group had at most 2 chests, while the regional group was even bleaker, with most players having only salvaged a single chest, and some having none at all. The primary reasons for this dismal situation were insufficient gasoline and treacherous road conditions. Reflecting on her past life, Wen Mingyue felt immense gratitude for having exchanged a lucky card with Zhao Lingxin. On the other hand, Ning Qian, accompanied by her sisters Tang Yuan and Tang Xinghan, benefited from their luck and, despite the scarcity of chests in this challenging environment, had amassed a considerable supply of antifreeze, diligently cultivating crops and stockpiling resources. An increasing number of players were dedicating themselves to farming within the game. Antifreeze had successfully supplanted gasoline, ascending to the top of the best-selling charts. The game was not nearing its conclusion anytime soon. They would remain immersed in it for many years to come. As for the vital resource of water, most players could ensure their basic hydration needs thanks to the aid of gas condensation beads. However, there were still players who had resigned themselves to their fate and faced water shortages. Wen Mingyue's shop stocked 50 liters of purified water daily, offered at regular prices for domestic players, while international players faced doubled rates. Once listed, the supply was swiftly exhausted, often exchanged for timber. Furthermore, as 3 days passed, many players began to realize that inadequate light exposure within their vehicles adversely affected crop health. While not fatal, crops deprived of sunlight had started to yellow, and flowers and fruits continued to drop. The efficacy of night pearls became apparent, although they were only obtainable from chests in the underwater battle. Recognizing their value, players were reluctant to trade them unless absolutely necessary. When Mingyue possessed over 300 night pearls, although she planned to expand her territory, she believed this amount was sufficient. She decided to test the waters by putting one up for auction. Setting an astonishing starting bid, she opted to disable message notifications. After listing it, she washed up and went to bed, leaving the rest to her companion, Tawanzi. She enjoyed a restful night's sleep. "Host, you're awake." Upon opening her eyes, Wen Mingyue found Tawanzi standing by her bedside, eagerly awaiting praise. "Good Tawanzi," she said, reaching out to ruffle Tawanzi's forehead, shifting the third child, Fugur, to the side. Clad in her attire, she sat at the edge of her bed to check the auction results from the previous night. At the sight of the data, her smile broadened uncontrollably. A single night pearl had been acquired at a high price by an Eagle Nation player, yielding 500 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of flour, and 2 packets of seeds for sorghum and sesame that could be preserved for planting. She adjusted some land on the panel to begin sowing. Sorghum could be used for brewing, cooked with sugarcane to create a cough remedy, and its husks could serve as pillow stuffing. Sesame would be utilized for oil extraction and seasoning. Today marked the day her sister would take the wheel for the first time, with their father accompanying them. The snowfall had paused, leaving thick layers of snow lining the roads. When Mingyue and her family ventured to the orchard to harvest, nearly 20 varieties of fruit, including mangoes, pineapples, lychees, longans, kiwis, cherries, and watermelons, had reached maturity. After setting aside some items in the refrigerator, the remaining goods were organized into 8 carts, weighing several hundred pounds. The waxberry trees, planted in frost-resistant black soil, are gradually bearing fruit, with the first harvest expected in about 10 days. 5 baskets brim with wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and silver mushrooms. Xiaohong accompanies mother when back to the house to prepare a red date and silver mushroom soup, under the guidance of the little bee brother. When Mingyue harvests 20 pounds of sweet honey. This morning, 2 wooden crates were collected, containing 40 liters of gasoline. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that a metal box was obtained, revealing an expansion card for the fuel tank. The tank was filled to precisely 30 liters, leaving 10 liters of gasoline in the backpack. An hour later, a bronze treasure chest was discovered. In the realm of road survival, the contents of a bronze chest can be quite valuable. Upon opening it, when Mingyue found a map, after examining it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Treasure map can be used to locate treasures according to the map's guidance. In her previous life, players in their region had reported finding treasure maps at the end of the extreme cold, with still over half a month remaining. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in her mind. Treasure map detected. Would you like to connect to the driver's cabin and activate the automatic guiding feature? This was a new function introduced in the 069 upgrade. Additionally, it could detect resource points within 2 kilometers, including not only treasure chests, but any useful supplies. The danger prediction feature had also been enhanced. After confirming, a straight red route map with a bend appeared on the operation panel of the driver's cabin, leading directly to the treasure's location, mapped out as the most efficient route. The initial stretch of road was straight, according to the guidance. The treasure map was located on one side of the road, adjacent to the driver's seat. Aside from the road, the current distance to the parking point was a staggering 1,000 kilometers. With sufficient fuel, traveling 8 hours a day would require 2.5 days to arrive. After securing the treasure map, she returned to the medicinal field for harvesting. Shortly thereafter, a notification from the system prompted her to hurry back to the driver's cabin. A level 12 wolf blocked her path. Wen Mingyue could hardly contain her excitement. Mutated creatures in road survival are exceedingly rare, and she had unexpectedly encountered 2 within just a few days. Remembering the tire upgrade card dropped by the previous one, her anticipation soared. With exhilaration, she leaped from the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the creature with a blade of light, and collected a silver treasure chest, returning home in high spirits. A rare treasure chest opening naturally called for the entire family to gather around. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Xiaohong and Lala nodded in agreement. Yes. Congratulations. You have received a snowmobile. Chapter 111. A comprehensive treasure map and abundant gasoline. Wen Mingyue found a spacious area to release the snowmobile. Its tall black frame, with smooth lines and tires akin to those of a camper van, can comfortably accommodate 8 people inside. Like a giant beast of the snow, it glides effortlessly through the icy terrain. Its only drawback is that it operates solely on gasoline. The family resisted the urge to take the snowmobile for a spin, opting to conserve fuel for the treasure-seeking journey ahead. On the morning of the 4th day, they reached the stopping point, with the remaining distance to be covered by the snowmobile. Currently, there are 30 liters of gasoline remaining, which can be fully loaded onto the snowmobile, allowing it to travel at the same speed as the RV, at 50 kilometers per hour. This quantity of gasoline is sufficient for the snowmobile to operate for 6 hours. Additionally, the fuel tank has been expanded to 50 liters, equipped with dual anti-slip snow boots. Unlike on the fishing boat, Xiaohong's movements inside the vehicle are restricted. The vines can only extend through the mesh window, making it inconvenient to observe the surroundings. Ultimately, mother and sister remain at home. When Mingyue embarks on a treasure hunt with her grandparents and father, they set the snowmobile down by the roadside, turning on the air conditioning as they forge ahead through the snowfall. During this time, the weather is capricious. When Mingyue checks the data on the panel, noting that there are 2 hours of travel left to the destination. Shortly after leaving the highway, the light snow transforms into a flurry of large snowflakes. Fortunately, the snowmobile is robust enough to withstand the severe weather. The functions of the windows and the viewing lens remain unaffected by the storm. Host, beware. There's a pit ahead, Tawanzi warns. When Mingyue swiftly turns the steering wheel, following Tawanzi's guidance to navigate around it. After driving a short distance, she catches sight of a large ice hole through the rearview mirror. The 3 passengers in the back lean against the window, shock evident on their faces, as Grandma breaks into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Tawanzi's warning, the entire snowmobile could have plunged into the hole. With its upgrade, Tawanzi's danger detection capabilities have improved. It can now identify mutated beings and clustered players and predict potential hazards within a radius of 100 meters. When Mingyue continues to drive attentively, Grandma retrieves a steaming, oversized beef pot sticker from the camera space as a reward for Tawanzi. Thank you, Grandma, Tawanzi exclaims joyfully, taking the morsel and savoring it, occasionally sighing with satisfaction. The aroma of meat fills the vehicle. When Mingyue promptly encourages her family to eat something to stave off hunger. After father finishes his meal, he takes over driving from Wen Mingyue. She reclines in the back seat, one hand holding a meat roll, the other grasping a family-sized hamburger, finishing off with a large bowl of red date and white fungus soup. Having satisfied their hunger, only the final 500 meters to the treasure remain. Father drives cautiously, only leaning back in his seat and exhaling deeply once the vehicle has come to a stop. Upon exiting the car, they find the snowstorm has ceased. As they look around at the vast white expanse, Tawanzi suddenly alerts, Host, a supply point has been detected 50 meters ahead, with no danger indicated within a 100-meter radius. When Mingyue affectionately pats her companion's forehead, eagerly anticipating the new functions that come with further upgrades. Upon reaching the designated location, they discover a small black rock fragment at their feet. At that moment, a screen appears before them, displaying black text on a white background. Congratulations to all players for arriving at the treasure site. As the first group to reach the treasure site in all regions. Reward, complete treasure map. No detection range limitations. Note: effective only for the highway survival segment. Not all supplies can be deemed treasures upon opening the system panel. A new section appears next to the treasure map of the islands, the highway treasure map. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wen Mingyue looks up and sends a heart, hoping that the benevolent and generous system can notice her gesture. The little dumpling pondered thoughtfully, "Can you detect what treasures lie ahead?" After a moment of contemplation, it replied, "Numerous large iron barrels." It then added reassuringly, "Rest assured, host, it is safe to dig." A radiant smile graced Wen Mingyue's face. Indeed, her little dumpling was as insightful as a loyal companion. She instructed the dumpling to delineate the detected area. Armed with a shovel, which the dumpling also possessed, they aimed to accomplish their task before the impending storm arrived. 3 hours later, the treasure revealed itself. 12 large iron barrels, neatly arranged upon the rugged rocky ground, filled to the brim with gasoline. This supply, with an 8-hour daily usage, could sustain their RV for 2 months. After collecting the gasoline, they took a snowmobile to survey the surrounding area, consulting the treasure map, but found no further discoveries. The dumpling also failed to detect any resource points. Ultimately, they made their way back home. On the return journey, guided by the dumpling, they skillfully navigated around 2 large pits and arrived at the RV before nightfall. They celebrated their bountiful harvest with a barbecue feast. The dumpling nestled comfortably between the grandparents, relishing the attention on either side. The following day, Wen's grandmother took the wheel, while Wen's father provided guidance and Wen's grandfather observed. In the morning, they uncovered 2 treasure chests, a wooden box containing 2 packs of random vegetable seeds and a metal box filled with de-icing spray. Soon, others in their group began to unearth de-icing sprays as well. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, and the entire family had mastered the art of driving. Wen Mingyue crafted a schedule, affixing it to the door of the driver's cabin. They drove for 8 hours daily, alternating shifts. During this time, they extracted 80 liters of gasoline, antifreeze, and various warm supplies, expanding the fuel tank to 70 liters. Most players managed to open 24 chests each day. With her luck maximized, Wen Mingyue averaged 6 chests daily during this period. Today, Wen Mingyue was at the helm, with Mantu nestled beside her, peacefully slumbering against the windshield. The first chest of the day yielded 1 kilogram of rabbit meat, which she promptly sent to her mother, arranging for a spicy rabbit dish for lunch. Shortly after, the snowstorm subsided, and the snow accumulated along the road nearly matched the surface level. "Host, there is a resource point located 1,800 meters away." The dumpling chimed in. Wen Mingyue parked the vehicle, visualizing the red indicating the resource and the route in her mind. Upon accessing the system panel, she discovered that the treasure map did not indicate any treasures in the vicinity. It appeared that this resource was not classified as a treasure. Yet it did not dampen Wen Mingyue's spirits. She gathered her family and unleashed the snowmobile. With the proximity of the location, the entire family ventured forth. Before long, amidst the pristine snowy landscape, they spotted a significant cluster of red dots. It was akin to the evening when Big Orange encountered Huan Huan. Ahead lay a vast array of red plum blossoms, undeterred by the biting wind, standing tall with fiery blooms, embodying the resilient spirit of the red plum. Upon closer inspection, they noted several wax plums blooming in the wind on either side. Counting meticulously, they identified a total of 26 red plums and 12 wax plums, all flourishing in frost-resistant black soil. Their broad canopies and sturdy trunks posed a challenge for excavation in such frigid conditions. Wen Mingyue opted to rally the troops. She captured photographs and shared them in the group chat, eliciting awe from the others, all expressing a desire to join. Ultimately, Gu Jiyuan and Han Shuo dispatched 2 large excavators, produced by the system, capable of even breaking through ice. Zhao Lingxin produced a summoning card. Less than a month had elapsed since the last gathering invitation, and for now, only the summoning card could be utilized for invites. Soon after, 20 individuals had assembled, all familiar faces. The rare and breathtaking scenery inspired everyone to enthusiastically capture photographs and create memories. 2 soldiers operated an excavator, while the remaining robust men wielded shovels and commenced digging. Within 20 minutes, 1 shovel was broken. With ample materials at hand, there was no regret, and Wen Mingyue crafted a replacement. The elder generation, including grandmothers and fathers, retrieved pre-prepared ginger soup from the vehicle to ward off the chill. Chapter 112. Activating the RV's automatic cleaning function, it was at this moment that Zhao Lingxin and the others noticed the formidable snow vehicle parked behind them, prompting a flurry of admiration. Han Shuo unceremoniously dropped his shovel and, accompanied by several others, made a couple of circuits around the vehicle, still unsated until Zhao Jinan called him back to resume work. After 2 hours, only half of the task was completed. Wen Mingyue invited everyone to take a break and enjoy a meal. The elders had already prepared several pans of meat-filled buns, along with a large pot of lamb and radish soup, while the children busily distributed the food. The lunch was simple, with a promise of a grand dinner back at the RV in the afternoon. By 5 p.m., the excavation was finally finished. Wen Mingyue had already sent her family members, including Liao Huihui and Min Xingxue, back to the RV. Ultimately, Han Shuo drove the remaining individuals back in several trips. He, still yearning for more fun, took a few companions to sled in the snow until mealtime before returning. The vehicle was filled with laughter and joy, continuing until the late-night gathering concluded. After bidding farewell to everyone, they collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The following day, the first task on Wen Mingyue's agenda was upgrading their residence. The current area was 5,000 square meters. Yesterday, they had received 10 red plum trees and 3 winter sweet trees, occupying nearly 100 square meters. Upon upgrading, she planted them in the small garden designated for badminton, located behind the orchard, riding her electric scooter to the driving cabin. She noted the pavilion and lotus pond on her left, with the garden of blossoming trees gradually expanding, while the right side boasted a forest replete with fragrant fruits. With the upgrade to 5,000 square meters, the RV's height reached 70 meters. Additionally, the entire residence's automatic cleaning function was unlocked, encompassing the exterior of the vehicle. Henceforth, tasks such as clearing fallen leaves and animal waste would no longer require a family effort. A gentle tap on the panel would suffice, including for the pet's excretions. She felt immense gratitude towards the considerate game system. Wen Mingyue promptly shared a demonstration of the panel. Upon clicking the one-click cleaning option, the system issued a notification. Energy bin detected too. Would you like to bind it? Binding will automatically collect waste into the bin. Wen Mingyue decisively selected yes. Unlike the one-click cleaning feature inside the wooden house, which merely collected dust, this time the system had provided a prompt for the fallen leaves outside. The system reported the generation of 3 kilowatts of electricity. The surroundings sparkled with cleanliness. The family, filled with delight, began attending to their various tasks. 2 days later, a treasure map notification arrived. Treasure discovered 3 kilometers away. Wen Mingyue halted the vehicle and summoned her family to venture outside. Xiaohong pushed open the car window and poked her head out, exclaiming, "Yeah, I want to go too." It had been quite some time since she had the opportunity for outdoor activities. Upon witnessing Xiaohong's eager expression, Wen Mingyue did not decline. "Are you able to tolerate the temperature outside?" Xiaohong nodded vigorously. "No problem at all." For her, it was hardly a concern, not affecting her in the least. During this period, they would not encounter other players, leaving the spicy pepper to guard the home. And any matters could be communicated through the contract space. Xiaohong leaned her head out of the car window, while the vines trailing behind the vehicle stretched infinitely. Guided by Tuanzi, they successfully avoided a large pit on the road and arrived at the treasure site. Before them lay a vast expanse of frost-resistant black soil. The computer Tuanzi provided data, 200 square meters. At that moment, light snow was falling, and Wen Mingyue took out raincoats for her family to wear, including one for Tuanzi. As for the beauty-conscious Xiaohong, she decisively refused. Moreover, with one being worth 6 hoes hung from the vines, and they dug energetically. Tuanzi also wielded the hoe with impressive vigor. After an hour, they concluded their work and returned home. Back in the vehicle, they placed the black soil on the opposite side of the wooden cabin, adjacent to the medicinal field, planting the most resource-intensive, drought-resistant rice and wheat. Soon, a month of extreme cold would come to an end. The snow along the roadside gradually melted, revealing the rocky ground. The RV's fuel tank was also expanded to 100 liters. 2 days later, the temperature rose above freezing, and many players sighed with relief, feeling as though they had truly survived. The landscape along the road was also undergoing a transformation, shifting from a hard rocky surface to loose stones. After lunch, Wen Mingyue took the wheel. However, it wasn't long before she spotted a large shadow by the roadside. She parked the RV and opened the door, rushing out first, followed by her family. Before them was a winding pond, vast and resembling a thriving ecosystem. The pond was surrounded by dense reeds and a variety of flowers. Numerous water lilies adorned the surface, in shades of red, pink, yellow, and white, blooming in clusters. The water was crystal clear, revealing fish and shrimp swimming beneath the surface. Suddenly, a loud cooing sound broke the tranquility. Looking toward the source, they spotted a group of quails nestled in the grass at one corner of the pond, their small bodies adorned with brown patterned feathers. Nearby, 3 plump ducks and 2 pairs of mandarin ducks quietly hunted for small fish and shrimp in the water. Upon closer inspection, they noticed several duck eggs and quail eggs scattered about. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the surrounding reeds and aquatic plants to sway gracefully. A flock of multicolored birds soared into the air before descending once more. Through the gaps, Wen Mingyue caught sight of 2 figures, one black and one white, emerging by the pond's edge. Her eyes widened in astonishment. A white swan and a black swan appeared. Wen Mingyue yearned to take them home. Just as she prepared to send Xiaohong to capture them all, her younger sister, Mingyue, tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, that black swan is the guardian spirit of this pond. You cannot forcibly take them on the vehicle. It will use a shield to block you." Wen Mingyue promptly instructed her sister to negotiate with the swans. Mingyue began a silent conversation with them. 5 minutes later, "Sister," it said, "give us a chance to take us on a tour. If the environment meets our expectations, it would not be unreasonable." Wen Mingyue murmured softly, quite the proud one. Before nodding to her sister, she then pressed the one-click cleaning button on the panel, arranged for the round one, and contacted Xiaohong and La La through the contract space, reminding Xiaohong to instruct her little brothers to keep their spines safe to avoid pricking the others. The family stood in unison, awaiting the others to come ashore. At that moment, across from them, the black swan was gliding towards them with its mate, the white swan. Prior to this, they had encountered several groups of players on other roads but had not found them appealing. 3 groups even attempted to shoot at them, prompting a little electric therapy in response. They had only moved their home here yesterday in hopes of good fortune. They were here to complete tasks in the game, needing to settle before the extreme cold ended. Otherwise, they would have to queue for a transport back to Blue Star. Nevertheless, their standards were quite high. Wen Mingyue and her companions followed closely behind the 2 proud white swans. The leading black swan refused Wen Mingyue's offer to carry it into the vehicle, bouncing several times before leaping into the RV. The sound of its landing was quite loud, and the others behind struggled to suppress their laughter. In contrast, its mate, the white swan, turned to glance at the 2 sisters. Although the shorter one gave it a sense of familiarity, it was clearly more drawn to the elegant beauty beside her. Thus, it called out to Wen Mingyue twice. Her sister, Mingyue, quickly translated, "Sister, it wants you to carry it up." Wen Mingyue stepped forward, suppressing the urge to elevate her chin, and carefully lifted the swan. It was rather heavy. Chapter 113. The black swan moves into the RV. Achieving freedom for the rabbit upon entering the vehicle, the 2 swans raised their graceful necks to admire the fishing boat. Mingyue tugged at Wen Mingyue, looking pitiful. "Sister, it says you are a great beauty, and I am a fresh little one." Their mother, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. The family had originally been quite fair-skinned, but their complexions had darkened to a honey tone after entering the game. During this time without sunlight, Wen Mingyue had regained her paleness, coupled with her joyful disposition, early rising, and avoidance of late nights. Her skin was delicate and radiant, her beautiful large eyes sparkling. After comforting her sister, she gifted her numerous skincare products, insisting she must also take care of herself under the right conditions. Meanwhile, the 2 swans, upon entering the RV, were greeted by the scent of fruit, filled with many of their favorite sweet and sour flavors, and they spotted the lotus pond in the distance. Approaching the wooden house, the white swan was momentarily dazzled by the golden glow of La La, and couldn't help but glance a few more times. As for the little red one grinning widely beside them, they regarded it as a peculiar carnivorous flower, casting a disdainful glance. Finally, the 2 white swans positioned themselves behind the wooden house, facing the bamboo forest. The black swan felt the location was quite satisfactory, a good distance from the wooden house. Tranquil, it was also close to a transparent window, allowing a view of the world outside. The environment was vastly improved compared to before. It then turned to chat with Mingyue. Wen Mingyue noticed her sister giving her an okay sign, preparing to take them to the adjacent lotus pond to retrieve its little brother outside. To her surprise, as the black swan flapped its wings a couple of times, a pond materialized before the crowd, accompanied by fish, shrimp, water lilies, 3 ducks, mandarin ducks, quails on the shore, colorful birds, and aquatic plants like reeds. 2 swans then dove into the water, settling on Wen Mingyue's fishing boat. Shortly after, she received a notification from the system indicating that the ducks and quails, much like her large hen, could only provide eggs and were incapable of hatching. She still had over 1,000 pounds of chicken and duck meat left from the rewards of the previous underwater battle, sufficient to last a considerable time. With 18 quails, she joyfully collected 32 quail eggs and 6 duck eggs. Fortunately, the fish and shrimp in the water could reproduce indefinitely. Upon inspection, she noted several species including crucian carp, silver carp, and bass. Subsequently, she constructed 2 wooden shelters to house the quails and the 3 ducks. She eagerly anticipated that they would be as productive as her large hen, laying eggs daily. As for the 20 or so small birds, she formed a few nests for them. Noticing some vacant space nearby, she promptly built a pavilion. During a previous exploration of the island with Han Shuo and others, she had dug up 4 bougainvilleas, and she relocated 1 red bougainvillea next to the pavilion, applying growth liquid to encourage its rapid ascent, which quickly enveloped the entire structure. Dinner was arranged at the bougainvillea pavilion, where she fed the new members with a variety of fruits. Days passed, and the temperature gradually rose, reaching a brisk -8 degrees today. The wind and snow had completely subsided. Just as she parked the vehicle to prepare for a meal, she noticed several gray figures in the distance through the window. The system sent a notification indicating it was a supply point. Wen Mingyue took her time, opting to observe through binoculars instead of rushing out. 6 rabbits appeared in her line of sight, all quite plump. She then summoned Xiaohong through the contract space. Xiaohong swiftly poked her head into the driver's compartment, wearing a look of annoyance. What is it? I'm busy helping Mom with the dishes. Wen Mingyue tugged at Xiaohong's flower plate and directed her gaze outside. Do you see that group of rabbits? Capture them alive for me, one for a grilled fish. Xiaohong pouted, 2. Wen Mingyue replied, 1 for immediate payment. Xiaohong agreed, deal. Without further ado, countless vines extended from the car window, heading directly toward the rabbits. The rabbits, preoccupied with burrowing, were caught off guard and quickly ensnared by the vines. Xiaohong easily subdued the 6 rabbits. Wen Mingyue approached excitedly to inspect them. Noting the system provided no restrictions on reproduction, this meant they could reproduce indefinitely. Upon closer examination, she found 2 male rabbits and 4 females. Typically, rabbits produce a litter of about 10 every month, with larger litters reaching nearly 20. Wen Mingyue's mind began to conjure various culinary possibilities for the rabbits: spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit legs, and fresh pepper rabbit from other parts. Finally, she joyfully constructed a wooden shelter for the rabbits, placing them next to her egg-laying hens. In the afternoon, luck continued to shine as the group discovered a frozen lake. Wen Mingyue fashioned several large nets to catch fish from the river. At 6 o'clock, she began to haul in the nets, ultimately reaping an impressive catch of over 6,000 pounds of freshwater fish, including around 300 pounds of shrimp and crabs. The variety was abundant: grass carp, blackfish, Crucian carp, bluefish, silver carp, and tilapia. The weight predominantly ranges from 3 to 5 pounds, with the largest specimens reaching 7 or 8 pounds. Some were casually tossed into Swan Lake, where they can thrive and reproduce, with substantial resource consumption at home. The netting continues, and another catch is planned for tomorrow morning before departure. That evening, the diligent Xiaohong, having exerted herself to the utmost, ate until she could hardly breathe. The following day, the fish enthusiast Xiaohong exerted all her strength to haul in the nets, ultimately reaping nearly 1 ton of fish and shrimp. They resumed their journey by car. Over the next 2 days, Wen Mingyue distributed a considerable amount of bottled water and summer clothing. Zhao Lingxin also sent a message indicating that extreme heat would commence the following day, expected to persist for 2 months, accompanied by other calamities. The next day, the snow lining the roadside vanished overnight. The loose stones transformed into fine pebbles and even gravel. Under the blazing sun, they shimmered brilliantly. As one gazed out, with occasional glimpses of withered weeds and small piles of stones, a hawk circled overhead. The air was hot and dry, and the daily purified water supply had diminished. The advanced purification systems yielded 30 liters instead of the previous 50. The intermediate systems produced 20 liters, and the basic ones only 10. Checking the thermometer left outside revealed a scorching 48 degrees, with the surface temperature nearing 60 degrees. The temperature inside the protective cover rested at 30 degrees. After a month of slumber on the wooden floor, the 4 cats and 1 dog finally ventured outside, now frolicking by the pond, catching fish. The upgraded tires not only resisted cold, but also withstood high temperatures, alleviating concerns about blowouts. The light inside the RV had increased compared to the previous month's extreme cold, yet the luminous pearl was still necessary for illumination. After an hour of travel, an iron treasure chest appeared on the road ahead. Donning her temperature-regulating cloak and protective sunglasses, Wen Mingyue disembarked to retrieve the chest. The sun was blinding, and she was fully equipped, having previously applied the sunscreen produced by the system. The skincare products from the undersea battle filled several boxes, sufficient for an extended period. Upon reaching the iron chest, she received a danger alert from the system. Gripping her Tang sword, she swiftly dispatched a venomous scorpion that had crawled to the edge of the chest just as she opened it. Her reward was a cooling silk mat. Returning to the RV, she accessed the system panel and alerted everyone in the group, also coordinating with the regional player community. After a month of frigid conditions, the population of 10 million in the region had diminished by just under 10,000. Those who survived to this point possessed a certain level of survival skills, significantly improved compared to the early days. As the car continued its journey, a mutated hawk appeared, circling above the RV. Xiaohong extended a vine through the window, effortlessly neutralizing the threat. From the silver treasure chest that burst open, they acquired an acceleration card. Chapter 114, Desert Twin Tornadoes, Acceleration Card. After use, speed can reach 100 kilometers per hour, duration, 8 hours. Moreover, the fuel consumption would still be calculated hourly, meaning that previously, 40 liters of gasoline were required for a day's journey, but with the acceleration card, 40 liters could sustain travel for 2 days. Wen Mingyue planned to utilize it the following day, not hoarding it. The longer the journey, the more treasure chests, hidden locations, and resource points encountered along the way. Such a valuable acceleration card was worth acquiring in greater quantities. With a spark of inspiration, she called Xiaohong over. Xiaohong, let us discuss a matter. Wen Mingyue's smile radiated with brilliance. Xiaohong, sipping on chilled watermelon juice, exuded an air of casual nonchalance, handing Wen Mingyue a look that urged her to speak promptly. After some deliberation, Xiaohong extended her vines to various window positions, enabling her to observe the happenings outside at any moment. Wen Mingyue instructed Xiaohong to keep an eye out for the mutated eagles passing by, as capturing one would reward them with 3 grilled fish. In her previous life, she had only obtained an acceleration card after defeating an 18-level mutant. As for the eagles, she had yet to resolve the altitude and scorching sun issues they posed. Wen Mingyue intended to test the probability of the eagles dropping acceleration cards. Xiaohong was a commendable choice for the task. She felt incredibly fortunate to have contracted such exceptional companions. If necessary, she could always provide them with more nourishment. Meanwhile, Xiaohong, having just finished her glass of chilled watermelon juice, was captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Huapon's head poked through a large hole adjacent to the kitchen, a back door that Wen's mother had created for Xiaohong's convenience. Unable to resist, Xiaohong leaned closer and inhaled deeply. "Mom, what is this? It smells divine, albeit a bit small." Wen's mother chuckled as she picked up a piece of crucian carp, coated in flour and fried to perfection. "Come, taste this. It's fish from the land. Something you haven't tried before, right?" Indeed, Xiaohong had never tasted land fish. A single bite revealed a delightful crispness, far superior to that of sea fish. She relished the bony texture, finding it satisfyingly crunchy. Ultimately, she carried a platter of small crucian carp and retrieved a jug of juice from the refrigerator, settling beside Lala, thoughtfully refilling her glass. Under Wen's mother's meticulous care, Xiaohong discovered an ever-increasing array of delectable treats, enjoying a diverse culinary experience each day. After lunch, Wen Mingyue took a bowl of chopped fruits to feed the new members. From a distance, she spotted 4 cats lounging by the riverbank, their paws soaked. Nearby lay 2 small fish, now lifeless. The 4 little ones were peacefully resting, having exhausted themselves from fishing. Wen Mingyue stepped over and collected 2 duck eggs along with more than 10 quail eggs. The black and white swans, besides their affection for fruits, also enjoyed bread. Other ducks and mandarin ducks were occasionally fed fruits and vegetables to enhance their diet. Overall, the feeding was not a concern for Wen Mingyue, as the pond provided ample sustenance. As the afternoon sun blazed overhead, the temperature rose a couple of degrees. Xiaohong did not disappoint. She extended her vast vines and successfully pulled down a passing mutated eagle from the sky. Within the silver treasure chest that burst forth lay the acceleration card that Wen Mingyue had longed for. Immediately, she rewarded Xiaohong with 5 grilled fish. Turning around, she noticed the pitifully pleading Tuanzi and promptly arranged for 2 fish for her as well, ensuring Lala received honey water too. On this scorching first day, aside from the 2 mutated eagles, they collected 5 treasure chests, which included 40 liters of gasoline, a cool blanket, and a household sewing machine accompanied by several spools of varying thread thickness. Wen's mother promptly requested that it be placed in her room, intending to sew some clothing for the family. After dinner, I reclined in the rocking chair, perusing messages from the regional group. Family members were posting about a flat tire, inquiring if anyone had a spare tire, offering to exchange antifreeze for water, and seeking antidotes for a venomous bee sting. Notably, one individual, despite being poisoned, had shared a considerable amount of supplies. Curiously, I clicked on their profile. Wen Mingyue, what level is the venomous bee? The reply came swiftly, level 8. I retrieved a universal antidote dropped by a level 23 jellyfish monster, pouring out a quarter of it. I would like to exchange this for your 4-square infinite breeding grassland. Without hesitation, the other party agreed and sent over the grassland. Try it out first, I suggested, uncertain if the amount would suffice. 5 minutes later, a message of gratitude appeared. Thank you for saving my life. You're welcome. It's a standard trait. I casually inquired how they had acquired it, and they informed me it was obtained from a roadside treasure chest. I stored the grassland in my camera space, intending to retrieve it later when needed. It was an excellent resource for raising herbivorous animals, providing fresh pasture daily, growing and reproducing automatically, requiring no management, time-saving, and worry-free. After 2 days of driving under the blazing sun, the treasure map sent another alert. Treasure detected 10 kilometers to the left front, optimal route planned. I halted the vehicle, and the whole family mobilized. Xiaohong stayed in the car to guard it, and to catch mutated flying eagles, having not made any sales in 2 days. Equipped with a flying carpet, I soared towards the treasure site. Despite being well-armed, hot air rushed in, forcing me to grit my teeth. After flying 3 kilometers, the system issued another warning. Danger detected 1 kilometer ahead, recalibrating route. The perfect synergy of the danger prediction and treasure map proved invaluable. I turned around, following the newly charted path. Soon after, the individuals on the flying carpet witnessed twin tornadoes suddenly surge forth, retreating behind them. The twin tornadoes swirled like bandits, lifting and violently dropping sand and stones, shaking the ground beneath. The whirlwinds kicked up clouds of yellow dust, and though we were at a distance, scalding particles struck us. We were fortunate to have avoided a collision. A single tornado would have been manageable, but 2 together posed a real threat. I was eager to discover what remarkable treasure lay ahead. Simultaneously, I reminded everyone in the group to be cautious. as several players had obtained treasure maps and were en route. In another realm of the system, a black cat scratched its head. Pondering the absurdity of orchestrating a tsunami in the desert, scratched that idea. A volcanic eruption seemed feasible, so I noted it down for future use. Thunder and lightning, or a sudden storm, might also work. What else? It was quite the conundrum, writing and sketching furiously with one hand. I took a sip of grape juice with the other, eventually casting aside my pen. Never mind, I'll watch a few disaster films from Blue Star first. Before long, the Wen family arrived at the treasure site, which was an expansive stretch of sandy land. In the realm of gaming, aside from the indication of available land, all else remains unsuitable for cultivation. The system promptly issued a notification. Detected 100 square meters of premium sandy soil. Premium sandy soil saves 50 irrigation water. Chapter 115. The unfortunate creature with deducted points. Wen Mingyue continued to examine the details. Aside from conserving water resources, crops planted on this soil possessed the same growth multiplier as those on ordinary land. Potatoes, peanuts, and radishes could all thrive here. Clad in heat-resistant knee-high rain boots, with socks made from temperature-regulating fabric, she stepped onto the scorching sand and stones, feeling the heat beneath her feet. Time was of the essence. She paused briefly to drink 2 bottles of ice water before resuming her digging, sweating profusely. After an hour and a half, her task was complete. In that moment, Wen Mingyue felt a profound longing for the days when Xiaohong was by her side. Without delay, she soared back home. On her way, she narrowly avoided a patch of quicksand, which clawed at her like a monstrous creature, attempting to drag her from her flying carpet. Upon returning to her mobile home, she placed the sandy soil beside the frost-resistant black soil and planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and more. As time elapsed, the desertification of the land alongside the road became increasingly severe. A fierce wind whipped up the sand, creating a yellow haze that obscured her view as she drove. Many players in the group found themselves and their vehicles tumbling off the road. The following day, the temperature within the protective shield reached 32 degrees Celsius. The exterior of the mobile home was blistering. While the shield could regulate temperature and prevent entities below its level from entering the living space, it could not guarantee the vehicle's immunity from extreme weather damage. Compared to extreme cold, excessive heat posed a greater risk of damaging the mobile home. When Mingyue accessed the control panel, searching the page for any items that could cool the vehicle, but found nothing. Soon after, a silver treasure chest appeared on the road ahead. When Mingyue dismounted to collect it, still wary of danger, this time, a patterned brown rattlesnake emerged, which she swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Defeating the mutated creature hiding within the chest would not yield the treasure independently. Through her temperature-regulating gloves, Wen Mingyue secured the chest and returned to the driver's seat to open it. Congratulations, you have received a vehicle upgrade card. Vehicle upgrade card. Upon use, it can enhance the vehicle's heat resistance, allowing your beloved vehicle to withstand extreme heat. With her luck at its peak, she found exactly what she desired, although she understood that not every chest would grant her wishes. Subsequently, she discovered a wooden box containing 20 liters of gasoline. Over the past month, she had consistently opened at least 20 liters of gasoline almost every day. The gasoline accumulated in her backpack could sustain the mobile home for over a month. In the afternoon, Xiaohong finally made her debut, capturing a mutated eagle that had flown over their mobile home. This mischievous eagle had initially been dispatched to cause trouble on a neighboring road, but upon overhearing a discussion among the interstellar monsters, it learned that a player on a certain road was formidable, having vanquished many of its brethren. This morning, upon reviewing the schedule and route map, it discovered that the road mentioned by its group was adjacent to its work area. Driven by curiosity and a penchant for challenging the rules, it deviated from its path, intending to investigate. However, as soon as it arrived, it was ensnared by a fearsome, vividly red flower. Alas, the adversary was an old acquaintance. In the previous round, while it was still a sea monster, it had been pierced through the head by the opponent. Today, it returned once more. Had it known this creature would show up, it would have refrained from joining the fray. Not only had the task next door gone uncompleted, but it also risked being classified as absent without leave. This would result in a deduction of double points. Upon returning, it would surely be the subject of ridicule among its companions. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue gazed at the bronze treasure chest on the ground, initially believing it to be silver. Upon opening it, she discovered yet another acceleration card, albeit one that offered only 1.5 times the speed. Very well, though it paled in comparison to the twofold acceleration. She reluctantly accepted it given its potential to enhance speed. She then produced 2 grilled fish for Xiaohong. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaohong accepted, exclaiming, "Wasn't it agreed that for each monster defeated, I would receive 3 fish?" It could certainly count. Just as she was about to call out to Wen Mingyue, she spotted Wen's mother emerging from the wooden house. With her large, round eyes glistening, she approached with a tone of grievance. "Mom, ye had deducted my fish." After taking a bite of the grilled fish, she added, "On such a hot day, the petals must be wilting." She then tugged at the petals on her face, lamenting. It was promised that for each monster, I would receive 5 fish, yet Ye only gave me 2. This elicited a sympathetic expression from Wen's mother, who replied, "My dear, I will return to the house and prepare something else delicious for you." Xiaohong couldn't help but grin, feeling a sense of triumph within. You think you can outsmart me? I am the great king of the mountains. On Wen Mingyue's side, she was informing the others about the acceleration card dropped by the eagle. The group expressed their delight and instructed their respective contract vines to stay alert. The eagles circled high above, while the combat strength and extension capabilities of their contract plants could not match Xiaohong's. Only they could handle the higher shots themselves. However, they were still good at keeping watch. Wen Mingyue facilitated the construction of several arrow towers for them, allowing for easier shooting from the rooftops of their vehicles. The cannons and arrows of various households were positioned above the front of the vehicles, shrouded beneath protective shields. A staircase along the wall of the driver's cabin led directly to the rooftop. In the ensuing days, the temperature inside the protective shield reached 34 degrees Celsius, while the external temperature soared to 50 degrees, with the ground temperature hitting 60 degrees. The players' physical attributes had all improved. As long as they did not remain outside for too long without equipment, they would not succumb to heat exhaustion. Wen Mingyue's purified water became exceedingly popular, selling at standard prices to domestic players while fetching inflated rates for international buyers. No matter how exorbitant the price, it vanished in an instant. Players facing severe water shortages or stockpiling water opted to exchange land and random vegetable seeds. During this sweltering heat, land required significant water, compelling them to conserve only the most valuable plots and crops. Currently, Wen Mingyue's land area had surpassed 1,000 square meters. During this period, she had also stockpiled a considerable amount of vegetables and fruits, finally filling a cubic meter of space. 1 cubic meter remained, awaiting card storage. At this moment, Wen Mingyue was joyfully harvesting waxberries. Those planted in the frost-resistant black soil had seen 2/3 of their yield ripen. They were large, juicy, and sweet. With little to no acidity, she fed a few to 2 swans, but as soon as she turned to leave, they pursued her ashore, blocking her path. Although Wen Mingyue did not understand their honks, she could surmise they were still hungry, so she offered 5 more berries. Yet, even after finishing, they refused to budge. Enough for now, I shall provide more later. Overindulgence may render the experience less enjoyable. I am surrounded by a group of avid food enthusiasts. Upon returning to the wooden cabin and enjoying the cool air conditioning, the group chat began to buzz incessantly. I opened it to find a flurry of messages from Han Shuo, fervently recounting the day's tribulations. Not long ago, guided by a map, Han Shuo and his companions had endured great hardship to arrive at the treasure site. They stopped the vehicle and, following Wen Mingyue's suggestion, decided to ride the flying carpet. However, midway through their journey, a vast chasm suddenly erupted beneath them, just as they were reveling in their aerial adventure. A powerful suction force yanked Han Shuo down from the flying carpet, leaving him as the only unfortunate soul to plummet. The chasm swallowed a portion of the carpet, yet he was fortunate enough to escape with his legs intact. As he scrambled to his feet, the pursuing fissure compelled him to flee, losing one of his shoes in the process. Had it not been for the rigorous training instilled by his father in his youth, he might not have been able to outrun it. Ultimately, he collapsed in exhaustion on the ground. Meanwhile, the others hovered in the air, busily capturing photographs and, upon landing, capturing a close-up of his disheveled state. Yet, the misadventure was far from over. After securing enough fuel for a month-long return journey, a volcano unexpectedly erupted before them. Before anyone could react, the eruption occurred, and while Han Shuo managed to evade the brunt of the blast, he was still engulfed in a cloud of volcanic ash. In contrast, those behind him emerged relatively unscathed. As he narrated this escapade, he shared a photograph in the group chat. Wen Mingyue opened it to reveal a chaotic scene set against the backdrop of his own living room. His shoulder-length hair was in disarray, interspersed with dry grass and gravel, forming tangled strands, and his face was smeared with dirt. Despite the circumstances, he wore a radiant smile, showcasing an impressive set of white teeth. Wen Mingyue couldn't help but suspect that he harbored a penchant for self-inflicted misfortune. Having just weathered a thunderstorm, Zhao Jinan felt a surge of joy upon reading Han Shuo's messages. Yet, caution was still paramount on their journey home. Meanwhile, Gu Jiyun had just evaded the last of the quicksand traps and returned to the vehicle, having gathered sufficient fuel for over a month of travel. Not long prior, Su Fengyi had been daydreaming by the car window, lamenting the absence of any discovered treasure maps. In a moment of clarity, she noticed a faint shadow in the yellow sands, exceptionally conspicuous. Urgently, she called for Tang Xinghan to halt the vehicle, then dashed out alone. Donning gloves, she began to clear the sand from the surface, and her efforts were soon rewarded as she uncovered 5 large iron barrels filled to the brim with oil. This bounty would sustain their vehicle for nearly a month. After snapping a few photos to share with the group, she returned to the car, and they continued their journey. Wen Mingyue gazed at the pictures Su Fengyi had sent, recalling how her survival on the island had led to significant wealth through sulfur mining. Now on the road, they had fortuitously encountered gasoline without encountering danger. It seemed that the trio possessed a touch of serendipity, as if their fates were intertwined with fortune. Though envy lingered, they pressed onward. As evening approached, both the dumpling and the treasure map sent a simultaneous notification. Treasure detected 100 meters from the roadside. Wen Mingyue, brimming with joy, alighted from the vehicle with her family and cautiously made her way towards the treasure site. After half an hour, with the vigorous assistance of Xiaohong, they unearthed 6 barrels of gasoline, ample fuel to sustain their RV for an entire month. They encountered no dangers along the way. Behind them, the dumpling wore a sly smile, content to remain in the shadows, cloaked in anonymity. In the ensuing days, players gradually discovered the treasure site, which, in alignment with this round's survival objectives, primarily yielded gasoline, most only finding 2 or 3 barrels. During this period, Wen Mingyue extracted over 100 liters of gasoline and a box of 120 cooling patches, applying one to instantly refresh her entire being. Additionally, she procured 2 sun umbrellas, bringing the total to 4 when combined with those previously acquired at sea, which were arranged around the pond and the waterhole. With life becoming more comfortable, Wen Mingyue began to dream of the future. With a facial mask adorning her face, she mused aloud, wishing for a self-cleaning swimming pool. Beside her, under the shade of the umbrella, the dumpling removed the cucumber slices from her eyes, her little eyes spinning with curiosity. What to do about the high expectations of the host? The next day, it was Wen Mingyue's turn to drive. However, shortly after setting off, Xiaohong dispatched a flying eagle, yielding a double-speed acceleration card, which the system scheduled for use the following day. Just after this arrangement, they received another notification from the system. Supplies detected 2 kilometers ahead on the right. Wen Mingyue halted the vehicle, and the entire family set out. Unlike the various extreme situations encountered while searching for treasure, the journey to the supply point was remarkably smooth. Soon, a vast expanse of greenery unfolded before their eyes, covering at least 200 square meters. The temperature here was noticeably cooler than the surroundings, with a marked increase in humidity in the air. The first sight to greet them was a cluster of robust, towering cacti, some reaching heights of 30 meters. Some stood alone, while others branched out from their midsections. The cacti were adorned with an array of colorful blossoms and clusters of red and yellow fruits, filling the air with a faint, sweet fragrance. Upon closer inspection, they noticed several cacti had been perforated, their sap long since congealed into a deep black, now serving as homes for small creatures. Shortly thereafter, a squirrel poked its head out from one of the holes, scanning its surroundings. Its reddish-brown fur made it appear diminutive, with a fluffy tail held high. It nimbly climbed to a higher perch, plucking a red fruit and gnawing through the skin to devour the flesh within. Soon, 2 more squirrels emerged, repeating the actions of the first, culminating in 3 little squirrels, each claiming a cactus for themselves. Before long, a long-tailed bluebird captured the attention of the group. Its striking blue tail fanned out into 2 streams, elegantly drooping down, creating a sense of fluidity. The edges of its tail were adorned with black and white patterns. Its wings, broader than its body, unfolded in a lighter shade of blue, while its head boasted black feathers, with red accents on its beak and eye sockets, and red feet adorned with black, curved claws. Just as they began to admire its beauty, it vanished into one of the cacti. At the base of the towering saguaro, clusters of cacti flourish, with several pink specimens standing out vividly amidst the verdant landscape. Additionally, there exists a vast expanse of living stones, alongside a dozen giant agaves, golden-edged snake plants, and a myriad of other flora, both flowering and non-flowering. Upon halting the flying carpet and advancing forward, the smaller creatures on the ground swiftly scattered, while a squirrel burrowed into its hole. Contrarily, a bird descended directly onto a stone in front of the group. Shortly thereafter, a small white head peeked out from behind the rock. Wen Mingyue recognized it as a fennec fox, its fur nearly white, with large ears and glossy black eyes that twinkled adorably. She wished to take it all home. Coupled with her previous experience at the pond, Wen Mingyue surmised that this ecosystem likely had a guardian. Unfortunately, her sister, Full Moon, was unable to communicate with the 2 animals, as they were also newcomers to this realm. Thus, Wen Mingyue surveyed her surroundings and approached the tallest saguaro. After a conversation, she learned that indeed a guardian existed, but had not returned since venturing out in search of a water source the previous day. Consequently, Wen Mingyue and her family split into 3 groups, navigating the flying carpet to search the vicinity. Unlike the roadsides, this area was predominantly characterized by loose rock layers, occasionally revealing green plants that rolled freely with the wind. Upon encountering a water source, these plants would quickly unfurl their leaves to absorb moisture, only to retract once dehydrated, repeating this cycle. An hour later, the host detected a supply point 1,000 meters ahead. After the upgrade to level 70, it could now identify supply points within a 2-kilometer radius, encompassing both flora and fauna. Wen Mingyue immediately directed the flying carpet towards the location. Soon, she spotted a figure lying beneath a rock face, seemingly sheltering from the scorching sun, and she lowered the flying carpet to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was an antelope, its back adorned with tawny fur, a paler belly, and a face marked with a striking pattern of brown and white. Its slender horns curved gracefully back before rising and spreading elegantly outward. A sight to behold. Sensing the commotion around it, the antelope opened its eyes, which immediately gleamed with brightness. It had been over a day without water. Had it known this would be its fate, it would not have consented to be transported into the game world. Over the span of 5 days, it had relocated thrice. Now, it would follow anyone who offered it water, regardless of the environment. With its large, beautiful eyes wide open, Wen Mingyue perceived its longing and quickly approached, crouching down. She retrieved a large wooden bowl from her backpack, filling it with 2 bottles of chilled mineral water. "Drink," she said gently. The antelope stood up and eagerly began to drink. Soon, the water was gone, and Wen Mingyue noticed a lingering desire in its gaze. Thus, she presented a plate of diced fruit. The antelope danced with joy, thinking how generous this human was. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was nearly convinced that this creature was indeed the ecological guardian she had been seeking. In a previous conversation with the cactus, it was revealed that its leader is an antelope. Upon finishing its meal, Wen Mingyue was about to request that it accompany her back to her home along with its territory. However, the antelope preempted her, saying, "Greetings, kind lady. My name is Pepe. Might you take me home?" Upon seeing the plump panda beside her, Pepe surmised that she hailed from a prosperous background and thus took the initiative. In a mutually agreeable manner, Wen Mingyue successfully led the antelope away, also bringing along a bird and an earless fox that had wandered into its territory. With a stomp of its hoof, Pepe made the 200-square-meter land vanish. Once back at the caravan, Wen Mingyue promptly sought a suitable place for the antelope's territory. Ultimately, she decided to position it beside Swan Lake, allowing it to be neighbors with swans and mandarin ducks, thus providing easy access to water for the resident animals. She also discovered that the earless fox was named Xiaoxue and that the long-tailed bird was called Xiaolan. She constructed 3 small wooden shelters for them, utilizing 2 square meters of the previously acquired endless grassland. Sitting within a bougainvillea pavilion, she could gaze at the swans on her left and admire the desert greenery on her right. At that moment, the automated irrigation system was diligently watering the arid sandy ground. Minutes later, the previously dry grass began to unfurl its leaves rapidly. After her departure, a group of animals engaged in lively conversation. Swan Xiaohong greeted his wife, Xiaobai, and their neighbor. "Ah, Pepe, you've come too." The antelope Pepe was pleasantly surprised to encounter her interstellar friend and childhood companion here, exclaiming, "What a fateful bond we share." After a brief exchange, Swan Xiaohong noticed the 2 animals opposite them. "Aren't the 2 of you supposed to be with Wei Wei? Where has she gone?" asked Xiaoxue, the earless fox. "My sister and the others have gone to another player's place." She added, "Xiaolan didn't like it there, so we came out." Xiaolan immediately fluttered over to Swan Xiaohong. Defending herself, "Neither Xiaoxue nor I liked it there, and the environment here is much better." Xiaoxue nodded in agreement, remarking on the spacious and bright surroundings and the appealing appearance of the inhabitants. Xiaohong clicked his tongue, saying, "If the main system discovers this, you will lose task points." Pepe promptly replied, "I have already spoken with Lord Q, and this time it will be overlooked. Once here, you must not wander off again." Xiaolan spread her wings and flew away, muttering, "Only a fool would leave this place." Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue busied herself selecting fruit trees for the antelope's area. Ultimately, she chose a pine tree, a cherry tree, a blueberry bush, and a raspberry bush, common fruit trees paired with ordinary land, sufficient for the daily needs of the animals on both sides. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, she noticed Xiaolan perched on a nearby waxberry tree, about to peck at a sweet, large berry. Sensing Wen Mingyue's gaze, Xiaolan paused, her little eyes darting about. Wen Mingyue smiled and said, "Go ahead, but be careful not to peck every single one." Xiaolan nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. She realized that any creature that entered her dwelling could understand her words, including the colorful little birds from before, who heeded her advice. In the ensuing days, the temperature remained swelteringly hot. The daily life of Wen Mingyue's family consists of unboxing, harvesting fruits and vegetables, and acquiring an acceleration card, all obtained from mutated flying eagles. Any eagle that ventures onto her road, regardless of its altitude, is swiftly dealt with by Xiaohong. Since 2 groups of animals took residence in their RV, the climbing tiger pavilion has been somewhat neglected. Today, it is her mother and sister who are driving, while Wen Mingyue and her family take a respite at the bougainvillea pavilion. The 4 cats and 1 dog often frolic nearby, particularly intrigued by the birds in the grass by the lake. Initially, Wen Mingyue was concerned, but later discovered that the birds actively engaged in play with the cats and dog, who refrained from pouncing on them, resulting in an extraordinary harmony. Wen Mingyue speculated that this playful interaction alleviated some of their instinctual behaviors, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. At this moment, several animals have scampered over to the sandy area near the cactus, digging incessantly. Peipei approaches Wen Mingyue to voice her grievances. Ultimately, Wen Mingyue gathers each of them and brings them back. One of the puppies, Fa Kai, has thorns embedded in its paw, yelping incessantly. After the thorns are removed, it rushes back to bark at the cactus. Meanwhile, Mango, who is playing with a fennec fox, approaches and swats Fa Kai, who then retreats in silence, curling up in a corner, looking quite aggrieved. Wen Mingyue is perusing messages in her group. With the onset of extreme heat and a significant drop in purified water from the filtration system, the value of water has surged. Currently, 200 milliliters of purified water can be exchanged for numerous valuable items. Some players have become acutely aware of this crisis and have begun stockpiling water aggressively. She has managed to sell water to cover her daily cooking needs and to upgrade her living space with materials worth tens of thousands of square meters. The specialty store now offers only 30 liters of purified water daily. With a large household, consumption is indeed substantial. Fortunately, the irrigation and energy-saving systems have saved her a considerable amount of water resources. Feeling somewhat idle, Wen Mingyue opts to upgrade the space within the RV once again, eager to see the rewards of the enhancement. After a series of operations on the panel, the layout remains largely unchanged. Though the area from the wooden house to Swan Lake has expanded, the system then delivers the upgrade rewards. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for upgrading her residence to 6,000 square meters. Reward, fresh air system, coverage, entire residence, including the wooden house and driving cabin. The height of the space has also increased to 80 meters, with overall dimensions of approximately 150 by 40 meters. Ventilation outlets have been installed in various corners of the residence, including behind the driving cabin. With the activation of the fresh air system, the circulating air gradually mitigates the heat within the RV, even bringing a refreshing coolness that invigorates the spirit. Unlike the fresh air systems on Blue Star, the one rewarded in the game filters out impurities and dust from the air while also purifying toxic gases. Moreover, it securely seals the windows, ensuring that the internal air circulation and the operation of the water purification system remain unaffected. In other words, even amidst a toxic fog outside, one can live comfortably within. Chapter 118, Baobab Treehouse. Arrival of the polar night. 2 days have passed, and in the morning, she has collected 3 boxes, yielding 20 liters of gasoline, 2 packets of random vegetable seasoning seeds, and a tube of sunscreen. In the midst of the journey, the treasure map emitted a signal, leading to the arduous discovery of 100 square meters of premium sandy soil. In the afternoon, Wen Mingyue took over the driving from her father, with Tawanzi accompanying her. Soon after, a patch of desert roses appeared in the rocky area alongside the road, sparsely distributed. Like dazzling pearls in the desert, they stood independently under the scorching sun, with heights concentrated between 3 to 5 meters. The trunks were robust and thick, resembling stout wine bottles, tapering as they ascended, branching out into several sturdy limbs that extended outward. Upon reaching a certain height, these limbs further sprouted slightly thinner branches, which bore leaves sparsely, some even devoid of foliage, adorned with clusters of pink blossoms. The flower clusters were dense and capable of blooming year-round. Despite being named desert roses, they do not belong to the rose family, but rather to the oleander family. The blossoms, funnel-shaped and reminiscent of morning glories, displayed petals with edges close to a rosy hue, while the central area lightened gradually into a whitish tone. Contemplating the desert greenery within her vehicle, Wen Mingyue ultimately halted the car, calling upon her family and Xiaohong. After an hour of effort, they unearthed 2 saplings standing 4 meters tall and 3 others under 1 meter. They also collected a few large rocks to complement their landscaping, positioning them alongside the cacti. 2 days later, the temperature dropped another 2 degrees, yet the extreme heat was far from over. Compared to the previous sweltering 50 degrees, the current 46 degrees was somewhat more bearable for the players. The roadside was no longer an endless expanse of desert. Sparse weeds and cracked rock layers began to emerge. Shortly thereafter, Wen Mingyue slammed the brakes. A monkey appeared ahead, blocking the road with its bloodshot eyes and menacing claws. However, before it could approach the vehicle, it was swiftly captured by Xiaohong, who was idly enjoying the breeze from the window. In just a few moments, the threat was neutralized, yielding a silver treasure chest. Following this, a sigh escaped Xiaohong's lips, and Wen Mingyue understood her boredom. The road was unlike the sea, where mutated beings were scarce, thus offering little opportunity for practice. Moreover, with the recent absence of the flying eagles, there was even less to occupy her. Wen Mingyue produced a grilled Christian carp, saying, "This is for you. Do not worry, your chance to showcase your skills will come soon." Xiaohong immediately brightened, opening her mouth to devour the fish in one gulp. Wen Mingyue gasped, nearly having her hand bitten. She shooed Xiaohong away, preparing to open the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a baobab treehouse. Wen Mingyue's eyes lit up as she clicked to view the details. Standing 40 meters tall, with the main trunk exceeding 30 meters and a maximum diameter of 10 meters at the base, it was larger than anything she had seen in videos. The entire trunk was beyond the collective grasp of her family of 6. The interior was hollow, evidently processed directly by the system. A door was opened at the base, accompanied by 3 windows, creating a clean and spacious atmosphere. Each floor boasted a height of 4 meters. Along one interior wall, there was a spiral staircase, wide and secure, complete with handrails. Ascending led to the second floor. The partition between the first and second floors was half a meter thick, and the area of the latter was slightly smaller, allowing further ascent to the third floor, fourth floor, a total of 9 levels. Wen Mingyue activated the control panel, placing it beside the Bougainvillea pavilion. Suppressing her excitement, she informed her family before resuming her drive. At exactly 6 p.m., she parked her vehicle. By this time, her family had completed their tour, while her father and others were still outside the breadfruit tree, setting up a climbing ladder. This ladder provided direct access to the second-floor window, where a small staircase was placed below for easy entry. The 4 cats ascended the external stairs to the second floor and lay upon the platform crafted for them by their grandfather, enjoying the view outside. The timid cat, Fortune, could only ascend via the internal staircase. Wen Mingyue was the last to explore. She effortlessly climbed to the second floor. Standing before a large window that overlooked the saguaro cacti and desert roses, the vegetable garden and medicinal field, with the flower wall in the foreground. The window was expansive, offering a panoramic view, unglazed, with a smooth, arched surface. Standing at another window, she gazed out at Swan Lake, the livestock shed, bamboo grove, wooden cabin, pond, and fruit orchard all vividly within her sight. This place was also the domain of the cats, where her grandfather had positioned a square table slightly below the window's edge. The 4 little ones rested their heads on the windowsill, motionless, lost in reverie as they observed the world outside. Wen Mingyue had previously noticed that upon entering the game, the animal's intelligence seemed to increase significantly, particularly regarding safety, alleviating her concerns about them jumping from heights. The third window faced the flower wall directly. Continuing up the stairs to the highest level revealed that each floor possessed its unique charm, with an increasingly expansive view as she ascended. Additionally, the staircase design was commendable. A full circuit proved to be invigorating rather than exhausting. It was not until after dinner, close to bedtime, that the 4 cats returned to the wooden cabin, accompanying Wen Mingyue to her room for the night. Observing their fondness, she placed their food and water bowls, along with 2 large shells, in the breadfruit tree house, ensuring they returned at night to keep her company. The following morning, Wen Mingyue awoke early and ran 2 laps around her 6,000 square meter mansion. As she passed the breadfruit tree house, she looked up to see her 4 little ones, along with the fennec fox Snow, peering out the window with their round heads and an expression of utter contentment. Xiaolan was nearby, chattering incessantly, unable to bear it any longer. The cat Rich reached out a paw to press down on Xiaolan's head, finally silencing her. Wen Mingyue wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling envious. She too longed for a life of leisure. In the following days, the temperature outside plummeted to 45 degrees Celsius. The majority of the contents in the box were gasoline, and Xiaohong managed to eliminate a silver eagle, acquiring a double-speed card. In the evening, Wen Mingyue executed a series of operations on the panel, securing all the windows of the RV. With the upgraded fresh air system, she no longer had to worry about air circulation issues. The next day, at 9 in the morning, the outside world remained enveloped in darkness. Wen Mingyue understood that the polar night had arrived. A few days prior, Zhao Lingxin had sent related information, and several families had expanded their RVs to 6,000 square meters. Although many areas remained vacant, the new air system was a blessing. Upon comparison, it became evident that prior to the expansion to 6,000 square meters, only the top players or those who had increased their fishing boats to a certain size received rewards. For instance, Wen Mingyue upgraded to a 3,000 square meter automatic irrigation system, followed by a one-click skin change and one-click cleaning function. Gazing into the pitch-black expanse outside, she transformed the interior of the RV into a dazzling and opulent spectacle. Illuminating the vehicle's lights, the ambience became enchanting amidst the darkness, with visibility remaining adequate. Donning solar-powered sunglasses improved the light quality, yet the distance for clear sight was still limited to merely 20 meters. Upon inspection, she discovered that the vehicle's lights could be further enhanced with specialized upgrade cards. With Wen's father at the wheel, Wen Mingyue remained vigilantly observant. Discussions within the regional group were incessant. Many players, hindered by a lack of electricity and fuel, opted for farming, leading to a resurgence in the value of luminous pearls. As the owner of over 300 luminous pearls, Wen Mingyue planned to auction one in a couple of days. Chapter 119. Protective Shield Domain Guardian Range. Thanks to the illumination from the luminous pearls, even in the pitch darkness outside, The interior of the vehicle remained as bright as day. The roads during the polar night remained straight and unobstructed. An hour later, the vehicle's headlights illuminated a wooden box ahead. Wen's father parked the vehicle, and when Mingyue disembarked to collect the treasure chest, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest insect chirp. In this shroud of darkness, only a dim glow emanated, creating an unsettling atmosphere. However, with the solar-powered sunglasses, there were no issues with close-range visibility. The chest was secured with a clasp that required a simple upward pull to open, utilizing a pre-prepared iron hook. When Mingyue snagged the latch and tugged upward, causing the box to open without triggering any danger alerts from the system. Upon inspection, no hazardous items were present, and she bent down to retrieve the contents within. It was a rechargeable headlamp, adjustable for head size. After fitting it to her specifications, she placed it on her head and lightly pressed the side button. The illumination was exceptionally bright, casting a clear light for up to 150 meters. Until the vehicle's lights were upgraded, this would serve as a temporary substitute, securely stowed away for future excursions. It would also prove beneficial for monster hunting, surpassing the utility of a flashlight. Shortly thereafter, a bronze treasure chest appeared on the road ahead. When Mingyue dismounted and approached, encountering the same clasp mechanism. Yet this time the system issued a danger alert. With her iron hook in hand, she pried open the chest, only to have a spider leap out at her. With a swift motion of her hand, she unleashed a light blade that bisected the creature. Previously, her use of the light blade, including during the underwater battle, had occurred in well-lit conditions. This was her inaugural experience wielding it in the dark, where she discovered it possessed a silver-white effect, accompanied by twinkling stars, enhancing the visual spectacle. The creatures within the chest were toxic, though not mutated and therefore unable to be targeted by her innate abilities. They were easily dispatched as long as she was not ambushed. Ultimately, she retrieved a set of advanced protective clothing from the iron chest, complete with a hood. The system identified it as resistant to wear and tear. Crafted from comfortable, breathable fabric, it felt light, imparting no sense of burden, allowing for unencumbered movement, truly a testament to the system's quality. Elated, she stored it in her backpack, wishing for more such protective gear. The final iron chest of the morning revealed a 4-square-meter infinite breeding grassland, which she promptly tossed into the rabbit hutch. All 4 of her female rabbits were now pregnant, their bellies expanding at an astonishing rate. Grandma Wen has observed that the time for the birth is fast approaching. At noon, they enjoyed a traditional bowl of sauced noodles from her hometown. Eggs were whisked and cooked into golden, thin sheets, then sliced into fine strips. Combined with diced cured meat, chicken, daikon, tofu, celery, wood ear mushrooms, scallions, and other ingredients simmered into a savory broth. Just before serving, a touch of starch was added, rendering the soup slightly thickened and delectably flavorful. When Mingyue retrieved a large bowl, scooping 2 generous ladles of the dish, and paired it with a chopstick full of noodles. Holding the bowl, she sat in front of the air conditioning vent to indulge in her meal. To conclude, she savored half a string of grapes alongside a dish of cherries. With a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice in hand, she and her mother rode their small electric scooter toward the driving cabin. During this period, the unboxing was her responsibility, with family members taking turns at the wheel. In the afternoon, the first wooden crate revealed a pair of running shoes, which she decided to keep for herself, just in time for her morning jogs. Later, 3 treasure chests were unearthed. From 2 wooden chests, they procured 20 liters of gasoline and a box of facial masks, 5 pieces. Meanwhile, a metal chest concealed a venomous spider, which she promptly dispatched with her dagger, unveiling a fruit-slicing arcade game. Having grown weary of the block game, she was thrilled to have a new diversion. Before dinner, she played a couple of rounds, then handed it over to her sister, who had just turned 18. After the meal, they engaged in a lively chat in their group. Han Shuo remarked, "I never imagined I would have a day of farming." Alongside a photo of himself in the vegetable patch, wielding a hoe, one hand on his hip, lifting his shirt to wipe away sweat, striking a pose to flaunt his 8-pack abs. Min Qingxue praised, "My brother is truly impressive." Tang Xinghan added, "Brother Han is mighty." Su Fengyi noted, "Not bad. Such casual displays could be more frequent." Han's mother chimed in, "My son is quite handsome." His father remarked, "He's all right, takes after me." Zhao Jinan commented, "Not too shabby." Leaving Han Shuo feeling quite proud, Zhao Lingxin interjected, "Ladies, come look at the little pigs I've raised," showcasing 2 plump, round piglets. Zhao Shi exclaimed, "So adorable." Su Fengyi added, "So fat. I want to eat. Are they for sale?" Tang Yuan craved roasted pig skin, while Tang Xinghan reminisced about the school's roast suckling pig. Ning Qian stated, "I'm not picky. I'll take anything." Liao Huihui asked, "Would you sell me half?" When Mingyue inquired, "Can they reproduce?" 2 isn't enough. I want many. Zhao Lingxin replied, "They are pet pigs. All you think about is eating." Moreover, both were male, and the system indicated they could only be kept as pets, unable to breed. Everyone felt a twinge of regret for the missed opportunity. The following morning, Wen Mingyue donned the running shoes she had unboxed the day before and jogged alongside the camper van. The interior walls were adorned with vibrant illustrations, featuring landscapes and charming depictions of various animals. Pushing open the window, she was met with a sea of darkness outside. Beneath the breadfruit tree, she spotted the four little ones, accompanied by Xiao Shui and Xiao Lan. This time, the timid Fa Kai was also up there, wanting to call out to her, but hesitating. As long as Mango's sister was nearby, it opted for a cautious demeanor. After freshening up and finishing breakfast, her sister, Mingyue, took the wheel for the day. Shortly after departing, the system issued a warning, danger detected ahead. Mingyue halted the vehicle. When Mingyue called for the family to gather at the driving cabin. With a sudden thud, it seemed as if something had intruded upon the confines of the RV, followed by a resounding crash. The creature was repelled by the protective shield, landing heavily beside the pitch-black road, emitting a piercing howl. A notification from the system appeared. Level 28 extraterrestrial demon orb. The level 36 shield vastly surpassed its rank. Any attempt to breach the RV would result in being bounced back by the shield. Moreover, as the shield ascended to level 30, it activated the domain protection feature, thereby enlarging the shield's coverage area. Centered around their dwelling, a radius of 10 meters constituted a relatively safe zone. This safety primarily pertained to entities classified by the system as mutated beings or monsters, as long as they did not exceed the shield's level. They could not encroach upon its protected territory. However, creatures like moths, mosquitoes, and even venomous snakes that had not been categorized as mutated could enter without hindrance. During this prolonged polar night, the outside world was teeming with peculiar creatures. Consequently, she had preemptively secured all the windows. Soon, a spider lunged once more at the protective shield. Wen Mingyue, along with her family, climbed onto the roof through the skylight, donning solar-powered goggles to see clearly in the darkness. It was then that they beheld the visage of the level 28 mutated creature. Its eyes, larger than basketballs, bulged outward, glowing with an eerie green light, revealing jagged fangs and a grotesque countenance. Its long legs resembled spears, robust and powerful, adorned with sharp barbs and a mottled skin pattern that sent shivers down their spines. The spider, realizing it could not breach the RV, began to alter its strategy. It opened its massive maw, spitting out silk laced with crackling electricity, attempting to ensnare them in a cocoon. Chapter 120, The Electric Net System. The venomous moth assault when Mingyue activated her inside eye, pinpointing a red dot on the spider's abdomen. Soon, one side of the protective shield was enveloped in a layer of webbing, prompting the family to unleash their skills in succession. The creature's level was high, its skin significantly tougher than steel, exhibiting remarkable agility and jumping prowess. The spider soon discerned their persistent attacks directed at its abdomen. Thus, after each frontal assault, it would retreat to evade, leaping a considerable distance before launching another strike. The family's assaults were either evaded or yielded minimal effect, particularly her grandmother's lightning ball attack, which proved ineffective against another creature of the lightning element. Ultimately, through their harmonious cooperation, they managed to sever two of its legs. Wen Mingyue summoned Xiaohong, whispering a command, while she positioned herself atop the arrow tower, binding chili bombs to her arrows. Before long, the extraterrestrial spider felt a stinging pain in its eyes. Realizing that during its evasive maneuvers, Xiaohong had unleashed a flurry of vines, hurling chili bombs at it. The bombs struck its resilient exoskeleton, causing only mild discomfort. Yet it could not bear the overwhelming spiciness, retreating to a distance while sneezing uncontrollably. At that moment, when Mingyue caught sight of the spider's ample posterior, adjusting her angle before releasing an arrow that found its mark. The spider's rear exploded in a gruesome display, its body cleaved in two. The scene was harrowing, with the RV surrounded by a cascade of green viscous fluid. However, within less than a minute, the chaotic battlefield was automatically cleansed by the game system, leaving behind only the resplendent treasure chest. Ling Mingyue swiftly descended from the mobile home and dashed towards the golden chest. The golden chest could be disassembled for star coins. Although the exchange channel had yet to be activated, she pondered the potential cost of purchasing property in the interstellar realm. Her territory was quite expansive, and relocating entirely would require saving up a considerable amount of money. Meanwhile, the spider monster, back in the interstellar realm, gazed at its earned task points, unable to suppress a pout. The difficulty setting was the same, yet it earned less than in previous endeavors. It decided to let it go and continue accepting tasks the next day. For now, it would engage in a game of landlord with friends to unwind. Unlike the interstellar system, these interstellar creatures relished the lively atmosphere of playing landlord. It was at the card table that it discovered its opponent was the player with the most items in this survival game. Throughout the evening, the friend vented about their experiences from being a sea monster to a highway hawk, narrating the love-hate relationship with Ling Mingyue's family. The points earned fluctuated greatly. With just a minute more of endurance, the points could double. Through repeated encounters, the spider monster had also surmised an effective method for earning points from its opponent. which involved practicing movement techniques. After all, it was destined to meet its end, so prolonging the struggle would yield greater points. Upon hearing this, the spider monster nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the strategy. Future tasks would need to be acquired from this survival game category, and if it encountered that family again, it would prioritize survival. On the other side, Ling Mingyue's family busied themselves with opening boxes. Congratulations. You have obtained an electric grid system, applicable to the residents, and it was permanent. Ling Mingyue promptly chose to install it in their dwelling, which would connect to the power supply. The system panel could be activated or deactivated at any time, currently in the off state. They had ample electricity, but still needed to conserve it. After opening the boxes, they continued their journey. During the remaining morning hours, they collected 2 wooden crates, yielding 20 liters of gasoline and a chandelier. They immediately installed the chandelier in the living room on the first floor, which offered multiple color options. In the afternoon, they found 3 boxes. 2 wooden crates contained 2 packets of random seeds and 8 liters of cooking oil. Although the number of seeds obtained from the boxes was relatively low later on, Ling Mingyue had stockpiled a significant amount earlier. The last iron box concealed a scorpion. After dealing with it, they retrieved a pig trotter, accompanied by thigh meat. The pig trotter could be used for soup, while the thigh meat was suitable for braising. On the 3rd day of the polar night, numerous players in the group reported an influx of moths entering their vehicles. At that moment, Ling Mingyue was observing several moths outside the window. These moths were not classified as monsters by the system, but were instead a natural disaster species for this round of the game, capable of entering residences. They were of a standard moth size, with wings that, when spread, were as thick as 2 fingers, adorned with colorful patterns. As they flapped their wings, a powder gradually permeated the air. This powder contained toxins that, upon contact with skin or bodily organs, could cause redness, itching, and in severe cases, inflammation and pus, leading to death. Unfortunately, Ling Mingyue's hemostatic ointment and Zhao Lingxin's golden ointment could not neutralize the toxins brought by the moths. Those with superior physical fitness find it comparatively easier to endure. The group members remind one another of this fact. Furthermore, when Mingyue discovered that others had upgraded their residences to 6,000 square feet without acquiring the new ventilation system. In contrast, her automatic irrigation system and one-click cleaning function had previously been upgraded to match the corresponding area, yet she lacked these features. As she pondered whether to upgrade first, the little one spoke up to remind her that the initial rewards for upgrading residences were based solely on area and speed. However, after reaching 2,000 square feet, other factors would come into play, such as reasonable planning and utilization of the living space. With a wink at Wen Mingyue, the little one nodded towards their surroundings. Indeed, there were also considerations such as the prosperity and harmony of the residence's ecosystem, but there were restrictions on what could be divulged. They had already done their utmost, truly deserving the score of 70. With such a hint, Wen Mingyue contemplated that since nothing was currently lacking, she would wait to upgrade until her territory proved insufficient. Although the new ventilation system allowed for air circulation even with the windows closed, she still needed to venture outside daily to collect treasure chests from the road. Unable to rely on the little one or Xiaohong for assistance, summoning them to battle was no issue. However, this round was undoubtedly focused on survival amid natural disasters, providing players with no opportunity for idleness. Fortunately, she had previously acquired a set of protective gear. Gradually, the moths congregating outside increased in number. When Mingyue accessed the control panel and activated the electric grid, immediately, a crackling sound resonated from all around, growing louder above her head. All the moths that had been clinging to the exterior of the RV were electrocuted, most of them reduced to mere remnants. The RV remained unscathed, as the electric grid posed no threat to it. Some moth carcasses remained on the roof, others fell from the vehicle, and a few hung from the windowsill. Subsequently, she clicked the one-click cleaning option in the personal information section regarding her residence. Instantly, the moth bodies were cleared away, rendering the RV spotless. Ultimately, the moth carcasses collected in the energy waste bin contributed 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity. Even the smallest mosquito is still sustenance. After breakfast, her grandfather drove while Wen Mingyue was responsible for collecting treasure chests outside, with the others tending to farming and cooking. Soon after, a wooden treasure chest appeared on the road. Clad in her protective gear, equipped with a gas mask and solar-powered sunglasses, she was fully armed. She swiftly exited the vehicle, ensuring the door was shut tightly. However, a few moths still managed to enter. Her grandfather and the little one had already prepared matches and secured the wooden door between the cab and the RV. This door had been installed 2 days prior to the onset of the polar night. Quickly, a burnt odor filled the air as all 5 moths were dispatched. Upon returning from retrieving the treasure chest, Wen Mingyue and the others continued to eliminate the few that had entered. They found 20 liters of gasoline. In the subsequent hours, they collected several more treasure chests. The drop rate for chests during this period was slightly higher than before the polar night. Notably, they uncovered some valuable items. Chapter 121. Requirements for Interstellar Recruitment. Vehicle Light Upgrade Card. Enhances lighting and expands coverage area upon use. Wen Mingyue immediately utilized it, prompting the system to install the upgrade. The upgraded illumination rivals the brightness experienced through solar-powered sunglasses, and moreover, the distance exceeds the night vision range of those glasses. One can now clearly discern the road ahead within 100 meters, a significant improvement from the previous 30-meter limit. Finally, there is no longer a need to drive with trepidation. After the upgrade, another wave of moths was dispatched, yielding nearly 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity. The following day, with the headlights activated, I continued along the straight road, gathering 2 wooden crates and 1 bronze chest in the morning. Among these, the bronze chest contained a set of protective gear. Outside the car windows, a multitude of moths congregated, forming a dense swarm. Wen Mingyue activated the electric net once more, this time collecting 2 kilowatt-hours of energy. In the afternoon, a mutated wolf obstructed the path, and from the resulting silver chest, I obtained an insect repellent spray. Insect repellent spray. When sprayed on an object, it prevents insects from approaching within a 1-meter radius. Duration of effect per application, 10 minutes. A valuable item, though its efficacy is fleeting. In the ensuing 2 days, Wen Mingyue applied the spray near the windows, while Xiaohong extended her vines to eliminate a mutated flying eagle that worked during the polar night, again yielding a double-speed card. That very night, a treasure map notification emerged, indicating a treasure point detected 10 kilometers away. Ultimately, Wen Mingyue set out with her sister and grandmother to explore. The onset of the polar night affected the mood of all players, including their family members. The darkness not only brought danger, but also subtly induced feelings of oppression and suffocation. The protracted polar night seemed interminable, and many players began to regret their decision to remain in the game world, their tempers growing increasingly volatile, resulting in daily disputes within the chat group. During this time, Wen Mingyue received reports from other players regarding her use of a misfortune card. Fortunately, her misfortune clearing skills spared her from its adverse effects, but it was a matter of frustration. Originally, she intended to auction a luminous pearl in the coming days, but ultimately had to abandon the plan. The misfortune clearing skill could only be utilized once a day, and repeated use within a single day was untenable. Dressed in protective gear and donning solar-powered sunglasses, she set out on a flying carpet in search of treasure. To conserve the insect repellent spray, the group shared a single flying carpet. The journey was fraught with danger, more severe than previous excursions. At times, the ground quaked, while at others, swarms of locusts pursued them. Wen Mingyue was in charge of piloting the flying carpet, while her grandmother and sister employed skills and weapons to exterminate the insects. The results were satisfactory, although considerable time was wasted along the way. The 10-kilometer distance took an hour to traverse. The treasure lay hidden beneath a desolate expanse. The group had no choice but to take up their hoes and commence digging. Tawanzi monitored the countdown of the spray on the sisters, reapplying just in time as the duration neared its end. The grandmother donned one of the 2 sets of protective gear, which included temperature-regulating clothing and cooling patches, providing a measure of comfort. After half an hour, a shimmering golden box was unearthed. Prior to this, based on the characteristics of the treasure map, she had anticipated it to be either soil or gasoline. After confirming it posed no danger, Wen Mingyue promptly stored it in her backpack and made her way back home. Upon returning to the RV, the family gathered to open their newfound treasures. A yellow activation button hovered above the treasure chest, beckoning to be pressed. Upon touching it, a shimmering pouch of coins materialized in the air, accompanied by a dazzling light effect. Congratulations on acquiring 10,000 star coins. These can be utilized as personal assets upon becoming an interstellar resident. When Mingyue was elated, struck by a wave of fortune, the family exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with indescribable joy. With remarkable agility, when Mingyue clicked on the pouch, and with the sound of coins being deposited, the star coins were secured. The system panel now displayed a section dedicated to star coins, since they were currently in a family team mode. Each family member's system panel showcased the star coins as a collective family asset. In a typical team mode, however, the members' coins would be displayed separately. The system soon issued another notification. As the first player in this survival game to acquire star coins, you will be granted priority access to the star coin exchange channel. Based on Wen Mingyue's prior experiences, the emergence of star coins was anticipated to occur later during the road survival segment. In her previous life, it was only upon reaching the third world that all players were granted access to the star coin exchange channel. Before anyone could respond, the system prompted, detecting that player Wen Mingyue currently possesses 100 gold bars. Would you like to convert them into star coins? 1 gold bar equals 10 star coins. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Mingyue declined the offer. She was uncertain of the future utility of the gold bars, as she had only reached the third game world in her previous life. Additionally, she had crafted several vases from the gold bars to hold red plum and wax plum branches, finding them quite aesthetically pleasing. It seemed prudent to retain them for now. The allure of the glittering furniture and decorations was irresistible to the entire family. A level 20C monster's golden treasure chest yielded 5 gold bars, equating to 50 star coins per chest. Thus, the 10,000 star coins they had unearthed were equivalent to 200 golden treasure chests. Such a treasure trove was worth revisiting multiple times. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn to Tawanzi. Tawanzi, are the interstellar housing prices exorbitant? The family also looked expectantly at Tawanzi. With a resigned wave of its hand, Tawanzi replied, I don't know. Their systems came equipped with their own spatial dimensions from the outset. Nevertheless, Tawanzi proceeded to relay all the information it could share with the group. 2233, standing nearby, interjected at opportune moments, unconcerned with the boundaries of what could or could not be shared. Tawanzi chose to ignore the implications, knowing it was not its words that were being questioned. 20 minutes later, Wen Mingyue learned that the indigenous interstellar population was quite sparse, primarily due to an almost non-existent birth rate. Most inhabitants were recruited from various worlds, akin to their current survival experience. The criteria for interstellar recruitment mandated that candidates must first clear all games to be considered. Upon achieving candidate status, they would then undergo final evaluations by game examiners before being permitted to reside in the interstellar realm. As interstellar beings, they could be regarded as possessing endless lives, forever retaining the appearance they had before becoming citizens of the stars. Of course, this was contingent upon the successful completion of various tasks. Each task accomplished granted a form of immunity, a golden ticket to survival, which could be accumulated indefinitely, including various quick travel missions, the female antagonist counterattack, leveling up while battling monsters, and establishing a shop in a post-apocalyptic world. The paid vacation period remains quite lengthy. If there is any downside, it would be the reliance on various nutrient solutions for sustenance. Empowered by advanced technology, the focus is on convenience, speed, and efficiency. Ultimately, it was confirmed that they could apply to transfer resources obtained in the game into the interstellar realm, albeit at the cost of purchasing interstellar space with star coins. A seasoned expert bluntly stated that it would cost 200,000 star coins per unit area, leaving the entire family astounded. The mere 10,000 they had just acquired appeared utterly insignificant. Wen Mingyue murmured to the two experts for quite some time. In the following days, heads of various departments in the interstellar domain successively received gifts from the two experts, which included both food and drink. Many new experts joined the interstellar group of mahjong enthusiasts. In the near future, Wen Mingyue's specialty store gained renown across the K288 star system, attracting even numerous monsters she had previously defeated. Chapter 122, Trading Livestock for Detox Ointment. Early the next morning, everyone hurried to the rabbit shed. 4 female rabbits gave birth to 62 healthy baby rabbits. Wen Mingyue immediately expanded a wooden shed nearby for separate rearing. She took out the endless pasture she had previously exchanged for, solving the issue of snacks. However, the endless pasture needed to be harvested, and continuing to rely on the system to link and feed vegetables daily was not a sustainable solution. Most vegetable seeds were not viable for replanting, so they needed to stockpile them. In the following days, during the polar night, they battled monsters and collected treasure chests. Thousands of players had vanished, the majority succumbing to the toxic powder from moths. Players gradually began to produce insect repellent spray, but the supply was clearly insufficient, with limited quantities available for use. To date, Wen Mingyue had only managed to produce a single bottle. As the number of moths gradually decreased, a surge of blood-sucking mosquitoes emerged. Subsequently, Tang Xinghan's father utilized materials dropped by Han Shuo to concoct an ointment. When applied, it effectively alleviated the damage caused by poisonous insects and eliminated toxins. During this period, Wen Mingyue traded antifreeze and a luminous pearl for 24 square units of endless pasture. She also exchanged livestock with her teammates, all of whom had made prior arrangements. They received 2 geese from Han Shuo's family, 2 pigeons from Zhao Lingxin's household, while Ning Qian and Tang Xinghan provided the detox ointment in return. Both the geese and pigeons were capable of infinite reproduction. Wen Mingyue's younger sister directly allowed the mosquitoes to bite her twice before applying the detox ointment. Moments later, she excitedly informed everyone, "It feels so cool and comfortable." After 5 minutes, the swelling subsided, and after 10 minutes, the itching had completely vanished. The expert 2233 sighed in exasperation, remarking on the family's audacity. With limited materials, Wen Mingyue only possessed 2 bottles of the ointment. Previously, she had been concerned about using her last universal antidote, fearing her younger sister might practice on herself, so she quickly stored it away. She constructed 2 wooden sheds adjacent to the cow barn, one for geese and another for pigeons. Despite the abundance of livestock, the presence of a one-click cleaning function ensured there were no unpleasant odors. After tidying up, they continued their journey, all eagerly anticipating the end of the polar night, which had persisted for a full 12 days. This morning, I chanced upon a wolf blocking the road, from which I unexpectedly procured a freshly prepared lamb from an open treasure chest. My father promptly took it to marinate, and we feasted on roasted lamb that evening. At 6 o'clock, after a long day's work, our family gathered by Swan Lake for a sumptuous meal. The table was adorned with a sizzling, aromatic lamb, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Accompanying it were several plates of barbecued delicacies, a fruit platter, an array of beverages, and ample ice cream. Little Red gnawed on a lamb chop, the meat and bone crackling delightfully. Tawanzi quietly munched on a small apple, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the recent indulgence in rich meats. Lala and the gentle antelope Pepe shared drinks, one using a straw and the other a metal basin. Over time, they had become good friends, both sharing a bond with the elder Little Red. Wen Mingyue had initially thought Lala would prefer the vibrant blue Little Blue, due to her spirited nature. Yet she was drawn instead to the gentle demeanor of Pepe. Meanwhile, Little Blue and Little Snow preferred the company of 4 cats and a dog, all engrossed in their meals at a separate small table. 2 swans and a pair of mandarin ducks, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, floated gracefully on the water's surface, indulging in tender affections. The following day dawned, still shrouded in endless night. The first order of business before departure was to tackle the swarms of flying insects. Today, we faced the addition of the hidden winged bug, and the exterior of the vehicle was besieged by countless venomous insects, causing an unsettling itch all over. When Mingyue wrapped herself snugly, cautiously, she opened the door to retrieve the treasure chest, while her family in the cab remained vigilant for any intruding mosquitoes. Our insect repellent had been exhausted yesterday, and we had only 2 sets of protective gear remaining, shared among a few families in our group. The stingy system had clearly limited the distribution. The hidden winged bugs and venomous mosquitoes were significantly smaller than moths, easily slipping inside the RV if one was not careful. We managed to eliminate 5 moths, 6 venomous mosquitoes, and 4 hidden winged bugs. During this time, Wen's father was ambushed by a hidden winged bug, resulting in a swift swelling of one eye. At that moment, in the corner beneath the car door, 2 hidden winged bugs were whispering conspiratorially, "Brother, you are indeed clever," suggesting we hide here to ambush them when they let their guard down. The elder hidden winged bug replied smugly, "Stick with me, and I'll ensure you're well fed." Just as they exchanged words, a chill crept through the air. Turning around, they spotted Wen Mingyue crouching on the ground, grinning widely, her gleaming white teeth stark against the dark surroundings. In an instant, the 2 hidden winged bugs were squashed by her slipper. The villain met their demise through their own chatter, and the bugs were no exception. Once the situation was under control, Wen's father quickly applied ointment to his inflamed skin, which was now swollen and oozing. He sneezed and shed tears incessantly. After applying a detoxifying ointment, he followed up with a healing salve, and within a brief span of 20 minutes, no trace remained. In the group chat, nearly every player reported being bitten by hidden winged bugs. Their potency far exceeded that of moths and venomous mosquitoes. A direct slap against a hidden winged bug on the skin would cause its acidic substance to seep out instantly, leading to widespread inflammation and ulceration. Players lamented their plight, sharing increasingly gruesome images. When Mingyue glanced at the photos in the chat, once again expressing her gratitude for the research support provided by Father Tang. After sending a considerable amount of supplies to the others, she felt immensely grateful for having accepted Tang Xinghan as her little brother. As for Ning Qian, she was a teammate from her previous life who had imparted much wisdom to her. Zhao Lingxin's precognitive abilities would assist her in making preparations for survival in the future. Liao Huihui served as the think tank. As for Han Shuo, he was simply handsome and a member of their feline dog training group. In today's unboxing, alongside gasoline, there was a portable radio. Once connected to the network system, it could play music and even broadcast skits from their planet. The elders were quite enamored with it, taking it for a stroll early the next morning. A few curious little heads peeked out from the treehouse window. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue was seated next to the driver's cabin, inspecting the supplies in her space. She felt a profound sense of security. The cubic meter of cards was completely filled, with an additional cubic meter of space still available. Behind her, the little dumpling was equally delighted, its eyes crinkling in joy. Its host was truly affluent. The following day was again devoted to collecting treasure chests and exterminating various flying insects that had taken refuge within the vehicle. With the innate affinity for animals bestowed by her sister's full moon talent, she managed to locate every insect, no matter where they hid, and dispatch them with her special slippers. On the other hand, thanks to the incessant chatter of these loquacious insects, they could be heard incessantly. Previously elusive corners became easily discoverable, as their incessant noise was simply overwhelming. Moreover, in Wen Mingyue's sensory world, everything appeared exceptionally bright, as if they were shouting through a megaphone directly into her ear. In the midst of this, her unfortunate father had been bitten twice, leaving him as the sole victim in the family. Wen Mingyue even began to suspect whether someone had employed a misfortune card against her father. She turned to see her father requesting her mother to apply medicine on his wounds. It was undoubtedly intentional. designed to evoke sympathy from her mother. The sisters exchanged glances, their mutual understanding unspoken. They felt a pang of compassion for the ointment and hurriedly tucked it away. Chapter 123. From desert to grassland. Early the next morning, Zhao Lingxin sent a message. In 3 days, it would be daytime. During this period, she had been eagerly anticipating the moment when night would yield to day, and her anticipation had finally borne fruit. The group was filled with joy, silently counting down the moments. Before long, 3 days passed, and at precisely 8 a.m., daylight broke. The prolonged polar night of nearly 20 days had finally come to an end. When Mingyue glanced at the number of players in the regional chat group, which stood at a mere 9 million, most of them had perished during the insect plague. After confirming that no flying insects were outside, when Mingyue opened all the windows on the panel, the family leaned over the bed, inhaling the fresh air outside. Subsequently, they all exited the vehicle, bringing the cats and dogs along. Their spirits were exceptionally buoyant. The warm morning light enveloped them, radiating warmth and healing. Life should be filled with sunshine. They had finally found liberation, and the atmosphere in the regional group was delightful. Family, the night has passed. We have finally welcomed the light. Here, I wish to apologize to the siblings I previously scolded. Though you greeted my entire family in an unkind manner, I too had my faults. And I hope you can be forgiving. Brother, you are welcome to retaliate. I am now prepared to withstand it. The group remained lively as ever. In addition, the temperature outside plummeted to 38 degrees, while within the protective shield, it remained warm and comfortable. The scenery along the roadside underwent a transformation. As the vehicle traversed the path, the barren desert gradually morphed into a stony expanse, eventually revealing the contours of a lush grassland. The surroundings stretched infinitely, vibrant with greenery. The terrain exhibited gentle undulations, and a soft breeze caressed the landscape, causing the blades of grass to sway gracefully. Sunlight bathed the prairie, infusing the air with a subtle fragrance of fresh grass. In the distance, a glimmering lake could be seen. Wen Mingyue urged her grandmother to halt the vehicle, open the door, and retrieve the flying blanket, hoping to gather some grass. However, the system indicated that it was not permissible to extract any, as even if taken, it would serve no purpose, and the water from the lake was similarly unusable, merely a backdrop, akin to the previous snowy scenery. Well, observing it was still worthwhile. At least it was beautiful. Furthermore, the previously straight road had become winding and serpentine. When Mingyue navigated the RV along the gently undulating road of the prairie. After 2 hours of travel, they encountered no treasure chests, but instead, a wolf obstructed their path. Recalling the last encounter with a mutated wolf that yielded a treasure chest containing a lamb, the excitement in the sister's eyes was palpable. When Mingyue stopped the vehicle, while her sister, Manuel, grasped the door handle, leaning halfway out, they waited patiently for the mutated wolf to approach. As the wolf performed a graceful dance before them. Just moments before reaching the car door, Manuel swiftly retrieved a hidden tang knife from behind, striking it down in one decisive blow. They quickly collected the treasure chest, closed the door, and resumed their journey, all within a span of 10 seconds. From the silver treasure chest emerged a lamb. Manuel chuckled, suggesting, "Sister, how about we finish work early tonight for a barbecue on the prairie?" Naturally, the food-loving Wen Mingyue had no objections. At 3:30 in the afternoon, when Mingyue parked the RV, leaving their grandparents, parents, and little red dumpling by the roadside to roast a whole sheep, while she and her sister took to the flying blanket, soaring alongside the road. The sisters shared a common goal, to hunt mutated wolves and perhaps capture a few lambs. Ideally ones that could reproduce. After 20 minutes of flight, when Mingyue spotted a lazy mutated wolf lounging on the grass, sprawled out with its belly to the sky, its mouth slightly ajar, snoring loudly. One might mistake it for a sibling of her own dog. Suddenly, the wolf sensed an unsettling presence, a familiar pressure bearing down, and snapped its eyes open, only to be greeted by a familiar face. Realizing it had made a grave error in choosing to nap on this road, it swiftly met its demise by an arrow. When Mingyue approached to collect the silver treasure chest, pondering how she had discerned a sense of resignation and noble sacrifice in the wolf's gaze. With a shrug, she plopped down on the soft grass to open the chest. Inside lay another familiar lamb, accompanied by a kilogram of barbecue sauce, along with spices like cumin and chili. When Mingyue exclaimed with delight, "Good wolf." By 6:30, the sisters returned to the road, catching the enticing aroma of grilled meat from afar. The barbecue spot was conveniently set on the grassy area adjacent to the road. On the night of survival on the highway, as long as one remains inside the RV, the likelihood of being ambushed by mutated creatures is minimal, considering the routine of a typical 9-to-5 existence. Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, they still stay within the protective barrier. Although only 4 treasure chests were discovered throughout the day, they yielded an abundance of 4 units of infinite grassland, along with 2 bags of barbecue sauce and a portion of cumin seeds capable of reproduction. The primary source of income stems from hunting mutated beings. 5 lambs, and a large crate of barbecue condiments were obtained after the sisters successfully hunted a mutated wolf during her full moon celebration. Additionally, 3 wild rabbits were captured, each weighing 5 pounds upon disassembly. The 2 sisters handled this together, and the rabbits they kept in the RV were pregnant again. The previous litter had grown to 2 pounds, nearing the time they could be consumed, which was significantly faster than the growth rate in the outside world. Furthermore, geese and quails were in the process of hatching eggs. As dusk approached at 7 o'clock, Wen Mingyue turned on the RV's headlights, casting light upon everyone's faces as the evening barbecue continued unabated. After indulging in the barbecue, she marinated the lambs from the day and stored them within 5 cart spaces. Once the battlefield was tidied and they had washed up, it was already 10 o'clock when they lay down. As per her usual routine, Wen Mingyue checked the messages in the group chat. Numerous players had shared that they had acquired mutton from the goose treasure chests dropped by the mutated wolves they had hunted that day. Some had obtained lamb chops, while others had half a lamb. Reflecting on her previous life, among the trio, Su Fengyi boasted the highest luck, a score of 5. After slaying a level 19 mutated wolf, she had been fortunate enough to receive half a lamb, much to the delight of the group. In contrast, Wen Mingyue reveled in her own luck, with a score of 10, as she opened her chest that evening. The 2 sisters were particularly delighted, gnawing on lamb legs. However, having eaten too much, they found themselves tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. They called for Tuanzai, and the 2 of them ventured to the living room to watch television for a while before retiring. By chance, they encountered their sister, who was also restless, and exchanged knowing smiles. After a brief selection process, the sisters chose a classic zombie film, which boasted several seasons. Wen Mingyue began watching from her favorite 4th installment. The dim lighting enhanced the ambience. The sisters clutched each other tightly, both inexperienced yet eager viewers. At that moment, Wen Mingyue felt immensely grateful that the game did not incorporate a zombie segment, at least not in the 3 rounds she had experienced. Meanwhile, Tuanzai, observing the startled expressions of the 2 sisters, began to drift into a reverie of interstellar travel. In the interstellar realm, Black Cat shuffled mahjong tiles, unable to suppress a stream of sighs. Recently, there has been a significant shortage of personnel in the interstellar domain, compounded by the fact that her partner, who usually provided her with creative ideas, was on strike, leaving her to manage everything alone. Across from her, Tuanzai inquired while drawing a tile, "Lord Q, are you calling a Jia?" Simultaneously playing a 2 of circles. Next to them, Alpha dexterously reclaimed the 2 of circles, resulting in a collision. Originally about to declare victory, 1688 abruptly halted, mindful that this was its first time playing with the 2 esteemed beings and understanding the need for discretion. It could not afford to emulate 2233, lest it find itself merely spectating in the future. Chapter 124. Enlightened, yet for little Q, the joy of playing cards was absent. As thoughts of how to navigate the next game segment consumed her mind, the figure across the table, seemingly lost in thought, suggested, "Why not include a zombie segment? My host is currently engrossed in it." Instantly invigorated, little Q promptly activated the luminous display of the game world. Upon encountering the ghastly visage of a bloodied zombie, inspiration surged forth, causing it to forget even the act of drawing cards. Alpha rapped on the table, urging, "Hurry up." In a haphazard manner, little Q discarded a card. Alpha, contemplating, followed suit with a 3-card play. The figure beside them, Tuan Yuan, exclaimed with delight, "Another win." Meanwhile, 2233, an onlooker, could only shake their head in disbelief. Truly, they were both inexperienced and fond of play. Despite the insistence on taking charge, they remained unconvinced. How many victories had 069 amassed already? In the game world, the subsequent 5 days unfolded with the routine of unboxing and encountering mutated wolves. Daily, they would halt their journey 3 hours in advance, dividing into groups to hunt the mutated creatures. Ultimately, they amassed a total of 86 lambs, along the way acquiring 2 acceleration cards dropped by mutated eagles. Meanwhile, players in the regional chat group reveled in their abundant spoils, embodying the spirit of the new year. Glancing at the system panel, the date read January 28, 2025. Today marked New Year's Eve, with the following day ushering in the Lunar New Year. At that moment, the long-absent game's main system, Little Q, finally came online, albeit in the capacity of private messaging players from relevant nations. In celebration of the new year, rewards for players from relevant nations, a pair of red lanterns, and 2 couplets. The group erupted into lively chatter. Han Shuo remarked, "This game is truly considerate." Su Fengyi concurred, "Indeed, for no other reason than our determination to see it through to the end. I wish to explore the stars." Zhao Lingxin added, "1. I simply wish to gaze upon the stars. I wonder if the inhabitants there can maintain their youth." Tang Yuan mused, "Perhaps they truly can. The technology is advanced." Tang Xinghan stated, "I inquired with my system, and it nodded in agreement." When Mingyue quipped, "Doghead," the collective responded, "Understood." When Mingyue retrieved the lanterns and couplets, The vibrant red lanterns were hung high at the entrance of the wooden house, featuring dazzling rotating effects. Remarkably, they could also play music, functioning as long as power was supplied. Melodies of prosperity and good fortune echoed, such as "Wishing you wealth" and "May the god of wealth visit my door," aligning perfectly with contemporary trends. It was evident that the game system had comprehensively grasped the essence of Blue Star inhabitants' lives. As for the couplets, they showcased black characters on a red background adorned with gold powder, complete with adhesive materials for easy application. One was affixed to the entrance of the wooden house, while the other graced the elevator door. "Wealth flows in as desired, blessings shine upon the home, may all endeavors lead to success." As the grandparents and parents connected the lanterns to the power source, the joyous music resonated throughout the fishing vessel, a testament to the system's quality. To the uninformed, it would seem like a loudspeaker. Today's unboxing was particularly thematic, consisting of boxes accumulated over the past few days. The fireworks display culminated in 12 boxes, accompanied by 3 bags of glutinous rice balls filled with black sesame paste, fruit, and sugar peanut mixtures, alongside an assortment of pastries. The New Year's Eve feast was exceptionally lavish, featuring lamb chops, braised beef, steamed fish, roasted fish, pigeon soup, spicy chicken, savory rabbit, a seafood platter, pastries, beverages, and an abundance of fruits, filling the table to the brim. It is a gathering of familiar dishes, infused with the flavors of Southwest cuisine. On a nearby shelf, dozens of grilled fish are neatly arranged, lovingly prepared by Xiao Hong and Tuanzi. Behind them, an array of colorful beverages is displayed. The family raises their glasses in a toast to celebrate the new year. In one corner of the living room, for cats and a dog, along with the fennec fox named Xiao Shui, are engrossed in their meal. Over time, Xiao Shui has seamlessly integrated into the life of the cats and dogs. The other little animals also delight in their own fruit feasts. After the meal, Wen Mingyue turns on the television, tuning into the Spring Festival Gala from a previous year, and they play cards to the backdrop of lively music. The card game, a beloved family pastime, is enjoyed by young and old alike. Once the game concludes, all members exit their vehicle and seek a spacious area to set off fireworks, with Xiao Hong in charge of lighting them. With a resounding bang, the splendid fireworks soar into the sky, creating stunning displays of color that illuminate the night. Everyone's faces radiate joy, while Xiao Hong, Lala, the swan couple, Pei Pei, Xiaolan, and Xiao Shui watch in rapt attention, exclaiming in awe. Tuanzi sits on the other side with his social butterfly friends, creating a harmonious scene. The following day, the family sleeps in and then prepares Tangyuan, as it is customary in the South to enjoy this dish during the New Year. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, they take a day to relax, engaging in conversations and barbecuing without a care. The next day, shortly after setting out, they receive a notification from the treasure map. Treasure detected 8 kilometers ahead on the left. When Mingyue halts the vehicle, gathers her family, and retrieves the flying carpet. This time, the entire family is involved, with Xiao Hong staying behind to guard the house. The journey proceeds remarkably smoothly, leaving Wen Mingyue puzzled by the absence of any obstacles. She glances at Tuanzi, who smiles and nods in affirmation, illuminating her understanding. Within 10 minutes, they successfully arrive at the treasure site, a vast expanse of lush green grass. Wen Mingyue feels a sense of familiarity, recognizing it as the infinite breeding grassland she had previously unearthed. A smile spreads across her face as she beckons her family to begin digging. After 3 hours of excavation, they ultimately unearth 500 square meters of infinite breeding grassland. They then separate to explore the periphery of the treasure site in search of more treasures. However, they find nothing. Wen Mingyue had hoped to discover livestock, but they are left with no choice but to return home. Upon arriving back at the fishing boat, her first task is to upgrade their living quarters. Wen Mingyue accesses the system panel and inputs the necessary data. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue for upgrading the current living quarters to 7,000 square meters. Reward: all crops and livestock growth speed increased by 20. Wen Mingyue claps her hands in satisfaction, nodding in approval. She then adjusts the layout on the panel for greater efficiency, placing the 500 square meters of infinite grassland beside the cactus at the rear of the vehicle, eagerly awaiting the arrival of livestock. During their days in the grassland, although they have gathered dozens of lambs, they are all processed meat and cannot reproduce. Additionally, they have yet to catch sight of any live cattle or sheep. The detection range of the dumpling's resources extends only to a maximum of 2,000 meters, and based on her understanding of the system, living cattle and sheep may not necessarily fall under the category of treasures. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the world outside, lamenting when she might become a farm owner. As she contemplated the sky, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She beckoned Xiao Hong to her side and whispered a few words. After negotiating a price, Xiao Hong extended her vines out of the window, reaching out in all directions. Previously, Wen Mingyue had inquired about the range of Xiao Hong's vine extension, and the answer was boundless, capable of stretching as far as one wished. Wen Mingyue marveled, realizing she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Before long, countless vines swiftly retracted back into the vehicle. Wen Mingyue stepped out, and Xiaohong presented a mutated hawk she had caught from the adjacent road. The mutated hawk appeared dazed, embodying a sense of resignation. Chapter 125, Acquiring the Mutated Hawk. After accepting the task, it confirmed that it was not on Wen Mingyue's side of the road, as there was another road in between. However, contrary to expectations, the inevitable had arrived. At that moment, it was soaring through the sky, pondering what to have for dinner that evening. Suddenly, its wings were ensnared. Turning its head, it found itself confronted by a large red flower, grinning with pride, its beady eyes glinting with cunning. The hawk's expression instantly soured, despite everything. It could not escape this fate, a cursed entanglement. Thus, amid Xiaohong's exuberance, the internally chuckling mutated hawk was dragged before Wen Mingyue. The mutated hawk did not belong to the normal category of animals, as it could not communicate through Wen Mingyue's sister's animal talent. Observing the hawk's unfortunate demeanor, Wen Mingyue directly inquired, "Have you seen any living cattle or sheep nearby, or any other animals?" Before the hawk could respond, Xiaohong interjected, "I checked the road here. There are none." She then nudged the hawk, signaling it to hurry up and provide information since it had to return to the kitchen to help its mother taste test dishes. The mutated hawk, filled with indignation, resolutely refused to speak. Xiaohong then executed a 360-degree aerial display. Wen Mingyue hurriedly intervened, exasperated, "Xiaohong, stop this at once." Xiaohong brought the now dizzy hawk back to Wen Mingyue and threatened, "Hurry up." Yet, she overestimated the hawk's endurance. It remained steadfast and unyielding. However, it caught a whiff of a savory aroma wafting through the air. Spicy and fragrant, it was reminiscent of the nutrient solution it favored. Among the interstellar species, their daily meals predominantly consisted of nutrient solutions, with a multitude of flavors to choose from: durian, mixed fruits, spicy strips, and countless others. Among these, its favorite was the savory meat flavor. Wen Mingyue placed a sizzling lamb chop, sprinkled generously with cumin and chili powder, in front of the hawk, which spun in circles, the rich aroma enveloping the air. With a mischievous grin, Wen Mingyue said, "Tell me, this lamb chop is yours." The bound hawk swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the enticing scent. It was simply too delectable. What is integrity? It seems to be absent. After traveling 500 meters forward, one turns left for 20 kilometers, where two languid creatures lie in a deep slumber. As mutated flying eagles, they have unlocked the entire map of the grassland system in their minds, a privilege not afforded to other mutated beings of the prairie. Consequently, locating resources is an effortless task for them. Although their voices are faint, they are audible enough for Wen Mingyue to hear clearly. She promptly presents a lamb chop to the flying eagle, saying, "You eat." Before she can finish her sentence, with a resounding gulp, the lamb chop finds its way into Xiaohong's belly, accompanied by a satisfied sigh. For Xiaohong, merely obtaining the answer suffices. The meat is rightfully hers. The flying eagle appears on the verge of tears, looking helpless and pitiable, as it is being bullied. Wen Mingyue quickly retrieves a fragrant lamb chop, casting a warning glance at Xiaohong. Xiaohong's large mouth hovers in the air, ultimately pouting and turning her head away, signaling that what is given to her will not be taken. She gestures for Xiaohong to set it down. The eagle's eyes instantly brighten, fluttering forward to devour the meat, emitting sounds of delight. Internally, it exclaims how delicious it is, a flavor far surpassing its beloved nutrient liquid. Once the eagle has finished eating, Wen Mingyue squats down and suggests, "How about returning to the fishing boat with me? If you help me locate animals to search later, I shall reward you." Not long ago, Wen Mingyue confirmed this with her consciousness as her own treasure. Currently, she does not provide a direct answer but instead offers her conjecture, receiving a subtle response from the group. Since encountering this flying eagle, she has recalled a previously seen mutated wolf napping on the grassland. Both shared a gaze filled with helplessness, and in that moment of connection, she sensed a silent sigh. Ultimately confirmed, this group of mutated beings operates on a cycle, traveling from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Thus, this flying eagle has only a few hours of usable time left. The mutated eagle, after a brief deliberation, indicates for Xiaohong to bind it before following Wen Mingyue onto the RV. Formalities must be observed, otherwise, the task report would be poorly composed. Upon entering the RV, Wen Mingyue entrusts the eagle to Xiaohong for supervision while she, accompanied by Xiaohong's branches, searches for young lambs. Xiaohong, cradling the eagle, heads straight for Mama Wen's kitchen. At that moment, Mama Wen is frying lotus root balls, chopping the lotus root into small pieces, combining it with pork, vermicelli, and flour, rolling them into balls. The air is filled with the enticing aroma of crispy meat. Xiaohong stretches her neck and exclaims, "Mama, what delicious food is this?" Her eyes are fixated on the plate of meatballs. Mama Wen smiles as she picks up a freshly fried meatball, dipping it in chili powder on a nearby plate. Xiaohong, who adores spicy food, promptly devours it, the flavor exploding in her mouth. The fiery, upgraded chili powder is simply divine. The entire family relishes it, always adding a touch more for an enhanced flavor. After feeding Xiaohong 3 meatballs, Mama Wen finally notices the mutated flying eagle concealed behind Xiaohong. At this moment, the eagle fixates intently on the plate of meatballs, swallowing hard, its eyes brimming with desire. Once a pitiable creature, the little one was fondly cherished by Mama Wen. As she picked up a meatball, she inquired, "Can you handle spicy food?" The eagle nodded vigorously. It too had a penchant for bold flavors, coated generously with chili powder. She offered it, "Give it a try." Little Red, disregarding any hesitations, promptly took a plate and began to feast. Unlike Little Red, who devoured her portion in one swift motion, the eagle savored each bite slowly. After finishing, it bowed its head in silence, assuming that the spiciness had overwhelmed it. Mama Wen hurriedly handed it a glass of water. The eagle looked up with tear-filled eyes, overwhelmed by the delightful spiciness, exclaiming its fondness for the crunchy treat, leaving a puddle of drool on the floor. Thus, with nothing else to occupy her time, Mama Wen began to indulge what she believed to be a new family member, naming it Little Eagle. After feeding it 2 plates of meatballs, she offered a plate of fragrant, crispy yellow fish and fried meat, which soon attracted the attention of the grandparents and father. The group gathered to feed together, leaving Little Eagle profoundly moved, primarily by the abundance of delectable food. Little Red and Spicy exchanged glances, critiquing one another. Spicy remarked, "Surely, this creature doesn't think it can stay here permanently." Little Red replied, "It's merely a temporary visitor. We are the real residents." Spicy added, "Then I suppose I won tea hold it against it for drinking my juice. It's rather pitiable." Before long, Wen Mingyue returned joyfully with 2 lambs. The lambs were tightly bound by Little Red's vines, unable to move, bleeding helplessly. Once released onto the vast grassy expanse, they began to frolic freely before settling down to graze. 1 male and 1 female, an ideal pair, with hands on her hips. When Mingyue watched the 2 lambs and the cats and dogs frolicking in the meadow, her smile radiant. To avert any trampling incidents, she designated a 50-square-meter patch of grass for her pets to enjoy. Additionally, she constructed a tall fence to enclose the pasture. Chapter 126. Route planning. Upon returning the lambs to the wooden house, she encountered the mutated eagle, its belly round from indulgence, being doted on by the family. Mama Wen called out affectionately, Little Eagle, while the creature basked in the attention. When Mingyue cleared her throat, "Ahem, come here." The mutated eagle reluctantly extricated itself from the crowd and followed Wen Mingyue out of the wooden house. Eventually, they reached an agreement. The eagle would seek out tasks for Wen Mingyue and could visit whenever it wished, receiving a steak as compensation. The eagle glanced back longingly at the people inside the wooden house, flapping its wings in farewell. Suddenly, it gestured animatedly to Little Red. Little Red, understanding, promptly eliminated the eagle. Upon returning to the system space, the eagle swiftly transformed back into its original form, a sleek black leopard with a glossy coat. Satisfied, it let out a contented burp and glanced at the points accrued from the system, eyes sparkling with delight. The points surpassed any it had earned before, enough to allow it to lounge leisurely for several days. Such easy and carefree tasks could certainly be repeated. Over the next 2 days, when Mingyue's family leisurely drove about, engaging in battles against mutated wolves while also searching for livestock to raise. Another day passed, and they encountered the mutated eagle once more. The falcon feigned capture by Xiaohong and was brought back to the RV. The previous report had allowed it to slip by unnoticed, and this time it navigated with ease. It continued to provide intelligence while the 2 sisters, Wen Mingyue and her sibling, ventured out to seek resources, leaving it to indulge in feasts with the rest of the Wen family. Ultimately, the sisters returned with 2 calves, a male and a female. Time passed quietly amid the routine bustle, and the 12th day of the prairie period arrived. On the morning of the 13th day, the family gathered in the driver's cabin. Ahead, a wide expanse revealed 2 roads, one to the left and one to the right, shrouded in a blanket of white mist. It was evident that a wrong turn could lead them further away from their destination. The group was abuzz with discussion. A choice had to be made, with the probability of selecting correctly being 50-50. "Just follow your instincts," one suggested. "My intuition tells me to choose the right path." "I will go first." "How careless. I still have to answer questions," another lamented. "I tried. No matter which path I take, I must answer questions. I tested it for everyone. If you answer incorrectly, there is a 3-hour cooldown, and both roads become impassable. You are truly a good person." After reviewing the messages in the group, Wen Mingyue and her family alighted from the vehicle. Before them appeared a transparent light screen. "Please select a road to proceed, left, right." Wen Mingyue refrained from making a choice immediately. Instead, she retrieved the boxes she had accumulated over the past few days for opening. After unboxing all 9, she obtained a valuable card. Select card. When faced with a difficult choice, using this card will provide you with the desired answer. Accuracy rate, 99, 99, without hesitation. When Mingyue activated the choice card, Please enter your question. Wen Mingyue typed into the pop-up box. Between the left and right roads, which one will reach the destination fastest? She speculated that both could lead to the end point, thus framing her query as the safest option. Upon confirming her question, the system responded, left. The group then proceeded towards the left road, and the system prompted, do you accept the passage question? Resolutely, she selected yes. What color do you obtain when mixing the primary colors red, yellow, and blue? Wen Mingyue had a passion for painting since childhood, often blending various colors to achieve her desired hues. This inquiry posed no challenge for her, and she promptly entered her answer, black. Following this, a mechanical voice from the system announced, congratulations, player, your answer is correct. The road ahead has been cleared. Passage time is 10 minutes. The group swiftly returned to the RV, with Wen Mingyue at the wheel as they advanced onward. As they entered the left road, the white mist dissipated instantly, while the right road vanished from sight. Both sides transformed from the expansive grasslands into rolling hills and mountainous terrain, dotted with gentle knolls and vibrant greenery. After proceeding, other players also reported encountering hilly landscapes. The segments experienced by all players during this survival phase were identical. Occasionally, fruit trees could be spotted along the roadside, but the system indicated decorative trees cannot be excavated. Viewing only. 2 days later, they finally stumbled upon a plant that could be harvested, a vast expanse of devil's tongue yam. It was still Wen Mingyue who, armed with a telescope, made the discovery in a secluded mountain valley. She retrieved the flying carpet and, upon closer inspection, found no system restrictions against excavation. The konjac before her was significantly larger than those on her home planet, Blue Star. With a hoe in hand, the family eagerly commenced their digging. With the konjac in their possession, they could once again prepare various flavors of duck, which had been previously rewarded by the system. After a prolonged indulgence in spicy stir-fried duck, they were keen to change their palate, particularly fond of duck braised with konjac. Furthermore, konjac could also be utilized to create spicy snacks. The mere thought of this invigorated their work, and within an hour, they had unearthed 28 konjac plants. Upon returning to the fishing vessel, Wen Mingyue placed them in a corner of the vegetable garden and subsequently applied a growth liquid to accelerate their maturation, all of which could serve as seeds for future cultivation. The next afternoon, relishing the long-awaited duck braised with konjac, she felt a surge of delight. Later that day, she received a prompt regarding a treasure map, detected a treasure site 5 kilometers to the front right. Without hesitation, the entire family set out and soon arrived at the destination, the journey proving smooth. Before them lay a pond spanning 300 square meters. They halted the flying carpet and approached for inspection. Upon closer observation, not a single small fish or shrimp was in sight. Then, they received another system notification. A pond has been detected. Would you like to collect it? Though puzzled, Wen Mingyue decisively opted to collect it, considering it an additional area for fish cultivation. She mused about the potential to sell these resources in the game for profit. 20,000 star coins per square meter, how enticing. After returning to the fishing boat, she positioned it in a corner of the orchard. Over the next 2 days, guided by Tuanzi, the family arrived at the edge of a large pond, approximately 200 square meters in size. Surrounding it were various aquatic plants and withered branches. The water was crystal clear, revealing predominantly small shrimp, with no significant fish in sight. Upon closer inspection, numerous red crayfish were seen swimming about, their large claws and plump tails distinctly notable. The dry branches along the bank were adorned with clusters of red crayfish eggs, sparking joy and glimmers of excitement in their eyes. For the people of the Southwest, crayfish are a summer delicacy. Spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, and marinated crayfish, best enjoyed with a chilled beer, a recipe for happiness. With thoughts of these delights, they swiftly unleashed their nets for a frenzied catch. Wen's father and mother took some back to the fishing vessel for a crayfish feast that evening, while the others continued casting nets for the remaining days. As dusk approached, they were reluctant to depart, casting a few more nets with plans to return the following morning for another haul. Before leaving, Wen Mingyue collected all the crayfish eggs from the surrounding trees, perfectly timing it as the 300 square meters of the pond on the fishing boat remained vacant. Ideal for raising crayfish. Chapter 127. The harvest of a living hot spring. The caravan was brightly lit that night. In Wen Mingyue's memory, during this stretch of highway travel, monsters were scarce, and the temperature remained relatively stable. The family indulged in a rare moment of exuberance, happily savoring crayfish. Wen Mingyue alone consumed 4 kilograms of crayfish. Before me lay a plethora of shrimp shells, their spicy hue vibrant and flavorsome. After indulging in a hearty meal, I retreated to the bathroom for a luxurious pedal bath, surrendering to a peaceful slumber. The following day, I returned to the treasure trove to gather my nets. Ultimately, I harvested 200 pounds of crayfish, setting aside a portion for continued cultivation. Soon, the dream of freedom for the crayfish seemed within reach. The next day, after less than an hour's drive, I encountered yet another fork in the road, shrouded in mist. Unlike before, a young boy, appearing around 8 or 9 years of age, lounged at the crossroads, leaning back against his chair. His previously bored expression transformed into one of mischief upon spotting the approaching camper van, his eyes sparkling with delight. I halted the vehicle 10 meters from the intersection, receiving a prompt from the system. Detected NPC at the road. Little Gio. Automatic NPC detection skill triggered. Personality analysis of NPC Little Gio as follows. Fond of mischief, skilled in pranks. A master of pranks. I mused, continuing to peruse the information sent by the system. Dislikes seafood. Enjoys spicy cuisine. No further details were provided. Without hesitation, I rummaged through my supplies, eventually retrieving a chicken leg generously coated in explosive chili powder. It was not that I could not afford lamb chops. Rather, the chicken leg offered superior value. I beckoned my sister, and together we disembarked, leaving the others in the vehicle. Approaching Little Gio, I observed his eyes, resembling dark grapes, gleaming with excitement. My sister and I exchanged glances, both thinking how adorable he was, with cheeks so plump they seemed to beg for a gentle poke. Yet, we were acutely aware of his true nature. Behind that innocent facade lay a trickster who had undoubtedly ensnared many a player. I politely inquired, "Young lad, could you kindly inform us which road leads to our destination more swiftly?" Upon seeing our eager expressions, NPC Little Gio recognized that we were just as easily fooled as other players. With a playful blink of his large eyes, he replied in a sweet, childlike voice, "You must give me something tasty before I can tell you." He extended his chubby little hand expectantly. Internally, I marveled at his convincing act. From the outside, he displayed no flaws. I presented a selection of provisions for him to choose from. True to form, Little Gio chose the spicy, crispy chicken leg without hesitation. He flashed a bright smile at me, saying, "Thank you, sister. It's the road on the right." Then, recalling something, he quickly added, "Just drive straight through. No need to answer any questions." Had I not known beforehand of the boy's penchant for mischief, my sister and I would surely have fallen into the same trap as other players. Feigning ignorance, I expressed my gratitude repeatedly. Little Gio beamed with delight, waving us goodbye. As we cheerfully made our way back to the camper van, a satisfied smirk crept across his face. Yet another pair of unsuspecting fools. Prior to this encounter, he had already deceived numerous players on other roads. No one was spared. They all ventured down the path he indicated, destined to traverse a journey a month longer than that of the other players. Yet, just as it settled into its chair, ready to relish a large chicken leg while enjoying the spectacle, the olive green RV unhesitatingly veered onto the left road. Wen Mingyue even rolled down the window to tease him. Observing the astonishment etched on Lu Xiaojiao's face, which swiftly turned icy, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojiao rose to his feet, watching the RV vanish into the mist, furiously stamping his foot. He was tempted to hurl the chicken leg in his hand, but succumbed to the allure of the delectable food, taking a hearty bite and grinding his teeth as he swallowed. Soon, however, he discovered that his mouth was ablaze with pain. Upon accessing the system panel and selecting mirror mode, he was dismayed to see his lips swollen to the size of sausages. Before long, his stomach began to rumble. Though he relished spicy food, he was unable to tolerate it. Reluctantly, he had to request leave and leave work early. "Let me not encounter you again, otherwise you shall not escape unscathed," he muttered vehemently as he departed. On the other hand, Wen Mingyue was in remarkably high spirits. Not long ago, she had received a notification from the treasure map, leading her to discover another treasure site not far away. When her family arrived at the location, they were surprised to find a hot spring. The water flowed endlessly, surrounded by ample steam, and the system issued a notification. Detected an infinite flow of hot spring water. Capable of self-cleaning, permanent use. Hot spring area, 60 square meters, can be divided. Includes 100-degree hot spring water, 1 square meter, can be divided. Can dispel cold and dampness. Alleviate fatigue. The family could hardly believe their fortune in acquiring a hot spring within the game, each one eager to plunge into its soothing waters. Life was indeed becoming more promising. Wen Mingyue promptly collected the hot spring. Upon returning home, she conferred with her family about placing the hot spring behind their wooden cabin, distanced from the livestock barn for tranquility and hygiene. They decided to divide the hot spring into 2 sections, each measuring 30 square meters. Between the 2 springs, they allocated an area of 1 square meter for the 100-degree hot spring water, perfect for boiling spring eggs. They designated separate baths for men and women. To ensure privacy, they relocated several hundred bamboo stalks to encircle the hot spring securely. Over time, the bamboo had proliferated significantly, allowing for a portion to be thinned out, facilitating the continued growth of new shoots. That evening, the family indulged in the hot spring waters. All members, except for Fa Kai and Tuanzi, who were bathing, gathered around the spring's edge. At that moment, when Mingyue was peeling an egg, savoring every bite, suddenly, a small white paw patted her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she found it was her beloved pet, Guague, whose round green eyes were fixated on the egg in her hand, accompanied by a soft whimper. Hastily, Wen Mingyue crushed the egg yolk, cooled it, and offered it to him. Once she had fed all 4 cats sufficiently, she leaned back against the stone wall, feeling quite content in this game. In the following 2 days, guided by Tuanzi, they discovered a patch of water chestnuts on a small hillside. In their hometown, they refer to it as tsigawar. It is a flattened, spherical fruit with a blackish red exterior. Once peeled, the interior reveals snow-white flesh. A single bite offers a refreshing sweetness and juiciness, with the added benefits of cooling the body and cleansing the lungs. Furthermore, these fruits are capable of propagation. As the family dug together, they ultimately harvested over 300 pounds of water chestnuts, most of which Wen Mingyue dedicated to cultivation. Planted in frost-resistant black soil, the system indicated that a new harvest could be reaped in just a month. Before retiring for the night, Wen Mingyue inspected the supplies stored in her camera's memory, her joy evident as she smiled broadly. After this period of accumulation, her 2 cubic meters of space was now filled to 3/5 capacity. Chapter 128. NPC Alpha. The following morning, Wen's father took charge of the harvesting, and Wen Mingyue joined her family in gathering the fruits. The air was fragrant with the scent of ripe cactus fruits, enhanced by the several fruit trees Wen Mingyue had planted. The animals' daily needs were more than sufficiently met. At this moment, the family busily harvested the mature cactus fruits, assisted by 3 little squirrels. They climbed to the heights to pluck the ripe fruits from the cactus, orderly placing them in the bamboo baskets below. Wen Mingyue peeled a yellow fruit, plump and juicy, reminiscent of dragon fruit, but with a slightly more tart flavor, making it quite appetizing. Ultimately, they gathered 3 cards worth of fruit, amounting to a hefty 300 pounds. Following this were dozens of cards for honey, sugarcane, and various fruits and vegetables. As the planting area expanded, daily harvesting became necessary. Observing the increasingly abundant supply cards in her space, Wen Mingyue quickly devised a plan to earn star coins. Her immediate task was to stockpile resources, alongside the crucial objective of obtaining the Lord's token before the next round of the game commenced. To ensure safety, she entrusted this task to her system in 2233, instructing them to remain vigilant. The moment the Lord's token appeared, she needed to find a way to acquire it, although she hoped to obtain it herself, aiming for a discreet yet prosperous outcome. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, they encountered the second NPC of the road game. This NPC did not resemble a human, but appeared as a majestic and imposing male lion, standing at a fork in the road and gazing at them with a blend of intensity and nonchalance. His long, brown mane looked smooth and soft. Wen Mingyue's immediate reaction was a desire to pet him. However, the system interrupted her thoughts with a notification. Detected road NPC Alpha, cold demeanor. Difficult to approach. While Wen Mingyue awaited the system's analysis, the silence lingered, leaving her puzzled. Was that all? She glanced at her companion, Tuanzi, who smiled in response, albeit seemingly distracted. 069. My lord, what brings you here? Alpha, we are short-staffed in the Star Realm. I'm filling in for a day. Alpha felt equally vexed, as today was supposed to be the day for Lu Xiaolu to cause trouble, but that individual had taken an extended leave, citing an upset stomach as the reason. With nothing to do, Alpha had decided to venture out for some interstellar activity. 069. My esteemed lord, I implore you to exercise restraint. A smiling Alpha. After just one mission, one becomes quite glib. 069. Where's the obedient demeanor? Noticing that the other group had yet to arrive, Alpha promptly messaged 069, urged her to come quickly. Meanwhile, when Mingyue considered, host, shall we advance to assess the situation? She nodded, prioritizing safety by instructing her family to remain in the vehicle while she and the bear ventured out. After all, the other party was a lion. What if it turned aggressive? Upon realizing her host's concerns, 069 internally exclaimed, Alpha is truly amiable and, crucially, non-carnivorous. Yet, how to articulate this? She could merely respond with a smile. As the duo approached, before Wen Mingyue could speak, the other party replied directly, to the left. Without so much as a glance back, they turned and swiftly vanished from sight. Wen Mingyue, the occupants in the vehicle? 069, as expected of you. Host, let us depart. It was only then that Wen Mingyue regained her composure. Returning to the car, spurred on by the bear, she started the vehicle and drove towards the left. Observing the perpetually smiling bear beside her, she could not help but voice her curiosity. Do you know them? Seeing the bear remain silent yet cheerful, she soon understood. She had indeed stumbled upon a great treasure. She did not forget to hint to the bear to present a gift to the other party. That night, the bear knocked on Alpha's office door, carrying a large box of tea. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue spent the night inundated with the familiar sounds of mahjong. Subsequently, she encountered 2 NPCs. Thankfully, with the aid of her NPC search skill, she navigated through smoothly, discovering the optimal route. One day, while Wen Mingyue was replying to messages in her team group, she received a private chat from her sister, Full Moon, and hurried to the driver's seat. Sister Full Moon pointed anxiously at the road ahead and asked, "Sister, look. Is there a landslide up ahead?" When Mingyue exited the vehicle to investigate, the previously smooth road had collapsed, resembling a vast rift akin to the East African Rift Valley. Unfathomably deep and extending for miles, with a chasm at least 50 meters wide. The regional chat group was filled with exclamations of frustration. Another day of inactivity. Just when I finally decided to hit the road, a sudden fissure appears before me. It's the same here. Had I not reacted in time, I would have tumbled into the abyss. Family, I just conducted a check. We need a road repair card to proceed. One repair card can restore 10 square meters of road. Is this the kind of repair card you mentioned? Where did you find that? I picked it up by the roadside. I've always been lucky in finding things. Impressive. When Mingyue clicked on the avatar of the player claiming to possess a road repair card and sent a private message. When Mingyue, how much for the road repair card? The other party, inundated with private messages, only responded after 20 minutes. Jian Suiyu, 10 luminous pearls and 50 bottles of growth liquid. He was aware that when Mingyue had a significant supply of luminous pearls, and he had resolved to remain in the RV to farm and sustain himself. Thus, luminous pearls and growth liquid were particularly vital. Previously, among the several individuals with whom I had private conversations, the supplies they offered were not precisely what I required. Thus no transactions were completed. Although when Mingyue still possessed a considerable quantity of luminous pearls and growth liquid, it was evident that there remained room for negotiation, and naturally, a haggling process ensued. One Mingyue, the quantity you desire is excessive, and each card can only repair 10 square meters. I can offer you a maximum of 2 luminous pearls and 10 bottles of growth liquid. Jian Suiyu observed the message sent by Wen Mingyue. It was more substantial than the previous offers, yet still fell short of his expectations. Ultimately, a transaction was concluded for 3 luminous pearls and 15 bottles of growth liquid. Wen Mingyue proceeded to examine the repair cards. Road repair card. Each card can repair 10 square meters of roadway. According to the system's calculations, there was a 50 square meter gap ahead, which was still insufficient. Meanwhile, he made sure to have the system list a link specifically for exchanging repair cards. After securing the repair cards, Wen Mingyue called upon his family to search in different directions, drawing from the experiences of his past life. He knew that road repair cards were primarily concealed in cliff areas. After delineating the search routes with his family, Wen Mingyue, accompanied by Tuanzi, piloted the flying carpet towards one of the cliffs. Due to the restrictions imposed by the road segment, the system's treasure chest exploration and collection features were locked and unavailable. Thus, they could only rely on the treasure map. However, after flying for half an hour, there was still no signal from the treasure map. Just as she was about to depart from the cliff, a glimmer of white light caught her eye from a crevice in the rocks. Heart elated, she steered the flying carpet closer for inspection. Chapter 129. Zombie Escape 1. After anchoring the flying carpet at the cliff's edge, she stepped onto the solid black rock, clearing away a layer of dirt, revealing a corner of a silver treasure chest before her. With a small iron shovel and a larger hammer in hand, she toiled for 10 minutes until she finally extracted the silver treasure chest from the rocky crevice. Leaning it against the stone wall, she opened it directly. Congratulations. You have obtained a road repair card. Only 3 cards remained until the current goal was achieved. Meanwhile, her family had yet to uncover any trace of treasure chests. By the end of the day, they had only found 1 repair card, with the Zhao family being the only group to discover one as well. The next day, Wen Mingyue and her family set out early once more. Compared to the repair cards, what Wen Mingyue desired most was the Lordess token. As the remaining time dwindled, she found herself counting the days on her fingers. Only 1 week remained. However, today's exploration yielded just a single road repair card. Other players in the group had also made discoveries, but they were swiftly outbid. When Mingyue decisively opted to continue her independent search, following her own pace, she managed to secure roughly 1 card per day, which seemed manageable. Before long, 2 days had passed. With enough cards to repair the road, Wen Mingyue stood before the fissure, selecting Repair on the screen above, and then inputting 5 road repair cards as instructed. The screen promptly displayed the message, Road repair in progress. Estimated time, 20 minutes. Wen Mingyue returned to the vehicle to await the outcome in quiet anticipation. Soon, 20 minutes elapsed, and as the originally cracked pavement became enveloped in a shroud of white mist, it was restored to its former smoothness in an instant. Shortly after the RV passed, the cracks along the roadside swiftly closed, leaving no trace of their prior existence. For the subsequent days, the journey continued uninterrupted. However, early one morning, when Wen Mingyue beheld the message from Zhao Lingxin, she was rendered utterly bewildered. Wen Mingyue, are you certain? Zhao Lingxin, absolutely, just wait in anticipation. Zhao Lingxin could hardly contain her excitement, and beside her, Zhao Shi managed a rare smile. In contrast, Zhao Jinan could only muster a reluctant grin. Among this group, aside from Wen Mingyue and Zhao Jinan, the other teams were particularly animated, with Han Shuo and Su Fengyi exhibiting the most exuberance. Han Shuo, who understands? I have contracted a sunflower that can launch sunflower seeds as projectiles. Su Fengyi. Everyone, remember to prepare in advance. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. Before long, the 3-day period elapsed, and the familiar mechanical voice of the game's main system, Xiao Q, echoed through the sky once again. Greetings, players. Long time no see. Faced with the long-absent announcement, most players erupted with excitement. Xiao Q was equally thrilled. This system has specially planned a new game segment for everyone. Zombie survival, game environment, Western rural community, game duration, 1 month, constant temperature, 38 degrees. Each community will randomly deploy 10 groups of players, individuals or teams. Upon exterminating all zombies within the community, players will be reassigned to a new community. Defeating zombies may yield gold coins. Zombies are categorized into 4 levels. Level 1 zombie, red-haired. Defeating yields 100 gold coins. Level 2 zombie, orange-haired. Defeating yields 200 gold coins. Level 3 zombie, yellow-haired. Defeating yields 300 gold coins. Level 4 zombie, green-haired. Defeating yields 1,000 gold coins. If bitten by a zombie, without administering the unique antidote within 1 hour or receiving a cure, the victim will succumb to the poison. The antidote can only be obtained by defeating zombies with a very low drop rate. It is advised not to rely on it, but rather to ensure proper defenses against bites. Note, this round features a special game. Zombies are not constrained by protective barriers and are active 24 hours. The flying carpet function is temporarily disabled. Zombies become more ferocious at night. With enhanced mobility and night vision, the game environment will undergo transformation in 10 minutes. Wishing everyone an enjoyable experience, Xiao Q joyfully concluded the announcement. Still murmuring, this game environment has been meticulously arranged for you. I am truly looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the monsters within the system space were equally elated, eagerly queuing to select their deployment locations, as this was a rare opportunity to earn triple points. Just 3 days prior, Zhao Lingxin had shared her foreboding vision in the group, Zombies. Wen Mingyue thought to herself that this was not a good sign, as such content had not appeared in her previous life. Yet, upon hearing the main system's announcement, the enthusiasm of Han Shuo, Su Fengyi, and others remained undiminished. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the transformation of the new environment, and the fleeting 10 minutes passed swiftly. Before this, Wen Mingyue and her family had already donned their full armor. All vulnerable areas must be adequately protected. As the countdown for the replacement ended, a row of exquisite houses appeared before the crowd. 2 to 3-story quaint villas, crowned with triangular roofs. Each residence boasted a lawn and garden, their exteriors adorned with a palette of warm hues. The area was as expansive as a city center in their homeland. Surrounding them was an enveloping silence. Their mobile home had also undergone a transformation, now resembling a 3-story pale green villa, flanked by neatly aligned houses on both sides and in the rear, with a relatively spacious driveway in front. Through the windows, a misty expanse was visible, indicating they were situated on the outskirts of the community. The interior of the house remained a foldable space. Wen Mingyue promptly confirmed that the house's concealment and defensive locking mechanisms were activated, providing some protection against being targeted by other players. Cannons and arrow towers were stationed on the second-floor balcony. All doors and windows were securely shut, featuring fully enclosed glass and wooden frames, which could be upgraded. Armed with various weapons, including chili grenades, she called upon Xiaohong and Tuanzi to keep watch, ready to deal with any zombies surrounding the wooden house if necessary. The family decided to move out together. With bows and arrows slung over their shoulders, they ventured toward the right side of the wooden house. The journey was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombies. However, upon climbing a slope, they spotted a massive horde of zombies on the opposite street, all turning in unison to gaze at them. Their pallid skin was marred with dark patches, some were missing limbs, while others bore half a face. Their tattered clothing emanated a faint stench, which intensified under the sun's scorching rays. Their ink-black eyes appeared disproportionately large, and their gaping maws were particularly grotesque, presenting a vivid image, predominantly red and orange, with only one sporting green hair. Accompanied by continuous howls, they charged towards the group with remarkable agility, sprinting at speeds akin to a 10-meter dash. Within the surrounding wooden houses, a relentless stream of zombies emerged, numbering 500 to 600, perhaps. Suddenly, effects erupted in the air. The zombies not only moved swiftly but also possessed an array of skills: ice, fire, water, and thunder, appearing in abundance. As they fled, the group retaliated. The elders' fireballs and thunderbolts were unleashed in a flurry, their excitement palpable after months of inactivity. The younger sister wielded a photon cannon, firing at the densely populated zombie throng. When Ba and Wen Ma coordinated seamlessly, Wen Mingyue immediately brandished her light blade to slice through the horde. The zombie's weakness lay in the small brain region. Merely severing the head would not incapacitate the body, which could continue to move independently. In Chapter 130, Zombie Survival, One red-haired zombie, decapitated by Wen Mingyue's light blade, squatted on the ground, feeling its head, which had been crushed and deformed under the weight of its companions. Upon touching it, the still relatively intact mouth stretched wide to the ears as it attempted to reattach it to its body. Realizing it was affixed incorrectly, it swiftly rotated 180 degrees and continued its charge toward the group. Fortunately, the group had an ample supply of skills and weaponry, ensuring that the zombies had not yet closed in on them. Of course, their frantic efforts to leap and run played a significant role in their escape. Wen Mingyue observed that the red-haired and orange-haired zombies possessed minimal skills, yet they were remarkably swift and exhibited considerable strength. Occasionally, they would trip their companions nearby and stamp down on them, leaving a significant dent on their heads. Some of the zombies acted as if nothing had occurred and continued their advance, while others rushed forward, seizing their opponents by the hair and delivering a flurry of punches, resulting in a chaotic brawl of hair-pulling and striking. In contrast, the yellow-haired zombies were endowed with various skills. Some could extend branches, while others could spray water, breathe fire, or launch ice blocks and lightning orbs. As for the leading green zombie, Wen Mingyue, having read numerous apocalyptic novels, surmised that it was likely psychic in nature, primarily serving a commanding role. Furthermore, its agility was astonishing. Thus, collaborating with her mother, Wen Mama, who unleashed a psychic binding skill upon the creature, Wen Mingyue swiftly conjured a blade of light. However, the creature retaliated with a lightning orb. In a split second, Wen Mingyue pushed her mother aside and, as she fell, nimbly drew her bow to shoot an arrow at the zombie charging towards Wen Mama. The arrow pierced through the zombie's skull, and she heard the delightful sound of coins being deposited, 1,000 family coins. Ultimately, the family spent over an hour dispatching the majority of the horde, with a few stragglers retreating into hiding. This game emphasized an eco-friendly premise. Upon being defeated, the zombies would vanish instantaneously. After the skirmish concluded, the ravaged scenery was restored to its initial state. The family reclined on the lawn, quenching their thirst with water, while her sister, Full Moon, ran aside to vomit due to the unpleasant stench of decay emanating from the zombies. Wen Mingyue promptly distributed masks to her family, which offered some respite from the foul odor. Meanwhile, she monitored the system panel displaying their accumulated coins, 95, 100. After conversion, they barely reached 100,000 star coins, enough to purchase half a flat. After a brief 10-minute respite, they resumed their journey along the road. Descending the slope, they encountered a group of zombies, each with varying hairstyles, crouched on the road below. One zombie, spotting the newcomers, immediately rose and emitted a fearsome roar, only to be dispatched by a lightning orb thrown by Grandma. The remaining 100 zombies surged forward, and Wen Mingyue's family stood atop the slope, continuously raining arrows and skills down upon them. Grandma and Full Moon focused on skills and light cannons, while Wen Mingyue wielded her light blades and arrows, all while evading surprise attacks from the skillful zombies. Before long, the majority of the zombies below were vanquished, yet more zombies approached from behind. The numbers were not overwhelming, prompting the family to disperse and confront them. At that moment, a zombie lunged at Wen Mingyue, its gaping maw dripping with saliva. Despite a few meters separating them, its blood-red mouth extended a long, sharp tongue that flicked open and closed like a flower petal, spraying a viscous liquid. The sight nearly choked her, but her reflexes outpaced her thoughts. With a graceful arc, her sharp tang knife sliced through the zombie's elongated tongue, cleaving its head in two. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she continued her relentless assault on the undead. As the clock approached 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the rumblings of hunger began to resonate among the group. Fortunately, the nearby zombies had been largely eradicated, with only a few remaining, having found refuge. After a morning filled with relentless pursuit, they had distanced themselves considerably from their dwelling. To hunt more zombies, they had no choice but to press onward. Wen Mingyue called her family together and found a quaint red house, gently pushing the door open. Upon entering, they secured the door tightly behind them. For safety, they blocked the entrance with the double-door refrigerator from the dining area. All the windows on the ground floor were barricaded with furniture. The interior was adorned with exquisite and opulent decor. A grand crystal chandelier hung above the spacious living room, complemented by leather sofas, a lavish wine cabinet, and a spiral staircase. Of course, it was all mere stagecraft, not for taking. Nonetheless, it was a pleasant sight. The family gathered around, bringing out the meals they had prepared in advance. Despite the unappetizing nature of the zombies, their enthusiasm for food remained undeterred. They continued to eat and drink heartily. Wen Mingyue, while savoring a fragrant braised chicken leg, perused the messages in their team chat, unable to suppress a laugh. Han Shua, feeling miserable, on the verge of tears. My sunflower shooter is utterly useless. Su Fengyi, I can no longer laugh. Today, I was chased down 2 streets by a fire-breathing zombie. Liao Hui, I unleashed my 100-meter championship speed today. Tang Xinghan, never would I have imagined that zombies could be so dynamic. I thought they would move like the undead. Yet they possess their own unique abilities. And I Qian. Currently, we have sufficient weapons, though they are not durable. Everyone, please conserve. Zhao Lingxin, had I known, I wouldn't have made a flag. I nearly suffocated. Zhao Jinan, keep it up, we still need to take down 96 more. Butler Zhengbo, young master. I have completed 8 out of my 100. Zhao Lingxin, forcing a smile. During that morning alone, the player count had dwindled by 10,000. Scanning through the messages. Many players remained at home, opting to observe the situation before making a move. After witnessing the feedback from others who ventured outside, they were even less inclined to leave. However, staying indoors was not a viable option. The game had mechanisms to deal with players who wished to hibernate through the 30 days. If the system detected a player remaining indoors for an extended period, except during the night, it would orchestrate a larger zombie encirclement around their residence. Naturally, teams or individuals with high activity in zombie hunting would find fewer zombies surrounding their homes. In the course of the morning, the little creature sent a message to Wen Mingyue, reporting that it and Xiao Hong had dispatched a total of 28 wandering zombies. This was notably more than the surrounding zombie counts near other players' homes, partly due to Xiao Hong's restless nature, which led her to provoke some of them. In doing so, she had damaged a door and a window, prompting Wen Mingyue to hastily repair them during mealtime, reminding Xiao Hong not to dismantle the house in her absence. Simultaneously, she planned to exchange the purification water available each day for gold coins, 100 coins for 100 milliliters of purified water. Currently, other players had yet to realize the utility of gold coins. She aimed to profit before the Star Coin exchange portal was opened. After finishing lunch, they indulged in some chocolate to restore their stamina. Outside, glimmering gold coins awaited, filling the family with renewed vigor. As soon as she stepped outside, Wen Mingyue noticed a vine sprawled across the middle of the path. Bending down, she tugged at it, revealing a yellow-haired zombie that had been lurking in the shadows. Her sister, with her light-infused energy cannon, promptly dispatched the creature. In Chapter 131 of the Zombie Survival, due to the restrictions imposed by the flying carpet, the group had to meticulously search for traces of zombies. For the next hour, they encountered only a handful of these creatures. The community was vast, and the absence of other players made it difficult for new zombies to spawn. However, when Mingyue quickly devised a plan, she retrieved the snowmobile, called her family to join her, and contacted her companion, Tawanzi, to send her the living room radio. Selecting an invigorating song, she set it to loop. With the powerful voice of Lu Huan resonating, a multitude of zombies emerged from every nook and cranny, pursuing the snowmobile. After confirming through the rearview mirror that there were enough zombies, when Mingyue swiftly pressed the brake and retracted the snowmobile, joining her family for a new round of combat. An hour later, over 400 zombies had been defeated, resulting in a significant gain of several thousand points. They continued to drive, luring more zombies. In this world, it was still dark at 7 p.m. The family concluded their work at 6 p.m., heading home while dispatching a few dozen more zombies along the way. By the end of the day, their efforts had amassed 420,000 gold coins from slaying zombies. Upon returning to their wooden cabin, night had already fallen. The distant growls of zombies could still be heard. With a 24-hour watch ahead, when Mingyue, concerned about her sleep, beckoned to Xiao Hong and whispered a request. Ultimately, for a daily reward of 10 grilled fish, she enlisted Xiao Hong to clear all zombies within a kilometer radius of the cabin. Thus, on the first night when other players were beleaguered by zombies, when Mingyue's family enjoyed a restful sleep, thanks to Xiao Hong's diligent assistance, countless vines extended from the windows, leaving no corner unchecked, and within 2 short hours, the area was cleared, even capturing Mango, the sister who had attempted to sneak away. The following morning, Wen Mingyue discovered an increase of nearly 10,000 points, uplifting her spirits as she rewarded Xiao Hong with 2 large meat buns. After breakfast, they set out in their vehicle. A restful night had invigorated the family. After driving at high speed for half an hour, they finally encountered their first horde of over 200 zombies. After dispatching them, they only yielded gold coins. When Mingyue hoped for a drop of the antidote for the zombie virus, which she could sell for a handsome profit. But she needed to stockpile a few bottles first. There was no need to rush. Continuing to play music to attract more zombies. This time, they lured over 600. As they ventured deeper into the central area, the number of zombies increased. It took them over 2 hours to eliminate this horde, which included 2 with green hair. One of them dropped 1,000 gold coins and an upgrade card, though it was only applicable to upgrading a specific component of their residence, which was also reported by other players. It is likely that the future residents will be severely troubled by the presence of zombies. When Mingyue deliberated between the windows and walls before ultimately deciding to upgrade the doors and windows first, the walls could be temporarily reinforced with moisture-proof stones, of which she had over 10,000, sufficient for the time being. At noon, she sought refuge in a nearby wooden cabin for her meal. The interior was much like before, and as she dined, she perused messages in the group chat. Many players had not rested well the previous night, with some even encountering zombies at their front doors in the dead of night. Initially indifferent, she was taken aback when a significant number of zombies were summoned, incessantly howling around their dwelling, embodying an attitude of "if you do not rise, I shall not depart." Consequently, several players were compelled to rise and confront the undead. However, as the system had initially warned, zombies were more vigorous during the night. Many players were lured out of their cabins, sustaining injuries or losing limbs. By dawn, over 2,000 had perished. Those who were bitten or scratched did not transform into zombies, but vanished without a trace if no antidote was procured, their avatars turning gray. Wen Mingyue silently thanked her fortunate companion, Xiao Hong, for her adept assistance. This round of the game was uncharted territory for her, necessitating utmost caution. In the afternoon, drawn by music, she dispatched over 1,000 zombies, including 5 green-haired varieties. One of them yielded a rare antidote for the zombie virus. Zombie virus antidote. Consuming it neutralizes the zombie toxin and must be taken within an hour of being bitten, otherwise, it becomes ineffective. Resisting the urge to auction it off, she stowed it in her backpack and returned home, concluding the day with a bounty of 540,000 gold coins. In addition to exchanging purified water for 50,000 gold coins. As the clock struck 8 on the third day, when Mingyue hurried to the driving cabin, they needed to relocate, as the round trip to the city center was excessively lengthy and time-consuming. Fortunately, the game was accommodating, allowing them to drive their RV in search of a new haven. After confirming the change of residence, the wooden cabin transformed into the RV. The interval for moving was 2 days, with each relocation limited to 1 hour. Once parked, a swarm of zombies appeared in the vicinity. After dealing with them, Xiao Hong resumed her vigilant watch. Once settled, they continued driving towards the central area. Half an hour later, they encountered a group of players, over 20 individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes. After a brief exchange of glances, both parties chose silence and continued on their respective paths. Along the way, they paused frequently, harvesting waves of zombies. Just before returning home, they encountered another group of players, distinctly different from the earlier encounter. Comprised of individuals with Eastern features, totaling 26 in number. They positioned themselves in the middle of the road, signaling for a few to disembark. The system provided translation. But for Wen Mingyue, fluent in Japanese, it was immediately clear that they hailed from the neighboring country. Her family had never held any fondness for the people of that nation. Sensing the mixed age group of her family, the strangers harbored ulterior motives, encircling them with the intent to rob. A man in his 30s, sporting a prominent mustache, approached recklessly, circling around their snowmobile with keen interest. Just as he prepared to extend his hand towards the vehicle, Wen Mingyue signaled to her family, and they seamlessly prepared for battle, activating their invincible shield. While the family unleashed a flurry of attacks from within the protective barrier, the adversaries' various skills were rebounded, leading to their own downfall. The skirmish concluded swiftly, yet it consumed an additional 10 minutes. As dusk settled, Wen Mingyue hurriedly called her family to board the vehicle. With her father at the helm and Wen Mingyue in the passenger seat, they encountered a horde of over 100 zombies along the way, and after dispatching them, they continued their journey through the dark. The snowmobile, illuminated in the night, became a glaring beacon, drawing the attention of the undead. Waves of zombies converged upon them. Wen Mingyue's father drove the snowmobile while she wielded the shield, determined to prevent any damage to their vehicle. In Chapter 132, Zombie Showdown 4, Xiao Hong joined the fray, and after an hour's effort, they eradicated the zombie threat. Exhausted but triumphant, the family celebrated their substantial gains, 68,000 gold coins from the slain zombies, along with an upgrade card, which Wen Mingyue promptly utilized on their walls. The reinforced doorframe and upgraded bulletproof glass provided much-needed security, with thickened walls offering respite from any imminent zombie attacks, allowing them to safely harvest resources outside. In the span of several days, the player population diminished by 30,000. Besides Wen Mingyue, a few other scattered players exchanged gold for supplies, sparking discussions among the community. Have you noticed? Wen Mingyue and her group have been amassing gold. I've noticed too. Lately, I've been using gold to purchase purified water from her shop. It feels like they know something we don't. Can anyone shed light on this? Although Wen Mingyue received numerous inquiries, she remained astute, recognizing the lucrative opportunity at hand and choosing to remain silent. For those in her team, Zhao Lingxin sensed the gold was a valuable resource under her innate ability, prompting her to share this insight in their group chat. Consequently, this cohort directly demanded gold in exchange for their water resources. Wen Mingyue responded by increasing her daily supply of purified water from 50 to 200 liters. Their water reserves became ample, with significant stockpiling. The following morning, they received a contribution of 20,000 gold coins from Xiao Hong and Tuanzi. Energized by uplifting music, they embarked on a new round of battles. Meanwhile, the system panel indicated that 2/3 of the community's zombie population remained. After 2 additional days of combat, it dwindled to less than half. At that moment, Wen Mingyue and her family found themselves cornered by a group of players, notably the same golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals they had encountered previously. Among them was one with the talent of mental confinement. As his ability activated, Wen Mingyue felt their movements constrained. One strikingly beautiful woman urged several individuals to surrender the supplies within their backpacks, her tone undeniably persuasive. However, within mere seconds, the clear-headed Wen Mingyue exchanged glances with her unbewitched mother, Wen Mama. Equipped with an innate ability to impose mental confinement, Wen Mama could nullify psychic attacks below her level. Seizing the moment when the group was unprepared, she swiftly unleashed her S-rank mental confinement ability. The 10 or so individuals around them became dazed, their eyes glazed over. Wen Mingyue stepped forward and commanded, "Within 10 seconds, relinquish all your supplies." The group immediately sprang into action, frantically retrieving their belongings. Wen Mingyue and her 5 companions eagerly collected the supplies, regardless of their nature, hastily converting them into cards. Once the 30 seconds elapsed, Wen Mama promptly maintained her hold. 2 minutes later, Wen Mingyue and her entourage drove away, leaving behind a dazed crowd, still ensnared in mental confinement as zombies began to approach. In their stupor, they were soon overwhelmed, viciously bitten. By the time they regained their senses, each bore marks of the zombies' gnashing teeth. Perhaps for amusement, the zombies had left several bloody punctures on each individual, with some mischievous ones even severing arms or legs. In terror, the group cried out for help, disregarding their injuries as they fled in a panic, dragging their dismembered limbs with them. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue sat in the passenger seat, tallying their recent haul, which consisted mostly of wood and metal scraps, with a scant amount of food supplies. Upon discovering one particular card, her eyes sparkled. Resource Doubling Card, 112. Applicable only to food supplies. This card resembled the duplication card Wen Mingyue had previously used to expand her camera's stasis space, though this one applied solely to food supplies, including purified water. It seemed that this group had intended to seize the opportunity to rob other players, planning to use the card only once their resources were ample. Ironically, it now benefited Wen Mingyue. While she possessed a considerable amount of supplies, she was in no rush to utilize them. The card's usage was limited to the current round of road survival. She resolved to stockpile more supplies during this time before making her move for maximum effect. With a smile, she safely stored it in her camera space. Now, she needed to find a card to expand her stasis space. Over the following days, Wen Mingyue and her party encountered several groups of players, but each remained focused on their own pursuits, resulting in minimal interaction. Now, before them loomed a horde of over 500 zombies. Examining the progress bar on her system panel, she estimated that upon clearing the zombies in front of her, only the finishing touches would remain, which she could then hand over to Xiaohong. After 2 hours, the horde was vanquished. One green-haired zombie jumped the highest, waving at her incessantly. Confirming with a glance, she recognized it as one of her own. After dispatching it with a headshot, it dropped a skill card. Healing Skill effectively removes the zombie virus and heals all wounds, with no daily usage limits. The feeling of being struck by a grand prize was akin to this moment. When Mingyue eagerly learned the skill, her grin stretching from ear to ear. It was also applicable to other players. Feeling troubled by the mere possession of a single vial of the zombie virus antidote, the situation has now taken a turn for the better. With the newfound healing ability, they can traverse through hordes of zombies with ease. The family promptly concluded their work and returned home, with the cheerful grandpa when singing heartily as he opened the window. Upon reaching home, he rewarded Xiaohong with 10 grilled fish, instructing her to eradicate all the zombies in the community. Subsequently, the family began preparations for a grand celebratory feast. As night fell, a notification from the system arrived. Community 168's zombie cleanup complete, relocation scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. They had spent a full 9 days in this community. Meanwhile, other players within the community, upon receiving the same notification, sighed with relief. Their first action being to retire to bed. Before drifting off to sleep, they expressed gratitude to those who continued to battle zombies even late into the night, before succumbing to slumber in an instant. On the other hand, upon returning to the wooden cottage, Wen Mingyue's first action was to auction off her zombie virus antidote. This decision stirred a considerable commotion, drawing even Zhao Jinan and Han Shuo into the bidding. Tang Xinghan, Su Fengyi, and others stood by, indulging in the spectacle. The group chat was abuzz with excitement. It was indeed a rarity to witness the auction of a zombie virus antidote. Truly, the notable figures from our great nation were impressive. One couldn't help but wonder how much stock Wen Mingyue had left. Curiosity piqued. What kind of affluent family could afford to auction such a treasure? However, Wen Mingyue did not dwell on concerns. Her sole focus was on amassing supplies for future endeavors, hoping to double her resources. With her comprehensive skill set and the ability to evade being targeted by other players, she felt little apprehension. Ultimately, the zombie antidote was purchased by a player from the Camel Country. Wen Mingyue received a total of 500,000 gold coins, along with one 000 pounds of rice and flour, 500 pounds of fresh frozen meat, 100 square meters of fertile black soil, 10 fruit trees, and a variety of seeds. The wealth displayed by this affluent nation was indeed extravagant. Chapter 133, Zombie Battle Royale 5. The following morning, all preparations were complete, and they awaited the relocation. The new community's layout bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, both embodying a rustic charm. However, the number of zombies indicated on the system panel was double that of the last community. Looking through the glass window, it was evident that a throng of zombies had gathered outside, creating quite a spectacle, aimlessly wandering about like lost souls. Fortunately, there was still a small distance between the house and the nearest zombies, separated only by a road. Wen Mingyue quickly organized a strategy. Her grandparents and younger sister would fend off the zombies on the first floor, while she and her parents took to the second floor, utilizing turrets and arrow towers for their assault. The kittens and puppies were secured inside the wooden cottage, with Xiaohong and Tuanzi primarily tasked with blocking any zombies attempting to breach the house. Before long, a dazzling array of special effects filled the air, red, purple, and green, creating a mesmerizing display. When Mingyue ascended to the turret, surveying the scene, aside from those obscured behind her, the number of zombies before her was clearly in the thousands. The cluster of zombies below surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, their once dull eyes now shining with intensity. With determination, Wen Mingyue aimed the cannon at the two densest concentrations of zombies and unleashed a barrage of fire. The arrow towers proved to be of limited efficacy. Fortunately, a sufficient number of artillery units had been constructed in advance, allowing each of the three to operate one. They unleashed a relentless barrage, causing the horde of zombies below to disintegrate in disarray. However, it was not long before a fresh wave of the undead surged forth. The battle raged on for 2 hours without respite. The zombies appeared to emerge incessantly, as if the entire community consisted solely of the Wen family. Even the midday meal was neglected. The trio downstairs simultaneously wielded their skills while devouring meat sandwiches, completely engrossed in their task. Xiaohong's numerous vines were laden with zombies, forcefully smashing them to the ground. Tuanzi, with one hand clutching a grilled fish and the other wielding a hammer, occasionally hurled a spicy pepper bomb, primarily targeting the zombies by the window. Meanwhile, the little dog Fa Kai had stealthily ventured outside, barking at the window, prompting Xiaohong and Tuanzi to join the fray. Other animals congregated nearby, perched on the bread tree, watching the commotion with wide eyes, curiosity outweighing fear. As the clock neared 6 in the evening, the battle came to a tenuous conclusion, leaving only a scattering of zombies, most of whom had been drawn in by the cacophony of gunfire. It was clear that they could not continue indefinitely, otherwise, they would be engaged in combat for 24 hours straight. When Mingyue surmised that their household was likely the sole remaining family in the community, had there been more, the zombies would not have been so fervently aggressive. Gazing at the devastation around her, with numerous houses reduced to rubble and potholes littering the ground, she muttered a reminder not to deduct her gold coins. Fortunately, the system executed a one-click repair post-battle without sending her a bill, allowing her to descend with peace of mind. The group reclined on the couch, exhaustion weighing heavily upon them despite their weaponry. They had only ventured to the restroom twice throughout the day. Thankfully, they were momentarily safe. Leaving the remaining tasks to the diligent Xiaohong, when Mingyue promptly paid for 30 grilled fish. Xiaohong swiftly consumed her portion before re-engaging in battle, seemingly unaware of the fatigue that surrounded her. After a brief respite, she indulged in the food stored within her cards, and following her meal and a refreshing bath, she headed to the hot springs to alleviate her weariness. Leaning against the edge of the springs, when Mingyue reviewed the statistical data sent by the system, revealing a total gain of 2 million gold coins for the day, bringing her overall total to 9 million. The journey ahead remained long and arduous. The following day, the group set out with renewed vigor. After an hour of driving, they encountered a horde of 400 zombies, indicating that the nearby undead had largely been dealt with. When Mingyue mused that they would need to relocate by tomorrow. On the next day, as they moved in their RV, they were unexpectedly hailed. When Mingyue, what a coincidence. Turning around, she found Han Shuo grinning with satisfaction, standing against a backdrop of emptiness. After engaging in conversation, they learned that Han Shuo's family had transitioned to this community that very morning, and the vacant area behind him was precisely where their concealed wooden house was located. With Han Shuo's protective shield at level 23, they had met the criteria for concealment. Ultimately, at Han Shuo's enthusiastic invitation, their wooden houses were positioned side by side, and they agreed to venture out together to combat the zombies. Without hesitation, when Mingyue assented, recognizing that a larger group would draw even more zombies. Before long, they were confronted by a formidable horde of 800 zombies, a vivid spectacle of colors, truly magnificent. The two parties swiftly separated to engage in combat. When Mingyue witnessed Han Shuo's extraordinary talent, exhibiting an S-class invincible explosive prowess, with a mere wave of his hand, Several zombies before him were instantly sent crashing into a pit. After more than an hour, the horde of zombies faced relentless defeats, ultimately leaving none unscathed. As both teams harvested their bounty, the day passed with considerable ease. In the evening, a gathering took place at Han Shua's residence. Upon learning that Wen Mingyue's group had engaged in more battles than his own team, Han Shua became disgruntled and promptly dashed out to confront the zombies. The outcome was grim. Among the 8 individuals, 3 were bitten, and Han Shua was directly attacked by a zombie with yellow hair, sustaining a bite on his posterior. In that moment, he lamented the prospect of writing a will, not forgetting to bid farewell to the members of his group, a truly tragic scene. Upon seeing the messages in the group chat, Wen Mingyue sprang to her feet in alarm, accompanied by her eager family. She boldly knocked on the door of the neighboring room. Upon entering, she was met with Min Chengshue's swollen eyes. The atmosphere was thick with the sound of suppressed sobs. Learning that 3 individuals had been bitten 30 minutes prior, and realizing time was still ample, Wen Mingyue pulled up a chair and sat before Han Shua. He lifted his head, his eyes glassy and brimming with tears. They had battled zombies for over 10 days without a single vial of zombie virus antidote dropping. Only Wen Mingyue had managed to procure an antidote in their regional group. Conversations with previous players yielded no sales, even at the cost of their lives. In a daze, he casually inquired, "Sister, do you have any antidotes left?" Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue replied, "No, only the one I had before." Han Shua exhaled weakly, "I knew it." Beside them, Han's parents wept profusely. Wen Mingyue instantly lost her inclination to jest. With a teasing grin, she added, "However, there is a way to detoxify you." Seeing the motion of Wen Mingyue's hands, Han Shua's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Sister, don't worry, money is no object. Would 2 million gold coins suffice for each?" Wen Mingyue smiled broadly. She had initially planned to charge a friendly price of 1 million gold coins per person. Therefore, she extended her hand forward, declaring, "Deal." Fearing he might mutate at any moment, Han Shua immediately turned to embrace the chair while positioning himself. He then opened his system panel to transfer 6 million gold coins. "Come on, I am not afraid of pain," he proclaimed, preparing to lower his pants. Since needles had always terrified him since childhood, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Were it not for the fact that the other party had a girlfriend, Wen Mingyue might have kicked him outright. With his hands in place, there was no need to remove his pants. In this life and death moment, Han Shua, oblivious to modesty, quickly halted his actions. Wen Mingyue unleashed her skill at the wound. Han Shua felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Moments later, she said, "Look at that." Han Shua wriggled around, discovering that the previous pain and stiffness had vanished. He immediately jumped up, casting a discreet glance at his rear, finding it perfectly intact. Without a trace left behind, he remained the same handsome fellow. Han's parents were overjoyed to the point of tears. Chapter 134. Acquisition of the Lord's Token. Next came the unfortunate souls number 2 and 3, one with a bite on his arm and the other on his thigh. Both were temporary teammates from the earlier underwater battle, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at Wen Mingyue. In no time, the previously dark and decaying wounds healed rapidly, leaving not a single mark behind. One individual shifted on the stool, then hastily dashed toward the restroom, followed by a flurry of outputs on the system panel. Suddenly, Wen Mingyue felt a barrage of fervent gazes upon her. Turning around, she noticed several bodyguards gesticulating wildly in her direction. Promptly, she accessed the system panel. To her astonishment, her healing skills were potent enough to alleviate even years of hemorrhoids. A few individuals were currently requesting 500,000 gold coins for treatment, and Wen Mingyue immediately expressed a desire to borrow the restroom. Meanwhile, Han Shua, who was pacing about the living room like a monkey, waved dismissively, "Sister, feel free." Han's father had already taken their grandparents and parents to prepare for a late-night snack. Although there was no need to disrobe, it was still a matter of privacy that warranted some consideration. Ultimately, Wen Mingyue managed to heal 9 individuals, earning a staggering 4.5 million gold coins. Today had truly been a windfall. She also took the opportunity to promote her business in the team chat, resulting in numerous private messages for treatment reservations for the next gathering. In the following days, bolstered by formidable combat prowess, everything proceeded smoothly. They began to encounter other players. Yet with the formidable presence of Wen Mingyue and Han Shua's team, their numbers were so intimidating that no one dared to provoke them. Their efforts in clearing the area were remarkably efficient, yielding abundant rewards. In just 7 days, all the zombies in the community had been eradicated. The final day was marked by a gathering, followed by anticipation for the relocation the next day. Besides the substantial influx of gold coins, they also received a replication card. Without hesitation, Wen Mingyue duplicated the camera space, which now expanded to 4 cubic meters, ample room for future resource utilization. Currently, her gold coin total stood at 28 million. The next day saw their transition to a new community, where the number of zombies was even more formidable. Han Shua and his party ventured to another community. still besieged by zombies in a wooden cabin, though distant sounds of cannon fire indicated the presence of other players. Wen Mingyue urged her family to act swiftly, and they proceeded to relocate. By 5 p.m., after clearing nearly 3,000 zombies, the family traveled in their RV for an hour before finding a suitable place to settle. After parking and establishing their base, they continued to eliminate the surrounding undead. A few straggling zombies were delegated to Xiaohong, with a reminder to avoid antagonizing other players, as they needed to focus their time and energy on accumulating wealth. Before long, the vast community was thoroughly cleared. Wen Mingyue and her family planned to continue their journey to a new community the following day. From her observations, their family had transitioned to more communities than anyone else, while most remained in just 2. With only 7 days left in the month, the urgency was palpable. The next day, Wen Mingyue examined the astonishing data sent from the system and hastily crafted a new batch of ammunition. Lala was also diligently tending to her crops, yielding 320 ripe peppers that morning. Continuing with the same strategy as in the previous community, Wen Mingyue, along with her parents, launched an assault on the horde of zombies upstairs. The sounds of cannon fire were particularly resounding. After 2 consecutive days of relentless attacks, they managed to decimate a staggering number of zombies and swiftly moved to relocate and continue their fight. Ultimately, on the final evening, they completed the eradication of all zombies in the community, encountering only 2 waves of players along the way. The following day, precisely at 9 o'clock, Wen Mingyue and her companions returned to the expansive highway, surrounded by undulating mountain forests. The first thing she did upon waking was to check her gold coins, which now totaled 80 million. Just as she was struggling to rise, the excited voice of the game's main system, Xiaoqiu, echoed in her ears. Congratulations to player Wen Mingyue's team for slaying the most zombies in this zombie survival challenge. You have been awarded a special reward, the Lord's Token. You have 3 days to prepare and head to your territory. The system also indicated that level 069 had upgraded to 80 and 2,233 to 50. Overwhelmed with joy, Wen Mingyue shed tears of elation. The long-awaited Lord's Token had finally arrived, and she had even overlooked the system upgrades. In her previous life, the Lord's Token had been claimed by other players, but she had gathered some information. Players who obtained the Lord's Token gained control of a territory, which they could manage as a large trading center. Other players could pay gold coins to set up shops or exchange resources within this territory, with all expenditures conducted in gold. However, in her past experience, most players opted to have the system advance them gold, as the primary sources of gold were treasure chests and hidden locations. Thus, upon entering the third game world, Wen Mingyue and her companions were most anxious to repay the system's gold, as there was a time limit, and failing to meet it would incur significant penalties. Wen Mingyue shared the interface with her family to explore further details. Firstly, the territory spanned 5 million square meters and would be open for 6 days, with access granted at 9 a.m. 3 days later. Only the first 60,000 players to apply would be permitted entry. Each player entering her territory was required to pay 1,000 gold coins to purchase the rights to use a space within her territory. A rental fee of 50,000 gold coins per square meter per day was necessary. The territory would feature various entertainment venues, including KTVs, cinemas, hotels, an array of shops, snack stalls, and bubble tea shops, resembling the vibrancy of a city center. In her previous life, her quick reflexes had enabled her to secure a spot. Other players could acquire the rights to various shops by merely spending gold coins, and they could also pay gold to have the system's robotic staff prepare meals. As for the ultimate flavor, players were responsible for crafting their recipes before uploading them to the system, where the robotic staff could replicate them flawlessly. Ingredients could also be purchased within the system, albeit at steep prices. Players managing entertainment venues were tasked with overseeing operations and collecting payments. Additionally, utilities such as water, electricity, and gas required payment in gold coins. Lastly, Wen Mingyue would collect 20% of each establishment's profits, while the system would take an additional 20% of her income as infrastructure fees. As the Lord, Wen Mingyue and her family enjoyed complimentary rights to 3 establishments: a 300 square meter hot pot restaurant, a 2-story clothing store of 400 square meters, and a 100,000 square meter amusement park. Furthermore, they could change outfits on the Lord's system panel, and if no team member was recognized by other players at the end of the business day, they would receive special rewards. After reviewing the situation, Wen Mingyue hurried to the control panel to examine the route map to her territory. Calculating the current speed, she determined that it would take 9 hours to arrive, and with the flying carpet, they would reach their destination in under an hour. There was ample time, so they set off immediately. They parked at 6 o'clock, with less than an hour left to travel. The following day, the family visited Han Shua's home for a gathering, earning an additional 6.5 million gold coins. Chapter 135, Journey to the Territory. Entering the town after the meal, it was already 8 in the evening. The hurried group began to gather supplies, and within 3 hours, they collected over 100 resource cards. Subsequently, Wen Mingyue utilized a resource doubling card on the resource cards in the camera space. As she had previously anticipated, all card-type resources could be regarded as the same category for duplication purposes. The current storage space of 4 cubic meters was now filled to 3 cubic meters. The ingredients for the hot pot restaurant could essentially be self-sufficient. Additionally, beverages and fruits could be sourced from the amusement park's milk tea shop and snack bar. In due course, they could also purchase juice machines at the clothing store and set up a small fruit stall. Wen Mingyue was determined not to miss any opportunity for profit. With abundant raw material supplies, there was no need to spend gold coins on a large quantity of system resources. They could simply wait for the earnings to roll in. Early the next morning, the journey was smooth, and they stopped the car in less than an hour. Taking out the flying carpet and following the system panel's instructions, they headed towards their territory. 3 hours later, they arrived at a vast expanse of land, stretching endlessly around them. Wen Mingyue felt a bit bewildered, according to the prompts. This land was her territory, yet it appeared desolate. With no other option, she decided to investigate further. However, after walking a few steps, a light screen appeared before them, and a familiar mechanical voice resounded once more. Congratulations, player Wen Mingyue's team has arrived at the designated area, Happy Town. Would you like to activate the territory display? Wen Mingyue pressed the button marked yes. In an instant, a veil of white mist enveloped them. Moments later, they found themselves in a scene reminiscent of a historical drama. Towering city walls loomed before them, surrounded by a moat. They stood upon a stone bridge leading into the city, and even through the city gate, they could see numerous wooden structures. The temperature was a comfortable 28 degrees. As they stepped onto the bluestone pavement, their view expanded further upon entering the town. Before them lay a wide and level road, flanked by neatly arranged goods. A long, reddish-brown cloth banner hung before each shop, displaying the store's name. Noodle shops, pastry shops, tea houses, weapon shops, clothing stores, milk tea shops, flower shops, everything was present. The blend of ancient and modern was harmonious and unobtrusive. With plenty of time, the family leisurely enjoyed homemade burgers while strolling about. Soon, they discovered one of their own establishments, a 3-story hot pot restaurant with an extended pavilion. Wen Mingyue glanced at the striking sign, Zhen Meiwei Hot Pot Restaurant, which stood out remarkably among the surrounding shops, boasting a strong recommendation that others lacked. In addition, there was an extraordinary shimmer of gold. Grandfather was the first to rush forward, and after a brief exploration, he calmly informed everyone that the entire hot pot restaurant was crafted from golden silk Namu wood. The other members of the Wen family gazed in awe, realizing that this establishment must be supported by a sophisticated system, which explained its remarkable beauty. The remaining time was dedicated to exploring the shop. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive reception counter, reminiscent of the front desks in their homeland, Blue Star Huagua, surrounded by an even broader space that was currently empty. Wen Mingyue invited her family to sit together and then activated the panel, where several of them began selecting essential items for the shop. They decisively opted for a rental model. First on the list was a dedicated cash register for the town, a silver device resembling a POS machine. Additionally, they required menus, stationery, tables, chairs, pots, and utensils, among other necessities. As the Lord, she had the privilege of selecting in advance. And after the shop opened at 9 a.m. the following day, the chosen items would be automatically arranged. Moreover, each floor was staffed with 15 waiters, indistinguishable from real people according to the system's display. A harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles, with a balanced gender distribution. There would be a total of 45 staff members across 3 floors, each covering an area of 400 square meters. The daily expenditure amounted to 300,000 gold coins. Next, they began the process of preparing and uploading their hot pot menu. Having made prior arrangements, they accessed the system panel and input their pre-prepared ingredients, specifying quantities and categories. The system would then retrieve the necessary supplies, prioritizing card-based items, while others could be purchased from the system marketplace. Their signature dishes would feature an array of fresh fish, meat, and fruit platters, which constituted the bulk of their stockpile. At this moment, very few players could offer fresh fish, ensuring a lucrative market. The final pricing would be determined by the system, and Wen Mingyue calculated that their profits would amount to at least 2/3. After discussions, it was decided that grandfather, mother, and sister would oversee the hot pot restaurant. Before departing, they placed the pre-prepared potted plants at the entrance, along with a large bouquet of fresh flowers at the reception counter. They then continued their leisurely exploration. Before long, they arrived at the second store, Zhen's elegant clothing boutique. Although it was not adorned with golden silk Nanmo, it exuded an equally impressive opulence. This 2-story building featured fitting rooms that required no additional expenditure. The only costs incurred were for the clothing and display racks. Following this, lively conversations ensued as everyone joined in selecting garments. The collection included thick down jackets, predominantly full-length, with a few shorter styles, as well as various combat uniforms, beautiful dresses, and footwear. Everything that could be permitted by the system for sale in the clothing store was arranged. All purchases were to be made with gold coins, and the system strictly prohibited private transactions. Upon arriving in her territory, the focus was on enhancing the quality of life. The clothing store was managed by grandmother and father, supplemented by 20 employees, yielding even higher profits than the hot pot restaurant. Afterward, they took a flying carpet to the central area of the town, where their amusement park was perfectly situated at the heart of it all. The sign proudly displayed, Jean's Joyful Amusement Park, adorned with dazzling special effects to ensure it was impossible to miss. Upon entering, they found the reception counter, which was manned by Wen Mingyue and her companion, Tuanzi. The amusement park boasts an impressive array of attractions, including thrilling rides such as the Drop Tower, Swinging Pendulum, Carousel, Pirate Ship, and Haunted House Adventures, totaling over 100 diverse entertainment options. Surrounding these attractions are milk tea shops, snack stalls, and photo booths, all efficiently managed by robotic staff. Additionally, several hundred security personnel and venue service staff are employed, representing a significant expenditure, yet the returns are undoubtedly substantial. As dusk descends, the revelers are reluctant to cease their enjoyment, continuing to illuminate the park with vibrant lights for an exhilarating experience. Notably, all shops and venues in the town operate around the clock. As long as one possesses ample funds and boundless energy, the opportunities for amusement are limitless. Each establishment is equipped with designated rest areas, while dedicated accommodations for other players are situated in a soundproof zone. Furthermore, any misconduct will result in immediate expulsion from the venue, encompassing theft, altercations, and disruptive late-night singing. Certain items, such as pharmaceuticals, are subject to purchase limits, and a team or individual may only rent a maximum of 3 establishments. This rule applies even to the esteemed Wen Mingyue and her family, who, despite being exempt from rent for 3 shops, cannot acquire any additional venues. The remaining task is personal adornment, which is restricted by the system to a mere 10 minutes the following morning. Chapter 136, Disguises and Attire. At 8:50 a.m. the next day, the family commenced their 10-minute dressing task. When Mingyue accessed the system panel and selected a slightly portly middle-aged man from the array of human models. He donned a magnificent golden hat, a pair of delicate mustaches, a yellow robe, and a lavish gold chain, complemented by a diamond watch on his wrist and casual sports shoes. To finish, he chose a small corn prop for a touch of whimsy, embodying affluence and comfort. The system transformed the avatar into the prosperous eldest son of a landlord, resplendent in gold. The grandmother assumed the guise of a youthful, wealthy matron, clad in a dark cheongsam, her feet adorned with high heels, and elegantly draped in a pearl necklace and green bangles. The father, in his 30s, exuded a refined charm, resembling a fit and commanding figure. When Mingyue felt little had changed and promptly urged him to don a pair of glasses. The grandfather, in contrast, appeared as a young dapper lad with a hint of roguish charm, dressed as a lively attendant. When mother, embodying the role of a stunning businesswoman, was distinguished from the grandmother by the addition of a gold necklace. Meanwhile, the younger sister, Wen Mingyue, transformed into a commanding, handsome figure, standing at 188 centimeters and weighing 145 kilograms, boasting an impressive 8-pack and enviable long legs, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Wen Mingyue. The family exchanged glances, and as the clock struck 9, they were teleported to their respective shops. Conversely, at 9 o'clock, jubilant announcements resonated through the sky. In light of everyone's exceptional performance during this period, countless individuals sprang from their beds, instantly recognizing the auspicious news. The system rarely adopted such an exuberant tone, primarily due to the absence of troubling matters requiring little Q's vigilance, all attributed to a singular reason. This system particularly offers all players a 6-day journey through the ancient town. The application for entry has been activated on each player's panel. Only the first 200,000 players will gain access to the town on a first-come, first-served basis. Moreover, those fortunate enough to secure a spot will have the opportunity to purchase rental rights for town shops, with payments accepted solely in gold coins. For details regarding participation, please click here. Wishing all players an enjoyable experience. Until next time, thanks to Zhao Lingxin's foresight, the members of the team had eagerly prepared themselves. Even before the system issued the notification, they were already poised at the system panel, awaiting the opening of the passage. The instant it became available, fingers flew across the screen, first paying the entrance fee of 1,000 gold coins. This was essentially a team-based selection for shops. The system's design ensured that issues like lag were non-existent. Those who successfully secured a spot rejoiced, while those who were late lamented their misfortune. On the Zhao family's side, apart from a few who were genuinely too slow and remained to guard the house, even the butler Zhengbo and several cooks managed to secure entry. Furthermore, they acquired 2 shops, one a beauty store and the other a mobile jewelry shop, akin to a rickshaw that could be driven around. Remarkably, Zhao Lingxin single-handedly claimed both shops, with her stationed at the jewelry shop. Meanwhile, Ning Qiantang and her companions were all in attendance and managed to seize 3 shops, a fast food cart and a barbecue stall, both in the rickshaw format. The largest shop, spanning 200 square meters, was a home-style restaurant run by Su Fengyi's grandparents, along with Ning Qiantang's mother and her parents. Su Fengyi's grandfather, having once worked as a kitchen assistant in his youth, possessed impressive culinary skills, especially in Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine. The other young individuals were responsible for driving their rickshaws around the town. Han Shua successfully acquired 2 shops, one being a hospital and the other an ice cream and milk tea shop, both of which were mobile and van-sized. The hospital was entrusted to his parents, while he and Min Qingxue handled the sales of milk tea and ice cream. Gu Jiyuan and Liao Huihui also secured 2 shops, one a weapons store and the other a sushi cart, perhaps to facilitate spending by more players. Most of the shops provided by the system were in the mobile cart format. Once arrangements were completed, a lively discussion ensued in the group chat. Han Shua remarked, "I noticed the town icon on the system page includes an amusement park. Let us plan to meet there." Everyone readily agreed, and in addition, Zhao Lingxin's beauty and jewelry shops garnered considerable interest, especially from several girls who clamored for her to stock more inventory. After a flurry of conversation, the group realized that Wen Mingyue's family had been unusually silent. Han Shua inquired, "Don't tell me none of you managed to secure a spot?" He quickly added, "Even if you didn't get one, it's no big deal. I'll share half of my parking space with you." Wen Mingyue could no longer feign ignorance and replied, "You might not believe this, but our entire family failed to secure a spot." The group gasped in disbelief. Overall, she had not lied. As lords, they did not need to compete for spots. To win the ultimate prize, their identities as lords had to remain undiscovered by other players. Furthermore, once they completed their transformation, they would not be able to revert to their original appearances until the 6-day event concluded. Fortunately, Han Shua realized that he could not use the summoning card to gather them, otherwise he would have struggled to find an excuse to decline. Amidst the lively discussions in the group, Wen Mingyue's family had already taken their places, fully prepared and eagerly awaiting the arrival of other players. The first wave of players arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant, located not far from the city gate. Before 10 o'clock, all 3 floors were filled with eager patrons. Many chose to combine breakfast and lunch into one meal. Inside the restaurant, apart from Wen's mother at the cash register, who enjoyed a relatively quieter moment, Wen's grandfather, transformed into a sprightly young man, was bustling about without a moment's rest. However, it was Wen's younger sister, Mingyue, who was the most occupied. Standing at a towering height of 188 centimeters with long legs and a charming smile, she was inundated with requests from young ladies eager for her to place their orders. The staff, also hired through the system, operated with remarkable efficiency and warmth. Despite their fatigue, the 3 wore beaming smiles, filled with enthusiasm as they had only just begun. Not far away, the clothing store, manned by Grandma Wen and Dad Wen, was equally thriving, with a steady stream of customers. The players who had persevered to this point were rarely lacking in gold coins. After a flurry of activity, Grandma Wen discovered that the store required little persuasion to entice customers. They simply grabbed whatever caught their fancy. After just an hour of experience, she spent the remaining time restocking through the system panel. Dad Wen primarily handled the fitting room, enjoying particular popularity among the aunts and uncles who clamored to have him try on their selections. By midday, Grandma Wen found herself pleasantly unburdened. Meanwhile, Dad Wen, though smiling outwardly, internally lamented his exhaustion after trying on nearly 200 outfits. As for Wen Mingyue, she initially thought they would not open until the afternoon. However, to her surprise, shortly after starting her shift, a large group of players suddenly surged in. Through conversation, they learned that these players had meticulously prepared strategies and headed straight for the amusement park upon entering the town, following the system map. At this moment, Wen Mingyue and Tuanzi had already collected tickets for an entire morning, unaware that merely sitting and collecting money could be such a laborious task. After a brief inquiry in the family group chat, although others said little, their few words revealed a palpable desire to slack off. Thus, the ensuing moments turned into a contest of who could endure sitting still the longest. Chapter 137, Completing the Town Lord Quest. Wen Mingyue now felt as though there were nails digging into her seat. Turning to Tuanzi, she asked, "Why are we working so hard?" Before Tuanzi could respond, she murmured to herself, "Shouldn't we be enjoying these leisurely days instead?" No one said that the Lord must remain stationed at the shop. The host will take you out for delicious food. With that, she rallied the family in the group chat, declaring their intention to play together, and the system employees took over their positions. After careful selection, they decided to have their delayed lunch at Ning Qiantang's Sichuan and Cantonese restaurant. Having previously shared their respective restaurant names in the group, they entered the details into the system panel and set off on their flying carpet. Along the way, they encountered a colorful array of players, the one commonality being the smiles adorning each face. It was a rare return to a life reminiscent of Blue Star, and all players reveled in the experience. Upon entering the establishment, the absence of youthful figures was palpable. Only a few elder members of the family busied themselves within. Not long ago, these individuals had finished their lunch and had made plans to visit the amusement park with Han Shua. The restaurant, spanning 200 square meters, could be deemed quite spacious for a casual dining venue. In addition to the industrious Tang patriarch and his associates, there were approximately 10 employees from the system. Even as the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, patrons continued to arrive in a steady stream. Having found a suitable spot, Wen Mingyue and her family ordered a selection of delicacies: white-cut chicken, crispy roast pork, roasted pigeon, stir-fried beef ho fun, dry pot pork tenderloin, mapo tofu, cold ear slices, and tianma pig stomach soup. Soon, the dishes they had ordered began to appear at their table, much to their satisfaction. After their meal, they leisurely strolled through the bustling market, indulging in sugar-coated hawthorn berries to aid digestion. They paused briefly to glance at their hot pot and clothing stores, both still teeming with customers. Additionally, players were seen waiting for their turn at the tricycles, some vocally advertising their wares. As they passed by Zhao Lingxin's beauty store, they naturally ventured inside for some shopping. Although each player was limited to purchasing 5 items, the women in the family remained enthusiastic, carefully selecting larger portions while also utilizing the quotas of their grandfather and father. Wen Mingyue clutched her selections, reluctant to part with any of them. Yet the system's restrictions were clear. Even Zhao Lingxin, as the store owner, could only acquire 5 items at most. With time still on their hands, they wandered through a few more streets. The group discussed the prospect of staying at a nearby hotel in the coming days, contemplating the possibility that such an opportunity might not arise again. Ultimately, they spent 20,000 gold coins to secure a luxurious presidential suite. Before retiring for the night, they glanced at the earnings from their 3 shops, unable to conceal the joy in their eyes. The following day unfolded similarly, with more shopping, and in the afternoon, they unexpectedly encountered the hospital run by Han Shua's family. Naturally, there were restrictions on medications as well, with each player limited to purchasing no more than 3 items, and the total weight not exceeding 2 kilograms. At the window, Wen Mingyue was attended by Han's father, who adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Wen Mingyue and her companion, Tuanzi. Several times, the scrutiny stirred a slight unease within Wen Mingyue. Fortunately, Han's father did not linger in conversation and called for the next patient. As Wen Mingyue and her companion exited, Han's father mused to himself about how he had forgotten to bring his treasured diamond watch into the game. Earlier, he had noticed the diamond watch on Wen Mingyue's wrist, which rivaled his own collection valued in the millions, though it seemed somewhat mismatched with her golden attire. Adjacent to the hospital, a massage parlor had just opened, and upon reaching its entrance, the group found themselves inexplicably halting. Despite having a massage chair at home, nothing could compare to the experience of a professional massage. Thus, they joined the not overly long queue. Unlike the bustling eateries and hospital, the massage parlor was relatively quiet. Yet they still waited for over an hour before it was Wen Mingyue's turn. She opted for cupping therapy and a massage. 2 hours later, feeling utterly refreshed, she awaited the return of the others. During her wait, she noticed a group of individuals moving in an impressive formation across the way. It was Gu Jiyuan and his teammates. Even as Wen Mingyue and Tuanzi quietly stood in a corner, they inevitably attracted numerous scrutinizing gazes. Even Gu Jiyuan could not help but steal a glance or two. At that moment, she began to regret her ostentatious attire, which was undeniably eye-catching. With a mere change of hat, she resembled a fusion of Eastern and Western deities of wealth. Alas, there was no option for substitution. She could only wait until the event concluded. Soon, the 3rd day arrived, primarily filled with indulgence in food and shopping. Various establishments such as milk tea shops, pastry boutiques, and candy stores beckoned. With no limit to the quantities and ample space on her camera, as well as an abundance of coins, she could shop to her heart's content. The 2 sisters were drawn to a large toy store, filled with an array of adorable dolls, both large and small. Ultimately, their expenditures on dolls amounted to an astonishing 300,000. Next door was a figurine store, where her younger sister, Manu, declared herself unable to move. The family accompanied her in her shopping spree. On the 4th day, the feasting continued, culminating in an evening movie. Coincidentally, they encountered a large group from their team. The expansive cinema hall was nearly monopolized by them, while some members of the group excitedly snapped photos for those who could not attend, oblivious to the fact that Wen Mingyue and her companions were right behind them. As the event dwindled to its final 2 days, the family decided to spend their time at the amusement park, where several attractions remained unexplored. The other members of their team also chose to enjoy the amusement park during the last few days. It could be said that Wen Mingyue's amusement park was the most prosperous establishment in the entire town. Beyond ticket sales, the profits from dozens of accompanying shops contributed significantly to their wealth. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that they were the wealthiest family among all players. Not only did they not have to collect entrance fees, but they also reveled in unrestricted enjoyment. In the end, a large group of friends mounted the carousel, while Wen Mingyue discreetly captured the moment with her camera. An inexplicable emotion welled up within her, compelling her to fervently document the precious moments they shared. "Host, what is the matter?" Tawanzi inquired at the opportune moment. "It's nothing," Wen Mingyue replied. Tawanzi remained silent, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. After a day of exuberant play, their older companions expressed fatigue and opted to gather nearby for tea and conversation. Father Tang called over the 4 members of the Wen family, as they had essentially spent the day engaging in various activities together, sharing some interactions along the way. Although the 4 members of the Wen family were dressed in youthful attire, their demeanor and expressions somewhat differed from those of the younger crowd, allowing for a more congenial rapport with Father Tang and his companions. Meanwhile, Wen Mingyue, her sister, and Tawanzi engaged in light conversation with Ning Qian and Zhao Lingxin. Zhao Lingxin felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with the 3 before her, an ineffable connection. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed they were not individuals she recognized. Yet, she could sense goodwill in their eyes as she turned to Zhao Shi beside her, seeking confirmation. However, Zhao Shi misunderstood and stammered in silence for a while. Subsequently, he quietly placed a ring he had secretly purchased on his Zhao Lingxin's ring finger. Both of them blushed instantly, their fingers intertwining in a tender embrace. The delightful moments swiftly passed by. On the evening of the 6th day, while other players were teleported back to the road, Wen Mingyue and her family found themselves in a transparent space. This realm was familiar to Wen Mingyue, reminiscent of the very first time she was transported into the game. However, there was no sign of her companion, Tawanzi. Soon, a luminous screen materialized before them, displaying text that synchronized with an ascending mechanical voice. "Congratulations to Wen Mingyue's team for successfully completing the hidden identity task of the Lord. The entire town will be granted as a reward." Wen Mingyue could scarcely believe her eyes. They had actually acquired a town, but the pressing question remained: where would it be situated? Based on her experiences from her previous life, such towns only appeared in the earlier stages of the game. Just as she was overwhelmed with joy, the system's voice echoed once more. Chapter 138. Completed entry into the interstellar realm, commencing new tasks. After thorough evaluation, Wen Mingyue's team has met our interstellar recruitment standards. Exceptional full team entry into the interstellar realm. Reward: System 069 and 2233, each upgraded by 20 levels. The brevity of the message belied its immense impact, leaving them in stunned silence for several minutes. After a brief cough from the system, another announcement regarding their confirmation of entry into the interstellar realm was made. It was unavoidable. The interstellar realm was in dire need of personnel, especially the primary game system, which particularly required an assistant. Recommended by Lord Alpha and numerous administrators, it had chosen Wen Mingyue. At that moment, Wen Mingyue was tapping her head, meticulously verifying the information on the panel. Suddenly, the voice of 069 echoed in her mind. "Rest assured, host, all will remain with you forever." Tawanzi would never deceive her. With determination, she decisively pressed the confirmation button, which led to a straightforward housing purchase guideline. As 2233 had mentioned, the price was 200,000 per square unit. Glancing at the system panel displaying their coin earnings over the past 6 days, the extensive string of zeros indicated that the funds for purchasing and transferring the land were more than sufficient. However, the town's vast area posed a challenge, as their current gold was insufficient. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue, for the system offered a daily repayment plan. Furthermore, as long as her town entered the interstellar realm, she would undoubtedly be able to manage it effectively. Earning money would be a simple task. Ultimately, all gold would be exchanged for star coins, allowing the family to officially reside in the interstellar realm. Simultaneously, the members of the team group received the news. "Congratulations to all for your friend Wen Mingyue's team's entry into the interstellar realm. We hope everyone continues to strive, and the interstellar realm welcomes your participation." The group chat erupted with excitement, with Han Shuo vocally celebrating, followed by their usual energetic banter. Meanwhile, since entering the interstellar realm, Wen Mingyue was captivated by the splendid scenery before her. They were now immersed in the vast expanse of the cosmic galaxy, surrounded by twinkling stars. A sight both beautiful and dreamlike. The homes in the interstellar realm resembled majestic castles, suspended in the air, adorned with wings, vibrant colors, and unique designs, creating a visually stunning panorama. As far as the eye could see, high-tech marvels abounded, with seemingly chaotic yet orderly flight paths. Surrounded by leisurely strolling beings resembling humans from Blue Star, along with a variety of flora and fauna, as well as delightful robotic companions, the scene was vibrant. Some were engaged in spacewalking, while others wore flying shoes, meandering about. In stark contrast, her family appeared as out of place as a country bumpkin in the city. Utterly bewildered, among the crowd were several uniquely featured interstellar beings, a few of whom waved enthusiastically at them, exclaiming, "Ah, you've arrived." The family, momentarily stunned, waved back awkwardly. The upgraded 069, now at level 100, and the upgraded 2233, now at level 70, successfully emerged from the spatial realm and joined the group, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Holding a black rabbit, Tawanzi reassured them, "Don't worry, host. You'll get accustomed to it." After gesturing for them to follow, he added, "Let us first take a look at our home." Observing the stillness of the others, he encouraged, "Just walk as before. Have no fear. You won't fall." Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen were the first to comply. Being the oldest, they possessed the most experience and exceptional adaptability. Aside from a slight slip while walking, they managed quite well. The two sisters clasped hands and followed suit. "Sister, I must say, I suddenly understand the sensation of spacewalking," remarked Wen Mingyue, nodding enthusiastically. "It truly feels as if I'm floating." She worried that she might drift away unwittingly. Fortunately, their newly acquired territory was nearby. After gliding like ice skaters for about 20 minutes, they arrived at an exquisitely dreamy purple castle. In unison, they gasped in awe. The castle, appearing to be 100 square meters from the outside, boasted a garden and a tower. However, upon ascending the stairs into the castle, the world before them expanded magnificently. Inside, they found the familiar wooden cabin, greeted by cheerful faces of Xiaohong, Lala, and a host of cats and dogs. The orchard, the vegetable garden, everything was there, along with all the supplies from their backpacks and camera space. Remarkably, all the animals seemed to be in a state frozen from the previous day, now endowed with nearly infinite lives. Their quaint little town lay adjacent to the castle, resembling its in-game counterpart, featuring a similarly folded space within. In the ensuing days, under the guidance of Tawanzi and 2233, they toured various interstellar locales. The first item on their agenda was to purchase the coveted flying shoes. Priced at 1 million star coins per pair, Wen Mingyue decisively ordered 6 pairs and donned one immediately. With no tasks assigned for the time being, the 6 of them distributed flyers announcing the opening of their happy little town. The staff remained predominantly interstellar beings, with many peculiar creatures applying for positions. Among them were Xiao Ying and a few of his companions. After tasting the delectable dishes prepared by Mama One, they opted to become long-term employees, abandoning their previous quests. Naturally, the lively grandparents were more than happy to welcome them, allowing them to assist at their hot pot restaurant, indulging in 3 meals of hot pot daily without ever growing weary of it. Later, the family attended 2233's graduation speech and 069's address as an outstanding graduate representative. It was at that moment they realized their two systems were indeed quite eloquent. In addition, 2233 and 069 have chosen to be permanently bound to their sister. Soon after, the younger sister took on her first interstellar mission when she turned 1 month old, while Wen Mingyue temporarily assisted Xiaoqiu. The happy town was entrusted entirely to family management, as there was still a significant debt for land to be repaid. Time passed amidst the busyness, and soon 3 years had elapsed in the interstellar realm. With the strong support of the interstellar members, the land debt had been fully repaid, and the group gradually settled into the interstellar community. The gathering was filled with warmth and joy. Far away, billions of light years away on Blue Star, thanks to the technological support from the interstellar community, a new era was dawning. At this moment, in the expanse of space, Alpha let out a sigh of relief. In their past life, due to a few oversights and an indulgence in a certain entertainment interaction, they had forgotten Wen Mingyue, who had successfully completed her mission. In a small dark room. Unfortunately, at that time, her system, 2233, had not received her cries for help and was engrossed in its own entertainment, only recalling the existence of its host after a long while. Upon inquiry, the situation was dire by the time they found her. Wen Mingyue had already transformed into a skeleton. As the highest executive of the interstellar community, Alpha pondered for a moment and decisively erased the memories of 069, Xiaoqiu, 188, and the self-indulgent 2233, who had been playing without a care. In the end, Alpha granted Wen Mingyue a chance at rebirth and assigned 069 to her. Now, everything had reached a perfect conclusion, ushering in a new beginning. On the other hand, as she watched those around her embark on missions into the interstellar realm, Wen Mingyue felt a pang of anxiety. Just as she sighed, her system burst through the door, exclaiming excitedly, "Host, we have a mission." Without waiting for Wen Mingyue to respond, it pulled her out of the interstellar community. It was also thrilled to undertake a mission with its host for the first time. In the blink of an eye, Wen Mingyue found herself amidst a desolate wasteland, accompanied by familiar howls. In an instant, a zombie rushed towards her, and instinctively, Wen Mingyue waved her hand, only to realize that all her skills were rendered useless. What could she do? She could only run, with her foot on the accelerator. She dashed away, crying out, "Dumpling, help me." Just as her life hung in the balance, a protective shield separated her from the zombie. From that moment on, she was in an invincible state. Neither the living nor the undead could inflict harm upon her. The zombie before her suddenly lost interest, ignoring her completely. Wen Mingyue immediately lay down, gasping for breath. Her physical condition seemed to have reverted to the state before entering the game. She wanted to cry. At that moment, the voice of Dumpling echoed in her mind once more, accompanied by heavy breathing. Congratulations to the host for accepting the first mission. Mission title: Establishing a store in the zombie apocalypse. Mission completion points: sales reaching 100 billion gold coins. For resource exchange, please click here to view. Story background is being loaded. This is a world 5 years after a zombie outbreak, where resources are scarce, especially survival resources. The current timeline is the year 2500 in the Eastern Kingdom, resembling the environment and humanity of Blue Star. Her task is to establish a store in this zombie-infested apocalypse and earn some money. However, the crucial question now is, where will her store be located? In a flurry of activity, the character 069 promptly sent the route map to Wen Mingyue. 30 minutes later, she arrived at her shop, a dilapidated single-story wooden house. Her intention was to establish a business here, initially focusing on food sales and accommodations, with plans to gradually introduce additional services and facilities. Outside the entrance stood a crooked sign adorned with bold red characters: Hope, Small Shop. Upon entering, she was greeted by a modest reception desk and empty shelves. Fortunately, the establishment was equipped with water and electricity. Within a 3-meter radius surrounding the shop, zombies were barred from entry. Inside, she held absolute authority. Any troublemakers could be swiftly dealt with. Wen Mingyue brushed the dust off a chair and checked the novice points sent by the system: 1,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, she replaced the worn-out sign, recognizing that its shabby appearance could hinder her profits, considering her goal of accumulating 100 billion gold coins. She spent 500 coins to procure a 24-hour illuminated sign, which the system promptly hung up with a rope. Next, she clicked the one-button cleaning feature on the panel, and the shop was instantly tidy, though the wear and tear remained. With the remaining points, she acquired a water dispenser, a breakfast machine, and a coin exchange device. She then set the price for a single room for one night and the cost of food. Customers could exchange the crystal cores dropped by zombies for corresponding amounts of gold coins. For instance, a level 1 crystal core was worth 100 coins. A level 2 was 200 coins, and a level 3 was 400 coins, along with other valuable items. At that moment, her companion emerged from the space, mysteriously leading Wen Mingyue to a white light screen. Rest assured, host, others cannot see or enter, it assured her. Passing through the light screen, she entered her purple castle in the interstellar realm. She picked up a cat and began to pet it. The system provided 3 meals a day along with fruits for dessert, though she could also enjoy food from home. Both she and the system could indulge freely in the supplies within the shop. Finally, she drafted the rules for the shop and awaited the arrival of customers. 3 days later, the system's excited voice broke the silence. Host, a guest has arrived. Wen Mingyue sprang to her feet. Standing outside was a young girl, covered in blood. Welcome to Hope Small Shop. The story concludes here. Thank you all for your support. This marks the end of my first novel, primarily a practice endeavor. I recognize its shortcomings and find the content somewhat bland, but I am truly grateful for your feedback and understanding. In my next work, a post-apocalyptic zombie tale, new characters will emerge, with a tentative update expected in early April, where I will place a greater emphasis on dramatic storytelling. Wishing everyone prosperity. Until we meet again.